Ding. System detects that the host Li Mu's soul is shattered and he is completely crippled. The promotion and fortune system will automatically detach in 30 seconds to find a new host. System on. I think I can still be saved. Apologies, Mr. Li Mu, you are doomed. Therefore let us part ways. Thank you for your companionship over the years, and the system wishes you a peaceful journey to the afterlife. Don't leave. Don't go. Li Mu awoke from the nightmare with a start in excruciating pain instantly piercing deep into his soul. Recalling the nightmare, he hurriedly called out with deep emotion. System. Within his soul there was only dead silence. Are you really gone? We depended on each other for over a decade, yet you abandoned me when I need you most. Li Mu slumped back onto the bed, a bitter smile flashing across his face as tears uncontrollably streamed down. Wealth gone brings peace, no office brings ease. To hell with promotion and fortune, I refuse to accept this. Just then a cold voice drifted in from outside the door. To think that the champion marquis who achieved fame in his youth would have such a despairing realization. Li Mu endured the agonizing pain in his body and turned his head with great difficulty. Xiang Yu Empress had appeared outside the door at some unknown moment. A faint smile played on her lips, yet a peculiar glint flickered deep within her eyes. It seemed like regret, yet also like sadness. Li Mu, your life is already on a countdown. What use is your defiance? Li Mu forced down the resentment in his heart, trying his best to appear nonchalant. Though my life is short, I once stood at the absolute pinnacle of Great Xia's power, and I even slept with Great Xia's Xiang Yu Empress. That night. 7 times. It truly is nostalgic. In Li Mu's flat voice lay a trace of smugness, causing Xiang Yu Empress's exquisite and beautiful face to instantly cover with frost. Li Mu, the physician, said you only have half a day to live. Do you believe that before you die I can make you experience the taste of being skin deboned and turned to ashes once more? Li Mu stared back at the Empress with furious eyes, shouting coldly, Xiang Yu, you murdered your own husband. You had better hope I don't escape from the clutches of death, otherwise when I rise again I will sleep with you all the same. Xiang Yu froze upon hearing this, her beautiful face instantly darkening. Boom. A powerful pressure erupted, and the white jade steps beneath her feet instantly turned into powder. A moment later the pressure vanished. Xiang Yu Empress's cold voice echoed once more. Li Mu, since we were husband and wife, I forgive your foolishness. If you truly have the ability to stand up again, I, Xiang Yu, shall clear my bed and await your disposal. A trace of dejection flashed in Li Mu's eyes, yet he still refused to back down verbally. That night, I raised my wine cup. That night you hurt me. Xiang Yu's face turned slightly cold, but she quickly regained her composure. In 3 days this Empress will lead troops to campaign against Tian's mansion. The Tian's family is connected to you after all. After much thought, I felt I should let you know. Having said her piece, Xiang Yu turned and left the quiet room. Li Mu watched her retreating figure, helplessness creeping into his eyes. This woman's power grows stronger by the day. Tian's mansion is probably in grave danger. With a soft sigh, Li Mu clenched his fists unwillingly. He was originally a transmigrator. Compared to those miserable web novel protagonists who get beaten up at the start and starve for 9 meals in 3 days. Li Mu's luck was actually quite good. From the moment he transmigrated into the great wilderness, he stood at the absolute pinnacle of Great Xia's pyramid of power. His father Li Xuanzi was bestowed the title of Regent General of Tian's by the late Xia Emperor, controlling the Regent Tian's mansion that patrolled the eastern wilderness. A status so noble, it was second only to one. Li Mu's mother was Princess Xiang Yu of the Great Xia imperial family, the late emperor's biological sister. Li Mu himself was supreme in both literary and martial arts. With the system's help he achieved merit after merit, and was bestowed the title of champion marquis by the late emperor at the tender age of 13, unmatched in his generation. His only elder sister had encountered a divine destiny overseas, and was now the prestigious chief senior sister of the younger generation in the Southern Seas superpower, the Ponlai fairy abode. If there were any fly in the ointment, it could be summed up in one phrase: promoting too fast makes it easy to slip up. 3 years ago the late emperor passed away, passing the throne to Crown Prince Yu, who succeeded as Emperor Yu. The Regent General of Tian's, Li Xuanzi, was both the late emperor's brother-in-law and the martial arts teacher of Crown Prince Yu. Naturally, he became one of the grand ministers of the regency. As soon as the Crown Prince's enthronement ceremony concluded, Princess Xiang Yu suddenly burst into the court requesting Emperor Yu to bestow a marriage upon her. And the candidate for this marriage was none other than the champion Marquis Li Mu. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man it is as easy as piercing a veil. Seeing Princess Xiang Yu's stunning beauty and alluring figure, Li Mu felt a slight stir. Out of sheer respect. And so he agreed to the marriage. On the wedding day Li Mu was naturally in infinite glory. The emperor presided, the princess was the bride, the 100 officials served as guests, and 1,000 soldiers holding halberds acted as groomsmen. The feast lasted for 3 days and nights, and amidst the clinking of cups he fell drunk onto the gauze-draped bed. The spear techniques of Tian's mansion were famous throughout the great wilderness. As the young marshal of Tian's mansion, the Qilong battle spear in Li Mu's hands was naturally wielded to perfection. A single cold glint arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. When the clouds rolled away and the winds calmed, only then did Li Mu sink deep into slumber. The joy of the bridal chamber was originally so beautiful. Yet when Li Mu awoke from his deep slumber, Xuanji had already become the Empress Supreme, having devoured the dragon, while he was left with a shattered soul, heavily injured and on the verge of death. The honey trap! How terrifying! As the young marshal of Tian's mansion, the champion marquis who achieved fame in his youth. Before Li Mu could even display his grand ambitions, he fell at the hands of a woman. From then on, Li Mu lay on his sickbed for over 1,000 days and nights. Until today, with the system detaching Xuanji, saying farewell, and his life reaching its end. As far as Li Mu knew, after every emperor of Great Xia passed away, their lifelong cultivation would be injected into the imperial seal. As long as the new emperor succeeded the throne and fused with the imperial seal, they could possess the peerless cultivation to suppress the entire nation in a short time. Judging by the peerless pressure Xuanji had just emanated, even if Li Mu's promotion and fortune system hadn't fled, he would have had no strength to contend with the empress. In his despair, Li Mu's breath grew weaker and weaker, and his gaze gradually began to scatter. Am I finally going to die? Just as Li Mu's consciousness was fading into a blur, he saw a phantom figure drifting from the outer heavens, hurtling straight toward him. Li Mu was all too familiar with this scene. Years ago, when he transmigrated, he had also drifted in from the outer heavens, just like this. Am I about to be transmigrated into? A trace of unwillingness flashed through Li Mu's heart. Seeing that transmigrator getting closer and closer, a look of absolute determination flashed in Li Mu's eyes. If I can't live, you won't either. Let's die together. With that thought, Li Mu's gaze turned fierce. Condensing all the soul power in his body, he crashed fiercely toward that transmigrator. Even though Li Mu was heavily injured, he was still a half-baked cultivator after all. His soul was far stronger than that of a newly arrived transmigrator from the modern world. Oh! A miserable shriek echoed as the transmigrator's soul was instantly shattered by the impact. Shards of soul energy fused into Li Mu's body, one after another, nourishing his soul like divine pills. Streams of warm current washed over his near-shattered soul, and a pleasant voice resonated in Li Mu's mind at the same time. Congratulations on counter-killing the original host and triggering soul fusion rebirth. The Supreme Dragon Soul system is about to bind with you. Now introducing the system functions and distributing the novice gift pack. The host needs to continuously gather destiny to nourish the Supreme Dragon Soul, thereby obtaining merit points as rewards. Merit points can be used to summon divine generals, exchange for equipment, or purchase items. The mall contains techniques, battle formations, elixirs, divine weapons, and more. Hearing the voice in his mind, a flash of excitement crossed Li Mu's eyes. My body is recovering, and I've even activated a new system. Li Mu stared at the virtual panel that suddenly appeared before his eyes as the system notification sounded in his mind once again. Ding dong, your Supreme Novice gift pack has arrived. Would you like to claim it? Claim. After quietly suppressing his inner excitement, Li Mu nodded in confirmation without hesitation. In this great desolate world where powerful martial artists were as common as dirt, the promotion and fortune system that Li Mu had previously awakened was utterly useless. Official positions and wealth were after all mere external possessions. If he were to run into a truly ruthless person, any random passerby could slap him to death. For a transmigrator to change their destiny in this ancient era, they still had to awaken a powerful system. Although Li Mu had managed to cling to his life for now, the Heavenly Policy Mansion was on the brink of ruin. Without the aid of an exceptionally powerful system, he would probably be bedridden on this broken bed for the rest of his life. Ding dong, through the Novice Gift Pack you have obtained Divine General Summoning Card 1, Soldier Type Summoning Card 1, a Retainer Summoning Card 1. As the notification faded, 3 golden cards, shimmering with halos of light, appeared before Li Mu. Item: Divine General Summoning Card. Description: upon use, it can randomly summon a Divine General from across space and time with attributes leaning towards battlefield command. Item: Soldier Type Summoning Card. Description: upon use, it can randomly grant any soldier type. There is a chance to obtain the loyalty of the troop commander during the summoning process. Once summoned, this soldier type will be permanently unlocked. Item: Retainer Summoning Card. Description: upon use, it can randomly summon any powerful expert from space and time to become a retainer with no restriction on attributes. Looking at the descriptions on the cards, Li Mu's breathing quickened slightly. He could not wait to flip open the 3 cards. Ding dong, you have activated the random Divine General Summoning Card, successfully summoning the 7-star Divine General Overlord Xiang Yu. Divine General Overlord Xiang Yu. Career role: Divine General. Talent star rating: 7-star, Eternal Legend. The higher a Divine General's talent, the higher their growth limit and the faster they develop. Talent attributes: Command 75, Martial Force 135, Strategy 80. Combat level 7th grade, Peak Martial Saint. Battle Soul talent: Overlord's Armor Removal. The Overlord Battle Soul possesses an armor-piercing effect. All damage dealt by the Overlord cannot be defended against and can never be healed. My strength plucked up the hills, my might o'ershadowed the world. but the times are against me, and my steed Dapple can run no more. Overlord Xiang Yu emerged from the void standing 8 feet tall, with a magnificent build, his eyes revealing eerie double pupils. Overlord Xiang Yu pays respects to the Lord. Li Mu nodded slightly, gesturing for Xiang Yu to rise, while secretly thinking to himself. To think that Overlord Xiang Yu is only at the 7th grade Saint realm, which is roughly equivalent to the martial strength of Li Xuanzi, the great Xia's guardian martial saint. Li Mu could not help but speculate inwardly. The martial arts grades in the Great Desolate World were divided into 9 ranks, with the 1st grade being the weakest, and the 9th grade being the strongest. Above the 9th grade lay the realm of the Great Emperor. Xiang Yu was a 7-star divine general possessing the strength of a 7th grade martial saint right from his birth. If nurtured well, it was highly possible for him to advance to the 8th grade, or even the 9th grade in the future. In that case, wouldn't he be able to nurture a group of great emperors in the future? Indeed, this is how a fantasy world should be played. Climbing the official ranks and making a fortune are utterly useless. Savage strength is the only hard truth. Li Mu tapped rapidly with his right hand. The second card flipped open once again. Ding dong, you have activated the random retainer summoning card, successfully summoning the 8-star retainer 9-tailed demon fox Daji. Retainer 9-tailed demon fox Daji. Career role retainer confidant mount. Growth talent 8-star hegemon of the 3 realms. Talent attributes demonic power 300. Appearance 120. Charm 135. Combat level 8th grade demon venerable. Battle soul talent charm domain. The 9-tails battle soul can bewitch and control targets over a wide area, causing them to sink into a sea of desire from which they cannot extricate themselves, with 10 times the effect when used against the opposite sex. Please command Daji as you wish, master. A voice filled with ultimate temptation and flirtation echoed from the void. In the next second, filled with a crimson mist of peach heart shapes, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepped through the void. Daji's exceedingly charming eyes gazing intently at Li Mu. 9-tailed demon fox Daji pays respects to the Lord. Li Mu's eyes lit up. He raised his hand slightly to help her up, blurting out, "My beloved concubine, please rise quickly." Daji was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then rose with a charming smile. Seeing Daji's 8-star talent, Li Mu was slightly surprised, and then opened the talent introduction. In the system's star rating evaluation framework, all divine generals produced by the system were classified into 10-star levels based on their talent strength. 1-star mediocre, 2-star, gifted 3-star, 1 in a million 4-star, peerless genius 5-star, transcendent 6-star, unrivaled 7-star, eternal legend 8-star, hegemon of the 3 realms 9-star, immortal grace 10-star, eternal and everlasting. The higher the growth star rating of a divine general or soldier type, the higher the limit they could reach through future cultivation. Since Overlord Xiang Yu was evaluated as a 7-star legend and Daji as an 8-star hegemon, then a 9-star immortal grace would surely have to be a powerhouse on the level of Nezayang Jian or Qiyu. As for the 10-star, eternal, and everlasting, Li Mu looked forward to it even more. Li Mu forced down the joy in his heart. Amidst an ambiguous atmosphere, the third card flipped open simultaneously. Ding dong, you have activated the random soldier type summoning card, successfully summoning the 6-star soldier type Luo Wang 3000. Soldier type Luo Wang. Strength 6-star. Professional mastery, invisibility, assassination, lurking. Average combat strength 5th grade to 7th grade. Legion commander Zhao Gao 7th grade, killing saint. Soldier type attribute Luo Wang. Assassins can enter a phantom state of concealment during an assassination, undetectable by anyone below the Emperor realm. Description: an assassin organization forged by Zhao Gao of the Great Qin. Though limited in numbers, their intelligence gathering and assassination capabilities are second to none, especially the 6 sword slaves by Zhao Gao's side. Zhengang Duan Shui Luan Shun Wang Liang, Zhuan Po, and Miahan. To pursue greater power, they abandoned their freedom to join Luo Wang, holding peerless famous swords and naming themselves after their blades. The 6 of them are as one, moving like shadows. Under precise coordination, they can suppress even the sword saints Gunya and Wei Zhuang, their formidable strength leaving others speechless. In addition to this, under Luo Wang's banner, there are also heaven-class assassins like Jing Ni and Yin Ri. Their overall strength is terrifying. Li Mu's eyes lit up and his mouth split into a wide grin. To think it's actually 3,000 Luo Wang assassins. The Net was an assassin organization forged by Zhao Gao in the world of the Great Qin Empire. In Li Mu's impression, it could be considered the pinnacle of assassins. Although according to the system, the Net's average combat power ranged from the 5th to 7th rank realm. Yet Li Mu knew that an assassin's strength could not be measured by conventional ranks. The difference between assassination and frontal combat was significant. Li Mu nodded to himself, fairly satisfied with this card draw. He chose not to manifest the 3,000 net assassins for now, as they could be materialized in the imperial capital of Great Xia, if needed. Don't manifest them for now. Li Mu made his choice without hesitation. Though he longed to bathe the Xia capital in blood, rationality prevailed. stillness was better than action. He needed to observe more, at least understand the system tasks, and gather intelligence before making arrangements. The process of claiming the novice gift pack was delightful, yet in reality it took but a moment. Just as Li Mu finished checking his rewards, the nine-tailed fox spoke impatiently. "My lord, this quiet room is a special space created by a sacred artifact. I can break it at will, but if I force my way through it may alert the artifact's owner." Li Mu frowned slightly, asking calmly, "Is there a way to break the seal without alerting anyone?" Daji nodded, her voice sweet as she smiled. "Naturally, but I need time." Li Mu sneered. "My body is still recovering. I'm not in a rush. You may begin." Just as he finished speaking, ripples spread across the space outside the door. A maiden in court attire teleported in. She was Lanshi, the personal maid of Empress Xuanji. Lanshi was exquisitely pretty. If one ignored her intangible aura, her looks even surpassed those of Empress Xuanji. Sensing someone entering, Xiang Yu and Daji quickly hid themselves without waiting for Li Mu's signal. Lanshi, carrying a lunchbox, minced towards the quiet room. "Lanshi greets my lord." Li Mu frowned impatiently, waving his hand. "Don't call me lord. I've severed ties with your mistress. Only deep enmity remains." Lanshi shook her head, stubbornly kneeling respectfully. "You are my mistress's wedded husband, and I am her dowry maid. No matter what happens, you will always be my lord." Li Mu didn't want to dwell on this matter, casually changing the subject. "Wasn't dinner already sent earlier?" Lanshi stepped forward with the box, answering sorrowfully, "My lord, I heard your injuries have worsened perhaps." She choked up, tears silently streaming down. "My lord, I've brought you the finest food and wine. Please eat a little lest you go hungry on the journey." Li Mu paused slightly. "Are you pitying me?" Lanshi bit her lip and shook her head stubbornly, but the tears rolling down her face said it all. Li Mu smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, when facing death, this dowry maid showed more attachment to him than his wife Xuanji. Lanshi wiped her tears, opened the box, and scooped a spoonful of fragrant soup to Li Mu's lips. "My lord, I personally supervise the imperial kitchen. Please taste it." Li Mu pushed the spoon away, asking, "I don't want to eat. Do you have any news from the Tianfu mansion?" Lanshi stubbornly brought the spoon to his lips again. He had no choice but to take a sip. "My lord, when I left, my mistress was in a meeting. I don't know if it was about the Tianfu mansion. At this late hour, who is meeting with her?" Lanshi hesitated. Li Mu's face turned cold, and he pushed the spoon away again, displeased. "Forget it. If you don't dare to say, then don't say it." Lanshi quickly set down the spoon, explaining softly, "My lord, please calm down. I don't dare hide anything. It's the 6 deans of the academy meeting with my mistress." Li Mu nodded expressionlessly, asking no more. The great Xia nation ran on 3 pillars: the Tianfu Mansion, the Astronomical Bureau, and the Sage Academy. The Tianfu Mansion, led by Grand General Li Xuanzi, was responsible for military defense. The Astronomical Bureau observed celestial signs and monitored the realm, headed by the current director. The Sage Academy was led by 6 deans responsible for nurturing talent and educating the realm. Its curriculum was rooted in Confucianism, covering music, chess, calligraphy, painting, military affairs, and rites. Academy disciples were spread across the land, filling all branches of the court. Seeing Li Mu silent for so long, Lanshi again raised the spoon to his lips. "My lord, my mistress truly cares for you. Since you were injured, she has never smiled. For these 3 years, she personally oversaw your meals every day. If your health could recover, she would be very happy too." Li Mu rolled his eyes disdainfully, sneering, "Don't whitewash her. A woman who would kill her own husband for the throne. What good bird could she be? Besides, I, Li Mu, am a hero of my generation. I wouldn't bow to any woman." "No, my lord." Lanshi waved her hands frantically. "What happened back then wasn't what you think. My mistress never wronged you." Li Mu's brows furrowed in anger, and the air in the room turned stifling. "Xuanji didn't wrong me. Then tell me, what happened on our wedding night? Who took advantage of my exhaustion and sleep to injure me like this?" Lanshi shook her head repeatedly. I don't know either. But my lord, you truly misunderstand her. She has had a hard time these 3 years." Before she could finish, Li Mu cut her off with an angry roar. "So she had a hard time, so she tricked me into marriage and made me the scapegoat." Perhaps it was the rebirth after despair that pushed Li Mu's emotions to the brink. All the grievances and bitterness of the past 3 years burst out in that moment. "She had it hard. Do I have it easy? I just wanted to consummate the marriage. I closed my eyes and nearly died. When I woke, my cultivation was crippled, my wounds were incurable, and I was locked in this forbidden space by my own wife to wait for death." Lanshi bit her lip, wanting to say something, but she couldn't utter a word, because she noticed that Li Mu had suddenly become different. His face was still pale, his body still frail, but an inexplicable faint pressure emanated from him, making Lanshi, a 6th-rank martial artist, tremble with fear. While Lanshi was stunned, Li Mu waved his hand impatiently. Get out now, or I'll drag you to bed and ravish you 100 times, letting you taste what 7 ins and 7 outs feel like." "My lord, I'm leaving now." Lanshi's face flushed, but she dared not disobey. She vaguely felt that Li Mu might be in his final moments. In these last moments of his life, she didn't want Li Mu to depart with anger. After the grand bow, Lanshi's figure turned into a phantom and vanished into the quiet chamber. Li Mu took a deep breath, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. At that moment Su Daji's voice came from behind. My lord, this woman carries your aura, though it is extremely faint. However, your servant connected to you by heart was fortunate to discern it. Moreover, she seems to have some unspoken difficulty that she cannot reveal to you. Li Mu was surprised. She brings me meals every day, isn't it normal for her to have my scent? Daji shook her head and explained. My lord, what your servant refers to is the primordial qi, which can only be acquired after intimate relations between man and woman. Li Mu, feeling much better now, slowly sat up by supporting himself on the bedboard, and said, Daji, you're talking nonsense. Although Lan she is quite attractive, I am a proper man and never fool around. Su Daji smiled seductively, a flash of crimson energy flickering in her eyes. Li Mu felt his vision blur, and the surroundings instantly changed. Peach Blossom's fell robes were lightly undone. Daji wore a captivating, enchanting smile, her snow-white skin as eye-catching as creamy jade. Li Mu's breath caught his eyes, instantly fixed. In a moment his gaze cleared, and the room was back to normal. It turned out that the scene was merely an illusion created by Daji's charm technique. Li Mu was instantly overwhelmed. A bulge rose under the blanket, as if a small snake had awakened from slumber. Su Daji stood in a corner of the room, looking at Li Mu with a half-smile. A proper man. Is that so? Li Mu's face flushed red, wishing he could burrow into the blanket. You vixen, what do you want? Su Daji giggled, her face brimming with confidence. My lord, as long as I am seductive enough, there is no proper man in the world. The so-called unmoved by temptation only means the temptation you face is not lethal enough. Xiang Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. My lord, this general believes Daji is right. She is a fox spirit naturally sensitive to primordial qi, so she can stir the most primal impulses between men and women with a mere gesture. Li Mu was taken aback, his expression gradually sobering. You're not lying to me, eh? Su Daji shook her head with a light laugh. Does my lord not trust Daji? Li Mu furrowed his brows, his face unusually grave. Except for the wedding night 3 years ago, I have never been intimate with any woman. Could it be? Li Mu was momentarily stunned, his mind a chaotic mess. After a long while he forced himself to calm down. Daji, Xiang Yu, what do you think about this? Su Daji withdrew her seductive look and spoke with a slightly serious expression. My lord, we too can share all your memories, so we empathize with your experiences over the years. As she spoke, Su Daji lightly waved her sleeve, and a projection appeared in the void. The image was of a court assembly 3 years ago. Crown Prince Yu ascended the throne as emperor, and the officials stood in the court for the ceremony. Just after the ceremony ended, Princess Xuanji in her ceremonial robes forcibly barged into the court. The young girl's brows were filled with joy, a smile beaming on her delicate face, and her clear voice rang out in the court. Congratulations, your majesty, on ascending the throne. Your sister has come today to present a gift and beg your majesty to grant a marriage decree adding joy to our great Xia. As her words fell, the courtiers were all shocked. Great Xia was founded on Confucianism and always valued propriety. Princess Xuanji's intrusion into the court during the Fengshan ceremony was already highly improper. Now she even brought up marriage in public, completely lacking feminine virtue. If this were among commoners, a woman so shameless would be despised and even imprisoned for punishment. The court buzzed with murmurs, and some officials even started pointing fingers. Emperor Yu tried to pacify the ministers, frowning and wanting to expel Princess Xuanji from the hall. But Princess Xuanji was his own sister. Having just ascended the throne, how could Emperor Yu's first act be against his closest kin? He suppressed his anger and asked patiently, Xuanji, you stormed the palace to seek a marriage. Whom do you wish to marry? Princess Xuanji glanced around the court, her beautiful eyes flickering and finally settling on Li Mu. Your Majesty, your sister admires the Marquis Guanju and Li Mu and begs your Majesty to grant this wish. Emperor Yu's expression showed slight surprise, then turned from anger to delight. Emperor Yu had studied martial arts and battle formations under the martial sage of the nation, Li Xuanzi, since childhood. Li Mu was Li Xuanzi's son, thus also Emperor Yu's trusted confidant. If Princess Xuanji could be married to Li Mu, it would greatly benefit Emperor Yu's consolidation of the court. Marquis Guanjuan, are you willing? Li Mu carefully examined Princess Xuanji. Bright eyes, white teeth, a figure as slender as willow fluff, and a delicate face like a celestial maiden. To have such a wife would make this reincarnation worthwhile. Your Majesty, I Li Mu am willing to accept this marriage to be united with Princess Xuanji as one couple for one life, and to share white hair for eternity. The scene shifted. Li Mu took Princess Xuanji to the imperial garden to admire flowers. Princess Xuanji sat on a swing, her face beaming with undisguised joy. Brother Li Mu, I love sitting on the swing like this, embraced by you. It feels like a dream. Li Mu gently held Princess Xuanji from behind, lightly pushing the swing with one hand. If Xuanji likes it, we can come and swing every day, okay? Okay. Li Mu lifted his crimson cape, tore off a strip of cloth, and tied a bow on the swing. This crimson bow is our promise. From now on, this swing is yours exclusively. Brother Li Mu, you are so kind. They gazed into each other's eyes, filled with deep affection. Inside the scroll space, Li Mu looked up at the projection, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Was Princess Xuanji's cheerfulness and cuteness back, then, all an act? The images continued to appear. The wedding, the bridal chamber. Up to the bits and pieces of the past 3 years. Daji's voice rang out again. My lord, haven't you noticed? Princess Xuanji's behavior is contradictory. She stormed the palace for love before the wedding, and the admiration in her eyes for you was no pretense. Yet after the wedding night, she seemed to have become a different person. For these 3 years, she has visited you almost every day. Though her words were sometimes sarcastic, she never actually harmed you. Previously, the thing that nearly killed you was a soul-melting prohibition with corrosive power. If this prohibition was placed by Empress Xuanji, then her behavior becomes very unreasonable. Daji's words reached this point, and Li Mu's face had turned very dark. Ever since the attack on the wedding night, he had fallen into a deep sleep. A black seal inside his body had devoured all his cultivation and released a black energy that constantly corroded his body and soul. If not for the accidental counterkill of that transmigrator and the soul fusion that brought him back to life, he would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, Li Mu suppressed his anger. Daji, if the prohibition on me was not set by Xuanji, then why has she never explained anything to me? And how do you explain her sudden rise to become an empress? Daji stepped forward and gently massaged Li Mu's legs, a soft smile on her face. My lord, a woman's heart is complex. What if she has reasons she cannot bring herself to confess to you? Li Mu fell silent. For these 3 years he had lived as though in a dream, muddled and aimless. Now looking back, he realized he had indeed overlooked many details. If Xuanji truly wished him dead, she would not have gone to such trouble imprisoning him nor seen fit to summon a physician to treat him. Moreover, over these 3 years Xuanji had never neglected Li Mu. Her meals were served promptly and lavishly. Yet it was her personal attendant Lan, she whose behavior remained the most perplexing of all. Throughout these 3 years, Lan, she had repeatedly smuggled information to Li Mu in secret, showing him even greater reverence than Empress Xuanji herself. Most notably, when she delivered his final meal today, the sorrow etched across her face appeared genuine rather than feigned. Li Mu's brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. His gaze drifted to the bedside, where a familiar crimson butterfly came into view. Daji speaks wisely. There is indeed something strange about this. Li Mu's brow furrowed as he reached out and untied the crimson butterfly knot from his bedside. What transpired that year was far more intricate than I ever imagined. Li Mu's eyes narrowed, an urgent desire burning within him to uncover the truth of those events. What role did Xuanji actually play in that incident? Was she one of the masterminds pulling strings from the shadows, or merely another pawn manipulated by others? Li Mu felt as though shrouded in an ominous cloud. After so many years since his transmigration, and having died once already, he still realized how little he truly understood of this world. After the previous emperor's demise, Li Xianxi, at the pinnacle of the 7th grade Saint realm, had become the empire's foremost martial power. Yet Li Mu had vanished for 3 years, neither living nor dead. But Li Xianxi and the Tianxi mansion had remained completely silent. What manner of existence could leave the guardian saint of the state utterly powerless? And what kind of power could so easily overturn the succession of the great Xia throne, elevating Princess Xuanji to the supreme position of empress overnight? Li Mu made a silent vow in his heart. Whoever was pulling the strings from the shadows would pay with blood. At this thought, Li Mu issued a cold command. System, manifest the Luo Wang network to the capital of Xia. Ding dong, 3,000 Luo Wang agents have been manifested. As the system's notification faded, the network materialized throughout the great Xia capital. Zhao Gao, their leader, appeared from nowhere, an aura of cold, sinister energy coalescing around him. This servant Zhao Gao pays respects to my lord. The 3,000 Luo Wang agents have assembled in the capital, awaiting your command. Li Mu nodded and issued his orders coldly. Zhao Gao, you have 3 days to uncover everything significant that has transpired in Great Xia over the past 3 years, particularly the events of my wedding night 3 years ago. Leave no stone unturned. Zhao Gao knelt in reverence. I obey, my lord. Rest assured, this servant will bring the full truth to light. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and added, additionally, send agents to infiltrate the palace. Keep a close watch on Empress Xuanji and Lady Lan Shi. I need to know their every move. After receiving the order, Zhao Gao dissolved into nothingness and vanished. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding dong, the main quest has been triggered. Please choose your path as soon as possible and begin your new journey. Mission 1, negotiate for self-preservation. Represent the Li family of Tianxi mansion in negotiations with Empress Xuanji, promising to surrender military authority in exchange for the family's safety. Completion yields minor fortune accumulation, 10% activation of the Supreme Dragon Soul Seal, a one-time bonus of 30,000 merit points, and 1 5-star extraordinary divine general summon card. Mission 2, rebel and declare independence. In righteous fury, overturn the imperial palace, lead your strongest warriors to break through the royal city, and raise the banner of open rebellion in coordination with Tianxi mansion. Completion grants modest fortune accumulation, 30% activation of the Supreme Dragon Soul Seal, a one-time reward of 100,000 merit points, and 1 7-star legendary divine general summon card. Mission 3 Supreme Demeanor. Strategize from within the command tent and secure victory from 1,000 li away, uncovering the truth of that past incident without ever compromising your principles. Completion yields immense fortune accumulation. Full activation of the Supreme Dragon Soul Seal, a one-time bonus of 500,000 merit points, 1 Supreme Cultivation Technique, and 1 Special Faction Summon card. Does this even require consideration? Li Mu selected Mission 3 without hesitation, the Supreme Demeanor. There was no other choice. The rewards were simply too generous. Moreover, Li Mu had a vague sense that over these years some great hand had indeed been orchestrating everything behind the scenes. He detested this feeling. Whether Xuanji was friend or foe remained unclear for now, so he would set that aside. As the saying when a true man knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Rather than killing Xuanji in a fit of rage, he would uncover the truth first and settle scores methodically. Let her repay everything in due time. Before Li Mu could finish his decision, Su Daji's voice reached him again. My lord, the sealing barrier has been broken. We may leave this place at any moment. The Great Xia Imperial Palace Empress's sleeping chambers. Lady Lan, she was attending to Empress Xuanji as she prepared for rest. My lady, I've heard several academy directors have presented some miraculous healing pills. Why not give some to the lord? He has been brilliant and valiant since childhood. If he recovers, he will surely be of great assistance to you. A flash of severity crossed Xuanji's eyes before vanishing, her voice carrying a faint chill. Tell me you were the one who shared his wedding chamber. Now that his life hangs in the balance, I refuse to save him. Do you not hate me? Lan Shi's face drained of color instantly, and she hurriedly knelt. My lady, forgive this servant. I have served you since I was 5 years old, remaining devoted for 10 years without a single wavering thought. Though I shared one night with the Lord 3 years ago, I would never dare forget your grace. This servant spoke carelessly and erred. Please punish me. Xuanji looked down at Lan Shi, a half-smile playing on her lips. Rise. She smiled faintly, narrowing her eyes as she spoke casually. If you truly care for him, there is no harm in that. Though our union was but a performance, we were husband and wife in name. I too regret his fate. Since you wish to accompany him, go. Consider it repayment for my debt to you. Lan Shi froze, her delicate frame visibly trembling. This servant. She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her pale face. This servant obeys your decree. Empress Xuanji sighed and drew back the bed curtains. You may withdraw now. Lan Shi retreated from the chamber in a daze. As she reached the doorway, Xuanji's cold voice drifted from behind. When circumstances improve, I will grant you a noble title and permit you to be buried with him. This will honor the bond between us. Lan Shi gave a bitter smile and thanked her in a trance. This servant thanks your majesty for your grace. As she exited the sleeping palace, Lan Shi's expression had become unreadable. In the darkness. After Li Mu and the others emerged from the meditation chamber, they discovered it had been a sacred class scroll that had confined him for 3 years. Having secured the scroll, Li Mu and his companions happened to witness this scene. Silently watching Lan Shi's retreating figure, Li Mu felt even more discontent toward Xuanji. At that moment, Su Daji spoke up. My lord, this Empress Xuanji has already broken through to the 8th grade, barely a step weaker than I. Li Mu was astonished. The imperial seal inheritance of the great Xia royal family could make its inheritor powerful in a short time. Yet the short time here was merely a vague term. For instance, the late Emperor Xia, who reigned for a century, had only fused 80% of the seal's power. Even so, he suppressed the entire Great Xia for over 100 years at the peak of 9th grade, earning the heartfelt submission of countless experts. But Xuanji had been on the throne for only 3 years. She had already fused 70%, and her cultivation had broken into the 8th grade. Li Mu, while envying the royal heritage, was secretly shocked by Xuanji's talent. Even more startling was, Su Daji suddenly exclaimed, My lord, this Empress Xuanji is no longer a virgin. It seems our earlier speculation was not entirely accurate. What? Li Mu was utterly stunned. According to Su Daji's earlier guess, Xuanji should have swapped places with Lan Shi on her wedding night, letting Lan Shi take her place in the bridal chamber. But Su Daji's words now left him completely bewildered. Can you detect the primal qi within her? Su Daji immediately understood. My lord wishes to know if the one who deflowered her is you. Li Mu remained silent. Even if he had been cuckolded, he wanted to know exactly what kind of cuckold he was. He couldn't remain ignorant like a fool. Is there a way to confirm? Su Daji looked troubled and explained in a low voice. Empress Xuanji's strength is too great. I would need to seal her cultivation or provoke a violent emotional fluctuation to probe and confirm. Li Mu nodded, then turned to Xiang Yu after a long pause. Xiang Yu, go take a look around and assess the palace's defenses. Xiang Yu clasped his fists and prepared to leave, but Su Daji spoke first. No need to go. I have already scouted the area. Inside the palace, there are 5,000 golden guards averaging the 4th grade. 1 guard commander is at the 6th grade and 2 vice commanders are at the 5th grade. Li Mu frowned. That's not right. Why is the palace defense so weak? As the imperial palace of Great Xia, the guards should at least average the 5th grade, if not all reaching the 6th grade. Li Mu recalled that during the late Emperor Xia's reign the captain of the Imperial Guards was a 7th grade Saint Realm expert barely weaker than General Li Xuanzi. Apart from the visible guards, Emperor Xia also had shadow guards, all of whom were 6th grade King Realm experts. Comparing the two situations, Xuanji as Empress was merely a hollow shell, her retinue so pitiful it was unbearable to behold. What happened 3 years ago? Why is the Imperial Guard so depleted? With these questions, Li Mu entered Xuanji's bedchamber. Since the palace defenses were lax, he considered launching a surprise attack on the Empress. Even if he couldn't cause her any substantial trouble, he had to at least find out whether Xuanji was truly his woman. Su Daji and Xiang Yu melted into the shadows. Li Mu alone crept toward the large bed in the darkness. Previously, he had been protected by Su Daji. Thus, as Li Mu approached the bed, Xuanji remained completely unaware. This deepened Li Mu's suspicion. This was the great wilderness world. Though Emperor Realm cultivators above the 9th grade were rare, there were many experts below the Great Emperor. For Su Daji, an 8th grade peak demon sovereign, to lead him so brazenly to the Empress's bedside and dance there. It was clear that Xuanji had not had an easy time in the 3 years since she became Empress. Just as Li Mu was about to signal Su Daji to subdue Xuanji while she slept, Xuanji suddenly woke from her bed. "Who's there?" As she shouted, she pulled a long sword from under her pillow and slashed at Li Mu. Li Mu was startled. He had never imagined that Xuanji, the Empress of Great Xia, monarch of the realm, would sleep with a weapon under her pillow. The cold gleam of the blade reflected onto Li Mu's face. Xuanji's sword stroke froze mid-air as her eyes caught sight of Li Mu's face in the blade's light. "Brother Mu." Staring dumbfounded at Li Mu's face, Xuanji's eyes flickered with a momentary loss. Seconds later, her expression changed abruptly, and she demanded harshly, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating Emperor Li Mu and sneaking into my bedchamber?" Li Mu stared at Xuanji in silence for a long time, then took out the blood-red bow he had untied from the headboard earlier. "Do you recognize this? Anything you want to say?" Xuanji's face showed shock, then a flash of joy. "You? The seal inside you has been lifted. How did you manage that? You seem quite surprised." Li Mu tossed the blood-red bow onto Xuanji's large bed. "Then Xuanji, it's time to fulfill your earlier promise. Sweep the bed and await my command." Xuanji was taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. I was just speaking casually. Sorry, Your Majesty, an imperial edict is an imperial edict. I took it seriously." Xuanji composed herself, resuming her aloof demeanor. A mere jest between husband and wife is hardly an imperial decree. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "Husband and wife. Sorry, you're divorced." Xuanji was stunned. "What did you say?" she asked incredulously, anger flaring in her eyes. "I am the Empress of Great Xia. How dare you divorce me?" Li Mu sneered with narrowed eyes. "What? Just because you're the Supreme Empress, Li Mu cannot divorce you." Xuanji, hearing Li Mu's arrogant words, laughed in fury. "Li Mu, in the past you were indeed dazzlingly talented among the younger generation, enough to make hearts flutter." Xuanji pointed her long sword at Li Mu's chest, her delicate face covered in frost, and said contemptuously, "But now you are nothing but an ant in my eyes. What makes you think you have the right to divorce me?" Li Mu clasped his hands behind his back, smirking at Xuanji. "Whether I have the right, why don't you find out?" Xuanji frowned slightly and snapped coldly. "Playing tricks." As she spoke, Xuanji swung her right hand behind her back, formed a sword finger with her left, and traced the character bind in the air. The bind character transformed into numerous long serpents that shot toward Li Mu. Li Mu ignored them completely. Not only was Su Daji hidden in the shadows ready to strike, but even if Su Daji had no suitable opportunity, there was still Xiang Yu watching from the sidelines. The energy serpents, swift as lightning, quickly reached Li Mu. At that moment, a female assassin clad in black with a face-covering veil flew into the bedchamber, twin daggers dancing like vipers slashing toward the Empress. Violet blade light dispersed the bind character into nothingness. The frail figure held her daggers before her chest, standing protectively in front of Li Mu. "I'll hold her off. You go." A voice tinged with softness drifted over, causing Li Mu to pause momentarily before a faint smile crossed his face. "Wretched slave, you seek death." A fierce glint flashed through Xuanji's eyes as her left hand formed a sword seal, once more tracing the character kill. Unlike the intricate gentleness of the bind technique, the energy condensed by the kill technique was far more violent and domineering. The blood-red kill energy transformed into a sky-filling storm of crimson blade light, enveloping the two of them. The delicate figure remained steadfast before Li Mu, refusing to yield a single step, charging boldly into the rain of blade light. "I can't hold them off. Run." No sooner had the urgent cry fallen than a blade light slashed across her shoulder. "Oomph." A muffled grunt escaped her lips as the female assassin was sent flying backward by the immense force. At that moment, a voice of enchanting allure whispered into Xuanji's ear. "Come play with Daji." The seductive laughter sent a wave of goosebumps across Xuanji's skin. A crimson phantom of a nine-tailed fox materialized behind her. Xuanji recoiled in alarm, but it was already too late. Strands of crimson energy coalesced into a luminous barrier, instantly freezing Xuanji in midair. A nine-tailed vixen. You're of the demon race. Xuanji was stunned, but Daji merely flashed a bewitching smile and sauntered over to Li Mu's side. My lord Daji has confirmed it. There is a faint aura within her, nearly extinguished yet unmistakably yours. Li Mu's face darkened at the words. How could a man as chaste as I am have accumulated so many romantic debts? Every woman I meet claims I've planted my seed. Is that polite? Is that rational? Li Mu remained deeply skeptical of the result. Yet since Daji's verification was beyond doubt, Xuanji could not be killed until the truth was uncovered. Li Mu, you dare collude with the demon race. Have you forgotten that humans and demons walk different paths? Xuanji's voice cut through the air. Li Mu swept her a complicated glance, then shot back with a darkened face. Xuanji, so what if I have? Are you saying I'm not allowed to court a vixen openly when you scheme to murder your own husband on our wedding night? Xuanji's expression stiffened at his words. Li Mu pressed his advantage, continuing to berate her. I have a wife of ethereal beauty, yet you left me a celibate widower in bed for 3.5 years. Now that I've finally found a vixen, you're the one raising a fuss. You may be the great Xiang Empress, but you are also my wife, Li Mu's wife. Have you ever fulfilled a single day of your marital duties? Xuanji's face turned ashen. I can grant you titles and ranks, shower you with wealth and honor. Whatever you desire, I will compensate you. Li Mu's lips curled in derision. On our wedding night, I fought 7 charges and 7 retreats. Let's do the math. 3.5 years equals 1,000 days. 7 times each day is 7,000 times. Did I miscount? You? What do you mean? For the sake of our marital bond, I'll give you a 50% discount. 7,000 halved. Wait, that's 14,000. Pay me back accordingly. Xuanji. The two fell into silence, but a low chuckle suddenly broke from the side. Hee. Li Mu turned to see Su Daji, standing by the curtain, laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Think my math is wrong. Su Daji was already clutching her stomach from laughter. No. Isn't that a bit too many? Li Mu rolled his eyes and pulled Su Daji into the curtain. You think it's too much? How about you cover half for her? Empress Xuanji let out a cold snort, her face dark enough to drip water. She had thought Li Mu came to settle scores, but he was truly here to settle accounts. Su Daji seemed to catch wind of Li Mu's mischievous intent, and with a seductive laugh, she eagerly adjusted her posture. Share and share alike. I'll take half. Li Mu looked straight at Xuanji and asked teasingly. She wants to cover half for you. Do you agree? Xuanji's face went pale. Li Mu, I've fallen into your hands today. Kill me or torture me as you please. There's no need for such humiliation. Li Mu stepped forward, tilting the Empress's chin with a mocking touch. Xuanji, if you don't want to be humiliated, tell me everything about what happened back then. Xuanji snorted, smiling despite her anger. On our wedding night, you didn't even realize your own wife had been taken. What's the point of asking all this now 3 years later? Do you really think a mere 8th-ranked demon sovereign can help you take revenge? Li Mu's eyes narrowed at her words. Xuanji's statement revealed far more than she intended. She had been abducted 3 years ago, and second, her captor was formidable. So much so that even Su Daji, an 8th-ranked demon sovereign, could not contend with them. Seeing Li Mu lost in thought and silence, Xuanji sighed and spoke gently. Li Mu, rather than dwelling on the past, cherish what lies before you. Now that the seal within you is undone, hurry back to the Tian's mansion in Yinlong River. Urge your father to surrender his military command and retreat into the mountains, lest your entire family be destroyed. Smack! Li Mu's palm struck Xuanji's face, drawing a trickle of blood from her lip. Xuanji, we were husband and wife. I won't kill you today, nor will I force the truth from you. But let me warn you, if so much as a hair on my family's heads is harmed, whether or not you were involved, I will leave the great Xia littered with corpses for 10,000 li and dye its capital in blood. With that, Li Mu turned and strode out. As he reached the palace threshold, his gaze flicked toward the female assassin in the corner, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Daji, bring the girl along. We're leaving. Li Mu and his group had barely exited the palace when patrolling Imperial guards spotted them. Hundreds of guards closed in the atmosphere, instantly turning taut. Just then, Xuanji's commanding voice echoed from within the palace. Let them go. Li Mu is the Imperial Lord of my great Xia. From now on, he shall not be obstructed from entering or leaving the palace. The guards froze in confusion, but the captain quickly recovered and bowed with utmost reverence. Eugene, captain of the Imperial Guard, pays homage to the Imperial Lord. Li Mu glanced back toward the palace, catching sight of a figure standing at the entrance. Willowy as a willow catkin, yet radiating boundless authority. Xuanji, the bond between us as husband and wife is severed. I dare not claim the title of Imperial Lord. He turned and left without looking back. Xuanji watched his departing silhouette, a flicker of complex emotion passing over her delicate features. With her cultivation, she could sense it clearly. Beside Li Mu stood not only the 9-tailed Su Daji, but also Xiang Yu, a 7th-rank martial sage whose aura was fierce and formidable. The sudden appearance of two such figures naturally stunned Xuanji. But after the shock faded, she could only shake her head helplessly. Li Mu, leave the great Xia. the farther the better. As her words faded, a black-robed figure wearing a dragon mask materialized from thin air. Xuanji, you could have gone with Xiaomu. Xuanji smiled bitterly, a single hot tear rolling down her cheek. I am the empress of the Great Xia, its last hope. If I leave, the Great Xia is truly finished. The masked figure tried to speak again, but Xuanji had already wiped away her tears, resuming her usual cold aloofness. Longing, the seal within Li Mu has been completely undone. Go investigate what method he used. Perhaps it could help your body. Longing let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. It's useless. I forced the seal open with the imperial seal, and the damage to my vital essence is done. Even if the great emperor himself came, it would be too late to turn back. As Li Mu stepped out of the palace gate, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for diving into the abyss as a hidden dragon, gathering a small amount of luck. Reward, 300 merit points, a random troop summon card 1. Without a second thought, Li Mu summoned immediately. Ding dong, you have used the random troop summon card, successfully summoning a 6-star special troop, Yeting Hongyan 5000. Yeting Hongyan. Li Mu had never heard of this troop before. Neither in historical records, biographies, nor novels or films had such a troop ever been documented. According to the system's settings, even Luoyang was only rated 6 stars, yet this Yeting Hongyan also achieved the same 6-star strength and was classified as a special troop. Troop Yeting Hongyan. Strength 6 stars. Profession Mastery, Disguise, Poison, Illusion, Seduction. Average Combat Power 5th to 7th grade. Legion Commander Xiang Yu, 7th grade, Confucian Sage Peak. Description: Empress Wu Zetian was once imprisoned in the Yeting Palace and deeply understood the hardships of the women there. After ascending the throne, she vigorously trained the female slaves of the Yeting Palace, selecting those with exceptional beauty and talent to teach them medicine, poison, and seduction techniques, forming the Hongyan. The Hongyan covert agents lurked beside the civil and military officials, as well as the leaders of the Plum Blossom Inner Guards, carrying out close surveillance, intelligence theft, and assassinations. Holy crap, no wonder she's a legendary empress. This troop is terrifying. Li Mu sighed, his jaw dropping in awe. It was said that after ascending the throne, Empress Wu secretly established the Plum Blossom Inner Guards to blend into the populace for intelligence gathering. When watching TV dramas in his past life, Li Mu always felt something was off. The Plum Blossom Inner Guards were granted imperial authority to execute first and report later. Given Wu Zetian's suspicious nature, how could she trust these guards so completely? It turned out that her true trump card was a group of beautiful women, the Hongyan covert agents. So the so-called Plum Blossom Inner Guards were merely cannon fodder for public display. The Empress's true reliance had always been Xiang Yu and her Hongyan agents. By controlling Xiang Yu and the Hongyan, Li Mu could indirectly manipulate the entire court of officials. What a formidable tactic. She had all the men of the Tang dynasty wrapped around her finger. It seemed the system's 6-star rating was no exaggeration. Although the individual combat prowess of these Hongyan agents might not surpass that of Luoyang assassins, their potential impact far exceeded what Luoyang killers could ever achieve. If these femme fatale were used wisely, a single woman could rival 100,000 troops. Never underestimate them. After all, Wu Zetian conquered Li Shimin and Li Ji with her yoga night exercise, and the Hongyan agents used the same yoga routine to conquer the civil and military officials of the Great Tang, indirectly controlling the entire realm. At that moment, a spark of gossip arose in Li Mu's heart. Was the legendary detective Di Renjia ever conquered by the Hongyan? Which formidable figure breached Di Renjia's defenses? Was it the Hongyan commander Xiang Yu? Or could it be the Empress herself? Just as Li Mu was indulging in his fantasies, a series of figures materialized before him. At the forefront stood a woman in a goose-yellow long dress, her exquisite features rivaling even Su Daji. Unlike Su Daji, she exuded less charm and allure, appearing gentle and serene, yet tinged with a faint melancholy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the special troop, Yeting Hongyan, successfully gaining the allegiance of the 7-star commander, Xiang Yu. Retainer Xiang Yu. Role covert agent, attendant governance. Growth potential 7 stars, unmatched. Trait attributes. Strategy 180, higher strategy values enhance governance ability. Beauty 115, higher beauty reduces the cost of seduction skills. Charm 125, higher charm increases the power of seduction skills. Combat grade 7th grade, Confucian Sage Peak. Soul talent, female chancellor. Xiang Yu masters the true essence of Confucianism, possessing the ability to guide wills, easily suppressing all dissent. My lord, Xiang Yu leads the Hongyan sisters to pledge our loyalty to you. Please give your orders. Xiang Yu knelt reverently, her expression devout. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. 7th grade peak. Xiang Yu was the only female chancellor in history. Although her legend was not as dazzling as Xiang Yu's, her abilities were recognized by history. Historical records praised her as the female chancellor, a testament to her significance. Li Mu studied her carefully. Xiang Yu's appearance matched the image he had imagined. Although she exuded a faint aura of melancholy, it was expected. After all, Xiang Yu possessed peerless beauty and profound intellect, yet her family was destroyed, and she was enslaved in the Yeding Palace from childhood. In the end, she proved her worth through her abilities, but was confined by Wu Zetian in the Deep Palace, wasting her prime years. Anyone would be as melancholic as she was. Behind Xiang Yu stood the 5,000 Hanyan agents. With a single glance, Li Mu was stunned in awe. A full 5,000 young maidens knelt respectfully. A sweep of the eyes revealed beauties resembling Naza and Reba. Occasionally he spotted a few like Lu Tianxinzhou Huimin or Lin Qingxia. The Hanyan selected by Wu Zetian herself. Each one was undoubtedly rated above 95 in beauty. Unlike Luo Wang, they did not wear black robes or veils that would arouse suspicion. As skilled covert agents, these women had clearly put effort into their attire. Some wore tattered fine clothes disguising themselves as fallen noble women. Others donned silk and satin dressed like courtesans from brothels. In any case, their disguises highlighted their beauty, capturing men's attention instantly. As long as the men before them were not blind. A casual glance would reveal glimpses of fair skin through the rips, and their stunningly beautiful faces even under the grime. Faced with such a scene, even Di Renjia would have been overwhelmed. Even Tang Sanzang would have suffered a sudden spike in blood pressure. Li Mu stepped forward to help Xiang Yu up, saying softly, "Please rise quickly. The ground is cold. From now on you will stay by my side to handle internal affairs." Xiang Yu hesitated briefly, then asked quietly, "My lord, these sisters are all top graduates from the training camp. Do you have any tasks for them?" Li Mu pondered for a long time, then addressed all the Hanyan agents. "This place is different from the Great Tang. You must first blend into the streets to understand this world before considering infiltration and espionage. Choose your infiltration targets yourselves. The scope is temporarily set within the Eastern Wilderness. No time limit for concealment. Other details will be arranged by Commander Xiang. I have only one request: stay safe and return alive." Li Mu's sincere words moved all the Hanyan agents deeply. "We are willing to die for our lord without regret." Li Mu nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your loyalty. I do not need you to sacrifice your bodies or even your lives to obtain intelligence. I want you to become your true selves, find opportunities to infiltrate those dynasties, empires, and even immortal sects, and become the new generation of heroines in this world. I look forward to seeing among you empresses, female emperors, even saintesses of immortal sects or sect leaders. I anticipate it, and I am proud of you." Having spoken, Li Mu dismissed the group of beauties and assigned Xiang Yu the same task as Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's spider's web was now focusing on investigating intelligence from 3 years ago. Although the spider's web also had intelligence units like demons and monsters specifically for infiltration and reconnaissance, the beauties were far more adept at investigating these old affairs. All the beauties under Xiang Yu were stunning women who a casual sip of wine and a flirtatious glance could extract a great deal of information. Shortly after Xiang Yu issued Li Mu's orders, Zhao Gao appeared before Li Mu. "Zhao Gao, leader of the spider's web, pays homage to my lord." Li Mu waved dismissively. "Let us first return to the mansion." The mansion he referred to was his own marquis residence, not the celestial strategy manor far away at the border. This residence was bestowed by the Yu Emperor with its scale and specifications befitting royal treatment. 3 years ago it had served as the consort mansion for his grand wedding with Princess Xuanji. Now he wondered how dilapidated it had become. Crossing the imperial square before the palace, they arrived at the marquis residence. When Li Mu approached, he discovered the entire mansion had been renovated and expanded, and the plaque on the main gate had been replaced with Hidden Dragon Villa. Just as Li Mu was momentarily stunned, Lan, she whom Su Daji had brought from the bedchamber, spoke up. "My lord, the mansion was expanded by the female emperor 3 years ago and converted into a summer retreat. She occasionally stays here for a few days." Li Mu nodded upon hearing this. "Lan Shi, from today on you will attend to me personally. Let us go inside and have a look." Lan Shi's cheeks flushed at his words. "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Without waiting for a reply, Lan Shi stepped forward to call at the gate. "The sovereign returns to the mansion." As Lan Shi's voice rang out, everyone in the mansion rushed out with excited faces. Li Mu looked up and noticed that the staff had not been replaced. They were all the old servants who had served him before. Seeing so many familiar faces, Li Mu's resentment toward Xuanji lessened somewhat. The old steward approached, already weeping with joy at the sight of Li Mu. "Grandpa Long, I'm back." Li Mu stepped forward and addressed him respectfully. Good, it's good to be back." Elder Long patted Li Mu's shoulder, his face beyond words of excitement. Li Mu's gaze swept over everyone. "I appreciate all your hard work. Go back to rest, we can reminisce slowly when dawn comes." One by one they came forward to pay their respects, then slowly dispersed at Li Mu's urging. When only 2 similar-looking young maids remained in the courtyard, they rushed over together. "Young Master Xuanger missed you so much." Li Mu smiled and embraced the Xuanger sisters. 3 years apart, and you've grown up, Xuang. Xuanger had grown up with Li Mu, they were twin sisters. From childhood, they had been Li Mu's personal maids, not family, but closer than kin. If Li Mu had anyone he deeply cared about in this world, the Xuanger sisters were certainly among them. "Young master, we clean your room every day? Xuanger will attend to your rest." "All right." Li Mu nodded, then turned to Lan Shi. "Lan Shi, go rest with Xuanger for now. I'll come over after I finish some business. Having said that, Li Mu walked toward the inner residence while asking Xiao Gao, any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Xiao Gao nodded and replied respectfully, time was too short, your servant only managed to uncover the general outline. Li Mu did not reprimand him and said calmly, no matter, just tell me what you've heard. Xiao Gao lowered his voice and began, the matter began on the night of your wedding. After attending the wedding feast of Yu and Princess Xuanji, the Yu Emperor was ambushed on his way back to the palace. The attackers threatened his life and forced him to open the palace gates. Immediately afterward, the 10,000 celestial strategy dragon cavalry under your command suddenly mobilized, and together with the Feather Forest guards stormed into the imperial palace. The palace guards resisted desperately, but were outnumbered. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's expression changed drastically. He had considered every possibility except that his own celestial strategy dragon cavalry had initiated a rebellion. Those 10,000 cavalry were specially summoned by Li Mu from the celestial strategy manor back to the Xia capital. They were all elite veterans who had fought against wild beasts on the Dragon Suppression Pass. The reason Li Mu had done so was to make a grand spectacle at his wedding. Before his transmigration, he could not even afford a bride price, and a fleet of luxury cars was far beyond his reach. Now, having transmigrated to a different world, being ennobled, and marrying a princess, it was only fitting to deploy 10,000 dragon cavalry to hold the horses and bear the halberds as ceremonial guards during the wedding procession. And indeed, the scene of 1,000 troops holding halberds on the wedding day stunned everyone. Even now, Li Mu felt immensely proud recalling it. Seeing Xiao Gao pause his narrative, Li Mu urged him in a low voice. I'm fine. Continue. Xiao Gao nodded and went on. The battle in the palace lasted all night, only ceasing at dawn. It is said that everyone in the imperial palace was brutally slaughtered, except for the Yu Emperor, who was spared. Tens of thousands of people in the palace met a violent death. Your servant has not yet uncovered the details. I only know that after the palace purge, you were ambushed at the consort mansion. The next day, Imperial tutor Xiang, backed by the civil officials, forcibly deposed the Yu Emperor and installed Princess Xuanji as the female emperor. The entire coup went smoothly with no opposition among the officials. General-in-Chief Li Xuanza voluntarily submitted a memorial after the coup requesting to be stationed at the Dragon Suppression Pass, distancing himself from the court. Now there is a rumor circulating among the people. Xiao Gao paused here, hesitating and looking at Li Mu. Li Mu's face darkened as he glared. Continue. What is the rumor? Xiao Gao shrank his neck and spoke in a low voice. The rumor says that it was the Celestial Strategy General-in-Chief Li Xuanza who led the Celestial Strategy Dragon Cavalry in orchestrating this coup with the aim of installing his daughter-in-law Princess Xuanji on the throne, allowing his son Li Mu to steal the Great Xia dynasty. Over the past 3 years, the female Emperor Xuanji has hardly governed, leading many to believe she is merely a puppet with the real power behind the court being her husband Yu. Xiao Gao stopped there, awaiting Li Mu's instructions. Interesting. This game gets more and more interesting. Li Mu was utterly speechless. My father Li Xuanza has inexplicably become the scapegoat, while I Li Mu am the sacrificial lamb. Li Mu's face was terrifyingly dark. He gave a cold laugh and turned to Shang Wanwaner. Past the next phase of intelligence gathering to the beauties. I want to know where such rumors originated. Also focus on finding out whether the Yu Emperor is still alive. If he is, where is he now? Shang Wanwaner respectfully accepted the order and immediately went to issue the latest directives. In this intelligence report, Xiao Gao had specifically pointed out the roles of Imperial Preceptor Xiang and the capital Yulin Guards in this coup. The Yulin Guards were numerous and powerful, so they could be dealt with later. But this Imperial Preceptor Xiang would have to be brought in for questioning. However, by this point, Li Mu had a clear understanding of what had transpired. After that incident years ago, Xuanji had risked her life to save both his and Emperor Yu's. But although their lives had been spared, powerful cultivators from the Confucian sect had placed hidden seals within their bodies that were constantly eroding their vitality. Now that Li Mu's seals had been lifted, Emperor Yu was far less fortunate. Judging by the severity of what had been done to him, the seals within Emperor Yu's body were undoubtedly far more potent and terrifying than what Li Mu had endured. Even with the Imperial Dragon Qi of Great Xia protecting him, he would likely be dead or crippled. A cold smile touched Li Mu's lips as he turned his gaze back to Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao, you have your orders. Deploy the entire Luo Wang network to slaughter the Imperial Preceptor's mansion and bring me that old dog, Xiang. I want to see who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. After orchestrating such a grand scheme, they cannot simply hide in the shadows. Before Xiao Gao could respond, Su Daji spoke up with a seductive smile. My lord, while Xiang is indeed suspicious, would not slaughtering the Imperial Preceptor's mansion prematurely alert our opponent before we have uncovered the full truth? It does not matter. Li Mu's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he smiled coldly. Investigating cases and clearing injustices is the king of hell's duty. Our task is simply to send all these suspects to meet him. Xiao Gao's lips curled into a sinister smile as he accepted the order and departed. Watching this, Shang Wanwaner offered a gentle smile. My lord, this humble one is willing to assist the Luo Wang in raiding the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Great Xia Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Although it was already the dead of night, the mansion remained brightly lit. Melodic sounds of dance and music echoed from the halls. Dozens of young men held dancing maidens in their arms, drinking wine. Meanwhile, shadows gathered in the darkness, hurtling toward the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. A careful observer might notice several beautiful maidens subtly approaching the mansion from the shadows. Inside the Imperial Preceptor's residence, Imperial Preceptor Ouyang Xiu knelt on the ground, gazing reverently at a pale-faced scholar seated above him. Master, the Tiansu Mansion is a place where dragons and tigers lie in wait, and it is guarded by National Marshal Saint Li Xiansu. Were we not overly confident in our assessment of the enemy? The pale-faced scholar held a chess piece, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate board before him, and replied dismissively, Li Xiansu is but a brute. He is not worth our concern. The true challenge of this mission lay not in confronting Li Xiansu's martial prowess, but in executing the operation flawlessly, without leaving any trace. While Li Xiansu himself posed little threat, the martial god mountain behind him was far less accommodating. Furthermore, the Li family had a daughter cultivating at Penglai in the South Sea. If this matter became entangled with the sect, it could spark a conflict between superpowers with unpredictable consequences. Master Li Xiansu is merely a seventh-rate martial saint. Would Martial God Mountain really risk a major conflict with our sect over him? The pale-faced scholar shook his head with a cold smile. Though a seventh-rate martial saint's life holds little value, Martial God Mountain's dignity is priceless. Li Xiansu may have been merely an inner-sect deacon within Martial God Mountain, but he embodied the mountain's prestige and authority. As for Penglai in the South Sea, the implications were even more significant. The Li family's daughter held the position of chief inner disciple at Penglai Immortal Residence, highly regarded by the elders. No one could overlook the influence a genius disciple wields over their sect. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have learned much. As Ouyang Xiu finished speaking, a series of shrieks suddenly erupted from outside. A young man burst through the door in sheer panic, his face and clothes drenched in blood. Master, disaster has struck. Dark-clad assassins have suddenly flooded into the mansion, thousands of them. The senior brothers outside have been overwhelmed. The pale-faced scholar's expression shifted to shock as he turned to Ouyang Xiu. What is happening? Ouyang Xiu hastily rose to his feet and replied with deep reverence. Master, I too am unaware of why assassins have attacked. Let me go investigate the situation. Should matters turn dire, I pray you will lend your aid. With those words, Ouyang Xiu rushed out the door. After a moment's hesitation, the pale-faced scholar followed, bringing the young disciple along. Upon stepping outside, they found the mansion engulfed in flames, with screams echoing throughout. Many servants and retainers were putting up a desperate fight under the leadership of the estate guards. Dark-clad figures moved through the courtyards like reapers of death, mercilessly claiming lives. The moment Ouyang Xiu appeared, the 6 sword slaves of the Luo Wang network locked onto him. The 6 sword slaves transformed into 6 shadowy figures with their long swords, surrounding Ouyang Xiu at the center of the inner courtyard. His eyes turned cold and sharp as he demanded, "Who are you to attack the Imperial Preceptor's mansion?" A chilling voice drifted down from the roof beam. "Travelers on the path to the netherworld, ferrymen of the Yellow Springs. By order of our lord, we come to escort 3,000 souls from the Imperial Preceptor's household." Ouyang Xiu's expression shifted as he turned to see a short, stout man with sinister features perched above, looking down upon them all. The moment he recognized Zhao Gao, Ouyang Xiu was stunned. Killing Saint. The pale-faced scholar's expression grew grave as his wary eyes swept over Zhao Gao and the 6 sword slaves. 6 at the peak of the King realm, 1 at the Saint realm. Even the ordinary dark-clad assassins were all experts of the 5th rank or above. Several young men hurried toward the scholar, their faces etched with panic. "Master, there are far too many of them, over 1,000. What shall we do?" The pale-faced scholar's expression hardened as he looked up at Zhao Gao. "What an impressive display of force. I wonder what offense my student has committed to warrant such attention that you would travel all the way from the Sea of Killing Life and send the Killing Saint to lead this operation." The moment these words left the scholar's lips, everyone present paled. Ouyang Xiu's face turned deathly white, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Master, are you saying they come from the Sea of Killing Life?" The pale-faced scholar sighed gravely. "Beyond the Sea of Killing Life, known as the Desert of Death, I cannot imagine any other place capable of assembling so many elite assassins. Yet I fail to comprehend. The Sea of Killing Life lies millions of miles from our eastern wasteland. What could possibly drive you to send such a formidable force all this way?" Zhao Gao ignored the question entirely. Understanding that peace was impossible today, the scholar cast a complicated glance at Ouyang Xiu before his chessboard began to glow. Star chess formation. The board soared into the sky, each piece radiating starlight like the vast cosmos. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the scholar. 8th rank. Confucian Venerable. Zhao Gao's expression shifted, his brows furrowing. This pale-faced scholar was an 8th rank Confucian Venerable, matching Su Daji in power. Before Zhao Gao could react, the scholar spoke first. I am aware of your sea of killing life's code. Once a mission is accepted, it ends only in death or victory. Since we have crossed paths today, I have no desire to conflict with you. Allow me to retreat with my disciples, and we shall each go our separate ways in peace. But if you refuse to compromise, then this old man will risk offending the sea of killing life and fight you to the death. Zhao Gao paused at these words, his mung bean-sized eyes narrowing slightly. He had no idea where the Xiang Yu was. Since the other party seemed to harbor a misunderstanding, he was more than happy to go along with it. Li Mu's target was Ouyang Xiu. All the net needed to do was capture Ouyang Xiu and wipe out the Imperial Tutor's mansion to complete their mission. As for this 8th grade great scholar, Zhao Gao had no intention of clashing with him head-on. With that thought, Zhao Gao let out a sinister chuckle. Venerable Confucian sage, since we meet by chance, it's only fitting that we leave each other in peace. But our target is the Imperial Tutor's mansion, so you cannot take a single person from it. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiu hastily cried out for help. Master, I beg you to save your disciple. I have always been utterly loyal to the sect. The pale-faced scholar hesitated slightly, then turned to Zhao Gao and asked again, Sir, may I ask who exactly my disciple Ouyang Xiu has offended? If I could mediate on his behalf, would you spare his life? Zhao Gao sneered coldly. The Xiang Yu acts for money alone, we don't dwell on the past. Venerable Confucian sage, it would be best not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Otherwise you might just become our next target. The pale-faced scholar's expression shifted, and he cast a slightly apologetic glance at Ouyang Xiu. Ouyang Xiu, once the Xiang Yu issues a kill order, it is a matter of life and death. I can save you once, but I cannot protect you at every moment. Since death comes sooner or later, you might as well face your fate with acceptance. Having said this, the pale-faced scholar gave Zhao Gao a slight nod, withdrew the star-grid chessboard in his hand, and instructed the disciples beside him, let's go. Under Zhao Gao's gaze, the pale-faced scholar swiftly departed with his dozen or so disciples. At the same time, the long swords of the 6 sword slaves all swung toward Ouyang Xiu. The pale-faced scholar and his group hurriedly withdrew from the Imperial Tutor's mansion, unaware that several ethereal, graceful figures were silently following them through the darkness. Hearing the cries of agony echoing from behind, a trace of shame flickered across the pale-faced scholar's face. The Xiang Yu was the sacred land that all assassins in the realm vied to pay homage to, and a forbidden ground that even the mightiest warriors of the great wilderness spoke of with dread. Once entangled by the Xiang Yu, one had to live a life of constant vigilance and fear, for you never knew when the next assassination attempt would strike. Nor did you know how powerful the next assassin sent after you might be. Even as an 8th grade Confucian venerable, he dared not provoke the Xiang Yu lightly. After putting several hundred meters between themselves and the Imperial Tutor's mansion, a faint feeble cry for help drifted through the air. Help! The pale-faced scholar halted and casually chose a disciple dressed in white robes to give instructions to. Go and see who is calling for help. The young man nodded and followed the sound. Before he had taken more than a few steps, he saw 2 alluring silhouettes, one tall and one short, stumbling unsteadily toward him. Sister, I can't run anymore, let's rest a while. No, sister, we barely managed to crawl out through that dog hole. Let's push on a bit farther before we rest. The voices belonged to 2 strikingly pretty young maidens. A flicker of surprise passed through the white-robed youth's eyes, and he quickly turned to look. One casual glance was all it took, and his gaze was riveted. Though the 2 girls' faces were smeared with blood and dirt, it could not conceal their delicate, exquisite beauty. Especially the younger of the 2, a lowly-like maiden who embodied the old saying of a cherubic face paired with a voluptuous figure, with her timid wide eyes and fair tender complexion. A pair of supple mounds bounced rhythmically with each of her bounding steps, leaping straight into the white-robed youth's heart. So big. Just as the white-robed youth was greedily savoring the view, the 2 girls noticed that someone was blocking their path. Might you 2 young ladies have just escaped from the Imperial Tutor's mansion? The white-robed youth put on a gentle smile, softening his voice as much as he could. The 2 girls exchanged a glance. The elder of the 2 wiped the blood from her face, revealing a clear, finely featured countenance. And no, my sister and I are not from the Imperial Tutor's mansion. Please don't capture us. Her eyes were full of panic, and she waved her hands frantically while wearing an expression that could melt the hardest heart. The white-robed youth's eyes were practically glued to her. Dear sister, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I too just escaped from the Imperial Tutor's mansion. I see that you 2 sisters don't seem to have anywhere to go. Why not come with me? Go with you? Indeed. I am Bai, a disciple of the Confucian sect. Ouyang Xiu, the Grand Tutor of the Great Xia dynasty, is my senior brother, and the 6 deans of the Academy of Sages are my uncles. Bai spoke in a gentle tone, continuing to coax them. If you 2 sisters are willing, I could recommend you to join the Confucian sect as disciples. From then on we would be fellow students, and who knows what the future might hold. Before Bai could finish, the younger lowly-like maiden jumped for joy. Sister, we're saved? He's grandfather Ouyang's junior brother, can we? Her words were cut short as her older sister shot her a wary look. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. When did we ever know any grandfather Ouyang? Bai Yi's face lit up with glee at this exchange, and he laughed inwardly, still claiming you didn't escape from the imperial tutor's mansion. Just a couple of young girls, too naive. 2 sentences, and you've already given yourselves away. As long as I lead you into the sect, a simple junior sister like this won't be hard to win over being so close. With that thought, Bai Yi quickly squeezed out a smile and followed their lead. Yes. You are not from the imperial tutor's mansion, and you don't know any Xiang Yu. Bai Yi placated the 2 girls while guiding them back toward where the pale-faced scholar was waiting. After walking a short distance, the lowly-like maiden suddenly tugged on Bai Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, will you really take us to become disciples?" "I will," Bai Yi answered without a moment's hesitation. "What if your master doesn't accept us?" The older girl's eyes carried a hint of hesitation mingled with anticipation. Bai Yi stiffened at the question, then after a few seconds of thought his eyes lit up. "I'll say you are senior brother Ouyang's family members. Our master owes him a debt of guilt today, so this will give him a chance to make amends. It's an act of filial piety." The older girl was momentarily taken aback, then immediately pulled her sister into a bow. "We sisters have been alone and helpless in this world. We finally managed to enter the imperial tutor's mansion only to be caught up in this massacre. We are deeply grateful for your kindness in rescuing us today. We have no way to repay you, but if we truly can join the Confucian sect, we will follow your lead in everything from now on." A delighted smile spread across Bai Yi's face. "Sister, you're too kind. Too kind." Before long, Bai Yi returned with the 2 girls in tow. Seeing them, the pale-faced scholar frowned deeply. Bai Yi quickly stepped forward to introduce the 2 girls' identities, repeatedly assuring him that he had seen them before at the imperial tutor's mansion. The pale-faced scholar pondered for a long while. Only after confirming that the 2 girls' identities were beyond suspicion and that they truly possessed the disposition for the Confucian path did he reluctantly agree to take them as disciples. "Xiang Yu, though I cannot save your life as your master, taking these 2 young girls as my disciples shall leave a virtuous legacy for you." The 2 girls bowed together. "Xiao Jing and Xiao Yu pay respects to our master." Thus an inexplicable apprenticeship unfolded outside the walls of the imperial tutor's mansion. As the pale-faced scholar departed with the 2 sisters, 2 seductive silhouettes emerged from a nearby corner. "Report to Commander Shangwan that Beauty No. 7 and Beauty No. 18 have successfully infiltrated. I shall return to the imperial tutor's mansion to continue leading our sisters in looting and treasure hunting." The next morning, as dawn barely broke, the commander of the patrol department hurried to the imperial presence to report. "Your Majesty, last night thieves infiltrated the imperial tutor's mansion, killing all 3,000 residents and looting all valuables." The Empress's expression remained calm, though her authoritative voice carried a hint of coldness. "Such a grave matter. Why report it only this morning?" The commander's face turned pale as he stammered. "Before entering the palace, I first went to the inner court and was delayed, unable to secure an audience with Lady Lan. Given the severity, I overstepped my authority to report directly to your Majesty." The Empress Xuanji nodded slightly. Since Lan, she held the highest authority in the inner court and was absent, the female officials dared not act without her. Her expression softened slightly, and her voice grew gentler. "Have you found the teacher's body?" "Your Majesty, a great fire consumed the mansion last night, leaving many bodies unrecognizable. We cannot identify them." "Very well, I understand." Xuanji responded calmly. "You may leave." As the commander departed, a figure wearing a dragon head mask materialized behind Empress Xuanji. "The whereabouts of Xiang Yu have been traced. He was taken to the hidden dragon manor." As he spoke, Longing clutched his chest and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, cough." Startled, Xuanji hurried forward and asked softly, "Your old wounds have flared up again?" Longing shook his head with a bitter smile. "Those black-clad men are formidable, each at the 6th rank. Many of my shadow guards fell during reconnaissance. When I engaged, I aggravated my internal injuries and barely made it back." Xuanji's beautiful face was filled with shock. "How is this possible? How did Li Mu gather so many powerful warriors in a single night?" The masked Longing nodded gravely, adding, "They strike with precision and ruthlessness, clearly trained professional assassins." Xuanji frowned. "Thousands of professional killers. Only the legendary Shashangai could possess such forces." Longing nodded slightly and asked, "Li Mu likely captured Xiang Yu to investigate the events of 3 years ago. What should we do now?" Xuanji fell silent. Seeing this, Longing hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps I should meet with Li Mu. If you 2 join forces, we can surely." Xuanji interrupted. "No." Her voice turned urgent, then softened. "Although the restriction on Li Mu's body has been lifted, his cultivation has been completely destroyed. The situation in the capital is intricate. If you expose your identity recklessly, it could bring death upon us both. You must not act rashly. You are the only family I have left. I will not allow your identity to be revealed unless we are at death's door." Long Ying's expression darkened, and he nodded before vanishing into the shadows. Empress Xuanji's face paled slightly, and with a sigh she summoned a female attendant. "Go to the hidden dragon manor with an imperial decree, inform the emperor consort Li Mu that I am unwell, and command his presence in my chambers tonight." The attendant saluted and departed with the decree. Hidden Dragon Manor dungeon. Li Mu looked through the cell bars at Ouyang Xiao with cold piercing eyes. Who would have thought that in just 3 years the esteemed Mr. Ouyang would rise to become the imperial tutor of the great Xia dynasty? Ouyang Xiao turned around, his face instantly contorted with terror. Marquis Li, you, aren't you dead? Li Mu's eyes narrowed, his expression growing more amused. It seems I've found the right person. Mr. Ouyang, you have quite a story to tell. Ouyang Xiao's face changed dramatically. It was you. You had my entire mansion massacred. Li Mu raised his right index finger and wagged it, signaling he had guessed wrong. Ouyang Xiao's eyes bulged as he roared, Li Mu, don't try to deny it. If not you, then why am I here? Li Mu smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Imperial tutor Ouyang, I believe you misunderstand. I shook my head, not to deny my cruelty, but to politely inform you that your Ouyang family hasn't been completely wiped out. After all, your granddaughter Ouyang Shui is quite charming, and I'm not ready to part with her just yet. Ouyang Xiao's eyes turned red instantly. Li Mu, you. What have you done to my Shui? Shang Wanwaner brought a chair and placed it behind Li Mu. You ask what I've done. Li Mu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he sat down, lightly licking his lips. Oh my. It seems my brothers were too considerate. They presented me with a grand gift in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, I was utterly exhausted from my time with little Daji before bed, and I slept until dawn only to discover a tender beauty by my side. Ouyang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but when Li Mu's slow, deliberate voice came again, his heart tightened once more. Don't fret, Imperial tutor. Your granddaughter is beautiful, and I won't disdain her. Once I'm done here, I'll return to make up for last night's missed duties and ensure Ouyang Shui soars to heavenly bliss. No. Ouyang Xiao became frantic, his face twisting with desperation. Li Mu, I beg you, don't harm Shui. As he spoke, he lunged forward, clinging to the cell bars and waving his hands desperately. Marquis, I beg you to spare Shui. She's only 13. Li Mu's playful expression faded and his voice turned icy. I have a hard proposition, a sticky suggestion, a wet process, and a soft ending. Would the Imperial tutor care to hear it? Ouyang Xiao knelt on the ground, pounding his head against the stone floor. Please speak, Marquis. If only you spare Shui, this old man will serve you like a beast of burden. Li Mu's expression grew stern as he asked coldly, what exactly happened 3 years ago? Tell me every detail without omission, or else. Ouyang Xiao fell silent for a moment. Recalling the pale-faced scholar's cruel abandonment, Ouyang Xiao sighed and began. Marquis, I know few of the specifics. This matter is of great importance. Many details were orchestrated by the 6 deans of the Sage Academy. I was chosen as one of the executors only because I once taught Princess Xuanji. Li Mu's face darkened as he said coldly, speak then. If your words prove true, I will consider sparing your granddaughter. Ouyang Xiao sighed again and began his tale. The story begins a few days before Li Mu's grand wedding, filling in certain details that Zhao Gao had failed to uncover. Ouyang Xiao's knowledge, however, was quite limited, aside from the parts he personally took part in, he knew little of the other schemes. Li Mu took the initiative to ask, as you say, my grand wedding with Xuanji was part of your Confucian sect's plan? Yes. This old man was merely following the plan. I knew Xuanji had long been infatuated with you, Marquis, yet was bound by royal etiquette and unable to free herself. So I actively encouraged her to storm the Golden Hall and propose. Li Mu asked again, did Princess Xuanji participate in your plan? Ouyang Xiao shook his head firmly. No. Xuanji was only suddenly forced into position on the night of the wedding. She had been kept in the dark the entire time. Li Mu felt a wave of relief inwardly, then pressed on. Who was the one that attacked the consort's mansion and planted the forbidden seal within me back then? This old man does not know. Ouyang Xiao shook his head and sighed. All I know is that after the Imperial Palace fell, it was Tian Su Mansion's Grand Commander Ling Feng who entered the consort's mansion and brought out Princess Xuanji. Facing the sudden upheaval, Princess Xuanji made 3 demands. Ouyang Xiao glanced at Li Mu. First, Li Mu was to be handed over to her for handling. Second, Emperor Yu was to be handed over to her for handling. Third, she would not participate in court politics, but we were not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Imperial Palace. Li Mu laughed heartily, then asked, so who is currently in control of the Great Xia Court? Ouyang Xiao slumped to the ground, gripping the cell bars with a bitter smile. On the surface, civil and military officials each perform their duties. The civil officials are led by Grand Chancellor Huang Fusong, the military by the Scholar General Xiang Yu, and behind the scenes the 6 deans of the academy hold the ultimate authority. Li Mu stood up from his chair and turned to leave. At the corner where the dungeon exit turned, he paused, looked back, and asked loudly, one more question. Do you know how many people participated in this coup? Ouyang Xiao was momentarily stunned, then hesitated before replying, I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you with certainty that over 95 of the officials and senior generals of the Great Xia dynasty are graduates of the Sage Academy. I suspect your Tiansu army isn't much different. After a few seconds of silence, Ouyang Xiao seemed to offer a piece of advice with a sigh. Marquis champion, if you wish to make an enemy of the academy, I'm afraid you'll face the full might of the entire Great Xia dynasty. On the night of your wedding 3 years ago, why did your dragon riders launch a sudden assault on the imperial palace to stage a coup? Haven't you figured it out even now, Marquis? Li Mu's body stiffened, a flicker of gloom passing across his face. A mere academy was nothing Li Mu feared. What saddened him was the possibility of having to fight tooth and nail against his former comrades in the future. As the young marshal of the Tian, Su Mansion, Li Mu knew better than anyone. Under his command were 4 grand commanders, 36 commanders, and hundreds of majors, all of them masters of military formations. Where did they learn their formation tactics? Probably 99% of them came from the Sage Academy. It wasn't that Li Mu hadn't figured it out. It was just that he didn't want to deep down. After leaving the dungeon, Shangwan Wanner approached hesitantly and said, "My lord, the Sage Academy is merely a place to enlighten the world. It's impossible for it to have such great cohesion." Li Mu nodded but didn't delve deeper. He knew the Sage Academy's backing was the Confucian sect. However, with his current strength, Li Mu was not in a position to contend with the Confucian sect. So for now, he had to proceed with careful strategy. First, eliminate the enemies he could see right in front of him. Just as Li Mu left the dungeon with Shangwan Wanner and Su Daji, the system's notification chimed in at precisely the right moment. Ding dong. Host has successfully selected the third option, dominant demeanor. Future mission direction has been set. Now distributing mission rewards. You have successfully gathered a massive amount of fortune. The Sovereign Dragon Soul Seal has been activated, rewarding 5/0 merit points, 1 Sovereign Cultivation Technique, and a special faction summoning card 1. A new term appeared among the rewards, Sovereign Dragon Soul Seal. Li Mu remembered that his system was called the Sovereign Dragon Soul System. It seemed he had struck gold this time. Li Mu eagerly opened the virtual information interface. Item: Sovereign Dragon Soul Seal. Description: the Dragon Soul Seal of the Sovereign City, a heavenly seal that condenses the Fortune Dragon Soul, representing the supreme authority and symbol of the Void Sovereign City. It is also the core hub for controlling the city's defensive formation. Friendly reminder: the Void Sovereign City is a massive city hidden within the void. It binds upon summoning. Please proceed with caution. Wow, it's actually a city hidden in the void. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Mu used the Sovereign Dragon Soul Seal. Ding dong. The Sovereign Dragon Soul Seal has acknowledged its master. Congratulations, host has obtained the Void Sovereign City. At the same time, roar. A dragon's cry suddenly echoed. A somewhat ethereal sovereign dragon soul materialized within Li Mu's sea of consciousness with a golden imperial seal embedded in the center of its brow. The moment the sovereign dragon soul opened its draconic eyes, a faint oppressive pressure spread outwards. All powerhouses above the 7th rank in the eastern wasteland changed expression, especially those in Xiaojing City, closer to Li Mu. The 6 old deans of the Sage Academy were jolted awake from their meditation instantly. A powerful pressure that shook the very soul appeared out of thin air. As they opened their eyes, they saw a 5-clawed golden dragon rushing straight at them. Roar! The dragon's cry resounded. They heard a crisp crack in their ears. Following the sound, the old men all turned pale. There on their lifelong natal treasures which they carried everywhere, a clearly visible crack had appeared. In this world, a natal treasure was not only a guarantee of one's power, but also a vessel carrying one's fortune. Take the imperial seal in Xuanji's hands, for example. As long as the Great Xia's national fortune was thriving and its dragon aura was at its peak, even a full-force strike from a martial emperor might not be able to damage the imperial seal in the slightest. The same went for a cultivator's natal treasure. It was intrinsically linked to the cultivator's own fortune. Now that their natal treasures had cracked, it signified a great decline in their fortune and a loss of luck. In other words, the inexplicable damage to their natal treasures not only meant they were in for a bout of bad luck, but could also be accompanied by a life or death calamity. A great disaster is befalling me. One old dean, pale-faced, slumped into his chair, gasping for air. How is this possible? I hold the reins of the Great Xia court, blessed with fortune and backed by the Confucian sect. How can this be? The old dean lifted a white jade flute riddled with cracks with trembling hands, unprecedented terror in his eyes. Eastern Wasteland, Heavenly Secrets Valley. A white-haired old man with an immortal aura suddenly opened his eyes during meditation. His deep pupils like a brilliant galaxy stared towards Xiaojing City, a look of shock gradually spreading across his face. After a long while, the shock on the old man's face gradually receded. The sovereign dragon's might rides on a cloud of blood rising from the Eastern Wasteland. This trend is unstoppable. A disciple beside him hastily asked, "Master, what did you just mean?" The old man shook his head with a soft sigh, his hands forming a subtle seal as his lips moved faintly. "All fellow disciples, please come to the stargazing hall for a discussion." Moments later, several somewhat ethereal figures materialized out of thin air within the hall. An elder with snow-white hair and a similar age spoke first. "Sect Master, what urgent matter requires such haste in summoning us here?" The old man nodded slightly and sighed. "In my 100+ years as the Heavenly Secrets Sect Master, I have never felt such panic and helplessness. Unable to decide alone, I invited you all to deliberate together. Sect Master, what on earth has happened to cause such distress?" The Heavenly Secrets Sect Master continued, Just now, while cultivating a divine inspiration struck me, and I glimpsed a fragment of the heavenly secrets. A supreme golden dragon swept across the great wilderness upon blood-colored clouds, leaving in its wake the withering of all paths and fields strewn with mangled corpses. As his words fell, the elders were all deeply shaken. Brother, if such a calamity truly exists in this world, can even our heavenly secrets sect not be spared? The heavenly secrets sect master shook his head. I only glimpsed a fragment and cannot make hasty conclusions. I have decided to send word recalling all our disciples and activate the mountain guarding formation. From today onward, our heavenly secrets valley shall seal its gates, and no disciple is permitted to leave without permission. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present turned grim. The heavenly secrets sect stood alongside the Confucian sect as one of the supreme sects of the eastern wilderness. The greatest difference between the two was that the Confucian sect manifested in the mortal world, reigning above nations and peoples, studying the ways of self-cultivation and governance. The heavenly secrets sect, however, concealed itself within the valley, observing the celestial patterns and seeking the Tao of heaven. Apart from the disciples of those supreme powers, few in this world even knew of the heavenly secrets sect's existence. Yet now the heavenly secrets sect master had decided to seal the mountain for self-preservation, a testament to the gravity of the situation. Li Mu had no idea that an insignificant act of his done on a whim had compelled one of the supreme powers to seal its gates in emergency. Meanwhile, he had already brought Daji into the Void Supreme City. The city was vast beyond measure, easily more than 10 times the size of Xiaojing City. Within the city, aside from the towering pavilions and palaces rivaling imperial halls, the most striking feature was the boundless training grounds. Before the immense drill field stood rows of gray statues of varying heights. These statues clutched weapons of different designs in their hands, but their faces were blurred beyond recognition, as if veiled by a mosaic. At the very center of the training ground stood a grand hall resembling an ancestral shrine. Carved upon its doors were 3 luminous characters that shimmered with flowing radiance: Supreme Divine Hall. Just as Li Mu stepped into the hall, a virtual introduction appeared before his eyes. The Supreme Divine Hall enshrined a total of 163 divine positions, with the City Lord as the Supreme One. Below the Supreme One were the 4 gods, 4 pharaohs, 9 ministries, and 9 luminaries. The 4 gods marshaled the 28 constellations for coordinated warfare, while the 4 pharaohs commanded the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends for battlefield assaults. The 9 ministries and 9 luminaries, however, oversaw the city's internal affairs, managing governance and logistical deployment. This was less a shrine for deification, and more the very framework of the Supreme City's governance. Every divine position came with unique divine halo enhancements that could dramatically boost the combat prowess of the enshrined divine generals. Seeing this introduction, Li Mu itched to test the divine halo effects of the Supreme Divine Hall. Conveniently, he spotted an option for divine general management nearby. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu casually assigned Xiang Yu one of the 36 heavenly spirits titles, Heavenly Fierce Star. Ding dong. You have enshrined your first divine general, Heavenly Fierce Star, Xiang Yu. The Supreme Divine Hall's divine halo effect has been activated. As the system chime echoed, a majestic war god statue materialized out of nowhere before the Heavenly Fierce Star's divine pedestal. Its face was unmistakably that of Xiang Yu. At the same moment, the aura around the real Xiang Yu beside Li Mu suddenly surged, and a faint illusionary golden halo coalesced behind his head, casting a soft glow that illuminated the hall. Heavenly Fierce Star. Overlord Xiang Yu has activated his divine halo effect, strength 50, defense 50, agility 30. This halo effect persists permanently until the divine position is changed. Li Mu opened the Divine General Information panel and saw that Xiang Yu's data had already been updated. Divine General Overlord Xiang Yu, Heavenly Fierce Star class, Divine General Growth Talent, Eternal Legend 7 stars, Talent attributes, Command 95, Higher Command, increases troop capacity and formation, current maximum command limit is 9500 troops. Strength 180, Higher Strength, increases war soul intensity once battle formations are assembled. Strategy 80, Higher Strategy, reduces formation consumption and enables more agile formation shifts. Combat level 8th rank, Venerable Realm War Soul Talent, Overlord's Armor Break. The Overlord War Soul grants armor-piercing effects. All damage dealt by the Overlord cannot be blocked by defense and remains permanently incurable. In an instant, Xiang Yu's Strength Talent had soared to 180. His combat level even jumped an entire major realm, reaching the 8th rank Martial Venerable stage. A flicker of shock crossed Li Mu's eyes. He hadn't expected that this divine position not only elevated Xiang Yu's combat power, but also vastly elevated his innate talent and aptitude. Since such a shortcut existed, he needed to arrange positions for Su Daji and Shengwan Wan'er right away. With anticipation shining in his eyes, Li Mu browsed through the divine positions for a long while before finally finding one perfectly suited for Su Daji. One of the 28 constellations, the Heart Lunar Fox, ranked 5th among the 7 constellations of the Eastern Azure Dragon. Having chosen the position, Li Mu operated without hesitation. Ding dong. You have enshrined your second divine General Heart Lunar Fox, Daji. The Supreme Divine Hall's Divine Halo effect has been activated. As the system chime resounded, an alluring and enchanting nine-tailed fox deity statue materialized before the 28 constellations divine pedestal. At the same time, the aura of Daji beside Li Mu suddenly skyrocketed, and a faint illusionary crimson halo condensed behind her head, its soft radiance illuminating the hall. Heart Lunar Fox, Daji has activated her Divine Halo effect Demon Power 70, a Charm 70. This halo effect persists permanently until the divine position is changed. Retainer Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Daji Class Retainer Consort Mount Growth Talent Overlord of the Three Realms 8 stars Talent Attributes Demon Power 530 Beauty 120 Charm 230 Combat Level 8th Rank Demon Venerable Peak War Soul Talent Charm Domain. The Nine-Tailed War Soul can bewilder and manipulate targets on a massive scale, ensnaring them in an abyss of desire from which they cannot escape. When used against the opposite sex, its effect is amplified tenfold. When Daji's information panel appeared, Li Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the Divine Halo boosted both her demon power and charm by 70, her combat level had not achieved the same leap as Xiang Yu's. After a regretful sigh, Li Mu reasoned out the cause. Daji had already been at the 8th rank Demon Venerable Realm, a truly formidable powerhouse, even within the Great Wilderness. For Daji to ascend further from such a lofty height was naturally an immense challenge. Reaching her current peak of the 8th rank was already a rare and remarkable achievement. Next, Li Mu selected an appropriate divine position for Xiang Yu, the Yu Divine Lord of the Nine Heavens 9 Departments. This was a post responsible for internal administration, concurrently overseeing intelligence and surveillance. It was essentially the Great Secretary beside Li Mu, the Supreme City Lord. Yu Divine Lord, Xiang Yu activates the Divine Ring Effect Strategy 90, a Charm 90. This Divine Ring effect remains permanent until the divine position is changed. After the Divine Ring coalesced, the Crimson Beauty Spies, led by Xiang Yu, simultaneously gained the authority to freely enter and exit the Supreme City. Within the structure of the Supreme City, the Crimson Beauty Spies directly belonged to the Yu Department of the 9 departments. This Yu Department, besides the Divine Lord Xiang Yu, also possessed a divine position called Yu Star Lord, serving as a deputy officer. Li Mu directly bestowed this position upon Zhao Gao of the Net. This also indirectly merged the Crimson Beauty Spies and the Net. Although they still focused on their own tasks, structurally both sides now belong to the Yu Department under the Supreme 9 departments. At the same time, the long-awaited system prompt echoed again. Ding dong. Detected that the Supreme Divine Hall has activated 3 or more divine positions consecutively. The Supreme Divine Ring is now officially activated. Supreme City Lord Li Mu activates the Divine Ring effect. All attribute bonuses increased by 30 and gains a special skill Supreme Dharma Aspect. Skill Supreme Dharma Aspect. Description: exclusive skill of the Supreme City Lord. Effect summons the Supreme Dharma Aspect to suppress all heavenly gods and demons. The aspect's strength depends on the number of activated divine positions and the power of the enshrined generals. Note, this skill is temporarily sealed. Before official activation, each use requires 1000 merits. Upon reading the described effect, Li Mu instantly understood. In other words, the more divine positions activated within the Supreme Divine Hall, and the stronger the enshrined divine generals, the more powerful the Supreme Dharma Aspect would become. With the Dharma Aspect skill, Li Mu now had a life-saving trump card. However, the skill was temporarily sealed and required payment before official activation. Li Mu felt a slight regret. It seemed this Dharma Aspect skill was not friendly to his wallet. He would avoid using it whenever possible. The Supreme City had far too many places requiring renovation, and that could not be accomplished in a short time. Li Mu was not in a hurry. He recalled that besides the Supreme Dragon Soul Seal, he had also obtained another reward, a special faction summon card. This was his first time obtaining such a summon card. It appeared to be more advanced than the unit summon cards with a gold border on the card. Li Mu, suppressing his excitement, used it immediately. Ding dong. You have used a special faction summon card and successfully summoned the 7-star special faction, Yin School. Li Mu was utterly bewildered. Yin School. Could it be a group that practices feng shui and runs funeral services? While Li Mu was puzzled, the system interface finally displayed the information card. Faction Yin School. Strength 7 stars. Mastery Yin Dao Arts, Sealing Techniques, Illusions, Puppetry, Curses, Divination, Alchemy. Average Combat Power 7th grade. Faction Leader Dong Wang Tai 8th grade, Dao Venerable. Core members Dong Jun Yushin Xing Hun Yunzhong Jun De Siming, Xiao, Siming Xiang Jun Xiang Foreign. Description: one of the 100 schools of thought during the Qin dynasty, the Yin School originated from Taoism, but took a divergent path, forming its own system in pursuit of the ultimate limits of heaven and man. Under the leader Dong Wang Tai, the school established 3 guardians, Sun, Moon, and Star, as well as 5 great elders, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. Except for the leader, all core members of the faction were 7th grade Dao Saint powerhouses. Upon seeing the introduction, Li Mu finally understood. It was the Yin Yang school from the Qin dynasty's bright moon. The great Dao of Yin and Yang, the ultimate supreme one. A low chanting voice echoed, and the many powerhouses of the Yin Yang school finally appeared. Dongwang Tai, wearing a black mask and covered in a black robe, was mysterious, ominous, and eerie. The great leader of the Yin Yang school, Dongwang Tai, pays homage to the sovereign. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping behind Dongwang Tai. Dasiming was tall and slender, with a cold and stunning appearance, as alluring and deadly as a black datura. According to Li Mu's knowledge, she was ruthless and venomous, skilled in using illusions to confuse enemies. Her hands, due to years of practicing the Yin Yang secret art, the Yin Yang hand seal, had become blazing red like flames with strange silver patterns, and her long fingernails were pitch black, like ghost claws. Beside Dasiming stood an ethereal woman like an orchid in a secluded valley, Xiaosiming. She wore a light veil, and her large light purple eyes sparkled like stars. Xiaosiming could manipulate plants and was skilled in using leaves as weapons to attack enemies. Li Mu shifted his gaze to the middle of the group, where two stunning women with somewhat similar features but distinct temperaments stood. Dong Jun and Yu Shin, the two guardians of the Yin Yang school, were a pair of sisters. Beside Yu Shun was a short, thin youth, the other guardian Xing Han. Li Mu's gaze swept over each of them, his excitement indescribable. Li Mu had just learned from Ouyang Xiao that the incident 3 years ago was orchestrated and led by the Sage Academy. However, Li Mu did not rush to provoke the Academy. Besides knowing that the Academy was formidable and attacking it would affect the whole situation, the main reason was that his strength was insufficient and he feared he could not defeat them. But now a single faction card had solved the problem. With the arrival of 8 7th grade Dao Saints and 1 8th grade Dao Venerable, Li Mu's confidence instantly soared. Most importantly, each of these core powerhouses of the Yin Yang school was stunningly beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Good, truly good. I'll never have to worry about having no one to share my bed with again. While Li Mu was secretly appraising them, the disciples of the Yin Yang school, led by the 3 guardians, knelt in unison. Disciples of the Yin Yang school, pay homage to the sovereign. Li Mu was beaming with joy. Following the Crimson Beauty spies and the net, the empty Supreme City had gained 500 more Yin Yang school disciples. After Li Mu had the Yin Yang school members rise, he opened the Supreme City interface, intending to confer divine positions on the spot. After a series of operations, he received a system prompt. Ding dong. Insufficient Supreme Dragon Soul Fortune. Unable to continue condensing divine rings. Please gather enough fortune before trying again. Recalling that the system had also gifted a Supreme exclusive cultivation art, Li Mu quickly opened his inventory and used it. Heaven rewards diligence. Congratulations, Master, for successfully learning the Supreme level incomplete cultivation art Wu Shijinjia. Art Wu Shijinjia. Description: Supreme level cultivation art. Can transform aura to simulate all professions for combat, and can actively absorb battle intent aura to decompose original skills. The martial art rewarded by the system was actually a supreme art that could be cultivated to the realm beyond the emperor level. Li Mu knew the preciousness of this art. This so-called supreme level art was not an 8th grade venerable art, but a true supremacy beyond the emperor realm. However, after learning the art, Li Mu was unable to circulate it, and he did not know what the problem was. Li Mu left the Supreme City with slight regret, gathering all the core management members together to introduce them to each other. Just then the voice of the maid Shuang'er came from outside the door. Young Master, the Empress has sent a special envoy. You are to go out and receive the edict. Li Mu waved his hand to dismiss the others, then stood up and walked outside. Arriving in the outer hall, a female palace attendant, holding an imperial edict, sat arrogantly in the hall. Seeing Li Mu come out, she immediately raised the edict and called out loudly, Li Mu of Hidden Dragon Villa, receive the edict. Li Mu squinted, calmly sat down on a chair, and said, read it. The attendant was startled, then reprimanded arrogantly, how dare you, Li Mu? The imperial edict represents the Empress's authority. Even if you are a lord, you cannot be so insolent. Li Mu glanced at her, his impatience evident as he barked, do you intend to read it or not? If not, get the hell out. The palace maid slammed her hand on the table. Li Mu, you. How dare you show such disrespect to this envoy? You are blaspheming against Her Majesty the female emperor. Are you seeking rebellion? A hint of killing intent flashed across Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu had never been a patient man, and in his prime his authority was so formidable that even the grand eunuch beside the Xia emperor dared not speak to him in such a manner. Who would have thought that 3 years later he would be bitten by a tamed bitch? The female emperor's envoy, what audacious arrogance. Just as Li Mu was about to erupt in fury, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lan Shi emerge from the inner chambers accompanied by the Shuang'er sisters. After their intimate night together, Lan Shi had transformed from her usual demure and submissive self. She now carried herself with the confidence of the half-mistress of Yinlong Manor. The palace maid recognized the voice as familiar, but when she looked up, her face drained of color and terror. Lord Lan. Lord Lan. As a close attendant to the female emperor and grand steward of the inner palace lawn, Xi's duties primarily involved disciplining disobedient palace maids. Upon seeing Lan Shi, the maid's legs buckled beneath her, unable to support her weight. Kneel down and strike your own face. Lan Shi's cold voice commanded the official to kneel, and she immediately dropped to the ground, skillfully slapping her own cheeks with both hands. This servant deserves death. Please forgive me, Lord Lan. Please forgive me, master. Lan Shi ignored the maid's pleas for mercy and slowly approached Li Mu to pay her respects. Shi greets, my lord, may you be blessed. Li Mu nodded slightly, his expression softening just a fraction. You've arrived at the perfect moment. Xuanji has delivered the imperial edict. Let's hear what she wants this time. Lan Shi obediently took the edict from nearby and turned to the maid with a stern expression. Get out and kneel in the courtyard. Don't disgrace yourself here. The palace maid scrambled to her feet and hurried out. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and pulled Lan Shi into his arms. Lan Shi had just awakened from her slumber, wearing only a palace dress. Li Mu simply thrust his hips forward. Oomph. A muffled groan escaped her as Lan Shi blushed and buried herself against him. You're so wicked. While they were playfully bantering, Lan Shi opened the imperial edict and glanced at it. Her expression instantly shifted. The edict contained only a single sentence: Her Majesty is unwell. Summoning imperial consort Li Mu to attend upon her in the palace. Report at the hour of the rooster. Lan Shi placed the edict before Li Mu, her expression growing uneasy. My lord, this. Li Mu glanced at it, his face darkening immediately. Seeing his expression, Lan Shi instantly understood he had no desire to go. My lord, the female emperor is currently isolated and without allies. She likely wishes to confide in you. Why not go? You might even gather some intelligence in return. Li Mu shook his head. I'm not going. I don't care what happened back then. The fact remains she switched you into bed with her in the middle of the night to satisfy herself. If she had trusted me more back then, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Since she chose to conceal everything and bear it alone, her current isolation is entirely of her own making. With those words, Li Mu snatched the imperial edict nearby and seized a brush, writing 4 large characters in rapid succession. Lan Shi, go find your Jie Daji and have her accompany you to the palace. Return the edict to Xuanji. Lan Shi took the edict with a puzzled expression, and upon opening it was utterly stunned. The emperor wishes to sleep for 10,000 years. My lord, what does this mean? A faint smile played on Li Mu's lips as he replied coolly, taken literally. There are countless men in this world. She could have any man she desires with a single word. But as for yours truly, I refuse to serve her. After leaving the edict with Lan Shi, Li Mu had barely stepped outside when he encountered the elderly steward Long Lao hurrying toward him with a guard. Young Master Imperial Preceptor Ouyang Xiu requests an urgent audience in the dungeon. Li Mu paused briefly before nodding. Let's go. They hurried to the dungeon where Ouyang Xiu was already there, gazing at a young woman through the bars of adjacent cells. The young woman wept bitterly. It was Ouyang Xiu's granddaughter. Upon seeing Li Mu arrive, the old man hesitated for a moment before speaking first. Li Mu, I have intelligence of great importance to you. In exchange, I ask for my granddaughter's freedom. Li Mu refused without hesitation. Ouyang Xiu, I don't take kindly to others making demands of me, and I certainly won't tolerate threats. If you prove useful to me, I'll ensure you're treated well. But if you think you can bargain with me using this, I'll have you dragged out and fed to the dogs. Ouyang Xiu's face darkened at these words, and he stood frozen in shock. Li Mu waited silently for 3 minutes. When Ouyang Xiu still refused to speak, he turned to his guards and commanded, take this old man out and beat him severely. No. Ouyang Xiu's face lost all color. She rushed forward and knelt at Li Mu's feet, clutching his pant legs and wailing. I beg you, don't kill my grandfather. As long as you don't harm him, you can do whatever you want to me. Li Mu shoved her away and barked coldly. If I wanted to, I could do whatever I pleased with you right now in front of this old man. Want to test me? Li Mu shot Ouyang Xiu a piercing glare. Old man, don't mistake my mercy for weakness. That only hastens your demise. The guards had already unlocked the cell door and were about to drag Ouyang Xiu out. With a bitter smile, the old man relented. You're right. This old man was foolish. He looked straight at Li Mu and spoke. They planned to execute Li Xiansu at Zhenlong Pass and strip the Tianzi mansion of its military authority. Li Mu remained composed, waiting for more. Ouyang Xiu was momentarily taken aback. You're not surprised? Ignoring the question, Li Mu pressed on. How many have they sent, and what's their lineup? After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Xiu frowned and replied, not many. Just 1 8th-rank Grand Confucian, 3 7th-rank Confucian sages, and 500 disciples of the Confucian school. Rumor has it there's a mole within the Tianzi mansion. They're confident it's a sure thing. Li Mu's heart sank at these words. He had anticipated the day would come when he'd face his former comrades, but never expected it would arrive so swiftly. Very well, thank you for the intelligence. Li Mu nodded to Ouyang Xiu, then turned to Ouyang Xiu beside him. As recompense, your granddaughter may visit you anytime henceforth. With that, Li Mu turned and left the dungeon. The Tianzi mansion faced danger. He needed to dispatch reinforcements without delay. Already Li Mu commanded 3 8th-rank venerable experts. The overlord Xiang Yu, the nine-tailed fox Daji, and the Yinyang master Dong Wangtai. At the 7th-rank Saint Realm, he commanded no fewer than 11 experts. With such formidable power at his disposal, Li Mu harbored no further reservations about the Sage's Academy. Rules and conventions were for the dead. To Li Mu, if someone held a grudge against him, he'd strike first and ask questions later. No matter how deeply rooted the Sage's Academy might be, if they dared to manipulate power and harm the nation within Xia, they should prepare to face consequences. Those who stand guilty will be corrected, those who deserve it will have their homes confiscated. Li Mu was also quite intrigued by the prospect of getting rich overnight through a house raid. Previously, he was so broke that he couldn't even afford a drink at a tavern or a visit to the pleasure quarters. Fortunately, Ouyang Xiu was kind-hearted and had accumulated a considerable sum of capital for Li Mu. Xiang Wanwaner also managed the household well. The moment the net was wiped out, Xiang Wanwaner led the sisters in and stripped the place of every valuable item. Since they were heading back to Jinlong Pass, it was the perfect opportunity to reorganize the Tian's mansion. Li Mu quickly gathered everyone and reassigned his subordinates. Zhao Gao and Xiang Wanwaner remained in Xiajing City to continue gathering intelligence. Overlord Xiang Yu and the 9 core experts of the Yinyang school followed Li Mu back to the Tian's mansion for reinforcements. Jinlong Pass was the premier fortress of the Great Xia, used to defend against beast-tide invasions from the Yinlong Mountains. The 3 prefectures surrounding the pass were known as Yinlong River, a territory bestowed upon Li Xuanzi by the late emperor, and also served as the headquarters of the Tian's mansion. The distance from here to Xiajing City wasn't terribly far, but considering the mountain trails, even with swift horses the journey would take 2 or 3 days. If they had flying mounts, the travel time might be cut in half. But for Li Mu, even riding a flying mount wouldn't be fast enough now. The only way for him to reach the Tian's mansion quickly was to ride Su Daji, the 9-tailed fox. She was at the peak of the 8th-rank demon lord, and though her speed wasn't comparable to the lightning-fast golden-winged rock clan, traveling between Xiajing City and the Tian's mansion would probably take only about 10 minutes. As Li Mu and the others stepped out of the residence, little Shuanger's voice suddenly rang out. "Young master, look at that crimson cloud. It seems to be in the direction of our Tian's mansion." Li Mu instinctively looked up at the sky, and indeed it was just as little Shuanger had said. The entire eastern sky was stained blood-red, with swaths of crimson clouds coalescing into a formidable iron-blooded great wall, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Grandpa Dragon, could that crimson cloud be? Compared to little Shuanger's astonishment, Old Dragon's eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Yes, that is the battle formation our Tian soldiers use when facing desperate odds and fighting with their lives on the line, the Crimson Great Wall. But to see such a sight where the blood mist dyes half the sky red. Even I have never witnessed this. It's likely only possible when the Supreme General personally commands the formation with his martial sage power. The Crimson Great Wall. A pang of worry struck Li Mu's heart, a flicker of concern flashing through his eyes. It seems there truly is a traitor within the Tian's mansion. Otherwise, how could a mere 8th-rank erudite scholar force father protected by 100,000 troops in such a desperate life-or-death struggle? With that thought, Li Mu quickly called out to the group. "Daji, if you please, let's go." Without a word, Su Daji revealed her true form, transforming into a massive snow-white 9-tailed celestial fox. Li Mu and the others leaped onto Su Daji's back. At the same moment, she darted forward, streaking across the sky as a beam of white light. Meanwhile, within the Empress's palace, Empress Xuanji furiously hurled a decree bearing the words, "Long live the Emperor," to the ground. Outrageous. "Li Mu, how dare you humiliate me like this?" As her words fell, the black-robed figure with the dragon head mask reappeared. "Your Majesty, Li Mu and his group have left Yinlong Manor heading toward Jinlong Pass." Xuanji's eyes lit up at the news, a smile curling back onto her lips. "It seems he's returning to the Tian's mansion to rescue Li Xuanzi." "Your Majesty, what should we do?" the black-robed man asked softly. Xuanji answered without hesitation, "Follow them. Keep a close watch on Li Mu. If he comes under attack, lend aid only in secret. Never reveal yourself recklessly." The black-robed man seemed about to speak, then hesitated. After a long pause, he nodded reluctantly and turned to leave. At that moment, Li Mu stood atop the 9-tailed fox, his eyes fixed intently on the Crimson Great Wall in the east. "Daji, faster." Su Daji remained silent, but beneath her feet clusters of rosy clouds instantly condensed, and her speed multiplied several-fold the moment they took shape. The rosy clouds swiftly pierced through the layers of the sky, a shimmering divine halo pulsating slowly behind Daji's head. Just as Su Daji was drawing near the Tian's mansion, a tremendous boom suddenly erupted from the direction of Jinlong Pass ahead. A scorching fireball shot forth from the distant east, its piercing shriek echoing across the heavens, startling everyone. Shortly after, the massive fireball plummeted from the sky and crashed onto the Tian's mansion's commander's platform with a thunderous boom. "That's..." Li Mu's pupils contracted as he cried out in shock. Amid the resounding boom, the garrison commander led his soldiers toward the commander's platform, following the glow of the flames. In the crowd, Li Mu recognized the figure. It was Bai Yu, the only female commander among the Tiance Mansion's 36 commanders. Upon the commander's platform, a blood-red spear wreathed in blazing fire lotus emanated in overwhelming pressure. That's Supreme General Li Xuance's holy weapon, Xingshan. Some of the guards began to stir restlessly. The spear lives with the man, the spear never leaves his hand. This was a legendary ballad known to every citizen of the Great Xia, and also the iron law of the Tiance Mansion. The spear falling to the ground signified that the martial sage Li Xuance had died for his country. A heavy pall of grief slowly spread. Bai Yu knelt with all the soldiers laying the spear flat against the ground as they cried out in mourning. Bai Yu, 9th Commander of the Tiance Mansion, respectfully welcomes the Supreme General home. Welcome home, Supreme General. Welcome home, Supreme General. All the soldiers of the Tiance Mansion cried out in unison, their voices rising to the heavens, echoing throughout the entire Jinlong Pass. At that moment, Li Mu and his party descended from the sky. Bai Yu was momentarily startled at the sight of Li Mu, then quickly cupped her fists in salute. 9th Commander Bai Yu pays respects to the young general. Li Mu nodded slightly and strode directly onto the commander's platform, standing beside the holy weapon Xingshan. Daji, come take a look. Su Daji reverted to human form, and in an instant appeared beside the holy weapon, sensing it gently. My lord, the Supreme General is not dead. He likely used a secret martial technique to seal himself within the holy weapon, escaping the enemy's attack. Li Mu's heart settled at hearing this. Just then a tender voice called out from afar. Mu'er. Li Mu looked up to see his mother Xiang Yu stumbling toward the commander's platform. Mu'er, you're back. Your father, he. A smile spread across Li Mu's face as he hurried forward to embrace his mother. Mother, I'm fine, and father is fine too. Seeing that his mother wanted to say more, Li Mu quickly shook his head and added, Mother, please stand aside for now. Your son needs to handle the matter at hand first. With that, Li Mu turned his gaze to Su Daji. Daji, protect my mother. Without waiting for Su Daji's reply, Li Mu had already turned to Bai Yu and asked, Commander Bai Yu, now that I, Li Mu, am in charge of the Tiance Mansion, are you willing to follow my orders? Bai Yu cupped her fists without the slightest hesitation. Bai Yu, 9th Commander of the Tiance Dragon Cavalry, is ready to heed the young general's command. Li Mu nodded and immediately ordered, the 100,000 Tiance Dragon Cavalry at Jinlong Pass have already turned traitor. Rally all soldiers within the mansion, seal the gates, and prepare for battle. Bai Yu's face showed shock as he quickly accepted the order and departed. Li Mu realized he currently lacked a suitable weapon, so he turned and headed to the rostrum, intending to pick up the sacred weapon Jinshan He for battle. The sacred weapon. Jinshan He seemed to sense an outsider's approach, the raging fire lotus at its spear tip, surging even more violently. This is bad. The sacred weapon cannot be disgraced. Those who approach without permission will be burned to ashes. Xiang Yu's face turned pale with terror, and he hastily ordered someone to rush forward to rescue them. My lord, retreat quickly, it's dangerous. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu called out as he darted to Li Mu's side, attempting to intercept him. His instincts took over as he reached for Li Mu's arm with a grappling technique. Li Mu's figure dissolved like mist, slipping away effortlessly. Xiang Yu turned in astonishment and lunged again, but Li Mu sidestepped with fluid grace before executing a powerful dragon-grasping technique. Xiang Yu felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Before he could process what happened, his massive frame lost control and was hurled from the rostrum by Li Mu. With a thunderous impact, Xiang Yu was thrown from the platform, the force leaving him dazed. At that moment, Bai Yu arrived with another commander, both gasping in shock at the sight before them. Xiang Yu staggered to his feet, his expression frozen in disbelief, mouth agape. Everyone stared in utter shock at the towering figure standing on the platform. Even without witnessing Xiang Yu's combat prowess firsthand, they could feel the sheer ferocity radiating from him. Now seeing Li Mu casually hurl him aside left them utterly stunned. Heavens, could this be the Sacred Heart's guidance? Legend speaks of those in the great wilderness who merely by sensing the aura of a Saint Realm powerhouse can suddenly comprehend the path of cultivation itself. Hence the name Sacred Heart's Guidance. I never thought I'd live to see someone truly attain the Sacred Heart's Guidance. In the training grounds, Bai Yu and the others stood frozen in awe. The Sacred Heart's Guidance. Such a blessing was reserved for martial geniuses born once in 10,000 years. Legend held that those who grasped it would see their martial cultivation surge forward with unprecedented speed. In the great wilderness, there were even peerless geniuses who achieved instant sainthood during their enlightenment of the Sacred Heart's Guidance. While such tales might be exaggerated, the rarity and preciousness of the Sacred Heart's Guidance was undeniable. Their astonishment had only just begun. Amidst the gazes of all present, Li Mu walked across the blazing fire lotus and gradually settled into a meditative pose at its center. Raging fire dragons surged around him, engulfing his form completely. His white robes disintegrated into ash within the scorching flames. Time stretched on endlessly. A profound and ethereal aura began to emanate from Li Mu. His breath grew deep and resonant like a hermit master who had cultivated for years, concealed yet capable of striking fear into the hearts of all who sensed it. Li Mu remained unaware of the commotion outside. Guided by the system, he had already immersed himself in the vast expanse of martial arts wisdom. Characters began to coalesce within Li Mu's mind. Then fire dragons poured into the depths of his soul sea, transforming into fiery stick figures that demonstrated an incomparably majestic spear technique. Ding dong, congratulations on absorbing martial intent and triggering an advancement in your cultivation method. You have obtained the primordial martial scripture. Primordial martial scripture. The defining characteristic of this technique revolved around a single concept: origin. It could decompose other cultivation methods and martial techniques into their most fundamental essence, integrating them as part of oneself. And that character, martial, signified that Li Mu was currently cultivating the martial path. After the decomposition through the primordial martial scripture, the heavenly strategy war dragon spear technique that Li Mu had previously comprehended from the sacred weapon had been completely transformed into his own unique primordial spear technique. When Li Mu opened his eyes again, he found himself seated atop the command platform. The sacred weapon Jinshan he beside him had already concealed all its aura, appearing as unassuming as an ordinary spear. I've grown stronger. Li Mu murmured in delight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This feeling is absolutely incredible. Now that I have the spear in hand, the world is mine. Whoever dares oppose me, I'll pierce them. Li Mu sank his consciousness into his soul sea and sensed his surroundings. He discovered that his martial realm had advanced several major stages, directly reaching the 7th rank saint realm. In this world's terms, he was now a proper 7th rank martial saint. As soon as Li Mu awoke, Daji below the platform sensed something amiss. The crowd was about to approach and inquire about the situation. Li Mu let out a long roar and leaped from the platform, his Jinshan, his spear moving like a dragon as he struck toward the grand and junior directors of the Yinyang school. Would the two directors care to spar with me? Without waiting for an answer, he attacked like a swimming dragon. The two women hastily dodged and then unleashed their signature techniques in response. After exchanging several moves, both directors showed expressions of utter shock. The Grand Director, as an elder of the Yinyang school though not versed in martial combat, was a genuine 7th rank Dao Saint. The junior director, while slightly weaker than her counterpart, had also just entered the 7th rank. Their battle was thrilling and intense. Though the two women held back their ultimate Yinyang techniques, Li Mu's sudden transformation remained utterly unbelievable. Just minutes ago, Li Mu had been an ordinary mortal with no cultivation whatsoever. Though his soul fusion had restored his martial memories, his cultivation had been completely destroyed. Yet now he could face two Dao Saints simultaneously with ease. How could this not astonish everyone? If the directors were initially stunned, that shock had since melted into embarrassment and shame. Li Mu had rushed forward immediately upon awakening from his enlightenment. He had failed to notice that his white robes had been reduced to ashes by the flames. He was completely bare, not even wearing undergarments. Li Mu, filled with excitement, wielded his spear like a dragon with great enthusiasm. But the directors of the Yinyang school were blushing crimson with embarrassment. Though they were Li Mu's summoned divine generals with natural affection for him, neither had ever served him intimately. They remained untouched maidens. After only a few exchanges, Li Mu noticed something amiss with the two women. "Director, why are your faces so red? Is my combat prowess too overwhelming for you?" Upon hearing his words, the junior director stumbled in embarrassment, nearly falling flat on her face. Just then, Princess Xiang Yu, who had been watching from the side, suddenly slapped her forehead and spoke with a mix of amusement and exasperation to rescue the situation. "Mu'er, put on some clothes first. What kind of propriety is it to be naked in public?" Li Mu turned his head in surprise at his mother's words. "Mother, what clothes are you talking about?" Just then, a cool breeze swept past, and Li Mu felt a chill on his buttocks. He looked down. His face instantly turned red to the roots of his neck. He saw that his two spears, one above and one below, were simultaneously pointing at the Grand and Junior directors. The two women had already turned around in shyness. When Li Mu arrived at the training ground in new clothes, he found nearly 30,000 soldiers already gathered in the courtyard. Aside from Li Xian's personal guard, the three commanders, including Bai Yu, had each brought 8,000 dragon cavalry to gather at the training ground. Li Mu stood before the assembled troops with a grave expression. "Brothers, the Supreme General was severely injured in a surprise attack while inspecting Jinlong Pass. I suspect the 100,000-strong army there has fallen under enemy control. I am now taking full command of Tiansu Manor. Will you follow me to defend the honor of Tiansu?" A wave of enthusiasm swept through the ranks as the soldiers dropped to one knee in unison. "We pledge our allegiance to the young general and will protect Tiansu." Li Mu nodded in approval, then turned to look at Xiang Yu beside him, whose face was alight with excitement. "Overlord Xiang Yu, report for duty." Xiang Yu stepped forward with clasped fists. "Your servant is here. I order you to command all 30,000 troops of Tiansu Manor against the enemy's 100,000. Do you accept this mission?" Xiang Yu grinned broadly. "My lord need not worry. With just one man and one halberd, I could slay 50,000 of their dragon cavalry." Li Mu's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly take the lives of our soldiers. They are all brothers of Tiansu Manor. Li Mu finished speaking and turned to face the 9 masters of the Yin Yang school. Dong Wang Tai report for duty. Dong Wang Tai floated forward gracefully. My lord, I order you to lead all the masters of the Yin Yang school in a decapitation strike. Target the 4 commanders of the rebel army and all commander-level experts. Strike to kill with no mercy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu and the other 2 commanders exchanged alarmed glances. Young general, could there be an error in the intelligence? Could it be that among the 3 of us? Li Mu managed a bitter smile. Bai Yu father dispatched all the commanders to guard Jinlong Pass, leaving only the 3 of you to defend Tiansu Manor. Do you not understand now? The attack on father was orchestrated by the Holy Sage Academy. All 4 commanders of Tiansu Manor graduated from there. Through their influence and persuasion, even those who were reluctant could not resist the tide of events. With this explanation, the 3 commanders immediately understood. Among the 36 commanders, they had always formed a small faction marginalized by the larger groups. Li Mu only needed to hint at it, and they grasped the situation at once. His expression grew grave, tinged with sorrow. Brothers, I know it is not easy to raise your blades against former comrades. But the dignity of Tiansu Manor cannot be challenged by traitors. After this battle, I will destroy the Holy Sage Academy and avenge all brothers who have fallen. As the words echoed, every soldier roared in unison, revenge. Revenge. Before the cries had faded, a soldier sprinted toward them. Reporting, young general, the 100,000 dragon cavalry guarding Jinlong Pass are marching toward Tiansu Manor approximately 3 kilometers away. Li Mu's expression hardened as he spat out 2 words. Meet them in battle. Just then Princess Xiang Yu, his mother, approached and handed him a dragon-shaped token from her sleeve. My son, before he left, your father mentioned that while those commanders may have their own agendas, all the soldiers of Tiansu Manor are his, Li Xiansu's men. You should try using this Tiansu token. Li Mu accepted the token without hesitation. Having once lived and eaten alongside the Tiansu dragon cavalry, he understood the depth of their devotion to the manor. With the Tiansu token, he might truly avoid the tragedy of brothers fighting brothers. Tiansu Manor relied primarily on cavalry, and the grounds before the mansion stretched flat and open, ideal terrain for a cavalry charge. Li Mu mounted a dragon horse and led his troops into formation before the mansion gates. Not long after, thunderous rumbling echoed as a dark mass of dragon cavalry swept toward them from the distance. Li Mu scanned the approaching ranks and recognized familiar faces, men he would now face on the battlefield. At the vanguard rode 4 middle-aged men in crimson battle armor. The Ling brothers, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, Ling Zhan, and Ling Tong, were renowned as the 4 great commanders of Tiansu Manor. They paused in surprise upon seeing Li Mu already arrayed for battle before the gates. From hundreds of meters away, the 4 great commanders' expressions darkened upon spotting Li Mu. Their relationship had never been warm, and now on the battlefield, he would show them no quarter. He urged his horse forward and bellowed to the assembled forces, I am Li Mu, Marquis of Guanjuan. Holding the Tiansu token, I ask you once more, will you truly follow these 4 beasts in betraying Tiansu? Silence fell across the field. Ling Feng, the eldest of the 4 great commanders, sneered, Little Mu, I heard the empress had you flayed alive. We uncles worried for quite some time. Who would have thought you'd actually return? Ignoring Ling Feng's taunts, Li Mu raised the Tiansu token high once more. Dragon cavalry of Tiansu, hear my command. Remove your armor and return to your ranks immediately. Those who disobey will be punished as traitors. No sooner had his words ended than a murmur of unrest rippled through the ranks. Then roaring voices erupted from the rebel forces. Born a servant of Tiansu, I shall die as a spirit of Tiansu. Dragon cavalryman Zhang Sen returns to rank. Dragon cavalryman Wang Wu returns to rank. The clatter of armor hitting the ground filled the air. Squadrons of dragon cavalry cast aside their weapons and armor, riding toward Li Mu's rear to rejoin their ranks. Watching them return one by one, Li Mu's eyes stung with tears. The soldiers of Tiansu Manor are its spirits even in death. Well done. As squadrons continued to regroup, desperate shouts echoed from the opposing commanders. Damn it! Don't you dare leave. Come back. By now more than half the dragon cavalry had returned, and the tide was turning as more soldiers stripped off their armor to rejoin their ranks. Ling Feng's face darkened with fury as he glared at Li Mu. Li Mu, do you truly believe that merely gathering the army will save Tiansu Manor? Keep dreaming. As Ling Feng's threats hung in the air, hundreds of black-clad figures suddenly rose into the sky. Leading them was a rank 8 Confucian venerable wielding the judge's brush with an iron face and dragon-like beard. Behind the venerable floated 3 white-haired Confucian sages. One sat cross-legged in midair, a guqin, before him radiating subtle pressure, while the other 2 held scrolls, their bearing elegant and refined. The rank 8 venerable wielded a massive calligraphy brush, sweeping ink across the void to form a great ink-wash dragon. Roar! As the painting took shape, the dragon surged into the sky. Li Mu sneered and bellowed, charge. The moment his words echoed, Xiang Yu let out a thunderous roar. Sacrifice, battle soul. Tens of thousands of dragon cavalry formed their battle array, channeling overwhelming pressure into Xiang Yu. A 10-meter-tall phantom of the Overlord materialized behind Xiang Yu, his halberd thrust fiercely toward the heavens. Sever. The phantom's massive halberd descended upon the enemy with devastating force. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai transformed into a dark shadow and shot into the sky. Yin-Yang Grand Millstone. The powerful forces of Yin and Yang rapidly converged, forming a massive Taiji symbol of black and white in the void. The enormous Yin-Yang millstone spanned over 100 meters in diameter, shrouding nearly half the sky. Roar. As the Overlord's phantom struck down, the ink dragon summoned by the rank 8 Venerable let out a piercing scream and was cleaved in two. The Confucian sage playing the guqin strummed his instrument, and melodious notes like mountain streams filled the air. Oh! The sound struck the dragon cavalry, many clutching their ears and falling from their horses. Their faces contorted in agony. Sonic attack. Li Mu's expression shifted as he coldly commanded Dongwang Tai. Take out that lute player. Dongwang gave a slight nod, and the Yin-Yang millstone in his hands descended upon the three Confucian sages. The colossal Yin-Yang millstone revolved slowly. Then dense streams of Yin and Yang energy coalesced into whirlwinds across the battlefield below. In an instant, everyone within the millstone's radius was swept into the grinding wheels, reduced to nothing but mists of blood. Screams of agony erupted one after another. The three Confucian sages, having yet to make a true move, were obliterated by Donghuang's single massive millstone. Meanwhile, the black-robed Confucian, revered one, spat out blood. Under the combined assault of two 8th-rank Zun realm powerhouses, Xiang Yu and Donghuang, he hastily retreated. Impossible to 8th rank. The black-robed Confucian, revered one's face, turned pale, his eyes filled with utter shock. When did the Tian's mansion possess such formidable strength? Xiang Yu and Donghuang pressed forward, their fears clash echoing once more. On the battlefield, Dongjun Yanfei's dark blue, long dress fluttered gracefully. As the strongest beneath Donghuang within the school of Yin-Yang, Dongjun wove through the battlefield like a blue butterfly. Wherever she passed, only ashes remained. 8 Arcane Golden Crow Curse. Dongjun whispered softly while gently pointing her finger. Golden crows wreathed in blazing golden flames soared into the battlefield. Any enemy they touched was instantly ignited, and contact meant certain death. De Siming's hands turned blood red. Black handprints flew forth from her body, multiplying into countless shadowy palms that slammed down furiously. Yin-Yang combined hand seal. The enemy commanders, including Ling Feng, were instantly overwhelmed. Many, seeing the situation turn dire, turned to flee. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed across the battlefield. Blossom world of 10,000 trees. Xiao Siming's fingers emitted strands of verdant immortal light. Black vines burst forth from the earth, snaking towards the enemy troops and entangling them. The battlefield had become a one-sided slaughter. The young Xinghuan found tormenting the weak tedious. After scanning the area, a sinister grin crept across his face as he stealthily crept towards the 8th-rank Confucian, revered one. At this moment, the black-robed Confucian, revered one, was being cornered by two 8th-rank powerhouses, completely oblivious to the sinister child sneaking up behind him. Yin-Yang puppet seal. As the Confucian, revered one, was caught off guard, strands of purple sigils condensed and attached themselves to his body. The revered one's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. Dongwang Tai seized the opportunity, casting a sealing spell upon him. Caught unprepared, the black-robed Confucian, revered one, fell victim instantly. As the sealing array bound him, Xinghuan's puppet seal began to take effect. The black-robed Confucian, revered one's eyes gradually grew vacant, their light fading into dullness. Xinghuan stared at the old man with excitement, a twisted grin splitting across his face. A Confucian, revered one puppet, I've hit the jackpot. War drums thundered. On the boundless Yinlong River plains, two tides of steel clashed head-on. The colossal Overlord's phantom towered across the heavens, cutting down enemies as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. Li Mu observed from the rear with narrowed eyes. Though Overlord Xiang Yu's personal combat prowess wasn't significantly greater than Su Daji's or Dongwang Tai's. Once on the battlefield, even Su Daji and Dongwang combined couldn't match a single Xiang Yu. The Overlord's halberd swept across the field. Every arc of the weapon was accompanied by gushing torrents of hot blood. Screams rang out in succession. The battle concluded in just over 10 minutes. Of the Confucian sects, several hundred black-robed warriors, over half, lay dead or wounded. As for the commanders who had betrayed the Tian's mansion, they were singled out by the school of Yin-Yang, leaving only 2 or 3 survivors. Before long, the remaining commanders were dragged before Li Mu and forced to kneel. His expression was icy. As commanders of the Tian's army, do you even deserve the war robes you wear? One commander raised his head towards Li Mu, offering a bitter smile. Young general, even the most loyal army needs to survive. Do you know that the Great Xia court hasn't sent provisions to the Tian's mansion for 2 years and 8 months? We used to fight the desolate beasts to protect Great Xia, but now we fight just to stay alive. If we don't kill hundreds of beasts every day, we starve. Commander Ling Feng promised us that once the Grand General was dead, the Tian's Mansion would still be Great Xia's Tian's Mansion, and we would still be the Empire's revered generals. Then things would return to how they were, with food to eat and wine to drink. Li Mu was taken aback. Having spent 3 years recovering from his injuries, he had anticipated the court's persecution of the Tian's Mansion. But he never imagined his brothers would endure such hardship. To fill their stomachs, they had to venture beyond the protective barrier of Jinlong Pass and fight desperately against the desolate beasts of the Yinlong Mountains. The Tian's Mansion had 1500 troops, 300 mouths, to feed, counting their mounts. Calculating one beast could feed 500 people a single meal, they would need to slay at least 180 desolate beasts every day, just to ensure all 300 people had 3 meals. For the Tian's Mansion, this was utterly devastating. Desolate beasts had thick hides, tremendous vitality, and terrifying strength. 180 beasts, if gathered for a frontal charge, could easily annihilate a 300-strong dragoon army. Day after day of such high-intensity slaughter, Li Mu couldn't fathom how his brothers managed to endure. He could imagine they often went hungry, their bellies half empty. How could loyalty be expected from starving men? He let out a helpless sigh. Li Mu no longer had the heart to pursue their punishment. Aside from a few like Ling Feng, most of their rebellion was understandable. But understanding didn't equate to forgiveness. With a resigned wave of his hand, Li Mu turned and walked away. Take them out and behead them. Next life, remember not to cross me. Back at the Tian's Mansion, Li Mu's expression remained grim. In the training grounds stood 800 dragoons, of whom over 500 had followed their commanders into wrongdoing. Li Mu didn't wish to dwell on the matter. But with so many people, the few coins in his pocket couldn't possibly sustain them. He needed to find them a way to survive. A legitimate path to walk in the light. Just then the system notification chimed in his mind again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully crushing the Confucian sect's arrogance, collecting a small amount of fortune. Rewards, 300 merit points, 1 special building blueprint. With the system's voice echoing, Li Mu felt little excitement. Until the issue of feeding the Tian's Mansion was resolved, he remained a failure as its young commander. Listlessly, he opened the system reward, and an informational display appeared before him. Item: Special Building Blueprint. Description: a blueprint imbued with mystical power. Upon learning it, one can construct buildings with extraordinary effects using materials and merit points. Without hesitation, Li Mu learned it directly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have learned the construction method for the Dragon Soul Temple through the Special Building Blueprint. You can now build the special structure Dragon Soul Temple. Building Dragon Soul Temple. Description: a temple capable of communicating with the Supreme Dragon Soul. It possesses the power to manifest miracles, gather faith, condense fortune, and more. Effect: the temple will proactively attract those in need to come and pray through miracles and other means. Their wishes will automatically appear on the Supreme City Government task list, and completing those tasks yields rewards. Construction materials required: beast hides, beast bones. Li Mu's eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face. He had been fretting over the Tian's Mansion's food problem. And just as drowsiness hit, a pillow arrived. The Great Xia dynasty's imperial authority had fallen into the hands of others, with Confucianism revered and martial arts neglected. A group of spear wielders nearly met their doom at the hands of those wielding writing brushes, all because the nation had grown complacent in its prolonged peace. The Tian's Mansion guarded Jinlong Pass, sealing the only passage for the beast hordes. With no external threats to the nation, the officials and common folk alike turned to idle pursuits, and Confucianism naturally flourished. At this thought, Li Mu suddenly conceived a plan. Lead the Tian's Mansion through a transformation. With these 100,000 dragon riders in hand, how could they not earn a living? Why fight a bloody war across 1,000 miles against the beast hordes only to end up moved by one's own sacrifice? Li Mu had now completely seen through it all. What had he to do with such nonsense as defending the nation and protecting the homeland? To guard with one's very life. Whose home was he protecting, and whose country was he defending? Those officials who dabbled in letters lay on their grand beds, embracing beauties and indulging in delicacies, while the Tian's Mansion fought desperately against the beasts in this godforsaken place. Li Mu planned to wage war against the Sage Academy and even the Confucian sect if this current line of reasoning was to be followed. Those pedantic scholars, with just a light stroke of their pens, could reduce the Tian's Mansion, the true defenders of the Great Xia, to mere rebels. At that time, the fate of Yu Fei Wei Qing and the Yang family generals would become the Tian's Mansion's future. After much deliberation, Li Mu finally spoke and issued his first military order. All of you listen up. I am giving you 1 month. Return to your homes and bring your wives, children, and elders back to Yinlong River. As Li Mu's words fell, a murmur of discussion quickly arose from the crowd below. Bai Yu and the other 2 commanders could not help but ask in confusion, "Young general, what do you mean by this?" Li Mu waved his hand with a gentle smile and patiently explained, "Brothers, you have suffered these past 3 years. Our Tian's Mansion has guarded Jinlong Pass, fighting desperately against the beast tides, serving as a loyal old watchdog for the Great Xia dynasty. Yet now we are bullied and humiliated by the Confucian sect's machinations, ending with the fate of the cunning hare being slain and the loyal hound being cooked. Today, as I Li Mu take command of the Tiant's mansion, I have decided to redefine its duties. From this day forward, the Tiant's dragon riders shall no longer be the watchdogs of the gate, but rather war wolves patrolling the eastern wilderness. I have decided to lead the troops into the cities to enforce the law across the Great Xia. You shall become the new enforcers of our nation. Should officials oppress the people and the court ignore it, the Tiant's mansion will intervene. Should the Confucian sect harm the nation and the court refuse to act, the Tiant's mansion will bring them to justice. Should immortal sects and Taoist schools dominate a region, the Tiant's mansion shall meet them with military might. Now that the Sage Academy is corrupting the nation with Confucianism, it is the perfect time for the Tiant's mansion to showcase its prowess. All of you heed my command. The Tiant's dragon riders are hereby disbanded temporarily. Return home and bring your families back. In 1 month, I will reorganize you into units of 100 and battalions of 1,000 and assign new missions. The 80,000 dragon riders roared in unison upon hearing this. The wolf of Tiants enforcing the law in the eastern wilderness. The wolf of Tiants enforcing the law in the eastern wilderness. The wolf of Tiants enforcing the law in the eastern wilderness. As the cheers erupted, a system notification chimed in synchronously. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the fate of the Great Xia. You have collected a small amount of fate and received the reward 500 merit points, and the fortune mall has been unlocked. Li Mu was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the system interface to check. Sure enough, in the top right corner of the information panel, a shopping cart icon had appeared. Li Mu clicked on it, and it was the fortune mall. It was well stocked with a wide variety of goods, much like a certain popular e-commerce platform. Li Mu casually browsed through it. Pills, armor, weapons, mounts. Everything was available. He spotted a majestic and domineering white tiger mount, but a glance at the price tag in the bottom left corner instantly deflated his spirits. Mount White Tiger, rank Emperor, realm Spirit Beast, abilities. Required merit 5000000. Searching again, he found he couldn't afford any of the named mounts. Fortunately, in a tucked-away corner, he found an exchange section for summoning cards. Random mount summoning card 100 merit 5-star, transcendent mount card 100 merit 6-star, peerless mount card 500 merit 7-star, legendary mount card 300 merit 8-star, overlord mount card 500 merit. Li Mu looked at the prices. A random draw was barely affordable. But if he randomly got something below 7 stars, he'd be the ultimate fool, a total loss. Still, the random summoning card offered better value for money. Li Mu checked the other summoning cards and found the prices were generally consistent with the mount cards. Whether it was a random divine general card or a random troop type card, they were all basically 100 points. However, it was worth noting that special faction summoning cards capable of summoning an entire organization were not available in the mall. Li Mu felt slightly disappointed, but could understand why. After all, such special faction cards were indeed excessively powerful. A faction like the School of Yin could be summoned in one go with a single card. If someone were to summon the ancient heavenly court, the system could just retire and call it the end. After a painful decision-making process, Li Mu decided to purchase 1 random mount summoning card and 10 5-star divine general cards. The 5-star divine generals, costing 100 points each, would be a great deal for commanding the Tiant's Dragon Rider legions. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for spending 200 points and successfully exchanging for 1 random mount summoning card and 10 5-star transcendent divine general cards. Item: random mount summoning card. Description: upon use, allows the user to randomly summon a beast-type mount with attributes focused on speed. Item: 5-star transcendent divine general summoning card. Description: upon use, allows the user to randomly obtain 1 5-star divine general with a small chance to summon a linked partner divine general. Li Mu couldn't wait and immediately used the mount card. Ding dong. You have activated the random mount summoning card and successfully summoned the 7-star Mount Skyborn Xiangqi. Mount Skyborn Xiangqi, rank 7th grade. Strange beast, growth talent 7 stars. Epic making legend mount. Description: the Skyborn Xiangqi is a descendant of Xiangqi, one of the 4 great malevolent beasts. Its form resembles a tiger, and it has a pair of wings on its back. When flying, its speed rivals that of a roc. It is the fastest among all flying-type mounts. Roar. A beastly roar echoed, startling the crowd and causing their bodies to tremble. The next moment, a massive black tiger about 3 meters in length with wings sprouting from its back appeared before Li Mu. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and proceeded with the next summons. Currently, the Tiant's Mansion's 80,000-strong army had only 3 commanders at the top level, and there was an urgent need for a batch of mid-level generals to lead the troops. Since Li Mu had chosen the 5-star cards, he held no expectations for any surprises. After all, how powerful could a 5-star item be? A series of ding-dong sounds rang out as all 10 5-star divine general cards were summoned. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Through the 5-star divine general card, you have successfully summoned the 5-star divine general Sun Shanshan. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned 5-star Divine General Fu Yao Dingdong. Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned 5-star Divine General Yun Ying. Also summoned Princess Nihuang Ma Yun Luyang Bamei Yi Zhao Li Yuanfeng Chu Chao Lu Bei. A continuous stream of ding-dong sounds came through, leaving Li Mu's mind a bit dizzy. With 10 female generals added to his ranks, the Tian's mansion immediately became a livelier place. The female officers clad in full military attire were a beautiful sight to behold as they walked through the courtyard. Moreover, these women were no mere decorations. Each and every one of them possessed combat power at the peak of the 5th rank, nearly reaching the 6th rank. As soon as the system's voice subsided, Li Mu heard a slightly different notification sound once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bond Divine Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei upon summoning the 5-star Divine General Liu Bei. Li Mu froze and quickly looked closely. 3 shimmering information panels appeared before him. Divine General Liu Bei. Class Divine General. Star rating 5 stars. Extraordinary. This Divine General's face is thick enough to be extraordinary, a trait that can work wonders at critical moments. Innate attributes. Command 15. The higher the command, the greater the number of troops the general can lead. This general's current maximum command is 15000 troops. Combat power 45. The higher the combat power, the stronger the battle formation and summoned war spirit. Strategy 35. The higher the strategy, the lower the battle formation consumption and the more flexible the formation changes. Loyalty -100. Combat level 3rd grade Grandmaster. Battle soul talent. The thief never misses. Liu Bei's innate thievery nature makes him a cheat wherever he goes, possessing an absolute self-serving aura. Warning detected that the host has obtained the 5-star Divine General Liu Bei. Special warning: this big-eared thief is a born traitor and will definitely betray you. Please handle with care. Li Mu stared at Liu Bei's loyalty rating of -100, utterly bewildered. Liu Bei has this ability. What has he ever tricked? Li Mu calmed himself and pondered deeply, then was struck with great alarm. Liu Bei started by defecting to Gongsun Zan and swindled away Zhao Yun. Later he joined Liu Biao and Jingzhou and tricked him out of the entire province. He defected to Cao Cao and deceived him out of 3000 troops. He then defected to Lu Zhang and Shu, and the land of Bashu also became Lu's. Damn, this bastard cannot be kept. At that moment 2 more information panels appeared before Li Mu. Divine General Guan Yu. Class Divine General. Star rating 6 stars. Peerless. Originally a 7-star Divine General, but the bond between Lu Guan and Zhang dragged down the baseline. Innate attributes. Command 45. The higher the command, the greater the number of troops the general can lead. This general's current maximum command is 4500 troops. Combat power 95. The higher the combat power, the stronger the battle formation and summoned war spirit. Strategy 55. The higher the strategy, the lower the battle formation consumption and the more flexible the formation changes. Loyalty 50. Combat level 7th grade Martial Saint. Battle soul talent righteousness foremost. Guan Yu the Martial Saint is unmatched in righteousness. To fulfill the sworn brotherhood, he can betray or disappoint anyone else. Divine General Zhang Fei. Class Divine General. Star rating 5 stars. Extraordinary. Originally a 6-star Divine General, but the bond between Lu Guan and Zhang dragged down the baseline. Innate attributes. Command 25. The higher the command, the greater the number of troops the general can lead. This general's current maximum command is 2500 troops. Combat power 85. The higher the combat power, the stronger the battle formation and summoned war spirit. Strategy 35. The higher the strategy, the lower the battle formation consumption and the more flexible the formation changes. Loyalty 20. Combat level 6th grade Martial King. Battle soul talent recklessness. Above all, Zhang Fei is fierce and reckless, defying anyone except Liu Bei. Li Mu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. 10,000 merit points were wasted. Buy 1 get 2 free. But he never expected to get 3 useless ingrates. Liu Bei was a thief and absolutely unusable. Guan Yu would betray anyone for Liu Bei, so he had to be used with caution. Zhang Fei could only be controlled by Liu Bei. No one else could manage him. This left Li Mu in a dilemma. To kill them outright would be a waste of resources. To keep them idle would risk the big-eared thief sabotaging things from within. After much thought, Li Mu decided to lock Liu Bei up first. Over the next 3 days, Li Mu assigned troops to the newly arrived female commanders and found an excuse to imprison Liu Bei. Sure enough, Liu Bei was thrown into death row for stepping on a cockroach that Li Mu had kept for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stormed angrily to Li Mu's location. Fortunately, Li Mu had prepared in advance. He had Xiang Yu waiting at the main gate. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei didn't even get to see Li Mu before Xiang Yu beat them into the medical station. In addition, Li Mu summoned several core members of the Yinyang school and ordered them to find fault with the 2 generals. Whoever could raise Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's loyalty to 100 would be granted godhood by Li Mu. This command sent the entire Yinyang school, including Dong Huang, into a frenzy. Given the fervor of the crowd, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would likely be bedridden for at least half a year. Xiaojing Emperor's Palace. The dragon cavalry of the Tian's mansion had each departed, and Emperor Xuanji received accurate intelligence immediately. What is he trying to do? Xuanji stood by the window deep in thought. Long Ying was still masked-clad in black robes. I don't know. Could he be planning a rebellion? Xuanji shook her head. Probably not. Li Mu is a man who craves pleasure. He wouldn't waste effort on a rebellion, nor does he enjoy being a lofty emperor. Long Ying seemed thoughtful. Then what does he intend to achieve? As they were at a loss, a female attendant's voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, the director of the Imperial Observatory requests an audience. What? Xuanji and Long Ying both looked shocked. Though the Imperial Observatory was one of the three great pillars of Great Xia, its director had never involved himself in factional conflicts. Now the old director was visiting in person. What could it mean? Invite him in immediately. Shortly after Xuanji's words, an elderly man with white hair entered the hall slowly. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty. Xuanji dared not act haughty, and quickly rose to greet him. Greetings, director. Please have a seat. I heard you haven't left the Tianji Tower for a long time. What brings you here today? The old director, dressed in simple white robes, stroked his beard and nodded. I have come to bid farewell to your Majesty. Why? Xuanji's face showed surprise. Director, are you going on a long journey, or? The old director shook his head, still with lowered eyes. Your Majesty, to be honest, I have come to resign from my post. Yesterday I received a warning from my master. A great calamity is about to rise from the eastern wilderness, and I am urgently summoned back to the sect. Xuanji's face turned pale, and her arms trembled slightly. Though she had become a puppet under the pressure of the Rouge sect, she had maintained absolute independence within the palace. The reason was that the old director had been stationed in the palace, preventing the Rouge sect from acting rashly. Now the old director's sudden resignation caught Xuanji off guard. Without his support, all her years of planning would be in vain, and the Great Xia royal family would be utterly doomed never to recover. Thinking of these consequences, cold sweat immediately dripped from Xuanji's forehead. Director, could you stay a little longer? 1 year? I only need 1 more year to reach the 8th grade peak, or even the 9th grade. Then, Xuanji was visibly agitated, but the old director gently shook his head. I'm sorry, but I must leave today. The 3,000 disciples of Tianji Tower will remain here. I will not take a single one. They are yours to command when needed. Empress Xuanji slumped upon the dragon throne, her lips unconsciously bitten until they bled. Seeing the Empress's dazed expression, the old imperial astronomer sighed and spoke again. Before I depart, I have one final heavenly revelation to impart to your Majesty. Xuanji hastily rose to her feet, as if clutching at a lifeline. Astronomer, please speak. Is there any way to prolong the fate of our Great Xia? The old astronomer shook his head. In 2 months, an unprecedented beast tide of 10 million will descend from the hidden Dragon Mountain range. With the heavenly strategy manner devoid of troops and supplies, it will be impossible to hold. When that time comes, the entire Great Xia will be engulfed in bloodshed and chaos. Pausing, the old astronomer looked directly at Empress Xuanji and murmured, within misfortune lies fortune, and within fortune lurks misfortune. For your Majesty, this may not be bad news after all. Xuanji's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers pressing hard into the throne, leaving indentations. After a moment, she released her grip, rose and bowed respectfully to the old astronomer. Please enlighten me, astronomer. Xuanji would be eternally grateful. The old astronomer turned away, walking toward the door, while seemingly muttering casually, whose kingdom it is, let them protect it. Why must your Majesty trouble herself with such worries? Having said this, he turned and left through the door. Xuanji remained bowed for a long while, then suddenly a flash of insight lit up her eyes. Of course, whose kingdom it is, let them protect it. By the logic that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, a beast tide of 10 million could be an ally of 10 million troops. With this thought, Xuanji bowed once more in the direction where the old astronomer had departed. Xuanji thanks the astronomer for his guidance and bids him farewell. After the bow, confidence returned to Xuanji's eyes. Turning to address the empty air behind her, she commanded, Long Ying, go to Hidden Dragon Manor and secretly inform Lan Shi about the beast tide of 10 million. Have her find a way to notify Li Mu to evacuate Jinlong Pass ahead of time. At her words, Long Ying materialized from the shadows. Xuanji, if the beast tide of 10 million breaches our borders, the Great Xia may be destroyed, countless families torn apart. Xuanji's face paled, her voice trembling slightly as she said, we cannot afford to worry about that now. Do you want Li Mu to lead the heavenly strategy manor to mutual destruction with the beast tide? Or do you want to watch our royal clan be wiped out and the Great Xia completely fall into foreign hands? At the heavenly strategy manor, some Dragon Rider troops were returning with their families. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzi had emerged from the Saint Weapon Space with Su Daji's help. Upon learning that Li Mu intended to abandon Jinlong Pass and even start a war with the Sage Academy, Li Xuanzi grew uneasy. Jinlong Pass is the crucial fortress of our Great Xia against beast tides. If Jinlong Pass falls, the wild beasts will surge straight into the heartlands of Great Xia, and the people will be slaughtered in rivers of blood. As the nation's guardian army, we must take it upon ourselves to protect the country and its people. We cannot knowingly commit mistakes that lead to untold suffering. Li Mu quietly looked at Li Xuanzi before him without rebutting. Having guarded the nation's borders for decades, Li Xuanzi's unwavering loyalty to Great Xia was deeply ingrained. No mere words could sway him. Fortunately, Li Xuanzi was still severely wounded, leaving the Heavenly Strategy Manor's command to Li Mu for now. After a long silence, Li Mu smiled faintly. Father, the eternal truth of this world is that when money speaks, truth falls silent, and when power speaks, money retreats. Those who make the rules never follow them, and those bound by the rules never rise above. When you became shackled by the law and held hostage by the officials, Father, you were already doomed. Li Mu paused, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xuanzi. Father, the 100,000 troops of the Heavenly Strategy Manor are starving. No grain for the men, no fodder for the horses. They go hungry every day. Yet you remain bound by so-called rules and righteousness, waiting passively for the court to allocate supplies. Isn't that courting self-destruction? Your son is different from you. I like making rules for those who make rules, and being unreasonable with those who are unreasonable. Since you can't get anything by kneeling, I'll take it standing up. As long as I'm strong enough, ruthless enough, and unreasonable enough, nothing in this world can stand in our way. With that, Li Mu sent Li Xuanzi off to recover from his injuries. Having traveled from a later era, he knew deeply that a country like Great Xia could only be saved through drastic measures, striking hard and rebuilding from the ashes. The people of Great Xia revered those scholarly academies that composed poetry, yet turned a blind eye to the Heavenly Strategy Manor bleeding on the frontier. Beyond the academy's covert manipulation, the greatest reason was that the people of Great Xia had grown too comfortable. So comfortable that their minds were filled with nothing but poetry, music, chess, and calligraphy. This was akin to the idol worship culture of later generations. Heroes die for the nation, while entertainers enjoy their peace. It was precisely because of the Heavenly Strategy Manor's existence that the people of Great Xia could so carefreely worship these Confucian scholars. To completely shatter the Confucian sect's influence over Great Xia, Li Mu needed to employ thunderous measures and teach them a bloody lesson. At the same time, the ignorant populace needed to witness the carnage and wake up from their complacency. Li Mu had already made up his mind. Once the Heavenly Strategy Dragon Riders returned, he would move the entire manor from the open into the shadows, entering Supreme City to recuperate and regroup. Meanwhile, he would make a grand show of it, dragging Li Xuanzi's coffin to the capital, beating the drum of grievances at the palace gates, and dragging the Confucian sect lurking behind the Sage Academy into the fray as well. As days passed, one by one, the Dragon Riders of the Heavenly Strategy Manor had all returned to formation, and their families had taken up residence in Supreme City under Li Mu's direction. Li Xuanzi, following Li Mu's arrangements, had also departed with a contingent of Dragon Riders. Under Li Mu's orders, Li Xuanzi took all the beast bones and hides accumulated over the years by the Heavenly Strategy Manor, traveling to the major cities of Great Xia to build Dragon Soul temples. Li Xuanzi was bewildered. Why am I being given assignments now? Nevertheless, he knew Li Mu's temperament. If it weren't a matter of utmost urgency, he wouldn't have arranged this. Without asking further, Li Xuanzi turned and led his troops out. Just as all of Li Mu's plans were unfolding smoothly, a killer from the net suddenly arrived at the Heavenly Strategy Manor. Li Mu studied the female assassin before him, delicate features, black garments hugging her form. A name surfaced unbidden in his mind: Xiang Yu, the heaven-ranked assassin of the net, and Tian Yin, the young mistress of the peasant school among the 100 schools of thought. As Li Mu's mind raced, Xiang Yu spoke. Xiang Yu of the net pays respects to my lord. Li Mu nodded, gesturing for her to rise, then asked in a low voice, Zhao Gao sent you all this way. Has something major happened in the capital? Xiang Yu nodded, producing a slip of paper and handing it to Li Mu. He took it, glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. On the paper was a line of elegant handwriting. In 1 month, a beast tide of 10 million will descend through Jinlong Pass. Evacuate immediately. Li Mu looked at the familiar script and asked Xiang Yu, where did this note come from? Xiang Yu answered respectfully, my lord, this was found by Miss Lan Shi at her bedside when she woke up this morning. Under the shocking reports of the net, Li Mu obtained most of the intelligence regarding the Academy of Sages. The Academy of Sages is divided into 6 major schools, and its founding dates back nearly a millennium. The 6 schools are distinguished by the 6 arts of Confucianism: rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, supplemented by specialized courses in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, establishing the foremost academy of the Great Xia Kingdom. It has been hailed by the people as the cornerstone of the nation. Talents who have emerged from its halls are scattered throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, extending even to the entire eastern wasteland. Even the former Princess Xuanji, now the reigning empress, is one of the academy's distinguished alumni. Li Mu knew well that once he moved against the academy, he would instantly become a target for all. The academy was like a hornet's nest entrenched within Great Xia. The moment Li Mu poked at, chaos would engulf the realm, and he would stand against the world. Yet Li Mu was never one to suffer in silence after being struck. Since the Confucian sect had repeatedly made their moves, he was naturally prepared to counterstrike. He intended to emulate the first emperor's burning of books and burying of scholars, obliterating every academy and bookstore throughout Great Xia, severing the very roots of the Confucian sect. Before formally declaring war on the Confucian sect, the Academy faction, led by the Academy of Sages, stood as Li Mu's greatest obstacle. After setting aside the intelligence report, a plan took shape in his mind. By his calculations, the Dragon Riders of the Heavenly Strategy Mansion had nearly all returned to the fold, and there was less than a month remaining before the beast tide descended upon the world. Li Mu tucked away the message and immediately led Jing and I outside. The moment he stepped through the door, he encountered Dong Wangtai approaching with the disciples of the school of Yinyang. Li Mu casually beckoned to Xing Han of the school of Yinyang. Xing Han, I heard you gained much from this battle and captured a Confucian elder puppet. Xing Han grinned and nodded, an unusual smile gracing his somewhat sinister features. Take your Confucian elder enforcer and reduce the Heavenly Strategy Mansion and Jinlong Pass to rubble. Nothing but ruins will suffice. Xing Han nodded and departed to carry out the order. The group gathered at the drill ground. Dong Wangtai, following Li Mu's arrangements, had already prepared a luxurious carriage. Upon the spacious carriage rested a massive blood-red coffin, a truly harrowing sight. 18 sturdy dragon horses drew the hearse. White cloth and white flowers adorned the carriage shafts, while a white canopy covered the top, bearing a large mourning character. Behind the carriage marched 10,000 elite, battle-hardened dragon riders, their killing intent palpable. All the soldiers and horses were clad in white mourning attire, resembling the white impermanence of the underworld. This was the coffin Li Mu had prepared for his father Li Xuanzi. More precisely, it was the first step of Li Mu's counteroffensive against the Confucian sect and the Academy of Sages. The plan was to fake the deaths of Li Xuanzi and the 100,000 dragon riders, inciting a wave of rumors to force the Academy of Sages to step forward in answer for the Jinlong Pass incident. Li Mu led the school of Yinyang at the forefront. The massive form of the flying Xiongqi drew attention, and the 10,000 dragon riders hauling the blood-red coffin were equally eye-catching. Departing from the Heavenly Strategy Mansion, the procession traversed the 3 prefectures of Yinlong River within half a day. These prefectures bordered the frontier and were directly governed by Li Xuanzi. As Li Mu's funeral procession passed through the 3 prefectures, the common folk knelt in solemn reverence. Feeling grateful, Li Mu acknowledged their respect. He dispatched 100 dragon riders to organize the evacuation of residents from the 3 prefectures, preventing them from being caught in the crossfire when the beast tide arrived. After leaving Yinlong River, the journey continued for 3 more days. The funeral procession weaved through streets and alleys, hauling the coffins steadily toward the capital. Before Li Mu had covered even a third of his route, Empress Xuanji received word of his coffin-bearing protest. Meanwhile, the news of a Confucian elder's sudden assault on Jinlong Pass, the burial of 100,000 dragon riders in the frontier, and the unjust death of General Li Xuanzi spread like wildfire across every city in Great Xia, fueled by the net and the Hongyan organization. Given Li Xuanzi's unique status as Grand General of the Heavenly Strategy Mansion, and Li Mu's dramatic display of 10,000 dragon riders escorting the coffin complete with banners proclaiming injustice in crowded areas, the commotion naturally escalated. Wherever the carriage passed, both officials and commoners buzzed with discussion. However, apart from the 3 prefectures of Yinlong River, the people of other regions did not mourn Li Xuanzi's death deeply. Nor did anyone consider the implications. With the Heavenly Strategy Mansion destroyed and Li Xuanzi dead, what would become of Jinlong Pass? Those living in the heartlands of Great Xia, never having faced the threat of beast tides, conveniently forgot that Great Xia was situated in the eastern wasteland, and that its nightly revelries were possible only because the dragon riders of the Heavenly Strategy Mansion bled and fought at Jinlong Pass. Most people who witnessed Li Mu parading the coffin through the streets simply treated it as entertainment. Nevertheless, his actions stirred unease within the Academy of Sages. The 6 venerable deans of the Academy, ever since their protective artifacts had shattered, had been cowering within the Academy, too afraid to venture outside. Yet the complete silence from the Confucian sect's envoy to Jinlong Pass only deepened their anxiety. Now, with Li Mu's dramatic stunt, the old deans could no longer sit idle and hastily convened to discuss their strategy. 6 elderly men sat around a round table, each occupying a corner, their faces grim. Damn it, wasn't Li Mu supposed to be dead? How did he suddenly reappear full of vigor at the Heavenly Strategy Mansion? Who knows? The soul-devouring restriction on him was personally set by the sect master. No one but him should be able to undo it. How did things come to this? Jinlong Pass is destroyed, 100,000 dragon riders wiped out. Could Ling Feng have botched the mission? Let's set aside the Jinlong Pass matter for now. Li Mu is hauling Li Xuanzi's coffin to the capital with great fanfare to file a complaint. How do we handle this? Old Lin has a point. Although the Empress is merely a paper tiger, his blatant grandstanding is doing considerable damage to our Confucian sect's reputation. Let's send a few students to handle it. Our direct involvement would only smear the ink further, making things worse. By my calculations, that brat should be nearing Confucius City soon. Old Lin, Confucius City is your territory. You handle it. Very well, I shall write a letter, and have my grandson Lin Shen take full charge of the matter trapping that brat in Confucius City. Meanwhile, after another 3 days of travel, Li Mu and his party drew near the capital and arrived at Snow Moon City, one of Great Xia's 3 principal cities. This city had produced numerous great Confucian scholars, and most of the academy's instructors originated from here. Its inhabitants were deeply influenced by Confucian philosophy, earning it the epithet Confucius City. Li Mu arrived at the gates of Snow Moon City with the blood-red coffin only to find the road ahead teeming with crowds and long tables haphazardly arranged completely blocking the thoroughfare. Li Mu sent someone to inquire and learned that Confucius City was hosting a poetry and wine gathering. As he was about to request passage, a man dressed as a peddler approached him. Agent of the net pays respects to my lord. Li Mu nodded, discreetly feigning a puzzled expression. The agent whispered, my lord, your actions have drawn the Academy's displeasure. This poetry arena was organized specifically to obstruct the passage of your hearse. The gathering was organized by students of the Academy of Sages Deans. There are 2 main hosts. One is Lin Shen, son of Confucius City's governor, and the other is Xia Shui, daughter of Xiang Yu, the Confucian general of the Imperial Guard. After instructing the net spies to depart, Li Mu rode his horse forward. As he approached, he heard a young man reciting poetry, and the moment the voice reached him, Li Mu's face turned cold. The king raised the white flag above the city walls. The empress shed her silken robes within the palace. 100,000 dragon cavalry laid down their arms, and not a single man among them was worthy of the name. Bravo! Applause thundered across the scene, but Li Mu's eyes were already brimming with murderous intent. Li Mu knew that the academy now held absolute sway over Great Xia. Yet he had never imagined that these students would dare in broad daylight compose such treasonous verses, slandering the empress, insulting the monarch, and mocking the celestial dragon cavalry. A fine scholar city indeed. With a cold laugh, Li Mu spurred his horse forward. But he was stopped about 100 meters from the poetry gathering by a dozen armored city guards. Who goes there? A poetry and wine gathering is in progress. Passage is forbidden. Li Mu curled his lips slightly and uttered 2 icy words. Make way. The guards tried to press forward, but Li Mu's eyes hardened as he spoke again. Dragon cavalry, hear my command. Whoever blocks the way, kill without mercy. At your command. 10,000 dragon cavalry raised their lances, assuming a charging stance. The roar of the myriad soldiers erupted like a furious dragon's bellow crashing over the poetry gathering. The city guards shrank back, timidly glancing toward the gathering. Following their gaze, Li Mu saw a young man in white robes standing gracefully at the head of the assembly, presumably Lin Shen, the son of the Scholar City's lord. Lin Shen slowly waved a white jade fan. To his left sat a charming young woman in yellow robes. To his right was a young general in armor, who appeared to be the city's garrison commander. Riding atop the flying Xiongqi, Li Mu looked down upon the crowd. The beast stepped forward, slowly forcing the city guards to retreat step by step. At that moment, a somewhat hypocritical, refined voice rang out. I did not expect the emperor himself to visit. My subordinates were ignorant. I beseech your majesty's forgiveness. Li Mu fixed his gaze on Lin Shen, whose features bore the unmistakable mark of a hypocrite. You know me. The emperor rose to fame as a youth. At 15, the late emperor named him Marquis of Champions. At 17, he won the empress's favor and ascended to a position above 10,000 men. Truly a model for our generation. How could I not recognize him? On the surface, Lin Shen seemed to praise Li Mu's extraordinary abilities, but his words subtly insinuated that Li Mu had risen through the favor of a woman, a parasite living off soft rice. Li Mu naturally caught the hidden meaning in Lin Shen's words. However, given his current standing, such petty childish sarcasm no longer fazed him. Having endured the tribulation of 3 years, Li Mu had grasped the essence of many things. As for Lin Shen's veiled mockery, he considered any attack that did not aim to annihilate his entire family to be an invalid attack. Sarcasm and innuendo were all child's play. With a stoic expression, he scanned the surroundings and asked flatly, who is the garrison commander of Scholar City? Lin Shen gently waved his jade fan and pointed to the young general beside him. This is Commander Xia Jian, the garrison commander of Scholar City. Then he turned to the yellow-robed woman and added, Commander Xia is the son of the great General Xiang Yu, a scholar general. And this is his sister Xia Shui, a true prodigy of the Sacred Sage Academy. After these introductions, Lin Shen cast a provocative glance at Li Mu. We are holding a poetry gathering to make friends through verse. I have heard that the emperor since childhood excelled in both civil and martial arts with outstanding talent. Surely you must have some skill in poetry. Why not join us for a friendly competition? Li Mu sneered at the suggestion. Making friends through poetry. You think you're worthy. His words instantly enraged the many scholars present. How dare you, Li Mu? Insulting the academy's students. What crime do you commit? Indeed, a military man's coarse speech. Offending us, do you think you can leave Scholar City unscathed? Shameful. Utterly shameful. The so-called all-round Marquis of Champions is a mere fraud. The students seethed with indignation, hurling accusations. Xia Jian, the garrison commander, rose from his seat and descended the platform, approaching Li Mu with an arrogant stare. Li Mu, everyone here is a student of the Sacred Sage Academy, the future pillars of Great Xia, and Lin Xun is the young master of Scholar City. Your arrogant words have already earned you a death sentence. Out of consideration for your position as the young commander of the Celestial Strategy Legion and your past service in the military, I will spare your life. However, Scholar City is a land of purity and snow. The coffin and funeral banners on your cart are defiled objects and cannot enter the city. Unless you win the championship in today's poetry competition, you must take a detour. At this, Li Mu was so furious he laughed. Xia Jian, your name truly suits you. Li Mu dismounted from the flying Qiongqi, strode directly to Xia Jian and contemptuously patted his face. As a minister of Great Xia, you defy the sovereign and slander the empress. That is disloyalty. As the son of a military general, you mingle with academy scholars to insult soldiers, exalting scholars while belittling warriors. That is filial impiety. We are fellow officials bound by the camaraderie of the same army. Yet you block my path during a funeral procession and shamelessly disregard righteousness. For someone like you, I have only one word. With eyes turning fiercely, Mu's hands transformed into tiger claws and clamped onto Xia Jian's neck. Kill. As the word fell, a crisp crack sounded. Before the eyes of the crowd, Xia Jian's neck was snapped, and he departed to the underworld. The young scholars had never witnessed such a scene. Their experience in violence was limited to whipping servants at home. They had never felt the breath of death so intimately. What's more, the deceased was the son of the renowned scholar General Xiang Yu. Li Mu, you are doomed. Killing Commander Xia. When General Xiang Yu brings down his wrath, even the empress cannot protect you. Lin Shen's face turned pale as he stammered at Li Mu. Xia Shui, equally terrified, collapsed to the ground and only regained her senses after a long moment. Brother. Li Mu, you killed my brother. My father will never let you go. A twisted smile flickered across Li Mu's face. Scholar General Xiang Yu. If not for him, I wouldn't have bothered to come. With a sinister grin, Li Mu turned to look at the dragon cavalry behind him. Comrades, what punishment befits those who insult the empress, defile the funeral carriage, and slander the Celestial Strategy Legion? 10,000 dragon cavalry raised their lances in formation, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Kill! 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 Li Mu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he roared the order. Dragon cavalry here, my command, slaughter every scholar in Scholar City. Simultaneously raid all bookstores, academies, and painting pavilions. Burn all scriptures and texts. Anyone who resists, kill without mercy. At your command, the dragon cavalry charged toward the city gates. The stunned scholars soon snapped out of their daze and fled in a stampede into the city. The city gate guards hurriedly organized the crowd to enter for shelter. Xiang Yu, taking the lead, galloped to the gate and slaughtered the guards who were about to close it, scattering them like fallen leaves. Li Mu mounted his horse and turned to look at Dong Wang Tai. Take the school of Yinyang to the city lord's mansion. You know what to do. Dong Wang nodded. Understood. Kill the men, imprison the women, and load all the valuables onto the carts. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. Perceptive. No wonder become the Yinyang sect's grand leader. There is indeed something in that mind. Dong Huang Rai smiled, and with his men swept away on the air. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu had already ordered the dragon cavalry to bring Lin Xun and Xia Shui back. At this moment, the two were no longer the golden youths they once seemed to be. Lin Shen's face was full of fear, and the precious white jade fan had long since vanished somewhere. And Xia Shui's hair was scattered, her gaze toward Li Mu like he were a lunatic. Li Mu, you can't kill me. Lin Xun trembled all over, looking at Li Mu with trepidation. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, go on, tell me, why can't I kill you? Lin Xun swallowed hard, forcing himself to speak. My father is the Ru City Lord. My grandfather is one of the Academy's 6 deans. My great-great-grandfather is a 9-ranked grand scholar of the Ru sect, the Elder's honor. If you kill me, not even the Empress can protect you. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Oh, remarkable, truly remarkable. He praised Lin Xun with a nod, his smile slowly vanishing, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. But I want to ask you a question. My father is also a general in the Zhang Guotian Su office. My mother is the Grand Princess of Dexia. My wife is the Empress of Dexia, and I myself am a Dexia champion marquis. So why would you dare to provoke me? Lin Shen's eyes met Li Mu's murderous gaze, and he flinched back. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a keen light, and with a ferocious roar he shouted, "Answer me! Who gave you the gall to think I could be trifled with?" With a cold snort, Li Mu gave orders to the dragon cavalry behind him. Take them away and lock them inside those coffins. The dragon cavalry acted with swift efficiency, sealing the two inside the giant coffins they had been placed in, and then urged their dragons into Ru City. Ru City is one of Dexia's 3 great capitals, home to several million people. Being inland in Dexia's heartland, the city did not sport heavy garrisons, but still boasted tens of thousands of troops. The dragon cavalry, however, were formidable, led by Xiang Yu. After Xia Jian's death, the city garrison lost its commander. Facing the dragon cavalry invasion, the defenders had not yet formed their battle array and were scattered by Xiang Yu. Shouts of battle shook the air. Wherever the dragon cavalry went, every ruin connected to the Ru sect was razed. According to Luo Wang's intel, Ru City had been built by the Sage Academy to push universal Confucian cultivation. Since Ru City was a Confucian city, pushed by the Sage Academy, Li Mu would not tolerate its existence. Ru City, the city lord's mansion. Before the city lord Lin Hao could react, he was slapped into a bloody pulp by Dongguan. The 9 sages of the Yinyang sect moved as one, instantly wiping out every guard in the city lord's mansion. The city lord's daughter Lin Rui was hailed as one of the Sage Academy's 9 prodigies, a rare genius in a century for the academy. Facing a 12-year-old star soul, she was captured in 3 moves. Because Dongguan had previously ordered that all gifted women must be captured alive, Star Soul did not strike hard against Lin Rui. The latter half of her life would be spent in the Red Beauty training camp, a dark and brutal brainwashing regime. Meanwhile, all families connected to the Sage Academy in Ru City were slaughtered by the Dragon Cavalry under Xiang Yu's leadership. All scriptures relating to the Ru sect were burned en masse. Facing the city's screams, Li Mu showed no mercy. A harsh medicine is required to cure the illness. Mercy cannot govern a nation. Ru City's chaos stretched on for 3 days and nights. Under the Dragon Cavalry's iron-willed methods, the city's skies swirled with the scent of blood. Thus the saying goes, those who steal pearls are punished, those who steal a country become marquises. To kill one is a crime, to kill 10,000 makes one a hero. Li Mu now acts with bloody means to wipe out all scholars, drawing the Sage Academy's blood to wage war on the Ru sect. 3 days later, Li Mu led his army away from Ru City. Behind him, Ru City lay in mourning, rivers of blood flowing through the streets. News of Ru City's slaughter reached Xia capital, sparking a wave of calls for punitive expeditions. Faced with Li Mu's bloody counterattack, all those who had raised baseless protests within Xia vanished in an instant. Apart from the Academy faction led by the Sage Academy, the many civilians unrelated to the Academy quietly kept silent and out of the fray. No one dared to utter idle words any longer, and no one dared speak any disrespectful words toward the Tiansu office. Li Xuanze, with tens of thousands of dragon cavalry, altered his appearance and blended into the major cities to begin constructing the Dragon Soul Temple. Upon learning of Li Mu's slaughter of Ru City, Li Xuanze let out another long sigh. A son grows beyond the father. The Li Mu of today is no longer someone a father can govern. Children have their own ideas. As a father, Li Xuanze, whether he approves or not, can only stay silent and do his best not to hold him back. Inside Xia capital, the Confucian general Xiang Yu, clad in flamboyant white armor, radiated a calm, cultured, and gentle aura. As the commander of the Yulin Guard, his bearing was neither ostentatious nor arrogant. He looked like a learned teacher with a faint aura of sublime rectitude. In the training ground stood 50,000 Yulin Guards gathered to reinforce Jinlong Pass. The Tiansu Dragon Cavalry were wiped out, Jinlong Pass ruined. The task of guarding Hidden Dragon River and rebuilding Jinlong Pass naturally fell to this Confucian general. At this moment, Xiang Yu had just finished an internal meeting with the 16s and had gathered 50,000 Yulin Guards on the training ground. Suddenly, an urgent military dispatch with a feather seal arrived in his hand. A Ru City dispatch. Xiang Yu frowned slightly and opened the envelope. A pair of serene eyes scanned the letter. The sheet in Xiang Yu's hand instantly turned to ashes. You wretch Li Mu, you dare kill my Jinner. Xiang Yu's hand revealed a war strategy scroll, a faint blood light enveloping it. In the blood-colored glow, golden characters flowed across the scroll, emanating holy sect pressure. This scroll is Xiang Yu's sacred artifact, the war strategy of the warring states. It is also the reason he is known as the Confucian general. As the Holy Realm aura surged, a central crack appeared in the war strategy. From the mark, it seemed to have been left by a spear piercing through. Li Xuanze, you could not avenge that shot in life. Today, I shall use your son as a banner for sacrifice. Xiang Yu's eyes burned red, his expression twisted with ferocity. No wonder he was so enraged. During the Xia Emperor's reign, he had been suppressed by Li Xuanze for decades, unable to lift his head. Until the Xia Emperor's passing, the Academy revived him, granting him a power beneath which others shrank. Yet that power had not yet had a chance to display itself. His elder son had been crushed to death by Li Mu with a single finger, and even his daughter Xia Shui's fate remained uncertain. Damn you. Even 10,000 dragon cavalry would dare to be so arrogant. This general will make sure you have no way back. Since the affair has already happened. Even with Xiang Yu's boiling fury, he could only swallow it down. As he raged, his deputy arrived to report. Report, General, the Yulin Guards are assembled, rations and supplies loaded. We can depart for Jinlong Pass at any moment. Xiang Yu's gaze flickered for a moment, and he spoke in a deep tone. Give the orders, temporarily store the rations and supplies. The main army must hurry to the 10-mile slope outside the city and seal off all major routes into and out of Xia capital. According to the original plan, Xiang Yu was supposed to set out for Jinlong Pass today. However, facing the tragic death of her eldest son and the disappearance of her daughter, she had to alter her plans. Xiang Yu could only temporarily change the plan, ordering the 50,000 imperial guards to march out of the city first, and set up a cordon waiting for Li Mu to walk right into the trap. As the 50,000 light cavalry left the city, they naturally caused a great commotion along the way. Both sides of the streets in Xiajing were lined with temporary stalls of small vendors. The imperial guards, accustomed to throwing their weight around in the capital, paid no heed to these peddlers' livelihoods and galloped through at full speed. Whenever they spotted something valuable, they would not hesitate to plunder it. Looting upon leaving the barracks was their established practice. Even though this was the capital of the Great Xia, even though they were the imperial guards tasked with defending it previously, they had been kept in check by Li Xuanzhe's Tian's mansion. Under the iron-fisted rule of the late Emperor Xia, the imperial guards had no choice but to suppress their impulses. Now that the Tian's mansion had been destroyed and Li Xuanzhe was dead, these imperial guards ran amok without any restraint. Although the capital was still patrolled by the inspection bureau, under the empress the bureau was powerless against them. Seeing the imperial guards growing increasingly arrogant, the inspection bureau personnel turned a blind eye. After all, in the current situation, even the empress dared not provoke the imperial guards, let alone their bureau. And Xiang Yu, the commander of the imperial guards, turned a deaf ear to all this. These soldiers followed her in a trade where their lives hung by a thread. Xiang Yu could only indulge them, endlessly satisfying their greed, so that they would obey her orders and fight desperately on the battlefield. For the lofty scholar general Xiang Yu, the small vendors who were robbed were nothing but lowly commoners. It was their honor to make some contribution to the imperial guards. At the east market near the city gate, an old man in rags sat on the ground, his stall, displaying precious medicinal herbs passed down from his ancestors. His granddaughter was gravely ill and urgently needed money for treatment. Forced by desperation, he had brought them out to sell to see a doctor. A dozen imperial guards galloped past him, thundering by in an instant. Terrified, the old man hastily knelt and kowtowed, hoping that once the hoofbeats faded he would be safe. Suddenly several riders halted right before him. "Old man, wrap up those herbs for us. Our brothers might be wounded and need them to save lives." The old man immediately begged on his knees. "Soldiers, these herbs are meant to be sold to save my granddaughter's life. If you take them, she will die. Old fool, we honor you by taking your herbs. How dare you resist?" One of the guards barked viciously and swung his blade directly downward. Blood splattered, and the old man collapsed into a pool of blood. Several imperial guards collected the herbs, mounted their horses, and rode out of the city. As the 50,000 troops marched out in full force, Empress Xuanji received the report from the inspection bureau without delay. "Your Majesty, General Xia has led the imperial guards out of the city, all 50,000 lightly equipped, without any baggage or supplies." Xuanji was surprised. "What did you say?" "The 50,000 troops carried no provisions." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xuanji frowned and after a long pause replied, "With the imperial guards leaving the capital, this is the perfect opportunity for your inspection bureau to take over the city's defense. Go and prepare." "Yes, I shall take my leave." As soon as the inspection bureau commander left, the masked Long Ying appeared once more. "Xiaomu has made his move. The Lin family of the Confucian city's governor's mansion was wiped out. Countless bookstores and painting studios advocating universal Confucianism were destroyed, and over 1 million people were brutally slaughtered." As Long Ying finished speaking, Xuanji's face showed shock. "What did you say?" "Li Mu massacred the entire Confucian city." "How dare he?" A smile appeared on Long Ying's face beneath the mask, and he nodded. "I have verified it multiple times. The news is absolutely true. Besides the massacre, Xiang Yu's 2 children also encountered danger in the city. The garrison commander Xia Jian was killed on the spot, and Xia Shui was captured alive." Xuanji's shock gradually receded, replaced by a hint of deep contemplation. No wonder Xiang Yu led light cavalry out of the city without supplies. She must be planning to ambush Li Mu's 10,000 dragon cavalry outside. Long Ying hesitated and asked, "Should we send a message to Li Mu?" A flicker of sarcasm crossed Xuanji's eyes. "No need. Xiang Yu, a mere pawn of the academy, is nothing but a fool. Li Mu is surrounded by formidable experts. Those 50,000 imperial guards are just going to their deaths. However, sending a message is still necessary." With that, Empress Xuanji's eyes shifted as she said to Long Ying, "Among the 3 Xia brothers, the eldest Xia Jian was at Snowmoon City, the second Xia Zhua is a disciple of the Confucian sect, and the third Xia Lu idles away in the city defense camp. Go to the city defense camp and find a way to leak the news to Xia Lu. Given his arrogant nature, once he learns of his eldest brother's death and his sister's imprisonment, he will surely lead the defense troops out of the city." Long Ying's eyes lit up. "Right? Once the city defense troops and the imperial guards are annihilated by Xiaomu, our inspection bureau can legitimately take over the capital's defense, and those old fogies in the academy will have nothing to say." Xuanji shook her head and rose to walk to the desk. If the Grand Supervisor's calculations are correct, the million-strong beast tide from the hidden Dragon Mountain range will erupt in about half a month. If the imperial guards are wiped out by Li Mu, the academy elders will have no cards left to play and will have to send their disciples to rebuild Jinlong Pass. With these words, Xuanji conjured countless beast shadows from her hand and pushed them toward a row of jade slips on the desk. Under the crushing force of the beast shadows, The jade slips were instantly ground to dust, turning to ash. Xuanji and Long Ying exchanged glances, hope igniting in both their eyes. Long Ying, gather all our shadow guards. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I don't want to see Xiang Yu and her son return to this city. Long Ying nodded firmly. I obey. Shortly after Long Ying disappeared, a furious roar echoed from the city defense headquarters. Li Mu, I will kill you. Xia Lu, upon hearing the news, instantly flew into a rage. All city defense troops assemble. Outside the city of Xiajing, Xiang Yu led 50,000 imperial guards to set up an ambush at Shirley Slope ahead of time. General Li Mu with his 10,000 dragon cavalry is now 30 li away. Hearing the scouts report, a sinister grin spread across Xiang Yu's face. Li Mu, there is a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you barge in. Once we annihilate these 10,000 dragon cavalry, the Tyrant's mansion will be truly wiped out. A deputy general beside her, however, couldn't help but worry. General, apart from the eldest son's garrison troops, there were also the governor's private forces and various clan experts in Confucian City. I heard that Lin Hao, the governor, was a 7th-rank Confucian sage of considerable strength. The fact that Li Mu could do as he pleased with just 10,000 dragon cavalry suggests he is no ordinary opponent. Xiang Yu shook her head and said impatiently, the dragon cavalry has long fought against wild beasts, so they are ferocious. It's only natural they caught the city off guard with a surprise attack. We have 50,000 imperial guards, 5 to 1. Are you still worried we can't win? As the sole general of the great Xia dynasty capable of replacing Li Xian, Xiang Yu's confidence had swelled to its zenith. Not long after, a scout rider delivered fresh intelligence once more. General Xia Li Mu's army has halted 10 li outside the city and has set up camp on the spot. What? Xiang Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. How could he be so fast? After a moment of confusion, a smile of delight spread across Xiang Yu's face. At least he has some sense, knowing I wouldn't let him go and chose to camp outside the city. But this only proves it. He's terrified of my Yulin guards, which is why he's hesitated to enter the city. Xiang Yu's gaze turned cold as she glanced toward her adjutant. Issue the order. Prepare rations at the 3rd watch and march at the 5th. Bind the men's mouths and wrap the horses' hooves. We strike Li Mu's camp tonight. The adjutant opened his mouth as if to speak, but Xiang Yu immediately glared at him. Carry out the order. I'd advise against trying to talk me out of this, or I'll take your head along with his. The adjutant stared blankly at Xiang Yu, his face twisted in disbelief and shock. In his memory, Xiang Yu had always been gentle and refined, steady and amiable. He never expected that in pursuit of revenge she would become so volatile. Looking at the current Xiang Yu, her eyes bloodshot, there was no trace of the scholarly general she once was. After a helpless sigh, the adjutant could only obey and execute the order. 20 li outside Xiajing City. The reason Li Mu had halted his forces was that he had received another note. The same delicate handwriting, the same advance warning. Xiang Yu commanded 50,000 Yulin guards, while Li Mu's dragon cavalry numbered only 10,000. More critically, the Yulin guards possessed cavalry, infantry, and archers, whereas the dragon cavalry consisted solely of mounted troops. After all, the beasts of the wasteland at Jinlong Pass were no clay figures. The archers couldn't even pierce the scaled armor of the wasteland beasts, and the infantry moved too slowly, easily trampled. That's why the Tian Sum mansion maintained an exclusively mounted force. Their composition was remarkably homogeneous. Had Li Mu blindly charged into the Yulin Guard's encirclement, any victory would have come at devastating cost. As commander of the dragon cavalry, Li Mu would never recklessly sacrifice his soldiers. After all, his entire force numbered barely 100,000. Each life was irreplaceable. The moment Li Mu's camp was established, informants from the Luo Wang network arrived. Reporting to Lord General Xiang Yu has just issued orders for provisions at the 3rd watch and departure at the 5th. She plans a midnight raid. Meanwhile, word arrives from Xiajing City. Xia Lu, the 3rd son of the Xia family, has led 8,000 city defenders out of the gates. Li Mu's lips curved into a smile at this news. He turned to the Grand Master beside him. Bring me Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Shortly after, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were escorted forward. Both men bore bruises and welts across their faces and bodies, their eyes filled with terror. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei pay respects to their lord. Li Mu observed the two men sprawled on the ground like broken mud, then checked his information panel. Guan Yu's loyalty 80. Zhang Fei's loyalty 60. It's working. Satisfied, Li Mu exchanged a glance with Dong Huang. Well done. With a strange smile playing on his lips, he helped Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to their feet. I'll give you a chance to retrieve the heads of those cowardly city defenders for me. Complete this task, and I'll grant you 3 days leave, 3 days without punishment. After assigning the mission, Li Mu's gaze shifted to the Grandmaster. You'll oversee them. Should they fail, I'll have Liu Bei castrated, and their loyalty cultivation will double for the rest of their lives. With a sinister look sweeping over Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Li Mu spoke slowly and deliberately. If they dare flee, don't stop them. Just drag Liu Bei out, cut him into 3,600 pieces, and dry him into jerky. After all, they shared a master-servant bond. Consider this jerky a parting gift for the brothers, something to sustain them if hunger strikes on the road. Li Mu's tone was gentle. Yet to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei those words sounded more terrifying than the wailing of demons. This humble general vows to complete this mission at the cost of his life. Li Mu nodded and smiled at the Grand Master. I trust in these two generals' loyalty. Go now. You may only supervise, never intervene. The Grand Master's lips curled into a sinister smile. My lord need not worry, the Grand Master guarantees he will not disappoint. The three departed with their orders. Li Mu produced a pale gold troop summoning card from his sleeve. This was a fortune reward granted by the system after his exploits at Ru City. Ding, congratulations host on destroying Ru City and plundering moderate fortune. Reward 500 merit points and 1 6-star troop summoning card. The 50,000 merit points had been credited, leaving only this 6-star troop card. To avoid tipping off his enemies, Li Mu had kept the card concealed throughout the journey. With intelligence confirmed, Li Mu immediately recalled the card. Ding, you have activated the 6-star troop summoning card, successfully summoning 6-star troops, 50,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. Troop Great Snow Dragon Rider. Roll Light, Cavalry, Heavy Cavalry. Growth rating 6-star Peerless. Average combat power 5th rank. Commander Yuan Zuozong, 7th rank Martial Saint. Special ability Heavy Snow Drifts. When lightly armored, the Great Snow Dragon Riders gain a snowstorm visual effect, increasing march speed by 50. When heavily armored, they gain a blizzard visual effect, increasing charge impact force by 50. Li Mu's eyes lit up, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. It's the Great Snow Dragon Riders. The Great Snow Dragon Riders were the pinnacle of cavalry in Li Mu's knowledge, yet the system only rated them as 6-star. According to the Dragon Rider framework, the soldiers of the Great Snow Dragon Rider army were composed of the finest warriors from the northern Liang Iron Cavalry. They were equipped with the strongest weapons in the world, the most magnificent horses, and the finest armor. Every soldier in the Dragon Rider army was equipped with 3 first-class warhorses with both rider and horse armored, plus an additional horse carrying heavy armor. Under normal circumstances, light armor made them light cavalry with exceptional mobility and flexibility. When needed, they could don heavy armor to become heavy cavalry capable of devastating charges. Additionally, the weapons issued to the army, such as liang blades and crossbow bolts, were the finest in the entire cavalry lineage. Even in this fantasy world, the Great Snow Dragon Riders' combat prowess could rival the Tian-Su Dragon Riders. Both were dragon cavalry, yet each held advantages over the other. From what Li Mu knew, 70% of the Tian-Su Dragon Rider army consisted of 5th-rank warriors, with 30% at the 4th rank, whereas the Great Snow Dragon Riders summoned by the system were all uniformly 5th rank from birth. In that regard, the Great Snow Dragon Riders were indeed slightly superior to the Tian-Su Dragon Riders. However, their equipment could not compare to that of the Tian-Su Dragon Riders. Take mounts and weapons for instance. The Great Snow Dragon Riders rode Northern Liang first-class warhorses and wielded liang blades and crossbow bolts, while the Tian-Su Dragon Riders all rode heterogeneous dragon horses and carried Tian-Su Dragon spears. When compared, their actual combat effectiveness was roughly equivalent. Yet for Li Mu, this card draw was quite satisfactory. Compared to the 3,000 Luo Wang operatives, what he needed most right now were these 50,000 Dragon Riders. Though Li Mu was confident his 10,000 Dragon Riders could defeat the 50,000 Yulin Guards. But who could ever have too many troops? 50,000 Dragon Cavalry suddenly materialized within the camp. The sentries of the Tian's Dragon Cavalry, upon witnessing this sight, immediately turned pale. Before they could react, Li Mu hastily called out to stop them. Do not make a move. They are our own. At that moment, the leading Dragon Cavalry commander strode forward and knelt on one knee before Li Mu. Your General Yuan Zuozong pays homage to our liege. The 50,000 Dragon Cavalry are fully assembled. Please issue your command, my lord. Li Mu nodded and gestured towards Xiang Yu beside him. Commander Yuan, this is General Xiang Yu. Henceforth, he shall serve as the supreme commander of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, with you as deputy commander. Do you have any objections? Yuan Zuozong promptly replied, I shall obey whatever my liege decrees. I have no objections whatsoever. Li Mu patted his shoulder approvingly and chuckled. Well said. Once you have earned merits in battle, I shall wed another princess to be your sister-in-law. Yuan Zuozong was momentarily stunned. My liege, I have only just arrived. How dare I trouble you to arrange a marriage? Xiang Yu suppressed a grin, stepped forward, and clapped Yuan Zuozong on the shoulder, teasing him. Deputy Commander Yuan, our liege marrying another princess to be your sister-in-law. What does that have to do with you? Why are you so worked up? Yuan Zuozong. Li Mu smiled faintly, lifting his gaze to the two of them. I entrust the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry to you both. Xiang Yu, organize the troops and prepare the meal. After we eat, we shall launch a surprise attack on the Yulin Guard. Your general accepts the command. Nightfall descended. All of Li Mu's Dragon Cavalry were fully assembled. 60,000 riders gathered in silence. Men bit down on wooden bits and horses' hooves were muffled with cloth. As per Li Mu's orders, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry shed their white uniforms. Every soldier now wore black attire with blood-red capes fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura of dominance. Li Mu rode at the head on the flying Xiangqi. Move out. Upon hearing the command, all dragon cavalry followed their commanders into action. A dull thudding of hooves scraped against the ground. The Xiangqi beneath Li Mu spread its black wings, kicked off the earth, and soared into the sky. Li Mu's dragon cavalry camp was about 10 kilometers from the Yulin Guard, a matter of minutes for the dragon cavalry's speed. Hovering in the air, Li Mu looked down and already saw flickering flames in the Yulin Guard camp. Inside the camp, all Yulin Guard soldiers were catching up on sleep ahead of time. Apart from the patrolling guards, the entire camp was utterly silent. Xiang Yu sat in the main tent drinking wine with his deputy commander. General, do you think Li Mu stationed outside the city might be planning to ambush us? The deputy took a small sip, his voice tinged with concern. Hi, you're overthinking things. Xiang Yu waved his hand, casually smiling confidently. That brat Li Mu may have some wits, but he has no idea that I already received word from Ruqing in advance, nor does he know we are lying in ambush here. If I'm not mistaken, the reason Li Mu is camping outside the city is that he's afraid I'll cause him trouble. He dared not enter the city, and is now hiding outside, racking his brains for a countermeasure. Saying this, Xiang Yu picked up the wine jug and poured himself a cup. In truth, there is no terrain around Xiajing that is particularly suitable for an ambush. This Shalipo is just an open bare hill. Apart from slightly slowing the charge of the dragon cavalry, it offers no cover for an ambush. If that brat really steps into it, our Yulin Guard will suffer heavy casualties against the dragon cavalry. Xiang Yu took a sip of wine, and a flush rose to his cheeks. Fortunately, he's hesitating and staying outside the city, which gives us the chance for a night raid. Xiang Yu's face lit up with a smile as he spoke. The dragon cavalry are all mounted. If we launch a sudden night assault on their camp smoothly, they might not even reach their horses before being annihilated. Ha! Xiang Yu grew more excited. The world says my Yulin Guard is inferior to the Taiyan's dragon cavalry in combat. Today I'll show them how I, the scholar General Xiang Yu, can wipe out 10,000 dragon cavalry with 0 casualties. Just as Xiang Yu was reveling in his words, a roar of battle cries suddenly erupted from outside the tent. Taiyan's dragon cavalry invincible. Kill. Xiang Yu's mind went blank. After a moment of daze, his face turned deathly pale. No, enemy attack. He leaped up, summoned his sacred artifact, the Warring State Strategy, and charged out of the tent. What met his eyes were tens of thousands of dragon cavalry surging fiercely into his camp. Most terrifying of all, the entire cavalry had already built up their charge. Blood-red light glinted at the tips of their spears. Dragon lance assault. Xiang Yu's commanding voice rang out. Rows of blood-colored lances like arrows loosed from a bow hurtled toward Xiang Yu's position. Xiang Yu's eyes widened. He immediately unfurled the Warring State Strategy in his hands. My family's heritage holds the dragon strategy. A single scroll of war tactics governs 1,000 autumns. Govern. As his voice faded, streams of golden light burst forth from the Warring State Strategy, instantly condensing into a golden shield before Xiang Yu. The shield had barely taken shape when the dragon lance assault was already upon him. Rows of blood-colored lances, sharp and fierce, swept through the camp like an iron rake. Xiang Yu watched helplessly as blood-red roses bloomed before his eyes. The deputy commander nearest to him, slow to react by mere seconds, was instantly pierced with 5 or 6 bloody holes. His mangled body was flung several yards away by the dragon cavalry. How is this possible? Xiang Yu stood there muttering to himself, utterly unable to believe what he saw. 60,000 dragon cavalry formed into battle formation had stormed the Yulin Guard camp. In just a single charge, the camp was left with nothing but severed limbs and broken bodies. Countless Yulin Guard soldiers lay on the ground wailing. Apart from him, the sacred-level commander, everyone else was gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Fortunately, the energy shield he had summoned in desperation was sturdy enough. Several dragon cavalry crashed into it, sending riders and horses tumbling. One dragon cavalryman's lance even snapped in half from the sheer force. Li Mu, show yourself. Xiang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot. Do you think a sneak attack can kill me? I am the scholar General Xiang Yu, an opponent your father Li Xuanzi himself never dared to underestimate. As he spoke, the Warring State Strategy in Xiang Yu's hands blazed with crimson light, and beams of red shot into the sky. Holding the national strategy, I fight to the death. 10,000 arrows rain down. I alone am the hero. Kill. With his incantation, the pervasive red light transformed into a sky-filling rain of arrows suspended in the air. Brat Li Mu, I'll show you the might of a sacred realm. The suppression of realms cannot be overcome by mere numbers. Your life is forfeit. Li Mu descended from the sky atop the flying Xiangqi. Xiang Yu, please begin your performance. Let me see just how formidable a sacred realm expert really is. If you can kill even a single dragon cavalryman today, I, Li Mu, will go home, find a pair of big breasts, and smother myself to death. Xiang Yu's face contorted with malice, every trace of his former elegance gone. Feel the pain, Li Mu, you brat. His right hand slammed downward through the air. Corrosive arrow rain. Li Mu's lips curled into a faint smirk, gazing at Xiang Yu, as if he were a fool. A flicker of unease passed through Xiang Yu's heart. Yet he was already an arrow loosed from the string. There was no turning back. The sky-filling rain of arrows descended in an instant, streaking toward every dragon cavalry soldier. Just as the arrows were about to strike, a commanding voice rang out from the very heart of the dragon cavalry. 1,000 troops defense coalesce. Every dragon cavalry spear thrust skyward. Their united battle intent condensed around Xiang Yu at the center, forming colossal golden shields that hung protectively over the entire army. The arrow rain fell before the eyes of all, only to be repelled by the golden shields. Xiang Yu stared as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes vacant as they fixed on Xiang Yu in the distance. An 8th rank martial venerable. How is this possible? How could the Tianfu Manor possess a martial venerable powerhouse? Li Mu's lips curled with a mocking smile. Xiang Yu, I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even manage that. Xiang Yu, red-eyed and utterly crestfallen, stared back. What is going on? Why is there an 8th rank expert among the dragon cavalry? Xiang Yu, I'll let you die with clarity today. Li Mu spoke coldly. Dong Huang, take your men. Go together, and let General Xia experience the warmth of my Tianfu Manor. As the words fell, the assembled sages of the Yinyang school surged forth, their overwhelming pressure bearing down on Xiang Yu. Another 8th rank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiang Yu, bordering on madness, swept his gaze over the 9 Yinyang school masters, his jaw dropping wider with each face he saw. All of them are sages. No. This isn't real. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xiang Yu charged madly toward Li Mu, muttering the same words over and over. You're deceiving me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Li Mu didn't even stir on his horse, and Dong Huang beside him simply delivered a resounding slap. Ever since Li Mu sent Su Daji to attend to his mother, Dong Huang had taken over her duties, becoming Li Mu's full-time bodyguard. Boom. Xiang Yu was sent flying backward by Dong Huang's strike. My lord, he's unconscious, Dong Huang reported. Should we kill him? Li Mu shook his head and lowered his voice to Dong Huang. Let's return to camp first. You stay behind, hidden in the shadows, and watch him. See if anyone comes to finish him off. Then Li Mu barked his orders aloud. Clean up the battlefield. Back to camp. The flying Qiongqi soared into the sky, winging its way back to their previous campsite. When Li Mu returned to camp, the Siming and the brothers Guan and Zhang had already been waiting for some time. Guan Yu held a severed head in his hand, and both men were drenched in blood. Reporting to my lord, we 2 brothers have not failed your trust. We have brought back Xia Lu's head. Li Mu swept his gaze over the 2, then turned to the Siming. The Siming quickly responded with deference. My lord, Xia Lu led a patrol of 8,000 men. These 2 slew 7,997 of them. 3 in a panic fell off a cliff, their fate unknown. Li Mu's face instantly turned cold. So you mean to say those 3 might still be alive, and their mission was not fully accomplished? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei both stiffened at this. Zhang Fei, unwilling to accept it, spoke up in protest. My lord, that ravine is extremely treacherous. There is no way those 3 could have survived. Li Mu's face darkened as he countered. Zhang Fei, did you see them die with your own eyes? Did you find their bodies? Zhang Fei was struck speechless. Answer me. Did you or did you not? Li Mu demanded coldly. No. Zhang Fei muttered in a low voice. Then why did you say there was no way they could have survived, eh? Li Mu thundered. And if I recall correctly, my command was for you to personally slay every single enemy. Were those 3 slain by your own hands? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei broke out in cold sweat, not daring to utter another word. Seeing them silent, Li Mu's gaze turned dark as he shifted his attention to the Siming. The Siming, you tell me, how did those 3 die? The Siming paused briefly, about to speak, when Li Mu's voice reached his ears once more. The Siming, as the overseer, you should think very carefully and answer truthfully. Li Mu stressed the words, answer truthfully, with great emphasis, and the Siming understood instantly. My lord, those 3 died by falling off the cliff. It was suicide. Excellent. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. Since the facts are now clear, they falsely reported military merit. What punishment do they deserve? The Siming clasped his hands and replied. According to Tianfu military law, those who falsely report merit shall receive 800 lashes, then be stripped naked and hung in the sun for 3 days as a warning to others. Then let military law be served. As the words fell, both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei trembled, clearly terrified of the punishment. Li Mu took in the expressions on both their faces, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Given that you completed your mission reasonably well, I'll show you mercy and grant you a favor. Choose one among your sworn brothers to bear the punishment. Discuss it between yourselves. Who will take the punishment? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stared at each other in stunned silence. If it were merely 800 lashes, both would have fought to take it out of brotherly loyalty. But being stripped naked and hung from a flagpole for 3 days in the sun, that was something neither could accept. Especially Guan Yu, who had always prided himself on his dignity, looking down on everyone else as if they were mere merchandise. How could he bear being hung from a flagpole with his pants down, utterly humiliated? Li Mu chuckled inwardly and spoke again. Speaking of which, Lu Guan and Zhang are bound as one. The lashes should rightly include Liu Bei as well. Desiming, where is Liu Bei at this moment? Desiming answered respectfully. My lord, when we stopped at Ru City yesterday, we captured some dancing girls to reward the troops. Liu Bei claimed his two brothers were not fond of women, so he took 3 beauties for himself alone. He dallied with them until late today, then went out to exchange his merits for some wine and meat. By now he's probably well fed and drunk, heading back to Supreme City to sleep it off. Li Mu asked in surprise. Hasn't Liu Bei never gone on a mission? Where did he get merits to exchange for wine and meat? Desiming suppressed a laugh, glancing at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei before continuing. My lord, when Liu Bei learned that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would be earning merit rewards from today's mission, he used up all their accumulated merits in advance. Oh, is that so? Li Mu nodded with a crooked grin. How I envy your brotherly bond. 2 brothers risking their lives on the battlefield to earn merits, supporting their elder brother in a life of indulgence at home, beauties in his arms. I'm deeply moved. Desiming instruct the men to send a few more beauties to Liu Bei. Consider it my reward for their unbreakable brotherhood. At that, Li Mu paused briefly. Gentlemen, have you made your decision? Who will bear the punishment today? As Li Mu's words fell, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei hesitated briefly before speaking in unison. We, the sworn brothers Liu Guan and Zhang, have always shared blessings and endured hardships together. This punishment shall be borne by our eldest brother Liu Bei. A hint of mockery flickered in Li Mu's eyes. Good. Shared blessings, shared hardships. Well said. Li Mu turned to look at the Grand Steward. Carry out the punishment. First administer the due lashes. Then at dawn tomorrow take Liu Bei into the city, strip him naked, and hang him on the flagpole in the Imperial Square. Charge admission for viewing. The Grand Steward received the order and departed with cupped fists. Li Mu once again faced Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. After the earlier harsh discipline, the 2 brothers had already been swayed by Li Mu's rhythm. Now that the sticks had been used, it was time to offer some sweetness to build rapport. Good, you've done well. Although there were minor flaws in the mission, those were entirely Liu Bei's fault and had nothing to do with you. For this mission, your merit points will be doubled. Return to the Supreme City and rest. As Li Mu's words fell, a smile spread across Zhang Fei's dark face. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave. Li Mu nodded and shifted his gaze to Guan Yu. And you? Guan Yu quickly clasped his hands in response. My lord, I am still able to fight. I wish to remain in the army and continue to serve, expanding your territory and achieving new merits. Li Mu was slightly taken aback, inwardly surprised. And when did this fellow become so enlightened? He opened the system panel for a glance and instantly understood. Guan Yu loyalty 95. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yu's loyalty had crossed the passing line and reached 95. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and granted Guan Yu's request. Good. Then you may remain in the army. Report to General Xiang Yu and take up the post of a dragon cavalry commander for now. If you perform well, you may be promoted further. Guan Yu knelt on one knee and thanked him with cupped fists. Thank you for the promotion, my lord. I accept the order. As the 2 were speaking, Xiang Yu had already finished clearing the battlefield and returned to the camp with 60,000 dragon cavalry in a grand procession. My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. In tonight's raid, the dragon cavalry suffered 16 wounded and 0 fatalities. We captured 38621 wounded Imperial guards and seized countless weapons and equipment. Li Mu nodded and introduced Guan Yu to Xiang Yu. Good, well done. Perfect timing. This is General Guan Yu. Arrange for him to serve as a commander in the dragon cavalry. After making the arrangements, Li Mu returned to his tent to catch up on sleep. At the same time, the system notification chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for annihilating the Imperial Guard and plundering a small amount of fate. Reward 1/0 merit points, 1 item lottery ticket, and 1 7-star retainer summon card. This mission yielded an item lottery ticket, a new option Li Mu had never encountered before. Quick as lightning, he used it directly. Ding dong. You have drawn the superior holy artifact set, Overlord set, from the item lottery ticket. Li Mu was stunned. Overlord set. You have obtained the superior holy artifacts Heaven Dragon Breaching City Halberd, Overlord Spear, Overlord Sword Juk, Overlord Divine, Bow, Overlord War Armor, and Flame Treading Dark Steed. Indeed, the Overlord's 6-piece set. Halberd, Spear, Sword, Armor, Bow, and Horse. All were superior holy artifacts. But they were unmistakably exclusive to the Overlord. Li Mu still had quite a few holy artifacts in his possession, even 2 or 3 supreme artifacts. However, Xiang Yu, the supreme commander of the dragon cavalry, rode a common dragon horse, wore cheap yellow turban armor, and lacked a single suitable weapon. Without hesitation, Li Mu bestowed the Overlord set upon Xiang Yu to enhance his combat power, and casually opened the summon card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a 7-star retainer through the 7-star retainer summon card. Green Lotus, Sword Saintly Tai Bai. Retainer Li Tai Bai. Expertise Poetry, Sword Dao Wine Brewing. Growth Talent 7-star, Unrivaled. Combat Level 7th Rank, Confucian Sage Peak. Battle Soul Talent, Exile the Mortal. Li Tai Bai masters the way of poetry, possessing the power to command 10,000 swords with a single word. The river sword comes from the heavens. As a chant resounded, the space between heaven and earth surged with dense, powerful sword chi. A man in white robes descended from the sky holding a long sword and carrying a wine gourd at his waist. Green lotus sword, saintly Taibai greets my lord. Li Mu nodded inwardly. 7th rank peak. Li Taibai excelled in poetry and song, and his sword Dao was supreme. It was reasonable for him to possess peak 7th rank strength. Joyfully welcoming Li Taibai, Li Mu added another formidable general to his ranks. The next morning, Dong Wangtai came to Li Mu's tent to report. My lord, as you predicted, Xiang Yu is dead. Li Mu was not surprised and smiled lightly. Who did it? My lord, I secretly followed that person all the way, watching him enter the empress's bedchamber. To avoid alarming the enemy, I did not act on my own and returned to report. After speaking, Dong Wangtai waved his black robe, and a void projection appeared before Li Mu. In the projection, a group of black-robed figures were encircling and killing the severely wounded Xiang Yu, who had just awakened. The leading black-robed man wore a dragon head mask. With each strike, dragon roars emanated, and the weapon he used was the signature weapon of the Celestial Policy Mansion, the Celestial Policy Dragon Spear. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not too surprised. Indeed, it was her people. After a few seconds of contemplation, Li Mu dismissed Dong Wang. You may go. Let this matter rest for now. Do not speak of it to anyone. Dong Wangtai nodded slightly and withdrew respectfully. By then, Xiang Yu had already prepared the military formations ready to depart. Li Mu, still in white robes with a blood coffin leading the way, now had 60,000 dragon cavalry behind him instead of 10,000. Moreover, the commander, Overlord Xiang Yu, had undergone a major equipment upgrade. The Overlord's set gleamed with dark light, making him the most dazzling figure in the entire army. Just as Li Mu stepped out of the tent, Su Daji slipped in. After many days, the long-absent Su Daji reappeared by Li Mu's side. Previously, when Li Mu's mother Xiang Yu met Su Daji, she mistook her for her future daughter-in-law and insisted on keeping Daji by her side. Li Mu, seeing this, let Su Daji stay with his mother to fulfill filial piety on his behalf. Now seeing Daji return, he immediately asked curiously, why aren't you staying with my mother? What are you doing out here? Su Daji smiled softly. The madam feared that prolonged separation would harm our relationship, so she sent me out to continue tormenting you. Li Mu chuckled at her words. After everything was ready, he led the group onward towards Xia capital city. After traveling so far these days, the goal was to enter the city and make a grand display. Now finally nearing Xia capital, Li Mu felt a slight thrill. If today's move succeeded, then for the next few years, all major and minor matters in Great Xia would be decided by Li Mu. Meanwhile, the news of the scholar General Xiang Yu's death and the total annihilation of the Imperial Guard finally reached the ears of several academy deans. The 6 elderly deans, upon hearing the dire news, immediately changed color. Impossible. Li Xuanzi is already dead. How could a mere 10,000 dragon cavalry defeat 50,000 Imperial Guards? Was Xiang Yu's 7th rank cultivation just for show? Kong Yangxiu, the poetry sage and head of the 6 academies, spoke first. I have sensed a surging undercurrent, fierce and overwhelming. If we fail to handle it with caution, we may be crushed to pieces. Old Kong, what do you suggest we do? The second to speak was by Xian, the Zither sage. The Imperial Guard has been completely annihilated. Li Mu has entered the city with 10,000 dragon cavalry. If he harbors rebellious intentions, it could spark a great calamity. At that moment, Lin Ruofu, the calligraphy sage, glared with fury. Let him enter the city. This man has bathed the Confucian city in blood and destroyed my Lin family. Today I, Lin Ruofu, will never let him leave Xia capital alive. Old Lin, calm your anger. Kong Yangxiu tapped the table and frowned reproachfully. The Imperial Guard is wiped out. We have no troops left in Xia capital. If we force Li Mu into rebellion, do you expect the civil officials to fight 10,000 dragon cavalry? Lin Ruofu roared in rage. Just 10,000 dragon cavalry. I could crush 8,000 with a single palm strike. What is there to fear? Foolishness. Kong Yangxiu rebuked with a stern glare. Don't forget our identities. We are the paragons of the great Xia people, the sages of the academy who enlightened the world. Li Mu entered the capital with Li Xuanzi's bloodstained coffin, the commotion spreading far and wide. Now all eyes are on him. If you strike him dead with a single palm, wouldn't that be like 300 taels of silver buried here? A blatant admission to the world that the academy controls the court and unjustly kills meritorious officials. If so, where will the academy's authority stand? And where will we, the 6 sages, put our faces? Lin Ruofu stood up abruptly, his face burning with even greater fury. Then what do you suggest? Should we just sit by and let Li Mu wreak havoc in Xia capital? Kong Yangxiu sneered, gesturing for Lin Ruofu to sit down. Sit down first. Our mighty great Xia dynasty cannot allow a mere ant to rampage through the capital. We even managed to dispose of the nation-protecting martial sage Li Xuanzi. How could a fledgling brazenly overturn the heavens? The Imperial Guard is destroyed and local troops cannot be mobilized in time. The reconstruction of the Hidden Dragon Ridge and the Dragon Suppressing Pass will still fall upon the academy. Let the young ones gain some experience. The affairs of the young should be left to the young to resolve. As the six were speaking, the voice of the vice dean came from outside the door. 6 deans, the empress has issued a decree summoning you to the palace for an audience. The 6 exchanged glances. The empress summons us at this hour, likely to discuss Li Mu's entry into the capital. Let us go. Meanwhile, as they headed to the palace, Li Mu's main force finally arrived at the gate of Xia capital. The city defense garrison, with its main force taken away by Xia Lu, had only a few listless guards on duty. A squad leader stood atop the city wall, issuing a cold warning. Who leads this army ahead? Xia capital is the sacred heart of the kingdom. No troops may enter without imperial decree. Withdraw immediately. Riding atop the flying Qiongqi, Li Mu responded loudly. Li Mu of the Heavenly Strategy Prefecture leads the dragon cavalry to escort the spirit of the nation-protecting Supreme General Li Xuanja. Please open the city gates. The squad leader glanced at Li Mu, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Apologies, no troops may enter the city. Furthermore, for the Supreme General's hearse to enter, you must pay vehicle fees road, where fees and other charges totaling 1/8 of 0 spirit crystals. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a half-smile playing on his face as he studied the man. Are you sure? The squad leader was about to nod, but a guard beside him suddenly pulled him back. Captain, there are tens of thousands of dragon cavalry. If we provoke him, we... Before he could finish, the squad leader cut him off. Ridiculous. This is the capital of Great Xia, a land where hidden dragons and crouching tigers truly dwell. Even if he had hundreds of thousands of dragon cavalry, what could he do? With the Sage Academy stationed in the capital, would he dare to force his way through? Before his voice faded, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind them. A blade gleaming white sliced through the air. The squad leader felt a sharp pain at his neck, and his pupils dilated instantly. You? He clutched his neck, his face a mask of shock and terror as he slowly collapsed. At the same time, one dark figure after another appeared on the city wall, dispatching all the guards on duty. A short, stout, middle-aged man knelt on the city tower. Zhao Gao of the Netherweb, welcoming the master into the city. Li Mu nodded faintly. Dragon cavalry, heed my command. Upon entering the city, swiftly surround the Sage Academy. Yes. A thunderous roar echoed as 60,000 dragon cavalry stormed toward the Sage Academy. Shortly after Li Mu and his men entered the city, the inspection bureau's agents appeared at the city gate, swiftly clearing the bodies and taking over the defense. It was noon, and the city gate was bustling with people. The commoners, seeing the dragon cavalry enter, did not panic at first. Some bold ones even followed behind the cavalry to the academy's entrance. The Sage Academy sat at the southeast corner of the Imperial Plaza, forming a triangular layout with the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Observatory. Under Xiang Yu's command, the dragon cavalry quickly arrived at the plaza and encircled the academy. Also surrounded was the 1,000-meter open space outside the Imperial Plaza. A solemn mourning tent was hastily erected covering the main entrance of the Sage Academy. Inside the tent lay the blood-red coffin. All dragon cavalry donned white mourning garments, creating an oppressive atmosphere. After arranging everything, Li Mu ordered the soldiers to unfurl banners and chant in unison. The Sage Academy, in collusion with the Confucian Grand Scholars, attacked the Heavenly Strategy Prefecture. Supreme General Li Xuanja died unjustly, and 100,000 dragon cavalry perished at the dragon suppressing pass. We humbly request the Empress to leave the palace and deliver justice. Humbly request the Empress to leave the palace and deliver justice. Humbly request the Empress to leave the palace and deliver justice. The roar of tens of thousands of dragon cavalry shook Xia capital, startling the students studying inside the academy. Before long, thousands of students gathered at the academy's entrance. Outside the academy, countless onlookers also assembled. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a voice laden with vast authority rang out from within the academy. The academy is a sacred place. No noise. As the words fell, the sound waves transformed into chains of law that spread outward, instantly silencing the entire academy area. Words become law, the true essence of the Confucian sect. As the law descended, the dragon cavalry within range opened their mouths to shout, but could produce no sound. Seeing a grand scholar from the academy take action, the students watching at the entrance burst into laughter, pointing at the dragon cavalry and hurling jeers. Clearly, the so-called no noise only applied to the dragon cavalry around the academy. That voice just now was the vice dean of the Chang'e Academy, I think. He silenced tens of thousands of dragon cavalry with a single word. Impressive. Haha, look at them, red-faced and straining, so funny. A bunch of clowns. They think they can throw their weight around the academy just because they have numbers. Don't they know what they are? And they want the Empress to deliver justice. Exactly. Our Sage Academy is the pillar of Great Xia. How dare these mere heavenly strategy dragon cavalry bluster like this? They're asking for death. Indeed. A mere martial artist, dead is dead. How dare he come to the academy and cause trouble, seeking death? If you ask me, our academy's mentors and deans are too kind-hearted. They should just slap these troublemakers to death. They're nothing but useless trash. Waves of mockery and sarcasm echoed through the air, their words going so far as to insult Li Xiansu and the Tianzi mansion. A glint of killing intent flashed across Li Mu's eyes, yet he forced himself to remain silent. Since all matters regarding the investigation of the academy had been entrusted to Shangwan Wanner and Zhao Gao and Shangwan Wanner had not yet appeared, Li Mu could only temporarily suppress his anger. Just then Shangwan Wanner's gentle voice drifted in from beyond the square. I have long heard that among the myriad arts of the Ruzong the Yin stands supreme. Yet seeing it with my own eyes today, it appears to be nothing particularly remarkable. The Yinja lineage that Shangwan Wanner referred to was one Li Mu had previously heard of. The Ruzong was a formidable sect with numerous disciples and naturally harbored various internal factions. The Yinja lineage was the main branch of the Ruzong, specializing in poetry and literature, where words carried the force of law, granting them significant influence within the sect. Their guiding motto was nothing less than all pursuits are of lowly status, only the study of books is noble. If not for the four major lineages within the Ruzong, the Qin Mo, Yixing Gui Mo, and Huahan, keeping them in check, the Yinja might have long established absolute dominance over the Ru Dao. As Li Mu was secretly marveling at the Ruzong's power, Shangwan Wanner's voice rang out once more. As the saying goes, reciprocity is the way of propriety. This humble one has a melody upon the Qin and invites the distinguished members of the academy to offer their guidance. The words had barely settled when a few resonant plucks echoed from afar. Delicate Qin music drifted in from beyond the horizon, exquisitely graceful. After a moment, several soft notes of the Xiao flute wove into the Qin's melody. The seven-string Qin produced a harmonious and balanced tone, and when blended with the clear seclusion-evoking Xiao, it became even more captivating. The Qin and Xiao seemed to be conversing with one another as they gradually drew nearer. Suddenly the Qin's notes rose in intensity, while the Xiao's melody slowly deepened yet remained unbroken, like a silken thread drifting on the wind, continuous and unyielding, heightening the emotional resonance. As the Qin music carried on the breeze, the dragon cavalry, whose voices had been sealed, were suddenly restored. Meanwhile, the academy students grew increasingly drawn into the melody, gradually succumbing to its enchantment. Just as the Qin's notes seemed to fade yet lingered on, an exceptionally soft and delicate Xiao sound emerged beside it. The melody wound and spiraled, growing gradually louder as though the player were advancing step by step while playing. The Xiao's tone was clear and exquisite, rising and falling, softening and strengthening. When it reached its deepest point after several spiraling phrases, it sank even lower. Gradually, rare pearl-like notes leaped through the low register, crisp and brief, alternating in waves with complexity steadily increasing. At first it resembled a spring cascading over stones, then bloomed like flowers, competing in splendor, dense and vibrant, interwoven, with birdsong responding to one another. Slowly the birds fell silent, spring withered, and petals fell, leaving only the sound of rain, bleak and desolate. Fine droplets drifted like mist, present yet elusive, until all sounds dissolved into stillness. The Qin and Xiao gradually ceased their melody, fading into silence. Li Mu and the others looked up to find all the disciples at the academy entrance with vacant, glassy eyes, already entranced and captivated by the music. Footsteps approached, and Shangwan Wanner arrived with three beautiful women. One of them played the Xiao with crimson lips, her steps light and graceful. The remaining two women carried a Jiaowei Guqing. Wanner pays her respects to my lord. Li Mu's lips curved slightly as he helped Shangwan Wanner to her feet. Excellent, you played beautifully. I heard you excel in the Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting, so I had someone bring this instrument from Ru City. I didn't expect your single melody to overwhelm the entire academy. It truly surprised me. Shangwan Wanner smiled modestly. This performance was not my achievement alone. It was only because Sister Lan she convinced the empress to lure away the 6 sages of the academy that I could suppress them with a single piece. Li Mu gazed at the enraptured students nearby and asked, what effect does this melody have, and when will they awaken? Shangwan Wanner replied with confidence, once entrapped in my Qin music illusion, they will remain ensnared forever unless a Qin master a full realm above my own can break the spell. Excellent. Li Mu clapped in approval. You have rendered great service today. Beyond the usual merit rewards for your mission, I grant you a supreme treasure of the Ru Dao. As he spoke, Li Mu produced a brush radiating 7-colored light and offered it to her. This is a treasure artifact used by an 8th rank Ru Venerable. It serves no purpose in my hands, so I bestow it upon you. I hope you cultivate diligently and achieve further merit. Shangwan Wanner accepted the brush artifact, unable to conceal her joy. Wanner thanks my lord for this treasure. As they spoke, a voice tinged with indignation suddenly echoed from beyond the imperial city walls. Li Mu bringing troops into the city under false pretenses. Do you intend to rebel? Li Mu looked up along the sound and saw an ornate canopy with jeweled peak drawn by massive dragons emerging from the palace gates. Behind the dragon palanquin followed civil and military officials along with the 6 sages of the academy. Oh, everyone's here. Quite the gathering. Facing the empress and her officials, Li Mu showed no reverence, his words laced with mockery. Your Majesty the Empress, what is the meaning of this? My father Li Xianzi died unjustly in the frontier wastelands. Li Mu traveled thousands of miles seeking justice from you. Now you bring all these civil and military officials. Are you trying to outmatch me in numbers? Empress Xiang Yu sat poised upon her dragon palanquin, accompanied only by a few female attendants. No imperial guards in sight. Facing Li Mu's veiled accusations, she naturally refused to bear responsibility. Li Mu, we shared the bond of husband and wife, gazing at each other dawn and dusk. Why would I need to bring 100 officials to pressure you? The reason these ministers are present here is something you should thank the 6 academy deans for. They claimed your father Li Xian's death was suspicious, which is why they convened the 100 officials to demonstrate the importance they place on this matter. Li Mu's gaze swept over the 6 elderly men, a hint of disdain crossing his face. 6 academy deans. I've heard of 6 walnuts and I've drunk 6 mangoes, but this is the first time I've encountered 6 academy deans. What kind of official title was this? How dare they act so arrogantly? Merely teachers, yet they wielded such immense power, convening civil and military officials standing at the forefront of dukes and nobles. Was this still the realm of Daji? Li Mu's words fell silent, and the entire scene went deathly quiet. Upon seeing this, Xiang Yu's lips curled upward, nearly laughing out loud. Yet, as Empress, she knew better than to let her emotions show. Keeping composure was essential, and turning words inside out was second nature to her. Li Mu, show some respect. The 6 academy deans are esteemed guests of Daji, venerated as Ru's sages, bearing the great merit of educating the realm and the weighty responsibility of guiding the people. Oh, Li Mu adopted a mocking cadence, retorting, so the academy deans are this powerful. Why not simply dissolve the court then? What purpose does it serve? If there are matters to settle, couldn't the 6 deans handle them among themselves? Reaching this point, Li Mu approached the 6 academy deans and asked with a grave expression, I've heard that all 6 deans are disciples of the Ruzong, and that the Ruzong's powerful figures attacked Zhenlong Pass, with secret support from the Shengxian Academy. I wonder if the honorable deans could help me destroy the Ruzong and restore justice to my Tiansa mansion. The moment Li Mu spoke these words, everyone present underwent an immediate transformation in expression. Even Xiang Yu upon the dragon palanquin furrowed her delicate brows, her face grave and concerned. The 6 academy deans whom Li Mu had singled out glared at him with fury. You audacious brat Li Mu, how dare you slander the Ruzong's sacred grounds and openly massacre Ruzong students? Even 9 deaths would not atone for your crimes. The speaker was none other than Lin Ruofu, the calligraphy sage among the 6 deans. Ever since he laid eyes on Li Mu, he had been suppressing his seething rage. Yet confronted by Li Mu's relentless machine gun-like sarcasm, this old dean, who had remained composed for the better part of his life, finally erupted in full fury. You accursed brat of the Li clan. You dared to bathe the city of scholars in blood, annihilate my Lin family, and openly slander the sacred ground of our Confucian sect. A crime not even death can atone for. Without waiting for anyone to react, Lin Ruofu used his finger as a brush and inscribed a single character, Zhu execrate, in the void. The moment the brushstroke finished, it transformed into a colossal divine punishment, sword hurtling, toward Li Mu's chest. Just then a soft murmur drifted across the arena. The voice was low like a whisper beside the ear, yet every word was crystal clear and distinct. The river sword descends from the heavens. As the words fell, the sound of surging waves echoed and countless golden sword beams coalesced instantly in the void, mingling with the roar of the tide. Before Lin Ruofu's divine punishment sword could even be unleashed, a boundless radiance of sword light descended from the sky, stabbing toward his crown. How can this be? Greatly alarmed, Lin Ruofu hastily erased the Zhu seal and inscribed a new character, Who Protect. A protective glow gathered above his head, eventually forming a barrier like an eggshell that enveloped his entire body. The hum of swords and the roar of waves continued. The golden sword aura in the void grew denser, turning the entire sky into a realm of gold, with a chilling, icy gleam shimmering across the heavens. Barely a few breaths passed. With a crisp crack, the protective barrier around Lin Ruofu instantly fractured, riddled with fissures. Everyone present changed color at the sight. Li Taibai's ability to summon such pure sword intent offhandedly had indeed astonished them greatly. But none had anticipated that Lin Ruofu, one of the 6 sages of the academy, could not even hold out for 5 minutes before his protective barrier was shattered. How is this possible? Lin Ruofu's face twisted in shock, his goatee quivering from sheer agitation. Elder brother, save me. Lin Ruofu hastily turned to Kong Yanxiu, the foremost of the 6 sages, for help. Without a word, Kong Yanxiu, the poetry sage, unfastened a piece of mutton fat jade pendant from his belt and hurled it high into the air, reciting a few verses as he did so. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor's seal, now the 6 strategies jade. Jade essence preserves celestial harmony, seeking peace through righteousness. With a hum, a milky white barrier inverted itself, blocking all the golden sword beams from the sky. Friend, is it not excessive to resort to lethal force on the grounds of our sage academy? Hearing this, Li Taibai formed a sword seal with his fingers and pointed wrathfully at the heavens. One sword to the horizon, a toast to the wine, one sword frost the 19 states. As his words fell, the boundless sword intent coalesced into a single sky-slashing sword, hanging inverted between heaven and earth. The colossal sword carrying overwhelming sword intent slashed down from the 9 heavens. With a crack, the milky white barrier split open under the colossal sword's furious strike. Kong Yangqiu narrowed his eyes. This man is formidable. Let us join forces. As he spoke, Bai Xian the music sage sat cross-legged, and an ancient zither materialized before him. Simultaneously, the other 4 deans all produced their personal magical artifacts. Even among the officials, some of the more stubborn ones drew their own artifacts and joined the fray. Some wielded jade slips of books and strategies, others used inkwash scrolls, and still others employed fans as weapons. A dazzling array of methods, truly a spectacle. What's this? Can't win a fair fight, so you resort to numbers and ganging up. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. Fine. Very well. Brothers, let's play along with them. Beat every last one who attacks to death. I'll take responsibility. With that, Li Mu shot a provocative glance at Empress Xuanji. Your Majesty, would you care to join the fight as well? Xuanji snorted coldly, her face expressionless. Li Mu, if you stop now, you might still have a chance. If you keep fighting, even that little vixen might not be able to protect you. As she spoke, Xuanji cast a very subtle glance at Daji. Li Mu frowned, inwardly startled. Even Daji can't shield me. That means the other side has at least 1 8th rank venerable master, maybe even more. With that thought, Li Mu discreetly signaled Daji and Dongwang Tai to be on high alert. Meanwhile, as the enemy threw all their forces into the battle, every 7th rank expert under Li Mu's command also found their own targets, and the magical duel began in earnest. The imperial square soon descended into utter chaos. Among the officials, roughly 40 or so had secretly joined the fight. Though most were only of the 6th rank, their numbers were overwhelming. The duel between Li Taibai and the 6 sages had originally been a close match. With the addition of the Yinyang school and Shangwan Waner, they had briefly faltered, but with the aid of many official experts, they quickly stabilized the situation. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, 50 versus 10. Kong Yangqiu, the wily poetry sage, seized the opportunity to call out. Li Mu, I believe you didn't travel all the way to the capital just to fight us. Now that we are evenly matched and neither side can gain the upper hand, why not call a truce? Evenly matched. Li Mu nearly laughed in disbelief. 50 against 10, and you call a draw evenly matched? Kong Yangqiu's aged face twitched, but he remained unruffled. I admit that one of your saint-level subordinates is indeed formidable, but we have greater numbers, so we clearly hold the advantage. If you insist on deploying those dragon riders, I can summon the academy's instructors and students to assist. In the end, you are still at a slight disadvantage. Li Mu smirked, refusing to be cowed. Fine, old man. I'll believe anything except that I'm on the losing side. He turned to Xiang Yu and gave the order. Xiang Yu, bring all your commanders over here. Let this old man see what he's up against. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Yu summoned Fu, Yao Yuning's son Shangxiang, and other female generals, followed by Guan Yu and Li Yuanfang. Kong Yangqiu was taken aback. Li Mu, are you truly determined to fight to the death? Li Mu sneered. Old scoundrel, did you ever think of this day when you attacked the Dragon Gate Pass? Kong Yangqiu's eyes hardened, and his deep voice echoed across the square. Li Mu, you pushed too far. Today I will show you that the Sage Academy is not to be trifled with. All faculty and students of the Sage Academy assemble at the Imperial Square. After speaking, Kong Yangqiu glared at Li Mu. Li Mu, it's still not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the great Xia dynasty. Just as Li Mu was about to retort, Empress Xuanji interjected in a low voice. Li Mu, stop here. Otherwise, your tens of thousands of dragon riders will be buried in the Xia capital. Li Mu looked up at Xuanji, seeing her solemn expression with a trace of concern in her eyes. Li Mu, the academy is a mixed bag, gathering disciples from all the great families of Xia. If the academy disciples were to join the battle, over 90% of the civil and military officials of Xia would be forced to fight as well. At the same time, the 9 great families of Xiaojing City would also enter the fray to protect their children and kin. By then, even with 1,000,000 dragon cavalry, you could not leave the capital. Do you understand? Li Mu threw his head back and laughed mightily, then roared in anger. I do not understand. As he spoke, Li Mu turned to look at the crowd beyond the Imperial Plaza and shouted loudly. Today, even if all 9 great families join the battle, or even if the entire Xia rises against me, what do I, Li Mu, have to fear? As Li Mu's words fell, Xiang Yu's battle soul was instantly summoned behind him, his 8th rank martial venerable aura unmistakably revealed. Li Mu's own fighting spirit surged to the heavens, manifesting his martial saint presence. Today I, Li Mu, ask the 9 great families one question: are you certain you wish to become my enemy for the sake of the Sage Academy? At that moment, an aged voice came from beyond the plaza. Young man of the Li family, I Lu share an old bond with your father and will not kick a man when he's down. However, would you allow my Lu clan members to leave the academy? No sooner had this voice sounded than a succession of transmissions followed. Young friend Li Mu, I am the head of the Zhang family. If you release my Zhang clansmen from the academy, our family will not participate in the battle. My Gu family will not fight. My Qin family will not fight. My Jiang family will not fight. My Feng family will not fight. In the blink of an eye, 6 family heads had declared their stance. As long as Li Mu spared their clansmen within the academy, they would abstain from battle. The 9 great families were all clan-based powers normally independent of the official and merchant systems. They were all well aware of Li Mu's iron-fisted methods in Confucian City, and weighing the pros and cons, there was no need to make an enemy of him. Moreover, they knew more than the 6 sages of the academy. That was the fact that all the mentors and students within the academy had already fallen into the zither illusion after Xiang Yu's intervention. Their family disciples were already under Li Mu's control. At a time like this, to oppose Li Mu would be to wish for their own clansmen's deaths. Before long, 2 more families sent their responses. My Tang family will not fight. Will not fight. As the voices faded, poetry sage Kong Yangqiu's face had turned ashen. Wretches, these absolute wretches. Kong Yangqiu's voice had barely faded when another voice came from the distance. Li Mu, you brat. As the Emperor of Xia, the young marshal of the Tian's Mansion, and the Marquis of Champions, you command countless sages and a mighty army, yet instead of serving your country, you come to oppress the officials. Are you not ashamed before His Majesty's deep affection for you? Li Mu paused briefly, then looked up. He saw a white-haired elder leading dozens of experts flying in from beyond the plaza with countless guards and armored soldiers following behind them. Seeing that Li Mu did not refute him, the elder spoke again. Dear fellow cultivators, you achieved sainthood at a young age with formidable power. Why not join the Sage Academy and become great teachers of the world instead of aiding that brat Li Mu? Is your cultivation of divine arts and techniques merely to bully the weak, show off your might, and oppress others? The old man spoke with conviction, immediately positioning himself on the moral high ground and casting accusations upon Li Mu and his companions. However, he never expected that he was not facing ordinary people, but Li Mu, a transmigrator from the future. Having endured countless schemes and tricks in his past life, Li Mu was completely immune to such moral coercion. And all the others influenced by Li Mu also paid it no heed whatsoever. Old man, who are you? How do you understand us so well? Before Li Mu could speak, Conqueror Xiang Yu had already retorted, Old man, we work so hard cultivating and leveling up. If we don't use it to bully the weak and flaunt our power, then all our training becomes meaningless and everything becomes utterly boring. As the words fell, the entire scene fell into stunned silence. Li Mu was delighted and immediately gave Xiang Yu a thumbs up. Well said. If all our hard cultivation isn't used to bully people, wouldn't it be utterly dull? With Li Mu's affirmation, Xiang Yu and the others all nodded in approval with knowing smiles. The master speaks truly. From now on, we shall never be lost on our path of cultivation. You are a guiding light on our journey, always illuminating the way forward and dispelling our confusion at the most critical moments. Even Li Taibai, who had just stolen the show, paused and said thoughtfully, so my path has always been wrong. Cultivating to become stronger isn't for wandering the world freely with a sword, but for showing off, slapping faces, and flaunting power. Truly, one is never too old to learn. The group played off each other perfectly, their banter flawless. But this exchange thoroughly darkened the white-haired elder's face. At that moment, poetry sage Kong Yangqiu stepped forward to pay his respects. Kong Yangqiu of the Kong clan pays respects to the elder, grateful that the family extended a helping hand at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, the other deans also came forward to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the honored elder. Seeing this, the officials quickly followed suit. We pay our respects to the Confucian sect's honored elder. The white-haired elder waved his sleeve lightly, and everyone felt a surge of righteous energy gently lifting them as the elder's voice reached their ears once more. I am Kong Ji, 9th on the Kong clan's Council of Elders. All of you are sages and should act with benevolence, promoting good and eradicating evil. How can you go against the natural order and adopt the thieving mindset of that Li Mu? Li Mu's eyes narrowed at these words, killing intent instantly forming on his face. Good. What a fine phrase. Promote good and eradicate evil. Li Mu glared fiercely at Kong Ji and asked in a clear voice. Then let me ask you this, my father Li Xuanzi guards Junlong Pass, protecting the people of Xia for decades. Is that good or evil? The 100,000 dragon cavalry fighting to the death against wild beasts to defend our nation's borders. Is that good or evil? Naturally, that is good. Very well, then let me ask again. When your Confucian sect's great scholars launched a surprise attack on Junlong Pass, causing the nation's defenses to crumble and burying 100,000 dragon cavalry at the pass, is that good or evil? When your academy students, under the guise of a poetry gathering, defiled the empress, insulted the martyrs, and trampled upon imperial authority, is that good or evil? Kong Ji paused for a moment, then countered, what evidence do you have that my Confucian sect did these things? Li Mu sneered. You deny it. He waved his sleeve, and immediately dragon cavalry escorted forward the captured students from the Battle of Confucian City. Lin Shun of the Lin family, seeing the 6 sages of the academy in the distance, urgently cried out to Lin Rufu for help. Grandfather, save me, save me. Li Mu sneered as he looked at Kong Ji. Old fool, what do you have to say now? Kong Ji lowered his eyes and gave a faint smile. They are merely students of the Sage Academy, at most a few scholars who have received Confucian teachings. They hardly count as members of my Confucian sect. Outsourced workers. Li Mu had expected this and waved his hand again. Don't be so hasty. These are just appetizers. I hope you can stay so righteous a little longer. As his voice fell, the dragon cavalry once again escorted over 100 black-robed men. Old villain, take a good look at these people. They are not from the Sage Academy, but genuine members of the Confucian sect. What else do you have to say? Kong Ji turned his head to glance, and a flicker of shock passed through his eyes. After a moment of wavering, his face regained its composure. Although these men bear the identification tokens of our Confucian sect, they are merely uninitiated preparatory disciples. This still does not prove that the matter is related to our sect. Li Mu's eyes grew increasingly mocking. What a fine temporary worker. Continue. Behind him, 4 more black-robed figures were brought forth, this time escorted personally by Daji. These 4 were precisely the 8th-rank Confucian Venerable and 7th-rank Confucian sages who had attacked the Tian's mansion. With a mere glance, Confucian Venerable Kong Ji's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Everyone present saw Kong Ji's expression and began to speculate inwardly about the identities of the 4. As soon as the 4 appeared, the Confucian Venerable being escorted spoke up. Brother, save me. Whoa! A wave of shock swept through the entire assembly. At that moment, the 4 Confucian sages also cried out in unison for help. Uncle Knight, save us. Seeing this, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, is this the bond of brothers and the affection of uncles and nephews? Kong Ji's face darkened, his earlier composure gone. Li Mu, release my elder brother and nephews at once. Li Mu sneered with a hint of mockery, teasing lightly. An 8th-rank Confucian Venerable and 4 7th-rank Confucian sages. I suppose they are also temporary workers. Your Confucian sect standards are indeed high. Kong Ji's face flushed with anger. Li Mu, release my brother immediately, or I will make you pay dearly. At this point, everything was laid bare. Empress Xuanji and the officials were stunned by Li Mu's methods, but also secretly alarmed. They had never imagined that the so-called captives included an 8th-rank Confucian Venerable and 4 Confucian sages. Now they had to reassess the power behind Li Mu. Capturing an 8th-rank Confucian Venerable alive meant that Li Mu had at least 2 or more 8th-rank powerhouses backing him. Xuanji knew of Daji and Xiang Yu's existence. Only today did she learn that Xiang Yu, like Daji, was also of the 8th-rank supreme level. Li Mu turned to Empress Xuanji with a sharp gaze. Your Majesty, the Confucian sect has brought calamity to the nation and subverted the state. I implore you to decree the eradication of all Confucian sect remnants within Great Xia, burn their scriptures, and exterminate any who resist. Xuanji frowned at his words. Li Mu's proposal was what she had dreamed of, yet she understood the terror of the Confucian sect far better than he did. Without mentioning the rest, the Kong clan alone was immensely powerful. Moreover, the Kong clan of Xiaojing was merely a branch of the Confucian sect's main Kong clan. Facing such a vast disparity in power, how could Xuanji dare to speak carelessly? Once she, as the empress, issued a decree to destroy the Confucian sect, it would be a true declaration of war from Great Xia against the sect. At that point, she would not even remain a puppet empress. The entire Great Xia imperial clan might be wiped out by the Confucian sect. While Xuanji hesitated, the officials below began to speak. Your Majesty, Great Xia was founded on Confucianism and governs the world with virtue and enlightenment. How can we easily shake the foundation of the state based on Li Mu's personal opinion? Indeed, Your Majesty. Li Mu openly opposes the Confucian sect and even speaks of destroying Confucian learning. This is a sign of treason punishable by death by slow slicing. Your Majesty. The officials spoke one after another, aligning themselves with the Confucian sect. Although Li Mu's display of power had made many secretly cautious, there were still stubborn ones who stepped forward without hesitation. Of course, some of these people had already tied their fates to the Confucian sect, with whole families involved, and could only go down the same path. Faced with Li Mu's military threat, the only thing they could do was to first defeat him morally, branding him a rebel, and then wait for the Confucian sect's powerful figures to arrive before making their move. Unfortunately, Li Mu was never one to delay revenge. He never let a grudge last until dawn. Dragon cavalry seized all the officials who just spoke. With Li Mu's command, Xiang Yu and Guan Yu led the charge, charging straight at those men. Confucian Venerable Kong Ji and the 6 sages of the academy tried to intervene, but were blocked by Li Mu's words. Daji Donghuang, if these old Confucian scoundrels dare to interfere in the affairs of the Great Xia court, execute all the hostages on the spot. Understood. Upon hearing this, Daji and Donghuang Tai immediately released their 8th-rank oppressive aura, suppressing the scene. Li Mu faced the Great Xia officials with a cold expression. Gentlemen, we who are born between heaven and earth should set lofty aspirations, to ordain conscience for heaven and earth, to secure life and fortune for the people, to continue lost teachings for past sages, and to establish peace for all generations. This is the true Confucian way that our ancestors followed when founding the nation. Now the Confucian sect acts against heaven, perverts the order, arbitrarily kills loyal ministers, enslaves the people, seizes control of the court, and wreaks havoc in the name of Confucianism. The once martial Confucianism has decayed. Shall we allow these corrupt scholars to run rampant and not dare to eliminate them? With these words, Li Mu turned to look at Empress Xuanji. Xuanji, I don't care what your difficulties are, but if Emperor Xia and Emperor Yu were here right now, they would support me wholeheartedly, without a moment's hesitation. Xuanji remained silent. Li Mu roared in frustration. Li Mu dare to say this because I can guarantee that Great Xia will not be enslaved by corrupt scholars. You are already a puppet emperor. What is there left to fear? At that moment, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared behind Empress Xuanji. Xuanji, Li Mu is right. Our imperial family exists in name only. Only you and I are left barely surviving. What else do you have to lose? Saying this, the black-robed figure removed the dragon head mask from his face, revealing a pale, gaunt visage. It was Emperor Yu who had ascended the throne 3 years ago, now emaciated with a weathered face and white hair. Li Mu, as Emperor Yu, I stake half of Great Xia's territory on your proposal. Granted. From this moment, I appoint you as the Prince of Tiance, rebuild the Tiance mansion, and oversee the eradication of the Confucian sect within Great Xia. Imperial authority, granted with the power to execute first and report later. A smile crept across Li Mu's face. Although he had already made up his mind, without an imperial decree many actions would be hindered. Without legitimacy, words lack authority. Without authority, one can only resort to bloody suppression. Li Mu was not afraid to kill, but an imperial decree could prevent many innocent lives from being lost. Your servant Li Mu accepts the decree. Li Mu and Emperor Yu exchanged smiles. Emperor Yu stepped forward, gently patting Li Mu on the shoulder. Don't blame Xuanji. She was terrified by the sudden upheaval years ago, and is afraid of losing you and me. After speaking, Emperor Yu's face flushed red, and he began to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Li Mu frowned slightly. Your health. I used the imperial seal to forcefully break the forbidden seals within my body, leaving hidden injuries. I'm afraid I won't last much longer. Li Mu's face darkened, and he said nothing more. Emperor Yu smiled with open-mindedness, patting his shoulder again. Seeing you safe makes both Xuanji and me happy. The Confucian sect is powerful, and my time is short. Everything from now on depends on you. Li Mu nodded upon hearing this, his face dark as he issued commands to the dragon cavalry. Pass my orders. First, all pedantic Confucian scholars led by the Sage Academy must hasten to Zhenlong Pass within 3 days to atone for their crimes by defending it for 10 years. Those who disobey shall be beheaded without mercy. Second, build dragon soul temples in all cities within Great Xia. Every household must surrender all pedantic Confucian texts, which shall be burned in front of the dragon soul temple. Concealment will result in the extermination of the entire family. Third, investigate all families and officials connected to the pedantic Confucians and mete out punishments according to the severity of their offenses. Fourth, the former Sage Academy is hereby renamed the Supreme Celestial Strategy Mansion. Any household with a child studying under the Confucian sect must report to the Celestial Strategy Mansion. Shangwan Wanner will handle all affairs. Fifth, open a paid reporting channel nationwide. Anyone who reports an official or family secretly colluding with the Confucian sect will receive a reward from the Celestial Strategy Mansion. After issuing multiple commands, Li Mu turned to look at the Confucian Venerable Kong Ji and the 6 sages of the academy. Seize those 6 old bastards from the Sage Academy. If the Kong clan dares to interfere, annihilate them as well. Having said this, Li Mu cast a cold gaze at the Kong clan members behind Kong Ji. Pedantic Kong clan, I order your entire clan to leave Great Xia within 3 days. None of your property or assets in Great Xia may be taken. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to slaughter you all. Kong Ji's white beard trembled slightly, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Li Mu sneered with a cold smile, saying disdainfully, What? Do you want to have a go at me? Kong Ji's body stiffened, and his eyes warily swept over Su Daji and the others. 3 8th-rank powerhouses. What would be the outcome of the Kong clan's 1,000 armored soldiers against 60,000 dragon cavalry? Kong Ji was uncertain, but he knew very well what would happen if he alone had to face these 3 8th-rank experts. He would be thoroughly beaten. He would die disgracefully. Kong Ji's face darkened as he asked harshly, With such thunderous methods, aren't you afraid of overcorrecting and inciting all Confucian scholars under heaven to unite against you? Li Mu chuckled lightly. To straighten a crooked stick, one must overbend. To heal a poison, one must cut out the flesh. As long as I eliminate all you cancerous tumors, no one in Great Xia will dare to rebel. Kong Ji snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Within 3 days, my Kong clan will withdraw completely. With that, Kong Ji led his clan members out of the square. Hold on. Xiang Yu's voice came from behind. You may leave, but your clansmen behind you must all stay. Those who dared to draw a blade against our lord must pay the price. Kong Ji's face changed, and his 8th-rank pressure instantly filled the entire place. You dare? Behind Xiang Yu, his battle soul emerged once more. The overlords wore soul spear in hand locked onto Kong Ji. Do you think I dare? Two 8th rank pressures erupted from the imperial city, causing everyone present to pale and feel as if their chests were being crushed, nearly suffocating. Both sides were at daggers drawn, the atmosphere stretched to its limit. Just then Li Mu's casual voice arrived. 8th rank Kong, your Kong clan has many disciples and beauties aplenty. A mere few thousand clansmen. Your whole clan can produce them in one night's overtime. Why bother? Kong Ji glared at Li Mu, his fury pent up, but he dared not act rashly. 8th rank Kong, anger harms the body. You'd better hold it in. If you can't, you might end up buried here. Li Mu's voice came softly, but to Kong Ji's ears, it was like a thunderclap. A surge of heat rushed up from his dantian. Kong Ji spat out a mouthful of old blood. I see what I said. This old man has a fierce temper, he's definitely injured internally. Kong Ji's vision went dark and he immediately became alert. Not good. If I don't leave now, I might really be buried here. With that thought, he suppressed his rage and turned to leave. Behind him came Xiang Yu's authoritative voice. Men, seal the cultivation of all these Kong bastards. Kill anyone who resists. Hearing this, a wave of sorrow surged in Kong Ji's heart. Another mouthful of hot blood sprayed out. The Imperial City Square. After Kong Ji left, Li Mu gave Dongwang a look. Dongwang nodded and followed. Meanwhile, under Xiang Yu's command, the dragon cavalry quickly captured the rebel officials on the scene. Zhao Gao and Shangwan Waner cooperated with the dragon cavalry to ransack their homes and exterminate their families, reaping great wealth. Under Li Mu's strict review, most of the officials in the Great Xia court were arrested. The few remaining were small fry. Meanwhile, all teachers and students of the Sage Academy were imprisoned by the dragon cavalry, ready to be sent to Jinlong Pass in a few days to block the beast tide. The great upheaval quickly ended under military suppression. Li Mu was again invited to the Imperial Palace, where he once more sat with Xuanji and her brother. Faced with Li Mu's bloody slaughter, Xuanji and Yu Huang's expressions were not pleasant. Although they trusted Li Mu greatly, after experiencing the palace upheaval back then, the siblings had developed a shadow over such brutal and bloody scenes. Thus their gaze toward Li Mu carried a hint of complexity. After a long silence, Yu Huang spoke with a smile. I never expected that the three of us would gather again under such circumstances. Li Mu was also emotional. The last time the three had gathered was 3 years ago on his wedding day with Xuanji. Indeed, last time we were full of joy, but now there's a touch of hostility. Li Mu made a casual joke and poured himself a cup of wine. I have no objection to whichever of you siblings becomes emperor, but I will not let go of anyone who harmed me on our wedding night. No matter who rules, I hope you won't interfere with my revenge. Xuanji frowned. Although I don't know who placed the seal on you, I can be sure that person is a super powerhouse above the 9th rank. Li Mu, the 8th and 9th ranks may seem separated by a thin line, but in reality, they are as different as heaven and earth. If that person really appears, I'm afraid your 3 8th rank subordinates can't even withstand a single move. As Xuanji finished speaking, Yu Huang immediately nodded in agreement. Li Mu, Xuanji is absolutely right. Our father once touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, and in his prime battle, he single-handedly suppressed thousands of powerhouses above the Saint realm, making Great Xia one of the 4 great divine dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland. Li Mu was not too surprised. When he last conferred godhood upon Su Daji, she hadn't been able to break into the 9th rank, which was telling enough. However, Li Mu was not overly worried. If a 9th rank powerhouse truly attacked, he still had his trump card, the Supreme Dharma aspect, to suppress the entire scene. I don't care if he's 9th rank or Emperor realm. I'll twist his head off sooner or later. With that, Li Mu poured himself another cup of wine. But for now, Great Xia will inevitably be in chaos for a while. You two must be mentally prepared. Li Mu knew that his success today was mainly due to the enemy's underestimation. Caught off guard, they were thrown into disarray by his surprise attack. Now that they've come to their senses, chaos in Great Xia will soon erupt. The Imperial Palace guards are too weak. I suggest you both return with me to the Celestial Strategy Mansion for a while to avoid being exploited by the Confucian sect. Yu Huang turned to look at Xuanji. Xuanji, go with Li Mu to the Celestial Strategy Mansion for now. And you, Empress, Xuanji countered. Emperor, Yu sighed and smiled bitterly. You know my condition. Even if they didn't come to kill me, I wouldn't last much longer. Now that the Great Xia's imperial authority has fallen, we've seized the capital with swift force, but the 9 provinces of Great Xia are still turbulent. The Imperial Palace must not be left unguarded. Empress Xuanji's eyes dimmed instantly upon hearing this. Li Mu didn't interject, whether as the former marquis champion or the current prince of Tyants. From Li Mu's perspective, he never considered himself and Xuanji as family. The saying, family don't speak 2 languages, didn't apply here. Li Mu knew well that Xuanji and Emperor Yu would never truly accept him as one of their own. The Imperial House remained the Imperial House, centuries of pride flowing through their blood. Even though Li Mu had once shared a bed with Xuanji before imperial power, he remained an outsider. Since it was none of his business, Li Mu turned his attention to the sudden system notification. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for initially suppressing the Great Xia court and seizing a measure of destiny. Reward 1000 merit points, and 1 8-star retainer summon card. Another 8-star. Li Mu suppressed his excitement and resisted the urge to summon on the spot. A dragon's roar echoed, and the system spoke again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for amassing enough destiny. The Supreme Dragon Soul has been enhanced, and Supreme City's level has increased. Reminder: your contracted territory Supreme City has leveled up. Territory expanded. Faction Merit Mode activated. Merit Shop opened. Li Mu inspected carefully. The so-called Faction Merit Mode meant that all retainers and divine generals, when assisting Li Mu in completing tasks, would also receive merit rewards from the system, roughly 1/10 of what Li Mu earned. These merit points could be exchanged for items in the Merit Shop within Supreme City. Li Mu opened the Merit Shop and found it completely different from his Destiny Mall. The Destiny Mall was a comprehensive marketplace akin to Taobao or JD, while the Merit Shop was simple. Only a few dozen items refreshed randomly each day. Most notably, the items in the Merit Shop seemed highly targeted, pure tempting allure. Merit Shop list: Dragon Bone Pill enhances innate talent. Limit 1 Golden Willow Dew for marrow cleansing and bone reforging. Exchangeable only below 7th rank Realm Breaking Pill for breakthrough and advancement. Exchangeable only below 9th rank Spirit Condensing Pill enhances cultivation. Daily limit 1. Azure Dragon Crescent Blade 7th rank Holy Artifact exchangeable only by Divine General Guan Yu and Divine Beast De Lang Tao Sha. Pixiang 8th rank Venerable Artifact exchangeable only by Nine-Tailed Fox Su Daji. Clearly this was a specialized shop prepared for the Divine Generals. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Li Mu returned to Hidden Dragon Villa. By then, aside from Overlord Xiang Yu and Shangwan Wanner, who remained at the Sage Academy handling affairs, everyone else had already returned. As soon as Li Mu arrived, Dong Wangtai reported, "My Lord Kong Ji left the square and didn't return to the Kong family, but went directly to Howran Alliance on Mount Ziyun outside the city, staying a full half-hour before returning to the Kong family. I infiltrated the Kong clan's territory to investigate. Besides Kong Ji in 8th rank, there are 3 7th ranks stationed there." Li Mu nodded. "Good. Take the net with you. Strike at night, leave no one alive." Dong Wangtai respectfully accepted the order. Just then Li Mu spoke again. "By the way, that Liu Bei is useless now. Just wasting air. Take him along tonight and make his death miserable. Later let Guan Yu and Zhang Fei seek revenge from the Confucian sect." After saying this, Li Mu smiled at Su Daji. "Go inform Xiang Yu to assemble 30,000 dragon riders and prepare to depart. We'll launch a night raid on Mount Ziyun. If I'm not mistaken, the Howran Alliance has been corrupted by the Confucian sect too. Otherwise Kong Ji wouldn't have rushed there first." Su Daji nodded and vanished into a blur of light. After dismissing those around him, Li Mu reopened the system and directly activated the 8-star retainer summon card. Ding dong. You've activated a random retainer summon card, successfully summoning the 8-star Retainer Guanghan, Celestial Maiden Chang'e. Retainer Guanghan, Celestial Maiden Chang'e. Class Retainer Confidant Support. Growth Talent 8-star Overlord of the 3 realms. Higher talent means higher cultivation cap and faster growth. Innate attributes: Celestial Power 350. Appearance 135. The higher Chang'e's appearance, the better the anesthetic effect when treating patients. Charm 135. The higher the charm, the longer the anesthetic duration. Combat level peak 8th rank. Battle Soul Talent Moon Veil Chang'e can summon the Moon Goddess's radiance, healing allies while inflicting a freezing effect on enemies. I once raised a jade rabbit, and she married a pig. Guanghan Celestial Maiden Chang'e materialized from the void. Beneath the cold moonlight, a celestial silhouette stood proudly in the void, her clear bright eyes sparkling like stars as she met Li Mu's gaze. Moon Goddess Chang'e pays respects to my lord. Li Mu's eyes lit up. What a cold, ethereal bearing. Such celestial beauty. After silently exclaiming in his heart, Li Mu smiled and nodded. Celestial Maiden Chang'e, Supreme City welcomes you. Another 8th rank powerhouse joining. Li Mu was naturally delighted. Although the system indicated that Chang'e was a support specialist, judging by her appearance alone, one could tell she'd be an excellent healer. With the night raid on Howran Alliance at Mount Ziyun coming up, Chang'e might prove useful right away. Shortly after Chang'e descended, Su Daji completed her mission and returned to Li Mu's side. Perhaps it was the nature of beautiful women. Su Daji frowned the moment she laid eyes on Chang'e, and Chang'e, upon seeing Daji, showed equal hostility. One woman, red hair, crimson eyes, seductive as a demon, burned like a raging flame, igniting burning desire. The other, blue hair, azure eyes, cold as the moon, chilled like the ice of Guanghan, enough to make one shudder. Though both were stunningly beautiful, their auras clashed head-on like mortal enemies. In the span of a single hesitation, they were already at each other's throats, nearly coming to blows. Fortunately, Li Mu had a way with women. One sentence was enough to make them behave. What do you two think you're doing? If I ever catch you starting internal strife again, I'll pack you both up and ship you to the readers' beds to warm them. Both women's expressions changed instantly, and they obediently returned to Li Mu's side without further provocation. Night fell. Li Mu changed into a dark outfit and headed out with the two women to meet Xiang Yu. Howran Alliance. a cultivation force on Mount Ziyun outside the capital of Xiajing. Though Howran Alliance's overall strength wasn't particularly formidable, merely a third-rate sect among the many powers of this desolate world, it still ranked among the top within the Great Xia dynasty. Aside from Alliance Master Chun Howran being an 8th-rank expert, the sect boasted over a dozen 7th-rank Holy Realm Masters on the surface alone. Apart from the Alliance leader Chun Howran, who was an 8th-rank powerhouse, the sect had over a dozen 7th-rank Saint Realm experts openly. This was precisely why, during the reign of the Xia Emperor, he had personally bestowed a plaque upon Ziyun Mountain inscribed with the words Righteous Path Orthodox. However, according to Li Mu's knowledge, the Haoqi Alliance had always been a sect of miscellaneous cultivators, and he had no idea when it had become entangled with the Ru sect. Li Mu's understanding of the Haoqi Alliance stemmed from the fact that many of the Imperial Guards during the Xia Emperor's era came from this alliance. Moreover, the commander of the Imperial Guards who rivaled Li Xuanze was also a member of the Haoqi Alliance. Li Mu and his company pressed on, swiftly heading straight for Ziyun Mountain, the headquarters of the Haoqi Alliance. As the army neared the mountain, cultivators soon appeared to question them. This is the territory of the Haoqi Alliance. Who leads the army, and what is your purpose here? Li Mu followed the voice to look. In the void ahead to the right, 3 figures slowly materialized. Li Mu's gaze was immediately drawn to the burly man at the center, who bore a large blade on his back. This man was otherwise unremarkable. What attracted Li Mu's attention was the dragon-headed blade on his back, the Overlord blade. If Li Mu remembered correctly, this was the exclusive weapon of the Badomin in the Baiming domain. The Badomin was not a native power of the Dongwang domain, it was one of the super sects in the neighboring Baiming domain. From the very first day of entry, every disciple of the sect received a personal dragon-headed blade as a life-bound artifact. From then on, the blade never left their hand, embarking on a path of nurturing the blade to achieve unity between man and blade. How could a Badomin disciple have joined the Haoqi Alliance? Li Mu was astonished. The Haoqi Alliance was merely a third-rate sect, albeit ranking among the top 10 in Great Xia, but compared to the Badamin, it was like a firefly against the bright moon. According to the ranking of superpowers in the desolate world, the Badomin even ranked above the Ru sect. Li Mu simply could not fathom why this man would be so foolish as to join the insignificant Haoqi Alliance. While Li Mu pondered in secret, the Overlord Xiang Yu stepped forward to call out. The Supreme Tian's Mansion is here to apprehend fugitives. Please ask the Haoqi Alliance leader to come out and speak. As Xiang Yu's words fell, the 3 before them were stunned. What did you say? The man with the blade on his back burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? The authorities are chasing people all the way to the Haoqi Alliance. None of these 3 were of good character. Especially the man carrying the blade. His face was openly savage and arrogant. Yet Li Mu was not surprised by their attitude. According to the unwritten rules of the desolate world, cultivators were not bound by secular laws. The martial world had its own codes. Thus, in their eyes, Li Mu's attempt to enforce the law within the cultivation world was utterly ridiculous. After all, even during the peak of the Xia Emperor's reign, the Tian's Mansion would not dare to come to the Haoqi Alliance to enforce the law. Before Li Mu could speak, the Overlord Xiang Yu glared, his 8th-rank martial venerable aura pressing down instantly. What do you have objections? The 3 paled. 8th rank. Xiang Yu knew when to stop, and did not press them further. Apart from the man with the blade, who was a 7th-rank blade saint, the other 2 were only at the 6th-rank king realm. Call your leader out now, or I'll crush you with a single slap. Xiang Yu bellowed, ordering one of them to deliver the message quickly. Then at Li Mu's signal, he reached out with his right hand, grabbed the 7th-rank blade saint, and brought him over. Are you a Badomin disciple? Li Mu took the dragon-headed blade from behind him, and a faint scent of blood emanated from it. Inner disciple of Badamin, Tu Xiong greets you, sir. Tu Xiong shrank back warily, and replied in a low voice. Since you are a Badomin disciple, why are you at the Haoqi Alliance? Tu Xiong grinned. I was invited by Kong Xian, an inner disciple of the Ru sect, to visit Dongwang. Staying at the Haoqi Alliance is just a temporary lodging. Tu Xiong spoke with a fawning expression utterly at odds with his fierce appearance. Is that so? Li Mu curled his lips, staring at Tu Xiong with suspicion. Do you know what happens if you lie to me? Tu Xiong bowed and scraped, chuckling softly. You jest, sir. Every word I speak is true. How would I dare deceive you? Li Mu's smile instantly turned cold. Xiang Yu break one of his legs. Without a word, Xiang Yu drew his giant sword from his waist and severed one of Tu Xiong's legs. Oh, sir, what is the meaning of this? I haven't lied to you. Tu Xiong screamed, clutching his severed leg as he fell to the ground. Tu Xiong, if I recall correctly, the Badomin cultivates a fierce and overwhelming dominance. Yet what I sensed from your blade was a thick, bloody aura. How do you explain that? Tu Xiong was taken aback. Li Mu continued, moreover, everyone in the martial world knows that due to the nature of their techniques, Badomin disciples are mostly bold, straightforward, and forthright in character. But you are fawning and cowardly, just like those spineless lackeys of the Confucian scholars. Do you still dare to claim you haven't lied to me? Tu Xiong's expression stiffened, and his hypocritical demeanor vanished instantly. Kid, even if you've seen through me, what of it? Don't think that just because you have an 8th-rank martial venerable, you can run rampant in the Haoqi Alliance. Li Mu smiled faintly. Xiang Yu cut off his other leg. Xiang Yu raised his sword again. Just then a sinister voice echoed from afar. If I am not mistaken, you are Li Mu, son of Li Xuanzi. Li Mu looked up. On the mountainside ahead, thousands of cultivators had gathered without warning. From their faint auras, there were over 37th rank Saint Realm experts. The three old men at the front were all dressed in Confucian robes, their faces somewhat resembling Kong Ji's, clearly elders of the Kong clan. Li Mu rode forward on his flying Xiangqi and shouted back, judging from your faces, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the old bastards of the Kong clan. As he spoke, Li Mu secretly gave Xiang Yu a signal to attack. Since the Confucian Kong clan members were here, it meant the Haoqi alliance had already become a subsidiary of the Ru sect. The original leader of the Haoqi alliance had either surrendered or been eliminated. The truth was clear, so Li Mu saw no need for further talk. Xiang Yu summoned the Overlord's War Soul once more, while the 30,000 dragon cavalry instantly formed a battle formation, silently supporting him. Unlike Su Daji and others, Xiang Yu was different. Su Daji and the rest were retainers whose strength came from within themselves. But Xiang Yu was a divine general. His power depended on the number and quality of the soldiers he commanded. Once the 30,000 dragon cavalry formed a formation, they became one entity. As long as Xiang Yu did not fall, and his Overlord's War Soul remained intact, the dragon cavalry behind him would remain unharmed. As Xiang Yu's War Soul coalesced, Su Daji and Xiang Yu also soared into the sky. The night was deep and a full moon had risen halfway. The moon goddess Xiang Yu waved her hands gently, her flowing skirt twirling as she wrapped herself in a silver mantle like a celestial maiden. Moon goddess radiance, moon veil. A cold, clear voice echoed through the air as the boundless moonlight coalesced into countless silver beams that enveloped the entire battlefield of Ziyun Mountain. The radiant moonlight bathed Li Mu, sending a wave of soothing comfort through his entire being. His very soul felt as though it had been cleansed, leaving him refreshed and clear-minded. Meanwhile, upon the battlefield, the members of the Haoqi alliance were shrouded in wisps of white mist. Crack, crack. A series of snapping sounds rang out as everyone shuddered violently. Before they could even react, they were instantly frozen solid by a bone-piercing cold. Whoa, that fierce! Li Mu stared at the rows of ice statues across from him, frozen in place himself. Xiang Yu descended through the void, stepping gracefully through the air before landing softly before him. My lord flatters me. I merely took advantage of the time and place which allowed me to win with a single strike. Li Mu cared little for talk of time and place. As the saying goes, whether black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Sister Xiang Yu is too modest. Your support in battle is even more formidable than Xiang Yu's vanguard charge. Su Daji's expression turned displeased upon hearing this. If I'm not mistaken, your power is connected to the moon. Today happens to be the night of the full moon, when the moonlight is at its strongest. And this Ziyun Mountain, with no obstructions overhead, is precisely the area where the moon's rays concentrate most intensely. That is why you were able to claim victory so decisively. Xiang Yu let out a cold snort, a trace of annoyed blush flickering across her face. So what if that's the case? Why don't you try pulling off a move like that yourself? Su Daji responded with a seductive chuckle, pressing her body closer against Li Mu. Relying on the moon. That's no real skill. Only women who lack a man's care need the moonlight's nourishment. While I've been cherished by my lord, you were still up on the moon drinking the northwest wind. Li Mu's cheeks twitched at her words. Seeing that the battle was not yet concluded, he hastily changed the subject. Xiang Yu, sweep the battlefield. Kill those who should be killed, capture those who should be captured. The prison cells of my supreme city are still waiting to be filled. Xiang Yu immediately led his men to charge into the Haoqi alliance stronghold. Xiang Yu's ultimate move was truly devastating. Nearly the entirety of Ziyun Mountain had been covered, and as Xiang Yu and his forces advanced, they encountered lifelike ice statues one after another. Li Mu followed behind, watching in astonishment. Just as they were about to enter the Haoqi alliance compound, Su Daji and Xiang Yu simultaneously moved to shield Li Mu, their expressions turning grim as they stared intently at the void not far away. Who's there? Show yourself. Su Daji shouted coldly as the phantom image of her 9 tails materialized behind her. I never expected to encounter such stunning beauties in this godforsaken place. The voice echoed from the void as 2 figures materialized not far away. Li Mu followed the sound and saw 2 silhouettes approaching slowly, each bearing a massive dragon head blade on their backs. 2 Jiao had an incredibly alluring figure. The crimson flame dragon head blade strapped to her back lent her a unique kind of beauty, and her fiery red ponytail swayed with each step she took. As Li Mu sized her up, 2 Jiao's gaze locked intensely onto Su Daji and Xiang Yu. A strange smile curled across her delicate features. Behind 2 Jiao stood a tall and stalwart old man. Dressed in a simple short shirt, his muscles bulged prominently, and his pale hair and beard bristled outward like sharp barbs. The most striking feature was the enormous dragon head blade he carried on his back. The blade was as thick and heavy as a door plank, radiating a fierce and overbearing aura that seemed to weigh down the very air around them. Sensing the threat emanating from the old man, Xiang Yu and Daji both immediately summoned their battle soul phantoms. Xiang Yu also stood protectively before Li Mu, her expression solemn as she watched the old man's every move. The old man seemed to sense a familiar aura from Xiang Yu and let out a surprised exclamation. At that moment, Tu Jiaojiao stepped forward and stopped a meter in front of Li Mu. Tu Jiaojiao of the Badao sect greets you two sisters. Li Mu furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a deep voice. I am Li Mu of the Supreme Tian's Mansion. The two of you block our path. Is there something you need? Tu Jiaojiao glanced at Li Mu, then casually pulled the crimson flame dragon head blade from her back and slammed it heavily into the ground. Waves of scorching violent blade energy radiated outward. Little brother, this big sister doesn't care for men. Why don't you run along and play in the back for a while? Li Mu was taken aback. Before he could react, Tu Jiaojiao had already turned her smiling gaze back to Su Daji and Xiang Yu. May I ask how you two sisters are called? Li Mu stared blankly at Tu Jiaojiao's infatuated expression, feeling as though he'd been struck by lightning. This woman was actually a lesbian. What a waste of such a pretty face and such a tantalizing figure. While Li Mu lamented inwardly, Su Daji and Xiang Yu simultaneously stepped forward to shield him, warning in unison. We don't care who you are. Step back. Tu Jiaojiao paused briefly, then turned her head back toward Li Mu. So you're Li Mu, are these two sisters your women? Li Mu smiled slightly. They're my beloved wives. This seductive vixen is Su Daji and that icy beauty is Xiang Yu. Beautiful names. Tu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up as she placed a hand on her hip and laughed. Brother Li Mu, name your price. How about selling your two wives to me? Li Mu shook his head. Not interested. My two wives are both peak 8th rank masters. They have beauty, strength, and they keep me company at night. What could you possibly offer in exchange? Tu Jiaojiao fell into thought for a moment, then produced a blazing red token from her robes. This is a guest elder token. With this token you'll enjoy the treatment of a guest elder of the Badao sect. Ordinarily, only powerhouses above the 9th rank are qualified to obtain one. What do you say, this token for your two wives? Li Mu shook his head again. Tempting offer, but I'm sorry. I won't trade. Tu Jiaojiao blinked in surprise. Brother Li Mu, do you even understand the importance of this guest elder token? With this token you can roam the great wilderness with impunity. Even 9th rank experts wouldn't dare to harm you. Are you sure you don't want to make this trade? Li Mu didn't hesitate. Sorry, but they are priceless to me. Even if you offered me the position of sect master of the Badao sect, I wouldn't trade them away. Just then the old man behind Tu Jiaojiao spoke up. Jiaojiao, enough fooling around. Let's attend to business first. Tu Jiaojiao nodded, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face as she asked again, Brother Li Mu, have you by any chance seen a disciple of the Badao sect accompanied by a little girl? Yes, we did. Where are they? Tu Jiaojiao's expression grew agitated as she stepped forward. Just as her hands were about to grab Li Mu's shoulder, Xiang Yu let out a furious roar and charged. Roar! How dare you! Anyone who threatens my lord shall die. A thunderous roar erupted as Xiang Yu's overlord battle soul raised its heaven-splitting halberd and brought it down upon Tu Jiaojiao's head. Before Li Mu could even call out to stop her, Tu Jiaojiao's crimson flame dragon head blade had already slashed upward in a reverse arc. Roar! A dragon's cry pierced the air as the blade erupted in crimson light veins of molten red energy, surging across its surface like flowing magma. In the same instant the blade met Xiang Yu's attack, wreathed in searing blade flames. Their clash was over in the blink of an eye. Su Daji and Xiang Yu reacted immediately, grabbing Li Mu by the arms and pulling him back out of the combat zone. Boom! The violent energies collided head-on. The very crust of Ziyun Mountain trembled slightly under the tremendous force of the impact. The shock waves of battle spread outward. Both parties retreated upon contact, drawing back from each other. Seconds later the dust settled, leaving only a deep crater spanning dozens of meters behind them. Their gazes turned to the two figures at the crater's edge, both composed and unruffled, as though the fight had ended in a draw. But Li Mu understood clearly within his heart. Xiang Yu had lost. Xiang Yu had launched a sudden ambush, while Tu Jiaojiao had been forced to respond hastily. To have exchanged a single strike and reached a stalemate spoke volumes. Li Mu turned his head to look at Su Daji and Xiang Yu, only to find both women frowning deeply, their faces etched with worry. My lord, if a major battle erupts, we will hold off that old man while you take the opportunity to escape. Su Daji rarely shed her usual teasing manner, her expression uncharacteristically grave. Li Mu remained silent. Though none of them voiced it outright, he could glean something from the old man's aura. This old man's cultivation must be at least 9th rank or beyond. Li Mu owed his current position largely to Su Daji's efforts. So unless facing certain death, Li Mu would never abandon Su Daji and flee on his own. If truly forced, he would have no choice but to spend one's of his 0 merit points to activate the supreme Dharma aspect prematurely. But clearly they had not yet reached that point. Li Mu could sense the old man opposite them harbored no immediate hostility. At that moment a deep, aged voice rang out. Boy, what is your name? Xiang Yu assumed a combat stance with his heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, his domineering aura unchanged. Overlord Xiang Yu. The old man smiled at these words and stepped forward. Jiaojiao, stepped down. Let me spar with this young one. Tu Jiaojiao's expression shifted with surprise, and after a moment's hesitation she retreated. Li Mu's expression darkened as he hurried over with Su Daji and Xiang Yu to Xiang Yu's side. Xiang Yu, don't act rashly. You are not to accept this challenge. As he spoke, Li Mu had already summoned the system interface, prepared to activate the Dharma aspect at any moment. The old man took slow, deliberate steps forward. With each step he took, the entire Xiang mountain seemed to tremble faintly, and a fierce, overwhelming aura began to radiate from him. It was as though a primordial beast had shattered the earth itself, breaking free from its seals. That domineering pressure shook the stars and rivers, blotting out sun and moon, sending shivers deep into one's soul. Quasi-Emperor, Su Daji and Xiang Yu cried out in unison. I am Tu Shan of the Hegemon Blade sect. Dare you face me? Li Mu's expression grew grave. If Tu Shan were merely at the 9th rank, Li Mu would have absolute confidence in crushing him with the supreme Dharma aspect. But facing a quasi-emperor realm expert, Li Mu felt a knot of unease in his heart. Though the supreme Dharma aspect's power was formidable, he had never been willing to use it. His philosophy was simple: conservation. He would never let the system fleece him. Now facing a quasi-emperor powerhouse, his confidence wavered. Just then the Hegemon Xiang Yu spoke. My strength could uproot mountains, my spirit unmatched beneath heaven. If the heavens deny me, I shall defy the heavens. I am Xiang Yu, Hegemon King of Western Shu. Come fight me. Tu Shan nodded with satisfaction. Good lad, you've got courage. I like that. Xiang Yu did not respond. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed loudly, his voice resolute. If I fall in this battle, I ask that you let the others go. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu immediately dispelled his Hegemon battle soul, turned and knelt on one knee before Li Mu in a gesture of deep respect. My lord Xiang Yu, the Hegemon requests permission to face this opponent alone. Li Mu shook his head, and without hesitation activated the Supreme Dharma aspect. System, activate the Supreme Dharma aspect. Ding dong. System detection indicates the host is not currently in any crisis. Are you certain you wish to spend 100 merit points to activate this skill? Li Mu paused for a moment. Glancing at his balance, he forced himself to remain calm and asked again. System, are you certain no crisis has been detected? Affirmative, host. The opponent bears no killing intent. The system detects no crisis whatsoever. Li Mu let out a breath of relief. Very well then, I'll hold back a bit longer. Glancing towards Xiang Yu, Li Mu was caught in conflict once more. Xiang Yu's Hegemon battle soul could only unleash its true power when bolstered by the dragon cavalry. Now that Xiang Yu had volunteered to fight alone, it was clear he did not intend to bring the dragon cavalry into battle. For if he were defeated, the battle soul would shatter. All 30,000 dragon cavalry would suffer instant soul destruction, dying alongside him. Faced with Xiang Yu's request, Li Mu truly could not bear to let him face this alone. But facing certain death, Li Mu could not sacrifice them all. He could not force 30,000 dragon cavalry to their doom. Xiang Yu seemed to sense Li Mu's turmoil, his gaze slowly sweeping across the gathered individuals. Dragon cavalry, listen to my order. Escort the lord to evacuate from Ziyun Mountain. Just then, all 30,000 dragon cavalry knelt on one knee. Heaven's strategy, dragon cavalry would face death without regret. We wish to fight alongside the general. Their unified voices echoed across Ziyun Mountain, dispelling Li Mu's inner conflict. Xiang Yu, hear my command. I order you to lead the dragon cavalry into battle with everything you have to defend our heaven's strategy military spirit. The dragon cavalry chorused in response. Defend our heaven's strategy military spirit. Fight, fight, fight. The Hegemon Xiang Yu shook his head. While alive I shall be a hero among men, when dead a valiant spirit among ghosts. In this battle I will face my opponent alone. With those words spoken, Xiang Yu said nothing more. He raised his heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, pointing it directly at Tu Shan. I request your guidance, senior. A smile played across Tu Shan's face, his eyes gleaming with faint admiration. Excellent. The moment Tu Shan spoke those words, he extended a single finger from his right hand, using it as a blade to strike towards Xiang Yu. A massive energy finger saturated with crushing blade intent descended upon him. Xiang Yu's eyes blazed with fierce combat spirit as he met the energy finger head-on with his halberd. Fight! Xiang Yu wielded several weapons in battle. His heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, his Hegemon spear, his giant K-heavy sword. Each represented a different aspect of his martial prowess. The halberd embodied his raw strength, the spear channeled his momentum, and the heavy sword emphasized his technique. Against Tu Shan's overwhelming blade intent like a mountain descending upon him, Xiang Yu could only rely on his heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, countering force with force. This was the essence of the Hegemon blade sect's philosophy. The character Hegemon. Their hegemonic blades did not prioritize razor-sharp edges, but rather cultivated overwhelming force through thick, heavy dragon head blades. This domineering blade technique possessed the crushing power of a massive hammer while maintaining the lethal efficiency of a blade. The halberd wielding tremendous force collided with Tu Shan's massive finger. A thunderous explosion followed, then the sharp sound of metal shattering. Xiang Yu's body was sent flying backward in an instant. The heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd in his grasp had already shattered into several pieces under the overwhelming force. Xiang Yu coughed up blood, his gaze fixed blankly on the broken halberd in his hand, sorrow flashing across his features. After a long moment, he drew his hegemon spear and assumed a combat stance. I can still fight. Again, the momentum of the hegemon spear began to coalesce, a faint spectral image of the hegemon slowly taking form. With the resolve of one who had accepted death, Xiang Yu charged toward Tu Shan, once more spear in hand. Tu Shan extended a single finger, once more executing the same technique as before. Another thunderous impact sent Xiang Yu flying backward, and his hegemon spear shattered just like the halberd reduced to fragments of iron. After 2 consecutive devastating blows, Xiang Yu's figure swayed unsteadily. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Again, grasping his giant K-heavy sword with both hands, Xiang Yu charged forward once more. Another thunderous crash echoed, and the outcome mirrored the previous 2 encounters exactly. The giant K-sword shattered again, and all 3 sacred weapons Li Mu had gifted Xiang Yu lay in ruins. Blood covered Xiang Yu's body as he struggled to his feet, forcing his battered frame forward despite its limits. I, the hegemon king of Western Shu, shall never speak of defeat. Fight! Li Mu's expression darkened as he rushed forward to intercept Xiang Yu, who was preparing for another assault. Enough! Li Mu turned to face Tu Shan, his teeth clenched as he spoke each word deliberately. Senior, a warrior may be killed, but not humiliated. He has no strength left to fight. Tu Shan still wore a faint smile as he casually asked Xiang Yu, "Little one, you have no weapon left. Do you still dare to fight?" Xiang Yu spat a mouthful of blood and chuckled. "As long as my blood remains hot, and my fighting spirit never ceases, my fist shall be my finest weapon." Ha ha ha. Tu Shan burst into a hearty laugh. "Excellent. You are indeed a promising talent." The fierce aura surrounding Tu Shan instantly dissipated. "Little one, would you be willing to become my disciple and receive my inheritance?" As Tu Shan's voice faded, everyone was instantly stunned. Xiang Yu was also slightly taken aback. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and shook his head to politely decline. "I apologize, but I, Xiang Yu, swear to follow my lord for life and achieve immortal merits." Tu Shan was momentarily speechless. "Little one, with your talent, if you join my Ba Dao sect, you can reach the 9th rank or above within 3 years at most. Even advancing to the Emperor realm in the future is not impossible." Xiang Yu declined without hesitation once more. "I apologize, senior, but I do not wish to leave the Tian Su Fu." Seeing this, Tu Shan grew somewhat anxious. "Xiang Yu, you can come with me to the Ba Dao sect to cultivate first and return to Tian Su Fu after your training is complete, can't you? Think about it. The stronger you become, the greater help you can be to your lord, isn't that right?" After saying this, Tu Shan turned to look at Li Mu. "You're named Li Mu, aren't you? As long as you let Xiang Yu go, I, Tu Shan, am willing to owe you a favor. What do you say?" Li Mu did not answer him, but instead turned to look at Xiang Yu. "Do you wish to go? What he says is true. The cultivation method of the Ba Dao sect is indeed well suited to you." After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu firmly shook his head once more. "Xiang Yu vows to follow my lord unto death with no regrets." Li Mu smiled gently at this. Although Xiang Yu's refusal had been decisive, that fleeting hesitation spoke volumes. "Xiang Yu, do you understand the meaning behind my rebuilding the supreme Tian Su Fu?" Xiang Yu shook his head, and Li Mu continued. "The former Tian Su Fu was subordinate to the Xia dynasty. Though it had earned a formidable reputation among mortal dynasties, it held no deterrent power against cultivation forces. The reason I rebuilt the supreme Tian Su Fu is to lead you beyond the shackles of mortal dynasties. From now on, we shall no longer serve beneath anyone or any faction, but will do only what we ourselves desire." With that, Li Mu looked at Xiang Yu with a smile and said, "Therefore, as long as it benefits your growth, I would never stand in the way of your path to strength. Go if you wish. As long as you carry home within your heart, even if you stand at the Ba Dao sect, you will forever be my brother and a member of the supreme Tian Su Fu." Xiang Yu fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Li Mu looked up at Tu Shan and said respectfully, "Senior, I entrust Xiang Yu to your care. I hope you will treat him well. If he suffers any grievance at the Ba Dao sect, even if I must shatter my body to pieces, I, Li Mu, will surely come to demand an explanation from you all." Tu Shan's eyes lit up slightly at this. "No problem, no problem." Tu Jiao beside them smiled and stepped forward. "Brother Li Mu, rest assured. Third Master has only ever taken one disciple in his lifetime. He will never let him suffer any wrongs." Li Mu nodded and signaled Xiang Yu to step forward for the disciple ceremony. Tu Shan waved his hand and laughed. "No rush, no rush. It is not too late to perform the ceremony after we return to the sect." Just then Tu Jiao seemed to remember something and hurriedly approached, grabbing Li Mu's arm and asking, "Brother Li Mu, you mentioned earlier that you encountered a Ba Dao sect disciple. Where is he now?" Li Mu turned his head toward Chang'e. She raised her hand and drew an ice sculpture from halfway up the mountain, then tapped it with her finger. Crack! The ice sculpture began to slowly disintegrate from within. Before long, a burly man carrying a dragon-headed saber on his back with both legs crippled emerged from the melting ice. "Is this the one you seek?" Tu Jiaojiao stepped forward, cast a glance, and nodded with a cold expression. It is indeed him. His name is Tu Xiang. He is an intersect disciple of our Ba Dao sect. Half a year ago he suddenly defected, and also happened to kidnap my younger sister. My third master and I have followed the clues for 1,000,000 li, but unfortunately, he has escaped death time and again. Li Mu's gaze swept over Tu Jiaojiao, his eyes narrowing slightly. If my guess is correct, your younger sister must possess some extraordinary identity or abilities, wouldn't you agree? One who could compel a quasi-emperor powerhouse to cross thousands of mountains and rivers in pursuit is certainly no ordinary person. Li Mu knew that behind this matter a major figure from the Confucian sect must be pulling strings. Since that was the case, Li Mu decided to seize the opportunity and redirect suspicion toward the Confucian sect. At this thought, Li Mu pointed at Tu Xiong and said, "It seems you have all been deceived by this fellow. His surname is Kong, and he originally belongs to the Kong clan, one of the 9 great families of Xia. I imagine you are quite familiar with the Kong clan's background, are you not?" Tu Jiaojiao was stunned. The Kong clan. Does this Kong clan possess any special background? Li Mu asked with an enigmatic smile. Is there another Kong clan within the eastern wilderness? Upon hearing this, Tu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. The Kong clan you mention, could it be the Kong clan of the Confucian sect? Exactly. It must be the Confucian sect without doubt. In the eastern wilderness, apart from the members of the Confucian sect's own Kong clan, I doubt anyone would dare to bear the surname Kong. At this, Tu Jiaojiao's expression darkened as she looked up at Tu Shan. Third master, could Shuang already have been taken away by those scoundrels from the Confucian sect? Tu Shan's face was equally grim. If that is truly the case, then it is troublesome. That pack of hypocrites who lurk in the shadows and strike from behind is not easy to deal with. Just then Tu Xiong groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Tu Jiaojiao hastily grabbed him and picked up a broken sword fragment that Xiang Yu had shattered earlier, driving it directly into Tu Xiong's severed leg. Stimulated by the agony, Tu Xiong instantly regained consciousness. Tu Jiaojiao could scarcely contain herself and roared, "You scum! Where did you hide, Shuang? Speak!" Upon seeing Tu Jiaojiao, Tu Xiong was so terrified that his face turned green. Li Mu, witnessing this, led Chang'e and Su Daji and the others to turn and leave the scene. They were not people of the Ba Dao sect. Even if the others did not mind Li Mu overhearing, they should still have shown some propriety. Otherwise, sooner or later such matters would bring trouble upon themselves. After departing roughly 100 meters away, Li Mu said to Su Daji, "Take the dragon cavalry and thoroughly search the Hao Qi Alliance headquarters. Gather the supplies and help them look for that little girl while you are at it." Su Daji nodded and departed. Not long after, Tu Jiaojiao approached with Tu Xiong in tow. Li Mu asked casually, "Any results?" Tu Jiaojiao shook her head. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu proposed, "If you do not mind, you may stay at the Tian Sifu for a few days. I have experts in interrogation under my command who might help you extract some information." Tu Jiaojiao glanced up at Tu Shan, who nodded. "Very well." Not long after their conversation, Su Daji emerged from the Hao Qi Alliance headquarters with the dragon cavalry. Daji and the others all possessed the authority to return to the Supreme City at any time. Therefore, relocating the supplies from the headquarters was remarkably convenient. It was merely a matter of transferring from one hand to another, and the headquarters was swiftly cleared out. Thereafter, Li Mu instructed the dragon cavalry brothers to take all the ice sculptures with them as well. Particularly those 3 8th-rank elders from the Confucian sect. They might prove useful in the days to come. The group returned to the Hidden Dragon Villa already deep in the night. Li Mu had elder long arranged guest rooms for the 2 from the Overlord Saber sect, and only then realized that Dong Wang Tai had still not returned. Meanwhile, no news had come from the members of the net under Zhao Gao's command. A frown creased Li Mu's brow as he instantly sensed that something might have happened to them. Just as he was about to set out with Su Daji and Chang'e to provide emergency support, a question suddenly arose in his mind. Among those taken by Dong Wang Tai, besides the net members, there were also 10 7th-rank saints. Moreover, the Yin princess of the Yinyang school had strength infinitely close to the 8th rank, unquestionably the foremost below the 8th rank. What kind of situation could have prevented even a single person from returning? An answer instantly flashed through his mind. 9th rank. Indeed, only if a 9th rank imperial realm or above had intervened could there be such absolute suppression. With this thought, Li Mu hastily summoned Xiang Yu. "Xiang Yu, go find your master immediately and ask for his help." At the same time, Li Mu called for Sheng Wanwaner to issue an urgent decree. Rouse all combat personnel of the Heavenly Strategy Office for battle and be on highest alert against any enemy sneak attack on the Hidden Dragon Villa. Shortly after Sheng Wanwaner left, Xiang Yu hurriedly arrived with Tu Shan before Li Mu. Accompanying them was another member of the Overlord Saber sect, Tu Jiaojiao. Upon hearing that Li Mu was in trouble, Tu Jiaojiao proactively offered to go along and take a look. Li Mu shook his head and directly refused. "No, you cannot go. I suspect the enemy might take the opportunity to attack the Hidden Dragon Villa. Please stay and guard the villa for me, and don't let them exploit any loophole." As the two were speaking, a voice came from behind Li Mu. "If possible, I can also help you guard the Hidden Dragon Villa." Li Mu turned around and saw the mystic gem empress walking out from the inner courtyard accompanied by Lan Shi. It turned out that shortly after Li Mu had left earlier, the mystic gem empress, on the advice of Emperor Yu, had returned directly to the Hidden Dragon Villa. And Lan Shi, as the former close attendant of the mystic gem empress, and now the mistress of the villa, should personally oversee the empress's accompanying duties, both for public and private reasons. With such a commotion in the courtyard when Li Mu and the others returned, the mystic gem empress was naturally awakened at once. Just then Xiang Yu knocked on the door to urge everyone into emergency battle readiness, and the mystic gem empress then took the initiative to come to the main hall. Given the urgency, Li Mu did not stand on ceremony with the mystic gem empress. The empress was now a genuine 8th rank powerhouse, and having her help would certainly be more secure. However, to be on the safe side, Li Mu stressed, "You may guard the villa, but Sister Jiao Jiao must still remain in the Hidden Dragon Villa." Hearing this, the mystic gem empress frowned slightly. "You don't trust me," Li Mu casually explained. "It's not that I don't trust you, but just in case." At these words, the mystic gem empress's face turned pale, and she turned to leave. Li Mu, ignoring whether she might be overthinking, pulled Xiang Yu aside to a secluded spot and whispered instructions. "In the worst-case scenario, you can lead everyone to take refuge in the Supreme City." Li Mu knew that having everyone take refuge in the Supreme City in advance would be the safest method, but many people in the Hidden Dragon Villa were not his absolute confidants. Some were even outsiders. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Mu did not want to reveal the existence of the Supreme City easily. After arranging everything in the courtyard, Li Mu, along with Tushan, Xiang Yu, Daji, and Xiang Yi, headed straight for the location of the Kong clan. To save time, he did not even ride the flying Xiongqi. Instead, he had Daji carry him as they flew. Amid the whistling wind, the five quickly arrived at the Kong clan's territory. The Kong manor was eerily silent, as if Dong Huang and the others had never been there. If Li Mu did not know that Dong Huang and his people were absolutely incapable of betrayal, he would have suspected that they had all defected. Sensing something strange, Li Mu turned to Tushan. "Senior, please conceal yourself in the shadows. The four of us will go in and have a look. If a 9th rank should intervene, we will trouble you to lend a hand." Tushan gave a hearty laugh and readily agreed. "All right." Li Mu nodded with relief and flew into the manor with Daji, Xiang Yu, and Chang'e. Daji closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, quickly detecting the presence of Dong Huang and the others deep within the manor. "My lord, I sense them. Everyone is there, but what?" Li Mu pressed urgently. It must be remembered that Dong Huang Tai had taken away a large portion of Li Mu's forces. If all these people were lost, Li Mu would be heartbroken. Fortunately, Daji did not disappoint him. But their conditions are all very strange. They seem to have been sealed. Li Mu breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Good that they are still alive. Have you sensed any enemy?" Daji frowned, her expression grave as she replied, "No. If the enemy has not withdrawn, it means they are far stronger than I am." Li Mu nodded. Back in the Imperial Palace, Daji, at the peak of the 8th rank, could easily sneak Li Mu to the bedside of the mystic gem empress. If his speculation was correct and the opponent was indeed a 9th rank powerhouse, it was only natural that Daji could not sense them. "Let's go take a look first and be wary of our surroundings." Li Mu gave a light instruction and advanced slowly with the three. Just as they were about to approach the deepest building, Tushan's figure appeared directly before them. "Senior, what are you?" Before Li Mu could finish his question, Tushan warned, "There is no one in the manor, but this ancestral hall is somewhat eerie. If you barge in recklessly, it could be troublesome." Startled, Li Mu quickly asked, "Senior, do you mean there is a formation inside?" Tushan nodded gravely. "Someone has laid a soul-sealing formation inside this hall. Once the formation is triggered, anyone who enters will have their spirit sealed and become living corpses. Our overlord Saber sect excels at breaking through with sheer force, not at dealing with such sealing formations. If you wish to break the formation, I can try for you, but my method might harm those inside." With that, Tushan looked at Li Mu, waiting for his decision. After a long silence, Li Mu sighed helplessly. "Senior, if we do not break the formation for now, what will happen to those inside?" Tushan said firmly, 3 days. If you cannot undo the formation and rescue them within 3 days, their spirits will be severely damaged. At best, they will become cripples, at worst, they may never wake again. Li Mu then asked, "May I ask how you plan to break the formation, and what harm will it cause to those inside?" Tushan smiled lightly. "The Overlord Saber sect's method of breaking formations is always the same. No matter what kind of great formation it is, I will break it with a single strike. However, in your situation, if I hold back a bit and strike with restraint, perhaps some of your people inside might survive." Before Tushan could finish, Li Mu interrupted eagerly. "Can they really survive?" Tushan shook his head. "Don't be impatient. Oh, I haven't finished yet. What I mean is, if I restrain my blade somewhat, maybe 1 or 2 inside might survive." Li Mu's face darkened upon hearing this. If it were a matter of forcefully breaking the formation, he could have done it himself. "Never mind, Senior, I'll think of another way." Having said that, Li Mu turned to Xiang Yu beside him and said, "Go back to Yinlong Villa quickly and bring Xiang Yu here." She is well versed in Confucianism. Perhaps she can find a way to unravel this formation. Xiang Yu clasped his hands in acknowledgement and accepted the order. Just as Xiang Yu was about to leave, Li Mu spoke again, instructing. Also mobilize 10,000 dragon cavalry to surround the Kong ancestral hall in layers. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. After giving these instructions to Xiang Yu, Li Mu turned to Tu Shan with an apologetic tone. Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you to come out so late. Words cannot express my gratitude. Since there is no immediate danger here, Senior, please return and rest early. I'll think of other ways to rescue the brothers trapped inside. Tu Shan nodded at this, turned around, and left. After Tu Shan was gone, Li Mu instructed Su Daji and Xiang Yu to guard the hall from front and back, just in case any remnants of the Kong clan still harboring malicious intent might try to tamper with something. The three waited outside the hall for about a quarter of an hour before Shangwan Wanner and Xiang Yu appeared before Li Mu. Wanner, go and examine the formation inside the hall. Can you possibly unravel it? Shangwan Wanner nodded and stepped forward. She closed her eyes to sense the formation for a short while, then opened them and shook her head helplessly. I'm sorry, my lord. The formation inside was set by a Confucian grandmaster of chess at the 9th grade or above. My cultivation is too low to break it. Li Mu sighed in disappointment and fell silent again. Just then a thought struck him. Earlier at Ziyun Mountain, due to the appearance of Tu Jiaojiao and her companion from Bodoman, he had not yet claimed the rewards for defeating the Haoqi alliance. Hurriedly he sank his mind into his soul sea and summoned the system interface to check. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for annihilating the Haoqi alliance, plundering a small amount of fortune. Reward, 300 merit points, 1 enlightenment on cultivation technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying the branch clan of the Confucian sect Kong clan, plundering a moderate amount of fortune. Reward, 100 merit points, 1 8-star retainer summoning card. 2 rewards. Apart from the usual merit points, he had obtained 1 enlightenment on cultivation technique and 1 8-star retainer summoning card. Li Mu sighed in disappointment. Another 8-star. Although an 8-star card was already quite rare, a retainer of that level could not solve his current predicament. Even if he were lucky enough to draw one skilled in formations, its cultivation level would be insufficient to break the formation. Since he had already opened the interface, Li Mu could only resign himself to the situation. Although the fortune shop offered 9-star retainer summoning cards for sale, Li Mu's current merit points were not enough to buy one. Moreover, he could not be sure that the 9-star retainer he summoned would happen to be skilled in breaking formations. Li Mu never placed his hopes on probability. Rather than praying for the favor of the goddess of luck, it was better to seize a goddess by force and make her sleep with you. Looking at the 8-star retainer summoning card in his hand, Li Mu could not feel happy at all. He gained a reward of 1 8-star retainer, but had lost 9 experts from the school of Yinyang and the Green Lotus Sword Saintly Taibai. Worst of all, the netherwebs, Zhao Gao, and 3,000 assassins were also completely wiped out. No matter how he looked at it, this deal was a huge loss. Just as Li Mu was mourning for himself, a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Ding dong. You have activated the 8-star retainer summoning card, successfully summoning the 8-star retainer Taishu Ancient Dragon Ziyan. Retainer Taishu Ancient Dragon Ziyan. Position Retainer Beauty Offensive. Growth Talent 8-star Overlord of the 3 Realms. Combat Power Level 8th Grade Peak. Soul Combat Talent Dragon Emperor Supreme. Ziyan summons the Dragon Emperor Sword, dealing lethal damage to dragons while exerting massive suppression on demon beasts. Description: legitimate royal bloodline of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, nicknamed the Brute Force King, playful and cute, yet resilient. As the system interface manifested, a sound of wind and thunder arrived. Zazup. Appearing before Li Mu was a stunningly beautiful woman with a delicate figure. She wore a purple gold robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Her purple gold eyes were like those of a super doll from an anime, and her purple gold hair cascaded down to her hips. Her figure was enchanting and slender. Behind her, a pair of purple gold wings about 3 meters long fluttered gently. When her wings vibrated, faint sounds of wind and thunder emanated, striking the heart. Taishu Ancient Dragon Emperor Ziyan pays homage to my lord. Looking at the peerless girl before him, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't it been said that the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu Ancient Dragon was a violent little lowly? How could she be so beautiful? Such a thought merely flashed through his mind. Then Li Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ziyan, go and take a look at that formation inside the hall. Can you rescue the people trapped inside without triggering the formation? Li Mu looked at Ziyan with an expectant expression. Ziyan gently flapped her wings and approached the entrance of the hall to examine it carefully. My lord, let me try first. This formation is very powerful. I'm not sure. Li Mu nodded. It was worth a shot, better than nothing. As a Taishu Ancient Dragon, Ziyan had extraordinary control over space and could freely traverse through the void. With a gesture of her hands, a spatial wormhole instantly appeared before Li Mu. A flash of purple gold light passed through Ziyan's eyes, and faint lightning flickered within them. The wormhole under her control continuously extended into some unknown void. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a smile finally appeared on Ziyan's face. Done. As soon as she spoke, a figure was transported out of the spatial wormhole. Xiang. Li Mu hurried forward and caught Xiang in his arms. At that moment her eyes were tightly shut, as if she were in a deep slumber. Perhaps due to the jostling during spatial travel, the veil on Xiang's face had already disappeared, revealing her exquisite, flawless visage. Carrying Xiang, Li Mu went to Chang'e and said urgently, "Sister Chang, please take a look. Can you awaken her from the seal?" While Li Mu and Chang'e were examining Xiang, Zi Yan transported another figure out of the passage. The moon god, one of the three great elders of the school of Yin Yang. Li Mu returned to Zi Yan's side and took the body of the moon god as usual. Like Xiang, the moon god's veil had also been lost. This was the first time Li Mu had seen the moon god's true face. Although she was not as stunning as Xiang, she had an added air of nobility. Just then Li Mu heard a muffled grunt from Zi Yan. He looked up and saw that her forehead was beaded with sweat. Oh, she was barely holding on. Forcing her way through a formation above the 9th grade with her 8th grade cultivation was ultimately too strenuous for her. Having saved only 2 people, she was already exhausted. If she had to rescue all the thousands trapped inside, wouldn't she just ascend to nirvana on the spot? Li Mu's brow furrowed again. Just then a long-unused ability flashed through his mind. That's right, I can confer divinity upon Zi Yan. With this thought in mind, Li Mu immediately summoned the system and returned to the temple within the Supreme City. After a brief search, he selected an auspicious star deity position. The 5th palace of the Southern Dipper, 6 stars within the Star Ministry. The 7th Destruction Palace, the Lord of Calamity, Eradication. It was said that this deity position possessed the power to dispel disasters and eliminate misfortunes. Li Mu swiftly executed the process. At the same time, Zi Yan's aura suddenly surged exponentially. Under the violent fluctuation of her energy, she transformed from human form back into her true body. A majestic purple-golden dragon soared into the sky. Behind the colossal dragon, a faintly ethereal purple-golden divine ring materialized out of thin air. Its soft divine radiance illuminated the entire Xiaojing city. This caused countless powerful cultivators to gaze into the void, lost in contemplation. A system notification chimed. 7th Destruction Calamity Eradication Star Lord. Zi Yan activates Divine Ring Effect. Dragon power increased by 90, strength increased by 70, a racial talent multiplied by 3. This Divine Ring effect is permanent until the deity position is changed. Retainer Primordial Void Ancient Dragon Zi Yan. Deity position 7th Destruction Calamity Eradication Star Lord. Class orientation Retainer Beauty Mount. Growth talent Immortal Grace 9 stars. Battle power level 9th grade Dragon Emperor. Initial realm note: after 9th grade, it is divided into 5 stages: initial, mid, late, peak, and great perfection. Battle soul talent. Dragon Emperor Supremacy. Zi Yan summons the Dragon Emperor Sword, dealing lethal damage to dragons while exerting a massive deterrence pressure on demonic beasts. Li Mu stared dumbfounded at this scene, then exclaimed, "Holy crap." She broke through a tear. It seems Zi Yan had been teetering on the threshold of the 9th grade, needing only a final push to break through. Now with the Divine Ring's empowerment, she seized the opportunity to break through and enter the 9th grade realm. Li Mu smiled happily, then suddenly recalled that he had another subordinate at the peak of the 8th grade. Dongwang Tai. This fellow had been diligent ever since his summoning, but now he was miserably sealed and half dead. Li Mu wondered if he could still accept the enfeefment of deity in his current state. With this thought, Li Mu quickly found Dongwang Tai in the list of deities to be enfeefed. The 1st palace of the Northern Dipper, 7 stars within the Star Ministry. The Celestial Pivot Palace, Greedy Wolf Star Lord, also one of the 2 chief officials among the Star Ministry's Star Lords. Under his command were the 13 Star Lords of the Northern Dipper and Southern Dipper. He served alongside the 1st palace of the Southern Dipper, 6 stars. The Heavenly Mansion Destiny Star Lord, one as the chief, and the other as deputy. The Southern Dipper governed life, while the Northern Dipper governed death, cooperating in tandem. The deity position was thus selected. Arranged. Celestial Pivot Greedy Wolf Star Lord. Dongwang Tai activates Divine Ring Effect. Dao power increased by 90, soul power increased by 70, talent spell effects boosted by 100. This Divine Ring Effect is permanent until the deity position is changed. Retainer Dongwang Tai. Deity position Celestial Pivot Greedy Wolf Star Lord. Expertise Yin Yang Dao Arts, Sealing Arts. Growth talent Overlord of the 3 realms, 8 stars. Battle power level 9th grade Immortal Emperor. Initial realm. Battle soul talent. Chaos Domain. Dongwang Tai can confuse the yin and yang energies, causing enemy groups to fall into mad frenzy and slaughter each other. Those with powerful souls can effectively resist this chaotic spell. Just as Li Mu finished the enfeefment, Dongwang Tai inside the ancestral hall suddenly radiated dazzling light. A moment later, a muffled grunt was heard, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of struggle crossed Dongwang Tai's face, and his features began to contort. After a few seconds, a black and white divine ring slowly coalesced, and under its blessing, Dongwang Tai temporarily broke free from the erased seal. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a teleportation channel slowly opening. Without a word, Dong Wang hastily grabbed the Xinghuan and Dasaming beside him and dove into the channel. As Li Mu left the Supreme City, he saw Zi Yin pulling Dong Wang out of the channel. The moment Dong Wang appeared, he charged straight at Zi Yin without a word. Li Mu quickly called out, "Stop. He's on our side." Dong Wang Tai froze at the words. Seeing that it was Li Mu beside him, he gave a bitter smile. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then slowly fell backward. Li Mu hurried forward to support him and brought him to Chang'e. Also brought along were Dasaming and Xinghuan, whom Dong Wang had dragged out. Thinking that there were still several thousand people inside and that it would be inappropriate for Zi Yin to transport them one by one, Li Mu could only say, "Zi Yin, now that you've greatly increased your power and have gained the authority to open the entrance to the Supreme City after being in theft, try to see if you can directly enter and send everyone in the Ancestral Hall into the Supreme City." Zi Yin nodded. "Brother Li Mu, let me try." Following Li Mu's suggestion, she began to attempt this method. However, to avoid getting trapped herself, she was cautious and did not directly enter the Ancestral Hall. Instead, she opened a point-to-point channel and operated from the entrance. A spatial entrance opened inside the Ancestral Hall. Under Zi Yan's control, her purple golden dragon power instantly swept up everyone inside. A flash of golden light. Everyone was teleported into the Supreme City. It worked. Zi Yan jumped with joy. Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly called Su Daji and Chang'e to bring Dong Wang and the others into the Supreme City for treatment. At the same time, Li Mu's expression turned cold. Xiang Yu and Zi Yin lead the dragon cavalry and use long-range attacks to burn this lousy ancestral hall to ashes. If I come out and find even a fist-sized tile, I'll break your legs. Xiang Yu's cheek twitched slightly as he quickly clasped his fists and accepted the order. I guarantee that I will grind this broken building into dust, leaving not even ash for you to find. Good. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and turned to enter the Supreme City. So many brothers had fallen into slumber, and it was unknown if they would ever wake again. As their leader, it was only right for him to check on them. As for Zhao Gao, he had already enjoyed himself outside these days, so it was enough. But if the Green Lotus Sword Saint, Li Taibai, were to die, that would be truly unjust. After all, after unleashing a massive ultimate move in the Imperial City Square, he had been defeated before the night even passed. Reaching his peak at birth, one could say he died unfairly. After Li Mu left, Xiang Yu and Zi Yin looked at each other and decided to use a combination of physical attack and fire 3 methods in parallel. Xiang Yu led the dragon cavalry in search of fire-making tools, while Zi Yin summoned her primordial void dragon flame as the fire source. After preparations, 10,000 dragon cavalry each held a huge torch burning with dragon flame. With Xiang Yu's command release, the dragon cavalry hurled the torches like javelins toward the ancestral hall building. A sky full of blazing fire carrying the impact force from the dragon cavalry's charged shot toward the ancestral hall. Boom. The building was instantly pierced by the massive torches. 10,000 torches struck simultaneously, leaving the entire ancestral hall riddled with holes and tottering. The purple-golden primordial void dragon flame, fueled by the wind, began to burn. With a crackling sound, the hall soon showed signs of collapsing. Boom. Boom. The building fell, and the ancestral tablets inside were instantly displaced from their positions. A golden formation shot up into the sky, then gradually faded and vanished as the tablets moved away. This was the fatal flaw of the chess array of the Confucian Yixing school, using the ancestral hall as the chessboard and the ancestral tablets as pieces to set up the soul-sealing formation. Once the pieces left their positions, the chessboard collapsed, and the formation naturally fell apart on its own. The ancestral hall crumbled into ruins, and the starlight formation shattered naturally. At the very moment the Kong family branch's ancestral hall collapsed, and the formation broke, 2 elders in black robes were playing chess at the distant Confucian sect. Upon the chessboard, pieces were arranged like stars across the heavens, drawing upon the power of the celestial constellations. Suddenly, an enigmatic aura descended from the heavens, and 1 white piece instantly turned to dust. My! The 2 elders paused in confusion. Third brother, what happened? An elder with long eyebrows furrowed his brow, gazing at the white-haired elder across from him. The white-haired elder's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression immediately darkening. Elder brother, the soul-sealing formation I set up at the branch family's ancestral hall has been destroyed. Something must have happened to the family. Upon hearing this, the long-eybrowed elder's expression shifted. How is that possible? Our Kong family branch in Xiajing has a revered one as guardian, and the Academy of Saints Haoqi Alliance stands with us as mutual support. With these 3 forces complementing each other, even if the Xia Emperor were reborn, he could only be restrained by us. How could this be? There have been no significant events in the sect lately. Go take a look and see what happened. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder Kongbai nodded. Yes, elder brother. The long-eyebrowed elder gestured casually, and immediately a delicate young girl approached and respectfully bowed. Grandfather, do you have instructions? The long-eyebrowed elder spoke in a grave tone. Jinger, go find your master. Have him accompany your 3rd grandmaster on this journey. He visited Xiajing not long ago and is familiar with the situation there. Jing'er acknowledged and departed respectfully. The long-eyebrowed elder turned back to Kong Bai, as if recalling something. Oh, the clan sent word recently about discovering a promising talent named Kong Xian. This young man, merely 20 years of age, has already broken through to the 8th grade. With proper cultivation, he should have no difficulty reaching the 9th grade. Bring him back on this journey. It is time for this old one to find an heir for these techniques. Kong Bai hastily clasped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations, elder brother, on acquiring such exceptional talent. Our Kong family branch in Xiajing will gain another voice in the main family. The long-eyebrowed elder rose with a smile. You should also start looking around. I think this child Jing'er is quite good. Let her change masters. That way you'll have someone who cares about you in the Yixing lineage. Kong Bai pondered. Elder brother Jing'er has already become a disciple of Xiao Chun. Wouldn't it be improper for me to take her directly? The long-eyebrowed elder waved his sleeve and smiled. There's nothing improper about it. Jing'er's sect is not short of disciples. Both Jing'er and her sister Yuer are promising talents. Having him teach them would be a waste of their potential. While the two were talking, Jing'er brought in a scholarly-looking young man. Your child greets father and third uncle. The long-eyebrowed elder waved his hand casually, his face filled with paternal affection. Jing'er, your third uncle, and I were just discussing you. I think Jing'er is clever and talented. From now on, let her serve as your third uncle's chess attendant. Your child obeys father. Your consideration is wise. Kong Chen smiled as he clasped his hands, then quickly turned to instruct Jing. Little Jing, you'll be cultivating with your third uncle from now on. Upon hearing this, joy flickered in Jing'er's eyes, though her expression remained composed as she hastily knelt. Reporting to the two grandmasters, Jing'er wishes to cultivate together with her sister. Could we possibly? Here Jing'er gazed expectantly at Kong Bai. The long-eyebrowed elder waved his hand casually and smiled. What's the big deal about that? Let Yuer go as well. Third brother, look at you. Accepting two disciples at once. What bliss. Kong Bai smiled elegantly. Very well, you sisters shall come with me. Go prepare yourselves. We depart to attend to some business. Your disciple pays respects to master. Jing'er responded sweetly. Then your disciple shall take her leave to prepare. The Supreme City. After being treated by Chang Yi, everyone slowly regained consciousness. Except for Eastern Emperor, who forcefully broke the seal and suffered some internal injuries, only the Yin-Yang masters, Xiao Ximing and Moon God, remained unconscious. What's going on? Weren't Xiao Ximing and Moon God the first ones rescued? Why are they the only ones who haven't woken up? Li Mu couldn't help but ask Chang'e. After wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow, Chang'e answered with a grave expression. My lord, Moon God's condition is slightly better. It's just a problem with the cultivation technique she practices. She'll wake up soon. But before Xiao Ximing was sealed, her soul was already severely injured. Then the delay from the sealing further hindered treatment. I'm afraid her life is in danger. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's expression changed dramatically. No, try harder. Please give it another good attempt. Gazing at Xiao Ximing's increasingly pale face, Li Mu's heart ached terribly. Such a fair and delicate young lady. He hadn't even had the chance to act yet. How could she die? There must be another way. There must be. That's right, I still have the system. Li Mu hastily opened the system and went to the merit exchange mall, finding the pill list. He spent 1000 merit points to buy the cheapest one. Pill Unity Return Pill. Description: the Great Tao Unity Return Pill contains a trace of primordial, celestial, yellow qi. Upon ingestion, it returns to the origin and heals all injuries. Additionally, there is a chance to be reborn through destruction, turning calamity into fortune and reaching greater heights. Required merit points 100. Li Mu reluctantly spent the 100 merit points, determined to save Xiao Ximing. Although 1000 merit points could almost buy a random summoning card, but random summoning depends on luck. Li Mu couldn't guarantee that spending 1000 merit points on a random summoning card would definitely summon a 7th grade Saint Realm expert. Moreover, since it all comes down to luck, Li Mu might as well appreciate Xiao Ximing's beautiful face. She was so beautiful. How could he bear to let her die? They say love grows with time. Although Li Mu and Xiao Ximing hadn't had that kind of intimacy, yet there was still a hint of love at first sight. After all, being polite is a man's nature. And Li Mu was exceptionally polite from birth. Every time he saw a beautiful girl, all his limbs couldn't help but stand at attention and salute. For someone like Xiao Ximing, saluting is the greatest respect. And these 1000 merit points, that's the price of respecting women. After feeding Xiao Ximing the Unity Return Pill, Li Mu came once more to the Supreme Divine Palace. These 9 saints from the Yin-Yang masters had done their best. Xi Ming had nearly beaten Zhang Fei to death, trying to seal the divine seal. Now both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were obedient. Liu Bei had been buried alongside the Kong family. Now bestowing divine positions upon them was a fitting reward. First, grant Xiao Ximing a divine position to empower her. Considering her current predicament, a most fitting divine position came to mind. The third palace of the Southern Dipper among the battle department divine positions. Heavenly Liang Palace, Longevity Star Lord. May she live a long and peaceful life, safely overcoming this tribulation. Heavenly Liang Longevity Star Lord. Xiao Ximing's divine ring effect with energy increased by 90, is self-healing ability increased by 70, with affinity tripled. This effect remains permanent until the divine position changes. Retainer Xiao Ximing divine position, Heavenly Liang Longevity Star Lord. Proficient in Yin Yang Arts Curses Growth Talent. Bone Structure Restructuring in Progress Battle Rating. Battle Soul Talent 9 Palace Soul Transfer. Xiao Ximing can manipulate 10,000 trees and flying flowers to pin a target soul to a medium, allowing her soul to briefly move into that target's body, achieving the effect of soul exchange. Friendly Reminder 9 Palace Soul Transfer is a Yin Yang forbidden technique. During the transfer process, if either the original body or the target is attacked, it will cause severe soul damage. Please use with caution. Friendly Reminder 9 Palace Soul Transfer is a Yin Yang forbidden technique. During the transfer process, if either the original body or the target suffers an attack, it will cause severe soul damage. Please use with caution. Li Mu's operation had just ended. Xiao Ximing's body was surged with boundless life energy. Streams green light bloomed from her surface. In a short moment, rootless flowers blossomed in the void. The blossoms multiplied and emerald green halos of divine light appeared behind Xiao Ximing. Her body suddenly took on new vitality. Li Mu felt a faint joy rise in his heart. The other figures, including De Ximing and Xinghuan, gazed on eagerly. Since Xiao Ximing has been dealt with, we might as well seal the members of the Yin Yang clan, as well handling them all at once. The Yin Yang clan members follow varied paths. It is time to reassign one duty according to their training. In Li Mu's Supreme City 9 departments, the Doubu is split into the Southern Dou and Northern Dou. Among them, the Southern Dou governs life, and the Northern Dou governs death. Li Mu now seals the Southern Dou 6 stars who command the vitality function. Xiang Yu, the moon goddess of Guanghan, excels at healing and ice support, standing as Li Mu's premier nurturer. Li Mu did not hesitate. He appointed Tianfu, Ximing Xingjuan, to the first palace of the Southern Dou. He is also one of the 2 chief officers among the Doubu. Functionally, he acts as a counterweight to Dongwang Tai and stands as the second leader of the Doubu. Henceforth, he can marshal the Southern Dou 6 stars for medical care support and battlefield strategy. Dongjun Yanfei specializes in Yin Yang clan sunfire techniques and illusion arts. She is the strongest among the East Emperor Tai's subordinates, and also the most powerful Saint Realm figure below the 8th rank. Yet her gentle nature makes her ill-suited for warfare. She is sealed as the second palace of the Southern Dou in the Tianxiang Palace as the Si Lu Xingjuan, and will henceforth follow Chang'e. Moon Goddess specializes in astrology and divination to unveil heaven's secrets, and is proficient in the sealing sleep spell and mind control seals within Yin Yang Dao. Her strength sits just below Dongjun Yanfei. Her strength is also that of an auxiliary astrologer, thus categorized as a Southern Dou 6 stars. She is sealed as the 6th palace of the Southern Dou in the Tianji Palace Shangxing Xingjuan. Next, 5 of the Southern Dou 6 stars have been sealed. The remaining position for the Southern Dou 6 stars lies in the 4th palace Tiantong Palace, Yishuan Xingjuan. Li Mu pondered for a long moment, and finally assigned Yun Zhongjun of the Yin Yang clan. This fellow is rumored to be Su Fu from history, not a fighter, only proficient at alchemy. Yun Zhongjun excels in Yin Yang Dao's alchemy and pill refining arts. Li Mu is unsure whether the pills he refines are reliable. Li Mu himself would not dare to ingest them. For now, seal him in an auxiliary deity rank and keep him under Chang'e's observation for a while. If it proves truly useless in the end, we might imitate the notorious Liu Bei and find an opportunity to send him to die on the battlefield, sparing us from mere feasting without labor. Thus, at this stage of the grand divine ordainment, the Southern Dou 6 stars thrones are all filled. They are 1st Tianfu Palace Ximing Xingjuan Chang'e, 2nd Xiang Palace Si Lu Xingjuan Dongjun Yanfei, 3rd Liang Palace Yanshou Xingjuan Xiao Ximing, 4th Tong Palace Yishuan Xingjuan Yun Zhongjun, 5th and 7th Killing Palaces Du Yi Xingjuan Ziyin, 6th Tianji Palace Shangxing Xingjuan Yushun. The Southern Dou 6 stars are fully enthroned, and Li Mu once again turns his gaze to the Northern Dou 7 stars. Except for the sealed 1st palace of the Northern Dou, 6 positions remain for the Northern Dou 7 stars Tian, Shu, Tanlang Xingjuan, and Dongwang Tai. Each of the remaining thrones will be a formidable ally Li Mu will rely on. Xinghuan, one of Yin Yang clan's 3 great protectors. Proficient in the necromantic corpsecue arts and puppetry, at merely 12 her prowess is formidable and her temperament is cruel. Li Mu directly assigns Yaoguang Xingjuan the Pujuan Xingjuan to the Northern Dou 7th palace. He is besides Tanlang the most lethal of the Northern Dou 7 stars. Xiang Jun, one of the Yin Yang clan's 5 elders, specializes in death curses. Sealed as North Dou 2nd palace Tianchuan Juman Xingjuan. Lady Xiang is sealed as North Dou 3rd palace Tianji Lutsuan Xingjuan. Qinglian Sword Saintly Taibai, a scholar warrior with mastery of both literature and martial arts. Enshrined as North Dou 4th Palace Tianchuan, Wenshu Xingjuan. De Ximing, the head of the Yin Yang clan's 5 elders, is also the strongest among the 3 protectors. De Ximing, though a stunning beauty, bears a temperament akin to Xinghuan, a bloodthirsty rose indeed. To men, such a woman is like venom that eats at the heart, a wasp's sting, a deadly poison widow. That is her. Perhaps it is a dream shared by many men. Li Mu inwardly admires her. Desiming is a wicked, venomous, bloodthirsty black rose, her body lined with poison thorns that can wound anyone. Yet before Li Mu she can sheath her thorns and become alluringly obedient. For a woman who loves only you, how can Li Mu not love her? Desiming excels in the Yin-Yang Dao's Yin-Yang Harmony hands and the Skull Blood Seal. Li Mu directly enthrones her as North Dou 5th Palace. Yuheng, Lianjin Xingjuan. Now only the 6th Palace of the Northern Dou remains for Wu Chu Xingjuan. After a moment's thought, Li Mu decides to grant this position to Guan Yu. Guan Yu's loyalty has risen to 99. As a 7-rank martial saint, he would be underutilized as a mere infantryman in the Dragon Cavalry. It is a perfect fit to fill the seat. Northern Dou 6th Palace Kaiyang Wu Chu Xingjuan also aligns with his past life's positioning. Thus the Dou Bu stands fully formed within the Supreme Heaven Strategy Office. South Dou is led by Chang'e, North Dou is led by Dong Wang Tai. In battle, Dong Wang Tai leads the North Dou into the fray, forming a daredevil unit. Chang'e brings the Southern Dou to the rear in supportive role, often called the soy sauce team. Li Mu reviews once more and confirms all 7 Northern Dou stars are in place. With the arrangement complete, they depart the temple and discover that Xiao Siming has not yet awakened. The 9 stars alignment of the Northern Dou is now fully hoisted, each in its place beside the others. At that moment, Yushin, teetering on her feet, rises and steps before Li Mu. My lord, I have just in a dream foreseen a celestial omen from the east. 7-colored radiance shines across the heavens, as if an extraordinary treasure is about to awaken. Li Mu is momentarily stunned. Even within the Supreme City, he instinctively glances eastward. The east, that direction is Yanlongchuan, is it not? Li Mu speaks with a low voice. When will it happen? Yushin answers with certainty, in half a month. The exotic treasure will appear and a beast tide will rise. Half a month. Li Mu recalls that Xuanji had warned him before that the beast tide would rise. Now it seems the tide is unleashed by the treasure's emergence, tearing the land as it comes. Li Mu may not know the treasure's rank, but since it is born on his own turf, it might, as well be Sun Wukong's very heir. Once born, it shall belong to Li. Today I will arrange to escort the Saint Sage Academy to Jinlong Pass. The matter can be quietly put in place without attracting attention. Then a system notification rang. Ding, the cultivation insight reward for your mission is about to expire. Please claim it promptly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 enlightenment on martial arts techniques. The technique has advanced, granting the no origin true explanation Confucian path. The defining characteristic of this technique can be summarized in a single word: origin. It can decompose other martial arts techniques into extremely pure primordial forms and assimilate them as part of oneself. That Confucian character signifies that Li Mu's technique after enlightenment has gained the ability to cultivate the Confucian path. A flash of comprehension welled up in his heart. Li Mu's understanding of Confucian cultivation instantly became far clearer. In fact, he could now be considered a somewhat amateur Confucian cultivator. Although Li Mu held no fondness for the pedantic scholars of the Confucian sect, the practices of the Confucian path were certainly distinctive. The Confucian path is also a major Dao within the cultivation world, branching into several unique schools: the chanters, the zither demons, the chess stars, the ghost ink, and the painting souls. The chanters currently represent the mainstream of the Confucian path. They primarily resonate their inner breath with the heavens and earth, achieving the extraordinary effect of words becoming law through reciting poetry and prose. Of course, the efficacy of such word becoming law depends entirely on one's cultivation realm. A rank 1 chanter could not simply point at a great emperor and, I command you to become pregnant, and expect the great emperor to actually fall pregnant. Such a scenario could never occur, for a chanter's words carry the weight of a wish. Once the words are spoken, one must bear the karmic consequences. If the target's cultivation and karma are too formidable, the spell will be directly reflected back, rebounding upon oneself. This backlash cannot be defended against. Therefore, chanters are generally extremely cautious, never speaking recklessly. Otherwise, disaster follows from loose lips, and heavenly retribution is incurred. In common parlance, even the heavens require sincerity. One cannot carry 10 coins in their pocket and make a wish for 100 million, mocking the heavens. Of course, in the great desolation world, the heavens have no direct involvement. Everything is a reflection of the laws and divine chains. This is precisely why Confucian powerhouses prefer meticulous planning and careful maneuvering. Without thorough preparation and clear foresight, unleashing a major attack could result in one's own destruction. Aside from the chanters, the zither demons, chess stars, ghost ink, and painting souls are also straightforward to comprehend. Their abilities correspond to the 4 arts of the Confucian sect: zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The zither demons cultivate sonic attacks. When Shangwan Waner suppressed half the city with a single zither performance at the Imperial Plaza, that was the power of the zither demon path. The chess stars cultivate the Tao of chess, evolving formation arrays through chess pieces with considerable power. The Ghost Ink practitioners wield characters as spells capable of causing instant death with a single written word. The painting souls cultivate painting realms. With a single stroke, powerful cultivators can manifest tens of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains using the power of scrolls to kill and trap enemies with unmatched effectiveness. Although Li Mu has entered the Confucian path with the aid of his technique, his specialized knowledge in this area remains severely lacking. He would need to learn thoroughly from Shangwan Wanner and Li Taibai in the future. After leaving the Supreme City, Li Mu returned to the Hidden Dragon Manor. The sky was just breaking dawn. Having tossed and turned all night, he was utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy and his consciousness growing hazy. Half asleep, Li Mu stripped naked and dove straight into his blankets. The finest experience of sleep is undoubtedly waking with no trace of dreams. Perhaps truly worn out, Li Mu soon fell into hallucination as he drifted into dreams. Within the dreamscape, Li Mu transformed into Tang Songzong and visited the legendary kingdom of women. The queen of the women's kingdom welcomed him with her subjects lining the streets. And Li Mu, as a transmigrator, generously shared his knowledge with the beautiful queen. The two of them traveled mountains and rivers together. Meanwhile, he lay there through the long night, swatting mosquitoes the entire evening. The dream remained beautifully picturesque until a scream pierced his ear, jolting Li Mu awake. Opening his eyes, Li Mu was instantly stunned. Tu Jiaojiao, what are you doing in my room? Tu Jiaojiao glared at him, her delicate face slightly flushed. Beside her, Empress Xuanji and Lan, she both wore expressions of utter helplessness. Seeing Li Mu's question, Lan Shi's face turned red, and she hastily began to explain. Master, we feared enemies might attack, so we stayed awake all night. When dawn broke, we could no longer hold out, and merely napped briefly in your room. Hearing this, Li Mu nodded satisfactorily. Oh, if you're tired, go rest early. I just returned, and was sleeping soundly before you woke me. After speaking, Li Mu lay back down, and calmly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tu Jiaojiao ground her teeth in anger, her body trembling slightly. Li Mu, aren't you going to give an explanation? Xuanji forced back her anger and asked through gritted teeth. Tu Jiaojiao's breathing was even more unstable, already gripping the dragon-headed dominator blade beside her. Seeing this, Lan Shi hastily blocked Tu Jiaojiao, whispering imploringly. Sister Tu, calm down, don't attack. Li Mu also sensed the tense atmosphere in the room and quickly opened his eyes, sitting up. What's going on? Why are you loitering in my room? Lan Shi looked both exasperated and amused, pointing at a small red flower on the bed and hesitating to speak. Following her finger, Li Mu saw that streak of crimson and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Since waking, he had noticed the red flower. But with Tu Jiaojiao present, he could only play dumb and attempt to bluff his way through. Tu Jiaojiao belonged to the Dominator Blade sect, and her relationship with Li Mu was merely that of chance acquaintances, making this situation exceedingly troublesome. Lan Shi and Empress Xuanji were both long past their maidenhood, so neither could have produced the red flower. Thus the owner of the flower was self-evident. Li Mu's brows tightened, his expression darkening instantly. Damn it, what have you done? Whose is this? Who exactly took advantage of me while I was asleep? Who? Li Mu adopted a fierce preemptive stance. Lan Shi, tell me what exactly happened. Lan Shi stammered, unsure how to respond, finally managing only a single word. Master, I. Empress Xuanji and Tu Jiaojiao were struck like lightning by thunder, frozen dumbfounded on the spot. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Li Mu's mouth. The situation was easily under control. What about you? Speak quickly. Who took advantage while I was vulnerable and secretly possessed me? Just as Lan Shi was about to speak, Li Mu interrupted her again. Enough, this is absolutely unforgivable. I must investigate thoroughly. Zi and Chang'e, come here. Li Mu loudly called out to the courtyard, summoning his two rank 9 experts. Although Dongwang Tai was still severely injured and recuperating within the Supreme City, Chang'e had followed shortly after, also advancing to the early stage of rank 9 under the blessing of the Divine Ring. Master Xian and Chang'e pay their respects. With these two rank 9 experts guarding nearby, Li Mu suddenly grew bold and reckless. You saw it yourselves. While I was asleep, they secretly infiltrated my room and forcibly took advantage of me. Saying this, Li Mu squeezed out a few tears, appearing deeply wronged. I beg you to help me investigate this matter and restore my innocence. Chang'e and Ziyan paused slightly upon hearing the news. Turning their heads, they saw Xianji and Tu Jiaojiao with furious expressions. Understood. Li Mu's thorough investigation is a sham. Perhaps what is real is that he has called them to guard the master. From Tu Jiaojiao's grasp of the Ba Dao and her grief-stricken expression, the truth is clear that bed affair has always been a matter of male glory and female shame. No matter the world, men have always held it a badge of honor to boast of how many women they have slept with or which saintess they have conquered. Women, by contrast, tend to conceal and downplay such matters. Now Li Mu brings the matter into the open, laying it on the table for all to see. The attitudes and positions of the 3 women in front of him will of course shift in an instant. Moments ago, privately, they were seeking a ruling to demand justice. But now, faced with interrogation from Chang'e and Zi, Yan Xianji and Tu Jiaojiao retreat at once. Not because they cannot win, rather their long-held beliefs make them feel this is a shameful affair, something they could never admit or broadcast. Ziyin steps between Tu Jiao and Li Mu with a grave tone, asking the three of them to speak plainly who among them dares to take advantage of the master behind his back. Tu Jiao furrows her brow and immediately steps back. She is the Ba Dao sect's eldest princess. If this were to spread, not only Li Mu would be in danger, she would be mortified. Even if she is angry, she must not erupt now. The debt of their romance can be settled later. Not me. Tu Jiao finishes speaking, and again steps back several paces, creating distance from Li Mu. Ziyin shifts her gaze back, towards Xiang. Empress, if memory serves, you have already been discarded by the master. You are now merely a guest, a matter of fitting a broken lock to a key. Surely the Empress would not do such a thing. Xiang's face goes pale at these words, she snorts, and steps back. Not to mention that she and Li Mu had long since consummated. Even if it happened again, it would be merely a matter of friendly sparring. Even if she had not previously yielded today, she would not admit it on the stage. Matters of men and women are only between two people. If word gets out, how could this Empress maintain her authority? Moreover, with Ziyin's harsh words, if she were to step forward and admit it, would she not become nothing more than someone who simply picks up a broken lock to fit a key? Not I. Xiang declares, then steps back with a cold face. In the end, only Lan Shi remains. Ziyin and Chang'e are too tired to press further. Li Mu and Lan Shi are as close as sworn brothers. In this villa, who does not know? Master, after investigation, the one you were with earlier is Lan Shi. See. Ziyin bares her little fangs and reports to Li Mu. Oh, it is Lan Shi. Li Mu pretends to exhale, then says that it is fine. Lan Shi, you really should speak up when hungry instead of sneaking a bite. All right, once things are clear, I am relieved. Li Mu's lips curl into a sly smile as he waves his hand and starts driving people out. Lan Shi, stay behind to talk with me. Oh, everyone else out. Yes. Ziyin and Chang'e nod, and with Tu Jiao and Xiang they retreat to the door. Ziyin, Chang'e, this courtyard has too many people wielding blades that might disturb my rest. You two stand guard at the doorway, do not go far. Ziyin and Chang'e nod in acknowledgement, taking posts at the door. Tu Jiao, just having stepped out, stiffens and nearly faints from the shock. Fortunately, Xiang, the Empress, lends a steadying hand from behind, and she regains her balance. Let us leave now. If there are any thoughts, discuss with him privately later. Xiang remains calm before Lan Shi and speaks softly to comfort. Tu Jiao stays silent, lifting her greatsword, and strides quickly toward her room. Inside the room, Lan Shi sheds her clothes again and climbs onto Li Mu's large bed. Master, enmity should be resolved, not left unresolved. Today's actions may leave Tu Jiao brooding and hating you for life. Lan Shi suggests that Tu Jiao is not a ruthless person. Perhaps you should find a time to apologize properly, so she can ease into it, and in the future we will all be one family. Lan Shi traces circles on Li Mu's chest with a finger, speaking softly to soothe him. Li Mu shakes his head, a look of refusal. Lan Shi, I want to hear you. Perhaps today I would have been cut down by that woman in a single stroke. Reasoning is a good habit, but you must judge people. The old saying goes, a touch of red lips is not to be tasted. A single punch can kill a young man. Her fair skin and beauty, a fit figure. With 2 fists, she could crush Shen Guanxi. A face like a peach blossom with red lips. With 3 strikes, she could fell a tyrant bear. This describes Tu Jiao, a mother tiger. Do not be fooled by her long legs, slender waist, and generous bosom. Her strength is greater than Xiang Yu's. Can you believe it? Today we part in peace. In the future the Jianghu will see us as old friends. But if she makes a move today, the Ba Dao sect, and we will be enemies without end. Do not forget there is a quasi-emperor tier powerhouse dwelling in the back. As they talk, Li Mu plants a lingering kiss on Lan Shi's small mouth. Tasting the sweetness at the corner of her lips, his hand begins to move downward. Humph. The room soon resounds with an enduring battle song. Elsewhere, Xiang, the Empress, has just returned to her own chamber when a dark silhouette emerges from the void. Dark Guard, the Emperor's private protectors for the great Xia royal line. Although after 3 years of war the Dark Guard's numbers have dwindled to almost none. Yet after 3 years of Yu Huang's reforms the Dark Guard has regained a trace of its former vitality. Clad in black masks they kneel on one knee. Report to Empress this morning at Qinshe time, dozens of cities led by Ru City have hung the Yu Xingqian flag on their walls, showing possible rebellion. Some mid to small-sized Confucian academies have joined. Yu Xingqian flag. Xiang, the Empress, is surprised. As a former student of Shangxian Academy, she understands what the flag represents. Yu Xingqian, 3 celestial bodies in unison. That is the emblem of Ru sect. This indicates Li Mu has suppressed Shangxian Academy and eradicated the Kong clan, and the aftereffects are beginning to show. Shangxian Academy's influence on Xia has in these years truly begun to assert its power. Is there more? Xiang asks in a grave tone. Dark Guards continue to report with reverence. Besides the destroyed Jinlong Pass, the garrisons at other major border passes seem to have moved. Especially the Lion army guarding Sichuan shows large-scale troop withdrawals and redeployments. The shadow leader suspects the Yuluan kingdom to the west has started to bring troops. Xiang frowns, her brows knit tighter, she does not fear the Yuluan Kingdom's troops so much as what lies behind them. After all, she is now a hollow shell, having lost control of the armies within Daji. What she truly fears is the possibility of internal collapse. The Lion army may already harbor rebellion. Even worse, it could join with Yuluan forces to invade, marching into the heartland and surrounding the Daji capital. After the Shadow Guard reported, he quietly left the room. Empress Xuanji remained alone in the chamber, deeply immersed in worry. Now, with no troops, no money, and no allies, she could do nothing but sigh at the current situation of Great Xia. Not until noon, when Lanqi came to summon her for a meal, did Xuanji reluctantly step out of her room, her mind troubled. Arriving at the dedicated dining pavilion, Li Mu and the others were already all present. Because Hidden Dragon Manor now had quite a few people, and Li Mu disliked treating people hierarchically like in ancient times, so everyone dined together in a large mess hall. Seeing Empress Xuanji's brow deeply furrowed, Lanqi couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Hearing Lanqi's voice, Xuanji shook her head, then couldn't help but glance at Li Mu, seeming to hesitate. Seeing this, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. "Don't look so grim, as if I've bullied you. If you have something to say, just say it." Xuanji sighed and relayed the intelligence brought by the Shadow Guard. All of Great Xia is in chaos, and even the neighboring kingdoms like Yueluan and Nanling are stirring. So what? After hearing Xuanji's words, Li Mu remained impassive. Even if the entire world descends into chaos, has the capital Xiajing ever been in turmoil? Has this Hidden Dragon Manor ever been unsettled? Li Mu's words were stern and harsh, offering no leniency to Xuanji. "Xuanji, you may be the Empress of Great Xia, but in truth the Great Xia dynasty has long ceased to exist in anything but name. If you truly wish to restore the royal family's dignity, you must have the resolve to prefer shattered jade over intact tile and the courage to burn your boats. If you keep hesitating, clinging to the imperial palace with anxiety, unwilling to accept reality, then you will forever remain a puppet in others' hands." Li Mu's words were undeniably heavy, and everyone present dared not even breathe loudly. Empress Xuanji's face turned pale, and she was speechless. She was a puppet empress, a secret known to all. But having it bluntly exposed by Li Mu, Xuanji's countenance instantly drained of all color. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to accept reality. Li Mu cast a cold glance at her, then sighed helplessly. "Oh well, an ex-wife is still a wife, one cannot be heartless." Li Mu signaled Lanqi with a look, telling her to go comfort Xuanji. Then softening his tone, he spoke gently. "I just hope you won't dwell in the past glory of the Great Xia royal family. The past is gone. Now Great Xia is no longer your Great Xia. So no matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, whoever wants independence or rebellion has nothing to do with you. To reclaim the lost power, you must be patient and withstand pressure. Only when you break through to the 9th grade, or even the Emperor realm, will you be qualified to rule the world and sit upon that dragon throne again." Having said this, Li Mu turned to look at Shangwan and Zhao Gao, a hint of madness appearing on his face. Zhao Gao spread the news that an Emperor's relic is about to emerge in the Hidden Dragon Mountain range. Those who obtain the treasure and fate will immediately attain enlightenment and reach the Emperor realm. "Xuanji, you cooperate as well. Announce in the Empress's name that ferocious beasts have appeared in the 3 Hidden Dragon prefectures, and to protect the people, order the Tian Su Dragon Cavalry to fully blockade the Hidden Dragon River, forbidding anyone from approaching the Hidden Dragon Mountain range. Also return to the Imperial Palace later, prepare the Dragon Carriage and Imperial Guards, and under the pretext of supervising the reconstruction of Jinlong Pass, make a grand exit from the city towards the Hidden Dragon River." Xuanji's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "You intend to lure all those with ill intentions to the Hidden Dragon River and use the beast tide to eliminate them. The method is good, but would anyone believe such an obviously false rumor?" Xuanji asked with some doubt. "Who told you the news is entirely false?" Li Mu curled his lips, a strange smile on his face. "It's absolutely true that a rare treasure has appeared in the Hidden Dragon Mountain range. Whether it's an emperor's legacy, who cares? News mixed with truth and falsehood is the most intoxicating. Eat, and after the meal, everyone get to their own business." At the border of Great Xia, the 9th grade Confucian sovereign Kong sat cross-legged, gazing at a chessboard, amusing himself. The fair-faced Confucian scholar Kong Chun watched the game beside him. About a kilometer away in the forest, Xiao Jing and Xiao Yu were hunting for prey and preparing food. Just then a faint summons came from within their soul sea. The two women's eyes lit up, they exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Jinger's hands gently formed a seal. The next moment the spatial entrance to the Supreme City slowly opened beside them. This was a special privilege granted to all summoners under Li Mu's command. That was no matter where they were, as long as they were within the 9 departments organization, they could maintain a secret connection with the Supreme City at any time. Shangwan could easily summon her subordinates at any moment. And the spies of Crimson Charm could also return to the Supreme City through the spatial gate at any time. When the two women returned, the sisters of Crimson Charm had almost all assembled. Shangwan conveyed Li Mu's request to spread the news of the emperor's relic to everyone while Jing'er and Yue took the opportunity to report the latest intelligence obtained from the Confucian sect. After learning about the recent situation of Jing'er and Yue, Shangwan quickly found Li Mu to report. Li Mu was quite pleasantly surprised by the news. Wanner, you mean the Confucian sect sent out a 9th grade cultivator to bring back a clan member named Kong Xian? Yes, my lord. According to agent number 7, neither Kong Bai nor Kong Shun has ever met Kong Xian. After we annihilated the Kong clan, the two sides have likely lost contact. Kong Xian. Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly as if he had heard that name somewhere. After a few seconds of thought, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, it was that traitor Tu Xiong from the Overlord Blade sect who mentioned it. That kid was apparently taken to the Haoqi alliance by Kong Xian. With that thought, Li Mu hurriedly went with Shangwan to the dungeon of Hidden Dragon Manor. The dungeon was empty with only Tu Xiong alone. Ouyang Xiu, previously imprisoned in the dungeon, had been transferred to the Supreme City for confinement and reformation. After Tu Xiong was captured, Li Mo had intended to hand him over to the Yinyang School for interrogation. Because the Yinyang School's moon goddess was highly skilled in mind control and torture interrogation. But given the urgency of the situation, Li Mu had no time to summon the moon goddess for a slow interrogation. He directly opened the system's fortune mall. The fortune mall was filled with a variety of black tech products, including some excellent tools for torture and interrogation. A quick search, and Li Mu found a cheap, practical, and highly representative little item. Item: Myriad Calamity Life-Giving Pill. Description: a specialized drug for torture and interrogation. Effect: after taking the pill, one can personally experience the pain of childbirth during the breaking of the hymen, each session lasting 3 hours, cycling 10,000 times. Required merit points 10000. With such a good thing, Li Mu didn't hesitate and directly exchanged 100 merit points. Ding. Congratulations, host has spent 100 merit points to exchange 1 Myriad Calamity Life-Giving Pill. The pill was obtained, a small bright red pellet. Li Mu held it under his nose and sniffed. It had a faint, pleasant herbal scent. Tu Xiong noticed something unusual about Li Mu's smile and retreated backward in terror. What are you doing? Li Mu sneered, stepped forward, pinched his mouth open, and flicked the pill directly into it. Gulu. The pill dissolved upon contact with his mouth and was swallowed by Tu Xiong. As the pill entered his stomach, Tu Xiong's face gradually contorted. Immediately, sweat began to bead on his forehead as he collapsed to the ground, rolling about and wailing in agony. What did you give me? It hurts to death. Shangwan curiously approached. My lord, what pill did you give him? How can it be so potent? Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a seemingly innocent smile spreading across his face. Wanjia Shengxing Dan, my closely guarded secret. Once ingested, the lower body will endure tearing sensations as intense as childbirth for 3 hours. Afterward, any lacerations will heal within 10 minutes, only for the agony to recommence for another 3 hours. This cycle repeats endlessly through 10,000 tribulations, perpetually renewing itself. The moment Li Mu finished speaking, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed from behind. Hiss! Turning at the sound, Li Mu found Tu Jiao had arrived at the dungeon after hearing he was there, escorted by Zi Yin and Xuanji. She was clearly still concerned about her sister. The women all stared at Li Mu with terrified eyes, unable to fathom where he had obtained such a horrifying pill. Save me, it hurts to death. Tortured by excruciating pain, Tu Xiong began begging for mercy. Let me go, please. Just let me go, and I'll do anything you want. Li Mu sneered coldly. Now you know it hurts. What were you doing earlier? Confess. Where's Kong Xian? And that? Pausing mid-sentence, Li Mu turned to Tu Jiao. What's your sister's name? Tu Shuang. Her name is Tu Shuang. Quick, save me. Before Tu Jiao could speak, Tu Xiong was already trembling out the answer, his will on the verge of complete collapse. Li Mu's expression turned icy at these words, and he delivered a swift kick straight to Tu Xiong's face. Did I ask you? You dare answer before being questioned? The force of the kick sent Tu Xiong rolling backward, his body curling into an arched position like a giant shrimp. I won't do it again, please spare me. Li Mu pressed on with his interrogation. Now you can speak. Where is Kong Xian, and where is Tu Shuang? I'll tell you. Kong Xian went to Yinlong River. Tu Shuang was taken away by him. Please. Let me go. Tu Xiong's entire body shook violently, looking as though he had reached some kind of euphoric extreme. Witnessing this, Tu Jiao's pretty face darkened with anger, and she mimicked Li Mu's actions, delivering a kick of her own. Look at you, what a pathetic state. You're disgracing the Ba Dao sect. Speak. What did Kong Xian go to Yinlong River for? Tu Xiong's eyes filled with terror as he hastily replied. I heard Kong Xian's father was dispatched by the family to Yinlong River to assassinate a general, and after that all contact was lost. Li Mu paused slightly at this revelation. Could this be the same 8th-rank Confucian venerable who had been transformed into a puppet by Xing Hun during their time at the Tianzi mansion? Speaking of that unfortunate Confucian venerable, even Li Mu didn't know his name. Once the puppet seal of Xing Hun was applied, the victim would gradually lose their sanity while retaining their combat strength, becoming nothing more than a mindless warrior. Who would have guessed that person was actually Kang Xian's father? Li Mu thought it was quite a coincidence, and an entirely new plan instantly formed in his mind. Since Kang Xian had gone to Yinlong River in search of his father, then he would send Xing Han and the puppet warriors to Yinlong River, setting a trap to wait for Kang Xian to walk right into it. According to Shangguan Wan'er, Kang Xian was someone destined for greatness, a youth who had already reached the 8th rank realm at such a young age, his strength not to be underestimated. However, Li Mu had learned from Tu Xiong that Kang Xian was exceptionally shrewd, far from ordinary. To ensure the capture operation proceeded smoothly, Li Mu arranged for 4 of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, excluding Dongwang Tai, to assist Xing Han with the mission. Since the Green Lotus Sword immortal Li Taibai had other arrangements, Li Mu did not include him in this operation. However, upon learning of the capture mission, Quasi-Emperor Tu Shan volunteered and joined the expedition. After receiving their titles, Xing Han and the others had all reached the 8th rank realm. With 5 8th rank powerhouses plus the Quasi-Emperor Tu Shan, even a chosen one like Kang Xian would have no choice but to be captured. Once those matters were settled, Li Mu and Shangguan Wan'er returned to Jizun City and summoned Hong Yin No. 7 and No. 18 once more. These were Jinger and Yuer, who had infiltrated the Ruzong as spies. With Kang Xian now caught in a trap with certain capture, Li Mu could simply send a fake Kang Xian to the Ruzong. Li Mu had already chosen his candidate in mind. Previously, he had dispatched the 7 stars of the Big Dipper on missions, yet deliberately kept the Green Lotus Sword Saint Li Taibai behind. It was precisely for this reason that among his subordinates, Li Taibai was the only one who had mastered the Confucian path and possessed power at exactly the 8th rank realm. Therefore, only he could accomplish this mission. Under Li Mu's arrangements, Li Taibai met with Hong Yin No. 7 and No. 18, and together they devised a series of undercover plans. Given Li Taibai's exceptional comprehension and aptitude, once he successfully infiltrated the Ruzong, he would likely reach its inner core in a very short time. Faced with such a massive organization as the Ruzong, even a transmigrator like Li Mu had to treat it with caution. With Li Taibai and the Hong Yin spies embedded within, any future military action against the Ruzong would save Li Mu at least half the effort. All plans were quietly unfolding under Li Mu's careful orchestration. Xing Han and the others set out for Yinlong River to lie in wait. Meanwhile, news that a rare treasure was about to surface in the Yinlong Mountains gradually spread through the efforts of the Luo Wang and Hong Yin networks. In an instant, all forces across the eastern waste stirred into action. At the same time, Jinger and Yuer returned to Kong Bai and the others carrying an Earth Dragon corpse. "Disciples, why did it take you 2 so long?" Kong Bai asked casually upon seeing the 2 girls return. Jinger casually tossed the Earth Dragon onto the ground and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master. My sister and I lacked sufficient strength, and this Earth Dragon delayed us considerably. Forgive us for keeping you waiting." Kong Bai paid it no mind, his attention instead captured by the Earth Dragon corpse as he exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, this is a 7th rank Earth Dragon beast. Even an 8th rank powerhouse would find this creature troublesome. How did you manage to hunt it down?" Jinger offered a gentle smile and replied cheerfully, "Master, we were fortunate. When we encountered it, this Earth Dragon beast was already severely injured." Yuer added timely, "Yes, Master, we simply took more time and wore it down until it perished." Kong Bai nodded in satisfaction at their explanation. Well done." As he spoke, an energy sword aura flew in from the distance, and a youth in white robes descended from the heavens. A true gentleman does not drink from the spring of a thief, nor does a hero accept food given in contempt. I see that you are all people of virtue. This Earth Dragon was hunted by me. Would you be so kind as to return it?" Kong Bai was taken aback, scrutinizing the sword saint of the Azure Lotus Li Taibai from head to toe. Though an aura of the Confucian path emanated from Li Taibai, his bearing and temperament were utterly distinct from the vast majority of Confucian disciples. Disciples of the Confucian sect devote their entire lives to cultivating the way of Confucianism. This path not only represents their cultivation base, but also embodies their moral integrity and code of conduct. Beyond their virtue, Confucian disciples are often exceptionally learned and talented individuals. Their vast knowledge endows them with greater wisdom, open-mindedness, magnanimity, refinement, elegance, and distinction. The fusion of all these qualities bestows upon them the unique personal charm and temperament characteristic of the Confucian school. It is precisely for this reason that Confucian disciples, whether they are scholars of the orthodox path or warrior scholars, all present the outward appearance of modest and upright gentlemen. This temperament is cultivated through long-term discipline in words and deeds. It not only restrains oneself, but also subtly influences those around them. The Sage Academy's ability to execute their plan to overthrow the heavens invisibly was precisely due to this infectious influence of the Confucian scholars. Yet Li Taibai shattered this convention. He possessed a vast and majestic Confucian aura, yet Confucian Emperor Kong Bai could sense not a trace of the elegant, humble, and refined qualities of a gentleman within him. Li Taibai possessed a unique, unrestrained, and heroic spirit of his own. Were it not for the fact that the unique, majestic aura of the Confucian path could not be falsified, Kong Bai might have doubted whether this young man before him was even a cultivator of the Confucian path. For Li Taibai's boldness, open-mindedness, and unruliness were fundamentally at odds with the Confucian sect. He did not resemble a gentleman devoted to Confucian cultivation. Instead, he seemed more like a chivalrous wanderer traversing the world with his sword and singing freely. While Kong Bai silently appraised him, Jinger and Yue began their dramatic performance. Hey, what are you talking about? What makes you say we stole your prey? Exactly. My sister and I went through great trouble to kill this earth dragon. Why should we just give it back to you just because you showed up? Holding a wine gourd in his left hand, Li Taibai used his long sword to lift the earth dragon. What are you doing? Trying to rob us openly? Li Taibai's action roused Yue's displeasure, and the young girl immediately sought help from Kong Bai. Master, I think this man is just a drunkard and a robber. He even wants to use force to take it. Kong Bai held a chess piece between his fingers, casually placing it on a corner of the board. Although Kong Bai was somewhat curious about Li Taibai, the pride of a ninth-rank emperor allowed him to maintain his composure. The Confucian scholar Kong Chun beside him rose with a smile. My friend, how do you intend to prove this earth dragon is yours? Li Taibai tilted his head back and took a gulp of wine. With a flick of his sword tip, he exposed the earth dragon's abdomen. A deep wound cut to the bone was bleeding, and a faint trace of cyan sword energy lingered at its edge. This fatal wound was caused by my unique Azure Lotus sword energy. Is that sufficient evidence? Seeing this, Kong Chun furrowed his brows, his expression turning grim. Snap! At that moment, Kong Bai placed another white piece on the board, his gentle and refined voice echoing softly. Our Confucian sect has always valued integrity and adhered to the rules in our dealings. However, the evidence you speak of does not seem sufficient to prove that the wound was your doing. Although my two disciples are not skilled with the swords they carry could also inflict such a wound. Hearing this, Li Taibai's sword energy surged, and a resonant hum echoed from his blade. Clang! Are all of you trying to deny the truth right before your eyes? Or can you also replicate my Azure Lotus sword energy? Mid-sentence, Li Taibai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How can this be? The wound on the earth dragon's chest and abdomen had somehow changed. The residual sword energy previously clinging to the corpse had been utterly erased without a trace. My friend, our Confucian sect always convinces through reason and evidence. The facts are right before you, leaving no room for dispute. Kong Bai continued to hold a chess piece, slowly placing it on the board. As the piece landed, Li Taibai felt the world around him completely transform. The sky filled with stars, an endless void, and a faint murderous aura pervading the darkness. The star array chess formation. Li Taibai's expression shifted, and he began to chant. An Azure Lotus stands alone in the ancient sky, my sword heart unyielding, my spirit at ease. Azure Lotus sword shield. As the words faded, a phantom image of an Azure Lotus slowly materialized. The long sword in Li Taibai's hand instantly transformed into countless sword shields protecting his body. Oh, to harness sword energy into a Tao through the art of chanting is truly extraordinary. Kong Bai's voice echoed from the void, yet it now carried a hint more murderous intent than before. All under heaven who follow Confucianism come from our sect. Might I ask, from whom did you inherit such skills? Li Taibai raised the wine gourd with his left hand and took a gulp. As the wine went down, his sword energy silently condensed. The great river's sword comes from the heavens. If I have wine today, let me be drunk today. Streams of wine coalesced in the void, forming a sword of starlight. In an instant, it seemed the countless stars in the sky were drawn to the sword energy, their abundant stellar power surging towards it. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal heavenly sword capable of splitting the sky. Slash! Li Taibai's eyes sharpened, and he formed a sword seal with his right hand, chopping forward swiftly. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted violently. The next second, reality returned to Li Taibai's vision. Impossible! Kong Bai stared at Li Taibai in shock. A white piece on the chessboard had already been reduced to dust. This was the second time his formation had been broken recently. Kong Bai's gaze turned serious as he asked in a deep voice, "Impressive skills, my friend. Can you tell me how you at the mere 8th rank managed to forcibly shatter a 9th rank chess formation?" Li Taibai, surrounded by soaring sword energy, replied calmly. "By my own strength alone, I naturally could not contend with a 9th rank formation. But perhaps you don't know that I, Kong Xian, comprehended the Tao beneath the galaxy at the age of 10. Beneath the stars, I am undefeated. You deployed the star array chess formation only to grant me the power of the starry sky as an ally. Even if it were an imperial rank formation, I could break it with a single slash." Kong Bai suddenly understood. So it's the galaxy's sword intent. With the Azure Lotus as your root anchored in the starry river, you can draw upon the power of the stars and the waters of the long river. Thus, wherever there are stars and water, you stand undefeated. A smile broke through Kong Bai's expression. For the first time, he set aside his arrogance and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for the guidance, brother. Kong Bai has learned much." Just then, Jinger's voice came from the side. "Master, he just said his name is Kong Xian. Could he be the one we're looking for?" Kong Bai was startled. He had been so engrossed in their conversation that he had completely missed Li Taibai's self-introduction. It was only with his disciple's reminder that he suddenly realized. Indeed, the other party had said a moment ago, I Kong Xian comprehended the Tao beneath the galaxy at the age of 10. Beneath the stars, I am undefeated. Could it really be such a coincidence? With this thought, Kong Bai promptly pressed further, my friend, may I ask where you reside, and what is your full name? Li Taibai rested his long sword on his shoulder, raised the wine gourd, and took a swig, replying indifferently, Xiajing Kong Clan Kong Xian. Kong Bai's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. It's you indeed. My elder brother was right. You are truly a prodigy. Li Taibai feigned ignorance and asked, you know me. Could you be? Kong Bai smiled and rose, casting a glance at Jinger beside him. Jinger immediately understood and stepped forward, smiling. Junior brother Kong Xian, we are like a family that has quarreled. No need to fight amongst ourselves. Allow me to introduce you. My master is the guardian elder of the Yixing lineage of the Confucian sect Kong Bai, who is also the third clan elder of the Kong clan in Xiajing. With that, Jinger turned to look at the pale-faced scholar Kong Chun. This is Kong Chun, the executive elder of the Yixing lineage of the Confucian sect, and the only son of the first clan elder of the Xiajing Kong clan. Upon hearing the introduction, Li Taibai's expression drastically changed. Kong Xian, a junior of the Kong clan, pays respects to the third clan elder and uncle Kong Chun. Although Kong Chun was only at the 8th rank in cultivation, his seniority in the clan was high enough that by actual generation Kong Xian should have called him granduncle master. However, Li Taibai felt somewhat uncomfortable, so he deliberately lowered Kong Chen's seniority by a few levels, treating him on par with Kong Xian's father's generation and calling him uncle. Kong Chun didn't mind and simply nodded casually. Kong Bai stepped forward, patted Li Taibai's shoulder approvingly, and teased with a smile, good lad, at such a young age you can spar with me, a 9th rank Imperial Realm Master. Truly, heroes are born young. Not bad, not bad. Jinger and Yuer then stepped forward to pay their respects. Although Li Taibai and the two women cared little for such formalities and needn't be so polite. The Confucian sect was a school that valued etiquette greatly, and the proper rites within the sect could not be neglected lest they incur the displeasure of Kong Bai and others. Jinger and Yuer pay respects to junior brother Kong Xian. Li Taibai quickly returned the salute. You two senior sisters are too kind. It should be this junior brother who pays respects to you. You honor me too much. After they exchanged pleasantries, Kong Bai waved his sleeve and instructed Jinger and her sister, go prepare the barbecue. Kong Xian, come with me. Yes. The sisters carried the land dragon beast away to cook. Li Taibai nodded and followed Kong Bai to a cushion beside the chessboard where he knelt in a formal posture. According to Confucian sect etiquette, in such settings only Kong Bai was permitted to sit cross-legged, everyone else had to kneel to show respect. Kong Xian, I ask you what exactly happened in the clan. Why was the soul sealing formation I set up in the ancestral hall broken? Li Taibai had anticipated this and answered fluently according to Li Mu's plan. Reporting to the elder, this disciple went out some days ago and only returned yesterday to find the clan destroyed and the Sage Academy completely suppressed. Have you uncovered any cause? Li Taibai nodded gravely. It is said that the clan recently sent men to destroy the Tian's mansion. The young General Li Mu of the Tian's mansion led the remnants of the Dragon Cavalry in a surprise attack on Xiajing City, leading to the clan's downfall. But, Li Taibai looked puzzled and hesitated. But what? Kong Bai, curious, pressed for an answer. Li Taibai replied with a perplexed expression, Elder, you may not know, but according to what this disciple has learned, Li Mu's body was once placed under a forbidden seal. Even if he survived, he would have been bettered in for life. Yet now not only has he lifted the threat of the seal, but he has also suddenly gained many Saint Realm powerhouses under his command, and at least 3 or 4 8-rank venerables. This is highly unreasonable. Is there such a thing? Yes, everything this disciple says is true. If the elder does not believe, you may send someone to investigate. Kong Bai nodded slightly, his expression turning somewhat solemn. If that is indeed the case, trouble is brewing. At that moment, the pale-faced scholar Kong Chin spoke up. Third uncle, this Li Mu was originally like rootless duckweed. His sudden and inexplicable reversal of fate suggests that those two forces have intervened. I share the same thought. Kong Bai nodded gravely. The Tian's mansion is but an ant not worth mentioning. However, the Li family of Tians is connected to Wushan Mountain and Penglai immortal residence. The question is, which of these forces is backing Li Mu? If it's Wushan Mountain, it's easier to handle. Since Li Xuanzi is dead, we can offer some compensation and Wushan Mountain wouldn't go to war over a mere 7th-rank steward. But if Penglai is behind him, this matter may not end well. The Li family's daughter has already risen to prominence in Penglai, and with her in the middle, Penglai is certain to hold on to this affair. Once this matter blows up, not only our Xiajing branch of the Kong clan, but even the main clan and the sect itself will be mired in trouble. With that, Kong Bai turned to look at Kong Xian and instructed seriously, Kong Xian, the clan was destroyed, and we must avenge this grudge. But this matter is fraught with mysteries. You must set aside your hatred and endure for now. Wait until we uncover who is backing Li Mu, then we can strike at the root and solve the problem fundamentally. Li Taibai nodded respectfully upon hearing this. The elder is right. This disciple will heed your teachings. However, with the Xiaojing clan destroyed, we are now homeless. What should our next steps be? At that moment Kong Chen suddenly spoke. This disciple knows a place where we might temporarily stay. Kong Bai's gaze swept over him. Kong Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Third uncle, you know your nephew is a romantic at heart and has many lovers. I happen to have a lover who is an executive at the Qianjin Tower in Xiaojing City. We could stay there for a while. Qianjin Tower. Kong Bai nodded slightly. That is suitable. We shall stay at Qianjin Tower for now. A sinister glint flashed in Kong Bai's eyes, and his voice gradually turned cold. Chen sent a letter immediately asking her to prepare several fine banquets for me. Tonight, I will invite the heads of the major families of Xiaojing City and the officials of the Great Xia dynasty to a feast at Qianjin Tower. And I will invite Li Mu to attend with the highest specifications of the tower. I want to see if he knows how to spell the word death. In Xiaojing City at the Yinlong Villa, Xiang Yu and the Dragon Cavalry had looted the Kong family's assets and had just delivered the list of supplies to Li Mu when a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding dong, the 108 Dragon Soul Temples have been completed. Please go to the Supreme Temple to awaken the Dragon Soul and activate the Dragon Soul Temples. Li Mu beamed with joy, instantly invigorated. Seizing the wealth from a family annihilation was already cause for celebration, and now the Dragon Soul Temples were finished too. It was a double blessing. After obtaining the blueprints for the Dragon Soul Temples, Li Mu had allocated all his resources and the Dragon Cavalry to build them, leaving only 10,000 Dragon Cavalry to escort the coffin to the capital. Now at last the great task was accomplished, and Li Xuanze was about to return. Once Li Xuanze returned, Li Mu planned to hand over the management and control of the Supreme Tian's Mansion to him. The Tian's Mansion was too deeply intertwined with the Great Xia dynasty, which was not beneficial for Li Mu's future development. So Li Mu's foundation and loyalty had always been in the Supreme City. As for the Supreme Tian's Mansion, it could be considered a subsidiary company established by the Supreme City in the mortal world. With that thought, Li Mu returned directly to the Supreme City and arrived at the Supreme Temple. System, I want to awaken the Dragon Soul and activate the Dragon Soul Temples. Ding Dong detected that you have built 108 Dragon Soul Temples within the Great Xia territory. Current status not activated. Do you wish to activate now? Yes, activate it now. Li Mu ordered decisively. As his voice fell, a dragon's roar echoed beside his ear. Roar! The golden dragon soul phantom manifested its form within the Supreme Temple for the first time. Its figure appeared slightly larger and far more solid than before. At the same time, throughout the territory of Great Xia, all 108 Dragon Soul Temples emitted dragon roars that shook the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening dragon roars quickly drew the attention of passers-by. Crowds turned their heads, their faces filled with shock as they gazed toward the Dragon Soul Temples. Beneath the gaze of all present, brilliant golden pillars of light erupted skyward, piercing the heavens. Such a tremendous spectacle soon sent shockwaves through the entire Great Xia dynasty. Major and minor factions from the great cities mobilized at once, converging upon the Dragon Soul Temples. Before long, spectral golden dragons materialized above each temple. Those who gathered close could discern the intricate scale patterns upon the golden dragon phantoms, rendered so vividly they seemed alive. Heavens! Is this a divine dragon? A divine miracle manifests. The nation shall prosper, and its people shall be at peace. The gathered commoners knelt in worship, while Li Mu immediately received the system's response. You have gained faith and fortune through the Dragon Soul Temple, rewarding you with 500 merit points. You have gained through the Dragon Soul Temple, rewarding you with 300 merit points. You have gained, rewarding you with 600 merit points. The stream of merit rewards filled Li Mu with immense joy. Yet the matter was not yet finished. Congratulations, host, on completing the activation of the Dragon Soul Temple. Would you like to begin manifesting divine miracles? Li Mu did not hesitate. Yes. As Li Mu's voice faded, all 108 Dragon Soul Temples burst forth with 7-colored radiance. Countless colossal golden dragon phantoms gradually solidified through the nourishment of faith, finally opening their eyes slowly. Though the dragon shadows were mere illusions, those bright, spirited dragon eyes captivated everyone, drawing them into a trance. The gaze, filled with majesty, yet also gentleness and compassion, enchanted countless souls. Meanwhile, Li Mu gazed across the entirety of Great Xia through the Dragon Soul Phantom's eyes. I am the fortune dragon of the Great Xia royal dynasty, manifesting today to issue a warning and bestow upon you all an opportunity. The people of Great Xia have been deceived by the Academy of Sages, revering corrupt Confucian scholars while disregarding imperial authority. Heaven has thus sent a great calamity upon you. Only by reforming your hearts and completely eradicating Confucianism can you escape this disaster. The divine dragon opened its mouth, and though no sound emerged into the air, a crystal-clear voice resonated directly within everyone's minds. Li Xuanze, the supreme general of the Tiansu Mansion, has guarded Great Xia for decades and accumulated immeasurable merit. Today in the name of the Dragon God, I grant Li Xuanzi eternal life and summon the ruins of a great emperor from the hidden Dragon Mountains. Whoever receives the great emperor's opportunity shall become the high priest of the Dragon Soul Temple, blessed by the nation's fortune and worshipped by the people. Chants rose as Li Mu wielding the Dragon Soul's heavenly. I directly extracted Li Xuanzi from among the crowd. Golden light erupted across the sky, gradually manifesting into a massive golden lotus. While Li Xuanzi stood bewildered, he suddenly felt weightless and found himself materializing upon a lotus pedestal. Before he could struggle, Li Mu's voice reached his ear. Stay still and watch carefully. When everyone looked up at the lotus seat, they witnessed a completely different sight. Golden light shimmered upon the lotus seat as visible streams of energy gathered from heaven and earth, coalescing into a human form. Then, the figure gradually took shape, with limbs, facial features, and a resolute, commanding face rendered in vivid detail. Li Xuanzi opened his eyes to see hundreds upon hundreds of commoners kneeling in worship before him. Only when Li Mu's prompting voice reached his ears did he realize what was expected. Speak, the effect will be far better. Li Xuanzi's cheeks twitched as heat rushed to his face. In his nearly century of life, he had never engaged in such deception before. It was utterly humiliating. Yet there was no choice now. He had to play along. Otherwise his troublesome son would never let him hear the end of it. Li Xuanzi feigned confusion, opening his eyes with a dazed expression. What's happening? Weren't I dead? Where's this place? His voice was barely above a whisper, yet through the amplification of the Dragon Soul miracle, everyone present heard his words with perfect clarity. Heavens! What kind of power can grant eternal life? All stared in astonishment at Li Xuanzi upon the lotus throne, their eyes burning with fervent devotion. They knew well that while cultivators were everywhere in the great wilderness world, no one had ever truly achieved immortality. A sage for 100 years, an emperor for 1,000. Such was the natural limit. Even the supreme powerhouses at the emperor realm could only live for a few thousand years at most. In the millions of years of the great wilderness, there had been nearly 1,000 great emperors. Each of these great emperors was peerlessly magnificent, a presence capable of suppressing the very stars. Yet even they could not resurrect someone who had been dead for over a month from nothing, let alone granting eternal life. Now witnessing Li Xuanzi resurrect from nothing, even more people prostrated themselves upon the ground. It was precisely because they lived in such a fantastical world that the common people believed without question in such miraculous powers. Even great emperors, with their power to summon clouds with a flick of the wrist and cause seas to churn with a stomp, could accomplish resurrection and immortality. Was it exaggerated? Was it fantastical? You have gained faith and fortune through the Dragon Soul Temple, rewarding you with 800 merit points. The continuous notifications made Li Mu grin from ear to ear. Li Xuanzi, your Tiansu mansion has served the nation with distinction. Today I grant you eternal life and elevate the Tiansu Dragon Cavalry to the rank of Temple Dragon Guards. I hope you will lead them in faithful service to the state. This subject Li Xuanzi acknowledges the Dragon God's grace and shall lead the Temple Dragon Guards to protect Great Xia the temple and serve the nation. The Dragon Soul Phantom's eyes surveyed the crowd as a faint dragon aura permeated the air. Since you are all subjects of Great Xia, you shall be blessed by my divine radiance. Whenever you face injustice, come to the temple to pray, and I shall bestow my grace upon you. A hum resonated through the air as the Dragon Soul Phantom gradually dissolved into golden light. Silence fell over the scene. At that moment, Li Mu's system notification chimed again. Ding dong, congratulations host on successfully activating the Dragon Soul Temple. You have received 300 merit points and 1 7-star troop summoning card. Note, once activated, this temple structure is blessed by the Dragon Soul and cannot be relocated or destroyed. Li Mu didn't hesitate and immediately summoned. Though what he truly needed most right now was a divine general summoning card, to send off Xiang Yu the troop card would still serve well enough. 7-star troops. These were far superior to the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Li Mu's heart raced with anticipation. Ding dong, you have activated the 7-star troop summoning card and successfully summoned 7-star Brutal Wolf Riders. Ding dong, you have activated the 7-star unit summoning card, successfully summoning the 7-star unit 5,000 Violent Wolf Riders. Unit Violent Wolf Riders. Proficiencies: Mounted Archery, Frenzy Raid. Growth potential: 7-star Legend of the Ages. Average combat power: 7th grade. Unit Commander: Genghis Khan Temujin, 8th grade Warlord. Core members: Jeeb, 7th grade, Peak Arrow Saint. Unit traits: Dragon Wolf Charge. Violent Wolf Riders can ignore terrain during a charge, and at night, they can conceal themselves in darkness, increasing march speed. Note, the Violent Wolf Riders are the personal guard cavalry formed by Temujin from tamed prairie violent dragon wolves. Every member is a master archer skilled in both ranged and melee combat, truly 1 in 10,000. Genghis Khan Temujin. For real or fake? As Li Mu was slightly stunned, the system notification sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the 7-star unit Violent Wolf Riders, successfully obtaining the loyalty of the 8-star Commander Genghis Khan. Retainer Temujin. Proficiencies: Raid, Battle Formation, Pillage. Growth potential 8-star overlord of the 3 realms. Talent attributes. Command 200 higher command increases the number of troops a formation can command. Currently, this general's maximum command limit is 200 troops. Martial power 150 higher martial power increases the intensity of the battle soul after forming a formation. Strategy 180 higher strategy reduces the consumption of a formation and allows more flexible formation changes. Combat level 8th grade warlord. Battle soul talent. Wolf god descends. The wolf god battle soul possesses bloodthirsty traits. All attacks cause bleeding and laceration effects, and the wounds cannot be healed. A whoa. Accompanied by a wolf howl, a deep and oppressive voice echoed in Li Mu's ears. A man's greatest joy is to hunt down his enemies, invade their lands, plunder their wealth, take their fine horses, and claim their wives and concubines galloping across the plains. This is a man's destiny, to fight or die. You have no other choice. The voice faded. A peerless hero riding a huge pitch-black dragon wolf emerged from the void. A proud son of heaven, Genghis Khan, clad in a wolfskin cloak, held a massive bow that gleamed radiantly, his entire being exuding an aggressive aura. A son of the eternal blue sky, Temujin, pays homage to my lord. Li Mu hurried forward to help Temujin rise. This was Li Mu's heartfelt respect for this legendary hero. Although historically Temujin had invaded the northern Song dynasty of the Central Plains, making him an external enemy, to Li Mu, a time traveler from a later era, Temujin was in a sense also an ancestor of the Chinese people. After all, the land of China had endured thousands of years of war. All ethnic groups amidst the chaos gradually intermingled and assimilated. Except for those lineages that had truly lived in seclusion for millennia and practiced endogamy, who could swear with certainty that their ancestors were unequivocally the Yellow Emperor and Yin Emperor, the true descendants of Xiang Yu. Behold, the remnants of the Qing dynasty have now become compatriots of the Chinese nation. The bloodlines of the Chinese people are more mixed than 8 treasure kanji. If one truly traced their roots and scrutinized lineage, how many of the billion Chinese could claim pure descent? Thus in Li Mu's heart, whether the Song dynasty or the Yuan dynasty, both were ancestors, whether Xian Yuan or Qiu, both were forebears. As long as they possessed true ability, the respect they deserved could not be discounted. Rise Temujin. With Temujin's arrival, 5,000 wolf riders were also materialized out of thin air, riding black wolves clad in black armor, wielding carved bows, and wearing curved sabers at their waists. A wild aura brought an intense sense of oppression. The violent wolf riders pay homage to our lord. Li Mu nodded slightly. Xiang Yu was soon to leave for advanced training with his quasi-emperor master. Temujin's arrival perfectly filled the gap left by Li Mu's current lack of a divine general to command the troops. Now Li Mu had both men and sufficient merits. Without further hesitation, Li Mu decided to confer divine status upon Temujin on the spot. After deep contemplation, he settled on one of the 28 mansions, the Kuei Wood Wolf. Kuei Mansion. Kuei Wood Wolf, the first of the 7 mansions of the White Tiger of the West, presiding over slaughter and conquest. Kuei Mansion. Lord Kuei Wood Star. Temujin activates the Divine Ring effect. Command increased by 100, a martial power increased by 70, a battle soul effect enhanced by 80. This Divine Ring effect is permanent until the divine title is changed. Divine General Temujin. Divine title Kuei Mansion. Lord Kuei Wood Star. Growth potential 8-star overlord of the 3 realms. Combat level 8th grade warlord peak. Li Mu glanced at the deification effect without much surprise. Temujin had the same effect as Su Daji back then. Innate 8th grade after deification reached 8th grade peak. However, the difference between Temujin and Su Daji was that he was a divine general with command capabilities, with his personal combat power at 8th grade peak. When leading 100,000 troops with his battle soul fully unleashed, he could rival a 9th grade powerhouse. Moreover, Temujin's maximum command ability was 300, which in terms of troops translated to 300,000 soldiers. In the future, as long as Li Mu had troops, Temujin's prospects would be bright. No sooner had Temujin been born than Shang Wanwaner came to report. My lord, the 1,000 Gold Tower has sent an invitation inviting you to a banquet tonight. A banquet? Li Mu was somewhat surprised. Although he had made a few friends in the capital city of Xiajing since that incident 3 years ago, they had all gone silent. Now suddenly receiving an invitation seemed suspicious. He reached out and took the invitation from Shang Wanwaner, casually flipping it open. A modest feast awaits Lord Li Mu at the 1,000 Gold Tower. All honored guests are welcome, and we humbly request your presence. The invitation was polite enough, but a sun, moon, and stars emblem at the bottom caught Li Mu's attention. The Confucian sect. Li Mu sneered disdainfully. Although the super sects were indeed formidable, this list did not include the Confucian sect. A bunch of scheming old foxes trying to pull a Hongmen banquet. Li Mu scoffed. The Confucian sect, though powerful, was too concerned with maintaining face. Even if they were rotten to the core behind the scenes, they would still put on a righteous and solemn facade in public, making sure all appearances were perfect. This gave Li Mu the time to grow and expand. What Li Mu truly feared were sects like the Overlord Blade sect, which were domineering and unreasonable. Although he had the system by his side, he needed time to gradually grow stronger. After all, he did not yet have enough merits to summon Panga directly and take on all 5. Before becoming truly invincible, Li Mu dared to match wits with the Confucian sect and its like, but he dared not openly wage war with the Overlord Blade sect, because offending the Confucian sect meant they would only lurk in the shadows, occasionally striking at him. In Confucian terms, this was called strategy. But the Overlord Blade sect had no schemers. Judging from their dragon head blades, which were even larger than a door plank, everyone in that sect was a true man. No reasoning, no hesitation. Once enemies, they would simply charge in and fight with a clatter. For Li Mu's supreme city still in its growth phase, what he feared most was this kind of unreasonableness. That was why Li Mu had always kept the supreme city hidden behind the Celestial Strategy Mansion. The Celestial Strategy Mansion could lull enemies into complacency, buying him time to grow stronger. The Supreme City was destined to dominate the heavens, but revealing itself too early would invite targeted attacks and a one-pot end. Notify Ziyin Changyi Daji and 2 Jiao Jiao to accompany me tonight for some show-off. Oh, I mean, to attend the banquet. The 1,000 Gold Pavilion. The most luxurious and upscale den of pleasure in Xiaojing City. Internally, it integrated taverns, gambling dens, merchant guilds, and auction halls into one. As long as you had enough money, the 1,000 Gold Pavilion could procure for you any item that was unavailable even within the borders of Daxiao, or even the eastern wilderness. The service of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion was naturally excellent, but the cost of consumption there was truly exorbitant, so exorbitant that it made Li Mu's heart ache. Even with his former status, Li Mu rarely came to such a place to show off. After all, the Tian's mansion only held sway within Daxia. But the 1,000 Gold Pavilion was a major establishment that thrived throughout the entire great wilderness world, with chain stores nearly everywhere. Still, it was not one of the superpowers. Yet the energy behind the 1,000 Gold Pavilion rivaled that of any superpower. Because the resources it possessed could easily make any faction bow its head. All purchases here had to be paid with source stones. Ordinary Daxia currency was not accepted as legal tender. Source stones were an extremely precious, rare divine material in the great wilderness world, and common folk never had the chance to encounter them. Thus only experts from millennium-old aristocratic families and first-rate factions came to spend here. Legend had it that the late Emperor Xia was a regular guest of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. In all his years since transmigrating, Li Mu had only visited here once. Returning to the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, now he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Although he seemed to have many experts under his command in the vastness of the great wilderness world, he was still a pitifully poor and weak little wretch. Without a true great emperor to suppress the foundation, the Jizuan city would never catch the eyes of the superpowers. Thinking of this, Li Mu's gaze gradually became resolute. Starting from this 1,000 Gold Pavilion, he would take the first step out of Daxia. Eroding the Confucian sect was an inevitable necessity. As Li Mu approached the 1,000 Gold Pavilion with his 4 women, he noticed that the entire building was enveloped in a transparent light shield. The shield shimmered with flowing light, appearing extremely thin. Yet as they sensed it lightly, they felt a soul-shaking pressure emanating from it. This arrayed disc containing an ancient divine formation held a faint trace of great emperor power, a truly lavish expenditure to protect the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Passing through the barrier, they entered the premises of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Li Mu and his group ascended the steps and arrived at the entrance of a resplendent and magnificent pavilion. On both sides of the pavilion, nearly 100 black-armored guards stood upright, their sharp and icy gazes sweeping over Li Mu. Powerful auras emanated from these men, making Li Mu silently click his tongue in amazement. He hadn't noticed during his previous visit. Now looking closely, he realized that these black-armored guards were actually much stronger than the Tian's dragon cavalry. Moving his gaze away from the black-clad guards, Li Mu's eyes suddenly fixed on a seductive figure, and his pupils narrowed slightly. It's her. A seductive silhouette stood before the main gate with a standard almond-shaped face, soul-stirring eyes beneath her brows, and a lifelike peach blossom mark between her eyebrows. Li Mu's gaze contracted. He had seen this woman once in his childhood. The mother of the Shuang'er sisters had died by her hand. Li Mu once asked Li Xuanzi if he could avenge Shuang'er, but Li Xuanzi merely shook his head without explaining much. Now thinking back, Li Xuanzi's expression at the time had already given the answer. Can't afford to provoke. The woman's eyes swept over the 4 women Chang'e, and the others, and a flicker of hidden jealousy flashed across her face. A covert gleam of envy vanished in an instant. Yu Yao, steward of the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, greets Your Majesty the Emperor of Daxia. Yu Yao forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes, offering a perfunctory greeting. Her words seemed polite, but Li Mu caught a hint of disdain in her eyes. His gaze narrowed. Yu Yao's hostility toward him was unexpected. When he had rescued the Shuang'er sisters back, then Li Mu had been hiding in the carriage and never revealed himself, so Yu Yao could not possibly know that he was the one who saved them. Moreover, so many years had passed. His appearance now was vastly different from before. Since it had nothing to do with the Shuang'er sisters, where did her faint hostility come from? Li Mu suppressed his surprise without revealing it, and replied coldly, "Thank you for coming to receive me. Lead the way." Yu Yao was momentarily stunned, and the contempt on her face deepened. You must have misunderstood, your majesty. I am the steward of the 1,000 gold pavilion. Even the empress herself is not worth my moving a step to welcome. Li Mu's lips curled slightly. Are you saying I am not worthy steward you? Yu Yao glanced at him and smiled faintly. You jest, your majesty. You are the husband of the empress of Daxia of noble status. How could you be unworthy? But I am still waiting to receive an honored guest, and cannot spare the time. How about I arrange for a guard to show you the way? Li Mu's face instantly turned cold. Are you implying that I am merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might of the empress's authority, unworthy of being called an honored guest? At these words, Yu Yao's expression immediately chilled. Even the black armored guards at the entrance drew their blades, glaring angrily. How dare you show disrespect to the steward in front of the 1,000 gold pavilion? In an instant, countless black armored guards surrounded Li Mu, and even some figures inside the main hall who had also been invited to the banquet were disturbed. Suddenly, familiar figures streamed out from within following the guards. The patriarchs of several major families, and more than a dozen important officials of the Daxia dynasty, the survivors of Li Mu's previous massacre. Along with two figures Li Mu knew very well, the Empress Xuanji and Emperor Yu. When the crowd saw Li Mu, their expressions varied. Some were gloating, some frowned inwardly. Some even stepped forward directly to start a smear campaign against Li Mu. First Grand Secretary Huang Fusang, clad in a purple gold robe, walked to the center with a smug look, first saluting Yu Yao slightly. Then he turned to Li Mu and began spouting nonsense. Li Mu kneeled down at once and apologized to steward Yu. Do you think you can throw your weight around regardless of the occasion? This is the 1,000 gold pavilion. How dare you misbehave here? Exactly. Li Mu, how dare you offend steward Yu? Don't you know that even the empress herself dares not be rude to the steward? Li Mu, you villain, this is outrageous. Today the honored ones of the Confucian sect are hosting a banquet, yet you dare to cause a disturbance. You are simply asking for death. Under Huang Fusang's lead, several officials quickly revealed their shameless faces. They had already been unable to contain their joy at the thought that the Confucian sect's great figures would suppress Li Mu. Who would have thought that Li Mu seeking his own death would offend the steward of the 1,000 gold pavilion at such a time? After all, even the late Emperor Xia had not dared to provoke the 1,000 gold pavilion lightly. The Empress Xuanji frowned and was about to speak, but Emperor Yu stopped her. Don't rush, little Mu can handle it himself. Li Mu couldn't help but laugh at these people who were all stirring up trouble. Good, very good. Is there anyone else who thinks Li Mu should kneel and apologize? Step forward and let me see. As his voice fell, the patriarch of the Xia family, one of the 9 great clans, stepped out. Li Mu, the steward of the 1,000 gold pavilion, is of such noble status. How can an ignorant child like you dare to insult her? You killed my Xia clan member Xiang Yu with your venomous means. My Xia family can refrain from pursuing that. But today you dare to be rude to the steward. I, the Xia clan, will be the first to oppose you. Li Mu gazed expressionlessly at the crowd, his eyes frigid. Very well, is there anyone else? The 9 great families of Xiaojing City, the 3 major merchant guilds, the grand secretary of the court, and Li Mu's eyes slowly swept across the assembled figures, his voice betraying neither joy nor anger. And you, a few nameless small fry. Thinking that by leaning on a mighty back you can rest easy. Li Mu gave a cold laugh, snapping his fingers lightly in the air. Don't forget, this is Xiaojing City. As his words fell, the thunderous sound of hooves erupted from outside the gold thread pavilion. Everyone turned to look beyond the protective barrier. Tens of thousands of dragon cavalry under the command of Timizhen had formed countless columns encircling the gold thread pavilion inside and out. Li Mu, what are you trying to do? Yu Yao's face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted at Li Mu. This is the gold thread pavilion. Your actions now are a provocation against our bottom line. Li Mu curled his lips, replying coldly. Bottom line. Today I'm not just challenging your bottom line. I'm going to strip you bare so the bachelors of Xiaojing can get a taste of the flesh. At these words, Yu Yao's delicate frame trembled, and her formidable aura erupted instantly. Li Mu, you're asking for death. Li Mu smiled faintly, while behind him Daji had already flashed in front of Yu Yao. He, a mere 7th grade, dares speak disrespectfully to the Lord. 20 slaps on the mouth as punishment. Smack, 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 smack. Daji's hand was coated with a layer of crimson energy, and she delivered lightning-quick slaps to Yu Yao's face. Under Daji's realm suppression, Yu Yao was instantly beaten into a miserable state, both cheeks swollen plumper than a loaf of bread. Seeing this, the guards of the gold thread pavilion erupted in fury. How dare you? Release Director Yu. Daji let out a bewitching laugh, a flicker of crimson energy shimmering in her seductive pupils. Hee, come play with Daji, I can't wait any longer. As Daji's enchanting eyes swept over them, all the black-clad guards went rigid, their eyes glazing over as they stood motionless, ceasing all resistance. Identical expressions of lecherous stupor spread across their faces, their eyes slowly turning dull and infatuated. Hee, am I beautiful? Beautiful. Then do you wish to sink into the sea of desire with me, to be together forever? Yes. Daji let out a cold laugh, then pressed her finger directly against Yu Yao's brow. Instantly Yu Yao's body was enveloped by countless crimson heart-shaped energies. Go indulge in the most exquisite pleasures of the mortal world and be lost forever. Yu Yao's gaze turned instantly dazed and a strange smile crept across her face. Pleasure. I want pleasure. Give me pleasure now. This eerie scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Yu Yao's hands had already begun to undo her robes on the verge of engaging in a friendly bout with the guards. Just then a slightly angry voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, have you not gone too far? Then, a massive white jade chessboard suddenly materialized above Yu Yao's head, its faint righteous aura intertwining with the crimson energy, forming a confrontation. Under the clash of the two opposing energies, Yu Yao snapped back to partial clarity. Brother Chen, save me. Su Daji's lips curled in disdain as she sneered. A lover, even better. Daring to flaunt your love before me, Su Daji. As long as you two are truly in love, not even the great emperor could stop you from putting on a live show. Sure enough, as Su Daji finished speaking, the crimson energy on Yu Yao surged violently. Yu Yao, who had just regained her senses, fell once again into a deeper abyss of depravity. Only this time her object of infatuation had shifted to her lover Kong Chun. Brother Chen, come on, I want to be happy. Kong Chun had just arrived at Yu Yao's side, when before he could react, she threw herself into his arms. He felt a soft, yielding body in his grasp, and unconsciously pulled Yu Yao tightly into an embrace. After a moment of genuine emotion, Kong Chun realized that now was hardly the time for reminiscing. He tried to push Yu Yao away, but Su Daji seized the opportunity to strike. You showed true emotion before me, and you think you can walk away unscathed. Su Daji sneered, her delicate finger instantly touching Kong Chun's brow. The two were both of the 8th grade, evenly matched in strength. Kong Chun had momentarily exposed his weakness, one that Su Daji could exploit to the fullest. Opposites in nature, Su Daji had been born with absolute dominance over him. Kong Chun fell prey before he could even resist. Sister Yao, my dear sister Yao, let's be happy together. The situation took a dramatic turn, and everyone present gaped in bewilderment at Kong Chun and Yu Yao. Though most did not know Kong Chun, their exchange made the relationship between the two roughly clear. Just as the crowd anticipated what would happen next, Zi Yin approached Li Mu and whispered, My lord, there are 4 men who came with this one hiding in the void. One of them is a 9th grade. Li Mu nodded slightly, summoning Su Daji back, without a change in expression. Daji returned. Su Daji was only at the peak of the 8th grade. If the 9th grade were to ambush her, there could be trouble. Upon hearing Li Mu's summons, Su Daji turned without a word and returned to his side, standing beside Chang'e. Just as Su Daji retreated, another massive chessboard materialized above the crowd. The faint power of a formation spread from the board, instantly enveloping everyone. Li Mu clicked his tongue in disdain, a look of contempt deepening in his eyes. The old foxes of the Confucian sect always use the same trick. Hide in the shadows, drop a big move, then come out to show off when they think they've won. No originality at all. Sure enough, as Li Mu's words faded, Kong Bai descended from the sky, with Li Tai Bai and 2 others. Haha, thank you all for attending my banquet. I am Kong Bai, a guardian elder of the Confucian sect. I arrived a bit late, I hope you'll forgive me. As Kong Bai appeared, the officials, led by Grand Secretary Huang Fusong, immediately knelt. Your humble student, Huang Fusong, pays respects to Elder Kong. The patriarch of the Xia family, one of the 9 great families, also stepped forward and bowed. Xia Wuliang, patriarch of the Xia clan, pays respects to Elder Kong. Xia Wuliang's bow triggered a chain reaction among the other families. After a moment of hesitation, everyone offered their salutes. Greetings, Elder Kong. Empress Xuanji, about to follow suit, noticed Li Mu watching her with a mocking grin. After a brief pause, Xuanji abandoned the idea of bowing to Kong Bai. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. She was now at the peak of the 8th grade, the Empress of Great Xia. Why should she bow to a mere elder of the Confucian sect? Kong Bai nodded slightly, then cast a calm gaze at Li Mu. You must be the Imperial Lord of Great Xia, the young Marshal of the Heaven Strategy Pavilion, Lord Li Mu. Li Mu smirked, answering irrelevantly. Your name is Kong Bai. Can you tell me why everyone in the Confucian sect looks so pale, like they're all suffering from kidney deficiency? Kong Bai was momentarily stunned, failing to formulate a reply, when Xia Wuliang, the patriarch of the Xia clan, barked, Li Mu before Elder Kong of the Confucian sect, how dare you? Before Xia Wuliang could finish, a flash of purple light streaked across, and a resounding slap echoed against his cheek. Slap. Xia Wuliang stood frozen in place, seemingly dazed. How is this possible? As the patriarch of the Xia clan, his strength, though not the pinnacle of the family, was a solid 8th rank realm. Yet he had not even seen who struck him. Who is it? Who hit me? Slap. Amidst the flickering purple light, the crisp sound of another slap rang out. Slap, slap, slap. Every onlooker's eyes bulged like cow's eggs as they stared in shock at Li Mu. Xia Wuliang had not seen it clearly, but they now saw it with unmistakable clarity. The beautiful girl in purple robes who had stood beside Li Mu had vanished. Gulp. Everyone involuntarily swallowed, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, Li Mu had 3 8th rank experts under his command, and the various clans merely felt wary, unwilling to provoke conflict. But now it was different. A 9th rank had appeared. This meant Li Mu now possessed the power to suppress Great Xia. During the Xia Emperor's reign, he had been able to dominate the Great Xia dynasty and prevent the 9 great clans from acting recklessly. Precisely because the Xia Emperor was the sole 9th-rank imperial realm within Great Xia. At such a realm, even an emperor would not casually treat it with contempt. Thus in those times, even the Confucian sect which boasted an emperor-level foundation would not lightly provoke the Xia Emperor. Even the Xiaojing Kong clan, foremost among the 9 clans, had remained low-key under the Xia Emperor's constraints. Whenever a clan member was on the verge of advancing to 9th rank, they would immediately leave Xiaojing and flee to the Confucian sect for survival. For the Xia Emperor had decreed a law. Any 9th rank expert who entered Xiaojing without permission would be killed without mercy. The 9 great clans had not lacked geniuses over the years. But those geniuses were all eventually slain by the Xia Emperor. Some, to preserve their lives, were forced to sever their own cultivation and break their foundation just before ascending to 9th rank. Because the Xia Emperor would never allow anyone in Xiaojing to challenge the imperial authority. Thus 9th rank had always been a taboo in Great Xia. For so many years, even the 9th rank experts of the Confucian sect dared not set foot within Great Xia's borders. Now that the Xia Emperor had fallen, the Great Xia regime had disintegrated. Though the 9 great clans aspired to seize the supreme throne, they were hampered by the absence of a 9th rank to suppress dissent, and thus remained watchful. But now, the true sovereign of Great Xia had emerged. With a 9th rank under Li Mu's command, the chaos in Great Xia was over. Earlier, when Li Mu had entered with 4 beauties, everyone had only seen their stunning appearances. It was only when Ziyin made her move that they realized a vase could sometimes be more than just a vase. Amidst the silent speculation, Kong Bai, with a mixture of shock and doubt, began to reassess Li Mu. The moment he sensed it, Kong Bai's face drastically changed. 2 8th rank peaks and 2 9th rank imperial realms. What astonished him most was Tu Jiaojiao, who was at the 8th rank peak. Behind her tall, curvaceous figure, a crimson glowing dragon-headed broadsword stood out prominently. As a protecting elder of the Confucian sect, no one understood better than Kong Bai the significance of Tu Jiaojiao's presence here. Just then Ziyin, having finished stretching her limbs, appeared silently behind Kong Bai. "Old man, will you dismantle the formation yourself, or shall we sisters beat you until you cry, and then take it down?" Kong Bai's face stiffened, and he closed his eyes with a sigh. "I see. I suppose it was you who broke the soul-sealing formation in my Kong clan's ancestral hall." Ziyin gave a cold smile and nodded. "It was your grandmother here. Do you want to fight me?" Kong Bai turned to Li Mu with a grave expression, his voice low. "Li Mu, the Kong clan's ancestral hall is the ancestral temple of the Xiaojing Kong lineage. It cannot be sullied. If you cannot give me an explanation, the Confucian sect will disregard the Imperial Prohibition Treaty and pursue an unending vendetta against you." Li Mu was about to speak when Tu Jiaojiao shook her head and stopped him. "This matter is beyond you." Tu Jiaojiao whispered a reminder, then stepped forward, her voice ringing with a hint of mockery. "The Confucian sect is so formidable, and my Overlord Blade sect is absolutely terrified." Kong Bai's heart skipped a beat, and his face darkened even further. "What does this have to do with your Overlord Blade sect?" Tu Jiaojiao sneered. "I was the one who ordered the destruction of the Kong clan, and I was the one who had their ancestral hall smashed. Do you think that has anything to do with me, eh?" With that, Tu Jiaojiao reached behind her and pulled down her broadsword. Boom! The heavy blade landed on the ground, reverberating with a thunderous crash. "Your Kong clan sent an infiltrator into my Overlord Blade sect and kidnapped my sect's heir, Tu Shuang. Elder Kong, should you not provide me with an explanation?" Hearing this, Kong Bai's face paled, and he turned to look at Li Taibai. "Kong Xian, is what she said true?" Li Taibai nodded slightly and explained in a low voice. "It was a plan arranged by the clan elders. I personally carried it out with Kong Xiong Tu Xiong." Kong Bai's face turned white. He glared at Li Taibai with a look of disappointment and frustration. "Where is the person?" Li Taibai did not know how to continue the fabrication and glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu gave a faint smile and cast a glance at Tu Jiaojiao. Reporting to the clan elder, the person was taken back by them. "I barely escaped with severe injuries." Kong Bai paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. Since the person has already returned and neither side gained the upper hand, why not call it even? Kong Bai stared intently at Tu Jiaojiao, awaiting her answer. Tu Jiaojiao had seen Li Taibai before and witnessed Quasi-Emperor Tu Shan participating in the pursuit of Kong Xian. Now seeing Li Taibai suddenly appear beside Kong Bai, his identity, now that of Kong Xian, Tu Jiaojiao could not help but turn to look at Li Mu. Li Mu nodded imperceptibly, signaling Tu Jiaojiao to end the conversation for now. Through the exchange between Tu Jiaojiao and Kong Bai, Li Mu suddenly realized that he had never even heard of the Imperial Prohibition Treaty mentioned by Kong Bai. He felt he should sit down and have a thorough discussion with Tu Jiaojiao. Before understanding the Imperial Prohibition Treaty, it was best not to fall out with Kong Bai. Fortunately, Kong Bai did not seem overly concerned about the destruction of the Kong clan. A step back from both sides would allow the matter to be settled. 9th rank experts had a lifespan of over 3,000 years. Thus at Kong Bai's level, familial blood ties had become quite faint. If they wished, they could even sire a nation of their own to continue the lineage. The conflict dissipated without a trace, but Li Mu was not about to let the others off easily. Patriarch Xia, I hear that your Xia clan wants to wage an unending war against me. Li Mu's plain words turned Xia Wuliang's face ashen, his expression worse than death itself. The Prime Minister Huang Fusong was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, clutching Kong Bai's leg and wailing for help. Elder Kong, please save us. We are all Confucian scholars. You cannot abandon us. Kong Bai's aura surged, sending the old man flying backward. Seeing Kong Bai was unreliable, Huang Fusong immediately began kowtowing toward the Qianjin Tower, begging for help. Tower Master, save us. Li Mu is humiliating Steward Yu at the Qianjin Tower. We only spoke out of justice for the steward. Please, Tower Master, intervene and save us. Li Mu watched coldly, making no move to stop them. He also wanted to see what kind of person the Qianjin Tower's master truly was. Just then, a handsome young gentleman emerged from the Qianjin Tower. He wore a white flying immortal robe with golden thread tracing petal patterns along the cuffs, and collar exuding an air of nobility. Behind him, more than 10 guards in dark robes radiated an aura far more formidable than the previous guards. Li Mu casually glanced and discovered that at least half of these new guards were 7th-rank experts. I never expected the Qianjin Tower to be so lively today. To have friends from the Confucian sect and the overbearing Blade sect visiting is truly an honor. Kong Bai gave a slight nod in response. Judging by his aura, the young man seemed only at the peak of the 7th rank. However, as the master of the Qianjin Tower in Xia capital, his status far exceeded his personal strength. Li Mu, who always detested excessive formalities, cut straight to the point. You must be the tower master they've been summoning. The young man in golden robes offered a faint smile. I am but Yu Tianxin. Honored by my family's elders, I temporarily serve as the master of the Qianjin Tower in Xia capital. I fear I may have fallen short of your expectations, Lord Li Mu. Yu Tianxin, Li Mu murmured, studying the man before him with surprise. Yu Tianxin smiled gently and asked, have we met before, Lord Li? Li Mu shook his head and smiled. No, but you remind me strangely of a friend. Yu Tianxin smiled faintly and bowed his hands. You jest, Lord Li. I am an only child with no siblings, so it must be a mistake. Li Mu nodded and shifted the topic. Then you came down to protect them? Yu Tianxin, still smiling, turned his gaze toward Huang Fusong and the others. Lord Li, heaven values all life. Though I do not know these gentlemen personally, I would not wish for them to come to harm before my Qianjin Tower. That is why I have come to ask you for leniency. Yu Tianxin's voice was soft and gentle, a faint smile never leaving his face. Calm and composed, he was as smooth as polished jade. Yet Li Mu felt something was off about that smile. He gazed silently at Yu Tianxin, his brow furrowing without his noticing. Yu Tianxin's behavior was hard to pinpoint as wrong, but it made Li Mu deeply uncomfortable. After searching his thoughts without finding an answer, Li Mu could only shake his head and refuse coldly. I'm sorry, but I must disappoint you. Today I not only intend to kill them, but also to destroy their families, seize their assets, and bring ruin upon their households. Do you still wish to save them? Yu Tianxin paused, then offered a helpless smile. Lord Li speaks too modestly. I am merely at the 7th rank. Even if I wish to save them, I lack the strength to oppose you. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he offered no reply. Yet his wariness toward Yu Tianxin deepened. Youthful arrogance was not a crime. But to be blind to danger and charge forward anyway, that was a death sentence. As they spoke, Su Daji arrived with Taima's hen to apprehend the captives. She understood Li Mu well. If he truly wanted them dead, Ziyuan would have already acted. The fact that he remained silent suggested he intended to take them alive. Under Taima's hen's command, the dragon cavalry swiftly subdued the officials led by Huang Fusong. The Confucian sect's infiltration had run deep. That was why Li Mu held no patience for these corrupt scholars. Confronted with Li Mu's overwhelming dominance, Xia Wuliang, patriarch of the Xia clan, lost his composure and fell to his knees before Li Mu. Lord Li, I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare my life. Li Mu's expression remained calm as he spoke coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xia Wuliang's face lit up with joy, and he immediately kowtowed several times. Thank you, Lord Li. From this day forward, my Xia clan will serve at your command. Good. That's the spirit. A calculating smile appeared on Li Mu's face. Patriarch Xia, wait over there for now. Once I'm finished, I'll personally send someone to escort you back to the Xia clan. No need to trouble yourself, Xia Wuliang waved his hands frantically. But before he could finish, Li Mu's expression turned cold. Patriarch Xia, do you refuse my kindness? No, that's not. I agree. Under the gaze of 2 9th-rank cultivators, Xia Wuliang quickly backed down. The Kong clan, the strongest among the 9 families, had already been annihilated. The Xia clan's attempt to find a protector had failed, and now Li Mu had set his sights on them. How could they not be afraid? Seeing Xia Wuliang submit, Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. Since the appearance of the Tower Master Yu Tianxin, Li Mu had felt an unease he couldn't shake. His gaze swept over Yu Yao and Kong Chun, then drifted across the hundreds of black-clad guards under Su Daji's control. Li Mu decided to withdraw for now. Daji, it's getting late. We should return. Seeing this, Yu Tianxin hurriedly spoke up. Lordly, weren't you here for the banquet? The feast is already prepared. Why not stay and dine first? Never mind. I cannot afford the Qianjin Tower's hospitality. Li Mu waved his hand and turned toward the exit. Su Daji and the others quickly followed. Meanwhile, the controlled Yu Yao Kong Chun and the black-clad guards also turned in a daze. It seemed they were preparing to follow Li Mu out. Yu Tianxin and Kong Bai exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Hold. Kong Chun is a steward elder of our Confucian sect. Release him. Kong Bai's voice rang out. Li Mu stopped and turned. What say you, Tower Master Yu? Lordly Yu Yao is my kinswoman, and these guards have all served the Qianjin Tower for many years. I hope you will leave them behind. Li Mu narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. And if I insist on taking them, are you both prepared to wage war against me? The chessboard above Kong Bai's head flickered while Xin gazed at him coldly. The air instantly grew tense. Li Mu fixed his gaze on Yu Tianxin. For some reason, he sensed a faint aura of danger radiating from him. Taking Yu Yao was partly to avenge the twin sisters. On the other hand, Li Mu also wanted to test Yu Tianxin and uncover the secrets he was hiding. A flicker of hesitation passed through Yu Tianxin's eyes. Li Mu sneered. The captives are in my hands. If you dare to move, you'll only be collecting their corpses. You dare. Kong Bai panicked, instantly launched the formation disc toward Li Mu. Ziyuan was already prepared. Her pale hand struck the disc, sending a massive shockwave rippling outward. Boom. The formation disc spiraled back, dissolving into countless shards of starlight that vanished into the void. Ziyin wanted to step forward and continue, but was stopped by Li Mu's outstretched hand. Confucian sect old thief, if you dare make another move, you'd better prepare to collect Kong Chen's corpse. Kong Bai's body stiffened upon hearing this. Though rage surged across his face, he dared not move a single inch. Li Mu sneered and raised a single finger. If you want to rescue Kong Chen, prepare 10 million origin stones and come to Tian, some manner within 3 days to exchange for him. Li Mu did not delay further after speaking these words. He quickly strode toward the outside of the 1,000 gold pavilion's protective barrier. Quickly leave this place. Li Mu felt a growing sense of unease in his heart, that feeling of danger becoming increasingly intense. The unknown threat forced Li Mu to quicken his pace. Seeing Li Mu's grave expression, everyone hurried to follow. Ziyin immediately activated her spatial talent, without hesitation initiating a long-distance teleportation. Whoosh! After passing through the spatial passage, Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That sense of danger vanished instantly. Seeing everyone looking at him with puzzled expressions, Li Mu chose not to explain. Don't ask questions, just leave this place first. We'll talk when we get back. The moment those words left his mouth, a series of blood-curdling screams suddenly echoed from behind. Oh! Everyone turned around to look. They saw those black-clad guards seemingly struck by an invisible energy instantly turning to ash before everyone's eyes. The same fate befell Deacon Yu Yao and Confucian sect's Kong Chun. Their entire bodies crumbled like shattered porcelain, piece by piece peeling away before dissolving into scattered ash. Just as everyone was in shock, Su Daji's face suddenly turned pale, and she spat a mouthful of blood. Su Daji's body swayed slightly, and Li Mu hurried forward to catch her in his arms. What's happening? Su Daji looked toward the 1,000 gold pavilion with terrified eyes and whispered in explanation. My lord, I did not kill them. Li Mu nodded. I believe you. Do you know who killed them? Su Daji shook her head. I cannot say what kind of power that was. I was using my enchantment technique to control their minds, but that power seemed to emerge suddenly from within their bodies. I didn't even have time to react before my own mind was affected. Saying this, Su Daji subconsciously took a deep breath. Li Mu reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling relieved. Good that you're unharmed. Go back to Supreme City and rest for a while. Leave these matters to me. I will help you take revenge. Hearing this, Su Daji stubbornly shook her head and smiled seductively in Li Mu's ear. Come to my room tonight. My constitution is special. Drinking milk can accelerate wound recovery. As long as you're diligent, I can fully recover in 1 night. Li Mu nodded happily. All right, I'll go tonight. To help you recover. Li Mu bent down and picked up Su Daji, placing her on the back of the flying Qiongqi. Turning back with a cold gaze toward the 1,000 gold pavilion, Li Mu secretly vowed to remember this grudge. Li Mu was certain this matter must be connected to Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianxin likely chose to silence them to prevent Yu Yao from falling into his hands. But why did Yu Tianxin need to kill Kong Chun? Li Mu felt a headache forming. Today's setback wasn't due to insufficient strength. It was because he lacked experience and understanding of this world. Today's incident left Li Mu feeling deeply frustrated. It felt like he had brought a group of peerless masters back to Earth. At first it seemed like an easy slaughter. But then they threw a few grenades, and he, not recognizing them, foolishly ran over to pick them up and examine them up close. Boom. That was being torn apart by ignorance. Their machine guns were pressed against their foreheads, yet they still foolishly thought those were just fire sticks. Ignorance kills. The Great Xia dynasty was confined to a corner, merely a first-rate dynasty in the eastern wasteland domain. The strongest here was only the Xia emperor at the peak of the 9th rank. Even though Li Mu had risen to the title of champion marquis, he had only succeeded within the mortal dynasty. Regarding the cultivation world beyond the dynasty, he knew almost nothing. With Li Mu's current knowledge and understanding, it was no longer sufficient to support Supreme City's next stage of development. He needed to seek guidance from someone with broader experience. Or he needed to join a super faction, come into contact with people of higher status, and absorb superior intelligence and knowledge to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, if he continued to act recklessly like this, even if the system summoned an emperor for him, he would still fall victim to various underhanded schemes. While feeling secretly relieved, Li Mu fixed his gaze on Tu Jiaojiao. If this world had social hierarchies, commoners were on level 1, Li Mu on level 5, then Tu Jiaojiao must be on level 8 or above. He had to win her over. Only then could he cross social strata and access higher-level information and intelligence. Tu Jiaojiao was the heir of the super sect, the Overlord Blade sect. Her experience naturally far exceeded that of a transmigrator like himself. Ignorance was not a sin, but as the leader of Supreme City, Li Mu would never allow his ignorance to cost his brothers their lives. Not only had he nearly suffered a disaster today, but he had also caused Su Daji to be injured. This incident had become a thorn in Li Mu's heart. Thinking of this, Li Mu sank his consciousness into the sea of souls. System was the sense of danger I felt just now. Your warning to me. Host, the Dragon Soul possesses the ability to discern fortune and misfortune. As the Dragon Soul Supreme, you naturally inherit some of these abilities. Li Mu looked toward the Golden Dragon Soul not far away. After the previous infusion of faith, the Dragon Soul seemed to have grown another circle, and even its illusory body had become much more solid than before. Thank you. The Dragon Soul glanced at Li Mu with a dazed expression. Roar. Returning to the Supreme Tian Su Manor, the dragon cavalry responsible for building the Dragon Soul Temple had also mostly returned. Li Mu ordered Li Xian, Xiang Yu, and Tai Mu Zhen to each lead teams to raid the residences of officials such as Huang Fusang. He also sent Chang'e with some people to the Xia estate. Each of the 9 great clans was formidable, inevitably harboring hidden treasures to protect their foundations. Li Mu did not push the Xia family into a corner. As long as they handed over most of the treasures from the family vault, he promised to spare Xia Wuliang's life. After the incident at the 1,000 Gold Pavilion, Li Mu had become much more cautious than before. The gruesome deaths at the 1,000 Gold Pavilion remained vivid in his memory. Kong Chun was at the 8th rank. Yu Yao was also at the peak of the 7th rank. Yet such powerful figures died so bewilderingly, and even Su Daji had not understood how she was injured. Thinking of this, Li Mu decided to visit Tu Jiaojiao with sincerity to have a proper conversation. This woman had stood up to help him today, and both emotionally and rationally, he should express his gratitude. Tu Jiaojiao enjoyed drinking. Li Mu exchanged for a bottle of immortal wine called Remnant Dream at the Fortune Mall, intending to cater to her preferences. Item: Remnant Dream. Category: wine. Description: an immortal brew that intoxicates one into dreamlike oblivion, priceless and hard to obtain. Although the description was simple, the price was certainly not cheap. It cost Li Mu a full 30,000 merit points. Arriving at Tu Jiaojiao's residence, Li Mu knocked on the door. After waiting for a long time with no response, he gently pushed, and the door swung open. Is anyone here? Li Mu peeked inside. There was no sign of Tu Jiaojiao in the outer room. Cautiously pushing the door open further, he stepped into the room, where a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from the inner chamber. Jiaojiao, are you there? Li Mu followed the scent toward the inner room. Tiptoeing inside, he was instantly stunned. Beside the bed in the inner room stood a large bathing tub from which white mist continuously rose. Various miraculous medicinal herbs floated on the water's surface, their subtle herbal aroma mingling with the steam. Tu Jiaojiao was lounging lazily in the tub, a small square cloth covering her face as she slept soundly. Her fair jade-like skin was exposed to the air, and 2 lovely white rabbits were faintly visible through the mist. Gulp. Li Mu swallowed, instinctively feeling his lips go dry. In such a situation, what should he do? 1 step forward would be beastly, 1 step back would be worse than a beast. Just as Li Mu was caught in a dilemma, humph. Tu Jiaojiao snorted and slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Li Mu was standing right by the tub, guarding the bunnies. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Li Mu wanted to say something, but after racking his brains, he felt that anything he said would be superfluous. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out 3 words. Don't scream. Tu Jiaojiao was far calmer than Li Mu had expected. She merely glanced at the wine bottle in his hand and curled the corner of her mouth. I won't scream. Leave the wine and get lost. Li Mu quickly placed the wine by the bedside and retreated hastily. Only after stepping out of the room did he remember that he had come to consult Tu Jiaojiao about something. Now he had neither obtained the information nor kept the wine. After some thought, he felt he had lost out. Hesitating briefly, he turned around and pushed the door open again. As the door swung open, he was greeted with another surprise. A lotus rising from the water, a delicate figure emerging. I. Li Mu stammered, then turned and fled without a word. Tu Jiaojiao watched him leave quietly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips. Back in his own room, Li Mu's mind was still filled with a blur of white. Though he had never lacked women, what he truly lacked was an indestructible kidney. That scene remained etched in his mind, impossible to forget. He had once heard that the most beautiful woman in the world was one seen through a hazy moon, hazy birds, and hazy white rabbits. Now he realized it was true. Precisely because one couldn't see clearly, it was the most captivating. Remembering that he still had to deliver milk to Daji tonight, Li Mu forced himself to calm down and lie on the bed. A weary mind and body wouldn't do for the night ahead. Only by conserving his energy could he turn the world upside down. After resting with his eyes closed for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Mu rose and opened the door to find Tu Jiao standing outside, holding the wine bottle. Jiao. Li Mu was slightly surprised. It was the first time she had come to see him since that morning. Tu Jiao was dressed in a fiery red long gown, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. She raised the wine bottle and smiled gently. I'm bored alone. Want to have a drink together? You don't mind, do you? Li Mu nodded with delight. Of course. The wine had cost over 30,000 merits. Li Mu was curious. What did such expensive wine taste like? Tu Jiao stepped into the room and sat down at a round table, a sly smile on her face. You came to my room today. Did you need something from me? Li Mu nodded frankly. Can you tell me how those people died today? Tu Jiao chuckled, but did not answer immediately. Instead, she picked up the wine bottle, removed the seal, and a rich aroma instantly filled the room. Li Mu took a light sniff. A fresh fragrance shot straight through his 7 apertures, making him feel much more refreshed. Is it fragrant? Yes. Tu Jiao looked at Li Mu with a hint of a smile, and said seriously, if I were you, Tianxin, you would already be dead. Huh. Li Mu was baffled. Tu Jiao's smile gradually faded. She looked into Li Mu's eyes and spoke slowly. The ancient Yu family of the Central Domain. They are known for their jade, not their scent. Yu Tianxin is a direct descendant of the Yu family. When you saw him today, you didn't notice that he had 18 pieces of jade adorning his body, each representing a special means of attack. The blood jade at the center of his belt was an emperor jade soaked in the blood of a great emperor for 1,000 years. Once the jade becomes sentient, it possesses a part of the emperor's law-based power. Members of the Yu family can invoke the laws within the emperor jade to attack others. An intangible, invisible, and unpredictable assault. Those below the 9th grade have almost no resistance against such law-based attacks. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. Then how come you're not afraid? Tu Jiao took a proud sip of the wine, rolled up her sleeve, and placed her fair arm in front of Li Mu. Here, touch it. Li Mu was taken aback. Huh? What, huh? I said touch it. Oh. Li Mu gently touched Tu Jiao's arm. A faint red glow rippled beneath her skin. So, white, soft, and smooth. Tu Jiao slapped the back of Li Mu's head, her cheeks flushing. I meant, can you feel the red spiritual aura beneath the skin? Li Mu nodded obediently. What is it? Tu Jiao smiled proudly, revealing a pair of small fangs. This is another manifestation of the Emperor's blood law. Since birth, my grandfather has used Emperor's blood to baptize me, and over the years I've regularly bathed in it mixed with medicinal herbs. That's why Yu Tianxin's little tricks are completely useless against me. Li Mu stared at Tu Jiao in shock, a trace of envy rising in his heart. Where can I get some Emperor's blood? Tu Jiao gave a sly grin. Easy. Just find a great emperor, kill him, and drain his blood. The blood of one great emperor after dilution is enough for a large family to use for 1,000 years. Li Mu's cheek twitched. He had once thought his own background was noble enough, but now he realized Tu Jiao had been soaking in emperor's blood since birth. In comparison, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a sliver of sky overhead. Noticing Li Mu's slightly dejected expression, Tu Jiao burst out laughing. Hee, you didn't actually believe that, did you? Li Mu was stunned. What, you lied to me? Tu Jiao's face flushed, and she let out a silvery laugh. You're so gullible. Think about it. How many years does it take for a great emperor to appear in the great wilderness? Do you think there are so many great emperors for you to kill and bleed? Li Mu's face fell, and he was left speechless. Tu Jiao explained with a smile. Actually, emperor's blood is also part of a great emperor's energy, containing a portion of law power. So some great emperors, without affecting their strength, extract some emperor's blood to baptize and bathe their descendants. Some families take shortcuts by using the blood of quasi-emperors instead, though the law power is much weaker. As long as the quantity of blood is sufficient, it can still be effective. While drinking, Tu Jiao advised Li Mu that Yu Tianxin's imperial jade faintly exudes a bloody scent. It should be a substandard piece soaked in quasi-emperor blood, nothing to fear. But the energy shield of the 1,000 gold pavilion is no ordinary thing. It is a formation plate left from ancient battlefields. When fully activated, even 9th grade cultivators dare not confront it head-on. Tu Jiao spoke with gusto, and Li Mu listened attentively. As they chatted, the bottle of wine was nearly empty. Li Mu seized the opportunity to ask a question that bothered him. Jiao, what exactly is the Imperial Prohibition Treaty you and Kong Bai mentioned earlier? Why did that guy seem so wary of it? Tu Jiao, perhaps slightly tipsy, had a visibly flushed face. Hearing Li Mu's question, she waved a hand lazily. The Imperial Prohibition Treaty was established 1,000,000 years ago by the barren Heavenly Emperor who roamed the Great Wilderness. It sets certain restrictions on cultivators above the 9th grade. Later, under the promotion of the Great Emperors, it has been passed down to this day. You don't need to know the details of the treaty. Just know that with the treaty's restrictions, as long as you don't dig up someone's ancestral graves, the strong ones above 9th grade from the Ru sect won't come out in full force. After speaking, Tu Jiaojiao stood up unsteadily and walked toward the door. Your wine is good, thanks for the hospitality. She staggered out, supporting herself against the wall as she groped her way to her room. Li Mu watched Tu Jiaojiao leave. His resolve to learn from her experience strengthened. If he had possessed her insight earlier, he wouldn't have been so passive when facing the 9th grade strongman of the Ru sect. Broken Dream truly lived up to its reputation as an immortal brew. After just a few sips, Li Mu felt as if he were floating as if in a dream. He had to rest in the room for a while. Worried about Daji, once the effects of the wine seemed to subside, he got up and headed towards Su Daji's pavilion. When Li Mu arrived at Su Daji's room, she had already retired for the night. She wore a loose gown as thin as gauze, the curves of her waist faintly visible. Occasional glimpses of her skin were as smooth as jade, translucent and white. Gazing at the bewitching curves formed by her plump hips and slender waist, Li Mu's heart stirred with a surge of heat. Though Li Mu and Su Daji had already broken the taboo, every time he saw her his gaze was still instantly captivated, triggering a unique masculine response. Little man, you're here. Su Daji seemed to have heard the door open. Her slightly seductive eyes sparkled with surprise, and a bewitching smile adorned her exquisitely beautiful face. Li Mu's mind felt as if it had exploded. He shook his head and said displeasedly, "Don't use your charm technique on me, or I'll always feel enveloped in a dangerous aura, afraid of falling under your poison." You say I'm poisonous? Su Daji stared at Li Mu in astonishment, a hint of coyness and grievance in her eyes. Li Mu shook his head slightly. I mean, your charm is as potent as deadly poison to men. Su Daji covered her mouth and giggled, her smile stirring his heart. I wasn't using any charm technique on you. Perhaps you drank some improper wine and your mind is addled. As she spoke, Su Daji wrinkled her nose and took a light sniff. The next moment her eyes lit up and she asked eagerly, what wine is this? Broken Dream. As I thought. Where did you get it? Do you have more? Daji looked at Li Mu impatiently, her captivating face showing a pitiful vulnerability that made it impossible for Li Mu to refuse her. I have it. Of course I have it. But didn't you say you don't like drinking much? How come? A mist rose in Su Daji's eyes. This is the Broken Dream, immortal wine brewed with succubus blood. It is an irresistible temptation for me. With this wine, not only can my injuries heal faster, but my cultivation realm will also improve rapidly. Li Mu's eyes flickered and he asked with a wry smile, is this wine really that good? Yes. Better than my milk. Su Daji blinked, pitifully nodded with a hint of embarrassment, and said, yes, better than milk. With this wine, I am confident I can break through to the 9th grade within half a month. Upon hearing that it would help Su Daji's strength, Li Mu agreed without a second thought. All right, from today on I'll supply you with unlimited Broken Dream immortal wine. But tonight I'll go wherever you want, heaven or earth. Su Daji smiled seductively and rose to greet him. Good. Then use your illusion to transform into Gully, Reba. The next morning, before Li Mu was fully awake, Tu Jiaojiao kicked open his door and pulled him out of bed. Li Mu, get up. Wake up. Li Mu and Su Daji looked up groggily to find Tu Jiaojiao standing by the bed staring at him with excitement. Nearby, Xiang Yu and Dongjun Yanfei were also watching. You? Li Mu made a puzzled expression. Tu Jiaojiao spun around happily, releasing a violent aura. See, I broke through. My cultivation bottleneck is broken. It's all thanks to that special immortal wine you gave me yesterday. Li Mu looked bewildered. You mean after drinking yesterday you broke through inexplicably? Tu Jiaojiao shook her head. Not inexplicably. It can plunge one into a dreamlike trance. For someone stuck at the peak of the 8th grade for a long time, this state is equivalent to instant enlightenment of extraordinary significance. Is it really that effective? Li Mu had been skeptical after hearing Su Daji's words the night before, but now Tu Jiaojiao's personal testimony left him no choice but to believe. Then I drank some yesterday too. Why didn't I break through? Tu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and retorted, are you at the peak of the 8th grade? Li Mu shook his head. No. Tu Jiaojiao smiled. What you lack now is the accumulation of energy. My breakthrough to the 9th grade, however, was a matter of realm enlightenment. Do you know? Many people get stuck at this step for 1,000 years, dying without ever breaking through. Your wine can help others attain enlightenment and break the shackles of the bottleneck. Li Mu slowly sat up and looked at Xiang Yu with confusion. What are you all here for? Did you break through too? Xiang Yu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Reporting to the master yesterday, we confiscated from the Xia family a total of 86 sacred artifacts, 20 venerable artifacts, and 9 other special wild treasures. Among them, the most powerful wild treasure was so mysterious that even I couldn't discern its nature. I've brought it for you. After speaking, Xiang Yu pulled out a translucent amber from her sleeve. The amber shimmered with iridescent light, was irregular in shape, and kept changing its form in Xiang Yu's hand, truly bizarre. What is this? Li Mu asked Tu Jiaojiao curiously. Tu Jiaojiao stepped forward, took the amber from Xiang Yu, and examined it closely, her expression growing increasingly shocked. How could a mere secular family possess such a supreme treasure? Tu Jiaojiao's face grew solemn, but her eyes were filled with envy. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Demon Emperor's heart, a supremely rare and peerless treasure. The Demon Emperor's heart. It was a peerless treasure formed from the condensation of all laws after the ancient Demon Emperor's passing, let alone in this remote Great Xia dynasty. Even in the eyes of the great powers of the super sects, the Demon Emperor's heart was a rare and sought-after treasure. Tu Jiaojiao, holding the Demon Emperor's heart in both hands, solemnly warned Li Mu. This item is far too precious. If news leaks, even Emperor Realm experts might covet it. You must store it carefully and never reveal it lightly. Li Mu instinctively swallowed hard and reached out to take the Demon Emperor's heart. What's the use of this thing? Tu Jiaojiao shook her head. Every Demon Emperor's heart is a manifestation of a great emperor's laws, and each emperor comprehends different laws. To understand its abilities, you'll need to explore slowly. However, with your current strength, you cannot mobilize the laws to fight. This item can only unleash its full power in the hands of a semi-emperor or a great emperor. Just as Tu Jiaojiao finished speaking, a dragon's roar echoed from Li Mu's soul sea. Immediately after, the Demon Emperor's heart flew up on its own, instantly hurtling toward Li Mu's forehead. Buzz! Li Mu felt a ringing in his head. When his vision cleared, two divine dragons appeared before him. One was his supreme dragon soul, its entire body shimmering with golden light. The other was a seven-colored divine dragon, its scales like diamonds, yet faint and illusory. While Li Mu secretly marveled, the supreme dragon soul let out a roar, opened its mouth, and inhaled toward the seven-colored dragon. Roar! The seven-colored dragon, powerless to resist, was instantly sucked into the supreme dragon soul's mouth, turning back into a piece of seven-colored amber. Gulp! The dragon soul's throat rolled. The Demon Emperor's heart was swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace. The next second, the supreme dragon soul's body visibly expanded again. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Li Mu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heart of the seven-colored mirage dragon. The supreme dragon soul has evolved. Rewards 10,000 merit points, 1 9-star immortal grace summon card. Whoa. Li Mu's eyes instantly lit up. I'm rich. Although Li Mu now had 3 9th grade experts under his command, Chang'e Ziyan and Dongwang Tai, they had all advanced from 8th grade peak to 9th grade early stage. If a 9th grade expert attacked, these three could barely defend themselves, but could not suppress the enemy. After all, as Tu Jiaojiao said, even among the same 9th grade the gap was immense. Every slight difference in realm was a world apart. System summon. Ding. You have activated the 9-star immortal grace summon card. Successfully summoned 9-star guest Neza Santai, May female. Guest Neza Santai, May female. Artifacts Hunshinling Qiankuan Ring. Growth Talent 9-star. Immortal Grace. Combat Power 9th grade. Late stage. Loyalty. Battle Soul Talent. 3 heads and 8 arms. Neza can summon a 3-headed 8-armed Dharma body wielding multiple artifacts and weapons simultaneously. With suitable artifacts, she can deal massive damage to enemies. Description: Neza Santai May is the reincarnation of a demon pearl and a lotus root incarnation. At birth, she wore a golden bracelet on her hand and a red ribbon around her belly, which were the Hunshinling and Qiankuan Ring. Due to her innate rebelliousness and mischievous nature, she was raised as a son by Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. As the interface manifested, a low roar came from beyond the heavens. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Demon or immortal, male or female, I alone have the final say. The next second, a lotus petal phantom bloomed, and the mischievous bun-headed little Neza appeared before Li Mu. The little girl had a body like a lotus root, pure and flawless, with her signature Neza bun, a fiery red belly band, a golden necklace around her neck, and a dog's tail grass dangling from her mouth. Li Mu stared blankly at the little Neza, his mind short-circuiting. This damn thing is a spitting image of Song. Zur. Little Neza looked at Li Mu with curiosity, while Li Mu also scrutinized the new arrival. Where are your wind fire wheels? Little Neza chewed on the dog's tail grass and replied lazily. Didn't bring them. What about the fire-tipped spear? Didn't bring that either. Why not? The fire-tipped spear and wind fire wheels were crafted by my master from the primordial celestial venerable. They contain the venerable's law imprints. If I brought them, I wouldn't be able to come. Li Mu nodded helplessly. Although without these artifacts, Neza's combat power would be greatly diminished, having her here was what mattered most. But this little girl was born rebellious, and even the system couldn't control her, which was indeed an unstable factor. I am your lord. Why don't you kneel before me? Little Neza pouted. I don't even bow to my own father, so why should I bow to you? Li Mu felt a lump in his throat. I am your lord of higher status than your father. What gives you the right not to bow to me? Little Neza slowly descended from the void, waving her small fist at Li Mu. I just beat my father up before I left. Want to give it a try? Li Mu's cheek twitched slightly. If you don't bow to me, I'll send you back. Little Neza's big eyes instantly widened. What? You can actually send me back? Li Mu smiled, smugly reaching out to gently stroke little Neza's bun. Of course. I can summon you, so of course I can send you back. From now on you must be obedient. Otherwise I'll send you back to continue your confinement. Neza's face fell. Fine, I'll listen to you for now. Right after she spoke, a gurgle sound was heard. Little Neza rubbed her stomach with a dark expression, looking pitifully at Li Mu. Do you serve food here? I was confined for half a month before I came, and I'm starving. Li Mu waved his hand grandly, casually threw on a robe, and laughed. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you. Neza's eyes instantly sparkled, and she happily clung to Li Mu's arm, bouncing. Really? I want dragon liver, phoenix gallbladder, kuanping tail, rock wings, and kue ox legs. Li Mu was stunned, speechless. Even Xiang Yu, Daji, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Just then Jiao interjected. Li Mu, what's going on? Who is this little senior? Li Mu then realized that in his excitement he had forgotten there were outsiders present and had directly summoned Neza. Casting a glance around, Li Mu explained with a grin. I'll look at my brain. Forgot to introduce you. This is my little cousin Neza. Little Neza, these are all your sisters-in-law. With that, Li Mu's gaze swept across Yushun and Dongjun Yanfei, and he laughed heartily. Today little Neza has arrived, and this lord is in high spirits. Go summon Dong Wang Tai and Zi Yan as well. I'm treating everyone to a grand feast at Qianjin Tower with immortal brewed wine flowing without limit. Yushun and Dongjun Yanfei had barged in at dawn, with Jiao bringing Chang'e bearing treasures. Clearly they had their sights set on the immortal brewed wine. So Li Mu did not begrudge them, and went all out to exchange for 10 bottles, letting everyone drink their fill. Once bellies were full and spirits high, it would be the perfect time to let little Neza raise some havoc. Though truth be told, he hadn't come out on the losing end that day. Qianjin Tower had lost Yu Yao and over 100 guards. The Confucian sect had lost an 8th-rank Confucian venerable. On Li Mu's side, the worst of it was just Su Daji spitting up a mouthful of blood. But the resentment still burned in Li Mu's heart. If he didn't vent this anger, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep properly. With this havoc-wreaker little Neza now in their midst, he'd settle this score first before attending to anything else. As everyone was chatting and laughing, preparing to set out, Shang Wanwaner entered to report. My lord, the patriarchs of the 8 great families of Xiaojing City are outside requesting an audience. Li Mu gestured for the others to wait in the inner chambers and took little Neza with him to the outer courtyard to see what was going on. Arriving at the outer courtyard, the patriarchs of the great families were already waiting in the hall. Empress Xuanji and Lan Shi sat at the head receiving the guests. The moment Li Mu entered, everyone rose and bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, sovereign lord. Li Mu swept his gaze over them with mild surprise, noting that beyond the 8 families, even several of the most prominent guild masters from Xiaojing City had all come. Is there a matter that brings you all here? Li Mu got straight to the point. The assembled crowd exchanged uneasy glances. After a long silence, Jiang Yi, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, stepped forward and bowed. Sovereign lord, the golden dragon of fortune has manifested across the land of the great Xia, and the matter is stirring up quite a commotion. Word has it that Grand General Li Xuanzi, blessed by the dragon, has been reborn and resurrected. Might we ask if this is true? Li Mu lowered his gaze and waved to Lan Shi. Lan Shi, go fetch my father. Lan Shi nodded and departed through the back exit. Before long, Li Xuanzi entered the main hall from the inner courtyard. The assembled crowd stepped forward with restrained astonishment to offer their respects. Greetings, Grand General. Li Xuanzi quickly returned the courtesy and took his seat. Lan Shi stepped forward to pour tea for Li Xuanzi and Li Mu raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. You've seen him now? Is there anything else? At these words, Jiang Yi and the others all rose and bowed once more to Li Mu. We wish to pledge our allegiance to the Tian's mansion and follow wherever the sovereign lord leads. Li Mu's expression remained unmoved. His eyes observed his nose observed his heart observed his dantian. He made no response whatsoever. No one dared even breathe too loudly, and the atmosphere in the main hall grew tense. After a long while, Li Mu finally spoke in a measured tone. I'll pretend I never heard those words. Go back and think it over carefully. If after proper consideration you still wish to throw in with me, have the true backing of your clans, come speak with me. If you'd rather not, I won't force you. I'll only offer this one piece of advice: don't easily provoke my ire in the future. Li Mu's words were blunt. Though the Summer Emperor had always kept a close watch on the 9 great families, Li Mu didn't believe for a moment that these clans had no hidden foundations or backers. As the saying goes, the higher the authority, the craftier the evasion. The Kong clan's member had been able to leave the clan and seek breakthrough at the Confucian sect just before his elevation to 9th rank. Could the other 8 families not do the same? Li Mu's stance was unmistakable. These patriarchs before him were nothing but figureheads on display. If you want to throw in with me, have your 9th rank powerhouses or your clan's true patrons come and negotiate with me. After Li Mu finished speaking, every patriarch's face turned sullen. Having driven the point home, Li Mu decided to drop another bombshell. Starting today, the Tian's Mansion will impose a full lockdown on Qianjin Tower. When you return, keep your clan members on a tight leash. Stay away from that place. If someone gets killed by mistake, don't say, "I didn't warn you." With that, Li Mu rose to leave. Xiang Yu, the Zhang patriarch, quickly spoke up again. "Sovereign Lord, a great emperor's relic has appeared in the Yinlong Mountains. How should we respond?" Li Mu paused briefly. "Heaven grants treasures to those fated to receive them. Though the Yinlong River Valley is the fief of the Tian's Li clan, I have no intention of hoarding the relic for myself. Let each of you contend for it by your own means." As Li Mu left the main hall, Xuanji and Li Xuanzi caught up from behind. "Xiao Mu, the manifestation of the fortune divine dragon, has been accepted by all. Should we now dispatch troops to suppress the rebellions?" Li Xuanzi's face was bright with excitement. Clearly the chaos gripping the great Xia had been weighing heavily on this grand general's mind. Hearing his words, Empress Xuanji also turned to Li Mu with anticipation in her eyes. Li Mu shook his head. "Wait a while longer. The time isn't right yet." Li Xuanzi started to speak again, but Li Mu cut him off directly. "Father, the common people are guided by emotion. Only by truly experiencing suffering can they come to cherish the value of peace. Those pedantic Confucian scholars have been whitewashing the situation all along, and the masses have been deceived by their lies. Only when faced with disaster can we shatter the Confucian sect's false facade once and for all, and make the people see who truly protects their peace." Ding dong. The Supreme Dragon Soul has devoured the 7-colored Mirage Dragon's heart and completed its evolution. You have gained a new Dragon Soul ability. The system notification chimed again. Li Mu was briefly taken aback as a status panel appeared before him. Ability Mirage Dragon's Blessing. Type active. Description: the host can manipulate Mirage Essence to freely alter their appearance and aura at will. Below the Emperor realm, none can see through the disguise. Oh, unlocked a new ability. After the earlier danger warning, Li Mu had begun to take the Supreme Dragon Soul more seriously. And sure enough, after devouring the Demon Emperor's heart, the Supreme Dragon Soul had gained the 7-colored Mirage Dragon's transformation ability. And Li Mu, as the Dragon Soul Sovereign, had gained the same power in tandem. With a flicker of his divine will, Li Mu pictured Su Daji's appearance in his mind, and his body instantly transformed into her likeness. Li Mu looked himself up and down, marveling inwardly. Absolutely flawless. Just then Daji and the other women came walking toward him. Seeing Li Mu transformed as Su Daji, they all froze in mild shock. Tu Jiao was utterly stupefied. "Daji, do you have a twin sister?" Su Daji approached with an intrigued expression and reached out to grope down below. If you don't touch, you really can't tell the difference." Li Mu knew his transformation couldn't fool Su Daji and the others. They had all been summoned through his system, their minds connected to his. Disguise was impossible with them. But what Su Daji said about touching, that hadn't occurred to him. Li Mu, half doubtful, reached down and felt his own crotch. That's quite a sausage. That touch made Li Mu understand. The so-called Mirage transformation was merely a visual deception. The moment you laid hands on it, the true size would immediately be exposed. A key is a key. No matter how it transforms, it can never become a lock. After everything within the estate was properly arranged, Li Mu led the group out of the Yinlong villa. They had barely taken a few steps when they sensed something amiss in the city's atmosphere. Xiaojing City had become far more bustling than usual. A sweeping glance revealed the streets crowded with martial practitioners of formidable build. Li Mu's brows instantly knitted into a deep furrow. With so many entering the city, the Luoyang had reported nothing. Just as anger surged within him, Zhao Gao emerged from the shadows. Seeing Li Mu's darkening expression, Zhao Gao's legs involuntarily tensed. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have undergone castration long ago. Even if his legs trembled, it was imperceptible to others. "Zhao Gao, give me an explanation." Li Mu's voice was devoid of any warmth, his face darker than ever before. "My lord, ever since the news of the Fortune Dragon's manifestation and the great Emperor's relics surfaced, foreign cultivators have been trickling into Xiaojing City. And most of these people are at the 6th grade or above, with some even reaching the 9th grade. The Luoyang spies are mostly at the 5th grade, lacking in strength." Zhao Gao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he spoke. And Zhao Gao stammered, hesitating. "And what? Speak." "And most of these people are at the 6th grade or above, with some even reaching the 9th grade. The Luoyang spies are mostly at the 5th grade, lacking in strength." Zhao Gao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he spoke. Li Mu fell silent for a moment. Zhao Gao's words held merit. The Luoyang's capabilities were limited to surveillance and assassination within mortal dynasties. Pitting them against cultivation forces was indeed inappropriate. "Rise. From today onward, you and the 3,000 Luoyang agents shall be stationed at the Dragon Soul Temple, assisting the temple knights in intelligence gathering. The affairs of Xiaojing City are no longer your concern." The moment Li Mu's words fell, Zhao Gao froze in place. He understood. He had been abandoned. From this instant, he was completely excluded from Li Mu's core circle. Li Mu felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he knew it had to be done. As circumstances evolved and his own horizons broadened, the Luoyang's strength could no longer keep pace with the turbulent Xiaojing city. The Luowang operated on the front lines of intelligence where strength was the guarantee of their value. When their power fell short of ensuring mission success, they naturally lost their corresponding worth. Though both the Luowang and Hongyan were intelligence organizations, their futures diverged drastically. The women of Hongyan did not rely on martial prowess to survive. They depended on their beauty, bodies, and cunning, inherent advantages of women that a eunuch like Zhao Gao could never match. Hongyan, which started with 5,000 members, had now expanded to over 6,000. The elite among them had surged in strength and risen in status, achievements the Luowang could never rival. Zhao Gao remained kneeling for a long time. Li Mu, with no choice, spoke again. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhao Gao's voice quivered faintly. "My lord, please grant your servant one more chance. I swear I will lead the Luowang to achieve new merits." Li Mu sighed and stepped forward to help Zhao Gao to his feet. "Zhao Gao, you are all my brothers. Matters of intelligence brook no recklessness. Do you wish to see the Luowang's brothers annihilated? Sending you to the Dragon Soul Temple as a secondary role is not a punishment. I do not want you to sacrifice yourselves needlessly. Do you understand?" Zhao Gao's eyes grew moist. He understood Li Mu's words only too well. What else could be more suicidal than having a group of 5th-grade spies shadowing 7th, 8th, or even 9th-grade experts? The Luowang was too weak and too few. Elimination was inevitable. "My lord, the Luowang will never live in disgrace. I beg to lead the brothers to the Xiang Sea for training. Give me 1 year, and I will forge the Luowang into the greatest and most formidable assassin dynasty in all of Dawang. My lord, please grant this request." After Zhao Gao's words, everyone fell silent. After a long pause, Su Daji, Yanfei, Dongjuan, Yushun, and several other 8th-grade peak experts knelt on one knee to plead for Zhao Gao. "My lord, please grant Commander Zhao Gao's wish." Li Mu was slightly surprised as Chang'e Donghuang and Zi Yan also knelt. "My lord, please grant it." At that moment, only Xuanji Nudi and Tu Jiaojiao, the two outsiders, and little Neza remained standing. Tu Jiaojiao seemed moved with sympathy. "Li Mu, I think you should grant his wish. They are still in their growth phase, but it's unfair to send them into retirement so early." Li Mu's gaze swept over Su Daji and the others. He sensed a shared melancholy among them, a feeling of the fox grieving for the hare's death. All of them had been stuck at the 8th grade for a long time. If they could not advance soon, they would be the next to be cast aside. Su Daji knew this better than anyone. In the beginning, Li Mu had relied on her most. But now it had become Ziyin and Chang'e. Though Li Mu might not have intended it, Su Daji herself felt herself gradually being marginalized, all because her strength was insufficient. Seeing Su Daji's dejected expression, Li Mu finally spoke. "Zhao Gao, I grant your request. I order you to lead the 3,000 Luowang to the Xiang Sea for training. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you can bring them back alive. Your servant accepts the command." Zhao Gao knelt and kowtowed 3 times, then rose and vanished from sight. "My lord, take care." Li Mu's heart felt heavy. Looking at the crowd still kneeling before him, he said in a low voice, "All of you rise." As everyone stood, Su Daji asked softly, "If one day my strength can no longer help you, would you make me retire to the inner palace and never involve me in affairs again?" Li Mu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I would make the same decision for any of you. I do not wish to see you die in missions beyond your strength." They all fell silent. Li Mu's pace of growth was too rapid, leaving them all under immense pressure. If one day his enemies were no longer 8th or 9th grade, but great emperors and above, then everyone present would be relegated to 2nd or 3rd tier. Except for little Neza, who could exchange a few moves with a great emperor, the others could not even withstand a great emperor's pressure. All were heavy-hearted as they walked in silence to the Qianjin Tower. Today the tower was far noisier than usual, perhaps because of the many passing cultivators. Li Mu entered with his group of women without causing much stir. Apart from the women's striking beauty attracting some covetous glances, their arrival did not draw Yu Tianqin's attention. As Li Mu and his party reached the main hall, a tall, slender woman quickly approached. "Are you here for lodging, dining, or the auction? Please follow me to the 3rd floor, the Purple Cloud Terrace." The crimson-robed woman led Li Mu and his companions to a pavilion in the clouds where they took their seats. The view from here was excellent, commanding a clear sight line over most of the 1,000-gold pavilion. "Please order your dishes." Li Mu waved a dismissing hand. "No need to order. Just bring out every precious delicacy your establishment has to offer. Money is no object." The pavilion boasts a total of 108 precious dishes. "Might I ask?" "No need to ask. Bring them all." "Very well. Please wait a moment." Li Mu dispatched the crimson-robed woman with swift efficiency. He had come today with no intention of paying, so naturally he would order the most expensive items without a second thought. Little Neze, seeing Li Mu's extravagance, grinned from ear to ear with delight. "Big brother, you are truly generous. Not like my second brother, who wouldn't even treat me to dog meat." Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. "Second brother? Who might that be?" Little Neza pursed his lips in complaint. "My second brother is named Yang Jian. He keeps a vicious dog that never bites strangers, but only bites his own family. It infuriates me. If I get the chance, I'll introduce my second brother to you as a subordinate. With us brothers protecting you, I guarantee you can strut across all 3 realms with impunity. Really? Li Mu felt a touch of warmth at these words. This little girl truly knew how to care for her elder brother. Neza, is your second brother Yang truly that powerful? This world even has great emperors in existence. Neza grinned broadly. So what if there are great emperors? I am a lotus incarnation, my true spirit imperishable. My second brother attained sainthood through his physical body, an indestructible Vajra. Even a great emperor would have no way to deal with us. At this point Neza suddenly seemed to recall something, and added another remark. Oh, but big brother, your cultivation base is far too weak. If you intend to run with me and my second brother, you'd at least need to cultivate an indestructible Vajra body first. Otherwise, if we truly encounter danger, we definitely won't be able to look after you. Li Mu had just taken a sip of tea when he sprayed it directly into Neza's face. Little sister, didn't you just say you'd protect me and let me strut across the 3 realms? Neza scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. Big brother, if you want to strut across the realms, you first have to learn how to take a beating. What do you mean? Big brother, you're too weak. If a formidable opponent merely taps you, you'd be reduced to a pulp. Once you master the indestructible Vajra, just lie down on a stretcher and me and second brother will carry you. Then the 3 of us brothers can roam freely across the 3 realms. Li Mu's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Just then crimson-robed maidservants began filing in with dishes. Recalling his promise to drink with Su Daji, Li Mu exchanged some residual dream immortal brew from the Fortune Mall to enliven the gathering. With wine and meat now on the table, little Neza wasted no time in grabbing a massive flood dragon leg and tearing into it. It was said to be charcoal-grilled flood dragon. In reality, it was merely a desolate beast with a trace of flood dragon bloodline. The group chatted and laughed, feasting with great merriment. As it was now mealtime, cultivators from outside began streaming into the 1,000 gold pavilion. Li Mu swept his gaze downward from his elevated vantage point and felt a quiet shock in his heart. These people were either formidable in their own right or wore distinctive uniforms marking them as core disciples of major powers. The cloud pavilions of the 1,000 gold terrace were arranged around a massive stone arena. On the stone platform, cultivators were engaged in combat bouts, and from time to time cheers and shouts of admiration echoed through the great hall. The 2 currently battling on stage were both at the 7th rank Saint realm with roughly comparable strength. Aside from their identities piquing Li Mu's curiosity, the spectacle of the fight itself held little appeal. According to the announcer, one was the Jinan king of Nanzhao Kingdom, and the other was the Grand General of the Yueluan Kingdom. Both were essentially state-protecting martial saints of equal standing to Li Xuanzi. As Li Mu was observing closely, a crimson-robed maidservant sidled up to him and whispered, "Hanyan number 98 pays respects to my lord." Li Mu glanced at her with some surprise, finding her face vaguely familiar. Reporting to my lord, Yu Tianxin departed the 1,000 gold pavilion half an hour ago reportedly to receive an honored guest. Li Mu gave a slight nod and asked in a low voice, "Among today's guests, have you noticed anything unusual?" "Yes." Number 98 gestured discreetly toward a pavilion across the way. The clan heads of the Tang and Xia families, 2 of the 8 great families of Xiajing City, entered the pavilion about a quarter of an hour ago. They both went together to the White Jade Terrace private box. After extensive inquiry, I learned that the occupant of that box is a powerhouse from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect? Li Mu was slightly taken aback. This sect was somewhat more powerful than the Haochi alliance. However, the sect had always maintained a low profile, rarely revealing itself and remaining unknown to most. Li Mu knew of it only because Shangwan Wanner had given him a list of major powers within the Great Xia domain some days ago. The Haotian sect had been recorded on that list. It was said that the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang, was also a peak 8th rank powerhouse who might break through to 9th rank at any moment given the right opportunity. Li Mu committed this information to memory. After a brief pause, number 98 continued, "The clan head of the Jiang family, Jiang, he has also arrived. He went alone to the auction house to meet with a white-haired elder suspected to be a 9th rank powerhouse." Li Mu nodded inwardly. It was impossible for the 8 great families to have endured all these years in Xiajing City without backing or powerhouse guardians behind them. Now a single piece of false news about an emperor's relic had flushed all of them out, each one rubbing their hands in eager anticipation of seizing the emperor's fortune. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Mu's mouth. The more these people revealed themselves, the more at ease he felt. A lion exposed in the open was not truly fearsome. What was truly deadly were the jackals lurking in the shadows. While Li Mu and his companions were enjoying their drinks, several icy gazes from the direction of the White Jade Terrace locked onto Li Mu from afar. "So that's the Li Mu?" A gaunt, sinister-looking old man cast a sidelong glance in Li Mu's direction, his withered hand gently gripping the white jade balustrade. Crack! A faint sound came, and the white jade balustrade snapped instantly in his grip, crumbling into a pile of gravel like bean curd residue. "Great-grandfather, my father, and 2 elder brothers died at his hands. You must avenge them." The speaker was a handsome young man dressed in green robes. His identity was Xia, as with a second son of the Confucian general Xiang Yu. The Xia family had 3 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest son Xia Jian had been captured alive by Li Mu in Snow Moon City. The second son Xia Zhua had been accepted as an outer disciple by the Confucian sect and narrowly escaped with his life. The third son Xia Lu had his head chopped off by Guan Yu. Among the remaining 3 daughters, besides the eldest daughter Xia Shui, who was captured by Li Mu and thrown into the Hongyan training camp, the second daughter Xia Yu and the third daughter Xia Bing had both been taken as concubines by the Xia clan's ancestor Xia Deku. That was why Xia Zhua had sought out the ancestor Xia Deku at this moment, hoping the old ancestor would personally take action to eliminate Li Mu. Xia Deku's gaze swept across the face of a burly man. Tang, how I have served as a guest elder of the Haotian sect for 30 years, and during all these years the Tang and Xia families have cooperated seamlessly. Shouldn't you show some sincerity now? Tang Hao sneered disdainfully, then smiled at a feminine-looking youth beside him. Xiao Sing, go down to the arena and have a bout with that fellow. Show Elder Xia here the sincerity of our Haotian sect. Ding. Just then the two who had been battling on the stone platform concluded their match and both retreated from the arena. The figure of the effeminate young man instantly appeared on the platform. Tang San of Haotian sect challenges Great Xia Emperor Li Mu. Dare you accept? The resounding voice echoed, instantly silencing the bustling 1,000-gold pavilion. Many people's expressions changed drastically the moment they heard Li Mu's name. Emperor Li Mu. Just half a month ago this name had been utterly ordinary. But after Li Mu's recent actions, massacring the Ru city and suppressing the academy, not only within Great Xia, but even among the various nations of the Eastern Wasteland, few had not heard of Li Mu's name. Especially those forces and cultivators deeply entangled with the Confucian sect regarded Li Mu as a thorn in their side, wishing to eat his flesh and gnaw his bones. Everyone followed Tang San's gaze toward where Li Mu was. Sure enough, amid a crowd of charming women, a handsome young man was toasting and drinking like an immortal. Li Mu took a gulp from his wine glass, his expression instantly darkening. What's going on? Tu Jiao and the others were also baffled by the sudden turn of events. When they saw the fury on Li Mu's face, they instantly understood. It seems we've been played. Both Tu Jiao and the Xuanji Empress were exceptionally shrewd and immediately grasped the hidden implication. Throwing her wine glass onto the table, Tu Jiao's hand immediately reached for the dragon head overlord blade. I'll go kill him for you. No need. Li Mu's tone was icy as he slowly set down his wine glass. A mere 7th-rank cultivator. Not worth your effort. With that, he abruptly turned his head, his gaze freezing on the group on the white jade platform. Tang Hao grinned at the sight, a hint of mockery on his face. This kid is interesting, he's provoking us. At that moment, Tang San on the arena began to taunt the renowned Emperor Li Mu. Could he be a coward as timid as a mouse? As his words fell, all eyes instantly turned to Li Mu and many gazes began to carry a hint of contempt. So this is the Li Mu who massacred Ru City and suppressed the Sage Confucian Academy. How can he be so young? He looks soft and tender yet so ruthless. It's hard to believe. Exactly. It's said he has gathered several 8th-rank powerhouses under his command and even annihilated the Kong clan, one of the 9 great families. Who knows if it's true? Impossible. The Kong clan of Xia capital is a branch of the Confucian sect's Kong clan, a super clan with 9th-rank heritage. How could a mere brat like him destroy them? Listening to the murmurs in the hall, Li Mu's expression gradually calmed. After composing himself, he slowly rose and looked at Tang San. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll oblige. Seeing Li Mu accept the challenge, Tang San's eyebrows lifted slightly and a wild grin spread across his face. He made a grand inviting gesture with his hand. Yet as he lowered his head slightly, a flicker of cold, sinister cunning flashed in his eyes. Li Mu paid no heed to Tang San's little schemes. He merely sneered and instructed Little Neza, if anyone dares to interrupt the challenge, kill them without mercy. Little Neza, holding a roasted leg in her hand, nodded her bun-shaped hair adorably. Big brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, Neza, the third young lady, will show them what's what. Li Mu nodded slightly and directly summoned the Flying Sky Qiongqi. Roar! A powerful aura spread as the massive body of the Flying Sky Qiongqi appeared before everyone. A 7th-rank beast. That's comparable to a Sage Realm existence. Tang San's expression shifted, his face turning slightly grim. According to the arena rules, mounts and pets are considered part of the combat sequence and are not prohibited. Li Mu's figure flickered and he stepped directly onto the back of the Flying Sky Qiongqi, flying toward the arena. Li Mu, do you think relying on a 7th-rank beast can contend with me? Li Mu stood with his hands behind his back on the Qiongqi's back. Qiongqi, I'll count to 5. If you can't kill him, you'll be in the pot when we get home. Roar! The Flying Sky Qiongqi roared to the sky, flapped its wings, and lunged toward Tang San. Seeing this, Tang San stomped his foot on the ground, and a powerful aura burst forth. What does a 7th-rank beast matter? Watch me. Tang San suppress it with one hand. Tang San laughed loudly, produced a giant hammer, and charged upward against the Flying Sky Qiongqi. Li Mu, the way of beast taming lies in personal invincibility. Once I defeat you, the sage-rank beast will be mine. Li Mu sneered and began to count calmly. 5. At the command, the flying sky Xiangqi roared and condensed a massive wind blade in its mouth, shooting it toward Tang San. Roar! Tang San lightly tapped his feet in the void, easily evading the wind blade from the flying sky Xiangqi. A 7th-rank beast is nothing special. His agile figure dodged the Xiangqi's attack and shot directly toward Li Mu. 4. The flying sky Xiangqi flapped its wings vigorously, sending sharp claw wind and more wind blades like a net of heaven and earth enveloping Tang San. The space around was completely sealed by wind blades. Tang San had no choice but to face this head-on with no way to dodge. When a human cultivator of the same rank confronts a beast, the outcome of a direct clash is obvious. Tang San's expression changed. He summoned a vine-like artifact and shot it toward Li Mu's feet, hoping to entangle him. If the vine bound Li Mu, he could use the leverage to break through the blockade and instantly reach the Xiangqi's back. Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. He sneered, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the vine to wrap around him, and spat out another number. 3. Hearing this, the flying sky Xiangqi grew anxious. It folded its wings and shrank its body to about 1 meter in size. With its smaller form, its speed instantly became much more agile than before. Roar! A furious roar came. The flying sky Xiangqi's claws gathered sharp gusts of wind, and a fierce, murderous aura between its claws tore through the very space. The sharp claw wind, accompanied by piercing whistling, aimed for Tang San's chest. If it struck, Tang San would be disemboweled instantly. Having no choice, Tang San raised his giant hammer to block his chest. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded and a powerful energy shockwave spread outward. A tremendous force struck, sending Tang San flying backward. 2. The flying sky Xiangqi's entire body shot like an arrow from a bowstring, chasing after the direction Tang San was flung. At this moment, Tang San was still in midair, unable to stabilize himself and utterly powerless to counter. Just as Tang San was about to die under the Xiangqi's claws, a furious roar came from the white jade platform. Bastard! You dare kill on the arena? Do you think Haotian sect has no one? As the words fell, a powerful 8th-rank pressure manifested out of thin air, instantly suppressing the flying sky Xiangqi. At the same time, a massive energy hammer formed in the void and smashed down toward Li Mu's head. The colossal hammer, wreathed in overwhelming pressure that blanketed the heavens, descended upon Li Mu's head. At that moment, everyone in the arena wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the suddenly manifested energy hammer. A roasted beast leg suddenly flew forth, colliding with the massive energy hammer. Boom! The energy hammer smashed onto the roasted leg before the eyes of all present, releasing a deafening roar. At the same time, the sharp claws of the flying Xiangqi finally pierced through Tang San's chest and abdomen. 1. As Li Mu's voice fell, Tang San too was reduced to shards beneath the beast's claws. Blood rain fell like a storm upon the arena. Silence. The entire Tianjin terrace instantly fell deathly quiet. All eyes turned gravely toward Li Mu, their expressions varying. The rules of the Tianjin Tower arena competition were clear, limited to sparring, no taking of lives. Yet Li Mu had clearly broken the rule, but the manager of Tianjin Terrace did not step forward to stop him. What did this imply? Tang Hao watched with his own eyes as his beloved son died, right before him, his fury instantly erupting into thunderous rage. You little bastard, daring to kill my son, die! A furious voice rang out. Tang Hao's figure instantly appeared before Li Mu, his hands forming claws as he fiercely struck toward him. Swish! A beast bone pierced through the void, instantly striking Tang Hao's chest. Boom! Tang Hao couldn't even react in time before being blasted away by the tremendous force. Who is it? Which shameless thief dares to ambush from behind? Roll out and face me. Tang Hao rose from the ground, his palm trembling slightly as he clutched his chest, his angry face tinged with a hint of fear. As his words fell, Xia Deku, the emaciated elder from the white jade terrace, it revealed himself, his expression more grave than ever before. Which friend has taken action? Please reveal yourself. To hide behind the scenes and ambush a junior. Surely you are no better than a cowardly rat. Old bastard, you dare curse me. A slightly childish voice came forth. Little Neza stepped upon the void, carrying a wine gourd as he flew out. His chubby little face frowned tightly, a trace of viciousness flashing through his lovely big eyes. You two old things. Apart from my parents, no one in the 3 realms has ever dared to insult me. I'll beat your faces until blossoms bloom. As his words fell, an immense pressure radiated from Little Neza, above 9th rank. At this moment, the entire arena was shocked. Everyone looked at Little Neza with utter horror, their voices rising in discussion. How is this possible? It's actually 9th rank. Heavens, I must not be seeing things. Has that little one truly reached the 9th rank Imperial realm? Impossible. This old man has exhausted his entire life's efforts, yet remains stuck at the peak of 8th rank without advancing an inch. How could a mere child? An elder, his mind shaken, instantly spouted a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Clearly his Dao heart had been damaged and his life was near its end. Xia Deka's face was also slightly pale, shifting between green and purple. A mere child dares to speak such arrogance. I don't believe you're truly at the 9th rank. Let this old man expose your true form. Boom. As Xia Deku's words fell, flame storms that swept the sky instantly enveloped little Neza. Rolling fire waves came with overwhelming might. Everyone held their breath at this moment, their eyes fixed on little Neza as they watched how she would respond. Little Neza let out a disdainful cold smile and extended a slender little finger, tapping the void. Receive. The sky-filling fire waves automatically dissipated less than a meter from little Neza's body. You old thing, witness my Neza's samadhi true fire. As his words fell, streams of dark yellow flames erupted from Neza's mouth, instantly sweeping towards Xia Deku. Boom. Xia Deku gave a sinister smile as a massive dark ice protective barrier instantly enveloped his body. The samadhi true fire, like a fire dragon, struck against the dark ice barrier. Sizzle. In an instant, the dark ice barrier was burned through, with a large whole white water vapor instantly filling the entire arena. Oh. Xia Deku's expression panicked upon seeing this. How is this possible? Little Neza's figure flashed, transforming her finger into a spear as she instantly appeared before Xia Deku. You old thing, received death. A fierce wind accompanied by screams. Just as Xia Deku was about to die on the spot, a purple golden alms bowl suddenly fell from the sky, instantly absorbing all of little Neza's samadhi true fire. Amitbach. Young practitioner, show mercy where you can. Do not let such young years fall into the path of demonic arts. Li Mu's brows furrowed slightly. Amitba. These four characters sounded so familiar. Could this world also have bald monks? As expected, just as Li Mu was secretly calculating in his mind, several figures appeared out of thin air before little Neza. Leading them was a cold and beautiful woman wearing a white veil. Beside the woman stood Yu Tianxin, the master of Qianjin Tower. To Yu Tianxin's right stood a monk, a Taoist, and a pedantic scholar. The old monk held a purple golden alms bowl, a disgusting hypocritical smile on his face. The old Taoist wore simple cloth robes, his expression calm. The pedantic scholar beside him was none other than Li Mu's old acquaintance Kong Bai. Little Neza's attack was blocked, his expression displeased. Are you the reinforcements? The old man called. The old monk clasped his hands together. Amitba. Daji Chanshu of Wushuang City pays respects to the young practitioner. The old Taoist lightly waved his fly whisk. Gu Dao of Wushuang City offers his greetings. The cold-eyed woman also nodded slightly. Yu Wushuang of the Yu family of Wushuang City. As the three introduced themselves, gasps of surprise erupted throughout the arena. It's actually Wushuang City, the #1 city in the world. Could they also be here to explore the great emperor's ruins? Would you even need to ask? Qianjin Tower is the property of the Yu family. How could the emergence of the great emperor's ruins fail to stir Wushuang City? Heavens, as expected of the #1 city in the world, producing 3 9th-rank experts in one move. That Emperor Lord Li Mu is likely in for a rough time. Who could disagree? Qianjin Tower does not permit private combat within its premises. He not only violated the rules, but also took a life. How could the experts of Wushuang City ignore this? Rumors and discussions rippled through the air, yet Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. He had come here today to crash this gathering, let alone 3 9th-rank experts. Even if there were more, what of it? Little Neza's combat power could not be described by conventional 9th-rank standards. According to the system's description of the 3 heads and 8 arms, when Little Neza activated the 3 heads and 8 arms Dharma body, each pair of arms would double his strength. 3 heads and 8 arms meant 3.5 times. In other words, once Little Neza activated his Dharma body, he could single-handedly battle 4 experts at the late stage of 9th rank. With this kind of nuclear deterrent in place, Li Mu was completely unfazed. Just then the cold and beautiful woman, Yu Wushuang, asked Little Neza. The rules of my Qianjin Tower are clear. No private combat within the premises. Why have the two of you violated the rules? Little Neza paused slightly, turning to look at Li Mu. Big brother. Li Mu smiled calmly, giving Neza a look that said, go ahead. Everyone, this is Xiaqing, the capital of our great Xia dynasty. I don't care which sect or school you represent or who backs you. Once you enter Xiaqing, you are common folk like everyone else, 9th rank or not. Li Mu spoke these words casually, but the implicit warning was unmistakable. Yu Wushuang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Are you saying my Qianjin Tower must also obey the government? Li Mu sneered, turning to Daji Chanshu and asking in return, Master, I've heard that Buddhism teaches equality for all beings. Is this true? That's correct. Then why does this Qianjin Tower sit so high above, towering over the common people and even the imperial authority? Yet you, Master, turn a blind eye. This great enlightened Master's expression shifted upon hearing these words. He cast a subtle glance at Yu Wushuang, but remained silent. Li Mu then turned his gaze toward the plain-robed Taoist. I seek your wisdom, Taoist. The Tao speaks of non-action as the supreme principle. Yet this 1,000-gold tower imposes its own rules and bullies its patrons with its size. Have you any words on this matter? The old Taoist remained silent in response. Li Mu's gaze shifted to Kong Bai of the Confucian sect, who let out a cold snort and turned his head away. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Li Mu's lips as he barked. Kong Bai, turn around and face me. Kong Bai shot Li Mu a furious glare, itching to strike him dead with a single slap. Li Mu sneered in warning. Great scholar Kong, have you prepared the ransom? If the sun sets today, without it I'm afraid Kong Chun will meet his end. Kong Bai's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Li Mu continued with a cold laugh. If you know what's good for you, turn around and call me Grandpa. Perhaps I might grant you an extra day or two. A bitter taste flooded Kong Bai's mouth. He had not brought that many source stones on this trip. Ever since Li Mu captured Kong Chin, Kong Bai had sent 2 disciples back to the Confucian sect with Li Tai Bai to fetch the ransom. But the deadline was nearly upon him, and the disciples had yet to return. Kong Bai was like a mute swallowing bitter gourd. His suffering could not be voiced. After a long pause, he finally let out a deep sigh and reluctantly turned his head around. Ellie, Grandpa, I told you to call me Grandpa. Who allowed you to add the Li? Gee, Grandpa. Oh, that's better. A trace of mockery lingered on Li Mu's lips as his gaze slowly swept across the several 9th-rank powerhouses before shifting toward Xiang Yu and the others. If you're all done, eating, time to get to work. The Haotian sect picked an unprovoked fight, violating the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. Take them all down. As the words fell, everyone except Empress Xuanji moved to encircle the white jade platform. Tu Jiao charged ahead, the dragon head Overlord Blade in her hand, emitting rumbling dragon roars. Overlord Blade sect business. Clear the way, bystanders. Having said that, Tu Jiao suddenly covered her mouth in a stunned moment, then shouted again. Tian's mansion business. Get down on the ground, all of you. Seeing this, Yu Tianxin quickly turned to look at the 3 9th-rank powerhouses of Peerless City. Though he was a direct descendant of the Celestial Yu clan, it was Peerless City that gave the clan its fearsome reputation across the great wilderness. Peerless City was hailed as the #1 city under heaven. It was an alliance forged jointly by several first-rate sects and supreme aristocratic families of the great wilderness. Among them were the Celestial Yu clan, the Ziwei Immortal sect, the Bodhi sect, and others. It was precisely through their unity that they had attained this unmatched status, rivaling even the supreme sects. With Yu Wushuang, the Yu clan's 9th-rank powerhouse present, Yu Tianxin had no standing to speak in the 1,000 gold tower. Yu Wushuang's face was cold as frost, her elegant brows knitted tightly together. Everyone halt. As the words left her mouth, Yu Wushuang sent a massive palm strike hurtling toward Li Mu. Little Neza's figure flickered and appeared directly before Li Mu, blocking his path. Trying to hit my big brother. Are you forgetting Li Neza even exists? Yu Wushuang's face stiffened. She turned to Great Enlightened Master and the old Taoist and called out. You two, I'll hold off this little girl. Strike together and subdue that brat. Great Enlightened Master nodded slightly. Amitba, step into my alms bowl, benefactor. The massive purple gold alms bowl instantly flipped over and descended toward Li Mu. Li Mu knew he couldn't dodge it with his own strength alone, so he didn't even try. Little Neza, your big brother's about to bite the dust. No more meat for you after this. With a sidelong glance, Little Neza let loose the Qianquan ring from her hand, sending it flying toward the old monk. Boom. As the Qianquan ring collided with the purple gold alms bowl, the bowl was instantly sent flying backward. Great Enlightened Master was momentarily stunned. And before he could react, the Qianquan ring descended over his head, binding the old monk in place. Amida, old Taoist, save me quickly. Seeing this, the old Taoist flicked his whisk, sending it curling toward the old monk. Little Neza sneered. The Huntian ribbon transformed into a massive red silk sash that surged along the whisk's length and wrapped around it in return. The old Taoist's face turned pale with shock as he found himself bound as well. Fairy, save this old Taoist. This little girl is at the late-stage realm. We are no match for her. Yu Wushuang was already overwhelmed, trying to handle her own situation with no time to spare for saving others. Yu Tianxin, activate the tower's restraining formation at once. Destroy this. Her shout was met with only silence as Yu Tianxin failed to respond. Seizing a moment, Yu Wushuang turned her head and was instantly struck with despair. There was Yu Tianxin somehow already dangling from Su Daji's grasp, his body limp as a worm, unconscious and barely alive. At that moment, Yu Wushuang noticed Kong Bai of the Confucian sect nearby. Taoist Kong, I implore you, for the sake of the alliance between Supreme City and the Confucian sect, lend me your aid. Kong Bai hesitated for a moment. Turning to see Li Mu watching him with a sneer, a wave of oppression surged in Kong Bai's chest once again. Just then, Yu Tianxin suddenly stirred awake and shouted to Kong Bai. Senior Kong Bai, Kong Chun was killed by Li Mu long ago. If you don't believe me, capture him and see for yourself. Kong Bai's face turned pale. What did you say? Kong Chun is dead. Yu Tianxin gave a slight nod, but was knocked unconscious again by Su Daji before he could say more. Seeing this, Kong Bai's face went ashen as he glared coldly at Li Mu. Tell me, was he telling the truth? Is my nephew truly dead? Li Mu gave an ambiguous smile. What do you think? Kong Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Kong Chun was the only son of his eldest brother, the crown prince of the Kong clan in the Xia capital. If Kong Chun were dead, how could he possibly face his elder brother? At this thought, Kong Bai's eyes turned bloodshot. Li Mu, I'll kill you. Just as the words left Kong Bai's mouth, an icy voice sounded from behind him. Who do you wish to kill? Kong Bai spun around and was instantly startled. While he had been lost in his daze, Dong Huang, Chang Ziyan, and Little Neza had already taken positions on 4 sides, sealing off every avenue of escape. Yu Wushuang, who had been fighting Little Neza moments ago, had long since collapsed to the ground, tightly bound by the Huntian ribbon. Kong Bai, surrender now, or else. In your dreams. Kong Bai erupted with a furious roar. The very next moment, the Qinkuan ring struck the back of his head with a crisp crack. Ding! Kong Bai felt his head buzz violently, his eyes rolling back as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Silence. All the guests stared at the highly dramatic scene before them. Those were 5 ninth-rank powerhouses. Without even making a splash, they had been completely wiped out. The Haotian sect fared the worst. Including their sect master Tang Hao, every single member was slain on the spot. By now their corpses were already growing stiff. Li Mu swept his gaze across the crowd. By my decree, the 1,000 Gold Tower harbored the Confucian fugitive Kong Bai and incited the Haotian sect to rebellion. From this day forth the tower is sealed. All personnel below the chief steward are to be taken into custody pending trial. All assets within the establishment are to be confiscated into the Tian's mansion. Gulp. A chorus of swallowing sounds echoed through the hall as an absolute hush fell over the entire 1,000 Gold Tower. Everyone stood there utterly bewildered. Today was supposed to be the auction at Shenzhen Tower. All the visiting cultivators had gathered there hoping to snag a hidden treasure or pick up something valuable. But now, the auction hadn't even begun and Shenzhen Tower had been completely dismantled by Li Mu. Even the tower itself was sealed shut. All the treasures that were meant to be auctioned off were confiscated by Li Mu and transferred to the Tiansu mansion. Heavy breathing echoed through the hall as everyone stood frozen in disbelief, too stunned to speak. Li Mu surveyed the crowd with a warm smile. What are you all waiting for? You should be leaving now. Hearing Li Mu's reminder, everyone snapped out of their daze and hurriedly rose to make their way out. Just then Li Mu's voice rang out again. You are all honored guests who have traveled far, so you must abide by the laws of our great Xia. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you will submit here. Anyone who dares to oppress the weak will face the merciless blade of my Tiansu mansion. What His Majesty says is just we have taken it to heart. We have taken it to heart. Long live the great Xia dynasty. Empress Xuanji stood on the purple cloud terrace, gazing blankly at the scene before her, her face etched with an expression. They had been married in the imperial court, yet now they had grown increasingly distant. She remained a puppet empress while Li Mu had become the pillar supporting the dignity of great Xia. On a personal level, she was gratified by Li Mu's achievements. On a public level, his actions had greatly benefited the great Xia dynasty. Yet as empress, the more powerful Li Mu's forces became, the more anxious she felt. Because this meant the day she could reclaim imperial authority was indefinitely postponed. Even if Li Mu had overthrown the Confucian sect's rule, great Xia had merely changed masters. She was still destined to remain a puppet. Just as Empress Xuanji was lost in thought, a voice came from behind her. What's wrong? You've become so distracted all of a sudden. No, nothing. Empress Xuanji shook her head abruptly, hastily composing herself and concealing her inner turmoil. Tu Zhaojiao glanced at her thoughtfully and smiled faintly. Are you worried he'll steal your throne and seize your position? I'm not. Empress Xuanji quickly denied it. I truly never thought that. It's just. Her voice began to catch, because she felt that no matter how she explained, her words would seem pale and powerless. Just what? Tu Zhaojiao pressed. Empress Xuanji fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I don't care about any throne or imperial position. I don't want to be the empress of Great Xia, but I. As she spoke, tears began to roll down her face once more. But I have no choice. My clansmen are all dead. My only surviving brother doesn't have long to live, and I cannot let the Great Xia royal lineage end with me. Empress Xuanji spoke with great agitation, clearly bearing the entire weight of the imperial clan upon her shoulders. Tu Zhaojiao stepped forward and embraced Xuanji, whispering softly, he wouldn't do such a thing. Li Mu is wicked and arrogant, but his cruelty is reserved for outsiders. You shared a wedding night with him. Surely you can trust him that much. Empress Xuanji shook her head, weeping uncontrollably. No, I never doubted him. I'm just so exhausted. The road ahead is uncertain, and I truly don't know where to turn. Tu Zhaojiao was about to offer further comfort when she turned around and realized Li Mu had quietly appeared behind them. Noticing her glance, he sighed and sat down silently beside them. He could understand Xuanji's confusion to some extent. Her imperial clan had been massacred, her family destroyed on their wedding night. Both the imperial family and the Tiansu mansion had once been her home, her strongest support. But in a single night, both homes were gone. The imperial clan was wiped out, and both Li Mu and Emperor Yu were subjected to suppression seals, their lives worse than death. Xuanji's world had completely collapsed overnight. Although Li Mu had never personally examined the suppression seal within Emperor Yu's body, he could almost certainly say the seal on Emperor Yu was far more severe than the one he himself had endured. Li Mu and Emperor Yu were the Confucian sect's primary leverage over Xuanji. Emperor Yu's identity was already highly sensitive, and combined with his powerful cultivation and the imperial seal's inherited authority, these were advantages Li Mu could never match. Therefore, even with 9th rank experts under his command, Li Mu had never inquired about Emperor Yu's condition. The answer needed no questioning. Anyone with half a brain would know. The seal on Emperor Yu must be an imperial prohibition. Only an imperial prohibition could completely suppress the imperial legacy within Emperor Yu. If you're weary, come home, Li Mu said, gently patting Xuanji's shoulder. Yinlong Villa will always be your home and your refuge. When you reach the 9th rank, I will hand over command of the Tianzi mansion. Tears welling in her eyes, Empress Xuanji looked up. Gazing at Li Mu's face, so close to hers, she felt for the first time that this man had never truly been far from her side. Li Mu, I never asked you to surrender military authority. Li Mu shook his head and smiled. The military power of the Tianzi mansion no longer serves my purposes. No matter how strong an army may be, it cannot surpass cultivators. My focus has never been on the Tianzi mansion. Back at Yinlong Villa, Li Mu ordered the dragon riders of the Tianzi mansion to form 100-man patrols to patrol the city and deter wrongdoers. Since the core members under Li Mu's command had been drinking, everyone returned to their rooms. Daji, still intoxicated, wished to enter seclusion for breakthrough cultivation, so Li Mu had no choice but to go to Lanqi's room. Not long after, he lay down, a powerful 9th rank aura emanated from Xuanji's room next door. And then, familiar formidable auras bloomed throughout Yinlong Villa. Daji, Dongjun Yanfei, and the Moon Goddess. All of them had been stuck at the peak of the 8th rank for years without progress. Yet in an instant they all broke through. Before Li Mu could process what was happening, the door was burst open. The next moment, Xuanji and Daji and the others rushed in together. Li Mu, we broke through. Tears of joy streamed down Xuanji's face, her beautiful features glistening with moisture, looking absolutely breathtaking. Li Mu nodded with a slight smile. Congratulations. Xuanji bit her lip gently and replied gratefully, Li Mu, thank you. Li Mu turned his gaze to Daji. Daji, go notify everyone to gather in the main hall. Daji turned and left. Li Mu, what are you? Xuanji guessed what Li Mu intended to do and asked softly, Li Mu, you really don't need to do this. Li Mu smiled faintly without responding. Everyone gathered in the main hall. Aside from Xinghuan the Grand Master and others who had gone out to capture Kong Xian, everyone else was present. Li Mu surveyed the assembled crowd, his gaze first falling upon Li Xianxi. Old man, from today onward the Tianzi mansion is yours again. Furthermore, Ironwood True and Xiang Yu will temporarily remain at the Tianzi mansion under your command, following all orders from the Supreme General. Xiang Yu and Temujin clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Then Li Mu turned his gaze to Empress Xuanji. You have now reached the 9th rank, becoming a qualified empress. If you have any requests, voice them freely, and I shall grant them all. After a moment of hesitation, Empress Xuanji spoke with expectation. I wish to borrow a few people from you. Li Mu was not surprised. Xuanji was utterly destitute now, without borrowing his people she simply could not begin her work. Speak. Xuanji's gaze fell upon Shangwan Wan'er, and she said softly, I need a capable prime minister. Wan'er, would you be willing to come and assist me? Shangwan Wan'er looked up at Li Mu, a flicker of desire in her eyes. He nodded slightly. Go if you wish. Hand over your duties with Hongyan to Daji, and you can focus on helping Xuanji manage the internal affairs of Xia. Xuanji then continued, the old director of the Imperial Observatory has resigned, leaving the position vacant. We need a powerful expert versed in the art of celestial prophecy to take the helm. Li Mu smiled, looking towards Dongjun Yanfei and the Moon Goddess. You sisters are both masters of this art. Who is willing to give it a try? For years, Xia had been driven by 3 pillars, with both the Heavenly Strategy Palace and the Imperial Observatory being vital components. The 2 women exchanged a glance. After a long pause, the Moon Goddess stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My lord, I wish to try. Excellent. Li Mu waved his hand, sending this newly ascended 9th rank powerhouse off. Anything else? Li Mu continued to look at Xuanji. After pondering for a long time, she spoke again. The Confucian sect has thrown Xia into chaos. What should we do next? We can't possibly execute all those scholars, can we? Li Mu's eyes sharpened, and he said firmly, Xuanji, as an emperor you must not be swayed by misguided mercy. Your kindness today will plant the seeds of disaster for tomorrow. Xia can be inclusive, accommodating various cultivation forces. But when it comes to sects that deal in faith like the Confucian sect or the Buddhist sect, not a single one can be left. Better to kill by mistake than to let them escape. If Xia must have one faith, it is the divine dragon of the Dragon Soul Temple. Xuanji hesitated, but nearly all the academies in Xia revere Confucianism. If we destroy them all, won't our culture and learning regress? Li Mu shook his head and gave Xuanji a reassuring look. Don't worry about the academies. Within 6 months I promise to establish a new one for you, stronger and safer. Our goal is not to exterminate all literati skilled in arts and letters, but to eliminate those stubborn Confucian followers. Go ahead and act decisively. Once done, I will rebuild you academies exactly as they were, even better. Empress Xuanji was finally reassured completely. All right. Thus matters of great state for the Xia court were decided during a family gathering. While external cultivators flooded into Xia in search of the emperor's relic, the nation quietly underwent a rebirth. That afternoon, upon returning to the palace, Xuanji issued her first imperial decree. By this decree, all cities within Xia shall prohibit the writings of the Confucian sect. City lords must conduct self-audits and burn the prohibited texts. The dragon cavalry of the Supreme Heavenly Strategy Palace shall conduct random inspections across the entire realm. Anyone or anything connected to the Confucian sect is to be found and destroyed. Instantly, a series of actions to burn Confucian books and bury its scholars began across Xia. At the same time, Li Mu's system notifications sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for restructuring the Xia court and gaining a vast amount of fortune. Reward 500 merit points, and Supreme Dharma Aspect awakened. Supreme Dharma Aspect. Li Mu was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the system panel. Ability: Supreme Dharma Aspect. Description: exclusive ability of the Supreme City Lord. Effect: summons the Supreme Dharma Aspect to suppress all gods and demons. Its strength depends on the number of activated god seats and the might of the divine generals. Li Mu remembered seeing this skill when he first activated the Supreme God Temple. At that time, however, this City Lord ability was sealed and inactive. He never expected it to awaken now. Li Mu closed his eyes, sensing it quietly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. What a powerful skill! The Supreme Dharma Aspect was an active summoning ability. Upon summoning the Dharma Aspect, Li Mu's power could be amplified by 1,000-fold in an instant. Although this enhancement had its limitations, he could maintain the Dharma Aspect form for no more than 3 hours a day, but for Li Mu now, that was more than enough. Considering the might of the Supreme Dharma Aspect, Li Mu felt he could at least match Little Neza in a contest of strength. From this moment, he finally had the power to protect himself. No longer would he need a bodyguard every time he left. After dinner, Li Mu went to Tu Jiao's quarters. Ever since he accidentally saw Tu Jiao bathing, Li Mu's heart itched every time he saw her, always wanting to find a moment to get closer. And Tu Jiao pretended to be oblivious, feigning innocence masterfully. After all, forces act in pairs. It's only human nature for boys to be mischievous when they grow up and girls to be a bit naughty. Li Mu generously brought out 3 bottles of fine wine. The two of them drank and chatted for most of the night until their eyes began to blur with stars, and only then did Tu Jiao show signs of drunkenness. Li Mu seized the moment when she was confused, slipping in. Undressing by the curtain, she blushed and blew out the lamp. A golden needle pierces the peach blossom pistol. Not daring to cry out loud, she furrows her brow. In the azure sky, clouds floated like cotton candy. Roar! A beast's cry suddenly echoed through the silent void. A massive flying Xiongqi streaked by its leathery wings, generating powerful gusts. On the back of the flying Xiongqi, several figures sat cross-legged. It was Li Mu and his group. The day of the treasure's appearance, as prophesied by the moon goddess, had arrived. After breakfast, Li Mu led his people towards the Hidden Dragon River. Since the treasure was located within the Hidden Dragon Mountains, which were the territory of wild beasts, for safety, he brought all his core available experts. Tu Jiao, Su Daji, Ziyin Changyi, and Dongjun Yanfei sat with Li Mu on the Qiongqi's back. Little Neza and Dong Wang Tai flew separately, one ahead and one behind, providing support. This lineup was essentially the top tier of the Supreme City. While they couldn't claim to be able to roam the Hidden Dragon Mountains without fear, they should at least be able to protect themselves. Ziyin and Su Daji, being demon cultivators, were extremely excited along the way. After all, the Hidden Dragon Mountains were full of beasts, and for them it felt like the breath of home. Occasionally, they saw other cultivators also moving towards the Hidden Dragon River. Although the Hidden Dragon Mountains were not a forbidden zone, they were still highly dangerous. Those daring to get involved in this affair were clearly at least at the 8th rank peak. Perhaps due to the previous night's exertions, Li Mu seemed particularly listless throughout the journey. Not long after leaving Xiajing City, Eon lay down on Su Daji's lap and quickly fell asleep. Flying Qiongqi flew for an entire day and night. It wasn't until the sky showed the pale belly of a fish the next day that the group entered the territory of Yanlonchuan. Yanlonchuan was already sparsely populated. After learning of the impending beast tide, Li Mu ordered the dragon riders to evacuate the local residents. As they approached the town of Jinlong Pass, the number of people on the ground gradually increased. Many students from the Sage Academy were building a new Jinlong Pass under the supervision of the dragon riders. They were worried that others might get to the exotic treasure first. Li Mu and his group did not stop. They directly crossed Jinlong Pass and entered the depths of the Yinlong Mountains. The Yinlong Mountains were said to have 10,000 great peaks, endless overlapping mountain ranges everywhere filled with the wild aura unique to desolate beasts. Although the area of the 10,000 mountains was not as large as the entire eastern wasteland, it was still much larger than the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. It was said that the other side of the mountains was the ancient demon realm, but Li Mu had never been there. This time the exotic treasure emerged in the deepest part of the Yinlong Mountains, also the most dangerous place in the entire range. Because there were terrifying high-level desolate beasts there. Countless powerful high-level desolate beasts gathered here enough to make even a 9th-rank powerhouse's scalp tingle. The Yinlong Mountains were now undoubtedly stirred up by the emergence of the treasure. As Li Mu and his group hurried along, they occasionally saw powerful experts fighting with desolate beasts. Among them were many powerful experts from outside realms. Evidently the news of the great emperor's relic had already spread throughout the great wilderness. Seeing this scene, even Li Mu couldn't help but feel a headache. He never expected that the great emperor's relic he casually fabricated would have such tremendous appeal. The Lone Rangers acting on their own were not a concern. What troubled Li Mu was the possibility of a superpower sending a quasi-emperor powerhouse. In that case, snatching the treasure would truly be difficult. Li Mu wasn't absolutely determined to obtain the treasure. It was just that the number of powerful figures under his command was increasing, and many of them had come empty-handed when summoned. Take little Neza for example. He obviously had a whole stash of powerful magic treasures, yet he only brought a red loincloth and a golden bracelet when he came. His 3 heads and 8 arms could only unleash their full power with 8 powerful magic treasures. Li Mu had to supply equipment for so many people. Even though the Tianfu Manor often went out to confiscate properties, the pressure was still immense. After flying through the continuous Yinlong Mountains for another day and a half, a crimson beam shooting up into the sky finally appeared before everyone's eyes. That scarlet beam stood out starkly against the verdant Yinlong Mountains. However, when Li Mu and his group saw this flash of red light, smiles spread across their faces. After rushing all the way, they had finally reached their destination. The place glowing with red light was called the Dragon Lair. Because the desolate beasts here all possessed some dragon bloodline, making them extremely formidable in combat. The reason they had become desolate beasts was not due to lack of strength preventing them from joining the ranks of demon race experts. The difference between desolate beasts and demon beasts was just one character, but the distinction lay in intelligence, not power. Demon beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Upon reaching the 7th rank, they could speak human language and even transform into human form. Desolate beasts, however, were uncivilized with low intelligence and no understanding of human speech, belonging to the category of savage beasts. We'll be at the Dragon Lair soon. Let's first meet up with Senior Tushan and then discuss the next steps. Looking at the Dragon Lair flickering with red light, Li Mu's expression turned much more serious. Even from such a distance, he could still feel the suffocatingly powerful aura. Indeed, we must rendezvous first. Tu Jiao Jiao nodded, as well, her expression unprecedentedly solemn. The Yinlong Mountains are different from the outside. Here dragons and snakes mingled together. Powerhouses from various factions were all hidden in the shadows. If they charged in recklessly, even a quasi-emperor would not fare well. Saying this, Tu Jiao Jiao took out a token and infused a wisp of spiritual energy into it to send a message. Not long after the message was sent, a figure swiftly approached from the distant entrance of the Dragon Lair. Shortly after, the newcomer appeared before Li Mu and the others. It was Desiming. Greetings, my lord. Li Mu looked up and saw that Desiming seemed to be in a bad state. Her body was covered in bloodstains and the clothes at her chest had a large hole revealing a glimpse of soft white skin. Desiming, what happened to you? Seeing Desiming in such a state, Li Mu was slightly stunned. Desiming gave a bitter smile, then stomped her foot in anger and said, My lord, that Kong Xian is very cunning. Taking cover from the beast horde, he escaped capture time and again. Xiang Jun and Guan Yu were severely injured while covering for us and have lost combat effectiveness. Li Mu was taken aback. Tu Jiao Jiao quickly pressed, What about my sister? Was she rescued? Desiming nodded. Shuang Shuang has been rescued. Elder Tu is guarding her. Tu Jiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Li Mu and asked, What do we do now? The Yinlong Mountains are in chaos. Catching him will be even more difficult. Su Daji nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Now Li Taibai is undercover in the Confucian sect as Kong Xian. If Kong Xian doesn't die, Li Taibai's identity might be exposed. Li Mu fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he said in a low voice, Let's meet up first. I'll handle Kong Xian. I've even annihilated the Kong clan. How can I not deal with a little brat? A slight smile curled at the corner of Li Mu's mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. System, can the Mirage Dragon illusion be used on others? Talent, Mirage Dragon illusion. I-type activo. Description, the host can manipulate Mirage energy to freely change their appearance and aura with 100 transformations, unbreakable below the Emperor realm. Yes, host. However, after using the Mirage Dragon illusion on another person, the target must not resist at all, and the transformation only lasts for 24 hours. Li Mu beckoned to Dongwang Tai. Dongwang, come here. Ding dong, the Mirage Dragon illusion talent has been activated. Please imagine the form you wish to transform into in your mind. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu used the Mirage Dragon illusion on Dongwang Tai, modeling the form of the 9th rank Kong Bai. A rainbow light flickered, and in an instant Dongwang Tai was enveloped in a puff of Mirage energy and transformed into Kong Bai's appearance. This The women stared at this scene, utterly stunned. Daji closed her eyes to sense carefully. When she opened them again, her expression was filled with disbelief. This is too incredible. Even the aura is exactly the same as Kongbai's. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe that such a miraculous transformation technique exists in this world. Even little Neza was slightly stunned. And what kind of sorcery is this? It bears a striking resemblance to the 72 earthly transformations. Li Mu smirked proudly and activated the Mirage Dragon illusion in his mind again, transforming himself into Kong Chen's appearance. In the blink of an eye, the Confucian sect duo of Kong Bai and Kong Chen appeared before everyone. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Li Mu stepped off the back of the flying Xiongqi and walked over to Dong Wang Tai's side. The Confucian sect's people have been completely wiped out. From now on, Dong Wang and I, along with little Neza, will go on our own. You all go and meet up with Senior Tushan. The plan was set in motion. Li Mu assumed the identity of Kong Chen, while Dong Huang took on the guise of Kong Bai, and together with young Neza they set out under the banner of the Confucian sect to seize the treasure alone. Their sole purpose was to ambush and kill Kong Xian. After all, by conventional standards, such a monumental event as the Great Emperor's relic would inevitably draw the involvement of the Confucian sect, the paramount power in the Eastern Wasteland. Kong Xian had been relentlessly pursued by Daji and her companions through the hidden Dragon Mountains, leaving him completely unaware of the events unfolding in Xiaojing City. This presented Li Mu with an opportunity. After Daji departed with two Jiao and the others, the trio of Li Mu swiftly followed, heading toward the Dragon Cave. To maintain his anonymity, Li Mu entrusted the flying Xiongqi to Daji and deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as merely an ordinary 8th grade Confucian sect member. Just beyond the Dragon Cave lay a sprawling expanse of ruins where an ancient temple once stood concealed within the primeval forest, though it had long since crumbled to dust for reasons unknown. Li Mu descended gently into the ruins alongside young Neza. The moment they landed, a piercing scream erupted from nearby. Someone was fleeing in terror, warning of a 9th grade venomous dragon in pursuit. Before Li Mu could react, 2 men and a woman burst from the forest in desperate flight, pursued by a colossal serpent adorned with vibrant spots that seemed to stretch toward the heavens. A thick cloud of venom erupted from the serpent's maw, engulfing the 2 men who had fallen behind. Moments later, their agonized screams pierced through the toxic fog. A terrified cry escaped the remaining woman as she stumbled forward, her face drained of color, desperately pleading for salvation from the 3 elders before her. As the toxic mist dissipated, 2 bleached skeletons lay scattered on the ground, while the surrounding vegetation had been reduced to a withered yellow-green wasteland by the corrosive venom. The venomous dragon let out a thunderous roar and charged toward the woman. She had noticed the beast pursuing her, and if she had turned and fled in another direction, she might have had a chance to escape. But when she saw the calm expressions on Li Mu and the others, her eyes shifted cunningly. She feigned a stumble and threw herself directly toward Li Mu. Elders, I am Shun Mengru, an elder of the Sacred Heart sect. I beg you to save me. Li Mu's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. With his cultivation, Li Mu could easily see through her act. She wasn't seeking salvation, but rather trying to lure disaster toward him. After all, when it came to seizing treasures, what was being claimed wasn't necessarily an extraordinary artifact. Those who had fallen or been gravely wounded were equally vulnerable to being stripped of their gains. Once this venomous dragon was drawn in, ordinary 8th grade powerhouses would be utterly devastated. Even a 9th grade powerhouse could suffer severe injuries if they happened to come into contact with the venom. Fortunately, Li Mu had young Neza at his side, so he harbored no fear of this mere 9th grade venomous dragon. After all, young Neza was one who had slain true dragons. Yet Li Mu was never the type to remain silent when others plotted against him. Just as Elder Shin Mengru of the Sacred Heart sect was about to throw herself at Li Mu, he moved with lightning speed, delivering a swift spinning kick. It was a dragon's tail strike. Shin Mengru let out a piercing scream as her body was launched at even greater speed toward where the venomous dragon lay. No! Shin Mengru's once pretty face twisted into a mask of sheer terror. In the next instant, the venomous dragon unleashed a torrent of poison. The attack struck true. Through her agonized screams, Shun Mengru rapidly decomposed into a skeleton. Rather than retreating after claiming another victim, the venomous dragon remained rooted in place, its eerie green eyes fixing menacingly on Li Mu. Li Mu could only stare in exasperation. Despite being 9th grade, it still behaved like a fool. These 3 powerhouses were standing right there, showing zero fear, yet it refused to recognize the danger. This explained why wilderness beasts and demonic beasts, despite both being creatures, occupied such different positions in the hierarchy. Intelligence was a valuable asset, but regrettably absent in this particular beast. Dong Wang Tai stepped forward to shield Li Mu and prepared to engage, but Li Mu simply shook his head and turned to young Neza with a smile. Neza, you handle this. If possible, don't kill it. Use the Qianquan ring to stun it and seal it temporarily. Afterward, locate the Sacred Heart sect stronghold, and I'll have Zi Yin deliver it there. Young Neza's expression lit up with delight at the suggestion. Brother, you're so wicked, but I love it. With swift and decisive movements, Neza struck. The venomous dragon, despite its formidable power, lacked the cunning to resist. The Qianquan ring struck the dragon's forehead with a sharp ring, and it collapsed unconscious with its eyes rolling back. Dong Wangtai immediately applied a sealing technique. After sealing the venomous dragon and depositing it in the Supreme City, the trio pressed onward toward the Dragon Cave. Beyond the ruined landscape, powerful beast roars echoed from ahead. As Li Mu and the others drew nearer, they were taken aback by what lay before them. Hundreds of venomous dragons coiled together, their tongues flicking as a noxious green-yellow mist blanketed the surrounding forest. The toxic fog had reduced the forest to a withered, decaying wasteland. Beyond that, the distant roars of other wilderness beasts echoed from nearby. The beast roars came in relentless succession, numbering in the thousands. What's happening? Li Mu's expression shifted as he exchanged glances with Dong Wang. Could the extraordinary treasure be emerging? A thunderous roar erupted as every beast grew restless, surging forward like a dark tide. Even the skies were filled with massive birds circling overhead, each at least 10 meters across, their sheer numbers blotting out the sun. Let's take the long way around, Li Mu signaled quietly, then led Neza and Dong Wang away with decisive movement. After detouring dozens of li, they finally located a cliff that would allow them to bypass the Dragon Cave from the side. The three scaled the precipitous cliffs and finally reached the Dragon Cave's vicinity. Something's wrong, Li Mu observed. Why is it so quiet? Ancient trees stood thick and dense with wild grass towering above human height. By all rights, this should have been the ideal habitat for wilderness beasts. Yet the area was eerily silent, as though every beast had vanished into thin air. Li Mu cautiously ventured deeper for another half hour, but encountered no beasts at all. Just as the trio began to grow puzzled, a colossal serpent as thick as a building materialized before them, its body stretching for kilometers. What in the world? Li Mu's expression shifted as Neza's voice came from behind. Brother, that's a black water flood dragon. Neza pointed out. Look at its antlers. They've already branched. With enough opportunity, it could transform into a true dragon within a century. Li Mu focused his gaze and confirmed what he saw. The creature's body resembled that of a dragon-snake hybrid, its obsidian scales larger than carriage wheels. Most remarkably, the dragon horns atop its head shimmered with golden radiance as sunlight bathed them. What puzzled the trio most was that the black water flood dragon seemed eager to enter the Dragon Cave, but hesitated at the entrance, pacing restlessly as if held back by some unseen fear. As Li Mu pondered what could be frightening the dragon, a deep, resonant sound emerged from within the cave, resembling the rhythmic pounding of a heartbeat. The cadence of that sound gradually synchronized with Li Mu's own pulse, yet it reverberated like distant thunder, stirring an involuntary sense of dread within him. At the moment the thunder rumbled, the black water flood dragon's body involuntarily trembled. Then, as if seized by overwhelming terror, it swiftly fled toward the ruins. With the black water flood dragon gone, the entrance to the vast Dragon Cave was revealed. The Dragon Cave had many entrances, but this one was the most concealed. Li Mu and the other two charged into the entrance without hesitation. Before they could steady themselves, a golden light flashed past at the cave's mouth. What was that? Li Mu asked. Dong Wang shook his head. I don't know, it was too fast to see clearly. Li Mu turned his gaze toward the young Neza, who stared intently ahead and swallowed hard. Immortal Rebirth Spirit Root. Immortal Rebirth Spirit Root. What? Li Mu and Dong Wangtai both exclaimed in surprise. Following the young Neza's gaze, they were stunned. Holy shit, we've struck gold. Just ahead, a golden light flickered in and out of view. There stood a heaven-earth spirit root, over 3 feet tall, its entire body forged of pure gold, radiating brilliant golden brilliance. 9 leaves grew from the spirit root, drifting like golden clouds, ethereal and captivating. At the tip of each leaf, a lifelike golden dragon phantom shimmered, brilliant golden light radiating from its form. Dragon God Grass. Li Mu murmured, greed flashing in his eyes. Just then the little golden dragon opened its eyes and stuck out its tongue at him while wiggling its rear end. In an instant, divine light cascaded through the air, while an intoxicating fragrance filled the space. It's mocking us. Capture it. The young Neza bared his teeth and howled, his heaven-connecting sash whipping toward the Dragon God Grass. The Dragon God Grass erupted with golden radiance, divine light blazing. Swish! In a flash it uprooted itself and shot deeper into the Dragon Cave as a streak of gold. This damn Dragon God Grass is too cunning, Neza, catch it. Li Mu shouted. The young Neza was already in pursuit, his heaven-connecting sash extended. The heaven-connecting sash moved swiftly, wrapping around the Dragon God Grass. Buzz! The void trembled. The Dragon God Grass shimmered with brilliant rosy light, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that spread instantly. In the blink of an eye, a golden passage materialized before the Dragon God Grass. With a flash of light, it broke free from the heaven-connecting sash and vanished. Damn it, it escaped. The young Neza stomped his foot in frustration, his chubby face twisted with annoyance. Li Mu sighed in disappointment, but then spotted dozens of golden droplets shimmering nearby. Oh, what is this? Each droplet resembled a golden reliquary radiating brilliant, immortal light in the dark dragon cave. An intoxicating fragrance filled the air, invigorating with every breath. I must have wounded it earlier. It coughed up its essence blood and fled. The young Neza laughed heartily, his face brimming with triumph. Limu quickly produced a white jade flask and collected all the golden liquid. If his guess was right, this was the essence elixir of the dragon god grass. Each drop priceless. At that moment, the deep muffled heartbeat echoed from the cave's depths once more. This time the sound hit them like a physical blow. All three felt as though their hearts had been struck, their expressions shifting instantly. The young Neza staggered back several steps, clearly affected more severely than the others. What exactly is this thing? Dong Wangtai exclaimed. The young Neza took a deep breath and exhaled the stagnant air from his chest. I sense a tremendous life force within the dragon cave, slowly awakening. This sound must be its heartbeat. Li Mu frowned and asked in a grave tone, Neza, can you gauge how powerful this thing is? The young Neza nodded with a serious expression. If it fully awakens, its power could match that of a primordial heavenly Dao saint. In this world it would rank at least beyond the great emperor tier. Li Mu's expression shifted at these words. Beyond the great emperor. That would make it the strongest existence in this world. The three exchanged grave glances, a hint of fear crossing their minds. Fortunately, it seemed still in its awakening phase, like a toothless tiger. Just then, over a dozen sounds of breaking through the air reached their ears. Over a dozen streaks of light flashed through the dragon cave, heading even deeper. Dong Wangtai asked in a grave tone, Lord, what should we do? Li Mu grinned and replied without hesitation. Of course we press forward. Daji and the others will likely enter too. If we retreat, those women will despise us. Besides, Li Mu greedily licked his lips. That dragon god grass might be half dead inside, waiting for us to claim it. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, Li Mu charged deeper into the dragon cave, without hesitation. After flying through the cave passage for roughly half an hour, they finally caught sight of faint firelight ahead. Li Mu accelerated and arrived at the scene, immediately witnessing an unbelievable sight. Before them lay a massive underground plaza. At the far end of the plaza stretched an endless sea of magma and fire, where a magnificent ancient palace of golden light rose and fell upon the molten surface. Thump, thump, thump. The deep muffled heartbeat echoed from within the magma sea itself. More precisely, these sounds emanated from inside that ancient hall. As the resonant sounds reverberated, divine light streamed across the dragon cave's ancient structure. At that moment, figures began pouring in from other entrances as Li Mu and the others arrived at the plaza. Li Mu surveyed the area. He noticed that alongside Su Daji and her group, led by Tu Shan, nearly 100 cultivators of the 8th rank and above had gathered at the plaza. Among them were several clan leaders from the 9 great families of Xiajing that Li Mu had previously encountered. Each had a 9th rank cultivator at their side, clearly representing their family's hidden reserves of strength. Beyond them, near the magma sea's edge, over a dozen non-human beings stood in formation. Their leaders all took humanoid forms. Their bodies bore distinctive marks reflecting demonic aesthetic preferences, allowing Li Mu to easily identify their races and origins. Some stood 2 meters tall with scales covering their arms that shimmered brilliantly in the magma's glow. Others possessed graceful figures with wings on their backs and flowing golden hair like spun silk, exuding an alluring charm from a male perspective. Most imposing was the towering brute at the vanguard of the demonic group. His height exceeded 4 meters, with dragon-like muscles coiling beneath his skin and a pair of massive bull horns protruding from his head. Each powerful figure claimed their position around the periphery, all gazing tensely at the ancient hall nearby. Thump, thump, thump. As the heartbeat continued, intense red light erupted from within the ancient hall, shooting straight toward the heavens. At the same moment, after an eternity of stillness, the ancient hall finally rose from the magma, signaling that a supernatural treasure was about to emerge. With its appearance, the atmosphere across the plaza grew heavy with tension. The towering 4-meter bull-headed demon unleashed a deafening roar. Humans, retreat from the dragon cave immediately, or I shall crush you. The bullman's warning had barely faded when a formidable venerate-level pressure instantly erupted. Yao Emperor. All the humans present darkened in expression, fear creeping across their faces. A 9th-rate human bravely shouted out, This hidden dragon mountain range is not your Yao territory. On what grounds do you drive us away? The moment those words left his mouth, other human powerhouses quickly chimed in. Exactly. So what if you have a Yao venerate? Don't we humans have venerate-level experts too? That's right. The great emperor's ruins have surfaced, and those with fate may claim them. Why do you Yao claim exclusivity? Everyone, we humans have far more powerhouses than you Yao. How about we unite to drive them away and eliminate them first? The crowd surged with indignation, glaring fiercely at the Yao powerhouses. Li Mu lingered at the back, silent, his gaze quietly meeting 2 Jiaojiaos from across the way. 2 Jiaojiao wore a faint smile, her eyes subtly sending Li Mu a questioning signal. Li Mu shook his head without a word. Just as he was about to signal everyone to watch the tigers fight from afar, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. The danger warning absent for so long had returned once more. And this time it came even more suddenly, even more fiercely. Clearly an imminent crisis was upon them. Li Mu's face pale with alarm, he didn't bother with further words, and urgently shouted to Tu Jiaojiao retreat quickly. As he spoke, Li Mu grabbed little Neza and Dong Wangtai and turned to flee. The violent sense of dread left Li Mu no time to seek an alternative route. He simply dove into the nearest stalactite passage. Nearby Su Daji and the others also paled at the sight. Su Daji didn't wait for Tu Jiaojiao to speak before loudly commanding, "Danger! Move quickly." Everyone's trust in Li Mu had become nearly blind. Seeing Li Mu flee in such panic, they knew immediately how grave the situation was. Tu Jiaojiao swiftly scooped up her sister Tu Shuang and followed close behind Su Daji, darting into the nearby stalactite cave. Venerate Tu Shan stood frozen in confusion. After a brief hesitation, he reluctantly followed. His mission was after all to protect Tu Jiaojiao and Tu Shuang. With both women now fleeing, he had no choice but to follow despite his bewilderment. Li Mu's earlier commotion had been too disruptive, and now all the powerhouses in the stalactite plaza cast scornful glances at the group. The bullman let out a loud laugh, a hint of mockery curling his lips. Ha! Humans are indeed spineless cowards. A single word from this emperor sends them fleeing in terror. The moment those words fell, every human present darkened in expression and began cursing loudly. Where did that fellow come from? He doesn't deserve to be called a human man. Exactly. When have we humans ever feared Mir Yao? He has disgraced our dignity and become a shame to our race. True. He brings dishonor upon us all. Unfilial and unworthy. That last one was from the Overbearing Blade sect, isn't he? I never expected even a superpower like the Overbearing Blade sect to produce such a coward. The crowd pointed at Li Mu and the others' retreating figures, cursing them out. Some went further. Several who prided themselves on their strength directly attacked the rearguard Venerate Tu Shan. Shame of the human race. You don't deserve to live in this world. At that moment, Venerate Tu Shan had just stepped beyond the boundary of the stalactite plaza. Hearing insults toward the Overbearing Blade sect behind her, her eyes flared, and she turned around instantly. Bold. You're courting death. A peak 9th-rate rogue cultivator sneered, sending a blade of sword energy cleaving toward Tu Shan. Scum of the Overbearing Blade sect. This grandpa is Jian Shirsan, a registered disciple of the Sword Pavilion, here to purge our ranks. Tu Shan casually swatted away the fierce sword energy and instinctively reached for the dragon-headed Overbearing Blade on her back. The Overbearing Blade sect and the Sword Pavilion both dominated the northern abyss, their enmity running deep as water and fire for countless days. Now a powerhouse from the Sword Pavilion had dared provoke her. How could Tu Shan tolerate this? A violent and formidable Venerate aura erupted instantly. Boom. The domineering dragon-headed blade transformed into a towering blade arc that slashed down in fury, instantly reducing the so-called Jian Shirsan to nothingness. He's Tu Shan, the Venerate of the Overbearing Blade sect. As Tu Shan's formidable aura was revealed, everyone on site couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How is this possible? Is the Yao's Bullman Venerate truly this powerful? He actually made the Overbearing Blade sect's Venerate flee in defeat. Tu Shan paid no mind to the crowd's reactions, his fierce and domineering roar echoing out. Who else dares? Tu Shan's domineering shout sent a chill through the assembled powerhouses, their expressions shifting. At this point, some of the cleverer ones had already begun retreating toward the stalactite passages. But a certain stubborn few still pressed on, retorting. As a Venerate of the Overbearing Blade sect, a superpower of the human race, you fled without a fight, mere words from a Yao Venerate. How can you face the ancestors of our race? Tu Shan's eyes turned cold, and clutching her dragon-headed Overbearing Blade, she turned and strode back. The dignity of the Overbearing Blade sect could not be lightly insulted, so Tu Shan decided to unleash a massacre. Whether it was the humans who had insulted the Overbearing Blade sect or the arrogant Yao, she would cut them all down with a single stroke. However, just as his foot was about to step back into the stalactite plaza, a blazing crimson light suddenly rose from the magma nearby. The boiling magma suddenly grew strangely alluring, bubbling and gurgling as it erupted outward. Tu Shan focused her gaze. At the center of the blood-red magma, a crimson fire ring slowly rose from within the ancient Dragon Cave temple. At this moment, everyone present had their attention fixed on Venerate Tu Shan, completely failing to notice the anomaly at the Dragon Cave temple. The Bullman Yao Emperor was about to step forward and drive away the humans once more when an old demon with dragon scales on his face blocked his path. Old Bull, hold your hand. Why don't we sit back and reap the benefits? Let those humans fight amongst themselves first. Hearing this, the Bullman Yao Emperor paused and withdrew. Venerate Tu Shan of the Overbearing Blade sect had already noticed the anomaly in the magma, and a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Could that Li Mu lad have actually sensed something? At this thought, Tu Shan instinctively halted her steps, intending to observe from the entrance of the stalactite cave first. Just then, that crimson fire ring ascended into the sky and rapidly expanded. Centered on the ancient dragon cave temple, it instantly spread in all directions. Tushan felt a flash before her eyes. The crimson light had already swept across the plaza's many powerhouses heading straight for her. The scarlet bloodlight arrived in an instant. It made no warning sound, nor did it emit any suffocatingly formidable aura. That crimson light resembled nothing more than a powerless string of lamps, showing no sign of lethal force whatsoever. And yet it was such an ordinary fire ring. It possessed the terrifying power to annihilate countless powerhouses in an instant. Venerate Tushan felt the deathly aura so close at hand, and her once calm face turned pale in an instant. With his Venerate-level perception, he could instantly judge that such a bizarre power was far beyond what a Venerate could resist. Even a true great emperor present would perish on the spot. This was a power Tushan had never encountered before. Bloody bizarre, like heavenly retribution. The crimson light arrived in a flash, and Tushan couldn't even manage to resist. At this moment he could only stand rooted to the spot in disbelief, close his eyes and wait for death. My life is done for. Tushan murmured softly, his entire being, as if robbed of his soul, unable to move a muscle. Even after closing his eyes, the terrifying scene still replayed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of powerhouses were instantly devoured by the ring of fire, turned into nothingness. That bullhead demon emperor was dissolved into gas, without any resistance. Tushan absolutely refused to believe that the bullhead was the only quasi-emperor present. Many more quasi-emperor powerhouses had likely vanished before even showing their faces. What power is this? How can it be so terrifying? At this moment, a trembling whisper reached Tushan's ear. Tushan slowly opened his eyes only to find that the blood-red halo he had seen earlier had vanished. The lava square outside the stalactite cave was completely empty. Those hundreds of powerhouses seemed never to have existed, leaving no trace behind. Tushan breathed a sigh of relief and turned around only to see Li Mu and the others who had fled earlier already back in the square. Everyone stared at the platform outside with looks of terror. My lord, there are still others who escaped besides us. Li Mu looked up and saw the clan leaders of the major families of Xiajing City emerging from another stalactite cave entrance. Beside the Jiang clan leader stood a white-haired old man whose face still bore deep shock. Seeing Li Mu glance their way, the white-haired old man immediately offered a distant bow. Esteemed brother, great kindness needs no words of thanks. I, Jiang Taishu, on behalf of the Jiang clan, thank you for your warning. Should you ever need anything from the Jiang clan, simply speak, and we shall not refuse. Li Mu was momentarily stunned and did not reply. At that moment, several more figures appeared. Thank you for your warning, sir. Li Mu smiled in surprise. I didn't expect so many to survive. These fellows are quite lucky. At that moment, the quasi-emperor Tushan turned around and knelt directly before Li Mu. Li Mu, I, old Tu, on behalf of the Badeo sect, thank you for saving our lives. From now on, you are the most honored guest of the Badeo sect. If you have any request, I will spare no effort. Li Mu hurriedly stepped forward to help Tushan up. From his understanding of this man, a mere life-saving grace would hardly make him kneel like this. Tushan's grand gesture of kneeling likely had to do with the identities of Tu Jiaojiao and Tu Shuangshuang. Though he speculated inwardly, he did not voice it. Senior, what are you doing? Please get up quickly. Tushan shook his head stubbornly, remaining on his knees, and said in a deep voice, this grace is higher than the heavens, deeper than the sea. The Badeo sect will surely repay it heavily. Li Mu helplessly turned his gaze to Tu Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao quickly helped the senior up. We are all family, such a grand gesture would overwhelm me. Tu Jiaojiao nodded, and said, Third Grandmaster, please get up. Li Mu is right, we are all family, no need for this. Tushan was taken aback. Family. Tu Jiaojiao blushed and nodded slightly. Yes, family. Tushan looked bewildered. What do you mean? Tu Shuangshuang, standing nearby, blinked her big eyes and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Oh, Third Grandmaster, you're so dense. Family means not outsiders, right? Brother-in-law is definitely family. Tushan's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? Brother-in-law. As if realizing something, Tushan's eyes suddenly bulged. You brat Li Mu, how dare you? Seeing this, Tu Jiaojiao quickly put on a stern face and said reproachfully, Third Grandmaster, it's not Li Mu's fault. I chose him. Tushan's face stiffened, and he gave Li Mu a complicated look. You've got quite the nerve, kid. You dare to climb into any bed. The son-in-law of the Badeo sect is not an easy position. Li Mu's face froze, but he forced a flattering smile. I've already prepared generous gifts. When the time comes, I'll accompany Jiaojiao back to the Badeo sect to propose. A mocking smile appeared on Tushan's face as he shook his head. There's no rush for the proposal. Wait until you can pass the 108 heavenly passes. Only after passing the heavenly pass trial will you be qualified to propose. Li Mu looked at Tu Jiaojiao with confusion, asking with his eyes. 108 heavenly passes. Tu Jiaojiao blushed, nodded, and explained, this is the rule of the Badeo sect. Only by passing the 108 heavenly passes can you meet my father. Li Mu braced himself and asked, just 108 passes, how hard can it be? Tu Shuangshuang covered her mouth and laughed, easy. It's just picking the 108 strongest from the Badeo sect for you to defeat in one go. The last time someone challenged the Heavenly Pass was over 100 years ago. The Sword Pavilion Master sought to marry my aunt, but collapsed from exhaustion after passing the 78th pass. Since then the Sword Pavilion has been locked in a life-and-death feud with the Badeo sect. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Mu's heart. Shuang, what cultivation level did the Sword Pavilion Master have? Tu Shuang grinned slyly. Not very high, just a mere great emperor. Li Mu's face instantly fell. He had just hastily confessed his feelings. Now it seemed like 3 words a bit too rash. At that moment the ancient dragon palace within the magma once again emitted 9-colored divine light, and a soul-shaking vast aura surged forth instantly. As the aura rippled, the ancient dragon palace fully revealed its true form from the depths of the magma. The entire palace was forged from 7-colored divine stones. Its entire body was crystal clear, shimmering with 7-colored radiance, a splendid sight. Carved around the palace were many ancient runes which evolved into phantom images of true dragons, the 9 sons of the dragon. Tu Shan's voice came at this moment. This is the tomb of the Wangu Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm. I never expected it to be hidden deep within the hidden dragon mountains. Absolutely incredible. Li Mu asked curiously, Senior, is the Wangu Dragon Emperor a demon emperor? Tu Shan nodded, but then shook his head. No, he is not just a demon emperor. He is also said to be the strongest demon emperor in the great wilderness world. As his words fell, the ancient dragon palace let out another dull sound as rosy clouds swirled and 7-colored divine light flickered, fully exposing the entire palace to the air. Among the palace complex, Li Mu immediately spotted the dragon god grass. Witnessing the emergence of the dragon emperor's relic, Li Mu's heart could not calm down. What he had casually mentioned as a great emperor's relic was just a random remark, but he never expected that a real great emperor's relic would appear here. And moreover, the tomb of the Wangu dragon emperor said to be the strongest in the great wilderness world. While everyone was secretly astonished, a divine rainbow suddenly flew out from the ancient dragon palace, radiant and brilliant, shooting straight into the sky. Shwa! The divine light soared into the sky, and everyone focused their gaze. It was a 7-colored divine sword shrouded in endless divine light, emitting a series of sword chants. A quasi-emperor powerhouse hidden in the cave could not restrain himself, and was the first to soar up toward the divine sword. Seeing this, others followed suit, scrambling to seize the sword. An unexpected event occurred. A 7-colored sword chi shot out, and the many powerhouses in a flurry hurriedly dodged. Yet at this moment a forbidding force seemed to materialize in the void, preventing any attempt to gain leverage from the air. The entire sky was sealed off by sword aura, and all were confined by the restrictive power, unable to soar. With swift, sharp sounds, several figures were sliced into shredded flesh by the fierce counterattack of the 7-colored divine sword's aura. The remaining powerful experts, though fortunate enough to block the sword aura with their artifacts, were nonetheless struck down into the magma by the blade's light, instantly reduced to nothingness. A collective gasp escaped everyone. Li Mu and the others hastily retreated into the cavern, their hearts pounding as they gazed at that sword light in awe. After hovering above the magma for about 5 minutes, the sword light returned to the ancient hall. The onlookers could only sigh in helpless admiration. Suddenly, ear-splitting roars echoed from within the stalactite cave. Li Mu and his companions turned to see dozens of rainbow lights streaking toward them, an imposing spectacle. Amidst the thunderous rumbling, it seemed as though an army of thousands was approaching. Behind those rainbow lights came the faint roars of exotic beasts. Mist swirled and resplendent clouds veiled the sky. Dozens of exotic beast mounts galloped through the clouds, each bearing a powerful cultivator radiating immense pressure. With a mere glance, Li Mu recognized those mounts as ancient spiritual species, their armored scales shimmering with eerie light, their horns proud and ferocious. At the very center, one beast was draped in a feathered banner that fluttered loudly in the wind, bearing the grand characters, Central Region, Wushan Mountain. The delegation from Wushan Mountain arrived with extraordinary presence. 36 rainbow lights sped ahead, while 9 beast mounts galloped behind. Though they numbered only dozens, their momentum was akin to divine soldiers, descending, causing the vast sky to tremble. My lord, look at their weapons. Su Daji whispered in caution. Li Mu focused his gaze and frowned deeply. Every cultivator from Wushan Mountain carried a long spear exuding valor and might. These spears were the exclusive equipment of the dragon riders of the Tian's mansion, the Tian's dragon spears. How do they come to possess Tian's dragon spears? As Li Mu pondered this, he grew more wary of Wushan Mountain. The Tian's dragon spear was not a creation of Li Xuanzhe alone. This spear had been passed down through generations since the founding of the Tian's mansion, spanning countless millennia. Could there be some connection between the Tian's mansion and Wushan Mountain? While Li Mu speculated, another hum resonated through the void. What grand display from Wushan Mountain! As the voice faded, luxurious war vessels emerged from the stalactite cave, their hulls bearing banners that read, Eastern Wasteland Confucian Sect. So it was the Confucian sect that had arrived. Li Mu's brows knitted tightly and not forming in his heart. Although he had taken the form of Kong Chun, he did not know anyone from the Confucian sect. A direct encounter would likely expose his disguise. As he worried, a thought struck him. Turning to Tu Jiaojiao, he asked, "The Wushan Mountain from the central region and the Confucian sect from the eastern wasteland have both arrived. Has no one come from your overlord blade sect?" Tu Jiaojiao shook her head. "They were planning to come, but I sent word to stop them." Li Mu asked in surprise why. Tu Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained quietly, "I thought the news of an emperor's relic was just a tale you made up, so I sent word for them not to take it seriously." Li Mu was momentarily stunned. He wanted to say something, but realized she hadn't acted unreasonably. After all, the news had indeed been fabricated by him. Who could have guessed that the rumored treasure would actually be tied to an emperor's relic? Just then a spark lit up in Li Mu's eyes. Why hasn't the danger warning sounded? Could it be? With this thought, Li Mu subtly signaled his companions, then moved away from the group with Dong Wangtai. The Wushan mountain forces, upon spotting the Confucian sect's war vessels, immediately raised their spears in a defensive stance. The two factions faced off across the void, each claiming their own territory. The atmosphere grew tense. Just then a gentle voice drifted from the Confucian sect's vessel. "Friends from the Tianji Valley, since you are here, why not show yourselves?" As the words faded, two figures emerged from another stalactite cave. The leader was an elder with a youthful complexion, dressed in plain white robes, holding a gleaming white jade tortoise shell. Behind the elder followed the former grand astronomer of the Xia dynasty. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. This old Taoist Xuanji has come only to observe, not to compete for treasures. It's best if you all pretend I'm not here." With that, Xuanji led the grand astronomer towards the platform. Upon nearing, he formed a hand seal and bowed respectfully from a distance to Tu Shan. "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Tu Shan of the Overlord Blade sect to have arrived early. Xuanji pays his respects." Tu Shan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Daji stepped forward quietly and asked, "Elder Tu Shan, the Confucian sect secretly kidnapped little Xuang. Isn't the Overlord Blade sect planning to seek revenge?" Tu Shan's face darkened. He sighed and said, "Xuang's identity is sensitive. We don't wish to make this public. For now, we must suppress our fury and bide our time for an opportunity to retaliate." Su Daji nodded slightly and quietly stepped back. Tu Jiaojiao approached, glanced at her, and whispered, "There's no need to goad, third martial uncle. If those Confucian sect bastards truly make a move against Li Mu, he won't sit idly by." Realizing her scheme had been seen through, Su Daji flushed slightly and fell silent. At that moment, a voice came from the Confucian sect's ranks in the void. "Friends from Wushan Mountain, how about we each rely on our own abilities and not interfere with one another?" With that agreement, both sides began to fly toward the stalactite plaza. With a thunderous roar, all the independent cultivators turned pale and slowly retreated to the sides. In the center, only Li Mu and Dong Wangtai, dressed in Confucian sect attire along with Tu Shan and his group, refused to yield. Seeing such a clear division, the independent cultivators wore bitter expressions. Everyone knew that once the superpowers entered, they'd be lucky to get even a sip of soup from the Emperor's relic. The Wushan mountain forces quickly formed ranks, occupying a third of the stalactite plaza. The 9 ancient beast mounts breathed clouds and mist, causing the platform to tremble slightly. The Confucian sect, not to be outdone, lined up their war vessels, also taking a third of the plaza. The remaining third was occupied by Tu Shan and his group, including Su Daji and others, along with the old Taoist Xuanji from the Tianji Valley. The lesser independent cultivators could only watch from the sidelines, envious and wistful. Li Mu stood beside the Confucian sect's camp, hesitating whether to step forward when Li Taibai descended from the warship with his two beauties, Jing'er and Yuer. Jing'er and Yuer, quick-witted, hurried forward to kneel and pay homage to Dong Wangtai. Disciple pays respects to master. All of them were summoned by Li Mu, and no matter how they disguised themselves, they could always sense a faint connection through their hearts. Li Taibai took the opportunity to approach and bowed to Li Mu. Kong Xian pays respects to senior brother Kong Chun. "Greetings, senior brother." Li Mu nodded slightly and asked in a low voice, "How many from the Confucian sect have come, and what is their strength?" Li Taibai replied inconspicuously, 5 quasi-emperor powerhouses and about 30 above the 9th grade. Saying this, Li Taibai gestured to the warship they had descended from and introduced to Li Mu and Dong Wangtai, the one in the middle, the long-robed figure. Li Mu nodded without expression and quietly instructed Dong Wang, "Speak less, observe more, and be careful." Dong Wangtai nodded subtly. The black-robed figure was Kong Ci, the ancestor of the Xiaojing Kong branch family, also the father of Kong Chun and the elder brother of Kong Bai. As he boarded the ship, everyone gathered on the deck. After Dong Wangtai paid respects to ancestor Kong Ci, he revealed no flaws. However, Li Mu encountered some trouble. Although the ship only had Kong Ci as a quasi-emperor, there were several young clansmen from the main Kong family accompanying them. According to the Confucian sect's hierarchy of status and rank, branch family members were as lowly as servants before the main family. Even though Kong Ci was a quasi-emperor, he still had to be respectful and refer to himself as an old servant before the young main family members. Since Kong Ci, a quasi-emperor, had to act as a servant, Li Mu, pretending to be Kong Ci's son, naturally had to flatter and follow them closely. But despite Li Mu's usual tactfulness and propriety, his very nature rebelled against the Confucian sect's hierarchical ideology that divided people into ranks. The Confucian sect's emphasis on moral coercion, class hierarchy, and officialdom. Putting it nicely, it was moral blackmail, or bluntly, it was forced mental imprisonment and class worship. As the saying goes, a man of honor knows what to do and what not to do. Kong Ci demanded that Li Mu perform a kneeling bow to the main family youths, treating them with ancestral rites. Li Mu scoffed, refused to pretend, and simply left the ship. Fortunately, Kong Shun had always been somewhat carefree, and Kong Ci was notoriously protective of his own. Thus Li Mu's abrupt departure did not arouse suspicion. After Li Mu disembarked, everyone's attention returned to the Dragon Lair Ancient Palace. The Dragon Lair Ancient Palace seemed to have torn through the void. Its ancient stone door exuded a sense of time's passage and a heavy oppressive aura. With the emergence of the ancient palace, the entire lava region seemed to be under a gravity suppression array. Anyone who left the ground felt the gravity multiply countless times, and their bodies would fall into the magma under the immense force. All the scattered cultivators knew this beforehand, but the later arrivals from the Confucian sect and Martial God Mountain were unaware. Both sides decided to rely on sheer force to suppress the ancient palace and seize the treasure. From the Martial God Mountain camp, a dozen rainbow lights shot out. The Confucian sect followed suit, sending a warship and a dozen experts. Both sides, led by 2 quasi-emperors, each charged toward the Dragon Lair Ancient Palace. Just as the dozens of rainbow lights rose above the lava sea, a series of booming sounds came from within the palace. Thump, thump, thump. The eerie heartbeat sound emerged again. With the heartbeat, everyone flying over the lava sea instantly turned red-faced. Then an unfathomably strange force appeared out of thin air. All the experts of both forces suddenly dropped, like broken kites, swaying and falling into the magma. Except for the 4 quasi-emperors who managed to activate protective barriers and survive, everyone else instantly dissolved into nothingness in the corrosive magma sea. The 4 quasi-emperors, terrified and horrified, struggled desperately in the magma sea, swimming with all their might toward the stalactite square's shore. Just as they were about to reach the shore, the heartbeat sounded again. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic booming seemed to be brimming with vigorous life force. The 4 quasi-emperors turned deathly pale, and their protective barriers shattered at the sound of the heartbeat. Bang, bang. For crisp cracking sounds followed by piercing screams. Save me. All the experts of both forces changed expression. Just then a roar erupted from the Confucian sect's warship. Grandmaster, I'll save you. Immediately 3 figures jumped off the ship in a panic, plunging into the magma sea and disappearing into nothingness. Quasi-Emperor Kong Ci's expression changed. Turning around, he saw that Li Mu had somehow returned to the ship. Beside him stood Li Taibai disguised as Kong Xian and Dong Wangtai disguised as Kong Bai. The 3 hadn't yet withdrawn their kicking stances when Kong Ci caught them red-handed. What are you doing? Kong Ci's cheek twitched and his expression turned uncertain. Li Mu calmly clasped his fists. Father, the main family's young masters couldn't bear to see the Grandmaster fall, so they jumped off to rescue him. Kong Ci's long eyebrows trembled slightly, but he didn't expose the lie. Is that so? Li Taibai and Dong Wangtai both responded respectfully. Yes, the main family's young masters all jumped off themselves. At that moment, everyone on the ship finally came to their senses, staring at Li Mu and the other 2 in terror. For they had all witnessed it. It was Li Mu, Li Taibai, and Dong Wangtai who had kicked the 3 young masters into the magma sea while they were off guard. However, most on the ship were branch family disciples under Kong Ci, so they wisely remained silent. Except for a few personal guards and maids of the main family young masters. A maid tremblingly pointed at Li Mu and screamed, Lord Kong Ci, it was them who kicked the 3 young masters off the ship. Kong Ci's face darkened and he asked doubtfully, is that true? The maid nodded and pointed to the guards one by one. Yes, we all saw it. It was the 3 of them who pushed the young masters down. Kong Ci grabbed Li Mu and pulled him in front, asking again in a deep voice, did you all truly see that it was my son who pushed the 3 young masters? The guards and maids all nodded emphatically. Yes, we all saw it. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Kong Ci's lips. He gently waved his sleeve, and those guards and maids flew out of the warship one by one, diving into the magma blood sea and dissolving into nothingness. Since you've all seen it, come join them below. After speaking, Kong Ci's gaze swept across the entire ship. Did any of you see Kong Shun push the young masters down? The crowd retreated a step in fear, hastily shaking their heads. No, we saw nothing. Upon seeing this, Kong Ci's long eyebrows danced once more. Bastards, our Confucian sect values honesty above all. You were all on the ship. How could you have seen nothing? Are you lying? Just then Jinger and Yuer stepped forward together. Respected Grandmaster, we disciples saw everything. Those 3 young masters, concerned for the safety of the 2 quasi-emperor grandmasters, recklessly jumped in to rescue them. Hearing this, Kong Ci nodded slightly. Oh, is that so? Then all is well. You may go about your duties. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you in the future. The grandmasters possess quasi-emperor cultivation. What need is there for your worry? Just as he spoke, the blood-red magma had already annihilated the bodies of the 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses. These mighty quasi-emperors couldn't even resist before being devoured by the crimson magma. The quasi-emperors from both the Confucian sect and martial god Mountain wore dark expressions. Both sides ordered their disciples to lower their flags and retreat, biding their time. The ancient dragon cave's ancient hall was far too treacherous. Even quasi-emperor powerhouses were defenseless against it. Sending more people to charge in would be futile. Without ascending, they couldn't obtain the extraordinary treasures, but rising would mean falling into the magma and dying faster. What should we do? Kong Si asked, furrowing his brows. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. A massive divided hot pot, its red broth boiling furiously. Meatballs rolled back and forth in the pot. The scene was strikingly familiar. If those flowing magmas were regarded as boiling broth, then the treasures in the magma would be nothing but lamb meatballs in a hot pot. And this magma blood sea spanning tens of thousands of miles would be nothing but a steaming pot of Hataleo. People of the great desolate world, after cultivating to fly through the heavens and dive into the earth, would never think along these lines. But people from Earth, where Li Mu had lived in his past life, couldn't fly. Nor would they fly into a hot pot while eating to scoop out meat. But what if one wanted to eat meat and feared the scalding magma? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. Since his feet couldn't leave the ground, he might as well stand on the shore and scoop out the meat. As long as he had chopsticks in hand, scooping up meatballs would be no difficulty. At this thought, Li Mu's consciousness instantly sank into his system's space, his gaze sweeping over the magical treasures he had collected. Swords, spears, halberds. After a long while, his gaze settled on a pair of strange magical treasures that closely resembled writing brushes. Those were a pair of judges' brushes confiscated during the earlier raid. Placed together, the two brushes looked exactly like a pair of chopsticks. That was right. Treasures passed down from Earth's Chinese civilization. Chopsticks. For eating hot pot, spoons would naturally be the most useful. But there was no time to forge a spoon-shaped treasure on the spot, so he would have to find another way and let the chopsticks do the work. Just then the ancient hall trembled again. An aura even more formidable than the previous 7-colored divine sword surged into the sky. The chopsticks in Li Mu's hands rapidly lengthened, and his manipulation technique fully displayed the cultural heritage of ancient Chinese civilization. Fast, accurate, steady. That aura ascended into the air. Before the others could even see what the meatball looked like, Li Mu had already scooped it directly into his possession. The gathering of powerhouses stood nearby, looking utterly confused. What was that? Don't know. It was clipped away before it even rose into the air. Couldn't see it clearly, it was too fast. Before I could react, the treasure was already taken. Amazing. That guy was holding a pair of judge's brushes, and when placed together, they actually produced such miraculous effects. Don't panic, don't panic. Look at how he attacks. Completely unstructured, no technique at all. We can handle this with a pair of judge's brushes too. Just then Su, Daji, and Xiang Yu nearby also had their eyes light up. They all came from China. Who wouldn't know how to use chopsticks? The several people followed suit, each searching for chopstick-shaped treasures that could change length. Su Daji's hands held 2 hairpin-type treasures, which felt even more natural than Li Mu's judge's brushes. Xiang Yu, Grand Master of Rituals, and the others also found suitable equipment. What was most speechless was Li Taibai. This guy was already a foodie, and he actually took out an entire set of kitchen utensil-type treasures from his person. Not only chopsticks and spoons. There was even a large pot-type treasure specifically for cooking. He directly lent the chopsticks to Dong Wang Tai, while holding a large spoon himself, his face full of eagerness to try. Just then a tremendous roar came from the ancient dragon cave's ancient hall. Boom! The ancient hall in its violent trembling spat out streams of divine light. Streams of rosy light permeated with formidable auras flew out from the ancient dragon cave's ancient hall. Looking closely, everyone saw they were magical weapons flowing with divine radiance. Just by appearance, it was clear they were far from ordinary items. Brothers, the Hataleo feast has begun. Li Mu called out. The Chinese chopstick school sprang into action almost immediately. Leading the charge was Li Taibai, wielding a giant spoon, diving straight at a long sword-type treasure radiating purple sword light. Li Mu and the others following behind also selected their targets, each strike of their chopsticks like dragons, successively collecting treasures. Among them, some powerhouses from the great desolate world also found their own unconventional approaches, copying what they saw. Unfortunately, the chopstick techniques of China were not so easily learned. A quasi-emperor powerhouse from Martial God Mountain directly took out a pair of long spears, using the spears as chopsticks, and attacked a battle spear-type treasure, emitting flames. However, as his long spears attacked from both sides, that battle spear suddenly performed a spear flourish, knocking away his spear tips and escaping the encirclement directly. Just then a large pot descended from the sky, directly covering the fire-red battle spear and flying into Little Neza's hands. Little Neza took out the fire-spewing battle spear to examine it, and his chubby little face immediately lit up with joy. Although it's not as good as the fire-tipped spear, it's quite handy to use. Just as little Neza was grinning happily, Li Mu handed him a pair of heaven-rending heavenly bows forged from dragon bones. Among little Neza's 8 arms, 1 pair wielded bows and arrows. It was said that the Chun Tang Pass's supreme treasure, the universe bow and heaven-shaking arrows, were also subdued by little Neza. Although Li Mu didn't know whether this rumor was true or false, little Neza's ability to use bows and arrows, and his exceptional skill in archery, should be correct. Little Neza took the heaven-rending heavenly bow, casually drew it to full draw, and saw the bow body emit dragon roars after gathering strength. Immediately following, a yellow-scarfed giant dragon transformed its body into an arrow and shot toward the distance. Boom! A formidable impact force arrived. The magma vortex exploded skyward, raising a blood-red magma blood curtain. The enormous commotion here instantly attracted everyone's attention. That martial god mountain quasi-emperor powerhouse, whose treasure was snatched by little Neza, immediately darkened in complexion, glaring over in fury. You brats still at the age of drinking milk, yet you don't know the height of heaven or the depth of the earth. How dare you snatch food from under this emperor's nose? Don't you know how to write the character for death? Upon hearing this, Xiao Neza's eyes widened, and he glared back. Old man, you looking for a fight? With that, his fiery temper nearly drove him to charge forward. He had just acquired a new fire-tipped spear and the sky-rending treasure bow, greatly enhancing his strength, and was itching to test his skills. Li Mu stepped in to stop him. Not to mention who would win between Xiao Neza and that quasi-emperor. The issue was that their side was currently monopolizing the treasure hunt. Why would he go pick a fight? Snatching all the treasures and leaving the other side empty-handed was far more satisfying than a brawl. Besides, they were now part of the Ruzong sect. Having a backer and not using it, instead foolishly charging head-on, that would be pure idiocy. With that thought, Li Mu turned directly to Kong Ci, the quasi-emperor of Ruzong. Old man, the quasi-emperor of Wushan Mountain bullied my people. Can you tolerate that? Kong Ci's brows twitched. Chinner, what are you up to now? Faced with Li Mu's constant antics, Kong Ci was rather exasperated. Li Mu had already caused him a headache by suddenly making a move against the young masters of the Kong main family, and now he was directly clashing with the quasi-emperor of Wushan Mountain. Chinner, Ruzong has dispatched 5 quasi-emperors on this expedition, and we are determined to secure the emperor's ruins. Do not stir up trouble and ruin the grand plan. Li Mu curled his lips, slightly revealing a mischievous grin. Old man, that's not how you see it. No one else in the Dragon Lair ancient hall can capture the artifacts except us. If I snatch them all, wouldn't Ruzong come out on top? Kong Ci's long brows quivered slightly as he nodded thoughtfully. Chinner makes a valid point. Earlier, when he saw Li Mu's chopstick technique, Kong Ci had tried to imitate it. But those 2 seemingly simple sticks refused to obey. The apparently easy pinch and retrieve involved a rather complex skill. Even he, a quasi-emperor, could grasp it at a glance, but failed upon trying. As for others across the entire square, only 5 or 6 people could use this method to fish out artifacts, and Ruzong directly occupied 3 of those spots. From this perspective, Li Mu's argument held water. Chinner, what do you have in mind? Let's hear it. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Old man, our biggest threat here is Wushan Mountain. Now that both sides have lost 2 quasi-emperors, our strength is evenly matched. If you join forces with other Ruzong experts to attack Wushan Mountain, creating a deadlock, I can guarantee we'll sweep the field and take most of the treasures in the emperor's ruins. Kong Ci's white brows shot up. Makes sense. Right now we seem evenly matched, but we actually have the upper hand. Chinner, you're very insightful. With that, Kong Ci animatedly sent messages to the other ships. The communication among Ruzong's quasi-emperors was covert. Li Mu merely saw Kong Ci's lips slightly move, and in an instant several Ruzong quasi-emperors reached an agreement. Now Ruzong had Li Mu and others capable of retrieving treasures, while Wushan Mountain had none. With such an absolute advantage, any Ruzong quasi-emperor who disagreed would be a fool. As long as they suppressed Wushan Mountain, the scattered cultivators were insignificant. While Xiao Neza was still sulking over Li Mu stopping him, a massive scroll-like artifact in Kong Ci's hand suddenly soared toward the sky. Fellow seniors, let's move. As the words fell, another colossal heaven and earth chessboard rose into the air, descending directly onto the heads of Wushan Mountain's formation. Then a deep and mighty roar echoed. Trapped beast locks Dragon's Lair, broken wing lands on Phoenix Slope. Dragon locking coil seal. Instantly chains of energy shot across the heavens and earth, immobilizing all the experts of Wushan Mountain. Following that, a massive chessboard formation and a scroll capable of sealing the cosmos descended. Triple seals instantly trapped everyone from Wushan Mountain. The Ruzong quasi-emperors had launched a surprise attack, and the formation was complete in an instant. Before the few quasi-emperors of Wushan Mountain could react, they were trapped within the seals. Ruzong brats, despicable and shameless. As the roar faintly rang out, successive sealing formations were fully established. 3 Ruzong quasi-emperors hovered in the void, straining to maintain the seals. After all, inside were sealed quasi-emperor level experts from Wushan Mountain. If the 3 did not pour all their strength into maintaining the seals, the captives might break free at any moment. Kong Ci looked down and said solemnly to Li Mu, Chinner, the treasure hunt in the ancient hall is yours to handle. At the same time, the other two Ruzong quasi-emperors also spoke. All Ruzong disciples heed our command. Assist Kong Chun in obtaining the emperor's inheritance. Li Mu did not reply but cast a meaningful glance at the scroll-like artifact in Kong Si's hand. A faint familiar aura emanated from it, one Li Mu would never forget. If his judgment was correct, the scroll seal that had trapped him in the bedchamber of Empress Xuanji was the old man's handiwork. Though he did not know who had placed the restriction within his body, the scroll-sealed space that had imprisoned him for over 3 years was definitely linked to Kong Si. With that thought, Li Mu's smile faded, and he muttered inwardly, Ruzong, this young master will make you catch nothing but wind and fish for shadows, losing both your wife and your soldiers. When it came to playing tricks, if the old schemers of Ruzong were the ancestors, then Li Mu was the disciple who surpassed the master. The treasure-stealing routine was actually quite simple. It was much like the art of stealing another man's girl back on Earth: slander, sandcasting, fanning the flames, lighting ghost fires, sowing discord, and fabricating lies. Apply this ruthless routine to a rival, and even the little dragon girl could abandon Yanghua and fall for Injiping. The same applied to treasure hunting. Executed well, it guaranteed a front-row seat to watch tigers fight from a safe hill, reaping the benefits. That said, Li Mu's earlier impulsive proposal to Tu Jiaojiao seemed a bit rash, now completely contrary to the 13 moves of seduction from Earth. Fortunately, it was not yet irreversible. Since the threshold of the Overlord Blade sect was so high, it was time to change strategy, take a circuitous route, and adopt a new core approach. To completely shake off Ruzong's entanglement and monopolize all the artifacts today, he would definitely need the help of Tu Shan, the quasi-emperor of the Overlord Blade sect. Since their relationship was already tangled beyond untying, from now on he would treat Tu Jiaojiao with the same 13 forms of Tai Chi. No rejection, no promises, talk plenty of sweet talk, but do little. No money, abort the child, a shirk responsibility, only admit fault. Once this 13-form Tai Chi was executed, Tu Jiaojiao would be sure to stay, and the Overlord Blade sect would serve as his muscle. The 13 moves of the scumbag thrived everywhere on Earth because of one word: stability, steady as an old dog. Deploy this set, and let's see whether the quasi-emperors of Ruzong and Wushan Mountain end up crying. While Li Mu was secretly calculating, the Dragon Cavern ancient hall once again spewed out 2 waves of divine radiance from its treasures. However, each appearance lasted at most 5 minutes before being snatched clean by little Neza and the others. The others could only stand by and watch, helplessly powerless to act. Yet because little Neza and the others were on the Confucian sect's great ship, those rogue cultivators, despite their envy, dared not act rashly. But Su Daji and her group could hardly hold the scene. Although Tu Shan kept warning, treasures stir men's hearts, and Tu Shan, a quasi-emperor, was ultimately just one person. As Su Daji and the others reaped more and more harvest, these people could not help but stir restlessly. The quasi-emperor Tu Shan finally acted, making an example of one to awe the crowd. His intervention somewhat made the rogue cultivators retreat in fear, but it also caused the atmosphere at the scene to grow increasingly tense. At this moment, there were no fewer than several hundred rogue cultivators gathered. If they surged forward all at once, Tu Shan himself would not be afraid, but his task was not to kill or defend himself, but to protect people. Once a chaotic battle broke out, something might go wrong for those behind him, and how could he explain that to Li Mu? Thinking of this, Tu Shan had no choice but to seek help from the Heavenly Mysteries Valley's quasi-emperor, the old man Xuanji. Daoist Xuanji, would you lend old Tu a hand? Xuanji heard this, slowly shook his head, and declined. Apologies, I came only to watch the excitement, not to seize treasures or fight. Daoist Tu Shan, please find another way. As the atmosphere at the scene grew ever heavier, buzz. A humming sound came, and blazing mystic lights spread from the ancient hall, blinding everyone. An overwhelming pressure radiated like infinite heavenly might. Then a huge egg glowing with blood-red light shot out from the ancient hall, its vast pressure and dazzling lights sweeping across the entire area. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic heartbeat came again. This time Li Mu heard it clearly. Along with the heartbeat, a torrent of immense life force surged forth instantly. This is... Li Mu and the others stared at the giant egg in shock. Just by its aura, the life force of this enormous egg was even more vast and profound than that of all the quasi-emperors present combined. Chen'er seized that dragon egg at all costs. Kong Si's slightly urgent voice came from the void. Li Mu's expression shook violently, for another clear voice echoed from the depths of his heart. Master, I am the Supreme Dragon Soul. Please by all means obtain the primordial dragon egg. It will bring immense benefit to your development. Li Mu suppressed his shock and asked in confusion. You say that is a primordial dragon egg? The dragon soul's voice quickly followed. Indeed, master. This is not only a primordial dragon egg, but also a Dao embryo immortal egg formed by an ultimate emperor-level powerhouse undergoing nirvana during the tribulation of the Dao realm. If you can obtain it, I can nourish and tame it with fortune and dragon chi, making it the guardian divine beast of the supreme city. Li Mu's eyes lit up at this. Seize it. We must seize it. As Li Mu's words fell, hundreds of figures had already shot up into the sky. At the very forefront was little Neza wielding the Hun Tianling. Li Mu could no longer conceal his power. He directly activated the Supreme Dharma aspect he had never used before. Supreme Dharma aspect condense. As his voice fell, a fierce and wild aura instantly spread across the scene. Roar! A colossal phantom of the Supreme Dharma aspect, tens of Zhang tall, condensed behind Li Mu in an instant. The phantom wore plain clothes, a jade crown on its head, and held a city in its hand. 9 dragons coiled around its body, its authority rivaling the supreme deity of the 9 heavens. Moreover, behind the head of the Dharma aspect hung dozens of divine rings of light, gradually forming a great divine halo that pulsed slowly, resembling a peerless deity of the high heavens. Li Mu carefully sensed and found that within each of the divine rings behind the head were the auras of Su, Daji, and the others. Through these rings he could instantly draw upon the abilities of all his divine generals. Feeling that he could perfectly wield the Dharma aspect's power, Li Mu wasted no time and reached out with 2 colossal hands toward the giant egg. This egg was clearly extraordinary. Using chopsticks was no longer feasible. So the moment Li Mu gave the order, little Neza, Su, Daji, and the others all flew straight out. But the sky above the magma blood sea was a no-fly zone. Without Li Mu's supreme Dharma aspect backing them, casualties would be inevitable. Little Neza's Hun Tianling shot out, instantly winding toward the giant egg. Boom! A blood-red ripple surged from the egg, and the Hun Tianling was soon shaken away. Dongwang Tai followed closely, appearing directly above the egg. He formed hand seals with both hands and pressed downward. Yin-Yang seal bind. With his furious roar, threads of Yin-Yang Dao force transformed into silk threads that wound around the egg. In just a moment the sealing force had enveloped most of the giant egg, but the egg's resistance was equally fierce. Huge ripples emanated from its surface, and the seal, having covered only a large part, gradually dispersed. Clearly Dongwang Tai's strength was waning. Everyone please lend me your strength. Dongjun Yueshin, Xiangjuan Zhangfuren, and the others all formed the same hand seals and pressed toward the egg. The voices of all working in unison came. Yin-Yang seal bind. With their voices falling, the sealing threads of the Yin-Yang seal instantly covered the giant egg. But at this moment the egg's resistance became unprecedented. Fierce blood-red ripples pierced through the seal, striking Dongwang and the others instantly, turning their faces pale. Xiangjuan, being weaker, was directly shaken and spat out blood. Dongwang Tai's expression changed drastically, and he shouted to the others, "Hold on. Endure just 10 more breaths, we're almost there." Meanwhile, little Neza's Su, Daji, Changyi Zian, and others were not idle either. Their task was to protect Dongwang and keep others from approaching Dongwang Tai and the rest. Seeing that Dongwang and the others were about to seize the giant egg, the rogue cultivators who had flown over became even more frenzied. Having cultivated to this level, none of them were fools. Who doesn't want to grab good things? Men die for wealth, birds die for food. That is an eternal truth. Compared to risking death to seize treasures, living a muddled life is perhaps even harder to accept. Rather than living a lifetime in cowardice, being ordered about and humiliated, it's better to risk everything for once. If you win, you feast and live well. If you lose, at worst you die. Cultivation is inherently a struggle against heaven, earth, and man, an endless fight. Since we've chosen this path, who fears death? While everyone was busy, a questioning voice came from behind Li Mu, the Confucian sect's quasi-emperor. Kong Ci, why does your son Kong Chen possess such a mysterious technique? And that Kong Bai, how could he use sealing arts with those rogue cultivators? You never reported these to the sect. Kong Ci was also utterly bewildered. Chener, what is the meaning of this? Li Mu's brows furrowed slightly as he explained indifferently, nothing. They are the women I have taken as companions in Daxiao, and my phantasm power was granted by them. Li Mu spoke these words in a casual manner. However, facing the skepticism of the 3 quasi-emperors from the Ru sect, such an explanation was clearly insufficient to convince them. The other 2 quasi-emperors from the Ru sect glared coldly at Li Mu. Even Kong Ci asked with suspicion, "You are not my Chener. Who exactly are you?" Li Mu glanced sideways at the battle unfolding nearby, then calmly retorted, "If I am not Kong Chun, then who do you think I am?" Upon hearing this, one of the Ru sect's quasi-emperor experts shifted in expression and suddenly roared in anger. "You fool! We've been deceived. What should we do now? While we sealed Martial God Mountain, we trapped ourselves here as well." As his words faded, the 3 quasi-emperors exchanged glances and silently nodded. Seal, release. The seal encasing Martial God Mountain was instantly lifted. At the same moment, the figures of Kong Ci and the other 2 appeared before Li Mu, their overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him simultaneously. "Young man, who exactly are you?" Li Mu's lips curled into a cold sneer as he replied dismissively, "Fools. You still have time to ask me. You should be more concerned with your own survival." As his words fell, a furious roar erupted from behind them. "Confucian sect, old bastard. Give me your life." A dazzling spear light swept toward Kong Ci, forcing the trio to hastily roll aside and desperately defend themselves. "Sikong Daoist, there has been a misunderstanding. This is all this young man's scheme. We too have been manipulated. One of the Ru sect quasi-emperors countered while hastily explaining. Exactly. That supreme treasure dragon egg is about to be claimed by this young man. If we continue fighting, we'll both suffer devastating losses. Two imposing figures soared forth from the martial god mountain ranks, their spears gleaming in their hands. You shameless bastards. Today my brother and I will ensure your blood stains this ground. Hearing this, the Ru sect quasi-emperor was consumed by fury. Xikong Chongfeng, don't be ungrateful. If we weren't afraid this young man would reap the benefits, do you really think we'd fear you? Xikong Chongfeng's expression turned cold and stern. You dogs. 3 quasi-emperor experts, yet you lack even this much courage. Even if my brother and I fight 2 against 3, we'll still make your blood splash across this ground. The Ru sect quasi-emperor was about to charge forward, but Kong Ci held him back. Xikong Daoist brother, there truly has been a misunderstanding. This young man has impersonated my son Kong Chun, driving a wedge between our 2 sects. Let us first calm our anger. The person is right before us. Simply ask, and we shall know the truth. Hearing this, Xikong Chongfeng's expression softened slightly. He glanced at Li Mu and asked in a deep voice, Young man, who are you? Is what they say true? Li Mu sneered contemptuously. Elders, those pedantic Confucians are all hypocrites and treacherous scum. You've dealt with them for years. Surely you know exactly what sort of people they are. Xikong Chongfeng smiled slightly upon hearing this. You're quite the cunning one. My brother and I naturally know the Ru sect's deceitful nature. But you hiding your true appearance. Surely you're no good person yourself. Li Mu's thoughts shifted and his appearance instantly reverted to its original form. However, as his appearance restored, he cleverly grabbed the Tiansu mansion's battle armor and dragon spear into his hands. The moment Li Mu's true face was revealed, Xikong Chongfeng's gaze was instantly captivated by the dragon spear in Li Mu's hand. You are from the Tiansu mansion of the Daxia dynasty. Li Mu stood proudly, flicking his long spear into the characteristic opening stance of the battle dragon spear technique. Li Mu, young general of the Tiansu mansion. All 5 quasi-emperor experts present changed expression. Just then Tu Shan's voice suddenly echoed from afar. Xikong Daoist brother, this young Li Mu has some connection with my Ba Dao sect. I hope you two will do me the favor of 2 and not make things difficult for him. Xikong Chongfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He exchanged a glance with the other quasi-emperor from Martial God Mountain before asking, If I'm not mistaken, the phantasm power on your body is not your own. Li Mu nodded and smiled. Though it is external power, I can control it freely. What difference does that make? Xikong Chongfeng nodded upon hearing this. That makes sense. Just then Kong Ci from the Ru sect raised his long eyebrows and snorted coldly. Li Mu, you brat. What have you done to my chinner? Li Mu glanced sideways at Dong Huang and the others. The Yin-Yang seal was nearing completion and the massive dragon egg was already covered in seal patterns soon to be claimed as his own. Li Mu secretly sighed in relief, then sneered coldly. Any Ru sect member who dares step into our Daxia territory shall be executed without mercy. Kong Ci lightly waved his sleeve, and his overwhelming quasi-emperor power instantly bore down upon Li Mu. Li Mu sneered and gathered his supreme phantasm power, launching a direct strike at Kong Ci. You old schemer, do you think the Tiansu mansion today is still the same as 3 years ago? That can be arbitrarily detained and slaughtered by your Ru sect. Li Mu had originally intended to say, I instead of me. But as the words reached his lips, he subconsciously changed it to the Tiansu mansion. Though he didn't know why, he had a vague feeling that the 2 quasi-emperors from Martial God Mountain seemed to care deeply about the Tiansu mansion. As expected, the moment Li Mu's words left his mouth, the expressions of Xikong Chongfeng and the other changed instantly. Ru sect thieves! How dare you ignore the majesty of the martial god and conduct killing operations against the Tiansu mansion? The furious voice erupted and Xikong Chongfeng's shout instantly resonated throughout the entire stalactite plaza. Martial God Mountain disciples, heed my order. The Ru sect thieves have profaned the martial god emperor. Kill. As the fierce voice fell, all disciples of Martial God Mountain responded instantly. Roar. Defend the martial god's glory. Kill. Behemoth beasts roared and long spears swept across the battlefield. All Martial God Mountain disciples seemed to have gone mad, launching attacks against the Ru sect. This sudden development left even the instigator Li Mu stunned on the spot. What the hell is going on? Could my father Li Xianxi be the biological son of that martial god emperor? Though puzzled in his heart, Li Mu knew now was not the time to investigate. Opportunity waits for no one. Dong Huang and the others were about to retrieve the giant dragon egg, and at that moment, they would become complete targets of everyone's attacks. Rather than being passively beaten at that time, it would be better to strike now while the situation is chaotic and seek victory in the confusion. All forces under the Tiansu mansion regardless of cost attack and kill the Ru sect with full force. The moment Li Mu finished speaking, Li Taibai, who had been standing behind Kong Ci, suddenly changed his aura. A sharp sword energy gleaming with cold light directly stabbed toward Kong Ci's back. At the same time, Jing'er and Yuer on the Ru sect warship also instantly drew their daggers, ruthlessly slashing at the necks of their companions beside them. Even Tu Jiaojiao from the Ba Dao sect, who was not far away, without hesitation charged into the Ru sect's ship cabin and began slaughtering. The old supervisor of Tianji Valley saw this, and his expression showed slight hesitation. The old Taoist Xianji asked in a deep voice upon seeing this, "Why are you restless?" After a moment of hesitation, the old supervisor said with a trace of apology that Li Mu is the pillar of Daxia. 3 years ago, when faced with the Ru sect's dominance, I chose to protect myself, which led to the complete slaughter of the Daxia royal family. Now seeing this scene, I feel somewhat guilty in my heart. Xuanji frowned slightly upon hearing this. Our heaven's secrets lineage must keep a righteous heart to perceive the divine mysteries. Guilt in your heart has already bred an inner demon and shattered your Tao heart. This is indeed a grave calamity. With that he paused. Xuanji sighed and said, "Fortune and misfortune are self-invoked. Only the heart seeks truth. Today your master will help you break this inner demon." With these words he led the old grand supervisor directly into the Confucian sect's ranks. Foolish child, only by using the blood of the Confucian sect can you break the inner demon. Go forth and slaughter to your heart's content. Hearing this, the old grand supervisor's expression turned solemn, and he too joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, the entire Confucian sect camp descended into chaos. The battle among the several quasi-emperors escalated instantly, with Tu Shan's addition to the fray. Martial God Mountain excelled at close-quarters combat. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Confucian sect, facing the close-quarters assault of the Sikong brothers from Martial God Mountain, could still manage due to their numerical advantage. But once Tu Shan of the Overlord Blade sect and Xuanji of the Heaven's Secrets Valley joined the fray, the 3 Confucian sect members instantly fell into a disadvantage. The quasi-emperor Kong Ci, caught completely off guard, was pierced through by Li Taibai's sword. Although his strength was formidable and his life was not in immediate danger, the fierce sword strike had wounded his heart meridians, costing him more than 30% of his power. Kong Xiang Yu. Kong Ci stared in disbelief at Li Taibai behind him. Since Li Taibai had entered the sect under the identity of Kong Xian, he had been taken in by Kong Ci as his personal disciple. He had never imagined that the disciple he had carefully chosen would stab him in the back. Li Taibai let out a cold, indifferent sneer. Before Kong Ci could counterattack, he withdrew his sword and swiftly retreated, shifting the battlefield. Seeing this, Kong Ci was about to give chase when a dragon-headed blade as wide as a door panel blocked his path. Scum of the Confucian sect, take this old man's blade. The quasi-emperors clashed in pairs, and Li Mu's Dharma incarnation phantom moved in tandem. A colossal palm imprint capable of covering 100 meters in radius materialized in the sky, descending upon the Confucian sect's warship with boundless divine might. Seeing that the Confucian sect was on the verge of utter annihilation, the 3 quasi-emperor experts exchanged glances. One of them said to Kong Ci and the other, "You two protect me while I use the soul summoning art to contact the sect master and request reinforcement from the sect." Kong Ci and the other nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Under the current circumstances, if they didn't send for reinforcements quickly, none of them would likely escape. Although their cultivation at the quasi-emperor level meant that ordinary crises could no longer threaten their lives, if the Confucian sect disciples were to be completely wiped out, the quasi-emperors leading them would not fare well upon returning to the sect. Boom. At that moment, the ancient Dragon Grotto Hall, which had been silent for a long time, once again erupted with a deafening roar. The next second, dazzling rays of light illuminated heaven and earth. What's going on? Everyone instantly halted their battles and turned to look at the ancient hall at the center of the magma blood sea. A tremendous humming sound came again, hum, and Li Mu's expression changed in an instant. Not good. That ancient dragon egg was not the final inheritance of the Dragon Grotto Hall. I fear there is something even more terrifying within. At this moment, Dong Huang and the others had already fully sealed the giant dragon egg and were preparing to retreat to the stalactite plaza. Yet the moment the hum sounded, every expert above the magma lost all consciousness and plummeted downward like kites with severed strings. Fortunately, Li Mu had been keeping a close watch on everyone in the magma region. The instant the anomaly occurred, he manipulated his supreme Dharma body to spread its arms and reach toward where everyone was falling. Although the supreme Dharma body was a constructive energy, it was unpredictable between the real and the illusory, wielding immense power. In just a blink of an eye, it had caught everyone in its hands. Just as Li Mu was about to withdraw his hands, the Confucian sect quasi-emperor Kong Ci, not far away, suddenly manifested an energy arm and slammed it fiercely against the supreme Dharma body's palm. "Brat, you dared to kill my Chun'er. This old man will make you pay with blood." Li Mu's eyes sharpened. He bent his elbow, slightly flipped his arm, and collided with Kong Ci's energy arm using the back of his hand. Boom! A violent energy storm erupted instantly. The immense clash of power sent Kong Ci flying backward directly. At the same time, the supreme Dharma body controlled by Li Mu trembled slightly. The loosely clenched hands lost control, and 2 figures were instantly flung from its massive palms. Li Mu's expression changed. He urgently reached toward the lower altitude to grab them. Soon one falling figure was caught back in his hand. Judging by the attire and build, it was Xiang Yu who had been injured earlier. Without pausing to catch his breath, Li Mu swiftly reached for the other falling figure. Just then the previously calm magma blood sea surged with towering waves. One colossal wave, by sheer misfortune, swept directly toward the falling figure. The figure was struck by the magma wave, letting out a scream as it accelerated downward into the magma blood sea. This falling figure was none other than Xiang Jun, one of the 5 great elders of the Yin-Yang school. Xiang Jun's strength ranked second to last among the 5 great elders. Apart from that waste, Yun Zhongju and Xiang Jun was the weakest. After the failed grab, Li Mu knew Xiang Jun was as good as dead. Rather than waste time trying to save him, it was better to conserve strength and avenge him instead. The scream came quickly. After falling into the magma, Xiang Jun was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the searing heat. At the same time, a system notification chimed in Li Mu's mind. Ding dong. The star of Heavenly Pivot Gate of Life, Star Lord Xiang Jun, has fallen. Since all 7 Northern Dipper Divine positions in the Supreme Divine Hall have been fully activated, you have received a compensation summoning opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Li Mu didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Yes. Ding dong. Through the random compensation summon, you have obtained the 9-star retainer Fire God Zhu Rong. Ding. Since you used the star position compensation summon, Fire God Zhu Rong will automatically inherit the star of Heavenly Pivot Gate of Life, Star Lord Divine Position. Retainer Fire God Zhu Rong. Divine Position, Star of Heavenly Pivot Gate of Life, Star Lord. Treasure Zhu Rong Divine Halberd. Growth Talent 9-star, Immortal Grace. Combat Power Quasi-Emperor Realm. Note: after 9th grade Great Perfection, one who passes through the tribulation of heavenly punishment reaches the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Battle Soul Talent Endless Fire Domain. Fire God Zhu Rong commands the chaotic source of fire and can control all divine flames to form an endless fire domain. As long as the divine fire does not extinguish, Zhu Rong cannot die. Description: Fire God Zhu Rong is also known as the Red Emperor. Legend has it that she was the wife of the Flame Emperor in Chinese mythology, possessing the peerless ability to command all flames. As the interface manifested, a gentle whisper came from beyond the heavens. Feel my warmth. My fire can incinerate all things and burn away everything in this world. The next second, a red-haired woman wreathed in flames descended from the sky. Fire God Zhu Rong. Human body with a serpent's tail, crimson hair, and crimson eyes, bathed entirely in firelight, wielding a fiery red halberd in her hand. When he saw Zhu Rong appear, Li Mu was truly stunned for a moment, because the image of Fire God Zhu Rong was all too familiar. In his past life on Earth, when playing Dahua Fantasy Westward Journey, there was a monster called Fire Goddess Nuwa on the 7th floor of the Dragon Grotto. Wasn't she exactly like this? With Zhu Rong's appearance, the temperature within the magma fire domain rose sharply. Fire God Zhu Rong pays respects to my lord. The sudden appearance of the fire god instantly drew the attention of everyone present. However, Li Mu at this moment had no time to heed the gazes of the crowd. For the moment Zhu Rong landed, the Supreme Dharma aspect, which was already comparable to the Quasi-Emperor realm, grew even stronger. The divine ring behind the head of the Supreme Dharma aspect slowly pulsed, evolving another ring wreathed in flames, and an immense power of fire was transmitted from within the ring. Although Xiang Jun had fallen, Li Mu's aura did not diminish, but instead surged. The 3 strong experts of the Confucian sect all changed expression drastically, their faces turning gloomy and uncertain. With their keen senses, they immediately perceived that Li Mu's current aura was a full double what it had been before. Previously, he already possessed strength comparable to a quasi-emperor. Now, with the blessing of Zhu Rong, Li Mu's supreme dharma aspect was infinitely close to the great emperor realm. Just then, the surging magma suddenly began to boil over. The entire sea of magma and blood, like a volcano about to erupt, continuously spewed flames outward. Everyone looked uneasily toward the magma blood sea and the ancient dragon palace. Under everyone's gaze, the stone door atop the ancient palace slowly opened. A blood-red lion with a slightly ethereal body stepped out. Like Zhu Rong, the blood-red lion was also enveloped in endless flames, but its appearance was that of a dragon's head on a lion's body, the form of one of the 9 sons of the dragon, the ancient heaven-devouring Swanee. With the appearance of the heaven-devouring Swanee, a somewhat hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. The dragon egg is mine. You damned outsiders, prepare to receive punishment from Lord Void. As the words fell, a formidable aura comparable to that of a great emperor burst forth. The overwhelming terror seemed capable of shattering heaven and earth alike. How is that possible? Everyone's faces changed, turning pale and bloodless. A great emperor, a living great emperor, hiding inside the ancient dragon palace. Everyone was utterly incredulous, unable to believe it. How could such a mighty being exist within this relic of a great emperor buried deep beneath the magma? A true great emperor had been slumbering in the ancient palace. Who was he? The word great emperor alone could crush the past, present, and future. This title represented the pinnacle of combat power, the pinnacle of the Tao, the pinnacle of humanity. Since ancient times, the emergence of every great emperor had shaken the entire great wilderness. These emperors left countless legends across the land, each alone able to suppress a vast domain for eons. The appearance of the heaven-devouring Swanee was like the explosion of a universe, the extinguishing of stars. A slightly ferocious voice rang out again. Who stole my dragon egg? As the heaven-devouring Swanee spoke, waves of blood-red flames surged forth. Accompanied by several screams, some unfortunate cultivators were ensnared by the flames and instantly turned to nothingness. Facing the oppressive might of a great emperor, even the quasi-emperor's strong experts trembled in their legs and dared not respond for a long while. At that moment, Confucian sect quasi-emperor Kong Ci shot a fierce glare at Li Mu and stepped forward. Respected great emperor, your dragon egg was sealed by this brat. All of us present can bear witness. Upon hearing this, the heaven-devouring Swanee fixed its violent gaze upon Li Mu. Brat, did you take my dragon egg? Li Mu did not answer, but silently turned his gaze toward Zhu Rong not far away. Zhu Rong, can you discern its origin? Zhu Rong nodded upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming with greed. Void blood flame, a chaos-level spiritual flame that has taken form. The moment Zhu Rong's words were spoken, Tu Shan's low murmur came from beside him. Impossible. How could there be such a powerful fire spirit in this world? Although Tu Shan's skepticism had some merit, Zhu Rong as the fire god was the absolute authority when it came to identifying flames. Seeing the greedy gleam in Zhu Rong's eyes, Li Mu asked in a low voice, useful to you? Zhu Rong nodded greedily, smiling with slight excitement. My lord, this void blood flame is one of the rare chaos fire seeds, even in the primordial world. It possesses the power of devouring and void, only slightly inferior to my own primordial chaos fire. Li Mu countered, can you defeat it? Zhu Rong nodded confidently. Of course. I, the fire god, Zhu Rong, command all fires in the world. Even a great emperor-level void blood flame cannot escape my grasp. Just then, seeing that Li Mu did not answer his question, the heaven-devouring Swanee roared furiously. Brat, this emperor asked you a question and you dare not answer. The roar echoed as the heaven-devouring Swanee opened its massive maw and spat a stream of blood-red flame toward Li Mu. Li Mu sneered disdainfully and said to Zhu Rong, it's yours. At these words, Zhu Rong nodded and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire control seal. Absorb. As the words fell, the previously arrogant heaven-devouring Swanee widened its eyes in shock. Under Zhu Rong's manipulation, a mysterious divine chain of flame law instantly lashed onto the ethereal body of the heaven-devouring Swanee. The moment the divine chain touched its body, the blood-red flames on the heaven-devouring Swanee were absorbed by the law chain, gradually extinguishing. The heaven-devouring Swanee's expression changed drastically, and it let out hysterical roars. Impossible. You. Who are you? How can you? Its voice trembled slightly, and its eyes were filled with fear. Although it already possessed power close to that of a great emperor, it still lacked the final step to true emperorship. That was enlightenment of the Tao. As Zhu Rong had said, the heaven-devouring Swanee was a fire spirit evolved from the void blood flame after it gained sentience. It transformed into the form of one of the 9 dragon sons, the heaven-devouring Swanee, partly because of the influence of the dragon emperor's inheritance, which subconsciously shaped it into a draconic form. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring Swanee possessed the power to devour heaven, which perfectly matched the devouring nature of the void blood flame. Yet despite its formidable strength, it remained a spiritual flame in essence. Anything that was fire would be restrained by Zhu Rong. Once the void blood flame was completely devoured by Zhu Rong, its spiritual body would be utterly extinguished. The heaven-devouring Swanee's eyes were full of panic, and as it struggled violently, it began to beg for mercy. No, please spare me. The fire god Zhu Rong sneered coldly. The divine chain of flame law instantly contracted, locking the massive ethereal Swanee tightly. In a flash, the heaven-devouring Swanee's huge flaming phantom was absorbed down to a head-sized ball of primal fire seed. Within the blood-red core of the primal fire seed, the heaven-devouring Swanee pleaded repeatedly. However, Zhu Rong showed no hesitation and directly opened his mouth, swallowing the primal fire seed whole. At the same time, the boundless magma blood sea also fell under the control of the fire god Zhu Rong. The fire god Zhu Rong possessed the ability to command all divine fires in the world. Within this endless magma blood sea, Zhu Rong could hold his own even against a true great emperor. And Li Mu could borrow the abilities and cultivation of all his divine generals through the supreme divine ring. In the current extreme environment of the molten blood sea, Li Mu and Zhu Rong were just like 2 great emperors. As the heaven-devouring Swanee was devoured by Zhu Rong, Li Mu cast a mocking glance at the 3 quasi-emperors of the Confucian sect. You 3, how would you like to die? Gulu. Someone unconsciously swallowed, the clear sound oddly abrupt in the silent underground karst cave. Li Mu surveyed the entire venue, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of rogue cultivators. The treasure hunt assembly is now officially concluded. Time to settle old scores and avenge past grievances. A rogue cultivator hiding among the crowd summoned the courage to speak. My lord, I was merely watching from the sidelines and harbor no grudges against anyone present. Might I request permission to depart? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze shifted gently, and he instantly spotted the speaker in the crowd. Those who bear no ill will toward me may leave freely at any time. But what of you? Li Mu let out a sinister chuckle. If my memory serves correctly, you were among those who took advantage of the chaos during the treasure acquisition to launch sneak attacks from behind. The beauty you assaulted happens to be my woman, so I'm afraid you won't be leaving. As the words fell from his lips, Zhu Rong casually flicked a finger, and the speaking robe cultivator dissolved into nothingness before everyone's eyes. The venue fell into silence once more. Just as Li Mu was surveying the crowd, Zi Yin beside him suddenly spoke. My lord, there are spatial fluctuations here. It seems a quasi-emperor from the Ru sect is seeking reinforcements from their sect. Should we intercept them? Zi Yin, the dragon emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, could be described as an absolute master of space. With her intervention, she could likely seal off the space instantly and sever the Ru sect's spatial communications. Li Mu upon hearing this merely shook his head indifferently. Let them come. One of their own Xiang Yu at the 8th rank had perished. The Ru sect would have to pay tenfold, 100-fold in blood. A mere 3 quasi-emperors would hardly suffice. Since the enemy was eagerly coming to meet their demise, Li Mu would naturally not refuse. After all, backed by the magma blood sea, this underground karst cave was Zhu Rong's domain. Not to mention a few quasi-emperors. Even if they sent over an emperor, Li Mu was confident he could take half their life. Just as Li Mu was secretly pleased. Indeed, violent transmission fluctuations echoed from the void. Xikong Chongfeng, a quasi-emperor of Wushan Mountain, his expression slightly changed. Bad news, reinforcements from the Ru sect. Li Mu smiled faintly and turned to Zi Yin with a grin. Can you redirect their transmission coordinates to above the magma blood sea? Little Zi Yin paused, slightly stuck out her tongue, and nodded. Zi Yin's spatial cultivation was naturally formidable, although she was only at the 9th rank. Yet when altering the spatial coordinates, none of the quasi-emperors present had the slightest awareness. Not long after, Zi Yin gave a sinister smile, signaling Li Mu that the task was complete. Li Mu's lips curved slightly as he looked toward Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong, you just arrived today and haven't greeted everyone yet. Put on a blood sea fountain performance to liven up the atmosphere. As the words fell, Zhu Rong extended a finger and traced small circles in the void. The next moment, streams of blood-red magma surged skyward, forming crimson fountains above the magma blood sea. Just then, a spatial temporal portal opened above the blood sea. A quasi-emperor powerhouse clad in Ru sect robes slowly emerged from the spatial passage. Who dares to bully my Ru sect? A thunderous roar erupted as the quasi-emperor in Ru robes unleashed his formidable pressure. At this moment, all the disciples of the Ru sect camp erupted in excited cheers. Excellent. Elder Xian from the Inja lineage has come to reinforce us. We're safe. That's right. Elder Xian is the youngest quasi-emperor in the Ru sect, ranking among the top 10 in strength among all elders. Heaven has eyes. Since Elder Xian from the Inja lineage has arrived, the protective elders from other branches must be coming as well. Waves of cheers echoed through the air. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Ru sect also breathed a sigh of relief. Xikong Chongfeng Tu Shan. The Ru sect's mighty reinforcements are incoming. This Dongwang is no place for Wushan Mountain and Badeo sect to run wild. Tu Shan and Xikong Chongfeng exchanged glances, both wearing grave expressions. Given the current situation, one quasi-emperor might not significantly affect the battle, but what about 5 or 10? After all, Dongwang was the Ru sect's territory. Ru sect reinforcements would arrive in mere minutes, while Wushan Mountain and Badeo sect were millions of kilometers away. Even with quasi-emperor reinforcements, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to arrive. After all, the great wilderness was boundless, and even an emperor could not traverse a major domain in an instant. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. What is this? Everyone hastily turned to look. Before Elder Xian of the Ru sect could catch his breath, in the void, torrents of blood-red magma fire rained down upon him. Help! The sky-filling blood-red magma under Zhu Rong's control transformed into fiery ropes that wrapped around the quasi-emperor's body. The so-called Elder Xian hadn't even had a chance to show his face before being dragged into the magma blood sea. The screams quickly faded. Everyone in the underground karst cave wore expressions of utter shock. Was that someone just here? Yes, seemed to be a quasi-emperor. Good heavens, has the Ru sect's quasi-emperor lost his mind? Why would he run to the center of the fountain to commit suicide? I mean, is there any possibility he was actually here to reinforce us? Murmurs of discussion arose, and everyone from the Ru sect turned ashen. Just then, a melodious zither tune drifted from the spatial passage. The next moment, a beauty in palace attire playing a zither appeared above the blood sea. Xikong Chongfeng, a defeated general, dares to assault our Ru sect's quasi-emperor. This palace comes to subdue you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, and the scene erupted with gasps of astonishment. It's Fairy Qiong. Even Xikong Chongfeng's expression slightly changed. Could it really be her? Fairy Qiong was an elder of the Qinma lineage in the Ru sect. Hundreds of years ago, she had defeated Sikong Changfeng of Wushan Mountain with a piece called Heavenly Demon Dance at the 100 Sect Grand Competition, earning the title of the strongest disciple of the Qinma lineage. Fairy Qiong lowered her hands from the zither and slowly looked up, asking, "Where is Sikong Changfeng?" Sikong Changfeng naturally remained silent, but Li Mu loudly called out a greeting. "Hello, Fairy. Goodbye, Fairy." As the words fell, streams of blood-red magma surged upward, once more instantly dragging Fairy Qiong into the blood sea. My skin, my face. What kind of flame is this, help?" The screams quickly subsided. Sikong Changfeng stared blankly at the scene, his mouth agape, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Another quasi-emperor powerhouse from Wushan Mountain, Sikong Chang'e, asked in a low voice, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Sikong Changfeng sighed upon hearing this, and said softly, "Such a beauty, what a pity." Sikong Chang'e was somewhat at a loss for words. Just as everyone was secretly lamenting, the original 3 quasi-emperors of the Ru sect exchanged glances once more. "What should we do? If we continue waiting like this, no matter how many reinforcements come, it'll be useless. That Zhu Rong seems to be able to control fire. With the magma blood sea within this underground karst cave, we simply cannot defeat them." Kong Si nodded slightly, glared fiercely at Li Mu, and said, "Our only option now is to strike unexpectedly. To capture the thieves, we must first seize their leader. As long as the 3 of us capture Li Mu, Zhu Rong won't dare to act rashly. The remaining Sikong brothers from Wushan Mountain will be unable to fight alone and will surely die." Kong Si's suggestion was quickly endorsed by the other 2 quasi-emperors. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Mu, who remained focused on the sky above the sea of blood. Soon another teleportation fluctuation rippled through the spatial passage. This time an elderly man with graying hair emerged, holding a colossal white jade brush in his left hand and a massive blood-colored inkstone in his right. Before the newcomer could speak, Tu Shan had already introduced him to Li Mu, Shan Xianxiu, an elder of the Ghost Ink lineage. "This old fellow is a book fanatic and a seasoned quasi-emperor of the Confucian sect." Li Mu nodded faintly and was about to signal Zhu Rong to kill him outright, but Tu Shan hesitated before adding, "I heard from Jiao Jiao that you intend to establish your own academy. If you possess a fine set of brush and inkstone, Shan Xianxiu might prove to be of great service to you." Unlike those pedantic scholars, this old man is a true Confucian. He has devoted his entire life to the art of calligraphy and holds nothing but disdain for the petty and treacherous schemes of others. Surprised, Li Mu turned to look at the old man in the void. The elder wore a simple cloth robe, appearing quite unadorned. Apart from the brush and blood-colored inkstone in his hands, he carried nothing else of value. With this in mind, Li Mu gestured to Zhu Rong to spare Shan Xianxiu's life for the time being. Though one might not expect a phoenix to fly out of a black hole, Tu Shan's words had indeed sparked a flicker of curiosity in Li Mu toward this old man. After stepping out of the teleportation passage, Shan Xianxiu did not make a fuss. Instead, he calmly raised his head and surveyed his surroundings with careful scrutiny. His gaze then settled on the 3 quasi-emperors of the Confucian sect. "Why are only the 3 of you here? Where are Elder Xian and Fairy Qiong?" Kong Si hurriedly shouted, "Elder Xian, quickly leave the lava region. Both elders have been slain." Shan Xianxiu was taken aback and asked with curiosity, "Slain? By whom?" Before Kong Si could answer, Li Mu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "I killed them. Do you wish to avenge them?" Shan Xianxiu studied Li Mu for a moment, then shook his head calmly. "Their deaths are for the best. It can be considered a purge of the sect's disgraces." Li Mu smiled and asked loudly, "Senior, are they not your fellow sect members?" Shan Xianxiu descended from the void and landed lightly before Li Mu. "We are of the same sect, but not the same path. Had it not been for the sect's orders, this old man would not have come here at all." With that, Shan Xianxiu glanced at Kong Si and the others before adding, "If you wish to kill them, this old man will not stand in your way either." Li Mu laughed. "If I were to ask you to kill them for me, senior, what would you do?" Shan Xianxiu shook his head. "This old man does not fight." Li Mu produced a dragon-carved brush and waved it before Shan Xianxiu, whose gaze was instantly captivated by it. "Senior, this is a supreme treasure I recently acquired from the Dragon Palace, the Blood Dragon Brush. If I offer this as a reward for you to eliminate every member of the Confucian sect present, would you accept?" Shan Xianxiu shook his head without the slightest hesitation. Though the Blood Dragon Brush is exquisite, it is not worth more than righteousness and benevolence. If you asked me to slay these 3 degenerates of the sect, this old man might give it his all. Fighting 1 against 3 may be a stretch, but dying for the Blood Dragon Brush would be a fitting end. However, to slaughter these young disciples of the Confucian sect is beyond my capability. Bullying the weak and the young is not the conduct of a true gentleman." Li Mu nodded slightly and exchanged a satisfied glance with Tu Shan. Though this old man was somewhat rigid in his thinking, he was indeed an eccentric of the Confucian school, possessing a noble and righteous demeanor. With a gentle smile, Li Mu tossed the Blood Dragon Brush directly to Shan Xianxiu. "Senior Shan, I have a humble request. If you agree, this treasure is yours." Shan Xianxiu caught the brush and caressed it with great affection. After a long while, he looked up cautiously and asked, "What do you want me to do?" If it violates the principles of righteousness, this old man will not comply. Li Mu said with a faint smile, your Confucian sect manipulated power in our great Xia, slaughtering the imperial family to the last, and even established the Sage Academy to spread your pedantic doctrines, corrupting the nation's fortune. The Sage Academy has now been eradicated by me, but Great Xia has lost its cultural foundation. I want you to atone for the Confucian sect's sins by serving as a teacher at my new academy for 500 years. Are you willing? Shen Qianxiu was momentarily stunned. That's all. Li Mu nodded. That's all. Shen Qianxiu nodded without hesitation. Very well, I accept. Li Mu smiled knowingly and nodded to seal the agreement. At that moment, 3 piercing sounds of tearing air resounded, and 3 quasi-emperors of the Confucian sect instantaneously appeared behind Li Mu. Little thief, prepare to die. Li Mu, sensing the commotion behind him, was about to strike back when he saw Shen Qianxiu's expression turn cold. The old man swept the blood dragon brush across the blood inkstone. In an instant, the brush moved like a dragon across the void, leaving behind several blood-red characters, whereas constancy and righteousness and benevolence. Even loyal hearts turned to treachery. Suddenly, strokes of blood-red ink transformed into valiant warriors wielding blades and swords surging forth to intercept the 3 quasi-emperors. You 3 shameless scoundrels, has all your gentlemanly conduct gone to the dogs? After their assault was repelled by Shen Qianxiu, Kong Si's face twisted in rage as he cursed, Shen Qianxiu, you stubborn old fool. How dare you defy the sect's iron decree? Shen Qianxiu remained unyielding and retorted with a cold sneer. The Confucian sect cultivates the righteous aura of vastness, yet what has been passed down to you has become nothing but filth. The sect has become corrupt, and this old man must purge its ranks. Kong Si and the others wanted to retort, but Li Mu had already summoned his supreme Dharma avatar and sent a palm crashing down. You 3 clueless old thieves, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Li Mu's icy voice echoed through the air. The magma sea of blood surged with boundless crimson, and a colossal blood-red palm descended mercilessly upon the 3 quasi-emperors. With Zhu Rong's power reinforcing him, Li Mu's Dharma avatar now far surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. Coupled with the endless magma sea of blood within the cavern, Li Mu was wreathed in boundless void blood flames. The blazing blood flames instantly engulfed the 3 quasi-emperors. They struggled desperately to resist, but were firmly suppressed by Li Mu. With a thunderous crash, the colossal blood hand clenched tightly, binding the 3 quasi-emperors within its grasp. Pitiful screams soon echoed through the air. The agonized cries ceased, and the 3 quasi-emperor experts were reduced to nothingness. All that remained on the scene were the trembling hundreds of Confucian sect disciples and the lingering sighs of disbelief. Before the commotion could settle, the spatial passage above the magma sea of blood fluctuated once more. A graceful woman in white robes appeared in the void. Though she was young, her aura was vast and formidable, in no way inferior to the others. Li Mu was about to instruct Zhu Rong to repeat the same tactic when Shen Qianxiu hastily intervened. Hold on, she cannot be killed. Hold on, she cannot be killed. Shen Qianxiu's voice rang out, causing Li Mu to pause in surprise. Senior, who is this woman? Why can't I kill her? Shen Qianxiu nodded slightly and explained to Li Mu. This woman is named Yu Xiaodia, the deputy city lord of Unparalleled City and the current head of the Celestial Yu clan. Li Mu was astonished. She's not a member of the Confucian sect. Shen Qianxiu nodded. No, she came to the Eastern Wilderness as a guest of the Confucian sect, reportedly to search for someone. Searching for someone? Li Mu's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of Yu Wushuang and Yu Tianxin from the Golden Tower. Both were members of the Celestial Yu clan. Could Yu Xiaodai be looking for them? As Li Mu pondered inwardly, Yu Xiaodai in the void indeed began to look around. Everyone, have you seen any disciples of my Unparalleled City? The crowd shook their heads in response. Yu Xiaodia's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a trace of impatience flashing across her face. Just then, Li Mu stepped forward with his hands clasped and replied, I have seen 3 disciples of Unparalleled City, a monk, a Taoist, and a jade maiden traveling together. Are they the ones you seek? Yu Xiaodai turned her gaze toward him. Indeed, young friend, have you seen them? Li Mu nodded. Yes, they are dead. Yu Xiaodia's face darkened, and she shouted coldly. Outrageous. Who killed my disciples? Li Mu curled his lips slightly, his gaze naturally shifting to the disciples of the Confucian sect. The one who killed your disciples is Kong Si, a quasi-emperor of the Confucian sect. Everyone present witnessed it, but they dare not speak the truth for fear of offending the Confucian sect. Yu Xiaodai scanned the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Sikong Changfeng. Fellow Taoist Sikong, is what this young friend said true? Sikong Changfeng paused for a moment and glanced at Li Mu. Though he held some goodwill toward Li Mu, Unparalleled City and Divine Martial Mountain both hailed from the central domain, and it wouldn't be right to deceive an ally. Moreover, Sikong Changfeng was forthright by nature and not skilled in flattery or lies. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, choosing not to lie. Of course, he didn't directly expose Li Mu's falsehood either. Instead, he evaded the question, explaining, I'm sorry, I don't know. Lord, you should ask someone else. Yu Xiaodai looked slightly disappointed and turned her gaze to Tu Jiaojiao and others beside Tu Shan. Fellow Taoists of the Overlord Saber sect, can you enlighten me? Tu Jiaojiao hesitated briefly, then stepped forward with clasped hands and said, we did see a white-dressed woman with a white veil who was ambushed by the Confucian sect's quasi-emperor during the treasure hunt, but we cannot confirm if she is the one you seek. Yu Xiaodia's gaze flickered between Li Mu and Tu Jiaojiao, as if judging the truth of their words. Just then the immortal Chang'e spoke up from nearby. I also saw a white-clad woman being ambushed. I remember she pleaded for her life, mentioning the name Yu. Something with frost. As Chang'e's words fell, Yu Xiaodia's expression shifted instantly. Yu? Something frost. That could only be her disciple Yu Wushuang. Moreover, Chang'e, clad in white, and with a cold visage, hardly seemed like one to stir up trouble. Boom. A white silk ribbon rose from Yu Xiaodia's body, and her white dress fluttered without wind as her energy surged. Where is that Kong Ci? Li Mu smiled faintly. Dead. I killed him. Yu Xiaodai froze, and the force she had just mustered dissipated instantly. She had been ready to avenge her disciple, but the enemy was already gone. Was there anything more frustrating than this? Li Mu clasped his hands again. If you can help me with a favor, I assure you your disciple will be at peace in the afterlife. Oh, what favor? Li Mu pointed at the teleportation passage behind him, a harmless smile on his face. Give me the teleportation array disc you carry. Yu Xiaodai hesitated for a few seconds, then took out a white jade disc inscribed with mysterious runes, and tossed it to Li Mu. This was the teleportation jade disc used to set up the passage. The Confucian sect was not adept in the Tao of space, unable to freely traverse dimensions like Ziyin, so they relied on teleportation jade discs for spatial leaps. Li Mu handed the glowing white jade array disc to Ziyin. Modify this teleportation passage. Make it reverse direction. Ziyin was momentarily stunned and whispered in surprise. My lord, are we going to counterattack the Confucian sect? Li Mu rolled his eyes. Of course not. Do you think we can attack the Confucian sect with just this handful of people? Do you think their great emperor is idle? Ziyin stuck out her tongue and hurriedly got to work. Yu Xiaodai frowned puzzled. What do you need the teleportation array disc for? Li Mu smiled faintly. You'll see in a moment, senior. Before long, Ziyin flew to the spatial passage with the jade disc, releasing a surge of purple spatial energy. In an instant, all the quasi-emperors present changed color. Such powerful spatial energy. In the great wilderness world, only great emperors could truly master spatial power. Even quasi-emperors could not freely use spatial energy, yet Ziyin merely at the 9th rank could. Yu Xiaodia's expression flickered, and she asked softly. This is... Li Mu smiled. My little sister. As he spoke, Ziyin's spatial energy gradually faded. My lord, it's done. Good. Li Mu nodded and motioned for Ziyin to step away from the entrance. Ziyin moved farther back. Ziyin quickly retreated behind Li Mu. Li Mu turned to Zhu Rong, his voice cold and resounding through the area. Zhu Rong, let's join forces and pour this sea of magma and blood infused with void blood flame into the Confucian sect. Hiss! A collective gasp of shock swept through the crowd. This sea of magma and blood spanned at least 10,000 miles. If it were all poured into the Confucian sect, the sect would likely be annihilated today. After all, the void blood flame could easily kill quasi-emperors. With such a massive flood of magma, the Confucian sect would instantly become a 1,000-mile swamp and a 10,000-mile solitary city. Except for the great emperor, all other disciples would likely die instantly. Everyone stared at Li Mu in horror, instinctively stepping back. Even the Sikong brothers of Divine Martial Mountain and Tu Shan of the Overlord Saber sect shrank back warily. This kid is insane. What sin did the Confucian sect commit to provoke such a ruthless adversary? Indeed, the higher-ups of the Confucian sect are probably still in the dark, unaware that the mastermind behind all this is a mere young man. Amid the murmurs, Li Mu and Zhu Rong had already taken their positions. Tu Jiaojiao's voice trembled slightly as she urged softly. Li Mu, have you thought this through? Once this blood-colored magma pours into the Confucian sect, the entire minor world of the sect will be reduced to ruins. Even if it doesn't perish, it will be severely crippled. As Tu Jiaojiao fell silent, Xin Qianqiu also spoke with a grave expression. Young friend, although the Confucian sect has grown corrupt, not all within it deserve death. Should you proceed with such a course of action, the millions of remnants and cultivators within the Confucian sect's small world would all be reduced to ashes. As everyone began to voice their concerns, Yu Xiaodia, the city lord of Wushuang City, asked in a deep voice, why are you all so panicked? Could that magma blood sea truly be that terrifying? Sikong Changfeng nodded with a solemn expression. City lord Yu, the magma blood sea carries traces of a chaotic fire source. Even a quasi-emperor expert would perish upon contact. If young friend Li Mu truly pours the magma into the Confucian sect, then you city lord, you would be the best ally in annihilating it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaodia's expression finally changed dramatically. What? Could that magma truly possess such power? The Sikong brothers nodded in unison, casting complex glances toward Li Mu. Yu Xiaodai asked with visible unrest. Young friend, should you proceed with this, there will be no coexistence until one side perishes. Are you truly resolved to do this? Li Mu's eyes deepened as he countered with a question. Senior, the Confucian sect killed your disciples. If I were to hand the decision to you, how would you choose? Yu Xiaodai froze, then shook her head and fell silent. Li Mu sneered and signaled to Zhurong. Prepare to act. Zhurong slowly ascended into the sky, arriving at the entrance of the transmission channel. Just as the two were about to make their move, an aged voice rang out once more. Shun Qianxiu sighed and approached Li Mu, clasping his hands and bowing deeply in respect. Although our sect has grown corrupt, the Confucian sect's heritage bears no sin. Could I beg you to let this old man return and arrange matters preserving the sect's legacy? Upon hearing this, Li Mu fell silent. From the bottom of his heart, he was willing to trust the old man before him. However, this was the only opportunity to destroy the Confucian sect. Missing it might mean waiting an indefinite time. What if Shun Qianxiu, moved by brotherhood ties, gathered everyone to destroy the transmission channel? Just as Li Mu found himself torn between choices, thud. Shun Qianxiu dropped to his knees, bowing low before Li Mu. I beg you, young friend, to grant my request. Li Mu sighed and asked in a heavy voice, what do you intend to do upon returning? After a brief silence, Shun Qianxiu replied with profound sorrow. Though the sect has many factions, only a handful are true Confucian scholars. I wish to persuade them to join the academy as instructors, preserving the 5 lineages of the Confucian sect. Li Mu stared intently at Shun Qianxiu and asked softly, can I trust you? Shun Qianxiu paused slightly, then nodded firmly. I will not stop you from destroying the Confucian sect. On the contrary, I hope it may be reborn like a phoenix, stripping away the rotten to preserve the true, returning to its former magnificence. Hearing this, Li Mu glanced at little Neza. You accompany him. Little Neza instantly understood. Though Li Mu had not spelled it out, Neza possessed an innate rebellious nature, making his comprehension in such matters unparalleled. Among the forces of the Supreme City, only little Neza possessed an immortal soul, deathless and indestructible. Thus Li Mu sent Neza to accompany Shun Qianxiu deep into the Confucian sect. On one hand, it was for supervision. On the other, it was an opportunity to plunder. After all, the Confucian sect was a super sect. Allowing Neza to search and scavenge before its destruction could be considered a form of salvage excavation. Even if Shun Qianxiu were to betray them at the last moment, Neza would not be intimidated. After all, his immortal soul could not be destroyed even by an emperor. The worst that could happen would be having to regenerate a new lotus root, or rather rebirth once more. With this thought, Li Mu spoke solemnly to Shun Qianxiu. I will give you the time of 1 incense stick. When it burns out, I will launch my attack. Upon hearing this, Shun Qianxiu hurriedly nodded and kowtowed in gratitude. Then, accompanied by little Neza, he entered the spatial channel. The scene fell silent once more. Taking advantage of Shun Qianxiu's absence, Li Mu addressed the rogue cultivators nearby. For each Confucian sect disciple you kill, you earn your own life. I give you 1 incense stick's time. When the ash falls, it will be the moment of your life or death. As his words fell, some of the rogue cultivators nearby began to approach the Confucian sect's ranks. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The rogue cultivators and the Confucian sect clashed together. Li Mu sneered, showing no interest in who would prevail in the battle. Compared to these matters, he cared more about information regarding Martial God Mountain. Senior Sikong, could you tell me what exactly is the relationship between Martial God Mountain and the Tiansu Mansion? Hearing Li Mu's question, Sikong Changfeng smiled. Do you know why all military forces in this world are male-dominated, yet the Tiansu Dragon Riders of the Tiansu Mansion treat both genders equally, with female soldiers holding equal standing? Li Mu paused slightly and shook his head slowly. Having transmigrated, he had never questioned gender equality. It was only after Sikong Changfeng's reminder that he suddenly realized. In the Great Wilderness, no dynasty or military force had ever allowed women to enlist. Only the Tiansu Mansion of the Great Xia dynasty not only possessed countless female soldiers, but also had women serving as commanders. Seeing Li Mu's bewildered expression, Sikong Changfeng finally explained. Because the founder of the first-generation Tiansu Mansion of the Great Xia dynasty was the martial god emperor's own sister, a formidable female general who stood tall between heaven and earth. All the battle formations, spear techniques, and other arts practiced by the Tiansu Mansion today all originate from Martial God Mountain. We share the same lineage and heritage. However, due to certain circumstances, Martial God Mountain could no longer maintain contact with the Tiansu Mansion. Therefore, the Martial God Emperor once proclaimed to the Confucian sect, forbidding them from attacking the Tiansu Mansion. Li Mu suddenly understood. No wonder when he mentioned the Confucian sect's bullying of the Tiansu Mansion, the disciples of Martial God Mountain became so agitated. It turned out the Martial God Emperor had once warned the Confucian sect, yet the sect had violated his taboo. This was equivalent to the Confucian sect blaspheming the Martial God Emperor. Thus, the disciples of Martial God Mountain, to defend the Martial God Emperor's glory, would inevitably have to fight the Confucian sect. With brief words explaining everything, the time of 1 incense stick had already passed. When Li Mu turned around, the Confucian sect disciples behind him had been slaughtered. Only a few 9th-rank cultivators remained among the rogue cultivators. Li Mu casually dispersed them and shifted his attention to the spatial channel. He had previously given Xianxianxiu one incense stick's time. Now, with no abnormal reports coming from Little Neza, it indicated that Xianxianxiu had not acted recklessly. The time had arrived. Regardless of whether they had evacuated or not, Li Mu would no longer wait. Having given them one incense stick's time was already extra grace out of respect for the old man's sincere kneeling. Zhurong, let's get to work. Li Mu shouted loudly, and together with Zhurong they arrived at the entrance of the spatial channel. As both Zhurong and Li Mu raised their palms, the sea level of the magma blood sea slowly rose, gradually condensing into vortexes of molten rock burning with blood-red flames. The massive vortexes rotated rapidly, forming the miraculous scene of dragons drawing water, slowly pouring into the spatial channel. Hum hum hum. As the blood-red magma poured into the spatial channel, an ear-splitting hum resonated. The Ru Sect, the Ru Realm. The Ru Realm is an independent pocket world created by the Ru Sect's Grand Emperor, and it has been the sect's absolute foundation for roaming the vast Dahuang for millions of years. It is said that this place holds the densest concentration of righteous aura in all the Dahuang world. Moreover, it houses peerless ancient scriptures coveted by Confucian cultivators and countless forbidden Confucian arts passed down from the ancient era. Yet today the Ru Realm feels different from usual. Countless disciples of the Ru Sect gaze in shock at the fiery red clouds on the horizon. Scorching tornadoes rise, blurring everyone's vision into a haze. Even breathing becomes a cautious affair. With each breath, a burning sensation sears through the internal organs. High above in the void of the Ru Realm, a massive spatial rift flickers with an eerie red glow. The originally dark passage is now tinged with the dull crimson of coagulated blood. Blood-red firelight surges from the rift, staining the entire sky of the Ru Realm in a bloody hue. Beside the spatial rift, a visible circular energy barrier materializes out of thin air. Mysterious runes flow across its surface, coiling like colossal blood-red serpents. Violent waves of heat batter against the barrier, sending out powerful ripples of energy, occasionally punctuated by deep, muffled explosions. Not far from the barrier, a formidable figure sits, cross-legged, eyes half-closed, monitoring all the teleportation arrays of the Ru Realm with his powerful perception. The moment the red light surged, the elder's eyes snapped open, two piercing gazes shooting straight towards the spatial rift. Suddenly, a sound like surging liquid emanates from within the teleportation channel. It resembles rolling lake waters interspersed with crackling explosions. The elder's grave expression instantly turned to alarm. With a flicker, he appeared at the edge of the energy barrier, pressing his hands against it, sensing the violent impact of the scorching air currents. Frowning deeply, the elder's slowly formed hand seals, causing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to open. The next second, an intensely searing heat blasted forth. Even with his strength at the peak of the 9th rank, he could not afford to ignore such temperatures. The elder waved his sleeve, and an eggshell-like protective barrier formed around his body, instantly isolating the scorching heat. With his defenses in place, the elder approached the edge of the dark red spatial channel, carefully observing its interior. A brilliant dark red light flashed as a torrent of scorching magma surged through the teleportation passage. Moreover, the magma's color differed from ordinary lava. It was a strikingly vivid blood red, an eerie hue, as if infused with countless amounts of blood. Boom! A deafening roar like 10,000 horses thundering rushed into the elder's ears. The shocking sound made his heart skip a beat. Rumble! The elder's face contorted in terror as he stared into the channel in horror. He could sense a violent, vast torrent of scorching energy hurtling towards him. Waves of blood-red magma rolled and thundered like mountains crumbling and the earth splitting. How could this be? What on earth is happening? The elder muttered in shock. If this energy sweeps through the channel, then the Ru Sect. A wave of fear washed over him as he trailed off. Just as he prepared to raise the alarm and summon powerful allies to guard the formation, a tremendous explosion erupted from within the channel. Boom! The violent heat grew closer. The sea of blood-red magma surged forward like a colossal blood-red python of immense, unseen length. The giant python, covered in void blood flames imbued with the power of nothingness, shot towards the channel in trance. The elder barely had time to react. The powerful sonic boom, laden with scorching heat and violent energy, blasted him backward. A mouthful of cloying blood sprayed out. Damn it, this calamity is beyond my power. Not waiting for his mind to settle, the elder forcibly channeled all his strength to retreat beyond the energy barrier. The instant he exited the barrier, a violent surge of blood-red magma burst forth from the channel entrance. With overwhelming force, it slammed into the rune-covered energy shield. The barrier had not yet fully closed. Under such a massive impact, fine cracks instantly spread across its entire surface. Then boom! With a crisp sound, the barrier shattered instantly. Under the control of Li Mu and Zhu Rong, the boundless sea of blood-red magma burst forth like a frenzied beast breaking free from its cage. With the barrier's collapse, in an instant, a massive column of blood-red magma tens of meters wide erupted violently, like a volcano under the horrified gaze of all present. At this moment, the very air of the Ru realm became incredibly turbulent. Magma scattered everywhere. Wherever it fell, pillars of blood-red flames rose within the Ru realm. In an instant, the entire Ru realm was engulfed in a sea of fire. Wherever the blood-red flames passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. All barriers and formations melted away instantly. Even quasi-emperor powerhouses were instantly engulfed by the blood flames. In a space not far from the Ru realm, dozens of figures stared blankly at the scene, their faces etched with disbelief. Old Shin, this is the minor trouble you mentioned. A short, plump old man with a face covered in green pustules twitched, pointing a trembling finger at the sea of blood-red flames below. Shin Qianxiu also wore a look of deep sorrow. Do you think if the old ancestors were to act now, could the sect still be saved? Too late. A blind old man with a powerful, profound aura spoke calmly. That magma contains a truly dreadful flame. Anyone below the emperor realm dies on contact. Even a false emperor would be severely burned. This calamity is beyond saving. As the blind old man finished, a half-crippled old woman seated in a wheelchair nodded gently indeed. Unless the Grand Emperor emerges from seclusion, the Ru sect is finished. At this, everyone turned to look at Shin Qianxiu with profound gratitude. Old Shin, thank you for saving us from this peril. We old folks have little to offer in return, but from now on, whenever you need us, we will not hesitate. Shin Qianxiu shook his head slightly. There is no need to thank me. I simply did not wish to see the legacy of our Ru sect severed at its roots. The others fell into a brief silence. At that moment, the blind old man smiled slightly and pointed at the young Neza, asking, Old Shun, if I'm not mistaken, this calamity has something to do with this young friend, doesn't it? Shin Qianxiu was silent for a long while before slowly nodding. You could say that. But ultimately, it was the sect's own misdeeds that invited this retribution. We all know how corrupt the sect has become, yet we are powerless, being of little influence. Shin Qianxiu looked at the blind old man with rolled back eyes and asked, Elder Feng, you are the unparalleled genius of the music demon lineage. In terms of zither mastery, aside from the great emperor, you are second to none. Yet on the eve of the appointment of the music lineage's head, you were struck by that deadly poison and nearly perished, your soul returning to the void. If not for the great elder himself emerging from seclusion just in time to purge most of the toxin and save your life today, you would not merely have lost your eyesight. The blind old man's expression remained calm, offering no reply. Shin Qianxiu turned his head to look at the mutilated old woman, his face brimming with indignation. Senior sister Yu, you too were once a peerless beauty, dominating the Confucian sect for centuries. Not only were you the chief senior sister of the Painting Soul lineage, but you were also hailed as the foremost beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. And what happened? After refusing the courtship of the previous generation's sect master, you were stripped of your purity overnight and imprisoned in the Huangquan water prison for a full century. Now, though released, your face is ruined, your legs corroded and necrotized by the Huangquan poisonous water, forever forcing you to appear as a cripple. The old woman seated in the wheelchair slowly closed her eyes, a flicker of grief passing over her wrinkled face. Shin Qianxiu shifted his gaze once more, sweeping his eyes across each person in turn. Junior brother Bai, you were once the Confucian gentleman adored by all the female disciples of the sect. A gentleman on the path, fair as jade, a son of the world, peerless in grace, was your true portrait. But you have become this short, fat, and pus-covered monstrosity. All because senior sister you once praised your good looks. Ha ha ha. Shin Qianxiu threw his head back and laughed, gradually growing somewhat manic. Simply because of a casual compliment from senior sister you, our sect master forced his most outstanding disciple to consume that toad poison. Ha ha ha, how laughable. The more Shin Qianxiu spoke, the more agitated he became, and the more agitated, the more crazily he laughed. Stop it. Senior sister, you barked. Junior brother Shun, what is past is past. Why must you drag up old grievances today? Tears welled in Shin Qianxiu's eyes and fell one by one. He pointed at the boundless sea of blood below and laughed. Look, fellow senior brothers and sisters. Look closely. I did not warn them to evacuate. I destroyed the Confucian sect that had endured for 10,000 years. I avenged you all. After speaking, Shin Qianxiu buried his head in his hands, crouched on the ground, and wept aloud. The others wanted to comfort him, but the blind elder Feng shook his head and stopped them. Leave him be. Let him cry. Though Qianxiu harbors much resentment toward the sect, his feelings for it are also the deepest. He had the chance to save the sect, yet in the end, he chose to stand by and even fan the flames. Qianxiu cannot yet accept this version of himself. Elder Feng smiled faintly and added, don't hold it in either. If you want to cry, let it all out. After crying, we still have to set out. At Elder Feng's words, everyone's eyes grew red. Senior brother, is the Confucian sect truly gone? Of course not. As long as we are here, the Confucian sect's legacy will never vanish. A group of old men sobbed desolately beyond the void, which thoroughly disgusted little Neza. Hey, can't you all show some backbone? Little Neza pointed angrily at the Confucian sect's minor world below and roared. That old man Shin Qianxiu just said it. The Confucian sect bullied you into this state, and yet you still hide here, weeping over its destruction. Have you no dignity? If I were in your shoes, Ali Neza would go down and stab them twice more, delivering a fierce vengeance upon those who wronged me. The toad-faced dwarf by Shitty wiped the tears from his eyes and retorted, "Little girl, what do you know? That was our sect, our home." Little Neza sneered scornfully, "A bunch of cowards. Even if it were my sect and my home, in order to avenge my father, I killed even myself. Afterward, I exchanged my body for a lotus true form, returned home, and stabbed my father 36 times, each strike aimed at a vital point. He lay in bed for 300 years before recovering. To put it bluntly, all you Confucian sect people are a bunch of spineless weaklings, good only for scheming behind others' backs, without a shred of true man's blood." In the hidden Dragon Mountain range within the Dragon Lair's underground cavern, Li Mu and Zhu Rong poured all their strength into emptying the entire sea of magma and blood, a task that took them a full half a month. All the magma was funneled into the void passage. Only when the two descended from the void did the others awaken to the realization the Confucian sect, one of the great super sects, was likely finished. Now only an empty Dragon Lair ancient hall remained deep within the molten rock. Although the hall had been silent for a long time, Li Mu knew that inside the hall at least one dragon god herb was still hiding. And aside from that herb, the fact that the Dragon Lair ancient hall had remained unscathed for millions of years under the erosion of the void blood flame proved it was an unparalleled treasure, rare in the world. Since his supreme city was large enough, after long deliberation, Li Mu collected the entire Dragon Lair ancient hall into his city, planning to study it at leisure. By now the scattered cultivators in the cavern had either died or left. Only Wushan Mountain and Tu Shan and his group remained as spectators. The Confucian sect was after all one of the super sects. After pouring so much magma in whether the Confucian sect survived and what losses it suffered, Wushan Mountain and Tu Shan could not simply pretend nothing happened. This intelligence would determine the future grand strategies of Wushan Mountain and the Overlord Blade sect toward the Confucian sect. Li Mu naturally understood everyone's intentions, so he did not hide anything and directly invited them to go see for themselves. "Since you're all curious, why not come along?" Su Daji hesitated slightly. "My lord, perhaps we should go over and report back to you. That is the Confucian sect's stronghold, if they are not completely wiped out." Li Mu waved his hand to cut her off. "Not completely wiped out. If that is the case, then we must go even more. Wildfire cannot burn them out, spring winds revive them anew. We must root out the evil and cut off the source to sleep soundly." With those words, Li Mu took the lead and stepped into the teleportation passage with Zhu Rong. Su Daji and the others quickly followed. Tu Shan and Sikong Chanfeng exchanged a glance and said to Yu Xiaodia, "Shall we go too?" "Let's go." Then they all plunged into the void passage. The temperature inside the passage was extremely high. Apart from Li Mu and Zhu Rong, everyone else needed protective artifacts to withstand the heat. Occasionally remnants of blood-colored magma could be seen in the passage with blood-red flames that seemed ready to ignite the space itself. As spatial energy surged, the group soon saw the exit of the teleportation. Scorching heat radiated from it, and streaks of blood-red light reflected inward. Once they stepped through the exit, they would arrive at the legendary Confucian sect's minor world, the Confucian realm. Such terrifying heat. The first sensation upon stepping into the Confucian realm was like entering a furnace. This temperature was different from the underground lava cave within the Dragon Cave. In the Dragon Cave, the heat of the magma was completely contained. Even flying above it only brought a scorching sensation. Now the terrifying high temperature of all the magma was fully released. The entire Confucian realm was like a hermetically sealed pressure cooker, its terrifying heat enough to make even ninth-grade experts tread carefully. Li Mu and his companions swiftly scanned their surroundings. All around was covered in blood-red flames. Every building, disciple, and everything else of the Confucian sect had been burned to nothingness. Looking into the distance, the entire Confucian realm was deathly silent. Li Mu had expected to find survivors wailing and crying out. But now it seemed he had underestimated the power of the void blood flame. Not a single living soul remained. Not even a building or an object was left behind. For 1,000 li blood-red waves bubbled with white steam. The entire Confucian realm had become a forbidden land. Spread out and see if there are any survivors. Li Mu activated his movement technique, swiftly skimming over the sea of blood. After retracting his supreme Dharmakaya, the terrifying heat sent waves of burning pain across his skin. After flying forward for about 10 minutes, Li Mu's expression gradually relaxed. During this time, he had not seen a single human figure. The entire space was filled with a sense of desolation and loneliness. As time passed, the sky was gradually shrouded in a blood-red mist, and visibility for everyone diminished. Just as Li Mu's vigilance began to ease, figures wreathed in blood-red flames slowly rose from the magma. These figures were enveloped in void blood flame, like puppets entirely formed of fire. Li Mu stared in surprise at the fiery phantoms before him. Before he could examine them closely, he heard a familiar cry of alarm from ahead. "Chang'e!" Li Mu wasted no time and rushed toward the source of her voice. "Roar!" The moment Li Mu moved, tens of thousands of fire figures let out a furious roar. Then countless blood-red figures chased after Li Mu, their momentum like 10,000 stampeding horses, earth-shattering. Li Mu's brow furrowed tightly. He condensed his supreme Dharmakaya. With a gentle press of his giant hand, terrifying force instantly shattered all the fire phantoms within 1,000 li. Just as Li Mu turned to leave, the blood-red magma bubbled with a series of pops. The next moment, endless fire phantoms emerged from the magma once more. Their numbers seemed even greater than before. What the hell is this? Li Mu tried several more times, only to find that the more he killed, the more they appeared, an inexhaustible horde. During this, Li Mu even attempted to use Zhu Rong's ability to control flames. But as soon as he willed it, the fire figures would automatically explode. After a few seconds, they would reform. It seems brute force is useless. I need to shake them off and rescue Chang'e. Li Mu pondered briefly, then charged out of the encirclement, with brute strength breaking through like a crashing wave. His mighty supreme Dharmakaya swung its giant hands, shattering fire figures wherever it passed. Soon Li Mu spotted Chang'e. With her was the Siming, whom he had not seen for a long time. The two women were trapped in the void by a dense sea of fire figures fighting desperately in a chaotic battle. Li Mu casually struck out two palms, relieving the two women's peril. Chang'e and De Siming quickly moved closer to him. Master, it seems some kind of mutation has occurred here, creating these undying fire spirits. Li Mu nodded. Before encountering the two women, he had already sensed that this place had formed a certain deadly geomantic pattern, gradually evolving into a forbidden zone of life. Seeing the blood mist thickening in the sky, Li Mu decided to gather his subordinates first before making further plans. Due to the blood mist, the original plan of using signal flares was useless. Li Mu let out a long howl, using sound to guide everyone to him. Soon sharp whistles echoed from all around. Everyone responded and headed toward him. At the same time, endless fire spirits followed closely. Hundreds, thousands. Finally, they gathered to 100,000 or more. The strength of these fire spirits varied, with some powerful enough to rival quasi-emperors. Facing such a dense onslaught of fire spirits, everyone except Zhu Rong and Li Mu felt their scalps tingle. Zhu Rong, what do you think? Zhu Rong's fiery red hair danced her seductive figure like a beautiful snake. She pursed her crimson lips and uttered four words. Endless fire domain. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Zhu Rong's silvery voice soon rang out. Master should know that I, Zhu Rong, once ruled the endless fire domain for countless eons in the primordial era, and no one understands it better than I. I can sense that the heaven and earth of this small world are undergoing a miraculous transformation, evolving toward the endless fire domain. Those fire spirits are likely formed from the lingering will of fallen Confucian sect experts. Once the endless fire domain is complete, they will, under the blessing of this realm, gradually evolve into a special race beyond the three realms, the Fire Spirit Clan. And the endless fire domain guarded by the Fire Spirit Clan will fully transform into the most powerful Hongming space in the world. If Master has not yet decided on a location for the Supreme City, perhaps you could consider moving the Void Supreme City into this endless fire domain. I, Zhu Rong, am willing to lead the Fire Spirit Clan to guard the endless fire domain and become the gatekeeper of the Supreme City. Li Mu turned to look at the others. What do you all think? The experts present, though not the entirety of the Supreme City, represented the core of it by 9 parts out of 10. With the Confucian sect now destroyed, if the Supreme City wished to firmly establish itself, aside from making a name for itself, it needed at least one great emperor to sit in command. If they chose the endless fire domain as their base, Zhu Rong could fully unleash her great emperor-level strength, instantly elevating the Supreme City to the ranks of a super first-rate force. Su Daji and the others nodded in agreement. Sister Zhu Rong's suggestion is very reasonable. We have no objections. Li Mu then turned his gaze to Xikong Changfeng, Tu Shan, and Yu Shaodai. What do the three of you think? Xikong Changfeng and Yu Shaodai exchanged a glance and nodded repeatedly. Though your method of destroying the Confucian sect was somewhat opportunistic, we have seen your strength. We have no objections. Tu Shan remained silent for a long time. Li Mu looked at him in surprise. After pondering for a while, Tu Shan asked in a deep voice, as far as I know, the Confucian sect had at least 3 great emperors in existence. Now that the sect is destroyed, the great emperors have yet to appear. Have you considered how to withstand their wrath? Li Mu fell silent at his words. What Tu Shan said made perfect sense. He had already considered this matter when he destroyed the Confucian sect. A great emperor in seclusion would shut himself away for centuries, even millennia. If Li Mu had the endless fire domain as his backing, it would be equivalent to having 2 emperor-level powerhouses under his command. Although Zhu Rong might be slightly disadvantaged in a direct confrontation with a great emperor, the fact that as long as the divine fire burned, Zhu Rong would not perish was enough to ensure he need not fear any great emperor. Moreover, with his cheated summoning speed, let alone a few hundred years, within another decade the great emperors under Li Mu's command might outnumber even the 9th-rank powerhouses. A mere great emperor of the Confucian sect. If they dared to come looking for trouble, they'd simply be walking into a slaughter. Li Mu was fully aware of all this. Yet none of this could be explained to Tu Shan. Li Mu knew that Tu Shan was kindly reminding him to prepare an escape route in advance. But now faced with Tu Shan's question, Li Mu truly didn't know how to answer. After pondering for a long while, he could only pretend to be nonchalant and reply, "When the army comes, we fend it off with generals. When the flood arrives, we hold it back with earth. A mere great emperor. Destroy him." The moment these words were spoken, Tu Shan was so startled, he nearly pissed himself. Good heavens. The great emperor, the ceiling of combat power in the great wilderness, and you want to destroy him. How many dishes did you have with that drink to get this drunk? You shout. I spoke up in a soothing manner. Tu Shan's words are not without reason. The wrath of a great emperor is enough to move mountains and fill seas, to extinguish stars themselves. We must be on our guard. Xikong Changfeng nodded and added, I will report the destruction of the Confucian sect to my sect, and see if we can invite the martial god to mediate on your behalf. But as for this small world of the Confucian sect, I suggest you give it up, young friend. Tu Shan quickly chimed in. Exactly. Destroying their Dao lineage already makes the enmity as deep as the sea. If you were to also seize their nest, that would be slapping them in the face and leaving no room for reconciliation. Li Mu hurriedly changed the subject. Everyone, this place is dangerous. Why don't we leave for now and rest a while at my heavenly strategy pavilion? They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After leaving the endless fire domain, the long-awaited system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, on destroying the super sect Confucian sect, plundering massive fortune. Reward 1000 merit points, 1 random supreme artifact, 1 special faction summon card. Hearing the system notification, Li Mu's eyes instantly lit up. The long-awaited special faction summon card had appeared again, and this time it also rewarded a random supreme artifact. This was the first tangible artifact reward Li Mu had received since obtaining the system. Li Mu couldn't wait to open the box. System, draw the card. A special faction card with golden edges radiated brilliance once more. The next second, the system notification began under Li Mu's eager anticipation. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the special faction summon card and summoning the 8-star special faction Tangguo Academy. Li Mu was taken aback. 8-star faction Tangguo Academy. He had a rough idea of what faction this academy was. As expected, just as Li Mu was murmuring to himself, the system interface displayed the academy's faction information. Faction Tangguo Academy. Tier 8-star. Class Mastery, Sword, Dao Confucian, Dao Illusion Arts, Forging, Medicine, Formation, Talisman Arts. Average combat power uneven, averaging 8th rank. Faction Leader Master. Faction Vice Leader Little Master, Kuhauren. Core figures, the 13 Masters of the Academy. Description: as the highest institution of learning in the Tang Empire, Tangguo Academy has nurtured many pillars of the state. It was founded by the Master, the #1 powerhouse of the Haotian world. The Master serves as the Academy's Dean at the Half-Emperor realm. Little Master Kuhauren serves as Vice Dean at the 9th rank, Great Perfection. Beneath Kuhauren are the 13 Masters of the Academy. The first Master Li Manman stands at the peak of 9th rank, a step away from the Half-Emperor realm. The second Master Jun Mo is at the mid-stage of 9th rank. The third Master Yu Lian is at the peak of 9th rank. Besides them, the rest of the core members of Tangguo Academy are all 8th rank powerhouses. Seeing this information, Li Mu nodded inwardly. It was indeed the Tangguo Academy from Evernight. What a pity. Li Mu's favorite character from his past life, the bookworm Mo Shanshan, wasn't part of the academy, which left him somewhat disappointed. Furthermore, apart from the master, who was relatively strong, the rest of the academy members were somewhat underwhelming. However, from a professional standpoint, the appearance of Tangguo Academy was just right. Now that the Great Xia Empire's Sage Academy had been abolished and the Confucian sect's foundation had been uprooted by the Heavenly Strategy Pavilion. As the saying goes, to right a wrong, one must go overboard. Although Li Mu had removed the thorn in his side and completely cut off any possibility of the corrupt Confucian forces reviving, he had simultaneously severed the path for the people of Great Xia to pursue learning and seek the Tao. What Li Mu urgently needed now was not overwhelming military might, but a training team that could help him manage his rear base. And Tangguo Academy happened to be one of the most talked about choices. Along with a deep voice drifting ethereally, I drank 2 jugs of wine and cut down all the peach blossoms on the mountain. The powerhouses of the academy appeared one by one. The master, clad in white robes with white hair and a youthful face exuding an immortal aura, held a small wooden stick in his hand. The master of the academy pays homage to my lord. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Please rise, master. Li Mu's gaze swept behind the master. A man stood there wielding the Haoran sword, his eyes flashing with the confidence of one who dominates the world. He was the vice dean of the academy, Little Master Kuhauren. This man was an unprecedented genius, a legendary figure. In the original Haotian world, he was truly undefeatable, having bested all powerhouses under heaven. His self-created Haoran sword Qi could break all laws. Behind Kuhauren were the master's 13 disciples, also known as the 13 Masters of the Academy. The senior brotherly man was dressed as a scholar, holding a book in his right hand and carrying a wooden gourd at his waist. Despite wearing a tattered cotton robe, and a pair of worn straw sandals, he appeared remarkably clean. Beside Li Man stood a tall, proud youth donning a jade crown. He wore simple summer clothes with a sash woven from golden threads. With sharp eyebrows and stern, upright features, he exuded an air of meticulous propriety and respect for ritual. Second senior brother Jun Mo, the foremost sword expert in the academy after Ku Haoran. Third senior sister Yu Lin, originally named Lin Wu, was once the most talented sect master in the history of the demon sect. She cultivated the most difficult demonic art, the 23-year cicada. When this art reached great perfection, it could form its own unique domain, the cicada wing domain. Her strength was second only to the little master. The remaining disciples all had their own specialties with average combat power at the 8th rank realm. Although their cultivation realms seemed insignificant to Li Mu now, he didn't hold any disdain for them. Their role wasn't meant for battle in the first place. As Li Mu was quietly assessing them, the 13 masters of the academy, led by little master Ku Haoran, knelt in unison. Disciples of the academy, pay homage to my lord. Li Mu nodded slightly. The academy foundation he had been fretting over was finally taking shape. Additionally, he had obtained a half-emperor realm master to hold down the fort. Although little master Ku Haoran wasn't a half-emperor, he was still highly worthy of Li Mu's investment. This was because, according to Li Mu's knowledge, this man had absolutely no bottlenecks when it came to breaking through. In other words, as long as Li Mu provided him with sufficient resources, he could surpass the master in a short amount of time and directly ascend to the emperor realm. System, draw me a supreme artifact. Ding dong, through a random draw you have obtained the supreme artifact, the Jiulong Zongxianguan. Jiulong Zongxianguan. Li Mu's cry had barely finished when dragon roars suddenly echoed from the skies above. And then, a colossal bronze sarcophagus materialized before Li Mu, appearing from nothing. 9 black dragons circled around the coffin, their throats giving forth endless dragon's roars. So this is it, eh? Li Mu was slightly astonished. If his memory serves, in the Zhitian world, the mightiest instrument is this coffin, right? Li Mu opened the system panel, and a message quickly surfaced before his eyes. Artifact Jiulong Zongxianguan. Grade Supreme Immortal Artifact. Artifact properties: subdues soul, seals demons, entombs immortals, conducts divine rites. Note: one of the supreme immortal artifacts left behind by the Forbidden Supreme in the Zhitian world. It once sacrificed within the coffin and entombed an era of the immortal realm, and in the end, even the Forbidden Supreme himself was interred within it. Li Mu regarded the burial immortal coffin. Such a colossal sarcophagus. If he did not wield the supreme Dharma avatar, he simply could not lift it. After returning to Dixia, Li Mu discovered that the feral beasts of the hidden dragon range had already penetrated deep into Dixia's realm. The Sage Academy's faculty and students tasked with rebuilding Dragon Suppression Gate had nearly all fallen to the beast tide's onslaught. Aside from the people of the Hidden Dragons, 3 counties whom Li Mu had relocated in advance, several large cities near the Hidden Dragon River fell to the wild beasts. Earlier, those mercenary rebelled cities had not yet sent troops and were trampled to minced meat by the beasts. After this beast tide, Dixia's population shrank by a full 30%. What people saw along the way were corpses strewn everywhere, rivers of blood. Upon returning to Xiajing, Li Mu immediately set men to rebuild the academy, and had Empress Xuanji issue a proclamation announcing the formal founding of the Dixia Academy. From this moment forth, the Dixia Academy, the Supreme Science Bureau, and Tianjian will all mobilize to purge the wild beasts within Dixia's borders. After this calamity, Li Mu believed that the so-called Ruzong faith had been utterly shattered. After the beasts breached the gates, the surviving people first realized how crucial the Science Bureau's Dragon Suppression Gate had been guarding them. In the face of the beasts' claws and maws, the Ruzong they revered did not appear. At a critical moment, it was the previously unpopular Science Bureau that saved everyone from peril. The Dragon Soul Temple erected protective barriers across major cities, shielding the survivors within its sanctum. The Science Bureau's Dragon Guard cavalry surged forth, wiping out the beasts within the city walls. At this moment, the Destiny Dragon of the Dixia dynasty stirred back to life amid the calamity. The people of Dixia likewise surged with renewed fervor at this moment. From this day forward, Dixia's faith dwindled to one, the Destiny Dragon of Dixia. There was only one academy called the Dixia Academy. All the legions within the realm bowed under Temujin's iron-blooded rule, achieving a great unification of military power. Dixia's people were fully awakened as well. To think the Science Bureau nearly fell to Ruzong, and the Dragon Suppression Gate that guarded everyone was crushed by Ruzong's mighty powers. Countless survivors hatefully gnawed at their lips with anger, especially those who had once blindly worshipped Ruzong. Now they repent under a baptism of blood and fire. Only at this moment did the words Ruzong become a byword for a stinking rat, so infamous that everyone would cry out to strike it down. Li Mu listened to the intelligence feedback gathered below, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Ruzong is extinct, the people's hearts are restored. Now is the time to break with the old and rebuild after the disaster. Li Mu did not meddle much in the post-disaster reconstruction. Empress Xuanji and Shangwan Wanner took the task personally. Li Mu's thoughts have now shifted completely toward the Supreme City. Supreme City rises, and its first challenge will be to the cultivation world. After an all-night discussion with Sikong Changfeng and others, Li Mu decided to set the grand opening of Supreme City for 3 months hence. During the interim, besides sending envoys to major sects with summons of heroes, there is also the need to deal with those upstarts coming to stir trouble. After all, Supreme City is but a little-known new power. If it suddenly rises to become the Eastern Lord, it will inevitably provoke the resentment and challenges of many top powers. In addition, for Supreme City to seize Ruzong's spoils, it must win the unanimous approval of several superpowers. He had previously roamed Xia. As long as he guards Xia's 1 mu of land, that will suffice. But now what he must face is the entire Great Desolate World, and he will command the entire Eastern Desolation domain. The Great Desolate World is vast, incredibly vast. East Desolation, West Deserts, South Sea, North Biming, Central Domain, Demon Domain, the extreme North Ice Fields, the Death Sand seas, the Endless Sea. Each region is vastly bigger than Xia. Each region harbors powers rivaling Ruzong in strength. Excluding the Wu Shan and Ba Dao Min, Li Mu has already encountered. Li Mu will need the recognition of at least 10 more superpowers. Otherwise, what awaits him are endless challenges and perpetual strife. Even a scrap of flesh would be gnawed by dogs. Not to mention the vast Eastern Desolation. Just as Li Mu fretted over how to begin his first steps, Yu Xiaodai of Wushuang City found him. Upon entering, Yu Xiaodai came forward with excitement, her eyes alight with joy. "You City Master, what is this about?" Yu Xiaodai pulled Li Mu outside and pointed at the 2 sisters nearby, asking, "Li Mu, do you know the origin of those 2 girls?" Li Mu frowned at the words, his gaze turning strangely wary. When he first met Shuang'er, it was Yu Yao from Qianjin Building who hunted down Shuang'er's mother. After Li Mu and Li Xuanzi encountered them, Shuang'er's mother threw Shuang'er and her sister into Li Mu's carriage, while she herself drew off the pursuit. It wasn't until days later that Li Xuanzi told him that Shuang'er's mother had died on a royal road. When Li Mu last met Yu Yao, he suspected that Shuang'er's identity might be related to the Yu family. Now confronted again by Yu Xiaodia, Li Mu naturally grew wary. "You City Master, they are my personal maidservants like my own sisters." Yu Xiaodai did not notice Li Mu's changing expression and pressed on. "Do you know their identities, or have you seen their parents?" Li Mu did not answer but replied softly, "You City Master, these 2 sisters grew up inside the Tian's Bureau, never stepping beyond its gates. Why are you inquiring about their origins?" Yu Xiaodai turned her head and caught a glint of light flashing in Li Mu's eyes. Her brows furrowed, and in her hand the white, jade long sword emitted faint radiance. "Li Mu, they may be my long-lost relatives. Do I beg you to tell me truthfully?" Li Mu casually glanced at her jade sword, a faint smile crossing his face as he asked, "You City Master, is this you intending to strike? I dare say this place is not exactly a dragon's den, but a mere quasi-emperor, and I do not take him lightly." With those words, the air grew tense. In the courtyard, several quasi-emperor auras flickered, locking onto Yu Xiaodai with precision. Yu Xiaodia's expression shifted abruptly, her delicate face turning frosty. "Li Mu, what do you mean by this?" The Sikong brothers, who also resided in the same compound, sensed the tense atmosphere and pushed open their doors to step outside. "Young friend Li Mu, what are you doing?" Li Mu gestured for the Shuang'er sisters to come forward, then asked Yu Xiaodai calmly, "On what basis do you claim they are your long-lost kin? Do you have any proof?" Yu Xiaodia's face remained cold as she raised the white jade longsword in her hand before the Shuang'er sisters. A soft hum emanated from the blade as it vibrated gently, emitting waves of resonant sound. A faint white glow spread from the sword's body, enveloping the Shuang'er sisters. Li Mu's brow twitched slightly as he asked with a cold expression, "And what does this prove? Do you think this is the Ziqing sword where whoever draws it is your destined true love?" A trace of indignation appeared on Yu Xiaodia's face. "This sword is named Yujue, an heirloom of the Celestial Yu clan. Only those of the clan's direct bloodline can cause the blade to resonate with them." Li Mu sneered. "Ridiculous. You say it resonates, but who can prove that? And if they truly carry the Yu clan's direct bloodline, how did they end up in my Tian's mansion? Shuang'er has grown up in my courtyard since childhood. Their identity is not something you need to question." Yu Xiaodia's eyes widened in anger. "The heirloom Yujue sword of our Celestial Yu clan can only be wielded by direct descendants. This is common knowledge across the Dahuang world. How dare you dismiss it with mere words?" Li Mu produced the Tian's dragon spear and retorted with a cold smile, "My Tian's mansion has passed down the crimson blood dragon spear through generations. Everyone in Dachau knows of it. Yet now every brother on the Martial God Mountain wields one. Could I claim that the Martial God Mountain falls under my jurisdiction?" Yu Xiaodai was furious. You're twisting logic. My Yujue is a bound treasure that has acknowledged its master. How can it be compared to an ordinary dragon spear?" Li Mu nodded mockingly, then brought out the 9-dragon immortal burial coffin he had just obtained. "This is also a bound treasure that has acknowledged its master, and its preciousness is no less than that broken sword of yours, wouldn't you say?" As he spoke, Li Mu placed the immortal burial coffin before Yu Xiaodai and manipulated the 9 black dragons to unleash a barrage of roars at her. City Lord, do you see this? My 9-dragon immortal burial coffin is likewise the supreme treasure of my supreme town. It only roars wildly when it encounters my destined soulmate. Now that it's fervently expressing affection toward you, it means you are my fate's true love. Care to stay the night and share my bed? Yu Xiaodia's face flushed crimson, 2 blossoms of pink spreading across her cheeks. You shameless fool. Li Mu's gaze turned ice-cold as he barked. City Lord Yu, I respected you as a guest from afar, yet you scheme within my courtyard. Tell me which of us is truly shameless. Yu Xiaodai grew anxious and decided not to bicker with Li Mu further. She turned to the Shuang'er sisters and said softly, You're called Shuang'er, aren't you? I'm Yu Xiaodia, your aunt. Your mother Yu Ji was my elder sister. With that she took out a jade pendant engraved with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and held it in her palm. Have you seen this phoenix returning to nest jade before? Your mother should have one too. The Shuang'er sisters exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, the Shuang'er pulled out a strikingly similar jade pendant from around her neck. The 2 jade pendants were placed side by side. Almost identical except one phoenix head faced left while the other faced right. Yu Xiaodia's eyes reddened at the sight, and she burst into tears. Good children, it truly is you. I've searched for you for so long. Come home with me. But before the Shuang'er sisters could reply, Li Mu stepped in with a cold and resolute refusal. They won't be going with you. At his words, the Shuang'er sisters replied in unison, The young lord is right. This place is our home. We won't leave with you. Yu Xiaodai glared at Li Mu and demanded loudly, Why? They are the direct descendants of the Yu clan, carrying the most noble blood of our celestial Yu family. They should return to the clan and be formally recognized. Li Mu sneered. What a noble bloodline, what a celestial Yu clan. Where were you when they were being hunted and trapped in desperate straits? Where were you when they were abandoned on the streets without clothes or food? Yu Xiaodia's face paled, unable to find an answer. Li Mu let out a cold snort and continued. You don't know how to answer, do you? Then let me answer for you. You were busy fighting for power, busy orchestrating their pursuit. Am I right? Li Mu's words struck like a hammer, draining the color from Yu Xiaodia's face. I did no such thing. Li Mu's eyes locked onto hers mercilessly. You didn't. Then how did you become the clan's matriarch? Didn't you have an elder sister? Even if you were to replace the rightful heir, there should at least be a valid reason, shouldn't there? Yu Xiaodai grew desperate and hastily explained to the Shuang'er sisters, Don't listen to his nonsense. I only became matriarch after my sister disappeared. I never harmed you. Before Yu Xiaodia's words could even settle, Li Mu's aggressive questioning pressed on. Is Yu Wushuang your disciple? Does Yu Tianxin defer to your authority? Yu Xiaodai froze for a moment. Are you saying? My sister was killed by Wushuang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Xiaodai stated firmly, when my sister disappeared, I was in seclusion at Wushuang City, and Wushuang was by my side the entire time. Li Mu countered, Then what about Yu Tianxin, the master of the 1,000 gold pavilion? Yu Xiaodai shook her head. That's even more impossible. The master of the 1,000 gold pavilion in Daxia has always been my sister. Yu Tianxin's strength is far inferior to hers. He couldn't possibly have killed her. Besides, as a collateral member, Yu Tianxin has no right to be the pavilion master. The only reason he was appointed was that he recovered my sister's corpse, a meritorious deed that earned him special recognition. Even as she spoke, Yu Xiaodia's expression remained resolute, refusing to believe her sister had died at the hands of her own people. Seeing that her expression showed no signs of deception, Li Mu turned to the Shuang'er sisters. Shuang'er, tell her who killed your mother. The Shuang'er sisters' eyes filled with hatred as they spat out 3 words in unison. The Yu clan. Yu Xiaodia's face instantly drained of all color. She cried out, Impossible. My sister was the eldest princess of the Yu clan and the strongest among the younger generation. No one of her generation in the clan could possibly have killed her. But I investigated thoroughly afterward. None of the elder generation of the Yu clan had even set foot in Daxia during that time. Li Mu let out a sigh and spoke calmly, shattering all her illusions. What if I told you that I witnessed with my own eyes your sister being pursued and killed by people from the 1,000 gold pavilion? With that, Li Mu turned to Su Daji and said, Daji, bring out Yu Wushuang and Yu Tianxin. Let's conduct an interrogation right here on the spot. The moment Li Mu spoke, Yu Xiaodia's face turned ashen. If she remembered correctly, when she first met Li Mu, he told her that Yu Wushuang had been killed by the Confucian sect. But now Li Mu openly admitted in front of everyone that he had imprisoned Yu Wushuang. Yu Xiaodai shot Li Mu a fierce glare, her anger growing even more apparent. Li Mu, don't you owe me an explanation? Why is my disciple imprisoned by you? Li Mu snorted coldly. What explanation? Your disciple openly rebelled within my great Xia, illegally gathered heroes at the Qianjin Tower to incite rebellion. I haven't even demanded an account from you, and you asked me to explain. As they spoke, Su Daji brought Yu Wushuang and Yu Tianxin to stand before Yu Xiaodai. The moment Yu Wushuang saw Yu Xiaodia, tears burst forth uncontrollably. Master, save me. A crisp slap echoed as Li Mu delivered a heavy blow to Yu Wushuang's face. Stop wailing. Did I wrong you? Caught off guard, Yu Wushuang stumbled and fell to the ground. Yu Tianxin trembled in fear and knelt down immediately. Yu Xiaodia's eyes reddened, but she suppressed her anger and asked, "How do you intend to interrogate them?" Li Mu signaled Su Daji, who stepped forward and pried open their mouths. Li Mu flicked his fingers, and 2 10,000 tribulation rebirth pills flew into their mouths. Simple 1 pill each will do the trick. The pills dissolved upon contact. The next second their faces twisted in agony. Ah! Screams soon followed as they clutched their stomachs and collapsed to the ground, as if they had drunk the subjugating river water. "You? What did you do to them?" Yu Xiaodai rushed over with concern. Li Mu wore a harmless smile as he produced a pill and held it before Yu Xiaodai. 10,000 tribulation rebirth pill. Once ingested, it allows one to vividly experience the entire process of a woman suffering from dystocia during childbirth. A single pill can continuously generate 10,000 tribulations of rebirth. If they still haven't spoken by the time the pill's effect expires, then I'll believe they are innocent. But as soon as Li Mu finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted, and a foul stench instantly permeated the entire area. Everyone turned to look. It turned out that Yu Tianxin, unable to bear the excruciating pain, had involuntarily soiled herself. A yellowish-brown mess sprayed across the ground as the stench spread. Seeing this, Yu Wushuang's twisted face flashed with despair. What she feared wasn't that Yu Tianxin had splattered her skirt. What truly brought her to despair was that her own delicate flower seemed to be on the verge of blooming. A gurgling sound came from her lower abdomen, and Yu Wushuang's eyes collapsed in horror. She no longer feared death, for something more terrifying than death was happening. If she lost control and soiled herself, how could she ever hold her head up in the martial world again? With that thought, Yu Wushuang couldn't help but beg, "Master, I can't bear it anymore, save me." Yu Xiaodia's eyes reddened as she turned to Li Mu. Li Mu had already retreated 10 zhang away when Yu Tianxin had the accident. Only after Yu Xiaodia's plea did he approach a few steps and ask impatiently, "I'll ask only once, how did Yu Ji die? Who was behind it?" Yu Wushuang's expression changed, but she remained silent. "Won't talk." Li Mu turned to leave. "Have someone guard them closely. Let them suffer for 3 days and 3 nights first." Su Daji nodded and waved to the guards at the entrance. "Watch them. No, don't go." A piercing scream came from behind. "I'll talk, I'll answer whatever you ask, just stop tormenting me." Li Mu turned around and saw that it was Yu Tianxin, the one who had lost control earlier, who had spoken. "Then speak." It was the 7th elder and the 13th elder. They had a one-time attack formation array placed at the Qianjin Tower, and while Yu Ji was off guard, they delivered a fatal blow. Yu Ji, being powerful, managed to break through the formation with her 2 children despite her injuries. "I sent my men to hunt her down under the guise of a search and finally killed her at Shirley Slope outside Xiaojing City." Yu Xiaodia's body swayed slightly, then she turned to Yu Wushuang. "Wushuang, you are the 7th elder's granddaughter. You've been together day and night. Surely you knew all about this, didn't you?" Yu Wushuang, enduring the pain, knelt before Yu Xiaodai. "Master, this disciple was wrong. Grandfather was also deceived by the Confucian sect. Please, for old-time sake, spare his life." "How dare you?" Yu Xiaodai raised her right hand and slapped Yu Wushuang hard again. "Do you know that was my own sister? This is treason against the clan." Li Mu didn't want to meddle in their family affairs, but this matter was clearly no longer just a family issue. "City Lord Yu, since this concerns the blood feud of Shuang'er, as her brother, I cannot stand idly by." Yu Xiaodai turned and gave Li Mu a complex look. "What do you intend to do?" Li Mu narrowed his eyes and coldly uttered a single word. "Kill. The traitors in your Yu family are none of my business, but the revenge for Shuang'er's mother is something I, as her brother, must take on. I'll give you 3 months. Before the opening ceremony of my supreme city, both elders must be delivered to the Tianfu Palace and handed over to Shuang'er for personal judgment." Yu Xiaodai sighed. "And if I can't?" Li Mu's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning icy as he stared at her. "If I don't see them by then, I will consider your Yu family as accomplices, or even the masterminds behind Shuang'er's mother's murder. The day of my supreme city's inauguration will be the day I declare war on your celestial Yu family." Yu Xiaodai frowned deeply and retorted stubbornly, "Li Mu, don't push your luck. Do you think the Yu family fears you?" Li Mu stared straight at her, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "I know your family relies on Wushuang City's strength, but Li Mu was never fond of rotten meat. The harder the bone, the more satisfying it is to gnaw." With that, his gaze turned cold. He smiled at Su Daji. "Drag out every member of the Yu family from the prison and execute them. Send orders to thoroughly investigate all of Wushuang City's assets in the eastern wilderness. Those within Great Xia are to be confiscated directly. For those in other kingdoms, have Xianji send state letters demanding the foreign emperors cooperate in the confiscation. Any who refuse will face the dragon cavalry. Their nation will fall and their family will perish." As Li Mu's words fell, all the dragon cavalry soldiers present knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Where the dragon cavalry rides, nations fall and families perish. Where the dragon cavalry rides, nations fall and families perish. Where the dragon cavalry rides, nations fall and families perish." Yu Xiaodia's face turned deathly pale as 2 streams of clear tears fell instantly. This was the most excruciating dilemma she had faced since becoming the head of the Yu family. The deceased was her own elder sister. Those seeking revenge were her sister's twin daughters, her own nieces. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public. As the matriarch of the Yu family, Yu Xiaodai, even if she wanted to deal with the traitor, she would only do so secretly within the clan. Li Mu's demand to have the traitor publicly escorted to the Tian's mansion for trial was something she could never agree to. Because once she agreed to that condition, the Yu family's face would be utterly lost. At that moment, her position as the matriarch would likely become unstable as well. At this very moment, Yu Xiaodai actually felt a hint of envy toward Li Mu. As leaders of two major forces, Li Mu's control over his subordinates was terrifyingly strong. They moved at his command like an extension of his own arm. After the events at the Dragon Lair Ancient Hall concluded, the news of the Confucian sect's complete annihilation spread thoroughly. As the news was fully disseminated by those wandering cultivators, the entire Dongwang domain erupted into chaos. What? The Confucian sect has been wiped out. Really? That was a superpower with a great emperor overseeing it. How could it vanish overnight? Go investigate thoroughly. How did it happen, and who did it? Countless established forces across the Dongwang domain, all mobilized. Some daring powerhouses even directly headed to the Confucian sect's small world to scout for intelligence. Because this news was simply too absurd. In the great wilderness world, any entity called a superpower must have deep foundations and a great emperor guarding it. Although the Confucian sect was not the strongest in the entire great wilderness world, its overall strength was definitely among the top 10. The most critical point was, the Confucian sect was the absolute overlord of the Dongwang domain, the supreme sacred land that countless Confucian scholars dreamed of. Yet now it had vanished overnight without so much as a bubble. This news was no less than a major earthquake for the Dongwang domain. It was like a great emperor choking to death on a steamed bun, which sounded laughable at first. But upon deeper investigation, one felt a chill down the spine. Soon nearly every major and minor force in the Dongwang domain had investigated the full process of the Confucian sect's downfall. More and more attention was drawn to the name, Li Mu. The first time they heard this name, all the established forces were utterly baffled. Li Mu. Was there such a person in the martial world? Since Li Mu had the strength to destroy the Confucian sect, he must at least be the leader of a major force. But looking across all the first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and even unranked minor forces in the Dongwang domain, no leader's name was it. Where did he come from? Investigate. Use every means possible, even if it means buying information from the Celestial Mechanism Valley. Find out everything about Li Mu. Countless force leaders waved their hands, focusing their attention on Li Mu. Out of nowhere, this person appeared and inexplicably one-shot a world boss. If they couldn't figure out Li Mu's identity as soon as possible, these force leaders would probably lose their appetite. Previously, both Li Mu and the Tian's mansion were only known in the secular world of the Great Xia. Beyond the borders of Great Xia, only a few neighboring kingdoms had heard of the Tian's mansion's reputation. But now, with the fall of the Confucian sect, Li Mu and the Tian's mansion had completely stepped out of the secular world and were exposed to the major forces of the cultivation world. This time, all the force leaders were shocked. What? That Li Mu is just a pretty boy from the secular Great Xia dynasty. He married an empress, toppled an academy, annihilated the Haoqi alliance, and then wiped out the entire Confucian sect. Is this a made-up story? Upon learning this intelligence, all the big shots were completely dumbfounded. Great Xia dynasty? What kind of place was that? Since when did a secular dynasty dare to contend with cultivation forces? Let alone the suffocatingly powerful Confucian sect, even a small third-rate force could easily destroy a nation for fun. The Haoqi alliance in the great wilderness world was nothing more than a negligible, unranked force. But in Great Xia, it could easily suppress the imperial court. Can you believe it? After trembling and hesitating for a long time over the intelligence, many force leaders finally chose to send people to the Great Xia dynasty to investigate. Among these forces, some were just looking for excitement, so their elite disciples traveled lightly. The remaining part, however, were those who had been colluding with the Confucian sect, extremely ambiguous in their ties. In other words, they were vassal forces of the Confucian sect. The big boss of the Confucian sect left, without even a last word, cleanly and carelessly. The remaining underlings naturally fell into chaos, each going their own way. Yet there were also those with bursting ambition forming a revenge alliance under the pretext of avenging the Confucian sect. As soon as this voice emerged, it quickly garnered responses from those pro-Confucian forces. Immediately, some sects chose to join the Revenge Alliance to wipe out the Tian's mansion and kill Li Mu. The Revenge Alliance absorbed 5 first-rate forces, 15 second-rate forces, 36 third-rate forces, and 52 unranked minor forces overnight. 108 force leaders gathered together, turning their gaze upon Li Mu. When Li Mu learned of all this, he merely smiled faintly. Even a behemoth like the Confucian sect had been schemed to death by him. A motley crew like this was beneath his notice. Now Master's Great Xia Academy had officially opened, and Li Xuan's Tian's mansion had basically taken control of all cities within the Great Xia territory. In particular, Li Mu's Dragon Soul temples were spread across every corner of Great Xia, and within each temple were stationed personnel from the Celestial Observatory, the Academy, and the Tian's Mansion. Under the Celestial Observatory, priests served as temple priests, handling the worship affairs within the Dragon Soul temples. The Academy disciples took turns patrolling, monitoring the slightest movements in all cities. The Tian's dragon riders, now clad in golden armor and red capes, transformed into temple knights guarding the temples, while also standing watch over the cities. With such coordinated cooperation, Li Mu's ears and eyes could easily cover every corner of Great Xia. In this way, any movement the enemy made within Great Xia would be known to Li Mu at the first moment. Hardly 3 peaceful days had passed when Su Daji brought the latest news. Report to my lord Shangwanwaner has sent word the kingdoms of Dongtsang, Xiling, Nanzhao, Baiyan, Yueluan, and over a dozen others have all sent envoys requesting marital alliances with our Great Xia. Marital alliances? Li Mu was slightly taken aback, instantly sensing a whiff of conspiracy. It was normal for secular kingdoms to arrange marital alliances among themselves. That Great Xia had grown strong, thanks to Li Mu attracted some ants following the scent, which was understandable. But so many arriving at once, and these people coming together, was quite perplexing. Quite intriguing. Li Mu curled his lips into a wicked smile, and instructed Su Daji, order Waner to arrange separate residences for the envoys from each nation and dispatch our closest sisters to attend to them personally. Let us probe the depths of these fellows. Yes. Su Daji nodded, but did not leave. Is there something else? Li Mu pressed. Su Daji hesitated, then whispered, Chang'e has returned from the palace. The emperor Yu may be nearing his end. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. How much time does he have? Su Daji nodded in response. Chang'e told me that the Emperor Yu's foundation is shattered and his soul has weakened to the point of collapse. Unless we use the essence of Dragon God Herb to help him rebuild his soul, he will surely die within 3 days. Li Mu sighed, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. The day had finally come. Though the Emperor Yu was shielded by the fortune of the Imperial Path and had forcibly broken the seal, with the Imperial Seal the Imperial ban was not so easily overcome. That he had lived to this day, stealing over 3 more years of life, was already a miracle. Li Mu knew that if not for a twist of fate, slaying the transmigrator and completing soul fusion for rebirth, he would have perished even sooner than the Emperor Yu. After a long silence, Li Mu turned and asked, "What do you think?" Su Daji glanced around, and when she was sure no one was listening, she replied softly, "If the Emperor Yu dies, Great Xia thrives. If the Emperor Yu lives, Great Xia will crumble." Li Mu smiled wryly. "Do as you see fit." Su Daji flashed a charming smile and turned to leave. Just then Li Mu called out from behind, stopping her. "Wait. Go to the storeroom and pick some restorative herbs and medicines. Accompany me to the palace to pay a visit." Su Daji nodded and walked away. Li Mu watched Su Daji's retreating figure, a bitter smile forming on his face. He and the Emperor Yu were fellow disciples, having shared a cordial relationship since childhood. The Emperor Yu had always looked after Li Mu, never once wronging him. To be honest, Li Mu wanted to save the Emperor Yu. Though the Dragon God Herb was precious, it was not something Li Mu was unwilling to part with. Yet from the perspective of Great Xia's political landscape, what Su Daji said was true. If the Emperor Yu dies, Great Xia thrives. If the Emperor Yu lives, Great Xia will crumble. Now though Xuanji sat on the throne as the Emperor, the true power behind the scenes was the Imperial Lord Li Mu. Once the Emperor Yu died, Xuanji would have no one to rely on and would be forced to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Mu, making the future of Great Xia ever stronger. But if the Emperor Yu lived, the distribution of power in Great Xia would remain a tangled mess. Xuanji and the Emperor Yu, representing the Imperial House, would inevitably be wary of Li Mu's rebellion. Li Mu, however, had no such ambitions. Yet if Xuanji and the Emperor Yu lost their heads and did something foolish, Li Mu would not hesitate to strike them both down. At that time, Great Xia might not collapse, but Li Mu would be tainted with the infamy of rebellion. So as Su Daji had said, with the Emperor Yu dead and Xuanji enthroned, Li Mu would remain behind the scenes as the Imperial Lord. When Xuanji grew weary of being the Empress, she would bear Li Mu a child and pass the throne to their offspring. Everything would follow its natural course. Li Mu, accompanied by Su Daji, arrived at the city gates of the Imperial Palace, where they encountered Shangwanwaner, who was also on her way in. The three entered the Imperial Palace together. On the way, Li Mu asked Shangwanwaner, "Waner, in your view, why have the envoys come in such haste?" "They are here to fish." Shangwanwaner replied with a gentle smile. "My lord, you displayed your prowess in the Dragon Lair cave, using the power of the magma sea of blood to annihilate the Confucian sect, shaking the entire great wilderness world. Though the Confucian sect is destroyed, there are still those with restless ambitions who wish to use your fame as a stepping stone to become the next Confucian sect. Hence their coming here for marriage alliances with Great Xia is a pretense. The real purpose is to probe your strength." At this, Shangwanwaner covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course, among them there are also those who genuinely wish to turn the pretense into reality and form an alliance. "Would my lord like to know who?" Li Mu was slightly taken aback. "How can you tell me?" Xiang Yu produced a time-worn lovesickness knot from her bosom and respectfully handed it to Li Mu. This is a lovesickness knot from the Nanzhao kingdom containing a wisp of spiritual essence from Princess Kanglin of Nanzhao. Her Highness specifically instructed me to personally deliver this knot to the Imperial Lord. Nanzhao Kingdom. Princess Kanglin. Li Mu furrowed his brow, taking the lovesickness knot with a look of suspicion. The moment his hands touched the knot, a faint, ethereal feminine silhouette materialized before Li Mu's eyes. The 9th Princess of Nanzhao Kanglin pays homage to the Imperial Lord. The woman curtsied gracefully, a glimmer of joy dancing in her vivid eyes. Li Mu stared intently, instantly frozen in place. It's you. The woman before him gazed back with fervent eyes brimming with deep affection. Brother Li Mu, it's been years. Do you not recognize your little sister? Li Mu's face showed surprise. Little Crescent Moon, you are actually the Princess of Nanzhao. Princess Kanglin blushed shyly and replied with gratitude. If not for Brother Li Mu's rescue back, then Kanglin would have long been sold into slavery with no news of life or death. As Princess Kanglin's words faded, Li Mu recalled a memory from his childhood. He was only 13, then appointed by the Emperor of Xia as a special envoy to Nanzhao for negotiations. Passing through a sea of sand, he happened upon a merchant caravan being plundered by sand bandits. By the time Li Mu arrived, the entire caravan was reduced to 2 maidservants and a young girl. Moved by compassion, Li Mu led the dragon cavalry to rescue them. The girl had a pair of small tiger teeth and dimples that made her smile look like a crescent moon. Li Mu took little Crescent Moon across the sand sea, and they lived together, sharing meals and lodging for over a month. When the envoy reached the border of Nanzhao, Li Mu found a safe city to part ways with little Crescent Moon, even giving her travel money before leaving. Later, Li Mu rendered great service in the negotiations and was in theft as the Marquis of Champion by the Emperor of Xia. After returning to Great Xia, he often thought of that adorable little girl. Now another 10 years had passed. He never expected that the former little Crescent Moon would reappear before him in such a manner. Looking at the sweet smile on Princess Kanglin's face, Li Mu felt as if he had returned to the past. Little Crescent Moon, how did you know the lovesickness knot would fall into my hands? Li Mu teased Princess Kanglin, who playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. Brother Li Mu is no obscure figure in Great Xia. I have been following all the news about you. At this, little Crescent Moon's eyes flashed with determination. 3 years ago when you were married, I came as well, but by the time I arrived I had lost track of you. When you reappeared, Xiang Yu was always by your side. Of course I knew she was your person. Li Mu raised his hand, revealing a red lovesickness knot on his wrist. This lovesickness knot. Princess Kanglin smiled sweetly, her eyes resolute. I know Brother Li Mu's situation is complicated now, and it's not easy for you to trust anyone casually. This lovesickness knot is my sincerity. It contains a wisp of my spiritual essence. If Brother Li Mu crushes it with his hand, I will fade away, my soul returning to the underworld. Li Mu smiled with relief and put the acacia knot into his pouch. As the acacia knot was withdrawn, the ethereal shadow of Princess Kanglin instantly vanished. Congratulations, my lord, on meeting an old friend. Xiang Yu's voice rang out, but Li Mu's face revealed a meaningful smile. Waner, please arrange for Little Moon to move into Hidden Dragon Villa. Shortly after, the group arrived at a lakeside pavilion deep within the Imperial Palace. The lakeside pavilion was located in the rear garden of the Imperial Palace, now serving as a place for Emperor Yu to recuperate. When Li Mu and his 2 companions entered, Emperor Yu had already fallen into a coma. His already pale face now had no trace of color, and beneath his skin a faint purple-black hue was visible. Xiang Yu and Xuanji were beside him, channeling their true qi into his body. How is he? Li Mu's voice came. Xiang Yu turned around and slowly shook her head. His bodily functions are completely destroyed, and even his soul is severely damaged. I'm afraid he won't make it through the night. As Xiang Yu's voice fell, soft sobbing sounds could be heard nearby. Li Mu turned to see Xuanji with reddened eyes, quietly wiping away her tears. He shook his head helplessly and did not disturb her. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the pavilion grew increasingly oppressive. When the moon hung high in the sky, Emperor Yu finally slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Li Mu, a flash of brightness appeared in his eyes. Xiao Mu, you're here. Li Mu nodded, his eyes inexplicably moistened. Yes, I'm here. Their eyes met, and Li Mu's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by insects. Emperor Yu smiled and gestured to Xuanji, help me up. I want to go outside for a walk. Xuanji hastily helped him up. Li Mu ordered an attendant to bring a sedan chair and helped Emperor Yu into it. The attendants slowly lifted the sedan and carried it toward the door. The sedan moved slowly through the Imperial Palace, passing one palace after another. Xiao Mu, stay in the palace tonight. Emperor Yu's voice came slowly. Li Mu quickly cupped his hands in agreement. Yes. You and Xuanji take good care of each other, very good care. After saying this, Emperor Yu's voice fell silent. Li Mu and Xuanji stood quietly for a long time. Only after a very long while did Xiang Yu's cold voice sound in Li Mu's ear. My lord, Emperor Yu has passed away. All the attendants present knelt down. Li Mu's body stiffened and pain appeared on his face. Although he had refused to use the dragon spirit herb to treat Emperor Yu, his grief was not feigned. Because Emperor Yu was the only true brother he had since crossing over into this world. The scheming was real scheming. But the sorrow was also real sorrow. These were not contradictory. Upon hearing Chang'e's words, Empress Xuanji stared blankly at Emperor Yu's back, 2 lines of clear tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm all alone now. Li Mu was about to step forward to comfort her when Chang'e's voice came to his ear. My lord, someone is spying in the shadows. Hearing this, Li Mu's face turned angry. Without hesitation, he activated his supreme Dharma form. Wang. A towering Dharma form dozens of zhang tall instantly condensed. At the same time, several obscure but powerful auras appeared within his perception range. Seeking death. Li Mu's massive Dharma form hand reached out and grabbed fiercely at the void not far away. Ah! A scream came from the void. Seeing this, several shadowy figures tried to retreat, but Li Mu turned his hand and slapped towards them. Pathetic clowns, how dare you make a scene in my great Xia. Li Mu grabbed with both hands, directly pulling several figures out of the void. Each of them was at the 9th grade peak realm. Shangwan Wanner glanced at them and replied respectfully, My lord, these people are attendants from the envoys of various countries. Li Mu's eyes turned cold. A few insignificant small states actually have 9th grade peak experts as attendants. Isn't that ridiculous? Having said that, Li Mu waved his hand and ordered Su Daji, find out which country's envoys they are. Say that the envoys attempted to assassinate the emperor. Have Neza take people to arrest all members of that country's envoy. Send orders to Dongwang Tai and Ziyin and have them assist Temujin in leading elite wolf cavalry to raid the enemy capital. Bring their emperor back to me. Yes. Shangwan Wanner responded respectfully. As the emperor commands. After Li Mu signaled the dragon cavalry guards to take the spies away, he instructed Su Daji to escort Xuanji back to her palace first. He himself was about to head to the Tianfu mansion. But before he could take a step, a familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Ding dong, the national fortune of Great Xia has increased. Congratulations to the host for plundering a massive amount of fortune. Reward 500 merit points, 1 8-star troop summon card. Li Mu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't obtained a troop summon card in a long time. Ding dong, you have activated the 8-star troop summon card and successfully summoned the 8-star troop Judicial Heavenly Army. Troop Judicial Heavenly Army. Expert battle formations, ceiling suppression guardianship. Growth talent 8-star overlord of the 3 realms. Average combat power 8th grade. Troop commander Erlang Xinyang Jian Quasi-Emperor. Core members 6 sages of Maishan 9th grade. Troop trait net of heaven and earth. The Judicial Heavenly Army excels at ceiling and suppression tactics. When forming a battle formation, they can create a net of heaven and earth suppressing all enemies below the Emperor realm. Note the Judicial Heavenly Army is composed of the judicial gods of the ancient heavenly court, led by the Judicial Heavenly God Yangjian. Although they number only 8,000, their overall strength surpasses that of the heavenly court guards. Judicial Heavenly God Erlang Shun. Really? While Li Mu was shocked in his heart, the system prompt sounded one after another. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the 8-star troop Judicial Heavenly Army and successfully obtaining the allegiance of the Quasi-Emperor Commander Erlang Xinyang Jian. Divine General Erlang Xinyang Jian. Artifacts 3-pointed 2-edged blade Howling Celestial Dog. Growth talent 9-star Immortal Grace. Combat level Quasi-Emperor Realm. Loyalty 100. Battle soul talent Heavenly Punishment Divine Eye. Erlang Xinyang Jian is born with a Heavenly Punishment Divine Eye. When activated, it can summon the power of Heavenly Punishment, dealing massive damage to a single enemy. Description: Erlang Xinyang Jian is the war god of the 3 realms, proficient in the 8-9 mystic art. He is impervious to blades and immune to all spells. When his power is fully unleashed, he can even stand against a great emperor. Warm reminder: Howling Celestial Dog's meat is not for eating. Howling Celestial Dog's meat is not for eating. Howling Celestial Dog's meat is not for eating. Important things are repeated 3 times. Several dog barks came from beyond the sky. Woof woof woof. Then a faint, deep voice sounded in Li Mu's ear. Erlang, true lord, is here. How dare you ghosts and monsters act recklessly. The next moment, a figure dressed in military attire and silver armor, holding a 3-pointed 2-edged blade, appeared before Li Mu. Erlang Xinyang Jian had an extraordinarily handsome and unrestrained appearance, with a Heavenly Punishment Divine Eye on his forehead that inspired awe. Erlang, true lord Yang Jian pays respects to my lord. Erlang, true lord Yang Jian pays respects to the sovereign. Yang Jian's voice rang out as Li Mu cast his gaze behind him. A large black dog over a meter tall was wagging its tail at him. This must be Xiaoyan, the celestial hound forbidden from being eaten. Behind Xiaoyan stood 6 formidable figures, the 6 brothers of Maishan. Behind the 6 saints of Maishan were 1,200 scattered celestial soldiers. These were once mountain spirits who had cultivated successfully, each bearing an odd and peculiar appearance. Some had grass sprouting from their heads, some had scales adorning their faces, and others had human bodies with tiger heads, looking utterly simple-minded. Li Mu's gaze continued further back, Behind the scattered celestial soldiers stood the orthodox judicial heavenly army. 8,000 judicial heavenly generals were all clad in apricot yellow robes, red silk sashes, and full battle armor, each wielding a long spear. Excellent. Li Mu merely swept a casual glance across them, and already felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. These 8,000 heavenly generals before him were all uniformly at the 8th rank venerable realm, beings on par with Xiang Yu after his deification. As for the 1,000 scattered celestial soldiers behind them, they were all at the early 9th rank stage. As for the 6 brothers of Meishan, 3 were at the mid-9th rank, 2 at the late 9th rank, and 1 at the 9th rank great perfection. As for Xiaoyan's combat prowess, Li Mu found it difficult to assess. Judging purely by panel strength, Xiaoyan should be at 9th rank great perfection. But Li Mu would never underestimate the celestial hound. This dog likely served as Erlang Shen's transformation companion. If Erlang Shen deployed with the hound in coordinated combat, the effect would absolutely be greater than 1 + 1 = 3. Calculating it this way, Xiaoyan's strength should be comparable to a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. With the judicial heavenly army at his side, Li Mu's spine instantly evolved to the strength of high-purity titanium alloy steel, hardening yet another notch. Erlang Shenyang Jian, receive your orders. Coordinate with the dragon cavalry to seal off the entire capital of Great Xia. Forbid any cultivator above the 9th rank from setting foot outside the city. This general obeys. The moment Li Mu's words fell, a streak of fire came flying from outside the palace city. Everyone present changed expression, and a flash of fury instantly ignited in Li Mu's eyes as well. You seek death. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's body instantly expanded, and a massive dog paw shot toward the streak of fire. Even Erlang Shenyang Jian himself furrowed his brows. What fiend dares to act so arrogantly in the capital of my Great Xia? A furious roar erupted, and a familiar voice came from the opposite direction. Second brother. I've missed you so much, second brother. The moment you arrive, you hit me. Has our bond grown cold? Hearing this, Li Mu's fury immediately subsided. The noisy, impulsive little one. Who else could it be but little Neza? Little Neza, weren't you sent to apprehend people? Barging into the palace city with such reckless haste. Have you no sense of discipline at all? Little Neza froze for a moment, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and grinned sheepishly with an embarrassed look. Big brother, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. While I was in the middle of capturing people, I suddenly sensed the flamboyant aura of second brother Yang and Xiaoyan, so I dropped everything and rushed over. Li Mu's face darkened as he deliberately put on a stern expression. Little Neza, you were in the middle of carrying out a mission. Do you know the punishment for deserting your post? Little Neza's face fell, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Huh? Seeing this, Yang Jian scolded helplessly. What, huh? Deserting one's post on the battlefield is a capital offense punishable by beheading. Kneel down at once and beg the sovereign for forgiveness and plead for your life. Little Neza was stunned, speechless. What? I just came to take a look. How did I end up sentenced to beheading out of nowhere? Li Mu deliberately kept a straight face and said nothing. Little Neza began to panic, a hint of unease flickering across his face as he gave Li Mu an awkward smile. Big brother, I was wrong. You wouldn't actually chop my head off, would you? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Little Neza wailed with his mouth wide open, and Li Mu simply couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. Big brother, you smiled. Does smiling mean you've forgiven me? Does it mean you won't chop my head off? Seeing this, Yang Jian knelt on one knee and respectfully pleaded on Neza's behalf. Sovereign, please forgive him. Little Neza is young and naive. I humbly ask for your understanding and mercy to spare his life. Li Mu waved his hand and put on a stern face once more. Death penalty waived, but his punishment cannot be avoided. From this day forward, you are placed under Yang Jian's judicial heavenly army. Starting tomorrow, report to the city gate of Xiajing as a low-ranking gate guard. Huh? Little Neza's face contorted with bitterness, reluctance written all over it. Yang Jian walked over and delivered a smack to the back of his head, sending him stumbling forward. Smack? Second brother, why did you hit me? Little Neza asked indignantly. Yang Jian reached out, pressed a hand on Neza's shoulder, and forced him down with both hands. Kneel down at once and express your gratitude. Thank the sovereign for sparing your life. Kneeling on the ground, Little Neza protested defiantly. Second brother, don't bully me just because I'm young. The sovereign is my big brother. He'll protect me. With that, Little Neza turned his head to face Li Mu. Big brother, second brother Yang is bullying me. Li Mu let out a stifled laugh, holding back his amusement as he said to Yang Jian, drag him off and give him 30 strokes of the board. After that, send him to the city gate for guard duty. If she dares to neglect her post, bring him back and continue the beating. Little Neza's face immediately fell. Big brother, even you're bullying me now. So love fades and feelings grow cold, is that it? The little farce quickly came to an end. Emperor Yu's death left Li Mu with a knot of frustration in his chest, and those clueless diplomatic delegations became his outlet for venting. That very night, with the cooperation of Yang Jian and the others, Shangwan Wan'er swiftly captured all the delegation members who had trespassed into the palace city. They hadn't expected what they found, and what they found was truly shocking. Hidden among these people were no fewer than 9 quasi-emperor level powerhouses. That very night Yang Jian and the 6 brothers of Maishan launched an intense interrogation. With the aid of Li Mu's 10,000 culpa life pill, they quickly uncovered these people's identities. They turned out to be a revenge alliance formed by vassal sects under the Confucian sect. The surviving members of the Confucian sect, including Shun Xianxiu, had quietly and inconspicuously joined the Great Xia Academy. Meanwhile, those vassal sects that once ran errands for the Confucian sect were actually orchestrating schemes under the banner of the Confucian sect. Unable to ascertain Li Mu's true strength, these people acted with caution and restraint. After much deliberation, they devised a plan to manipulate these secular kingdoms into provoking the Great Xia dynasty. In this way, they would instigate a war among the nations in the guise of diplomatic envoys. If Great Xia retreated, they would seize the opportunity to invade and force Li Mu to step forward. If Great Xia charged through every obstacle and fought the nations head-on, they would take the chance to probe Great Xia's true strength. And if things took a turn for the worse, they could slip away, cleanly pinning all the blame on these secular kingdoms. The remnants of the Confucian sect had calculated quite well. Unfortunately, before their plan could even be set in motion, Li Mu stumbled upon the truth and exposed their entire scheme. Shangwan Wanner brought the intelligence to the Empress's bedchamber, where Li Mu and Xuanji were both present. Imperial Lord, Your Majesty the Empress, how should we respond? Xuanji fell silent at the question, then turned to look at Li Mu. Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu let out a cold sneer, picked up a stack of portraits from the table, and said, they want to lure us into a trap. Then I'll turn their scheme against them. Notify all the envoys. I want every single one of these princesses. Have them present all the betrothal gift lists for marriage alliances. I intend to use this opportunity to sweep through all the nations, unify the great wilderness, and make Great Xia the sole eternal divine dynasty of the Eastern Barren Domain. Wanner informed the envoys from all nations. These princesses, I want them all. Have them present the betrothal gift lists immediately. I shall use this opportunity to sweep through all the kingdoms, unify the great wasteland, and establish Great Xia as the sole eternal divine dynasty within the Eastern Wasteland Domain. After Li Mu's words fell, Xianji's expression shifted slightly, but she offered no objection. At that moment, a palace eunuch came to announce an arrival. Your Imperial Majesty Su Danji from the Imperial Prince's residence urgently requests an audience. Shall she be summoned? Summon her. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Shortly after, the eunuch led Su Danji into the bedchamber. Danji, your urgent palace visit. Do you have matters to report? Su Danji nodded, her expression grave. Your Imperial Majesty, starting from yesterday, more than 10 of our deployed Crimson Beauty spies have perished in succession. Li Mu rose abruptly from his seat upon hearing this. What happened? Su Danji produced several intelligence jade slips and presented them before Li Mu. These are the intelligence reports they transmitted before their deaths. From the intelligence, we can deduce that a mysterious entity is rampaging through the Eastern Wasteland Domain, leaving a trail of blood-soaked cities and complete annihilation wherever it passes. All neighboring nations are now gripped by panic. Based on the trajectory of the massacres along the route, this force is heading directly toward Great Xia's territory. Li Mu picked up the intelligence and glanced through it casually. Did they mention who this force belongs to? Su Danji shook her head. No. Only one spy mentioned in her intelligence that witnesses saw a mass of black, demonic mist enveloping the entire city. No one knows what lies within that mist. After Su Danji finished speaking, Emperor Xianji let out a shocked exclamation. Did they describe what this demonic mist looked like? Su Danji nodded. According to the intelligence, this demonic mist appears dark black with faint golden light shimmering within the blackness. The moment Su Danji's voice faded, the teacup in her hand crashed to the ground. Xianji, have you heard of this demonic mist? Xianji nodded, a trace of terror flickering in her eyes. I encountered references to this demonic mist in the imperial family's inherited classics. Our ancestors called it the Black Demon God. 100,000 years ago, the Black Demon God also appeared suddenly within the Eastern Wasteland. Everywhere it went, cities were slaughtered and kingdoms destroyed. Eventually, it directly provoked several great emperors of the Eastern Wasteland Domain to join forces and pursue it. Those great emperors fought fiercely throughout the Eastern Wasteland Domain, nearly reducing the Eastern Wasteland Domain to barren ruins. Among the survivors within the domain, not even 1 in 10 remained. In the end, the ancestor of the Heaven's Secret Valley could bear it no longer and led the great emperor of the Heaven's Secret Valley out to provide support. In that battle, the Black Demon God fought 9 great emperors alone and finally escaped with severe injuries, its whereabouts unknown. Among those great emperors, 3 perished one after another shortly after that great war, including the old Heaven's Secret of the Heaven's Secret Valley. It is said they all fell due to their severe injuries. The true circumstances remain unknown. I have searched through other historical records and ancient texts of the Eastern Wasteland Domain. All mention that catastrophe, which the historical records call the Azura Calamity. After Empress Xianji finished speaking, her face still showed lingering fear. It seemed the records concerning that Azura calamity had indeed left her deeply shaken. To fight 9 opponents and still manage to slay 3, Li Mu was slightly stunned. At this moment Xiang Yu hesitated and said in a low voice, "When I was young I once heard my father mention that the black demon god might be connected to the Ru sect. I cannot say whether it is true or not." Li Mu was taken aback. Did the Ru sect intervene in that catastrophe? Xiang Yu shook her head. Probably not. At the very least, according to available information, the Ru sect watched indifferently from the sidelines throughout, never deploying a single soldier or officer. If that is the case, then your majesty's reasoning is not without merit. Li Mu nodded silently, then raised his head to look at Su Danji. Go to the academy and invite those old fogies from the Ru sect to come over. Su Danji turned and departed. Silence descended upon the room once more. Before long Su Danji returned, bringing Shun Qianxiu and others with her. "Old Shun, has Danji informed you of the situation?" Shun Qianxiu nodded and clasped his hands in salute. "My lord, we have discussed this matter. Senior brother Feng may be able to provide you with some direction." "Oh." Li Mu raised his eyes to look at the blind elder. "Elder Feng, I am obliged to trouble you." The blind elder nodded. "This matter is indeed related to my Ru sect. If your Imperial Majesty wishes me to reveal everything, I have a condition." "Speak then, what condition?" Li Mu was slightly taken aback, then asked in return. "As long as your condition is reasonable, I can consider agreeing." The blind elder Feng smiled faintly. This old one sensed a trace of Ru Dao aura emanating from your Imperial Majesty. "I presume you have some involvement with the Ru Dao as well." Li Mu nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have cultivated the Ru Dao alongside other arts, but only at a crude introductory level, and have not pursued its deeper cultivation." Elder Feng nodded. This old one sensed it. "The Ru Dao aura within your Imperial Majesty is vast and pure, but the chi vessels are quite scattered. I presume it is because you have not devoted yourself to its cultivation." With that, Elder Feng turned to look at Li Mu. His milky white eyes seemed to flicker with an eerie gleam of light. "This old one wishes to teach your Imperial Majesty the cultivation of Ru Dao and take you into our demon Qin lineage. If you agree, I shall tell you everything you wish to know." Li Mu was slightly stunned, then nodded without hesitation. "Agreed, I accept. Starting tomorrow, I shall find time to visit the Great Xia Academy to attend Elder Feng's lectures." Elder Feng smiled contentedly upon hearing this, then spoke in a grave tone. "Your speculation was correct. The Black Demon God is indeed connected to the Ru sect. More precisely, the Black Demon God came from the Ru sect, and could only have come from the Ru sect, because it is the ancestor of the Singer lineage of my Ru sect, the 7th generation patriarch of the Ru sect." At these words, everyone present was shocked. "Are you saying that the Black Demon God was the 7th generation patriarch of your Ru sect?" Elder Feng nodded, then shook his head. "Yes and no." Li Mu was bewildered. "Elder Feng, what do you mean?" Elder Feng smiled faintly. "The Black Demon God from 100,000 years ago was indeed the 7th generation patriarch of the Ru sect. But this one now certainly is not." With that, regardless of the confused expressions around him, Elder Feng began to narrate some of the Ru sect's hidden secrets on his own. The Ru sect cultivates the aura of righteousness. The Singer lineage is especially favored by heaven, possessing the profound meaning of the law of speaking commands divine might. However, the greater the divine might of the law, the stronger the backlash it brings. When the power of Howren is cultivated to its absolute limit, the great emperor of the Confucian sect can briefly peer into the heavenly Tao and form a domain of laws unique to himself. However, this process is exceedingly perilous for cultivators of the angel lineage. Consider this for a moment. After a great emperor possessing the power of spoken law glimpses the essence of the heavenly Tao, he can simulate it, giving rise to the absurd delusion that he himself has become the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, the Confucian who uses literature to disrupt law. That fleeting moment of corruption serves as the bridge for the Black Demon God to comprehend the chaotic law demonic domain. Once the chaotic law demonic domain takes shape, it can absorb the souls of all living beings to replenish itself, reaching a state invulnerable to all laws. Within this domain, all techniques and laws of the world are devoured and consumed by the demonic mist. The price of disrupting the law is that the great emperor must abandon his past and erase all memories as if possessed by demons. The former 7th generation sect master recovered his memories at the critical moment, and after the Azura tribulation ended, he returned to the Confucian sect and performed his own self-dissolution. Therefore, the Black Demon God you see now is not the 7th generation sect master of the Confucian sect. If my guess is correct, the Black Demon God you see should be the 68th generation sect master of the angel lineage within the Confucian sect, and also the strongest among the existing great emperors of the Confucian sect. Hao Tian Great Emperor. Hao Tian Great Emperor. Li Mu looked bewildered upon hearing this. With his limited knowledge, he had never even heard of Hao Tian Great Emperor, let alone anything else. What's wrong? Is this Hao Tian Great Emperor well known? Upon hearing Li Mu's question, Xuanji nodded with absolute certainty. Not well known. He is thunderously famous. If we were to rank all the openly acknowledged Emperor venerables within Donghuang, Haotian Great Emperor would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Li Mu's expression darkened slightly. The number 1 Emperor of Donghuang, quite interesting. Donghuang Domain, a colossal black egg radiating dark golden light, hovered above the capital of the Yueluan Kingdom, with strands of black mist drifting up from the city below. The overwhelming imperial pressure suppressed the entire city. Everyone stood frozen like wooden statues, slowly consumed by the black mist in silence and despair. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. As the black mist gradually dissipated, muffled sobs rose from below. A gentle breeze swept through and strong bodies collapsed backward in unison. Within Yueluan City, corpses lay in endless numbers save for a few elderly and children with no cultivation. Where the black mist passed, the entire city fell silent. The only remaining signs of life were those frail, sick, and disabled souls, without any cultivation. With no young adults left at home, could they continue to survive? The entire Yueluan Kingdom had crumbled into ruins with few signs of life remaining. Looking around, corpses of people, beasts, and birds lay everywhere, while many young animals cried out hungrily in a desolate scene. Many cultivation sects hadn't even had time to resist before being wiped out in their confusion. Beyond Yueluan Kingdom, wailing and howling echoed from all the nations across Donghuang. Though these kingdoms hadn't been completely destroyed like Yueluan, their people still suffered terribly, with corpses and blood staining the earth. "O Heavenly Father, please open your eyes and behold this wretched world." In the Xiang region, a white-haired old man wept toward the heavens. At his feet, aside from a few shivering infants, his gaze swept across piles of bones as high as mountains. The old man was not dead. Like the children, his spiritual essence was pitifully weak. Even if the black demon god spared him, he had only days left to live. Yet his children and relatives had all perished. The black demon god passed through this land. Endless black mist blanketed the entire city as countless beings slowly fell within its grasp. The entire Donghuang domain was shrouded in clouds of sorrow, blood mist, and mournful cries resembling a living hell on earth. This was the calamity that would destroy the world. Haotian Great Emperor looked down from above as countless figures fled in terror. Some screamed, others knelt in desperate prayer, dragging their children as they crawled and stumbled. Yet what use were these pleas? To the Great Emperor's eyes, all before him were mere ants. Even the destruction of the Confucian sect failed to stir the slightest ripple in his heart. How could the lives of common folk matter? With a single breath drawn in, the sky-filling black mist would annihilate all life in the city. Black demon god, spare our lives. Several quasi-emperor experts prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in desperate supplication. Under the oppressive pressure of an emperor, they could barely rise to their feet, let alone escape. One quasi-emperor expert forced his divine ability to activate, attempting to distance himself from this place. But before his divine ability could even manifest, his body shattered into a pile of flesh. Even as powerful as a quasi-emperor, he was nothing more than this. When Haotian Great Emperor traveled, all, from quasi-emperors to common folk, became targets for slaughter. Powerful cultivators were the prime targets for the stronger. They were the more refined the life essence within their bodies. Haotian Great Emperor savored his blood sacrifice while gazing down upon the endless masses. A young girl dragged the corpse of a white-haired youth from a pile of bodies, weeping bitterly as she collapsed into his embrace. "Brother, wake up, don't leave me." The youth's white hair was soaked in blood, his soul long since departed to the netherworld. Not far from the girl, an infant curled in its mother's arms, wailing and reaching out with small hands to touch her cold, youthful face. Is this the realization of the heavenly Tao's mercilessness? Haotian Great Emperor watched these human tragedies in silence, a faintly obsessed smile playing on his lips. The great Tao is merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. This feeling is truly exquisite. After a 9th rank expert dissolved into blood mist, an elderly woman went mad with grief, throwing herself onto the bloody bones with despair etched across her face. "My son, my dear son. Wait for me, mother will be with you soon." The old woman smashed her head against the wall, blood spraying everywhere. After a long while, she collapsed and perished. "Mother is coming." Just then, streaks of dark light flashed from the distance. A charge of thousands of wolf riders on massive dragon wolves. The 2 men and 1 woman at the forefront, though only at the 9th rank, radiated a life force nearly as potent as a quasi-emperor. I never expected my Donghuang to harbor such elite wolf riders. How intriguing. Haotian Great Emperor murmured in surprise, and streams of black mist instantly spilled from his palms, spreading toward the distant wolf rider formation. As the wolf riders charged forward, Temujin's brows knitted into a tight cluster. "Stop! Howl! Howl! Howl!" The howls echoed across the land, and the thousands of wolf riders halted instantly. "Temujin, why have we stopped?" Temujin sniffed the air, his expression grave beyond anything he'd shown before. "Something's wrong. There's an intense blood scent ahead." Ziyan asked in confusion. "We're in the wilderness where fierce beasts roam constantly. Some blood smell seems normal, doesn't it?" Temujin shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. No, such an intense blood scent is extraordinary. Only if 10 million corpses lie scattered and 1,000 li drenched in blood could such an intense blood aura form. Xiang joked at his words. You're exaggerating, as if you've done such slaughtering yourself. Temujin's brows drew together, his expression growing increasingly grim. I have indeed slaughtered before, but this scent is far more intense than the blood aura from when I razed that city. As he spoke, his face suddenly shifted. Bad news, retreat immediately. The moment Temujin's words left his lips, a chilling voice echoed from the void above. You brat actually have some skill, quite to my taste. You brat actually has some skills quite to my taste. The voice came from somewhere. Dong Huang and the others all changed expressions, looking up toward the sky beyond. What is that? They saw a black sun hanging high in the sky with strands of black mist instantly spreading across the entire heavens. All three of you little ones are quite capable. If I weren't in urgent need of life essence to replenish my domain, I might spare your lives and let you serve under me. Upon hearing this, all three changed expressions, with Xian's face turning particularly dark. Dong Huang, that guy seems to be a great emperor. What should we do? Dong Huang Tai's expression was grim, his gaze even more heavy than Xian's. Xian, I and Tai Muzhen cannot return. We'll find an opportunity to stall him while you use that chance to open a void passage and escape. With your abilities, you might be able to evade his detection. Xian nodded with a cold expression. All right, I understand. Though she was usually mischievous, she knew when to be serious in critical moments. Facing a great emperor in person, ordinary experts had no chance of survival. Xian had a chance because she was the dragon emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. She was born with the innate ability to traverse the void. If even she couldn't escape, then no expert below the emperor realm in this world could escape. Haotian Great Emperor seemed to see through their thoughts and immediately focused his gaze on Xian. You little girls seem to have some background. Your life force is even stronger than a quasi-emperor. Your blood must be very sweet. As soon as he finished speaking, all three changed expressions greatly. Haotian Great Emperor slowly raised his finger and pointed towards Xian. Let's start with you. Strands of black mist transformed into ropes wrapping around toward Xian's location. A flash of panic crossed Xian's eyes. Even with her ability to traverse the void, she needed to catch him off guard. Forcing a traversal in front of a great emperor would only make her death more ugly. Just as she was hesitating whether to force a traversal, dense purple light began to emanate from Dong Huang Tai's body. Chaos, heaven and earth. In an instant, a spherical shield covering 100 meters in diameter enveloped everyone. Xian now. Quick. Dong Huang Tai's face turned several shades paler. This was his ultimate trump card, his strongest life-preserving technique. Chaos, heaven and earth. True to its name. Once activated, a chaotic vortex would form within the skill's range. All attacks passing through the chaos shield would be absorbed and assimilated by the vortex. If this skill didn't require consuming life force to activate, it would undoubtedly be an absolute defense. Strands of black mist were instantly assimilated by the chaotic vortex, disappearing into nothingness. My! Haotian Great Emperor exclaimed in surprise. What cultivation method is this that allows someone at the 9th rank to wield the power of laws? Although he had only casually extended a finger, the power was far beyond what an ordinary 9th rank could withstand. Haotian Great Emperor approached calmly, carefully feeling before the spherical shield of chaos, heaven and earth. How interesting, truly interesting. Could this be the embryonic form of chaos formed by the fusion of yin and yang laws? Haotian Great Emperor extended a finger with curiosity, slowly reaching into the shield range of chaos, heaven and earth. Hiss! Strands of purple light flowed, and the Great Emperor's finger was cut by the yin-yang energy stream, instantly turning to powder. My! This yin-yang law actually has such power. Haotian Great Emperor was slightly shocked, then slowly extended his palm, gazing at his missing finger in deep thought. Why can this yin-yang law ignore my chaos law and harm my body? Could it be that my law cannot reverse the 3,000 great Daowei? Thinking of this, Haotian Great Emperor closed his eyes and extended his middle finger into the chaos, heaven and earth shield once more. Black mist wound around his fingertip, extending inward. Hiss! Purple energy spiraled toward him. The black mist was instantly assimilated by the purple law, and Haotian Great Emperor's middle finger was also crushed to powder in an instant. Haotian Great Emperor's expression changed once more. My chaos law has been broken. I have become the heavenly Tao itself. Why can mere yin-yang rules harm me? Why is this so? A trace of tyranny began to appear on Haotian Great Emperor's face, and black lines at the corners of his eyes slowly spread toward his eyeballs. Just then Haotian Great Emperor's eyes suddenly contracted. That's wrong. Where did that little girl go? The three who had been together just now were now reduced to only Dong Huang Tai and Tai Muzhen. A mere 9th rank expert thinks he can escape from my grasp. Haotian Great Emperor sneered, his cold voice echoing. Space lockdown. As his voice fell within a radius of hundreds, thousands, even millions of li, all voids within the entire Moon Wheel Kingdom were instantly sealed. Figures traversing the void were instantly pulled from space channels by Haotian Great Emperor. The next moment figures were teleported before his eyes by Haotian Great Emperor. Haotian Great Emperor's gaze swept across, and he instantly flew into a rage. How can that little girl be missing? She's merely a 9th rank. How could she escape my sensing range in an instant? Just then Haotian Great Emperor suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the void and loudly demanded, "Which Great Emperor has intervened? Come out and speak." A silence fell over heaven and earth with no one responding. Could it truly be that no one intervened? Haotian Great Emperor muttered suspiciously, and the black lines in his eyes deepened further. Impossible. I am about to become the heavenly Tao of the Donghuang domain. With a single thought, I can sense most of the Donghuang domain. How could a mere 9th rank escape my sensing range in an instant? That little girl has a special constitution, and her life force is vigorous. Could she be the illegitimate daughter of some great emperor? Yes, that must be it. Haotian Great Emperor's face darkened. If you wanted to save your daughter, you should have announced it to me. Secretly intervening to save someone shows no respect for me. Thinking of this, Haotian Great Emperor's gaze locked onto Donghuang Tai once more. Boy, tell me which great emperor stands behind that little girl, and I may consider letting you live. Donghuang Tai snorted coldly and exchanged a glance with Tai Muzhen. You'd better let us go. We are the shadow guards of the Ruzong sect executing an important mission. If you kill us, our Ruzong Great Emperor will not spare you. Haotian Great Emperor was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Ruzong, why does this name sound so familiar to me? The black mist around Haotian Great Emperor grew denser. His originally black-brown eyes were now covered with black lines like two black holes emitting dangerous light. Ruzong Great Emperor. Where is the Ruzong Great Emperor you speak of? I will kill him. At the same time, a void door appeared above the Daxia Imperial Palace. Ziyin, her face pale, emerged from within and threw herself into Li Mu's arms before everyone's eyes. My lord Donghuang and Tai Muzhen have encountered a great emperor. I fear. Li Mu's heart sank at the words. Could it be that old bastard Haotian Emperor? After hearing Su Daji's report, Li Mu had been worrying that Donghuang and the other two might meet with misfortune on their mission. He never expected his words to become a prophecy. Li Mu closed his eyes and contacted Donghuang through the system. Donghuang, how are things there? Donghuang's reply came quickly. No worries for now. His mind doesn't seem to be in good shape. I can still hold on. As he spoke, Donghuang transmitted the situation with Haotian Emperor to Li Mu in real time. My lord, this guy seems obsessed with Ziyan's escape. He keeps asking me where the Ruzong Emperor is, wanting to salvage his pride. Li Mu was slightly stunned. He remembered Feng Lao once saying that when He Mozhen obtained the Luanfa Moyu, the memories within his mind would gradually be erased. So now Haotian Emperor should have no memory of the Ruzong. At that thought, Li Mu instantly had an idea. Donghuang, take him to the ruins of the Ruzong, the endless fire domain guarded by Zhu Rong. I'll bring reinforcements. After cutting off the connection, Li Mu's face darkened. He gave a loud shout into the void. Where is Yang Jian? Yang Jian emerged from the void with little Neza. Yang Jian is here. Please give your orders, my lord. Follow me to the endless fire domain to face Haotian Emperor. The endless fire domain. Everywhere was filled with blood-red flames and indescribable and terrifying heat pervading the air. The fire god Zhu Rong sat cross-legged above a sea of molten magma, blood-red flames continuously surging from her body. At the center of this space, a blood-red fire lotus, exuding an eerie aura, was slowly condensing. As the blood-red fire lotus spun continuously, another golden chaotic fire seed gradually merged with it. The form of the fire lotus grew increasingly solid. At the same time, a faint trace of imperial might began to slowly emanate from the fire god Zhu Rong's body. And over the endless sea of blood, countless snowflame figures knelt prostrate, worshipping in the direction of Zhu Rong. In at most half a year, I shall achieve the emperor's seat and become the true sovereign of fire. A faint smile appeared on Zhu Rong's face. Just then a spatial fluctuation arrived, and Li Mu's voice rang out simultaneously. Zhu Rong, it seems your strength has advanced again. Zhu Rong's fiery figure twisted seductively as she bowed gracefully. Zhu Rong owes this fortune entirely to you, my lord. Li Mu smiled slightly and stepped forward to help her up. Prepare yourself. We're about to face a fierce battle. As his words fell, wisps of black mist tore through space and descended upon the fire domain. Zhu Rong, Yang Jian, and little Neza all tensed up, their expressions growing unprecedentedly grave. So strong. Zhu Rong tossed her blood-red long hair, her fiery pupils contracting slightly. My lord, the Emperor realm is divided into 7 grades. This guy's aura is at least above the 5th grade Great Emperor. Li Mu nodded slightly. Our goal is to rescue them. We just need to hold them off temporarily, letting Ziyin use the Great Void technique to save the people. There's no need to fight to the death over victory or defeat. Zhu Rong and Yang Jian both nodded. We obey your command, my lord. Only little Neza wore a bitter face, pulling at the fur of the howling celestial dog with one hand after another. Big brother, I'm still young. I can't take a beating. Can I sit this one out? Li Mu shot her a sidelong glance. No. Aren't you the one who loves fighting the most? You'll be the first to charge. Little Neza's face darkened as she grumbled softly. Big brother, I'm reckless, not stupid. That guy's aura is a whole lot stronger than my master's, on par with Tathagata himself. I just got spanked and my butt's still sore. Li Mu suppressed a mischievous grin and tapped her on the head. Alright then. You'll stay in the rear, don't let him get close to Ziyin, and find an opportunity to rescue the others. Little Neza's face instantly lit up with joy. No problem. Rescuing people is a small matter for me, Li Neza. I'll make sure he doesn't lay a finger on Sister Ziyin. Li Mu's cheek twitched slightly. Little Neza was now barely over a meter tall with chubby baby fat cheeks, yet she called Ziyin's sister. It seemed bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Just as they finished dividing their tasks, the voice of Haotian Emperor echoed over. Two quasi-emperors and a brat still nursing. Haotian Emperor's gaze locked onto Zhu Rong and Yang Jian, occasionally glancing at Little Neza. As for Li Mu and Ziyin, they were instinctively overlooked. Li Mu's eyes swept behind Haotian Emperor, Dong Huang, and the others were all trapped in a mass of black mist. Tai Muzhin's condition seemed relatively normal, but Dong Huang Tai's face was deathly pale, and he appeared utterly listless. Li Mu shot a look at Ziyin, and was about to lead Zhu Rong and Yang Jian forward to engage when he heard Little Neza's furious roar from beside him. Old bastard, how dare you insult me? With that, Little Neza shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Even my father doesn't dare curse me. Who do you think you are? Prepare to die. 3 heads, 8 arms. Kill. In the next instant, Little Neza's body suddenly expanded several times. If before she looked like a little girl of 7 or 8, now she was a curvaceous young woman. In particular, her once chubby baby face had become much more delicate and charming. On her lithe, curvaceous body, 3 heads and 8 arms sprouted out of thin air. Each arm held a different magical weapon, looking incredibly fierce. Take this, 8-arm universe. Heavenly true, Samadhi fire swirled all around as Little Neza moved all 8 arms simultaneously, unleashing waves of powerful flame attacks toward Haotian Emperor. Boom! Haotian Emperor's deep voice rang out as he slowly extended a crystal jade-like palm. I have a palm that can suppress the heavens. In an instant, a colossal palm print condensed in the sky, slamming down fiercely toward Little Neza's head. I have a fist that can shake the stars. Another massive energy fist followed closely behind. Li Mu's expression tightened. Is this the Ruzone Chanter's words of power? Truly monstrous. Let's attack together. As his words fell, Li Mu directly activated his supreme Dharma aspect and slammed a palm toward Haotian Emperor. At the same time, Yang Jian initiated the Dharma heaven and earth, his body expanding to 100 zhang in size, and slashed his 3-pointed double-edged blade toward Haotian Emperor's head. The Howling Celestial Dog and the Fire God Zhu Rong also launched their attacks. The Howling Celestial Dog's body grew in sync with Yang Jian's expansion. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong condensed a massive blood-red flame phantom above her, wielding a spear that thrust toward Haotian Emperor's heart. Haotian Emperor's expression turned slightly grave as he chanted softly. I have a method that can reverse the cosmos. As his words fell, waves of righteous energy descended from the heavens. With the arrival of that righteous aura, Little Neza's 3 heads and 8 arms, Yang Jian's Dharma heaven and earth, and the fire god, Zhu Rong's flame phantom all vanished instantly. I am the heavenly Tao. No matter how powerful you are still only at the quasi-emperor level. How dare you defy heaven and strike at an emperor? I am the heavenly Tao. No matter how formidable you are merely at the quasi-emperor realm. How dare you defy the heavens and challenge an emperor? Boom. The two sides touched and retreated, the fierce shockwave of their battle instantly spreading outward. The Haotian Emperor stumbled back 3 steps. Meanwhile, Li Mu and the others were forced to retreat more than 10 steps, their faces turning pale. At that moment, aside from Li Mu's supreme Dharma aspect, the battle forms of the others were instantly dispelled. Little Neza lost his 3-headed 8-armed enhancement and could only fight at the 9th grade level. The same was true for Erling Shun and the Fire God Zhuro. Faced with the Haotian Emperor's unscrupulous techniques, their true strength could not be fully unleashed. Fortunately, Li Mu's supreme Dharma aspect remained unaffected. The Haotian Emperor stared at Li Mu with a look of utter disbelief. What is going on? I have already reversed all the laws of heaven and earth. Why is your Dharma aspect still present? Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Reversing the laws of heaven and earth. This must be one of the abilities of the Emperor Realm's law manipulation. But his supreme Dharma aspect was a special technique of the Supreme City's divine ring. As long as his Supreme City remained undestroyed and his enshrined powerhouses were not all slain, his supreme Dharma aspect could persist indefinitely. Even the Emperor's laws could not suppress it. With this thought, Li Mu turned to look at Yang Jian and the others. All of you fall back. Assist Ziyin in the rescue operation. I'll handle this myself. Zhu Rong and Yang Jian exchanged a glance, their faces filled with urgency. My lord, this man is the strongest among the emperors. You alone. Li Mu smirked. Fall back. Just watch. With that, he stepped forward alone and stood squarely before the Haotian Emperor. The Haotian Emperor was still lost in confusion. Impossible. My laws cannot have a flaw. This is impossible. As he spoke, he began to chant once more. I have a technique that can reverse the cosmos. Stripping. A majestic aura descended from the heavens again, enveloping Li Mu. But the next moment, the Haotian Emperor's cry of surprise rang out once more. Oh, how is this possible? Li Mu's supreme Dharma aspect remained unaffected, not stripped away. Why can your Dharma aspect resist my law restriction? I have a technique that can reverse the cosmos. Strip, 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 up. The Haotian Emperor's eyes were once again shrouded in black mist, his mind growing deranged. Who are you? Why can you withstand my heavenly Tao stripping? Why? Dense demonic mist began to gather around the Haotian Emperor, and eerie black fog spread in all directions. My laws cannot have a flaw. This isn't real. I don't believe it. Up. The Haotian Emperor charged at Li Mu like a madman. Li Mu, piloting his supreme Dharma aspect, sent him flying with a single slap. A mindless fool. Even if you are an emperor, you are nothing to fear. Li Mu pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce energy fluctuations spread wildly, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Strike while the iron is hot. Die. A spear of pure energy materialized in Li Mu's hand, its tip radiating a fierce battle intent. Taiyan's dragon spear 18 forms flying dragon in the sky. Boom. The energy spear pierced straight through the Haotian Emperor's heart, leaving a gaping dark hole. Li Mu withdrew his spear in satisfaction. Done. At that moment, Yang Jian and the others shattered the black mist cage left by the Haotian Emperor, rescuing Dong Huang and the rest. Ziyin, after a long period of gathering energy, executed a perfectly timed ultra-long-range void technique. Time Hen supported Dong Huang and was the first to leap into the void passage. Thousands of dragon wolf cavalry followed closely. Having for the first time gone all out and directly obliterated an Emperor, Li Mu's face was flushed with excitement. Brothers, retreat. Just then a cold voice came from behind Li Mu. How dare an insignificant ant wound my imperial body? Unforgivable. Li Mu's body stiffened at the words. He quickly turned around. To his shock, the Haotian Emperor, whom he had just destroyed, was now standing upright again. Thick black mist gathered at his chest, slowly forming a heart and mending the gaping wound. What the hell? Is this an alien? Li Mu exclaimed and quickly retreated to a safe distance. It seemed that with his current strength, killing an emperor single-handedly was indeed quite difficult. The Haotian Emperor had been momentarily dazed, allowing Li Mu to seize the opportunity for a combo. But now his mind was clear. If it came to a direct confrontation, he would have to find another way. Li Mu glanced at Ziyan's direction out of the corner of his eye. Aside from Ziyan and Yang Jian's group, Dong Huang and the others had all evacuated. With no more worries, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Can't be killed, huh? Then I'll seal you today. Li Mu's eyes turned sharp. He summoned the strongest power he could muster, raising both hands. You have a technique to reverse the cosmos. Well, I have a coffin to bid you farewell. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure descended and a massive bronze coffin was slowly summoned into existence. Roar, roar. Resounding dragon cries echoed through the space. 9 shadowy black dragons coiled around the bronze coffin, bellowing with earth-shaking might. Artifact 9 Dragon Burial Immortal Coffin. Grade Supreme Immortal Artifact. Artifact traits: Soul Suppression Demon, Sealing Immortal Burial Deity, Offering. Note: one of the supreme immortal artifacts left behind by the Taboo Supreme of the Covering Heaven world. It once sacrificed and buried an entire era of the immortal realm within the coffin, and even the Taboo Supreme himself eventually entered it. Li Mu held the massive bronze coffin, a hint of arrogance flickering on his face. 9 Dragon Burial Immortal Coffin open. As his words fell, the coffin lid slowly slid back, releasing a suffocatingly terrifying aura. What is this? How can it hold such a terrifying presence? Struck by that dread aura, the Haotian Emperor's face twisted into a mask of endless horror. Who are you? The Haotian Emperor's roar filled the air. Li Mu sneered coldly, raised his hand, and formed a complex hand seal. 9 Dragon Heaven Swallowing Array, Seal the Demon. The next moment, the 9 dragons surrounding the 9 Dragon Burial Immortal Coffin detached from the coffin and soared into the sky. During their flight, intricate array patterns instantly formed, and a massive 9 Dragon array diagram slowly rotated in the void above. As the 9 Dragon Heaven Swallowing Array revolved, strands of eerie red hair extended from the coffin, winding toward the Haotian Emperor. The Haotian Emperor's face changed dramatically as he began to chant. I have a shield that can summon the dragon's roar from the 9 heavens to repel all attacks. As the words fell, a massive shield of black mist materialized around him. Within the dark demonic light, faint golden threads swirled, resembling golden dragons winding across the shield's surface. Seal the Demon. As Li Mu's voice fell, strands of blood-red hair rapidly sprouted from within the coffin. The lush red hair soon made contact with the pitch-black light shield. The powerful confrontation and sky-shaking upheaval that everyone anticipated never occurred. Strands of red hair easily wrapped around the body of the Haotian Emperor, while the massive light shield remained utterly silent. Illuminated by the blood sea and magma, the eerie red hair resembled countless blood-red serpents. It brazenly pierced the black light shield, instantly coiling tightly around the Haotian Emperor's legs, then slowly crept upward along his limbs. At the same time, a powerful pull came from his legs, dragging the Haotian Emperor slowly toward the bronze coffin, as if trying to draw him inside. Oh, what is this? The Haotian Emperor stared in terror, continuously striking at the red hair with his attacks. But no matter how he struggled, his attacks could not sever the blood-red hair. The eerie red hair seemed intangible, as all strikes passed directly through it. Both physical and energy attacks were perfectly immunized by it. At this moment, not only the Haotian Emperor was filled with horror, but also Yang Jian, Zhu Rong, and the others felt their scalps tingle and a chill run down their spines. Second brother WH, what is that thing? Little Neza stammered a question. Erlang Shin Yang Jian shook his head uncertainly. I don't know either. It seems like hair. After speaking, Yang Jian glanced at Zhu Rong's fiery red hair and murmured, the color is deeper than Sister Zhu Rong's, but the texture looks similar. It should be hair. Zhu Rong shuddered slightly and rebuked, nonsense. Whose hair can't be cut by a blade, can't be burned by fire, and even frightens the emperor into wetting his pants. Hearing this, everyone looked intently. After frantically attacking the red hair to no avail, the Haotian Emperor resorted to a drastic measure. I have a sword that can condense the divine thunder of the 9 desolations and cut through everything. A sword light materialized out of thin air. The Haotian Emperor's body was severed at the waist, and his face instantly turned pale. Blood flowed down the cut exactly as if he had wet his pants. He actually mutilated himself. The blood-red hair seemed to sense the scent of blood, becoming instantly excited and growing at an accelerated pace. The Haotian Emperor's eyes widened in shock, and he spoke again. I have a technique that can traverse the 9 provinces in an instant and cross the 4 seas in a blink. As the words fell, a flash of white light passed, and the Haotian Emperor's upper body vanished. Only the lower half of his body remained. The eerie red hair climbed up along the wound, greedily sucking the imperial blood within the corpse. My lord, what exactly is that red hair? It's terrifying. Ziyin, who was not far away, approached and asked weakly. Li Mu shouted, don't come over. My cultivation is too low. I can't control this thing perfectly yet. This is forbidden red hair, a type of body hair. Touching it brings calamity, and getting infected is very troublesome. Ziyin shuddered in fear and quickly retreated several thousand meters. My lord, that guy has already fled in terror. Hurry and close the coffin lid. As Ziyin's words fell, little Neza and the others quickly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. Close it quickly. Li Mu's face darkened as he smiled bitterly. Close my foot. This coffin is a supreme grade artifact. Opening the lid has already drained all my power. How can I have the strength to close it? Then what do we do? Little Neza suggested slyly. How about we leave the coffin here and have Sister Zhu Rong keep an eye on it until Big Brother recovers and retrieves it? Before she could finish, a slap landed on the back of her head. Li Neza, why don't you stay and watch? Little Neza gave an awkward smile. I'm not watching no matter what. I hate red hair. Zhu Rong's face darkened even more. She tossed her fiery red hair and asked fiercely, Li Neza, it seems you really dislike me. Come here, let's have a good sparring match. Little Neza instinctively shrank her neck and for once actively retreated. Among everyone present, she feared Zhu Rong the most. Even with her 3 heads and 8 arms fully unleashed, she could at most hold her own against Yang Jian, but against Zhu Rong, she was simply asking for a beating. Because Little Neza's specialty was playing with fire, wild reckless fire, the fire-tipped spear, wind fire wheels, samadhi true fire, and so on. And Zhu Rong suppressed all fires under heaven, keeping her completely in check. Even with 3 heads and 8 arms, even if she had a few more heads and hands, she would still be dominated by Zhu Rong. It was a natural counter, an unbreakable deadlock. After Little Neza backed down, Zhu Rong and the others turned their gaze back to the bronze coffin in Li Mu's hands. My lord, this red hair seems to have a mind of its own. Once it finishes sucking the blood, it might return on its own. Just as Zhu Rong's words fell, the Haotian Emperor's lower half had been drained of blood and was being dragged into the coffin by the red hair. Before long, the calamitous red hair, dragging half an imperial skeleton, completely disappeared into the coffin. Though Li Mu wanted to seize that half-imperial bone, he feared contracting the red hair calamity himself. After a long struggle, he reluctantly gave up. As the red hair entered the coffin, the massive lid automatically snapped back into place, restoring everything to its original state. The bronze coffin slowly vanished from Li Mu's hand, being retrieved back into the system space. Li Mu collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, utterly exhausted. After this imperial battle, Li Mu became more adept at using the supreme dharma aspect. At the same time, he realized a critical issue. Erlang Shun and Little Neza were indeed powerful, but their cultivation levels were still somewhat low. Remembering that neither of them had been deified, Li Mu had an idea. Just then the system's notification sounded again. Ding! The national fortune of Great Xia has risen. Congratulations, host, for plundering a massive amount of luck. Reward, 300 merit points, and 1 8-star troop summon card. Li Mu was slightly stunned. Having just summoned Yang Jian and the Judicial Heavenly Army, another troop summon card appeared. Among all summon cards except for the faction summon card, this troop card was the most cost-effective. It could grant both a commander-level retainer and thousands of powerful troops. He wondered who it would be this time. System summon it quickly. Ding. You have activated the 8-star troop summon card and successfully summoned the 8-star troop Golden Armored Colossi. Troop Golden Armored Colossi. Proficiency Assault Defense Shield Combat. Growth Potential 8-star Overlord of the Three Realms. Average Combat Power 8th grade. Troop Commander Juling Shun Quasi-Emperor. Troop Traits. Mountain moving and sea-filling Golden Armored Colossi possess immense strength, excelling at moving mountains and filling seas using raw power to suppress all powerful enemies. Note the Golden Armored Colossi were the heavenly generals guarding the ancient celestial court led by the vanguard war god Juling Shun. 10,000 colossi are brave and skilled in battle, each capable of moving mountains and splitting Huashan. Golden Armored Warriors. Li Mu was slightly taken aback, as if he had heard of this type of troop. It was said that with a mere gesture they could move mountains and calm seas, possessing boundless strength. At this moment, system prompts continued to ring out. Ding dong, congratulations host for summoning an 8-star troop Golden Armored Warrior, successfully gaining the loyalty of a Quasi-Emperor Commander and the Divine General Giant Spirit. Divine General Giant Spirit Heavenly General. Giant Spirit God. Divine Artifact Overlord Emperor Purple Thunderhammer. Growth Potential 9 stars. Immortal Physique. Combat Power Level Quasi-Emperor Realm. Loyalty 100. War Soul Talent Heaven Shaking Might. The Giant Spirit God is endowed with divine strength from birth, wielding a massive hammer that delivers devastating blunt force strikes capable of crushing enemies. Description: the Giant Spirit God serves as the vanguard war deity of the heavenly court, possessing immeasurable strength rivaling that of Neza and the three heavenly princes. Li Mu cast a casual glance at the Giant Spirit God before turning his attention to the 10,000 armored soldiers behind him. The Golden Armored Warriors were all burly and imposing, radiating raw power. With the Giant Spirit God now present, Li Mu opened the Supreme Divine Temple and prepared to confer divine titles upon Little Neza and Erlang Shun on the spot. The Giant Spirit God was fortunate to arrive just in time for this feast. All three possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Once enshrined as deities, their battle strength would immediately bolster Li Mu's supreme Dharma aspect. Meanwhile, Li Mu was considering bestowing a new divine position upon Zhurong. The fire god Zhurong had been granted as compensation by the system following the fall of Xiang Yu, and she currently held the title of Giant Gatestar Lord. However, this divine position's attributes were not well suited for Zhurong. After searching through the Investiture of Gods list, Li Mu's gaze settled directly on the position of the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars. Previously, only one of the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars had been bestowed upon Xiang Yu, the Heavenly Fierce Star. For now, Xiang Yu's performance seemed lacking, his virtue not matching his position. Yet, considering Xiang Yu's considerable contributions to his early endeavors, Li Mu hesitated long before ultimately deciding not to strip him of his divine title. Instead, he resolved to temporarily transfer him to another divine position and reassess once he returned from his cultivation at the Overlord Sword Sect. Xiang Yu's Heavenly Fierce Star position would be reassigned to the Giant Spirit God for the time being. As for Xiang Yu, he would temporarily receive the title of Giant Gate Star Lord to fill the position among the Big Dipper's 7 stars. The remaining 3, the Fire God Zhurong, Erlang Shun, and Little Neza, would each be prioritized with appropriate divine positions. Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, renowned as the war god of the Three Realms, possessed extraordinary combat prowess. After considerable deliberation, Li Mu resolved to invest him as the foremost of the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars, the Tiankuei Star Lord. Ding dong, you have invested Yang Jian as the Tiankuei Star Lord, chief of the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars within the Supreme Divine Temple. The temple's Divine Ring special effect has activated. As the system prompt echoed, the Tiangang Divine Formation of the 36 Heavenly Spirits Stars activated, and an awe-inspiring statue of the Tiankuei War God materialized upon the War God Plaza in the Supreme City. The war god gripped his three-pointed double-edged spear with a hound resting at his side. There was no mistaking this as Erlang Shun Yang Jian, the Tiankuei Star Lord. Yang Jian has activated the Divine Ring special effect, strength increased by 300, defense enhanced by 200, divine power attributes boosted by 100. This Divine Ring effect remains permanent until the divine position changes. Simultaneously, Erlang Shun Yang Jian's aura surged dramatically, and a faintly ethereal golden divine ring manifested behind his head, its sacred radiance instantly illuminating the Supreme Divine Temple. Little Neza followed immediately after, directly granted the second seat among the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars, the position of Tiangang Star Lord. Ding dong, you have invested Neza as the Tiangang Star Lord, second in rank among the 36 Heavenly Spirit Stars within the Supreme Divine Temple. The temple's Divine Ring special effect has activated. As the system prompt rang out, Little Nez's Tiangang War God statue appeared simultaneously on the War God Plaza in the Supreme City. The three-headed, eight-armed form of Little Neza was immediately recognizable. The Tiangang Star Lord. Neza has activated the Divine Ring's special effect Divine Power, increased by 300 skill enhancement, boosted by 200 sacred artifact power, amplified by 100. This Divine Ring effect remains permanent until the divine position changes. The third divine investiture went to the fire god Zhurong. Zhurong's unique nature meant her divine ring was restricted, allowing her to only select divine positions that significantly amplified fire attributes. Li Mu searched extensively before finding a suitable position among the 28 lunar mansions, the 6th mansion of the southern 7 mansions. E Mansion, E Fire Serpent. As the system prompt echoed, the E Fire Serpent, Zhurong has activated the Divine Ring's special effect Fire Attribute Divine Power, increased by 500 flight speed, enhanced by 100. This Divine Ring effect remains permanent until the divine position changes. Boom. As the system prompt resonated within Li Mu's mind, an overwhelmingly powerful surge of scorching heat erupted from his side. Immediately following, brilliant flames spread across the boundless fire domain like a sky ablaze. Within the entire endless fire realm, and terrifying heat instantly rose between heaven and earth. The magma and sea of blood churned rapidly at that moment. The sudden surge of scorching aura immediately caught Li Mu and the others' attention. Everyone turned their heads at once, their gazes fixed on where Zhurong stood. At that moment, Zhurong's entire body shimmered with crimson firelight, her aura continuously ascending until the blood sea surged skyward, spreading across the heavens. As Zhurong took a single step forward, the entire sky trembled under her formidable emperor's might. The raging blood sea and magma churned wildly, transforming into blood waves 10,000 zhang high that crashed down with devastating force. Fire come! Zhurong's cherry lips parted, her voice ringing clearly. In an instant, the earth below was torn apart, splitting open into massive abysses. Endless crimson flames surged toward the heavens, ultimately converging within Zhurong's palm. All fires pay homage, condense my emperor's divine form. Brilliant blood flames erupted from Zhurong's body, coalescing into a flame seal between her eyebrows. As the fire mark took shape, the flame seal at Zhurong's brow instantly spewed forth streams of blood fire, gradually manifesting outside her body as a towering giant of flame that reached between heaven and earth. The flame giant's massive maw opened slightly, and an indescribably powerful will rapidly spread from the fire seal, expanding across the entire great wasteland at a terrifying speed. I, Zhurong, in the name of the Red Emperor, command all fires of the world to return to their proper positions. Zhurong's calm voice echoed across the 4 seas, her imperial decree resonating in everyone's ears. As these words fell, a violent disturbance erupted from a deep sea millions of li away from the endless fire domain. A pale blue ice flame shot from the sea, streaking across the sky like a meteor, appearing in the endless fire domain in an instant before merging into Zhurong's body. Boom, boom. Countless brilliant flames arrived from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, traversing millions of li to return to Zhurong's body. In just a few minutes, hundreds of flames streaked toward her, merging together. Rumble. Thunderous sounds echoed, and the entire world grew suffocatingly oppressive. Imperial tribulation. Endless thunder rolled and slowly gathering above. At that moment, Little Nez's astonished voice came from behind. Second brother, what's wrong? Li Mu turned to look and saw Erlang Shenyang Jian gazing solemnly at the purple lightning in the sky, his eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. Li Mu turned to look back. He saw Erlang Shenyang Jian staring gravely at the purple thunder in the sky, his eyes brimming with a barely concealed excitement. Just as Li Mu was about to ask, Zhurong's voice came from beyond the heavens. My lord, that thunderous sky is Yang Jian's great emperor tribulation. Li Mu was taken aback. Weren't you the one who became an emperor? Why is Yang Jian undergoing the tribulation? Zhurong's aura had gradually calmed, and she slowly descended from the sky. Reporting to my lord, I, Zhurong, am an innate primordial deity born on the shores of the South Sea, blessed by the great Tao, and coexisting with heaven and earth. Ascending to the great emperor realm does not require undergoing tribulation. Li Mu looked at Yang Jian in pleasant surprise, noticing that while his eyes held excitement, a trace of bitterness was hidden on his face. Yang Jian. At that moment, Zhurong suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, oh no. Yang Jian is a water deity skilled in water and thunder Tao arts and understands the transformations of the myriad heavens, but he is particularly inept at controlling fire. Li Mu frowned slightly. What do you mean? Zhurong nodded gravely. This place has become the prototype of an endless fire domain which greatly suppresses Yang Jian. If he undergoes his tribulation here, he may not be able to achieve both goals. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian said to Li Mu with a difficult expression, my lord, let me search the surroundings to see if there is any water or river nearby. Li Mu looked up at the sky, which was already darkening, showing signs of an impending storm. There's no time. Zhurong sensed carefully and quickly find a water area with dense spiritual energy. After saying that, Li Mu turned to Xiang Yu and Zhu Rong worked together to open a passage to send Yang Jian to undergo his tribulation. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Zhu Rong and Yang Jian's eyes lit up as they found a place. My lord found it. 3,000 kilometers north of the eastern wasteland, a great river converges into a lake with extremely dense water attributed spiritual energy. As she spoke, Zhu Rong gestured with both hands, and a teleportation passage was instantly opened. However, as she had just ascended to the Emperor realm and was not yet proficient in the Tao of space, the passage she opened flickered with silver light and was unstable. Seeing this, Xiang hurried forward and pressed her hands in the air, unleashing waves of purple-gold spatial energy. The teleportation passage, which had been trembling slightly, instantly stabilized. Now go. Yang Jian cupped his hands toward Li Mu, then turned and quickly stepped into the passage. Li Mu glanced around at the others and nodded slightly. Let's go and see and find a chance to protect him. As Yang Jian left, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly moved to a new location. Rumble. A suffocating aura descended and dull thunder rumbled. Endless layers of lightning overlapped, transforming into streams of purple Tao energy that pressed down. The 81-layered purple firmament tribulation. The 99 tribulation, where each layer is like a heaven. The purple mist veils everything, crushing the starry river. At this moment, Yang Jian was like a peerless heavenly god, his entire body shimmering with lightning. Especially his flesh, blood, and bones shone with 10,000 golden rays. Brilliant, immortal radiance danced. Dazzling golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the boundless void of the great wilderness world. The divine power of the heavenly eye surged at Yang Jian's brow, and his primordial spirit shot into the sky, transforming into a golden-armored war god apparition. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaotian dog roared at the thunder dragons filling the sky. Its body transformed into a colossal dog that reached the heavens, opening its huge mouth toward the thunder like the celestial dog that devours the moon. Boom. The endless thunder dragons were devoured by Xiaotian dog in one gulp. Yang Jian followed closely, wielding his three-pointed two-edged halberd, striking at the Tao thunder tribulation. Rumble. The entire sky trembled under his disturbance. At the same time, the entire river beneath Yang Jian's feet reversed its flow and surged upward toward the sky. Break. Yang Jian roared. His powerful divine might instantly shattered the layers of tribulation thunder. The scene of heaven-destroying power was truly terrifying. If any other quasi-emperor witnessed this, they would be scared out of their wits. Boom. The first heavenly tribulation shattered instantly. Rumble. The second tribulation followed closely, with violent lightning like apocalyptic divine thunder. Pillars of lightning crashed down upon Yang Jian's head. At this moment, the Qingyuan waters spanning 100,000 miles became the most terrifying region in the great wilderness. Black clouds covered the sky, endless lightning illuminated the void, and the rumbling seemed as if the ruler of heaven and earth had descended, intending to suppress and kill Yang Jian. Swallow it all. Yang Jian's heavenly eye shot out beams of divine punishment. His golden primordial spirit sat in the center of the tribulation, opening its mouth to inhale and exhale, absorbing streams of purple thunder. Devouring thunder, tempering the primordial spirit, and then forging his body. This is the test of the Emperor Tribulation, and also a gift from heaven and earth. Yang Jian tempered his body, refined his soul, and purified his primordial spirit amidst the most terrifying lightning, allowing himself to transform through destruction and become a true god living in the mortal world. This is a process of intense struggle. Each contest between heaven and man brings a different outcome. Yang Jian could be reduced to ashes at any moment in this ancient and rare 99 thunder tribulation. But if he survives, his future will be boundless. Yang Jian activated his 8-9 mystic art, and his body, like a bottomless pit, plundered the power of thunder. While battling the tribulation, his bones and tendons became increasingly tough under the forging of thunder. Buzz. Rumble. 7-colored immortal light gathered in the sky. Clumps of thunder condensed into apparitions of chaotic divine beasts. There were azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, and at the center a huge ink-black qilin. This is the 5 spirits flying immortal tribulation. Each divine beast apparition exuded boundless imperial might like supreme emperors. What a powerful emperor tribulation! Who is undergoing it? A resounding voice like a great bell came from beyond the heavens, and a majestic figure appeared at the edge of the tribulation. Li Mu turned at the sound, and happened to see the newcomer's eyes blazing with intense battle intent. Undoubtedly, this was a hidden great emperor. The newcomer seemed to sense Li Mu's gaze, glanced back at him, and nodded to Zhu Rong, saying, "Long Emperor, Gu greets you, fellow Taoist." Zhu Rong nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Red Emperor Zhu Rong. Greetings, fellow Taoist." After speaking, Zhu Rong pointed to Li Mu beside her and introduced respectfully, "This is Li Mu, the Lord of Supreme City. Beside him are fellow Taoists Xiyan and Neza. Fellow Taoist, Ao Gu, your previous demeanor was rather disrespectful to my lord." Dragon Emperor Ao Gu was stunned, then carefully examined Li Mu and the others. 1 at 8th rank, 2 at 9th rank. These mere ants do not deserve my respect. As a Taoist with the status of an emperor, you have lowered yourself to serve such tiny ants. Is that not an insult to imperial dignity? Li Mu laughed arrogantly upon hearing this. Dragon Emperor Ao Gu. Judging by your name, you seem to be from the demon domain. The Dragon Emperor smiled proudly. And I am the Dragon Clan Emperor of the demon domain. You should address me as Lord Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor. Li Mu chuckled in amusement. He was the master of the supreme dragon soul. Which dragon in the world would dare to make him call them Lord? With that thought, he directly communicated with the supreme dragon soul and pressed his formidable dragon might toward Dragon Emperor Ao Gu. Boom. Longbi Ao Gu, caught off guard, was pressed down by Li Mu's dragon might and tumbled from the cloud's edge. A mere mongrel black dragon dares to swagger before me. How laughable. Li Mu's gaze burned with arrogance as heli. He is protected by the supreme dragon soul, and that pure supreme dragon might is deadly to mongrel dragons. To speak plainly, even if Li Mu stood his ground and allowed the dragon clan to attack, not a single dragon could harm him, for he is under the shelter of his dragon might. The purer the dragon bloodline, the greater the suppression of dragon might. This is the bloodline pressure of the dragon race. Dragon Emperor Ao Gu fell from the heavens, his face turning pale with shock. You are. How is this possible? You are clearly human. Why do you bear the supreme golden dragon bloodline? Li Mu smiled faintly. Ao Gu, though you are the Dragon Emperor, you should know there are always people above and heavens above. Ao Gu, the Dragon Emperor, answered with stubborn pride. I do not know why you bear the supreme might, but you are the sole exception in this world. Even ants have their enlightenment, and I am here to aid their awakening. Li Mu gave a cold smile, turning to Ziyin and Xiao Neza. You two spar with him a bit. Watch the pace and don't kill him. Ziyin and Xiao Neza stepped forward. Ao Gu, seeing this, scoffed with disdain. Two mere ants, how dare they? His words were abruptly pressed back by a powerful dragon might. Roar! A colossal purple-gold dragon emerged in the void. Its dragon might was not inferior to Li Mu's supreme dragon might. Ao Gu stared blankly at Ziyin, the Taisu Gulong in front of him, his dragon eyes widening as large as goose eggs. Are you Taisu Gulong? No, not right. An ordinary Taisu Gulong cannot possess such mighty dragon might. Who exactly are you? Ao Gu's voice trailed off as Ziyin summoned a shimmering purple-gold energy long sword into her hand, and the dragon-slaying power rippled from the blade. This is the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon Emperor Ao Gu, how could you have such a sword? Ao Gu's face drained of color. The dragon-slaying sword is the Taisu Gulong's Dragon Emperor's exclusive treasure, more accurately a dragon-slaying art designed to subdue dragons. The moment the dragon-slaying sword is drawn, no dragon can withstand its blade. The sword's dragon-slaying law poses a mortal threat to the dragon race. Ziyin's dragon-slaying sword glided lightly. She smiled softly. Dragon Emperor, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ziyin, the current Dragon Emperor of the Taisu Gulong. Do you still deserve my bow? Ao Gu's face darkened as he nodded with a hollow look. Before the Dragon Emperor, I would indeed deserve your bow. The Dragon Clan places utmost emphasis on bloodline rank. If the Supreme Golden Dragon is the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan, the Taisu Gulong is the nobility within it. Ao Gu, though he has attained the Tao and won the throne, is but a result of bloodline. But by bloodline, he is merely the lowest grade black dragon, a mixed breed with an impure lineage. By Dragon Clan rules, such a being is called Yalong, a lower dragon. Black dragons excel in physical prowess. Their strength is formidable. Within the Dragon Clan, they are usually slaves doing grunt labor. Yet the purer the bloodline, the poorer the fertility, so the more noble dragons become scarce. By this generation, there were hardly any upright dragons left. The Dragon Clan had no dragon worthy of ascending the throne, so Black Dragon Ao Gu rose naturally to become the Dragon Emperor. Ao Gu bowed to Ziyin and then glanced worryingly at Xiao Neza beside him. May I ask, who are you? Xiao Neza didn't waste a moment, transforming into 3 heads and 8 arms, unveiling his dragon scale armor and belt. Have you felt it? Xiao Neza patted his dragon scale armor. This dragon scale armor is made from the skin of Ao, being the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, an authentic royal bloodline of the Dragon Clan. See this belt. It is made of dragon tendons. I, Neza, am born rebellious. At 7, I slew the Dragon King. The 3rd prince tore his tendons and skin and caused a ruckus in the East Sea. At 8, I beat the Dragon King's entire family at the South Heaven Gate, leaving the old Dragon King bedridden for 3 years. Do you know what I rely on? Xiao Neza waved the Hun Tianling and Qian Kuan circle. Hun Tianling can bind dragons, and Qian Kuan circle can lock dragons. Do you think I can endure your bow? Ao Gu stared blankly at Xiao Neza's dragon scale armor, feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from his 3 heads and 8 arms. This aura would make him a sovereign, perhaps an emperor. Ao Gu now inwardly trembles with real fear. These fellows look as weak as ants, but when they unite, they form a dragon-slaying core that seems tailor-made to strike at dragons. Young and gifted, worthy indeed, truly worthy. Then a thunderous crash pierced the horizon. Boom. Erlang Xinyang Jian's heavenly tribulation neared its end. Above the 9 trials, the final world-shaking heavenly punishment descended. The calamity shattered the Thunder Sea great world, and bursts of powerful immortality appeared with chaotic mist swirling within. That was a strange, arcane, inexhaustible, yet seemingly pale and ethereal primal law. The essence of the mysterious yellow chi, the power of chaos, condensed my imperial form. I am the God Emperor. Yang Jian's eyes shed strands of astonishing light, and the vast imperial might instantly flooded the arena. A hum rose as golden radiance shot into the heavens. That imperial light was the reflection of Yang Jian's body becoming an emperor. His muscles trembled, left hand gripping the 3-pronged blade, right hand forming the Xinyuan Emperor seal, with radiant golden light growing ever brighter. His blood and bones rose in tandem, piercing heaven and earth. After the calamity, immortal light swirled through the sky and golden rain poured down in sheets. Yang Jian and Xiao Tianquan stood beneath the heavens, greedily drinking in the golden rain as their auras climbed. Seeing this, Xiao Neza charged in. Second brother, I don't want to cultivate anymore. Lend me a share of heaven's Tao blessings. I'll return them to you later. With that, Xiao Neza unfolded his 3 heads and 8 arms, greedily seizing Erlang Shin's fruits. Ziyin watched from the side, eyes brimming with envy. Li Mu smiled and said, if you want to go. Yang Jian can't eat it all by himself. We'll go together. This golden rain is the blessing after the great calamity, the purest energy in the world. Absorbing it not only raises one's realm, but also purifies the self and enhances combat prowess. Li Mu and Ziyin also stepped into the ring. Ziyin, with Li Mu's permission, respectfully saluted Yang Jian. Yang Jian, big brother, thank you. Li Mu did not hesitate. With his supreme manifestation fully unleashed, he seized the blessings of the golden rain in a predatory manner. That may not be enough. He even drew out an ancient dragon egg from the dragon's lair within the supreme city to partake in the baptism of heaven's Tao blessings. After the golden rain of light gradually dissipated, expressions of Yang Jian, the Erlang Shin, attained of the great emperor. Xiao Tianquan followed suit, transcending a tribulation, and its strength also surged considerably. Xiao Neza vaulted from the 9-rank realm into the quasi-emperor, his power almost doubling. As for Ziyin, needless to say, born gifted Taishu ancient dragon lineage, she could upgrade by simply drinking cold water. Moreover, this time, she drank from the tide of spiritual energy, blessed by heaven's Tao. Following Xiao Neza's footsteps, she also reached the quasi-emperor realm. Li Mu clutched the dragon egg, savoring the absorption for a long, while his strength leaping to the pinnacle of the 9-rank realm. Moreover, with Yang Jian and Zhu Rong ascending to great emperor, Li Mu's supreme Dharma avatar likewise wielded imperial might. All was settled, and Yang Jian's status panel changed at once. Divine General Yang Jian Erlang Shin. Divine title first among the 36 heavenly stalwarts, Lord of the Tian Kuei Star. Treasure 3-pronged 2-edged blade, Xiao Tianquan. Growth talent 10-star, eternal through the ages. Combat power level Emperor realm, 1st grade. Loyalty 100. Battle soul talent heaven punishment eye. Yang Jian is born with the heaven punishment eye. When the heavenly eye opens, it can summon the power of heavenly punishment, dealing earth-shattering damage to a single target. Li Mu stared blankly at Yang Jian's new panel, astonished for a moment. Yang Jian's talent had become 10 stars. Having used the system for so long, Li Mu had a fair grasp of talent evaluations. Talent can to a certain extent reveal a divine general's upper limit of power. But to alter talent through power, that's unprecedented. Could the great emperor's tribulation refine the marrow and strengthen the roots, elevating one's constitution? Li Mu opened Zhu Rong's panel again. Servant Fire God Zhu Rong. Divine title 6th of the Southern 7 Mansions. Winged Fire Serpent. Treasure Zhu Rong's Spear, Endless Fire Domain. Growth talent 9-star, Immortal Physique. Power level Emperor realm, 1st rank. Battle soul talent, Endless Fire Domain. Fire God Zhu Rong controls the chaotic fire source, able to manipulate celestial flames to form an endless fire domain. The celestial fire never dies. Zhu Rong never dies. Indeed, Zhu Rong's talent remains at the 9-star level. It seems Yang Jian's talent and bone structure underwent a rise and transformation, indeed connected to the earlier heavenly tribulation. Fire God Zhu Rong was born a primal deity, blessed by heaven's Tao. Thus, after ascending to the Emperor realm, she attains the sovereign of the 10,000 fires. All is natural, and she will not be struck by heavenly punishment. This is heaven's Tao's grace on innate beings, yet also a constraint. Li Mu could sense a foreboding unless Zhu Rong can break the Tao's restraints and completely relinquish the fire god's title granted by heaven. Otherwise, her strength might forever stagnate at the Emperor realm. Yet Yang Jian defies the heavens, earning the Tao's favor with his own prowess, and may advance even further in the future. To pursue the legendary Tao realm, even the supreme realm. After a moment of speculation, Li Mu carefully surveyed his surroundings. Upon this scan, he couldn't help but be secretly astonished. This place is suffused with spiritual vitality, ringed by flowing water. A rare treasure indeed. What astonished Li Mu the most was that from above this place, one water, one fire, seemed at odds, yet each held its own domain, forming a yin-yang treasure cave. From a top-down view, the layout resembled two small fish, red and blue, forming a Daji spring. The geomantic pattern was very peculiar. After a brief contemplation, Li Mu led the group along the water toward the junction of yin and yang. After a long trek, they eventually reached a celestial mountain. This mountain rose into the clouds, its strange peaks and sheer cliffs shrouded in mist like an earthly fairyland. What place is this? Li Mu murmured in astonishment and asked the group. They all looked at one another, none knew. Just as they were at a dead end, the voice of Dragon Emperor Ao Gu came from behind. This is the boundary between the eastern wasteland and the demon realm, what you humans call gay, Ao Gu said. Li Mu turned and was momentarily stunned. Why haven't you left yet? Ao Gu exclaimed as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Then, should I go? Li Mu replied, his expression dark. Did I say you may leave? With those words, Yang Jian Zhu Rong Zi Yin and the others stepped back a beat, giving Ao Gu a hostile stare. Ao Gu's old face stiffened. Then, should I leave or not? Li Mu shrugged. What rank emperor are you? Second rank. Li Mu rolled his eyes in disdain. So weak. Ao Gu's face twitched slightly at these words, but he dared not retort. The situation is stronger than a person. Though he is a second-tier emperor, he was restrained by the others, unable to unleash even half of his power. Ao Gu forced a dry smile, saying nothing. Li Mu didn't care, continuing. How many emperors are there among the dragon race? Where do you rank? Ao Gu quickly nodded. Your Majesty, the Dragon Island has been divided for years. No one currently leads, and each acts independently. The lineage I lead aside from myself includes another emperor, my wife, Ao Lan, whose strength is slightly inferior to mine. Ao Gu, if I can purify your bloodlines and elevate you both to the higher dragon race, would you be willing to follow me? Ao Gu's eyes lit, and without a second thought he knelt. I am willing. If you can truly advance my wife and me to a higher dragon clan, we will devote to you and help carve out your territories. Li Mu nodded slightly. Good. Li Mu awakened the supreme dragon soul. Soon the dragon soul spoke. Consuming the dragon soul's fortune can purify the bloodline of the dragon race. But that dragon clan, after purification, will be bound by the supreme city and cannot betray for life. Li Mu instantly understood. Dragon soul, first give him a demonstration, let him taste a bit. As the words fell, a golden dragon phantom appeared behind Li Mu. At the same time, thick dragon energy engulfed Ao Gu. In an instant, golden light flickered around Ao Gu. His aura surged significantly. Ao Gu knelt on the ground with an excited expression, his face flushed with pleasure. However, just as he sank into the sensation and moaned, Li Mu cut off the dragon energy feeding at just the right moment. Ao Gu, would you willingly bow your heart to me, join Supreme City as one of the guardian divine beasts? Ao Gu's eyes burned with fervor. I am willing. Ding. Congratulations, the host has tamed the Emperor Realm Divine Beast Dragon Emperor Ao Gu. Supreme City's fortune increases, rewards merit points 100 and 1 random targeted summoning from the roulette. Li Mu felt a slight thrill of surprise. He had lured 2 Emperor Realm dragons and given an unexpected reward. Since the system has acknowledged Ao Gu's identity, he is now one of his own. Li Mu did not hide his intentions. In Ao Gu's presence, he began a new summoning. A targeted summoning wheel. Li Mu had never encountered such a summoning method before. Opening the wheel, a prompt quickly sounded. Ding dong, your targeted summoning wheel for this session is the Divine Beast Summoning. Would you like to activate it? Activate. A golden light curtain flickered and countless silhouettes began to flow within it. Ding dong, the wheel summoning has been activated. We are now recruiting for you soft-boned enchanting rabbit Xiang Yu. As the voice faded, a massive mouth suddenly opened in the void before Li Mu, resembling a mirror hanging in the sky. Within the mirror's surface lay a divine temple, and within the temple was a square pavilion. In the pavilion, a delicate woman clad in a pink robe was dancing gracefully. Beside the woman stood a blue-haired, blue-eyed man dressed in the robes of the Azura god, gazing at her with utter infatuation. At the same time, several other figures in divine robes stood behind him. Third brother sister Xiao Wu's figure is getting more supple, and her dancing is more beautiful than ever. You are truly blessed. Li Mu observed this with a slight frown. The Dung Beetle's 7 freaks. Li Mu never expected that this temporal recruitment could reach all the way to the god realm. While he marveled inwardly, a golden halo descended from the heavens within the scene. Following that, a colossal spatial rift suddenly opened, swallowing the dancing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, the blue-haired man's expression changed drastically. What fiend dares to trespass into my Azura god realm? Return my Xiao Wu this instant. As his words fell, the blue-haired third brother formed hand seals, and strands of blue-silver grass transformed into ropes extending into the spatial passage. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. Third brother is coming to save you. While he spoke, the others in the hall also began to spring into action. White tiger transformation. A white-haired man with tiger-like eyes roared swiftly, diving into the spatial passage. 9 treasures illuminate, 1 power, 2 speed, 3 third brother is a bastard. A crisp voice sounded. In the mirror, a 9-colored goddess holding a miniature exquisite pagoda swiftly moved to reinforce. Whooshed! A dark shadow shot past its lithe form, leaping into the spatial rift like a spirit cat. Li Mu stared at this scene, dumbfounded and frozen in place. Can the system really do this? Ding dong, congratulations, host. Through the summoning wheel you have successfully summoned the 8-star retainer soft-boned enchanting rabbit Xiang Yu. Retainer soft-boned enchanting rabbit Xiang Yu, growth talent 8-star overlord of the 3 realms, combat level peak of the 8th rank. Loyalty 100, battle soul talent invincible golden body. The soft-boned enchanting rabbit is born with enchanting bones and peerless softness, granting her a temporary invincible state where no amount of force can harm her. While Li Mu was still staring at the panel in a daze, Xiang Yu had already descended from the sky and landed before him. Xiang Yu pays respects to my lord. Li Mu carefully sized her up, a perfect figure, perfect looks, absolutely a top-tier stunner. Just then a furious roar echoed from the horizon. Who are you people? Release my Xiang Yu. The next second the blue-haired boy descended from the sky wielding a massive hammer, swinging it towards Li Mu. Chaotic wind hammer style, wildly smashing whirlwind. The colossal hammer whistled down fiercely from above Li Mu's head. Li Mu merely sneered in disdain. He actually followed us here. Before Li Mu could react, the newly sworn Xiang Yu stepped directly in front of him, her body radiating bursts of golden light. Invincible golden body. Boom. The great hammer struck the golden barrier and was rebounded violently. The blue-haired third brother stared in utter disbelief. Xiang Yu, you're protecting him. What? Why? Xiang Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she remained steadfastly blocking Li Mu, her expression resolute. Jocelyn, we are not that close. Don't call me Xiang Yu anymore and stop contacting me. I fear my lord might misunderstand. No. Xiang Yu, the blue-haired third brother let out a heart-wrenching howl. Xiang Yu, this isn't real. Tell me it's all a lie. Just then figures descended from the sky one after another. Oh, all 7 of them are here. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance at Dragon Emperor Ao Gu. Ao Gu, go. This is your chance to shine. Kill all the men. As for the women, Li Mu's lascivious gaze slowly swept over the black-clad cat girl and the 7-colored goddess. Ziyin, capture these 2 women alive. Li Mu's eyes gleamed with a strange, sinister smile. Daji wants to keep a cat. This black cat will be a gift for her. Chang'e lacks a rabbit companion. A Xiang Yu can go and join her. When his turn came to the 7-colored goddess, Li Mu paused for a moment to compose himself. This one doesn't seem to have much combatability. Aside from acting cute, being coquettish, and doing the whole barbecue thing, she just clings to that miniature pagoda of hers. Later I'll have Ziyin open a portal and send her into the beds of our dear readers. She should be good for some entertainment as a servant for a while. With a plan forming in his mind, Li Mu looked up at the battlefield. The phantom spirit cat had engaged Ziyin. Ziyin watched the cat darting around erratically, a look of utter contempt on her face. You're challenging me to a speed contest. Are you serious? The next second Ziyin's figure vanished, reappearing directly behind the cat. When a speedster meets a spatial master, the cat was instantly suppressed and dominated. On the other side, Dragon Emperor Ao Gu's first battle was nothing short of domineering and extraordinary. Facing the Emperor Realm Dragon Emperor, the Dung Beetle 7 freaks were instantly defeated with a single strike. The ferocious white tiger man activated his transformation, but was flattened by a single slap from Ao Gu before he could even land a scratch. The blue-haired third brother, still under the aura of his green hat shadow, was crushed to dust by Ao Gu without even managing to release a skill. The minor scuffle quickly concluded. The Dung Beetle 7 freaks were instantly annihilated, and Dragon Emperor Ao Gu returned to Li Mu's side, bringing back the Sea God Trident and the Heavenly Hammer. Li Mu glanced at them casually and tossed the Sea God Trident to Yang Jian. After all, they were both proficient in water-related powers. Perhaps with some reforging, Yang Jian could create a supreme divine artifact. As for the remaining hammer, Li Mu deliberated for a long time before eventually bestowing it upon the battle maniac Ziyin, even though the giant spirit god clearly needed it more. Ziyin's contributions vastly outweighed the giant spirit god's. Even by seniority, she deserved the priority. Returning to the previous topic, Li Mu summoned Ao Gu again and asked, you mentioned this mountain range is called Guishu. Is there any particular significance to this place? Dragon Emperor Ao Gu nodded and respectfully replied, the land of Guishu has always been a treasured battleground between the human and demon races since ancient times. Until 1,000,000 years ago, the desolate Heavenly Emperor appeared and established the Imperial Prohibition Treaty, also designating Guishu as forbidden ground. Since then, both races retreated 1,000 li, leaving the land of Guishu vacant. Li Mu suddenly understood upon hearing this. No wonder such a precious land was unclaimed. It turns out it's a hot potato that no one can hold on to. So everyone decides that if they can't have it, no one else will either. With that thought, Li Mu immediately decided. The location for the Supreme City's emergence would be right here upon the land of Guishu. No wonder such a blessed land remained unoccupied. It turns out to be a hot potato that no one can grasp, so everyone simply lets it be nor allows others to take it. With this thought, Li Mu immediately decided. The site for the Supreme City after its emergence would be chosen precisely here above the Guishu. Guishu lies at the intersection of water and fire. Li Mu set the location of the Supreme City here, then assigned Zhu Rong to guard the Endless Fire Domain, and Yang Jian to guard the Qingyuan Water Domain, where he had previously undergone tribulation. Having made up his mind, Li Mu immediately commanded Longdiao Gu to guard Guishu, maintaining a distant watch alongside Yang Jian and Zhu Rong, each supporting the other. Upon returning to Xiaojing City, Li Mu first delivered the cat to Daji. Then holding the rabbit, he dropped by Chang'e's place for a visit. The night passed without incident. He simply held Chang'e and suckled on the rabbit's milk. The next day, Shangwan Wanner delivered a long list of names. All were princesses sent by the kingdoms within the eastern wasteland for marriage alliances. Initially, Li Mu had taken this matter quite seriously, considering the revenge alliance that instigated it to be audacious beyond measure. But now, with a great emperor under his command, his mindset had shifted. A mere swarm of ants was no longer worth his attention. He would merely handle it casually. Led by Shangwan Wanner, Li Mu entered the imperial palace to meet with the envoys from various kingdoms. When the envoy delegation entered the palace, a grand banquet was inevitably held. The civil and military chancellors, the guardian general, and the director of the Celestial Observatory all attended to accompany the guests. To prevent any trouble in the city, Li Mu dispatched the Heavenly Judicial Army to garrison the entire void above Xiaojing City. Upon arriving at the palace, dragon riders patrolled everywhere, indicating that Shangwan Wanner had made thorough arrangements. After the previous night's incident of exploring the imperial palace, part of the envoys had been captured. Now only the delegations from 9 kingdoms remained intact. Among them was the delegation from the Nanzhao kingdom. As Li Mu entered the great hall, he spotted Princess Kanglin of Nanzhao from afar. They exchanged a knowing smile, and then Kanglin along with the other envoys bowed respectfully. "We pay homage to the great Xia Emperor." Li Mu strode past the many envoys, directly approached Empress Xuanji, and sat beside her as an equal. The envoys' expressions varied. Clearly they were all privately speculating who truly held the reins of power in Great Xia. Li Mu paid no heed to their thoughts. He plopped down and said indifferently, "I heard you all wished to see me." The envoys exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, a Shieling divine official stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, our delegations have entered Xiaojing to seek marriage alliances, aiming to forge a mutual alliance with Great Xia. However, since ancient times the Eastern Wasteland has had a rule for royal nobles to marry, there must be literary and martial examinations to ensure harmony between the two kingdoms." At this, the official's eye sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Li Mu. It is said that Great Xia has long been steeped in Confucian learning. Shieling will present 3 literary questions and 3 martial champions. If Great Xia can overcome them, the Shieling princess may marry into Great Xia and serve your Majesty. Li Mu's face remained impassive as he swept his gaze over the envoys. "Is that your sentiment as well?" The envoys all stepped forward with clasped hands. "Indeed." At that moment, Princess Kanglin of Nanzhao rose and walked to the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, Kanglin has something to say." Before Li Mu could respond, the Nanzhao envoy bellowed sternly, "Princess Kanglin, women are not permitted to speak on state affairs. Do not be disrespectful." Li Mu sneered and said coolly, "Great Xia is a land of propriety. If anyone harbors doubts, they may speak before the court regardless of gender." "Princess Kanglin, please proceed." Princess Kanglin bowed gracefully and knelt respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have revered Great Xia's culture since childhood and yearned for it. Thus I swore a solemn oath in my youth that I would marry only a man from Great Xia. The esteemed officials just now demanded that your Majesty pass both literary and martial tests to win a bride. I find this improper. Therefore I declare here, regardless of whether your Majesty passes the tests, I am willing to follow you without any complaint." Li Mu nodded slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. After a long moment, his gaze gradually turned cold, and a subdued pressure pervaded the hall. "As I said, Great Xia is a land of propriety. But I forgot to tell you what kind of propriety we practice." With that, Li Mu swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. "You like setting tests, don't you? I will set 3 literary questions and 3 martial champions. Everyone present may attempt them. If you can answer any question or defeat any of my champions, you will be spared. If you cannot..." Li Mu paused, lifting his gaze to the void. The next moment, thunderous roars echoed from above. 1,000 heavenly judicial army soldiers materialized in the void. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered over the entire imperial palace, and purple lightning filled the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Li Mu smiled faintly. "If you fail to pass, you will likely be buried in Great Xia." A cold smirk curled on his lips as he finished. "First question, a timeless couplet. Smoke veils the pond with willow. Please provide the matching line within the time it takes an incense stick to burn." As soon as the couplet was uttered, the entire hall was stunned. With Li Mu's words, a light mist filled the hall, and a stream of water flowed, gently weaving like a willow branch before the envoys. As time ticked by, sweat beaded on the foreheads of all except Princess Kanglin. The incense sticks soon burned out. None of the envoys gave an answer. They were utterly defeated. The water stream transformed into ropes that coiled around the envoys, binding them tightly. Two guards who seemed to be strong attempted to resist, but the moment they moved, divine thunderbolts fell from the void and struck them dead on the spot. Boom, boom. Two thunderclaps roared in their ears, and the others were so terrified they dared not move. The Xiang divine official who had spoken earlier shouted angrily, "Great Xia Emperor, we are envoys from various kingdoms. How dare you treat us like this? Do you not fear that our kingdoms will send mighty armies to crush Great Xia?" Li Mu's expression remained unchanged as he sneered coldly. "I welcome you to crush me. But first you must survive. There are still two questions remaining." The watery ropes held everyone bound and immobile, leaving them only to stare at Li Mu with pleading eyes. Li Mu continued, "Improvise a poem on the theme of wine. You have the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Let me set an example. Do you not see the yellow river's waters descending from the sky, racing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirrors and high halls that grieve over white hair black silk at dawn, turned to snow by evening? When life is going well, enjoy it to the fullest, and do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. Heaven has endowed me with talents that will surely be used, though 1,000 gold pieces scattered will come back again. Boil sheep and slaughter cattle for joy. When you drink, you must drink 300 cups. Begin now." Li Mu's voice fell lightly, stunning the entire hall. The green lotus sword immortal Li Taibai looked at Li Mu in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion. As for the others, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Li Mu's voice fell with a faint resonance, stunning the entire hall. Li Taibai, the green lotus sword immortal, gazed at Li Mu with astonishment, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. As for the others, they all wore expressions of utter disbelief. What kind of celestial poetry was this? Was it even something a mortal could compose? As Li Mu's voice subsided, the sound of gushing water echoed from the void. The rich aroma of wine permeated the entire venue. Not long after, someone finally managed to compose a poem, but its quality was lamentable, far from being refined enough for the grand hall. The time of one incense stick passed swiftly. Everyone was steeped in the alcoholic haze, their faces already showing signs of intoxication. Li Mu sneered and continued to set the next challenge. "The third question, I shall improvise a tune on the zither for all of you. Please savor it." As his words fell, Xiang Yu hurriedly took out her ancient zither and presented it to Li Mu. Li Mu waved his hand. "No need. Ancient zither, and such are playthings for women. Today let me show you what music a man truly plays." With that, Li Mu exchanged a large suona from the system space. It had cost him 1.5 million merit points. Although its grade was only quasi-emperor level, it was more than enough to dominate this venue. The next moment, the suona's piercing, mournful, and plaintive melody rang out. A rendition of Xiaoxiang melody seemed to descend from the heavens, penetrating deep into people's hearts. It evoked memories of the past of their mothers. They could not help but close their eyes, wishing never to awaken. As the suona sounded, Xiang Yu and others changed their expressions, drastically channeling their energy to resist the sound, fearful that they might be inadvertently sent on their final journey. But their worries were unfounded. Under the tutelage of old blind man, Li Mu's Confucian cultivation had advanced. He controlled the sound waves of the suona perfectly, ensuring they barely affected the innocent. For Xiang Yu and her companions, the sound stirred an urge to weep. But for the envoys of the various nations, from the moment they heard the suona, they had already closed their eyes, prepared to depart. The time of one incense stick soon ended. Li Mu's rendition of Xiaoxiang melody also drew to a close. The crowd peered forward. Among the envoy entourage, aside from Princess Kanglin, the others had permanently shut their eyes. This was truly a soul-severing melody. For Li Mu to personally see them off, these people could depart without any regrets. As the suona fell silent, Li Mu sneered and issued orders to Timizhen and others. Timizhen Juling Shun, hear my command. I order you to launch a full-scale assault and sweep the eastern wasteland. I give you 1 year. I want to see only one dynasty in the eastern wasteland, and that is the Great Xia dynasty. Then Li Mu shifted his gaze to Xiang Yu. Mobilize personnel to build the Dragon Soul Temple throughout the eastern wasteland. Let the temple's influence spread across the entire region. Now that the Haoyan Emperor has not been eliminated, it is precisely the time to gather faith. As long as the common people are willing to worship the Dragon Soul Temple and accept its protection, they can be spared from the scourge of the Black Demon God. Furthermore, dispatch dragon riders to deliver messages to all major powers. The Supreme City shall descend at the Guisu on the first day of the next month, inviting all factions to attend the ceremony. After arranging everything, Li Mu strode away with Princess Kanglin. Now, with the judicial heavenly army stationed in Xiajing City, it was undoubtedly the safest capital in the entire eastern wasteland. Just as Li Mu returned to Yinlong Manor, he saw Yu Xiaodia, whom he had not seen for a long time, paying another visit. After a brief exchange, Yu Xiaodai agreed to hand over the murderer of Shuanger's mother to Li Mu, but on the condition that Li Mu could not execute the culprit publicly, only in private. Li Mu hesitated for a moment before agreeing to her request. With that settled, Yu Xiaodai proactively proposed a collaboration with the Great Xia, aiming to expand the 1,000 Gold Pavilion's influence in the realm. Considering that the 1,000 Gold Pavilion had not caused him much harm, Li Mu did not dwell on it and agreed to her terms. However, as a partner, Li Mu demanded a direct split of half the profits from the pavilion. After a long deliberation, Yu Xiaodai agreed. The reason was simple: Li Mu was the first entity to unify an entire domain. Although Yu Xiaodai did not know why the Tianji Valley had remained inactive and sealed its mountains, with Li Mu already controlling the grand direction, the tide of the situation made the unification of the eastern wasteland only a matter of time. Under such circumstances, giving Li Mu half of the profits was not a loss for the 1,000 Gold Pavilion. After the agreement was reached, Yu Xiaodai left with the Shuang'er sisters. Li Mu did not stop them. He knew that as long as he remained alive, Yu Xiaodai would not dare to let the Shuang'er sisters suffer. Shuang'er was originally a member of the Yu family. It was only natural for her to return to the Yu family to receive her inheritance. The Shuang'er sisters followed Yu Xiaodai away. Xiang Yu also left with the quasi-emperor Tu Shan to train at the Badao sect. After Zhao Gao departed with the Luo, Li Mu never received any news from them again. If he did not know that they were still alive and unlikely to betray him, Li Mu would have suspected that the Luo net had been completely wiped out. Half a month passed swiftly. Time as Hin and Julingshan soon reported victories. Under absolute power, the various nations surrendered and fell one after another. After the Haotian emperor had fled with self-inflicted wounds last time, he had been lingering around the Great Xia region, never daring to set foot within the Great Xia territory. According to Time as Hin, they had encountered the Haotian emperor during their campaign against the Shilling dynasty. The Haotian emperor hastily devoured an entire Shilling legion and fled the scene, seemingly still haunted by Li Mu. Thus he even dared not provoke the dragon riders. As the Great Xia's iron host trampled beyond the borders, the long silent system prompt of Li Mu resurfaced. And this time, after holding back, it unleashed something significant. Ding, the Great Xia's national fortune has risen. Congratulations, host, for plundering a massive amount of luck. Reward, 3 million merit points, 1 9-star faction summon card. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. 9-star faction summon card. Did he hear correctly? Faction card. 9-star. With immense excitement, Li Mu eagerly opened the summon. Ding, you have successfully activated the 9-star faction summon card and summoned the 9-star faction Wu Divine Temple. Faction Wu Divine Temple. Strength 9-star. Class expertise, witchcraft, battle formations, beast, taming, barbarian, medicine, body tempering. Average combat power, quasi-emperor. Faction leader Xiang Yu. Deputy leader Xing Tian. Core members 4 great beasts, 9 great demon gods. Description: the Wu Divine Temple was founded by Xiang Yu, the War Master, and under his command gathered the 4 great beasts, 9 great demon gods, and 81 demon generals. Each had a bronze head and iron forehead, immense supernatural powers capable of summoning wind and rain, overturning mountains and seas. Note: although the Wu Divine Temple was defeated by the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor at the Battle of Zhuolu, the combat power of the Wu Divine Temple was always the foremost army in the primordial era, and the War Master Xiang Yu was the undisputed god of war. Which god temple? Li Mu was startled, his heart pounding, as the system notification sounded consecutively. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the 9-star force, which god temple, successfully gaining the allegiance of the Great Emperor Realm Commander, Demon God Xiang Yu. Divine General Demon God, Lord of Weapons Xiang Yu. Artifacts: Demon Refining Cauldron, Demon God Halberd. Growth Aptitude 10-star, Immortal Elegance. Combat Level Great Emperor Realm. Loyalty 100. War Soul Talent, Lord of Heaven and Earth Weapons. Where the Lord of Weapons goes, hearts follow. Xiang Yu is proficient in battlefield tactics, able to turn 1,000,000 troops into a force that can defy heaven and topple sages. Under his command, his army can unleash tenfold combat power. Note: the 4 ferocious beasts are untamable and fierce by nature. They must not lead troops alone. Remember this. Born as humans, we should command all spirits, rule all realms with no prohibitions. As the incantation echoed, a burly man emerged from the void. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a bronze head and iron forehead radiating a violent aura. Xiang Yu of Jiuli pays respects to my lord, the ancient war god Xiang Yu. Li Mu was slightly shocked. This was the king of war, the ancestor of all weapons. If one were to ask who is the most powerful figure in Chinese history, perhaps no one has a definitive answer. But if asked who is the greatest military commander, 90% of people would think of the Lord of Weapons Xiang Yu. He was the being who once defeated the combined forces of Emperor Yin and Emperor Huang. Unfortunately, due to the intervention of the dragon race, Xiang Yu, outnumbered, fell into a trap and was sealed away. Just as he was inwardly astonished, another message came through. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning the 9-star force, which god temple, successfully gaining the allegiance of the Great Emperor Realm Commander, War God Xing Tian. Divine General, War God Xing Tian. Artifacts: Xing Tian Axe. Growth Aptitude 10-star, Immortal Elegance. Combat Level Great Emperor Realm. Loyalty 100. War Soul Talent, Undying Battle Soul. Where the war god goes, all spirits perish. Xing Tian's wrath can shake the heavens, as long as his battle will remains unquenched. Xing Tian cannot die. With a thunderous crash, a faint whisper echoed in Li Mu's ear. Boundless heaven and earth, Xing Tian's certain kill technique. Then a seductive woman in red descended from the sky. Her red robes danced lightly. On her left waist hung a bronze square shield, and on her right a 4-foot-long axe-like weapon, ancient and heavy in style, with a faint azure blade that shimmered subtly. Li Mu looked up and saw a woman as exquisitely beautiful as porcelain. Upon closer inspection, her features were even more lovely than Chang'e's. Yet her gaze was sharp and domineering, exuding a wild arrogance that made one forget her delicate beauty. Her black hair flew wildly, and her skin was snow-white and translucent. On her delicate oval face, her brows slanted upward, her large eyes were distinctly black and white, with the outer corners slightly tilted, radiating pride. Her soft lips were as bright as petals, and her neck was long and graceful. Every part of her was refined and beautiful, even her fingers were slender and translucent, like spring onions. Li Mu stared at her momentarily entranced. Her bearing was like fine jade, her attire like blazing flames, though she stood several yards away, her fierce and icy aura pressed against him like a blade. Li Mu didn't even need to ask. From her aura alone, he could sense that her strength surpassed even Xiang Yu and Zhu Rong. What Li Mu found hard to accept was that he truly hadn't expected the legendary war god Xing Tian to be a woman. And her beauty was so perfect. It was truly unbelievable. While Li Mu was secretly sizing her up, Xing Tian knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Xing Tian of the Fire Tribe pays respects to my lord. Li Mu nodded slightly. I've heard from Zhu Rong that you two are old friends. Xing Tian smiled proudly. Indeed, I knew the Red Emperor in our youth, but we gradually grew apart later. Li Mu smiled slightly. Zhu Rong now presides over the endless fire domain. Since you've come, you can help me suppress the Guishi ruins. The two of you sisters can finally be together day and night again. Xing Tian respectfully replied, I obey your command. I shall head to Guishi immediately and eliminate all worries for my lord. Li Mu's gaze swept toward the 4 ferocious beasts behind Xing Tian. Hundan Xiongqi Taowu Tao Dai. They are not suited to remain in Xiajing. When you go to Guishi, take them with you. Xing Tian's eyes flickered as she glanced coldly at the 4 ferocious beasts, her fierce gaze making them tremble. Very well, you shall follow me to Guishi. The 4 beasts answered in unison, their voices low. We obey the Lord's command. We are willing to follow Lord Xing Tian to Guishi. Li Mu nodded lightly and turned his gaze to the other 9 great demon gods. Besides the 4 ferocious beasts, the 9 great demon gods were also core members of the Witch God Temple. Xing Tian was the leader of the 9 demon gods. Apart from War God Xing Tian, there were also Star God Qua Fu, Water God Gong Gong Wind Earl, Fei, Lian Rain Master Ping, Netherworld God Shin Tu, and Yulei Demon Star Ho Qing, and Earth Rune God Yin Lingzi. Xing Tian, the leader of the 9 demon gods, was invincible in combat. Next was Demon Star Ho Qing, who as the ancestor of zombies was also an immortal and indestructible being. Of the remaining members, Qua Fu excelled in long-distance raids with extraordinary speed and endurance. Water God Gong Gong could command all waters, his strength on par with Zhu Rong. Wind Earl and Rain Master were skilled in manipulating wind and rain. Shin Tu and Yulei, the Netherworld twin gods, were adept at subduing demons and monsters. The last Earth Rune God, Yin Lingzi, was formed from a firefly and was the weakest. This one specialized in instant escape and was skilled in casting illusions. After the 9 demon gods came Qiang Yu's 81 demon generals, all of whom possessed great magical powers and extraordinary strength. After a brief understanding, Li Mu decided to send Qua Fu to deliver invitations to the various domains. Currently, invitations within the Eastern Wasteland were handled by Shangwan Wanner. But outside the Eastern Wasteland, places like the Western Desert, Southern Sea, Northern Ming, Central Domain, Demon Domain, Extreme North Icefield, and the Sea of Death. These were all territories controlled by superpowers far stronger than the Eastern Wasteland. Although Qua Fu was only a quasi-emperor, his strength rivaled that of an ordinary great emperor, making him the perfect choice to deliver messages outside the domain. Meanwhile, Emperor Hao Yin had been wreaking havoc in the Eastern Wasteland, earning the resentment of both heaven and man. Li Mu had previously deemed it unwise to act, but now with so many powerful subordinates, it was time to deal with this so-called Black Demon God. To deal with the corrupted Emperor Hao Yin, Li Mu planned to send Wind Earl, Rain Master Shin Tu and Yulei. With Shin Tu and Yulei present, Hao Yin would likely be severely suppressed. After all arrangements were made, Li Mu began to prepare for the descent of the Supreme City. The Supreme City was currently hidden in a void space, serving as Li Mu's personal immortal mansion, so its safety was not a concern. But once the Supreme City descended to Guishi, it would be exposed. Protection formations would be essential to ensure absolute safety. Li Mu directly opened the information panel of the Supreme City and found that the accumulated fortune was sufficient to activate its protection formation. The protection formation of the Supreme City was named Sky Covering. This formation was both offensive and defensive with unmatched power. The only thing that troubled Li Mu was that activating the formation required at least one artifact above the Emperor level to suppress the formation's eye. However, aside from the Nine Dragons Burial Immortal Coffin, Li Mu had no other suitable artifact. The Nine Dragons Burial Immortal Coffin was certainly powerful enough and of sufficient rank, but Li Mu was naturally reluctant to part with it. Besides, even if he were willing in his heart, this coffin was too sinister, possessing forbidden power. Li Mu truly dared not use it to suppress the formation's eye. If the forbidden power erupted, the entire Supreme City would be tainted with misfortune. Just as Li Mu was at his wits' end, a vast oppressive pressure descended from the void above. Who is Li Mu? Get out here, this emperor commands. A powerful imperial might descended from the void, permeating the entire Xiaojing city. At that moment, the faces of everyone in Xiaojing city changed drastically. Such a dense imperial might. Not to mention the cultivators in the city, even ordinary people, without any cultivation, could see at a glance that a great emperor had arrived from the void above. Li Mu walked out of his room in surprise and looked up at the sky. He saw an overwhelming aura of righteous energy pressing down from the heavens, clearly indicating that the visitor was a Confucian emperor. Before Li Mu could respond, several formidable figures had already soared into the air. Who is this insolent wretch who dares to insult our lord? Get out here. You skulking coward, how dare you speak disrespectfully to our lord? Come down here. The speakers were Emperor Xiang Yu and the god of war Xing Tian. Xing Tian had just left the city, preparing to lead the 4 ferocious beasts to the Goetiu. Unexpectedly, before they could set off, they heard someone in the 9 heavens showing disrespect to Li Mu. Can this be tolerated? Xing Tian's red robes fluttered and his domineering aura shot straight into the clouds, instantly blasting a hidden figure out of the void. How dare you? I am the Supreme Sage Emperor of the Confucian sect. Who are you to be so rude? The Supreme Sage Emperor's words had barely fallen when a demonic god's shadow materialized behind him and a colossal demonic hand reached out to grab him. I am Emperor Xiang Yu of the Supreme City. You dare insult my lord, and you will die. Boom. The Supreme Sage Emperor had never imagined that Xiaojing City harbored 2 great emperors. Moreover, these 2 emperors seemed extremely unreasonable. They attacked without a word, showing none of the bearing expected of emperors. Xiang Yu's demonic god shadow slapped him from the void down to the ground, and the deafening roar instantly spread throughout the city. Boom. Caught off guard, the Supreme Sage Emperor was directly blasted into the Imperial Plaza. The overwhelming force blasted a huge hole in the ground. The Supreme Sage Emperor emerged from the hole disheveled and covered in dust. Before he could fully raise his head, a massive axe came falling from the sky. This was Xing Tian's axe, also known as the Cangxing Blaze Shield, or Cangxing Fire Shield. Boom. The ground trembled violently from the impact. The Supreme Sage Emperor was struck on the head and blasted back into the depths of the earth. I am angered, he roared. How can an emperor be so rude? This is utterly disgraceful. His answer was Xiang Yu's demonic god halberd. Boom. Emperors Xiang Yu and Xing Tian were already formidable, and now fighting 2 against 1, they had seized the advantage. The Supreme Sage Emperor was stunned before he even had a chance to counterattack. Stop. I am truly angered, he cried. We are emperors, how can we behave like unruly children? Boom, boom, boom. Xiang Yu and Xing Tian were not the type to reason. Striking while the iron was hot and taking the enemy's life was the ultimate military maxim. Amidst a series of bombardments, the Supreme Sage Emperor's pleas for mercy grew weaker, until a crimson light shot into the sky, transforming into a colossal chessboard that spanned the heavens and earth. Heaven sealing Dao board arise. In an instant, Xiang Yu and Xing Tian were enveloped by the enormous chessboard as streaks of formidable mystical light, like natural motes, slowly coalesced. The next second, the Supreme Sage Emperor emerged from the hole, his aura severely depleted. You have gone too far beating me like this. Fortunately, I have a means of survival. Now I will send you to your deaths. As his words fell, a Dao resonance above the Emperor level emanated from the chessboard, pressing down upon Xiang Yu and Xing Tian. The formidable mystical light, like a natural mote, exuded an aura of destruction that could annihilate the world. This was an attack surpassing the Emperor level. Although Xiang Yu and Xing Tian were immortal and indestructible, facing such a powerful assault, even if they didn't die, they would have to change their bodies. Just then Li Mu, who had been hidden in the void, had his eyes light up. What a treasure! Judging from its aura, this chessboard, though inferior to the bronze coffin, was far superior to ordinary great emperor artifacts. If Li Mu was not mistaken, this should be a Dao artifact usable only by beings at the Dao realm. He estimated that even among superpowers such an item would be a foundation-suppressing treasure. Li Mu was almost certain that the Confucian sect would not possess more than 3 items of this level. In all likelihood, this was the only one serving as the sect's supreme treasure. Thinking this, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. Supreme Dharma Aspect Condense. A towering Dharma aspect instantly materialized. Compared to before, the Supreme Dharma aspect was now noticeably larger and far more powerful. Li Mu did not stop there, he proceeded to summon the bronze coffin. 9 dragons burial immortal coffin emerge. Roar. A series of dragon roars resounded as the 9 dragons' burial immortal coffin was instantly raised. Li Mu manipulated the supreme Dharma aspect to spread its massive hands wielding the bronze coffin as a weapon. The enormous coffin swept through the void causing the sky to tremble slightly. Boom boom. Streaks of black lightning raged across the heavens, as if even they were wary of the forbidden coffin. Li Mu swung the bronze coffin directly at the massive Dao board in the void. Facing an ultimate artifact surpassing the Emperor level, the best method was to fight poison with poison and suppress evil with evil. The bronze coffin was a supreme artifact even more powerful than the massive Dao board. Li Mu simply used the artifact as a weapon. This would neither damage the spiritual essence of the Dao board nor break its Dao resonance. Li Mu roared with all his might, swinging the coffin with every ounce of his strength. Break! Boom! A deafening explosion like a thunderclap resounded across the sky. From the bronze coffin, the dragon roars of the 9 dragons were unceasing. The mystical light on the Dao board was instantly dispersed, and the entire board, like a bowling ball, was sent flying by the impact. Li Mu pushed his supreme Dharma aspect to its limit, wielding the bronze coffin as he continued to pursue. Xing Tian looked up at Li Mu in the sky, then sneered at the Supreme Sage Emperor. You didn't think we were incapable of killing you, did you? It seems you are of no further use to our lord. So please take your leave. As his words fell, Xing Tian's Sangxing blaze shield shot into the sky, transforming into a massive red wheel of light. Sangxing falls, the shield dances strike. Woo woo. The enormous Xing Tian axe, trailing streaks of fire, slashed toward the Supreme Sage Emperor. The Supreme Sage Emperor looked up at the red wheel of light, his face instantly turning ashen. You have already touched the threshold of the Dao realm. Xing Tian sneered. Offer up that Dao board willingly, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, kill me. Emperor Jisheng roared in fury. The sharp battle axe descended, and the emperor perished in his ultimate effort. Boom. Supreme divine power erupted. Amidst the dazzling rain of light, Emperor Jisheng let out a scream, his entire body instantly shattering, and a primordial spirit split from his brow. Chiyo's demonic shadow grabbed the emperor's primordial spirit with a giant hand and devoured it in one gulp. Anomalies appeared in the sky, the great wilderness trembled, and blood rain fell from the heavens. At that moment, all the quasi-emperors and above across the great wilderness stared wide-eyed, gazing in disbelief toward the direction of Dongwang. The fall of an emperor. Heaven and earth wept blood, the Tao itself shedding tears of blood. No one could have imagined that in their lifetime they would witness the legendary fall of an emperor. After all, an emperor was the pinnacle of this world. Who else could slay an emperor? An emperor who had once been supremely glorious killed on the spot. Was that possible? The great wilderness was shaken and all major powers were alarmed. Many emperor figures emerged one after another, heading toward Dongwang to investigate. From the direction of Tianji Valley, several peerless figures rose into the sky. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye, though a new generation surpasses the old. The Ru sect was annihilated, and even its emperor was slain. The young ones nowadays are truly formidable. An aged voice sighed softly. Another figure looked down from above, frowning at the protective grand formation of Tianji Valley. Alas, our esteemed Tianji Valley has been frightened into sealing its gates. How disgraceful. Enough, we have been in seclusion for 1,000 years, it is time to emerge. Just as the several emperors of Tianji Valley emerged from seclusion, Zhu Rong and others millions of miles away all raised their heads and looked toward Tianji Valley. Several elders nodded slightly, their calm voices echoing toward Daxia. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Emperor Tianxian of Tianji Valley. From today onward, I shall emerge and take charge of Tianji Valley once more. At that moment, the renowned Tianji Valley of Dongwang finally emerged. Zhu Rongyang, Jian Xingtian, and Xiang Yu all nodded in response. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain not far from Daxia, Emperor Haoyan, shrouded in black mist, suddenly opened his eyes. A voice surged into his mind. Taoist Haoyan, long time no see. Emperor Haoyan, bewildered, gazed into the distance toward Emperor Tianxian. Who are you? Tianxian did not answer. Instead, a furious shout replied. Haoyan, you have slaughtered countless beings and fallen into the demonic path. We, under the orders of our lord, have come to capture and kill you. Surrender now. Hearing this, Emperor Haoyan's face changed, and he turned to flee. Lord. Those two words were synonymous with Li Mu. Ever since he was crippled the last time, his strength had regressed by more than half. Now encountering Li Mu, why wouldn't he run? Unfortunately, he was doomed to fail this time. Wind arise. As Feng Bo's voice fell, raging tornadoes sealed off all escape routes for Emperor Haoyan. Rain come. Yusher's voice followed. Torrential rain poured from the sky, each drop falling on Emperor Haoyan's body, as heavy as Mount Tai. Moreover, the rain could instantly sense his movements, leaving him nowhere to hide. Wherever there was rain, Yusher's control was absolute. Demon Slayer. Soul chains lashed toward Emperor Haoyan, each chain burning with karmic soul fire, instantly igniting the endless demonic chi around him. Just as Shin Shu's voice faded, Yu Lei's followed. Soul extinguish. The boundless karmic fire surged skyward, capable of burning away all worldly sins. No. Emperor Hao Yin, with no resistance, was burned to ashes in the karmic soul fire. In an instant, the heavens and earth of the great wilderness trembled violently once more. The sky turned blood red and endless blood rain fell again. The second lament of heaven and earth arrived. All the emperors in the great wilderness shuddered. Impossible. Another emperor dead. Zhongzhou, the Xianqin Empire. Thunder rumbled, sacred banners fluttered, dragon chi surged, and their might shook the 9 heavens. The emperor of Xianqin wore the Zulong crown and the 9-dragon robe, exuding an imposing aura without anger, surrounded by endless imperial dragon chi. He had a heroic and soaring posture with a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. The emperor gazed toward Donghuang, his brows unconsciously knitting into a frown. The dragon chi of Donghuang has already formed, its might almost rivaling that of my Xianqin, who could have risen against the odds under the heavy pressure of the Ru sect. As his words fell, a streak of light descended from the sky and appeared not far before the emperor. The emperor's dragon eyes glared. What powerhouse dares to trespass into the imperial city? Huafu took out an invitation and handed it to the emperor. Huafu of the Jizuan city, under the orders of my lord Li Mu, invites the emperor of Xianqin to attend the founding ceremony of our Jizuan city at the place of Guisu on the first day of next month. The emperor was stunned. Guisu. Guisu is a land partitioned by the decree of Emperor Huangtian. How dare you? In an instant, boundless imperial might like countless dragons pressed down upon Huafu. Huafu laughed arrogantly at the emperor and said coldly, "My lord will await the emperor at Jizuan city. I hope the emperor will not break the appointment, otherwise the next fall of an emperor will be yours." The emperor was furious. How dare you? At that moment, a sharp and upright figure descended from beyond the heavens, staring coldly at Huafu. Are you the envoy from Jizuan city? Huafu nodded. May I ask which emperor you are from? Wushan, Mountain Emperor Wushan. Huafu took out the invitation and was about to hand it over, but Wushan shook his head and said, no need. When you were about to open the mountain gate, Sikong reported to me personally. Although I have ties with the Tiance Mansion, the Great Wilderness has its own rules for establishing a sect. Go back and tell them the new 100 Sects Grand Competition is about to begin. This competition was originally scheduled to be held at the Ru sect. Since your Jizuan city wishes to replace the Ru sect, the competition will be held at your city on the day before your founding ceremony. If Jizuan city can secure a top 3 place in the 100 Sects Grand Competition, then it shall replace the Ru sect to govern Donghuang. Huafu was momentarily stunned and immediately contacted Li Mu via soul transmission. Hearing the news from Huafu, Li Mu understood the situation. It must be the emperors of Badao Gate and Wushan Mountain who had helped him maneuver directly, setting the 100 Sects Grand Competition at Jizuan city. Thus, he wouldn't need to waste words with various factions. Of victory or defeat would be decided in the arena. Thinking this, Li Mu quickly sent a message to Huafu. He agreed to Wushan's proposal and invited the emperor to visit Jizuan city in person. Wushan gladly accepted. After Li Mu ended the communication with Huafu, he hurriedly summoned everyone to rearrange the plans. Because the original date for the founding ceremony was the first day of next month. Now, due to the 100 Sects Grand Competition, the ceremony would have to be postponed until after the competition. During the competition, if Jizuan city could achieve impressive results, no one would object to Li Mu occupying Guisu or establishing his sect. If Jizuan city performed poorly in the competition, the major powers would likely pick on the weakest. The supreme city, a metropolis a myriad times more majestic and resplendent than the summer capital. The vast supreme city sits at the heart of the Guishu mountain range, surrounded by clustered peaks and veiled in layers of dense mist. The new session of the Great Wilderness 100 Sects Grand Competition was designated to be held here. To prepare in advance, Li Mu conducted an overall arrangement of the Guishu mountain range from the outer reaches to the core. To enrich the spiritual energy of the Guishu mountain range, Zhu Rong tirelessly urged the scorching currents of the fire domain to surge into the heavens, with Feng Bo behind him fueling the flames with wind. Meanwhile, Gong Gong, the god of water, took over guarding the waterways in place of Yang Jian, with Yushur by his side, amplifying the water's force vigorously, driving the aqueous currents to clash against the fiery torrents. As water and fire converged, the entire Guishu mountain range was instantly enveloped in boundless spiritual mist. Within the mountains, led by the Dragon Emperor Ao Gu and his consort, a host of fierce beasts and divine creatures gathered, cleansing the mountains of all harmful poisons and preventing toxic vapors from seeping into the spiritual mist. Above the void, Yang Jian and the young Neza with the judicial heavenly army laid down sealing arrays in the air to guard the firmament. On the ground, Zhu Lingshun led the golden-armored warriors in moving mountains and calming seas, turning all treacherous peaks and malignant waters within the Guishu mountain range into nothingness. Within the supreme city, the 9 great demon lords led by Qiang Yu and the 72 demon generals bustled about, working through the night to erect 81 supreme combat platforms. Apart from overseeing the grand scheme, Li Mu's most urgent task was the on-site deification. He had to enshrine all the demon generals as gods before the competition, ensuring the supreme city appeared at its most formidable before the various powers. Xiang Yu, known as the god of war, presided over battles and slaughter. After much deliberation, Li Mu decided to confer upon him the position of chief of the 4 great ferocious generals and the title of Demon Sovereign Mara. Ding dong. You have bestowed the title of Demon Sovereign Mara. Xiang Yu at the Supreme Divine Hall, activating the Divine Halo specialty effect. As the system notification rang out, a formidable and unparalleled statue of the demon warrior god appeared in the Supreme City's War God Square. Xiang Yu's colossal effigy stood tall, becoming the largest divine statue beneath Li Mu's own. Demon Sovereign Mara. Xiang Yu activated Divine Halo effect. Strength increased by 10 times, defense increased by 10 times, demonic attribute increased by 5 times, and the might of his commanded troops increased by 10 times. This Divine Halo effect will persist permanently until the divine position is changed. At the same time, Xiang Yu's aura suddenly surged and a faintly defined black divine halo materialized behind his head, its demonic radiance instantly illuminating the Supreme Divine Hall. Xing Tian followed suit, being directly appointed to the second seat among the 4 great ferocious generals, the position of Emperor of Putrid Decay. Ding dong. You have bestowed the title of Emperor of Putrid Decay. Xing Tian at the Supreme Divine Hall, activating the Divine Halo specialty effect. With the system notification, Xing Tian's statue as the Putrid War God also appeared synchronously in the War God Square. Its exquisite and striking design made it easily recognizable. Although his divine statue was slightly smaller than Xiang Yu's, the aura emanating from it was even more terrifying. In terms of combat prowess, Xing Tian was now undeniably the foremost war god under Li Mu's command. Emperor of Putrid Decay, Xing Tian activated Divine Halo effect. Combat power increased by 10 times, skill enhancement increased by 10 times, magical artifact power increased by 10 times, immortal battle body boost increased by 10 times. This Divine Halo effect will persist permanently until the divine position is changed. The third to be deified was Gong Gong, the god of water. Due to her unique nature, her divine halo was restricted, and she could only inherit positions that significantly amplified water attributes. After a long and careful search, Li Mu finally found a suitable position among the 28 lunar mansions. The 7th mansion of the Eastern 7 mansions. The G mansion, also known as G Water Leopard. Along with the system notification. G Water Leopard. Gong Gong activated Divine Halo effect. Water attribute divine power increased by 500, flight speed increased by 100. This Divine Halo effect will persist permanently until the divine position is changed. Subsequently, with the major sovereigns mostly deified, Li Mu turned his attention to the 9 great demon lords and the 4 ferocious beasts. Besides War God Xing Tian and Water God Gong Gong, there remained 7 others: Star God Qua Fu, Wind Lord Fei, Lian Rain Master Ping, Underworld deities Shin Tu, and Yulei Demon Star Ho Qing, and Escape God Yin Lingzi. Demon Star Ho Qing, being the progenitor of zombies, immortal and indestructible, was enshrined as Tian and Star of the 36 heavenly stars. Hua Fu, skilled in long-distance raids with extraordinary speed and endurance, was enshrined as Tian Su Star. Wind Lord and Rain Master, adept at controlling wind and rain, were enshrined as Tian Fu Star and Tian Gui Star. Shin Tu and Yu Lei, the twin underworld deities skilled in subduing demons, were enshrined as Tian Shang Star and Tian Gu Star. The last one, Escape God Yin Lingzi, skilled in instantaneous flight and illusion spells, was enshrined as Tian Xiao Star. After the 9 great demon lords, Li Mu also assigned divine positions to the 4 ferocious beasts. Though these 4 creatures lacked wit and were prone to causing trouble, their combat prowess was solidly at the peak of quasi-emperor level. After deification, they would all firmly be at the great emperor realm. Hunden, who delighted in concealing righteousness and indulging in mischief, was enshrined as Tian Xian Star. Xiongqi, skilled in deceiving hearts and instigating wars, was enshrined by Li Mu as Tian Sha Star. Tao Wu was enshrined as Tian Kong Star. Tao Ye, a fierce deity in Chinese mythology, was most renowned for his insatiable appetite. Li Mu enshrined him as Tian Man Star. Afterwards, Li Mu deified each of the 72 demon generals, enshrining them as the 72 earthly fiend stars. They were respectively Di Kuei Star Di Sha, Star Di Yong Star Di Jia, Star Di Xiong Star Di Wei, Star Di Ying Star Di Qi, Star Di Meng Star Di, When Star Di Zheng Star Di Pai Star Di, He Star Di Chong, Star Di and Star Di Zhou, Star Di Hui Star Di Zwa Star, Di Star Di Ling Star Di Shou, Star Di Wei, Star Di Hui Star Di Bao Star Di Ran, Star Di Chong, Star Di Quang Star Di Fei, Star Di Zhou, Star Di Qiao, Star Di Ming Star Di Jin Star Di, Tui Star Di Man, Star Di Sui Star Di. Zhou Star Di Yin Star Di Star Di Li Star Di Jun Star Di Lu Star Di Jia Star Di Su Star Di Jin Star Di Ji Star Di Mo Star Di Yao Star Di Star Di Fu Star Di Pai Star Di Kong Star Di Gu Star Di Quan Star Di Duan Star Di Jiao Star Di Chiu Star Di Tsong Star Di Ping Star Di Sun Star Di Nu Star Di Cha Star Di E Star Di Cho Star Di Shu Star Di Yin Star Di Xing star D Zhuang, star D Lai, star D Jian, star D Hao, star D Zhe, star D Go star. Once all divine positions were conferred, a formidable aura emanated from nearby. Then rumbling thunderbolts began to gather across the sky. The 9 great demon lords and the 4 ferocious beasts scattered to undergo their tribulations. Lightning flashed, and the heavens and earth convulsed. The group each employed their own means, surging towards the outer reaches of the sky. They all separated, charging towards various hidden locations in the eastern wasteland to face their respective heavenly tribulations. The entire eastern wasteland domain was engulfed by thunderclouds with muffled thunderclaps constantly booming. Beyond the 9 heavens, thunder dragons raged. Endless thunder dragons coalesced above the eastern wasteland. Each bolt of lightning, like a celestial pillar, pierced the sky. Several great emperors of the heavenly Fate Valley stared in horror at this scene, their jaws agape. Meanwhile, great emperors from other regions all gazed toward the eastern wasteland with solemn expressions. Because the wilderness was vast and boundless, the great emperors could not see the cataclysmic might above the eastern wasteland. They could only faintly sense that the energy between heaven and earth had suddenly turned violent. At this moment, the world was shaken. The people of the great wilderness could never have imagined that one day they would witness over a dozen great cultivators undergoing tribulation simultaneously. This scene was utterly unbelievable. Within the eastern wasteland, countless cultivators from various sects were stunned. Many trembled in fear, hiding under their covers, too scared to come out. The mere aura of destruction pervading the sky was enough to drive one to despair. Tornadoes soared straight into the sky, wreaking havoc. The Wind Earl was undergoing tribulation, his countless wind dragons battling the myriad thunderbolts. He stood within the cyclone like a peerless god of wind. Endless rain curtains stretched, surging violently. That was the Rain Master's tribulation site. Facing the infinite divine thunder, the Rain Master formed a barrier with rain curtains like the rain god of the great wilderness, drawing the furious thunderbolts. Black mist of the netherworld spread with Xiang and Yu lay seated in the middle. Regardless of the raging thunder, the two relied on each other, instantly shattering stretches of the sky. A dark figure stood amidst the thunder, letting the bolts bombard his body, his eyes closed, as if oblivious. That was the zombie ancestor demon star Ho Qing. As a zombie, once he transcended to become a great emperor, he would be the mightiest great emperor unparalleled. His majesty was second only to the war god Xing Tian. Even Xiang Yu had to concede slightly. At this moment, none was more excited than Li Mu. The 9 great demon gods and the 4 ferocious beasts had advanced to great emperor. The 72 demon generals, after their enfeoffment, were all at peak quasi-emperor, with 1 foot already in the imperial realm. They only awaited a suitable opportunity to all become great emperors. After today, Li Mu would have double-digit great emperors under his command and nearly 100 quasi-emperors. Even among the old established superpowers, this roster was nearly monstrous. Take the Confucian sect, for example. After all these years of development, they only had 3 great emperors left. Li Mu had already killed 2 of them. The remaining one was either in seclusion or had fled to another realm upon sensing danger. However, as long as he didn't come out seeking death, Li Mu couldn't be bothered to exterminate him. After all, at the great emperor level, one's attachment to the sect had become quite faint. Perhaps he had no intention of seeking revenge at all. Day after day passed, and finally the day of the 100 Sects Grand Tournament arrived. Everything in Li Mu's Supreme City was ready, awaiting the arrival of the various powers. Guishu Supreme City. The main peak of Guishu towered majestically, and Supreme City sat atop the highest point. The entire mountain range was shrouded in mist. Streaks of light flew in. Their auras varied, some blazing like fire, some restrained as abysses, and others fiercely domineering. But their cultivation depths were roughly the same, all at peak 9th grade or quasi-emperor. Occasionally figures below 9th grade flew by, all following elders to watch the excitement. After all, at the 100 Sects Grand Tournament, 9th grade was the standard. If any sect dared to send disciples below 9th grade to compete in the arena, they would be laughed to scorn. The nearest human city to Guishu had already been conquered by Tai Muzhen and was now fully transformed into Supreme City's frontline city, Dragon City. Under the coverage of the sky-covering array, anyone who wished to enter Guishu and reach Supreme City had to enter through the Dragon City entrance. The Dragon City entrance was personally guarded by Yang Jian, assisted by Little Neza and the giant spirit god. The guards on duty were all elites from the judicial heavenly army and the golden armored warriors. The dragon riders of the heavenly strategy mansion were not even qualified to appear at such an occasion. Occasionally senior disciples of the Great Xia Academy and the School of Inyang showed up, but they mostly did menial work. Even De Siming, whom Li Mu had once heavily relied on, now only served tea and water, staying low-key in the corner as a maid. The gigantic dragons of the Dragon Clan also reverted to their true forms, serving as mounts to escort guests to and fro, carrying tournament participants into Supreme City. On the square in front of Dragon City, figures flew in and landed lightly. As time ticked by, the vast square gradually filled with people. The clamor of discussion rose into the sky. In In the void, a 9-headed lion 100 meters long swooped down. On the lion's head, the aura of the martial god emperor pervaded the air. Behind him followed over 100 disciples with formidable auras, among them the Seacombe brothers. Given their seniority, the brothers naturally did not need to participate in the tournament, but as the intermediaries between Li Mu and the martial god mountain. When the martial god emperor came to meet Li Mu in person, they could not be absent. The 9-headed lion landed steadily in the center of the square. All present were instantly cowed by the martial god emperor's pressure, and the square fell silent. Just as the martial god emperor landed, a massive blade light tore through the sky from the horizon. The overlord blade sect arrived with an imposing presence. On a giant battle blade hundreds of meters long stood Xiang Yu and 2 Jiao Jiao. Behind them were hundreds of overlord blade sect disciples, each carrying a dragon-headed blade. Leading them was 2 Jiao Jiao's grandfather, the heaven-dominating great emperor Tu Ba. As they landed, the old man Tu Ba also gazed at Supreme City, just like the martial god emperor. At that moment, the martial god emperor approached. "Let's go. We won't wait for those old fogies. Let's go to Supreme City and see Li Mu first." Old Tu Ba chuckled in response. "All right, I'll go see my grandson-in-law and find out if he's worthy of marrying into my overlord blade sect." The two looked into the distance at the peak of Guishu, where the outline of an extremely vast city could be seen. A look of anticipation appeared on the martial god emperor's face. He was also curious about the mysterious Supreme City, especially since Li Mu was a member of the Heavenly Strategy Mansion, a descendant of his sister's line. In any case, he had to pay a visit. Naturally, no one objected to the martial god emperor's words. The Seacombe brothers hurriedly led the way, flying toward the Dragon City entrance. Xiang Yu and 2 Jiao Jiao enthusiastically introduced their fellow disciples to the surroundings, as if they were returning home. "Everyone relax. Supreme City is our home. Don't be shy." Though they didn't know Erling God Yangjian, they were quite familiar with the mischievous Little Neza. Under Little Neza's guidance, they arrived at the right entrance. When the martial god emperor and old Tu Ba saw Little Neza and the giant spirit god, they were secretly amazed. They couldn't imagine that such a young child was a quasi-emperor with 1 foot in the imperial realm. Until they saw the majestic Erling God Yangjian, they were stunned on the spot. Yangjian smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet them. "War God Sovereign Overlord Sky Sovereign Yangjian of the Supreme City pays his respects." The War God Sovereign snapped out of his shock, his eyes already filled with awe. "Well met, Sovereign Yangjian. I never imagined I'd see such a young sovereign in my lifetime. The Supreme City's effortless toppling of the Confucian sect is truly remarkable." Old Master Tu Ba was equally shaken. Good, what a fine Supreme City. Truly all are young supremacists." As the two spoke, mighty miracle god had already led a massive dragon before the War God Sovereign. Yang Jian gestured invitingly. "War God Sovereign, please mount your steed." The War God Sovereign walked up to the dragon with a beaming smile, but the moment he turned to mount it, he froze on the spot. The War God Sovereign was utterly shocked. Good heavens! Old Master Tu Ba was so startled, he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. An Emperor Realm dragon. What extravagance, using an Emperor Realm dragon as a mount. Using an Emperor Realm dragon as a mount was already mind-boggling. But what shocked the War God Sovereign even more was that he recognized this dragon before him. Though not an old friend, he knew its background well. For the dragon lying before the War God Sovereign waiting for him to mount was none other than Ao Lan, the wife of Dragon Emperor Ao Gu, a mature and elegant dragon lady. And lying before Old Master Tu Ba was none other than Dragon Emperor Ao Gu himself. Before long, the War God and his party rode the dragons to the Guishu Mountains. The immense ethereal Supreme City came clearly into view. At first sight of the city, the War God Sovereign and Tu Ba were both taken aback. The colossal city before them was even more imposing and majestic than they had imagined, grander than the headquarters of War God Mountain or Overlord Blade Sect. An ancient, profound aura emanated from within the Supreme City. As they drew closer, they realized the entire city was shrouded under a colossal formation. The overwhelming pressure of Tao resonance filled the War God Sovereign and Tu Ba with secret dread. Even as emperors, they couldn't help but show a trace of reverence before such a powerful formation. "Old Tu, what do you make of this?" the War God Sovereign asked with a grave expression. "Divine craftsmanship, natural Tao resonance. This Supreme City is far more powerful and mysterious than we ever imagined." Old Master Tu Ba's face, a mask of astonishment, nodded slightly and sighed in admiration. "I must say I'm quite eager to meet my remarkable grandson-in-law now." As they drew nearer, a faint pressure emanating from the depths of their souls grew ever stronger. At the gates of the Supreme City, the dragons descended slowly. Tu Ba and the War God Sovereign dismounted, their gazes finally sweeping towards the sides of the gate. Hiss! Both emperors sucked in a cold breath, their faces filled with shock. Good heavens! 100 quasi-emperors stood guard at the gate, and 10 emperors waited to welcome them at the city entrance. They had already been deeply shocked when they saw the Dragon Emperor serving as a mount. Now seeing over 100 quasi-emperors as gatekeepers and 10 emperors acting as greeters, the two veteran sovereigns could no longer maintain their composure. How is this possible? Tu Ba's gaze locked tightly onto Xiang Yu. He had always prided himself on a lifetime of cultivating the Overlord blade, believing he had mastered the essence of dominance. But he never expected that a single glance from Xiang Yu could make his heart race with unease. It was a dominance that overlooked heaven and earth, despising all living beings. A dominance etched into his very bones. What an overbearing aura, Tu Ba thought, secretly terrified. To ease his own embarrassment, he turned his head to look at the war god sovereign. He saw the war god staring entranced at a woman in a red robe before the gate, his look of astonishment no less than his own. This war god fellow, at a time like this he's still in the mood to look at women. Old Master Tu Ba followed the war god's gaze just as Xing Tian turned to look back. Their eyes met. Thump, 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 thump. Tu Ba stood as dumbfounded as the war god's sovereign, even more overwhelmed. What kind of woman is this? Proud, cold, domineering. More overbearing than an old overlord emperor who had cultivated the overlord blade his entire life. With a single sweeping glance, Tu Ba's heartbeat seemed to stutter several beats. While the two stood frozen, Xing Tian curled the corner of her mouth slightly and walked over with Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu and Xing Tian, welcome our fellow Taoists. Honored sovereigns, please enter. Our lord has been expecting you. The war god sovereign and Tu Ba both regained a semblance of composure. The war god sovereign returned the greeting respectfully, then hesitated before asking, "May I ask, fellow Taoists, a few days ago when heaven and earth shook and the eastern desolate region's aura was in turmoil, as if a blood calamity had descended?" Before he could finish, Xing Tian raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, "I killed them. Got a problem." The war god sovereign's body stiffened instantly under Xing Tian's gaze. "Ah, fellow Taoist Xing Tian, you misunderstand. I only wish to ask which emperor you slew." Xing Tian frowned slightly, pondering for a few seconds. "Don't know. I never ask names before I kill." The war god sovereign's cheek twitched. Fellow Taoist Xing Tian, just they were two emperors. Xing Tian looked at him impassively. What of emperors? Are they strong? The war god sovereign's body swayed slightly, his very aura becoming unsteady. He felt as though he had been insulted. But seeing the serious look on Xing Tian's face, she didn't seem to be boasting. Could it be that in her eyes an emperor was but an ant to be swatted at will? The war god sovereign felt his worldview crumbling. Turning back, he saw Tu Ba, also wearing a look of utter disbelief. The two entered the supreme city in a daze, their eyes greeted by statues of war gods. Through the statues one could sense the terrifyingly powerful auras within, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Especially the statues of Xiang Yu and Xing Tian, which left them both breathless. They had only sensed a vague impression earlier. Now seeing their battle god statues, they could feel the overwhelming oppressive force emanating from them. Xiang Yu's dominance was that of utter contempt for heaven and earth. Xing Tian, however, was pure strength. Her powerful vast aura was approaching the Tao realm. Inside the main hall of the supreme city, Li Mu, clad in a blood-red imperial robe trimmed with gold thread, had deep, thoughtful eyes. At the 100-sect grand competition, my elder sister Li Xian should also participate, right? I vaguely remember she was just a young girl when she left home. Over a decade has passed. I wonder if she'll recognize me. As he was lost in thought, Chang'e's voice came from outside the door. My lord, the war god sovereign of War God Mountain and the overlord sky sovereign of Overlord Blade sect have arrived at the main hall. The disciples of both sects have also been settled. Oh. A smile appeared on Li Mu's face. So Xiang Yu and Tu Jiaojiao have returned as well. Yes, I'm back. Chang'e smiled and said, this 100 sects grand competition is the greatest event in the Great Wilderness. This time it's being held in our Jizuan city. They must be very excited. Li Mu followed Chang'e to the Great Hall and indeed saw Martial God Emperor and Old Man Tu Ba discussing the competition format. According to past year's customs, this year's competition was originally supposed to be held at Martial God Mountain. The selection of the venue and the formulation of the rules were also the responsibility of the Martial God Mountain side. Although Emperor Martial God capriciously changed the venue to Jizuan City, this meant that the Martial God Tower specifically used for hosting the competition could no longer be used. So he needed to quickly devise a reasonable and feasible competition plan based on the conditions of Jizuan City. Senior Martial God, I have a modest suggestion that might work. Martial God and Tu Ba turned around upon hearing this. Li Mu walked over and respectfully bowed. Junior Li Mu pays respects to the two seniors. Li Mu humbled himself. Given his status as the Lord of Jizuan, he should be of the same generation as the two Martial God Emperors. However, he emphasized his identity as a junior rather than the Lord of Jizuan City. Since he was not the Lord of Jizuan City, everyone could dispense with many formalities and need not be overly restrained and polite with him. Thus the distance between the three was instantly shortened. After scrutinizing Li Mu for a long time, Martial God smiled and said, "May I take a look at your dragon spear?" Li Mu was slightly startled upon hearing this. Although he was the young master of the Heaven Strategy Manor, he rarely used his dragon spear. He took out his standard-issue dragon spear from the system space and handed it over. Martial God took it carefully, sensed it, and his face darkened. "You haven't touched a spear for a long time, have you?" Li Mu's face flushed, and he nodded slightly. 3 years ago I was tricked by the Confucian sect, and have been recovering since. Martial God frowned. I heard about your matter from Siko. This cannot be entirely blamed on you. Martial God returned the dragon's spear to Li Mu. Then he took out from his own space a blood-red dragon-patterned spear exuding a strong imperial aura. You have surpassed your master, and now stand above the heaven strategy manner, becoming a super powerhouse who has founded a sect. You deserve a dragon spear of your own, an imperial artifact. This spear is named Dragon Demon. Since this is our first meeting, I have nothing else to give. I present this Dragon Demon Imperial Spear to you, hoping you can soon break through to the Imperial realm. Li Mu reached out and took the Dragon Demon Battle Spear, gently caressing its shaft. As his hand slowly passed over it, the Dragon Demon Battle Spear emitted a resonant hum, like a crimson dragon playfully nuzzling in his palm. It acknowledges you. A smile appeared on Martial God's face. Li Mu respectfully put away the Dragon Demon Battle Spear and thanked Martial God. Thank you, Senior Martial God. After speaking, Li Mu turned his gaze to Old Man Tu Ba, blinking his eyes rapidly. His eyes seemed to say, I received Senior Martial God's gift, old man. Where is your gift? Seeing this, Martial God also turned his head and looked at Tu Ba with a knowing smile. Tu Ba glared at Martial God. If you're giving a spear, give it a why keep looking at me, yeah? Turning back, the old man found Li Mu still looking at him expectantly. Tu Ba was dumbfounded. Kid, why are you looking at me? You don't practice the blade. Li Mu grinned shamelessly. Old man, your vision is a bit narrow. How can I practice without a blade? Besides, you could give something else. Tu Ba had no choice but to search himself. Finally, he found a palm-sized seal and tossed it over. This is the Pan Mountain seal, capable of both offense and defense. I'll give it to you for self-defense. Li Mu caught it and stored it in his space without even looking. Tu Ba glared. Kid, aren't you going to take a good look? Aren't you afraid I gave you a fake? Li Mu chuckled. Senior, you're joking. Even if I wanted a fake, you wouldn't offer it. Besides, seeing the pained expression on your face, I was afraid you might take it back if I waited too long. After this little episode, the three of them sat down. Martial God asked Li Mu, you mentioned earlier that you have some suggestions for the 100 Sects Grand Competition. Li Mu nodded. I previously inquired about the past competition procedures, and considering the conditions of my Jizuan city, I have some modest suggestions. In your past procedures, you basically gathered all participating contestants in the same environment. In the form of a trial, you first conducted a unified preliminary elimination. After the preliminary, you formed a battle arena with paired fights until finally determining the top 16, top 8 in the final battle. After briefly analyzing the situation, Li Mu smiled calmly. The only thing we need to solve now is the unified preliminary elimination. The subsequent arena matches can be directly replicated. Martial God nodded slightly and asked, then how do you solve the initial preliminary elimination? As far as I know, Goeishu does not have a suitable secret realm for the disciples to undergo trial elimination. Li Mu smiled mysteriously. Before there wasn't, but now there can be. After speaking, he mysteriously issued an invitation. Why don't you two seniors come and see for yourselves? We'll know if it's suitable by trying. After speaking, Li Mu led them directly outside the hall to a spatial gate guarded by disciples. Please, seniors. Martial God and Tu Ba exchanged bewildered glances. A spatial teleportation channel. Could the other side be a hidden secret realm? Li Mu smiled mysteriously, stepped into the spatial channel, and vanished in a flash. Martial God and Tu Ba, looking puzzled, followed him in. A flash of white light from the teleportation. The next second, a sky full of blood-red color came into view. The scorching heat was so intense that even an emperor had to take protective measures. What is this? Emperor Martial God scanned around, his eyes filled with shock. Is this the endless fire domain that Sikong once mentioned, the former small world of the Confucian sect? Li Mu nodded. As they were speaking, Zhu Rong and Feng Bo descended from the sky. Zhu Rong and Feng Bo, pay respects to our lord. Li Mu nodded slightly and turned to look at Emperor Martial God. Emperor Martial God and Tu Ba were shocked again. Good heavens. We thought the emperors we saw earlier were all, but here are two more hidden. After the shock, Emperor Martial God looked at Li Mu with confusion. Although the temperature here is terrifying, as long as proper protection is taken, even 9-rank cultivators can withstand it. It's not enough to serve as a preliminary elimination. Li Mu shook his head. Why don't you two seniors descend and give it a try, eh? Martial God and Tu Ba exchanged a glance and looked at Li Mu with suspicion. Look at this kid acting so mysterious, as if there's a surprise. Let's give it a try, eh? The Martial God Emperor's figure flickered, darting toward the molten blood sea of the endless flame domain. The entire space was imbued with a sense of desolation and loneliness, and the scorching heat made his breath somewhat burning. As the Martial God Emperor ventured deeper, the sky gradually became shrouded in a blood-colored mist, and his visibility steadily diminished. Just as a hint of disappointment welled up in his heart, figures wreathed in blood-red flames slowly rose from the magma. These figures were enveloped in ethereal blood flames resembling puppets entirely forged from fire, the flame spirit bodies formed by the endless flame domain. But now these flame spirit bodies were far more agile than those Li Mu had seen before, their forms more solid and their aura more profound, for Zhu Rong had conducted various experiments on them after achieving the Fire Emperor status. They were no longer mere flame spirit bodies, they were now the true Fire Spirit clan, a unique life form born from fire itself. In the blink of an eye, a dense throng of Fire Spirit clan members had gathered before the martial god Emperor. Roars erupted one after another. Endless waves of Fire Spirit clan roared and charged at the martial god Emperor. His eyes glinted, and he casually struck out with a palm. With a thunderous explosion, the foremost flame figures instantly shattered. This act clearly enraged the Fire Spirit clan, and more roars resounded. Tens of thousands of blood-red figures besieged the martial god Emperor. They now possessed rudimentary consciousness and intelligence, recognizing that this enemy was extraordinary. Thus the ones standing in the front were all-powerful fire spirits. Sensing the ever-growing number of Fire Spirit clan, the martial god Emperor unleashed an even more ferocious attack. With a thunderous boom, hundreds of quasi-emperor fire spirits pressed their hands down upon the magma surface. A torrent of blood-red magma surged skyward like monstrous waves sweeping toward the martial god Emperor. The momentum was overwhelming, as if mountains and seas were overturned. Limu, watching from the void, brightened. Edge. They can actually use martial techniques now. Zhu Rong laughed happily beside him. Indeed, their consciousness still retains fragments of martial memories. Once I discovered this, I infused my source flame into the magma, helping them complete their spiritual transformation. As they spoke, the martial god Emperor's expression shifted slightly. He gently pressed his palm in the void, and a terrifying blast of energy instantly scattered all flame phantoms within 1,000 meters. Bubbles rose from the blood-red magma. In the next moment, endless flame phantoms emerged from the magma again, appearing in even greater numbers and stronger than before. How is this possible? These things can't be killed. The martial god Emperor was slightly stunned. After several more attempts, he realized that the more he fought, the more they multiplied, inexhaustible. Yet he did not know that the current Fire Spirit clan were not merely unkillable. These fire spirits could merge, combining weaker ones into a larger, more powerful entity. If Zhu Rong were to control them, these magma beings could fuse into one or even several great Emperor fire spirits. The martial god Emperor now grew intrigued. It seems brute force alone is useless. This place is indeed a good training ground, capable of weeding out the weak. After a moment of contemplation, the martial god Emperor burst out of the encirclement with a forceful demeanor, charging forward irresistibly. Using his arm as a spear, wherever he passed, flame figures shattered. Soon he shook off the pursuit of the Fire Spirit clan and returned to the void. Limu immediately went to meet him. How is it, Senior Martial God? Is this place suitable? The martial god Emperor nodded, then shook his head. This place is indeed formidable. Those flame beings are incredibly powerful. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor could fall if trapped. Having said that, he shook his head firmly again. Precisely because of this, it is unsuitable for the grand competition. The flame beings here are too strong and too numerous. If we are not careful, all the participating disciples could be annihilated. The danger is simply uncontrollable. After speaking, the martial god Emperor pointed solemnly at the Fire Spirit clan below. You saw it yourself. Even I, as a great emperor, had to use 70% of my strength. What would happen if those 9th-ranked disciples entered? When the danger of a training ground is so high that it's nearly a death sentence, it loses its meaning as an adventure. Limu chuckled. Senior, you worry too much. Oh, tell me, how do I worry too much? The martial god Emperor was slightly curious. Even old man Tu Ba spoke solemnly. Boy, the training ground cannot be taken lightly. If the disciples from various major powers all perish, leaving barely 1 in 10, or even none, your supreme city will be finished. The martial god Emperor nodded in agreement. Exactly. The wrath of the masses is hard to bear. If you use the guise of a competition to slaughter the younger generation of all major powers, won't they fight you to the deaths? Limu smiled calmly. Don't be hasty, seniors. He turned and gestured to Zhu Rong. Let me reintroduce you, my capable subordinates, Zhu Rong and Feng Bo. Red Emperor Zhu Rong, also known as the God of Fire, can control all flames in the world. As he finished, Zhu Rong stepped forward, raising his fair, delicate little hand. In an instant, the entire endless flame domain surged with blood waves, the temperature doubling. At the same time, countless Fire Spirit clan members emerged from the magma blood sea. They knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Roars rose in waves as if calling for their king. Zhu Rong walked with small steps to the center of the magma. Streams of blood-red magma coalesced into a flame throne burning with blood fire. He slowly sat upon it. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of Fire Spirit clan members knelt facing the throne. Their devotion rivaled that of mindless zealots. Zhu Rong gently waved his hand and snapped his fingers. All the Fire Spirit clan instantly shattered, converged, and merged. In just a few seconds, a colossal fire spirit hundreds of feet tall materialized at the center of the magma. With a roar, a powerful emperor-level pressure descended, startling both the martial god Emperor and Tu Ba. Great Emperor realm. How is that possible? But the shock didn't end there. Zhu Rong's lips curled slightly like a queen of the flame world. Roars echoed again, a second, third, fourth. The martial god emperor's eyes widened like bronze bells. Old man Tu Ba was so stunned that his beard bristled, his eyes filled with disbelief. So this is how a great emperor can be played. The two of them never expected that Zhu Rong's mastery over the endless fire domain would reach such a terrifying extent. It could be said, within this endless fire domain Zhu Rong was absolutely invincible. As long as she didn't wish it, even a newborn baby thrown into the magma would not die. Is it really that hard to lower flames of several thousand or tens of thousands of degrees to 20 degrees for a bath? Watching Zhu Rong's demonstrative display War God, and Tu Ba finally realized a clear truth. That was although Li Mu's foundation was weak, the high-end strength of the Supreme City had already surpassed many superpowers. After viewing the fire domain, the group went on to investigate the Clear Springs water domain guarded by Gong Gong. After Gong Gong took over, he and the Rain Master used their great abilities to bring many fierce beasts to dwell in the water domain. Among them were even quasi-emperor level super fierce beasts. According to Li Mu's plan, this place was originally intended as a backup training ground for the endless fire domain. But after War God and Tu Ba surveyed the area, they immediately decided that fire and water could complement each other and be used together. Thus, the entire training procedure for the grand competition was settled. When they returned to the Supreme City, many sects had already arrived one after another. The grandeur of the Supreme City indeed intimidated quite a few people. However, there were also those who were blind and deliberately provoked trouble. When Li Mu and the others returned, they happened upon Xing Tian confronting a great monk. The surrounding crowd had gathered, all discussing in whispers. What's going on? As soon as Li Mu appeared, all the disciples of the Supreme City knelt in salutation. Greetings, Sovereign. Xing Tian's gaze was cold and sharp as he reported to Li Mu. Sovereign, the great monks of the Buddhist sect from the Western Desert claim that our Supreme City harbors evil and is full of demons. They even intend to incite the emperors of various sects to suppress the four fierce beasts, and Ho Qing, and others. They also say that Zi Yin has a connection with their Buddhist sect, and want to forcibly take her away to be enshrined as the sect's guardian celestial dragon. Hearing this, a murderous intent instantly flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Although the four fierce beasts were beast in form and were shrouded in baleful aura since they were summoned, Li Mu had always strictly disciplined them. He had also specifically instructed Xing Tian to supervise them closely. As for the zombie emperor Ho Qing, although he was a zombie, he was low-key and never caused trouble recklessly. As for Zi Yin, needless to say, she was the rightful dragon emperor bloodline of the ancient Taishu dragon clan. The Buddhist sect, claiming a connection, tried to take her by force right in front of everyone. This undoubtedly crossed Li Mu's bottom line. Turning his gaze to an old monk in a red robe opposite him, a cold and murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Esteemed one, how may I address you? The red-robed old monk pressed his palms together, appearing benevolent and full of compassion. Amitba, I am the Tribulation Buddha, venerable, also known as the Tribulation Emperor. Li Mu suppressed his anger and asked coldly, Master, you have come from afar. Since you are a guest, why do you stir up trouble in my Supreme City? The Tribulation Emperor chanted a Buddhist invocation and smiled with palms together. Benefactor, you speak too strongly. Our Buddhist sect uses great divine powers to vanquish demons and protect all beings. How is this stirring up trouble? Since you ask, I would ask you in return. These four emperors are full of baleful aura and ferocity. Surely they have killed countless people. And that emperor there embodies all the evil of the heavens, a corpse that attained the Tao. Since they are heavenly born evil beasts, as a Buddha venerable, I must slay the demons and vanquish evil. Li Mu sneered. Tribulation Buddha, venerable Buddha, says all beings are equal, and turning back is the shore. If you were not draped in a kasaya, I would have thought you were a demonic cultist come to cause chaos in my Supreme City. Since you are a great Buddha venerable, you should be compassionate. But you venerable in my Supreme City speak of killing without hesitation and even want to forcibly take my little maidservant. Could it be that the Buddha venerable is a demonic master and the Buddhist sect has already become a demonic den? The Tribulation Emperor remained expressionless upon hearing this chanting. Amitba, if I do not enter hell, who will? Since they are evil, they must be slain. As for the dragon girl Zi Yin, she is destined for our Buddha, being the reincarnation of the guardian celestial dragon of our sect. She should return to the Western Desert and take refuge under Buddha once more. Li Mu's anger had now reached its peak. He admitted that in the game of hypocrisy and sophistry, 100 of him could not outmatch these bald donkeys. With words reaching this point, the only option was to overturn the table and teach them a lesson. Good. Xing Tian, you hear my command: suppress all these Buddhist bald donkeys. Kill any who resist on the spot. Also pass my order to the Great Xia Divine Court. From this day forth, destroy all temples in the Eastern Wasteland. Arrest and imprison anyone wearing a kasaya or chanting Buddhist invocations. As Li Mu's domineering words fell, everyone present was shocked. Xing Tian and Yu received the order and immediately struck at the Buddhist sect members. Seeing this, the Tribulation Emperor hurriedly chanted, Amitba, benefactor, you have fallen into demonic delusion. I have a scroll of the Tripitaka here that may help you break free from this delusion and return to the embrace of Buddha. Li Mu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Xing Tian killed this old bald donkey on the spot and hang his corpse outside the city to be exposed to the sun for 1,000 years. Yes. Xing Tian's red robes fluttered as his dense killing intent soared to the heavens. The Tribulation Emperor's eyes widened at the sight. Where are the disciples of the Buddhist sect? All the Buddhist disciples pressed their palms together. We obey the Buddha Venerable's decree. The Tribulation Emperor also pressed his palms together and chanted, Amitba. All disciples form the Vajra subduing demon formation and follow me to vanquish the demon. As the words fell, buzzing sounds arose as the bald monks surrounded the Tribulation Buddha Venerable and formed the formation. A series of Buddhist chants came from beyond the heavens. A powerful golden light shot into the sky, condensing into a phantom image of a Vajra Buddha. Vajra with angry eyes subdue the demon. With a hypocritical, compassionate smile, the Tribulation Emperor pressed his fleshy palms slowly toward Li Mu. Benefactor, your demonic possession is deep. Please return to the Buddhist sect with me for 1,000 years of cultivation. After the demonic roots are cleansed, I will let you down the mountain. Li Mu responded with a laugh instead of anger. Want to capture the king to break the siege? Huh. Just as he was about to summon his sovereign Dharma image, the war god emperor and two Ba stepped forward. Tribulation Emperor, there may be a misunderstanding here. Please consider the bigger picture. The Tribulation Buddha Venerable lowered his eyes and smiled. Two emperors slaying demons and vanquishing evil is the core purpose of our Buddhist sect. Please do not interfere. War God and Tu Ba both showed troubled expressions. Li Mu laughed and said, I appreciate the good intentions of both emperors, but please step back. Li Mu knew in his heart that once the two sects went to war, it would mean full-scale conflict. War God and Tu Ba simply did not dare and could not act rashly. This matter concerned the overall situation of both sects. If the two emperors interfered, they would only drag the martial god Mountain and the Overlord Blade sect into the war. The war god Emperor and Tu Ba had no choice but to shake their heads and withdraw. The other sects each hid far away, not daring to get involved. Li Mu sneered and directly condensed his sovereign Dharma image. The massive sovereign Dharma image formed instantly. Boom. The attacks from the Golden Buddha were all blocked by the power of the Dharma image. Li Mu's gaze was icy as he scanned his surroundings, directly summoning the Nine-Dragon Immortal Burial Coffin with his mind. Since he had made his move today, he intended to shatter the enemy in a single strike. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. So you enjoy slaying demons and vanquishing evils? Then I shall transform into a demon to fulfill your wish personally, sending you off to your doom. An overwhelming pressure descended as a colossal bronze coffin was slowly summoned. Roar, roar. Earth-shaking dragon roars echoed through the entire space. The phantom shadows of 9 black dragons coiled around the bronze coffin, bellowing deafeningly. Li Mu, holding the massive bronze coffin with both hands, wore a somewhat reckless expression. Nine-Dragon Immortal Burial Coffin, open the coffin. As Li Mu's voice fell, the lid of the bronze coffin slowly slid open, emitting a suffocating, terrifying aura. The Tribulation Transcendence Emperor, unable to maintain his composure, panically sought help from the various sect emperors. Evil too evil. Gentlemen, will you not join me in suppressing this demon? Li Mu swept his gaze across the faces of the many emperors. Tianxian, Emperor of Tianji Valley in the eastern wasteland, watched the spectacle with an indifferent expression. As an old neighbor of the Supreme City, although the two had never interacted, he still knew something of Li Mu's background. This was a man who would not provoke others unless provoked himself. Moreover, Li Mu never played by the conventional rules. He would unleash a flurry of attacks without hesitation, regardless of whether his opponent was an old woman or an infant. For such a person, the best way to protect oneself was to stay out of his way. If everyone were to attack him en masse, all the emperors present today might very well fall here. Peng Lai, immortal dwelling in the southern sea. Shuiwei Emperor's face was grim, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Li Mu. This Li Mu is so young, yet he already possesses the power to suppress an emperor. Truly unbelievable. A tall, white-robed woman stood behind Shuiwei Emperor, equally stunned. Master, I heard that the Lord of the Supreme City was also born in the Great Xia dynasty, named Li Mu. I wonder if it's true. Shuiwei Emperor paused for a moment. Xian'er, I recall you were also born in Great Xia. Do you happen to know him? Li Xian said uncertainly. Master, my younger brother is also named Li Mu. Calculating his age, he should be about the same now. His appearance bears some resemblance to my brother's childhood, but... Shuiwei Emperor asked in surprise, but what? Li Xian smiled nostalgically. It's just that my brother was obsessed with mortal officialdom and never liked cultivation. Perhaps I am overthinking. Changsheng Immortal Mansion in the Southern Sea. Changsheng Emperor stared at the Nine-Dragon Immortal Burial Coffin in horror. Having mastered the way of longevity, he now sensed the art of eternity emanating from the ominous dragon coffin. How bizarre. Ba Dao sect in the Northern Sea. Tu Zhaojiao looked anxiously at Tu Ba. Grandfather, please intervene. Li Mu is in danger. Tu Ba sighed and shook his head. Foolish child, this is a sect conflict. If I step in, all the emperors of our Ba Dao sect will be dragged into the war. Do you want to see our disciples on the battlefield again? Jiangu in the northern sea. Songjin Emperor's eyes blazed with battle intent. What a supreme city, what a Limu. Truly extraordinary. In the central region Wushan Mountain and Kunlun Dao sect. Daoxian Emperor of Kunlun Dao sect looked calmly at Wushan Emperor. Wushan, I heard Limu is considered your junior. Will you not act? Wushan Emperor snorted coldly, remaining silent. Daoxian laughed heartily. Since Taoist Wushan is not intervening, then I shall offer timely assistance and lend a hand. Wushan's expression changed. Mangy old Taoist, are you going to help that big monk? Daoxian shook his head. Since ancient times, Buddha and Tao have never coexisted. Why would I help that bald donkey? Those bald donkeys have overreached, trying to use the unification of the eastern wasteland to infiltrate Buddhist faith there. I naturally cannot allow that. Wushan suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why the big monk went mad looking for trouble over nothing. So that's it. Deliberately picking a fight, using the opportunity to seize the supreme city and invade the eastern wasteland with Buddhist faith. What a scheme. Wushuang City. Yu Wuji of the Yu family wore an indifferent expression. Dire, is this Limu truly as powerful as you say? You shout. I nodded. Yes, great-grandfather, didn't you see? The supreme city has 10 emperors and hundreds of quasi-emperors. No less than those super forces. Yu Wuji nodded slightly. Although we are allies, we must not act rashly. The Buddhist monks have grand designs. Let us first sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The influential figures of the various factions all harbored their own thoughts. Seeing that no one moved, the Tribulation Transcendence Emperor began to panic. He had intended to provoke a conflict with the supreme city, escalate it to war, and then infiltrate the eastern wasteland with his faith. But he had never expected that Limu would strike with a lethal move from the start. Which emperor fights with a life or death blow right away? Shouldn't they first battle for 3 days and nights, exchange harsh words, and then storm off in anger? Why did Limu play his trump card immediately? The old monk was now terrified. Just from the aura of the 9-dragon immortal burial coffin, he knew this was no toy. This was a truly deadly artifact. Amitabha benefactor, do not stray further. Turn back from the brink. Just as the Tribulation Transcendence Emperor was inwardly considering whether to surrender to save his life, he saw Daoxian Emperor of Kunlun Dao sect move. The old monk immediately felt reassured. Kunlun Dao sect was also a heavenly Taoist sect, and they valued the principle of slaying demons and vanquishing evils. He must have been moved by my compassion and come to support me. Emperor Daoxuan, come and aid me. Together we shall suppress this demon. Hearing the voice, Limu turned to look at Daoxian. Heavenly Master, are you also here to slay demons and vanquish evils? Daoxuan in his purple robe flicked his sleeve and smiled faintly. Taoist friend, you worry too much. I am here to assist you, to help you beat that old bald donkey. The Tribulation Transcendence Buddha was taken aback. Limu was also slightly surprised. Nevertheless, he politely declined Daoxuan's offer. I appreciate your kindness, Taoist, but it would be best if you refrained from interfering now, lest you implicate Kunlun. Daoxian smiled. You jest, Taoist friend. The heritage of my Kunlun Dao sect spans millennia. Why would I fear a nest of bald donkeys? Limu chuckled. Good. Then let me ask you to stand by and cheer for me. Watch how I suppress this bald donkey. With that, Limu grinned, coldly waved his hand, and formed a complex hand seal. 9-dragon heaven sacrifice array sacrificed the spirit. The next moment, the 9 dragons of the 9-dragon immortal burial coffin instantly detached from the coffin, soaring into the sky. As the dragons flew, intricate array patterns condensed, and a massive 9-dragon array diagram slowly rotated in the void. With the rotation of the 9-dragon heaven-swallowing array diagram, strands of eerie red hair extended from the coffin, gradually forming a massive altar around the Tribulation Transcendence Emperor. As the 9 dragons swallowing heaven formation diagram revolved, strands of eerie red hair extended from within the coffin, gradually forming a massive altar around the Tribulation Emperor. Limu gazed at the Tribulation Emperor, coldly uttering 2 words, sacrifice to the gods. The bizarre red hair instantly swung wildly, as if performing a demonic dance. At the same time, visible blood-red thick fog materialized out of thin air within the formation, instantly enveloping the Tribulation Emperor. All could only see a ball of blood fog explode, followed by the Tribulation Emperor's miserable wailing cries. Oh, spare me, I beg you. The red fog within the formation grew ever denser. Limu felt streams of warmth flowing back through the coffin to his body, his foundational strength instantly surging to the peak of a quasi-emperor. With each stream of warmth flowing back, Limu vaguely sensed he could see a barrier. That barrier to stepping into the Emperor realm. In other words, he had already reached a level where he could break through at any moment. The shrill wailing continued. All the Emperors present wore grim expressions. Everyone silently asked themselves whether they could withstand Limu's technique. Sighs echoed through the air. At that moment, the Tribulation Emperor's wailing suddenly ceased. Ayo! Roar! Dragon roars sounded once more. The 9 dragons returned to beside the bronze coffin. The formation dissolved. The sky-filling blood fog gradually dispersed. Only a Kasaya remained in the arena. The Tribulation Emperor had vanished into thin air, his flesh bones, and even his soul, all sacrificed to the bronze coffin by Li Mu. After receiving the sacrifice, the bronze coffin fed the absorbed energy back to Li Mu. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly intense. A mighty imperial pressure slowly radiated outward. The next moment, boom, rumble, dark clouds condensed overhead. Li Mu opened his eyes, and a formidable Emperor Realm aura shot toward the heavens. Everyone present was utterly shocked. He's about to become an emperor. Li Xian, standing behind the Water Moon Emperor, whispered in disbelief, unbelievable. He actually reverse-slaughtered an emperor before even confirming his path to the Emperor Realm. How terrifying. At this moment, everyone across the Eastern Wasteland domain sensed an inexplicable aura. This aura was unlike anything they had ever felt when others previously ascended to emperorhood. A chilling presence that made them tremble. All the emperors present wore grave expressions. As beings of the Emperor Realm, they seemed to sense the wailing of 10,000 Dao paths. Li Mu had not yet begun his tribulation. Yet this apocalyptic aura of impending calamity already shrouded the entire Eastern Wasteland domain and even the Great Wasteland itself. At this moment, countless emperors across the Great Wasteland were disturbed. What is happening? A hint of apprehension flashed across the Water Moon Emperor's eyes. Is he truly just an emperor? All the emperors of the Great Wasteland were roused from their seclusion at this moment. One by one they released their auras to resist that inexplicable pressure. Brilliant beams of light pierced through the firmament. Xing Tian and the others looked at Li Mu with joyful expressions. Our lord is becoming an emperor. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Dragon roars echoed from within the Dragon Soul Temple. All Dragon Soul Temples across the Eastern Wasteland instantly awakened. A golden dragon soared into the void and roared at the heavens. Roar. The light of the Great Tribulation flickered, rumbling through the skies. All the emperors of the Great Wasteland sensed an inexplicable presence. Palpitations arose. Their Dao hearts were in harmony with heaven and earth. And at this moment, everyone felt that heaven and earth themselves seemed to be afraid, trembling. Meanwhile, in the western desert Mount Sumi, a colossal Buddha sat serenely upon a lotus throne. Over a dozen Buddhist venerables stood behind him, while Arhats and Vajra guardians sat in meditation on either side. At the center of the great hall, the Buddha's phantom suddenly opened his eyes. Countless golden lotuses bloomed behind his head, radiating boundless Buddhist light. Calamity approaches. As soon as those words fell, the great powers of all Buddhist sects within the hall were thrown into shock. The Buddhist sect was the strongest superpower in the Great Wasteland, its comprehensive strength surpassing even the Confucian sect, Kunlun Dao sect, and Martial God Mountain. The Great Sun Buddha Venerable was the strongest Buddha in 1,000,000 years. His strength was already near the Dao realm. And yet now, the Great Sun Buddha Venerable claimed the Buddhist sect faced calamity. An elderly Buddha Venerable, his voice hoarse, asked with utter confusion, "What does the Buddha mean by this? Could it be that someone dares to target our Buddhist sect?" The Great Sun Buddha Venerable lowered his eyes, of false compassion upon his face. It has come. As his words fell, the very heavens and earth of the entire western desert trembled slightly. Immediately following, a heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating, terrifying aura arrived. All the Buddha Venerables present underwent drastic changes in expression. What is this? The Great Sun Buddha Venerable pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist invocation. Amitba, the Tribulation Buddha Venerable has perished. Li Mu, the Lord of Supreme City, is about to undergo the Emperor Realm Tribulation. This person is extraordinarily heaven-defying. If he becomes an Emperor, Mount Sumi will never know peace again. Speaking of this, the Great Sun Buddha Venerable gazed toward the east. Convey my Dharma decree: all 10 Buddha Venerables of the Buddhist sect shall descend upon Mount Sumi and accompany me to the Eastern Wasteland to prevent that Li Mu from undergoing his tribulation and confirming his Tao. Upon hearing this, the various Buddha Venerables pressed their palms together. We obey the Buddha's decree. Supreme City. Li Mu observed the gathering storm clouds overhead, his expression gradually growing grave. He had witnessed the magnificent scene of 10 emperors of Supreme City undergoing their tribulations together. But upon a slight perception, Li Mu discovered his own heavenly tribulation was far more terrifying than all of them combined. Most importantly, that long-absent warning of palpitations had appeared once again. This meant that if he recklessly proceeded with his tribulation regardless of consequences, he would likely encounter danger. At this critical moment, the system notification sounded once more. Ding dong, congratulations host on your power increase and substantial fortune enhancement. Reward 500 merit points, 1 10-star Eternal Retainer summoning card. Li Mu was slightly delighted and promptly chose to summon. Ding dong, congratulations host. Through the 10-star Eternal Retainer summoning card, you have successfully summoned a Dao Realm Retainer Demon Ancestor Luoho. Retainer Demon Ancestor Luoho. Magical treasures: 12 ranked world-destroying Black Lotus God-slaying spear. Growth aptitude 10-star eternal since ancient times. Combat power level Dao realm. Loyalty 100. Battle soul talent world-destroying Black Lotus. Luoho possesses heaven-shattering, earth-annihilating power. Once the world-destroying Black Lotus is unleashed, it can easily devour the 4 seas and annihilate the 8 wastelands. With a thunderous boom, a quiet whisper echoed beside Li Mu's ear. My feet tread upon seas of fire, my hands grasp destruction itself. My name is Luoho. Immediately following, a purple-haired man clad in black robes descended from the heavens. His black robe fluttered gently, a blood-colored spear gripped in his hand, his aura sharp and fierce. Beneath his feet, a massive 12-petaled black lotus rotated slowly, its surface shimmering with dark radiance. Li Mu looked up and saw a supremely domineering, sinister figure before him. Upon closer inspection, his facial features bore some resemblance to Xiang Yu. Yet 2 long horns adorned his head, his gaze far more piercing, and between his glances there lay an inherent, arrogant majesty that made one almost forget his appearance. His purple hair danced in the wind, his skin tinged with a hint of bronze. Upon his sharply defined face rested demonic eyes with eyebrows slanting upward, large eyes of clear black and white, and eye corners slightly upturned, exuding an air of overwhelming arrogance. If Su Daji's temperament was enchanting, Xing Tian was cold and aloof, and Xiang Yu was domineering, then Luoho's overall aura could be described in just 2 words. Demonic. A man so demonic he defied imagination. If Su Daji's aura was enchanting, Xing Tian's cold and proud, and Xiang Yu's domineering, then Luoho's overall presence could be described in just 2 words. Demonic and strange. A man who was extraordinarily demonic. Luoho's descent naturally attracted the attention of many great emperors. Everyone stared at Luoho in shock, the same 2 words flashing through their minds. Dao realm. How is this possible? You must understand. In the vast heavens of Da Huang, a Dao realm existence had not appeared for countless ages. Many superfactions had existence at the peak of the Emperor realm, guarding their foundations, and some even had Dao artifacts left behind by former Dao realm powerhouses. But a living, breathing Dao realm existence. Yet there wasn't a single one. That was a realm beyond the Emperor realm. Not to mention ordinary people. Even veteran great emperors like Wuxian Di, the Old Man, Cuba Daoshuan, and others had never seen what a Dao realm existence looked like. But now they had witnessed it. Though they hadn't engaged in direct combat, from the aura of heaven-swallowing power emanating from Luoho, they could be absolutely certain. This was a living Dao realm existence. But where had this Dao realm existence come from? How could there be a Dao realm existence in Da Huang? Why would he appear in Supreme City? Just as everyone was secretly stunned, Luoho moved. He knelt on one knee facing Li Mu, his calm voice ringing through the entire crowd. The demon ancestor Luoho pays respects to his lord. Li Mu also noticed the expressions of the various great emperors. But he no longer had the luxury to care about such things. His great tribulation was about to descend. Moreover, the danger from the unknown was drawing ever closer, so he didn't bother with the crowd's shock and immediately summoned Luoho's descent. As expected, with Luoho's arrival, the sense of foreboding in his heart vanished instantly. It seemed that danger wasn't coming from the great tribulation. Perhaps it was an invasion from an unknown enemy. Li Mu nodded slightly and gestured for Luoho to rise. I'm about to undergo the great emperor ascension. Guard me. Luoho respectfully accepted the order. Yes. Just as Li Mu was about to trigger the heavenly tribulation, the system that had fallen silent suddenly activated once more. Ding dong, Supreme City's fortune has risen, and the guardian divine beast, the primordial ancestral dragon, is about to hatch. Would you like to complete the master binding contract now? Li Mu paused briefly. Holy crap. Are all the good things today converging at once? Without hesitation, he agreed. Begin the master binding contract. A golden light flared as streams of dragon chi converged, eventually forming an intricate contract within the Supreme Temple. An ancient massive dragon egg shimmered with a faint golden glow, enveloped by the binding contract. In the next instant, crack, the eggshell slowly split open, and a tiny golden dragon emerged. Wawu wawu. The golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the entire shell. A flash of golden light, and the little dragon appeared directly before Li Mu. Master, a childish voice rang out. Li Mu focused his spiritual sense and was instantly shocked. Holy crap, this little one is already at the peak of the Emperor realm. Li Mu was utterly stunned. What kind of talent could achieve the peak of the great emperor right from birth? Just as Li Mu was processing the shock, the great emperors present were completely numb. Another one. They had barely recovered from the Dao realm expert that just appeared. They had been thoroughly stunned. But now another great emperor peak golden dragon had emerged. What kind of auspicious land was Supreme City? Great emperors were popping out as if they were worthless. At that moment, rumble, thunder gathered overhead in the sky. The great tribulation was about to descend. Li Mu's expression tightened as he turned to survey the crowd. All of Supreme City stand alert and prepare for enemy attack. As his words faded, Li Mu's figure shimmered, and he vanished into the city with Luoho. The various great emperors followed suit. Everyone wanted to see what manner of great tribulation this freak Li Mu would summon. Boom. The pressure of heaven and earth shook everything. The dense aura was suffocating. Even across the endless sky, everyone could instantly sense it, as if the vast might of heaven weighed upon their hearts. Beyond Guishu, countless barren mountains stood. Under the heaven-shattering tribulation, lightning, all those mountains were instantly pulverized to dust. Chaotic divine thunder churned and scenes of world destruction appeared beyond the sky. Within that endless sea of chaotic divine thunder, not only did the phantom forms of divine beasts like the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appear, but figures that Li Mu found vaguely familiar continued to coalesce. Rumble. The deep thunder detonated again and again. Those phantom forms radiated overwhelming pressure, their bodies wreathed in the laws of the great Tao. At the heart of the layered tribulation lightning Li Mu summoned, his supreme Dharma aspect shattering the heavens through sheer force, fighting against the 9 realms in defiance. Chaotic divine thunder churned as boundless void shattered, much like Panga's creation of the world. Such heaven-cleaving power struck fear into hearts, the thunderous roars from above the sky ringing in everyone's ears. Even Luo Ho, the demon ancestor guarding the Dharma, was secretly astonished. Each bolt of chaotic divine thunder that slashed through the void could easily kill an ordinary great emperor. Li Mu radiated battle intent. A golden dragon floated beside him, advancing and retreating with him, constantly striking toward the heavens. Li Mu wielded the dragon spear, charging at the sky again and again. The heavens trembled, and the great Tao itself quaked. All the great emperors gazed in shock at the figure above, their eyes filled with endless admiration. High above in the nearby sky, the last great emperor of the Confucian sect's eyes flickered with changing expressions, his voice filled with melancholy, awe, unprecedented. Beside him stood survivors who had narrowly escaped the Confucian sect's destruction. These powerful figures were all trembling with fear. They had long abandoned any thoughts of retaliation. Though they had sent the supreme sage emperor to negotiate, he hadn't even spoken before Xingtian killed him. Who exactly is he? Why is his heavenly tribulation so powerful that even the great Tao itself trembles? From across Da Huang, observing great emperors sighed in wonder. It's too unbelievable, his strength surpasses our imagination, unprecedented. Tu Jiao whispered softly. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with light, her red hair flowing in the wind, her slender figure and flawless skin stunning the world. Beside her, old man Tu Ba also wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. Like an ancient dragon, his body lean and powerful, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Li Mu's retreating back. Is he truly defying the heavens? In the great Xia divine dynasty, Empress Xuanji looked up at the sky, a strange expression crossing her face. What a master of supreme city, truly unexpectedly powerful. In the valley of heavenly secrets, a great emperor sighed helplessly. Master, how can he be so strong? Li Xian of the Penglai immortal residence's eyes shimmered with wonder filled with disbelief. In this moment, all the great emperors of Da Huang were stunned. Daoxian Di Jun, Shueiyue Di Jun, and others fell silent. This strength truly exceeded their expectations. Boom. Rumble. Endless chaotic divine thunder raged. Li Mu wielded his dragon spear as wave after wave of familiar figures became his most deadly tribulation. Boom. In the annihilation thunder sea, Li Mu brandished his dragon spear, and the vast phantom after phantom became the most terrifying killing calamity. Each phantom seemed to embody a great Tao, radiating an aura of ancient vicissitudes, as if they were terrifying beings that had existed through countless eons in the river of time. Indeed, the power borrowed from the supreme Dharma aspect must always be repaid. Li Mu gave a helpless, bitter smile. If his perception was not mistaken, the Tao resonances on these great Tao phantoms exactly corresponded to the deified powerhouses under his command. A seductive and enchanting figure charged forward, her body radiating the bewitching light of Su Daji. A domineering figure followed closely, unmistakably bearing the aura of Xiang Yu. A flame phantom coalesced, its aura extremely similar to Zhu Rong. One after another figures charged in. Although he was currently undergoing the great heavenly tribulation, yet Li Mu could not help but feel a secret shock. Waves of turmoil surged in his heart while his hands wielded 1,000 Jun force. Amidst the roaring sounds, one after another blasts collided. What Li Mu did not expect was that among these phantoms, the one that troubled him most was not Xingtian, not Xiang Yu, nor even Zhu Rong and the others. Even the witch god phantoms of the 4 great fiends and the water god Gong Gong could hardly truly threaten him. What truly made him struggle to cope was the phantom of Daji, representing the path of enchantment. The phantom, whose aura was extremely similar to Su Daji, was terrifyingly overwhelming. Each wave of bewitching light was impossible to guard against. Is this the most terrifying chaos, great heavenly tribulation among the great emperor's tribulation punishments? Above the 9 heavens, thunderlight surged. Endless bolts of lightning descended like pillars, each striking toward Li Mu, intending to annihilate him on the spot. In the end, countless phantoms surged forth together, The dazzling immortal light shook the heavens as if to destroy the entire great wilderness. The thunder sea roared and dark tribulations surged. All the vast phantoms condensed from various thunderlights manifested. The 99 thunder tribulation, the Xianhuang world-destroying tribulation, the Yinyang chaos tribulation. Layer upon layer, countless tribulations all came crashing down at once. Such a scene was truly terrifying. If it were any other great emperor, they probably could not even withstand a single round of the heavenly tribulation. The many great emperors who had come to participate in the 100 sex competition stood in the void, all silent. If they were to encounter such a killing calamity, what would be the outcome? All of them shook their heads secretly. Break! Li Mu roared upward, launching a fierce counterattack. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he had experienced such a perilous scene. This was the great emperor's heavenly tribulation. No one could replace him. Even Luo Ho of the Dao realm could only stand by and watch. Li Mu charged against the clouds, blasting toward the sky, filling thunderclouds. Rumble! His offensive was extremely powerful, shattering one thunder tribulation after another like splitting bamboo. Like the supreme ruler of 10,000 Daos, he easily penetrated through a brilliant passage of thunderlight. Fighting all the way against adversity, Li Mu had never bowed to anyone. Facing the sky-filling thunder tribulations, it was the same. With the supreme Dharma aspect in hand, he had long been assured of victory, supreme and unrivaled. The so-called Great Heavenly Tribulation was merely Li Mu's personal show. The sky-filling thunderclouds continuously exploded and reassembled under his assault. The Great Heavenly Tribulation lasted a full 3 days and 3 nights. Just as Li Mu's tribulation was about to end, a voice like thunder suddenly rang out. I have heard that the Lord of Supreme City is undergoing the Great Heavenly Tribulation. I have brought the 10 great Buddhas of Mount Sumeru to offer congratulations. Where is the tribulation transcending Buddha? Come out quickly and lead me to Supreme City for a temporary rest. As his words fell, the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell silent. All the foreign great emperors exchanged glances, looking at the 10,000 Zhang Buddha light on the horizon. Only the demon ancestor Luo Ho remained calmly hidden in the void. At that moment, another voice came from beyond the heavens. The great Sun Buddha has arrived. Li Mu of Supreme City, why do you not come out to receive his majesty? As this voice fell, the many great emperors all broke into a cold sweat for him. Others might not know, but the great emperors present were well aware that a Dao realm powerhouse was hidden in the sky above. Your Buddhist sect came neither early nor late, but precisely when he was undergoing his tribulation. After arriving without a word, you demand that the Lord of Supreme City come out to receive you. This is probably just asking for death. While everyone was speculating, that voice roared even louder. Where is Li Mu of Supreme City? I. Before the words finished, a faint voice came. Noisy. The next moment, a giant palm descended from the sky, slapping directly toward the source of the voice. Up. The one who had shouted did not even finish his sentence before a scream of pain was heard. A giant palm imprint descended from the sky, slapping him off the clouds. How dare you? Who dares to ambush my Buddhist sect? The majestic voice of the great Sun Buddha came. The Buddha light between heaven and earth grew even more intense. Luo Ho frowned slightly upon hearing this. However, seeing that Li Mu's tribulation had reached its most critical moment, he ignored the great Sun Buddha's provocation. Seeing that the other party did not respond, the great Sun Buddha grew even more furious. Fine Supreme City, fine Li Mu to dare humiliate my Buddhist sect like this. All Buddhas of the sect, give me. Just as the last word, kill, was about to be uttered by the great Sun Buddha, the South Sea, immortal mansion of longevity, which had always been on good terms with the Buddhist sect, could no longer sit by. The longevity emperor emerged from the void. Buddha, hold on. The great Sun Buddha was slightly startled. Fellow Taoist longevity, have you come to dissuade me? The longevity emperor nodded slightly and was about to speak to stop him. However, before he could say a word, the great Sun Buddha waved his hand and smiled. Fellow Taoist longevity, the Supreme City has insulted the Buddhist sect and insulted me. This matter is absolutely non-negotiable. The longevity emperor's expression turned anxious, and he was about to speak again. The great Sun Buddha in a hurry waved his hand and asked with a smile, Fellow Taoist longevity, do you know how to achieve longevity? The longevity emperor shook his head in confusion. The great Sun Buddha replied with a compassionate expression, Fellow Taoist, mind your own business, and you shall achieve longevity. The longevity emperor's face stiffened upon hearing this. He turned to look at the void where Luo Ho was, a faint killing intent locked onto him. The longevity emperor immediately broke into a cold sweat. He turned back and respectfully paid a great bow to the great Sun Buddha. What the great Sun Buddha says is very true. I almost lost my life. Thank you for the reminder, Buddha. Having said that, the longevity emperor turned and fled. Upon seeing this, the great Sun Buddha looked at his retreating figure with contempt and laughed. Do you all know how the immortal mansion of longevity achieves longevity? The Buddhas clasped their hands together. Please enlighten us, Buddha. The great Sun Buddha pointed at the back of the longevity emperor and laughed. Cowardice and cherishing life. Only then can one cultivate longevity. The Buddhas suddenly realized. Bak. The Buddha's words are reasonable, we are slow-witted. Having said that, the Buddhas laughed unrestrainedly in the void. The longevity emperor fled from the void as if escaping death, then tremblingly bowed respectfully toward the direction where Luo Ho was. Thank you, Tao Lord, for sparing my life. Luo Ho snorted coldly and ignored him. Just as the longevity emperor sighed in relief, the great Sun Buddha waved his hand and sneered. The supreme city has insulted my Buddhist sect and insulted my Buddha. They are deeply rooted in evil. All Buddhas hear my Buddha decree: eliminate evil, promote good, and destroy the supreme city. Upon hearing this, all the Buddhas clasped their hands together. Amitbach. The Buddhist sect is great good, the Buddha is great good. All the Buddhas clasped their hands together. Amitbach. Great benevolence of the Buddhist sect, great benevolence of the Buddha. As the words fell, a series of formidable Buddhist radiances surged skyward, sweeping toward the void where the Jizuan city lay. By the Buddha's decree, annihilate Jizuan city. Amid the rumbling, a brilliant sun illuminated the void. The great Sun Buddha with the sun atop his head flew swiftly toward the void where Li Mu was undergoing his tribulation. What a fine lord of Jizuan city. I, the great Sun Buddha of the Buddhist sect, have come to deliver your city. Under the radiance of the Buddha's light, you shall not walk the yellow spring alone. The great Sun Buddha's voice rang out like a great bell, and then a golden Dharma body appeared. Truly terrifying. Such a powerful emperor tribulation has never been seen since antiquity. The great Sun Buddha stood at the edge of the boundless sea of lightning emotionlessly, watching Li Mu as he endured the tribulation. You are indeed a genius. I must admit that if I allowed you to grow, even I would not be your match in the future. As his words fell, the great Sun Buddha, who had always shown compassion, expanded his golden body, and the brilliant Buddha light illuminated the earth. The 10,000 Zhang Buddha light soared into the sky as if to crush the heavens of the eastern wilderness. Li Mu's achievements were undoubtedly dazzling. At the very least, the great Sun Buddha admitted to himself that he was slightly inferior. When he had undergone his own tribulation, though it was rare in the great wilderness, it had never attracted such a terrifying great heavenly tribulation. Are you afraid? Li Mu spoke calmly while undergoing the tribulation. The situation beyond the tribulation sea had already caught his attention. Thus, when the great Sun Buddha arrived with such a formidable aura, Li Mu signaled Luo, who to temporarily conceal himself. Facing such a terrifying great heavenly tribulation, and with the great Sun Buddha, claimed to be the strongest in the great wilderness, guarding nearby, Li Mu's face displayed an extraordinary calm and unusual composure. The great Sun Buddha's Buddha light trembled. His eyes, deep as an abyss, contracted slightly, and two beams of Buddha light shot out from his pupils like golden rays. You overthink, benefactor. I have roamed the great wilderness for over 1,000 years. How could I fear a mere brat? Li Mu sneered. Not afraid. If the Buddha were not afraid, why would he bring the 10 great Buddhas to descend upon Jizuan city? At that moment, the world-destroying tribulation underwent a drastic change. Endless thunder surged, gradually coalescing into a massive yin-yang millstone that crushed toward Li Mu. Boom rumble. Amid a great roar in the sky, Li Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Why does this great millstone look so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before? At that moment, colossal phantom figures exploded in the void, while the yin-yang millstone simultaneously surged in power, its fierce aura soaring straight into the sky. Crack! The spear given to Li Mu by the martial god emperor snapped instantly. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, while the martial god emperor, watching from the sidelines, felt his face flush. It was not that his gift was insufficient. It was that this brat was too monstrous. Under such a terrifying tribulation, it was reasonable that the spear could not withstand the torment. Having lost his weapon, Li Mu had no choice but to summon the bronze coffin and use the giant sarcophagus as a weapon to confront the rumbling millstone that pressed down upon him. Boom rumble. A trace of gravity appeared on Li Mu's face as the yin-yang millstone suddenly accelerated. Under the millstones, grinding black holes instantly appeared in the sky, with endless spatial cracks emerging beside them. Heaven and earth quaked simultaneously. A strange phantom materialized out of thin air atop the yin-yang millstone. It was the undying will of the great wilderness's Tao, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Even the incarnation of the heavenly Tao could not tolerate Li Mu and lunged to kill him. Seeing this, the great Sun Buddha smiled. Benefactor, you are steeped in sin unacceptable to heaven and earth. I had intended to act on behalf of heaven, but since the heavenly Tao has manifested, I will temporarily withdraw and reap the benefits. The great Sun Buddha sat cross-legged in the void, a confident smile on his lips. Although the Buddhist sect cultivated the Buddha path, they still revered the heavenly Tao. The great Sun Buddha firmly believed that no one under heaven could escape the personal execution of the heavenly Tao's incarnation. Even he, a half-step Tao realm cultivator, could not evade the crushing of the heavenly Tao. Half-step Tao realm invincible under heaven. The great Sun Buddha indeed had the confidence to be so, for he was nearly unmatched in the great wilderness. Even he feared the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How could Li Mu not die? Benefactor, if you sincerely convert to our Buddhist sect and follow me to Mount Xiumi to chant sutras for 1,000 years. I can save your life from the tribulation. Ha ha. Limu laughed heartily. You want to convert me? Great Sun Buddha, open your eyes wide and watch well. Once I survive this tribulation, I will return with you to the Buddhist sect. I hope your Mount Xiumi is large enough, or else I fear you may not be able to bear me. Hearing this, the Great Sun Buddha laughed loudly. My Mount Xiumi is not large, but it can still accommodate a mere emperor. I am afraid you dare not follow me. Limu sneered and shouted. Under the sky there is no place I Limu dare not go. Rumble. The yin-yang millstone crushed toward him at great speed, and the phantom of the heavenly Tao's incarnation grew more tangible. This was the will of heaven and earth's Tao, its divine might enough to crush the stars. Break. Limu gathered all his strength and roared. Even if I bear the calamity and hold up Jizuan City, I Limu am still invincible in this world. He pushed his supreme Dharma body to its limit, swinging the coffin to clash fiercely with the yin-yang millstone. Boom rumble. If heaven oppresses me, I will split it open. If earth confines me, I will shatter it. I am the supreme divine lord. How dare you, a mere heavenly Tao, crush me? Limu's eyes were cold as he shouted in a deep voice. One final strike blast you to pieces. Every pore of his body opened, his flesh flowing with immortal radiance, and with both hands he swung the giant coffin, instantly erupting with a terrifying aura that shook the great wilderness. At that moment, time and space twisted, heaven and earth trembled. Everything in the void was shattered, and even the laws of the Tao were completely overturned. The violent power spread, overturning the eastern wilderness and causing the very cosmos to shudder. It was a force of irresistible destruction. The yin-yang millstone shattered and reformed, while the Tao phantom grew increasingly ethereal. As the bronze coffin in Limu's hands spun, streaks of blood-red malevolent energy erupted from within. The tribulation clouds exploded, and the Tao phantom became unstable. Boom. Limu gripped the giant coffin, leaped high, and smashed it down hard against the yin-yang millstone. Boom rumble. Heaven and earth burst apart, and the crushing yin-yang millstone instantly shattered. The yin-yang power dispersed completely, revealing the faintly visible face behind the Tao phantom. Dongwang Tai. Limu was slightly startled. Such a terrifying great tribulation coalesced into a yin-yang millstone with the Tao while descending to form a phantom. Yet he never expected it to be Dongwang Tai, the seemingly weakest member of Jizuan City. The millstone shattered, and the Tao phantom dissipated. Limu wasted not a single drop of power, refining and absorbing it all into himself. With his supreme Dharma body, Limu inherently possessed the laws of any attribute in heaven and earth. Borrowing Dongwang Tai's yin-yang laws, he tempered the power of the tribulation for his own use. This was utterly unheard of, shocking the Great Sun Buddha. Throughout the ages, no one had ever dared to do such a thing. To plunder the power of the heavenly Tao, so ruthlessly devouring it without mercy. The Great Sun Buddha's eyelids twitched, feeling a growing sense of unease. Limu's strength surpassed the scope of an ordinary emperor, seemingly standing on another higher step. Impossible. The Great Sun Buddha's gaze turned cold. The Buddha light atop his head rumbled faintly, condensing strands of killing intent. No more waiting, he must die. The Great Sun Buddha's gaze turned cold as the divine radiance above his head rumbled faintly, condensing threads of killing intent. No more waiting, he must die. The Great Sun Buddha stared at Limu with a grave expression. His eyes flickered with Buddhist light, tinged with a subtle murderous aura. The heavenly tribulation was the evolution of the Great Tao's laws, containing the essence of the 3,000 Great Tao principles. Who beneath the heavens could comprehend all 3,000 principles? Even the ancient Tao sovereigns dared only to devour the thunder tribulation, not the Great Tao laws themselves. Who exactly was this Limu? How could he embody the 3,000 Great Taos and swallow the laws of the Great Tao? The Great Sun Buddha felt a tremor of unease. Can I truly afford to provoke this man? As the Great Sun Buddha silently weighed the pros and cons, Limu was already absorbing the most primordial power between heaven and earth. Chaos Chi. It was the remnant of primordial chaos left behind after the collapse of the Great Tao's essence. To put it plainly, it was the last wisp of chaos origin within the great wilderness world. And now it belonged to Limu. As he reveled in the formidable power gained after transcending the tribulation, Limu cast a half-smiling, half-mocking glance at the Great Sun Buddha. Buddha says we are destined to meet. I'll soon pack up the entire Supreme City and follow the Buddha back to Mount Sumeru. At these words, the Great Sun Buddha's expression darkened. You are arrogant benefactor. I shall await your fulfillment of the promise. Limu sneered. Good. With that, his eyes gazed into the void ahead. Yang Jian, where are you? Yang Jian emerged from the void. My lord, I am here. Limu smiled faintly. Are the guests all settled? Yang Jian replied respectfully. Reporting to my lord, all guests have rested. Though a few were unruly, with the help of Xing Tian and Zhu Rong, they have all fallen asleep. Limu nodded slightly. Good. Go and instruct the brothers to prepare. Soon we shall follow the Great Sun Buddha to Mount Sumeru to hear the sutras. Yang Jian was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered. I shall carry out your orders. He turned and departed. Li Mu raised his head again to gaze at all the great emperors watching from the void. Esteemed imperial lords invited by the great sun Buddha, I am to head to Mount Sumeru to pay homage to the Buddha and seek the scriptures. Would any of you care to join? The crowd exchanged glances. After a long pause, the unmatched emperor and two Ba exchanged looks and stepped forward together. The martial god Mountain is willing to accompany you. The overlord knife sect is also willing to go. In the current situation, with Luo Ho a Dao realm existence stationed at Supreme City, it had already assumed an invincible posture, coupled with the unparalleled Li Mu. If the martial god Mountain and the overlord knife sect still didn't know which side to choose, their millennia of experience would be wasted. Following their lead, other forces also began to emerge. First, the great emperor of the unmatched city declared, as a century-old ally of Supreme City, our unmatched city naturally should accompany you. The Daoxian emperor of Kunlun Dao sect followed suit. On behalf of the Kunlun Dao sect, I express our willingness to accompany City Lord Li Mu on a trip to Mount Sumeru. The great emperor of the Northern Abyss Sword Pavilion nodded slightly. Our Sword Pavilion also wishes to go. At this moment, among the assembled imperial lords, only the Penglai Immortal Residence and the Longevity Immortal Mansion of the South Sea had yet to speak. As all knew, the head of the South Sea Longevity Immortal Mansion, the compassionate voyage emperor, had once cultivated at Mount Sumeru. And the Penglai Immortal Residence also had inextricable ties with the Buddhist sect. Li Mu's gaze pierced through the endless void, resting on Li Xian, who stood behind the Water Moon Emperor. The bemused expression on Li Xian's face was truly amusing. After a long moment, a faint smile spread across Li Mu's face. Big sister, it's time to come home. At these words, everyone turned to look at Li Xian in shock. Even the Water Moon Emperor stared at her disciple in astonishment. Disciple you. Li Xian's expression shifted repeatedly. After a long while, the awe-inspiring figure of Li Mu in her mind gradually merged with the image of that little brat. You? Are you Xiaomu? How is this possible? Weren't you the prince consort in Great Xia? Li Xian's information about Li Mu was still stuck on a letter from a few years ago. Back then, Li Xian Su had told her that their brother Li Mu was about to marry the Xianji princess. After that, the family letters had stopped. Li Xian had written countless letters to Li Xian Su, all of which vanished without a trace. If not for learning through sect intelligence that the Celestial Strategy Mansion was safe, she would have long rushed home to visit. But she never expected that in just a few years Li Mu could undergo such earth-shattering changes. Not only Li Mu himself, but also the current Great Xia, the Eastern Wilderness Domain, and even the entire Great Wilderness world. All were shaken by Li Mu's existence. Li Mu smiled gently. That's right, I'm still the prince consort of Great Xia. From now on, Great Xia is our home, the Eastern Wilderness is our home, and the Great Wilderness. At this, Li Mu's gaze swept over the many imperial lords, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The Great Wilderness will also be under our control. As these words fell, the entire assembly fell silent. All the imperial lords exchanged glances, yet none dared to utter a single word of rebuttal. As Li Mu had said, under the absolute power of Supreme City, the Great Wilderness would eventually bear the surname Li, unless a second Luo Ho or another Dao realm powerhouse appeared. Li Xian looked up at the Water Moon Emperor. The Water Moon Emperor's face was as dark as water, clearly angered. Master, my little brother didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart. No sooner had Li Xian's words fallen than Li Mu shattered her last shred of illusion. Big sister, I meant exactly that. Li Xian's expression changed. Xiaomu Yu. Penglai Immortal Residence was Li Xian's sect, yet now Li Mu was directly declaring that Penglai must submit. Before Li Xian could finish, Li Mu's voice deepened with a cold edge. Big sister, I don't know how Penglai Immortal Residence has treated you all these years, and I won't comment on it. However, I have a question for the Water Moon Emperor. The Water Moon Emperor nodded. Please speak, City Lordly. Li Mu's gaze gradually turned cold, his voice like a demon from the underworld. Since my elder sister cultivates at your Penglai, the Celestial Strategy Li family is considered a subsidiary family of Penglai. It is Penglai's duty to protect our family from harm, is it not? The Water Moon Emperor nodded. Correct. Good. Li Mu continued. Then when the Confucian sect launched a campaign to exterminate my Celestial Strategy Li family, why did Penglai remain inactive, and even afterward offer no response? My elder sister did not return home after the massacre, which shows she was completely unaware that my Celestial Strategy Mansion was nearly annihilated by the Confucian sect. I asked the Water Moon Emperor to give me an explanation. As Li Mu's words fell, Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. Massacre? Little brother, what are you talking about? What massacre? Turning to the Water Moon Emperor, she demanded, Master, tell me, is the massacre my little brother speaks of true? Young brother, what are you talking about? What annihilation? After speaking, Li Xian turned to look at the Shuiwe sovereign. Master, tell me, is the calamity of annihilation that Xiaomu spoke of true? The Shuiwe sovereign remained silent. Crystal tears welled up in Li Xian's eyes, one after another streaming down. Master, so the intelligence I've received all these days has been tampered with by the sect, hasn't it? Those are my family, how could you? At this point Li Xian broke down completely into tears. The Shui sovereign sighed deeply and explained in a low voice. Disciple, the Confucian sect's assault on the celestial strategy manor was far too sudden. By the time we received word, a month had already passed. What's done is done. The sect cannot possibly go to war for the sake of. Li Xian wiped away her tears upon hearing this. The sect cannot possibly go to war with the Confucian sect, one of the supreme powers, for the sake of my insignificant Li family. Is that so? The Shui sovereign closed his eyes and nodded silently. Upon hearing this, Li Xian slowly raised both hands and struck them against her own dantian meridians. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Disciple, you. The Shui sovereign's expression drastically changed. Li Xian let out a bitter laugh and declared loudly, Master, please forgive this unfilial disciple. I have already abolished my lifelong cultivation. From this day forth I withdraw from Penglai, immortal abode. I am no longer the holy maiden of Penglai, and I sever all ties with Penglai. After speaking, Li Xian turned to look at Li Mu. I'm sorry, big sister came back a little too late. Li Mu smiled faintly. Coming back is what matters. It's never too late as long as you return. As his words fell, a golden pill entwined with a small golden dragon shot toward Li Xian. That was the supreme divine pill refined from the divine dragon herb. A single pill could bring the dead back to life and restore flesh upon white bones. Now that Li Xian's foundation had been destroyed, this pill could reshape her very roots and bones. Xing Tian, where are you? Xing Tian, clad in crimson robes, appeared out of thin air upon the void. My lord, Xing Tian is here. Li Mu nodded. From this moment on, my sister Li Xian shall be your disciple. You must guide her well. Xing Tian knelt on one knee. Xing Tian accepts this command. After Li Mu absorbed the great Tao laws, he stepped forward and walked toward the Great Sun Buddha Venerable. Great Sun Buddha Venerable, I have completed my tribulation transcendence. We can set out now. The Great Sun Buddha Venerable gazed at Li Mu with a solemn expression. To this very moment, he knew nothing of the existence of Rahu. Yet the attitude of the many sovereigns made his heart uneasy. What exactly was the reason? What could make these sovereigns tolerate Li Mu to such an extent? The Great Sun Buddha Venerable fixed his gaze upon Xing Tian, secretly astonished. Half-step Tao realm. Could it be because of her? Just then, he suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. Why had none of the 10 Buddha Venerables he had dispatched returned? The Great Sun Buddha Venerable looked at Xing Tian, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and fierce. Where are my 10 Buddha Venerables? Xing Tian smiled faintly before answering. Killed them. How dare you? The Great Sun Buddha Venerable, after all, stood as the head of the Buddhist sect. How could he simply swallow such an insult? Mere wicked creatures. Let me see what abilities you truly possess, whether you can back the Supreme City. As his words fell, the Great Sun Buddha Venerable radiated 10,000 Zhang Buddha light, and a Tinzhong golden body phantom instantly manifested. Demon subduing great hand seal. Buzz buzz buzz. A cascade of sutra chants resounded, and a colossal Buddha palm print pressed down toward Xing Tian. A trace of arrogant defiance curled at the corner of Xing Tian's lips as a blood-red aura surged straight into the heavens. 10 directions pagoda. Buzz buzz buzz. One after another pagoda phantoms shot skyward, converging into a colossal pagoda hand seal. One was a demon-subduing great hand seal condensed from golden Buddha light. The other was a pagoda hand seal condensed from blood-red killing intent. The two seals, as incompatible as fire and water, slowly drew toward each other in the vault of heaven. Boom! A deafening explosion thundered forth. The golden Buddha light burst apart instantly. The Great Sun Buddha Venerable's slightly disheveled figure staggered backward several steps. Xing Tian pressed her advantage without mercy. Immortal War Soul. A blood-red phantom instantly congealed. The blood-colored war god apparition wielding a giant axe resembled Panga himself, splitting heaven and earth. The only difference was that this war god phantom possessed a graceful, alluring figure. Clearly a female war goddess. The colossal blood axe came cleaving down toward the Great Sun Buddha Venerable. The Great Sun Buddha Venerable condensed his Tinzhong golden body, his hands rapidly forming one mudra after another. A blazing great sun descended from the heavens, pressing down upon them. The war god phantom stood utterly unafraid. One axe stroke split downward. Boom! The golden great sun was cleaved in twain. Clang! The giant axe struck the Tinzhong golden body, producing the sound of metal clashing against metal. Though the Great Sun Buddha Venerable had withstood Xing Tian's strike with his Tinzhong golden body, he had sustained severe internal injuries. Pathetic. Xing Tian cast him a sidelong glance and sneered disdainfully. I'm keeping your dog's life because you're still useful. Don't go looking for a beating in the future. The Great Sun Buddha Venerable's body stiffened upon hearing this. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, still spitting blood in protest. Are you unconvinced? As Xing Tian's voice rang out, the Great Sun Buddha Venerable roared in humiliation. Do you dare follow me back to Mount Sumeru for another battle? Xing Tian let out a disdainful chuckle. What, you grow bold once you're back at Sumeru? The great Sun Buddha Venerable said nothing in response, but a glint of unwavering determination flashed across his eyes. The Buddhist path cultivates the power of faith, and the great Sun Buddha Venerable's faith all lay in the Western Desert, even within the Buddhist sect of Mount Sumeru itself. The great Sun Buddha Venerable firmly believed. Once back at Sumeru with the empowerment of faith, slaughtering Xingtian would be as easy as butchering a dog. Yet for now he dared not voice such words. He feared that Xingtian might be frightened off. However, the great Sun Buddha Venerable was unaware. Even if he hadn't said it, Xingtian would have followed Li Mu up Mount Sumeru regardless. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. I'll go with you to Sumeru and fight you once more. The great Sun Buddha Venerable sneered coldly at this. He pressed his palms together. Bak, I trust the benefactor will honor his word. This venerable one shall now lead you all on a journey to Sumeru. Li Mu's gaze swept across the many sovereigns. Everyone, shall we go together? As his words fell, the great Sun Buddha Venerable soared into the sky, the first to fly westward. Li Mu and Xingtian followed closely behind. Li Xian, having just abolished her cultivation, was carried by a massive dragon into the supreme city to rest. As one figure after another flew past, demon ancestor Rahu swept his gaze across the figures of the supreme city within the void. In this battle slaughter, the Buddha ascends Sumeru and leave not a single dog or chicken alive. Below, one sovereign and quasi-sovereign after another revealed themselves. Kill. Slaughter the Buddha ascends Sumeru, leave not a single one alive. The many great emperors of the supreme city had all changed into blood-red robes with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered over their chests. It was precisely the dragon's sole emblem of the supreme city. Yang Neza, Yang Jian, Zhurong Gongong. All were present here. Everyone transformed into streaks of light, shooting toward the western desert. At the same time, within the Great Xia territory, the dragon riders led by Temujin were also marshaling their forces for battle. My warriors, our target is the western desert. Kill them all, plunder everything. Within sight, spare not a single one. All the dragon riders' eyes lit up, especially the wolf riders who had long campaigned east and west under Temujin's command. All the troops roared in unison. Kill them all, plunder everything. Seize their wealth, slay their able-bodied men, take their women. Kill. Li Mu and his party followed the great Sun Buddha Venerable ahead. The demon ancestor Luo Ho, leading all the great emperors of the supreme city, silently trailed behind. The group journeyed westward. When the great Sun Buddha Venerable stepped into the western desert, the closer they got to Mount Sumeru, the stronger the Buddha light radiating from him became. The western desert was vast and sparsely populated. Occasionally there were a few dozen cities, and the tens of millions of people there were all devout followers of the Buddhist sect, much like the Confucian sect. It was easy to destroy the Buddhist sect, but hard to eradicate their faith. However, all these messy matters were left to Shangwanwaner. Empress Xuanji of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, in the name of the Great Xia Dynasty, widely issued heroic invitations calling upon righteous heroes from all corners to jointly crusade against the Buddhist sect. Although everyone knew that few would actually lend a hand with the leadership of the Supreme City and the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, there were bound to be those who would trim their sails and stir the waters. Once this momentum gathered, the Buddhist sect would already have lost 3/10 of the battle. As soon as the Great Xia's edict denouncing Buddhism was issued, the world was thrown into uproar. Those bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect act against the way and bully others. My newlywed wife was snatched away by a lecherous monk just 3 days after our marriage. He said this woman has a karmic connection with the Buddha and took her up Mount Sumeru. Tell me about it. My neighbor's aunt's daughter's husband's aunt went to offer incense at a temple and inexplicably disappeared. When they found her, she had already been converted and was practicing joyful Zen. What's that compared to me? A few years ago, I went to a relic site to seize treasures, nearly losing my life to obtain a precious artifact. Then a bald-headed monk descended from the sky saying, "This treasure has a karmic connection with me," and not only stole my treasure, but also broke 3 of my ribs. Do any of you have it as bad as me? You only lost your wives, neighbors, and treasures to the Buddhist monks. I lost my dignity. He made me kneel and call him daddy. The clamor of voices rose. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and expressed approval of what the Great Xia had done. However, as Shangwanwaner had predicted, many people shouted slogans loudly and told tales of woe, yet when the day came for the Great Xia Dragon Cavalry to set out, only a few came to offer assistance. The Buddhist sect had indeed been overbearing in recent years, stirring up resentment across the great wilderness. Now, under the agitation of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. On the second day of the Dragon Cavalry's departure, righteous heroes from various regions began to lead their own teams to the western desert. Even the Death Sand Sea bordering the western desert saw people indignantly joining the cause. At that moment, in a hall deep within the Death Sand Sea, a member of the net knelt at Zhao Gao's feet. "Commander, our lord has issued a kill order against the western desert Buddhist sect, and even the Great Xia Divine Dynasty has joined the battle. Should we return?" Zhao Gao's eyes lit up at this. Return? Of course we must return. But we cannot go back empty-handed, we must seek reinforcements. The Death Sand Sea lay deep within the western desert. Thus Zhao Gao's understanding of the Buddhist sect was even deeper than Li Mu's. The dominance of the Buddhist sect had been deeply ingrained into the very souls of the people of the western desert. Why was Mount Sumeru so powerful? Why could those bald-headed monks look down upon heaven and earth and act with impunity? Because Mount Sumeru harbored over a dozen Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, there were the 4 great Vajra, each at the peak of the Emperor Realm, and the great Sun Buddha, Venerable, who had reached the half-step Tao Realm. In the western desert, Mount Sumeru was the true holy land. The entire region of the western desert was filled with Buddhist devotees. Even the members of the net after arriving there had to pretend to kneel and burn incense before the Buddhist statues every day. Zhao Gao knew that Li Mu's war against the Buddhist sect would pit him against millions of people across the western desert. The fanatical followers of the Buddhist sect were ferocious in their zeal. If you dared to blaspheme their Buddha or Bodhisattva, they would fight you with red eyes. Moreover, under the blessing of their faith and devotion, these followers possessed formidable combat power and boundless spiritual energy, except for their lack of wits. In battle, these people had almost no weaknesses. According to Zhao Gao's knowledge over the past millennia, very few of those who had dared to defy the Buddhist sect on its own turf had managed to leave the mountain alive. The reason the 10,000-mile Death Sand Sea was littered with so many bones was precisely because it served as the Buddhist sect's dumping ground for corpses. At this thought, a trace of madness flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes. Xiang Yu will come with me to the Slaughter God Hall to invite the god of slaughter Gu Chan to take action. Xiang was momentarily stunned. Commander, this is our personal affair. Will my master agree to intervene? He will, Zhao Gao said with a sinister smile. As long as I tell him there's a chance to wipe out the Buddhist sect, he will definitely act. Why, oi? Xiang was puzzled. A strange grin spread across Zhao Gao's face. Do you know why the god of slaughter Gu Chan came to this Death Sand Sea? Xiang shook her head. Because his wife and daughter are both buried in this sea of sand. Zhao Gao snickered. The only thing I accomplished when I entered the Death Sand Sea was to uncover the god of slaughter's past grievances. If we bring the god of slaughter back to the Supreme City, we will be meritorious officials. With this credit, even if we can't guard the Supreme City itself, we can at least become the shadow guards of the great Xia divine dynasty. Xiang asked in bewilderment, Commander, what does my master's wife and daughter being buried here have to do with the Buddhist sect? Zhao Gao sneered coldly, of course it does. Because the lecher who raped and murdered the god of slaughter's wife and daughter is hiding on Mount Sumeru. He is the joyful Buddha, Venerable, who practices joyful Zen in the Buddhist sect. For years the god of slaughter has been waiting for the joyful Buddha, Venerable, to descend the mountain, but in vain. Now we are giving him a chance to storm Mount Sumeru. Do you think he will seize it? The more Zhao Gao spoke, the more excited he became, and Jing's eyes also began to gleam with anticipation. Before long the two arrived together at the Slaughter God Hall. Xiang told Zhao Gao to wait outside while she entered to announce their presence. For Xiang was now the final disciple of the god of slaughter Gu Chan. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the god of slaughter's deceased daughter, so upon entering the Death Sand Sea, she was immediately taken in as his last disciple. As soon as Xiang entered the Slaughter God Hall, she went straight to the back hall and found the god of slaughter. Disciple, have you come to the Slaughter God Hall for a reason? Xiang got straight to the point. Master Commander, Zhao Gao wishes to see you. The god of slaughter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since my disciple has spoken, let him come in. Xiang hurried out of the hall and brought Zhao Gao inside. Zhao Gao, what business do you have with me? The god of slaughter's tone was light. Yet those familiar with the god of slaughter knew that the more calm and casual he appeared, the worse his mood. To provoke him at such a time could easily cost one's head. Zhao Gao's pupils contracted slightly as he replied respectfully, Lord Gu Chan, I have a major piece of intelligence regarding the Buddhist sect to offer you. The god of slaughter's aura rippled, and the temperature in the hall plummeted by several degrees. Speak. Zhao Gao braced himself and stepped forward cautiously. My lord, you should know that Xiang and I come from the Supreme City. Now our master Li Mu has destroyed the Confucian sect and become one of the new supreme powers in the Eastern Wasteland. The god of slaughter looked at Zhao Gao expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. The god of slaughter gazed at Zhao Gao expressionlessly, quietly waiting for him to continue. Lord Gu Chan, merely over an hour ago, my lord Li Mu slew 10 Buddhist venerables, officially declaring war upon the Buddhist sect on behalf of the Supreme City. Countless emperor lords from our Supreme City and 1,000,000 dragon riders of the great Xia divine dynasty are advancing toward the western desert. My lord shall ascend Mount Sumeru today, bloodily purging it and eradicating the Buddhist sect. Hearing this, the god of slaughter's eyes flickered slightly, yet he suppressed his temper and asked calmly, Zhao Gao, what purpose do you serve by recounting all this to me? After a brief silence, Zhao Gao raised his head and met the god of slaughter's gaze directly. I believe Lord Gu Chan and my lord Li Mu share the same path, both harboring deep loathing for the Buddhist sect, longing to destroy it swiftly. But his words were cut short. A chilling killing intent descended upon him in an instant. The god of slaughter's eyes turned razor-sharp, his entire presence resembling an Asura incarnate. You investigated me. Zhao Gao's face went pale, and he dropped to his knees, shouting desperately. Lord Guchan, my life is as worthless as common grass. I care not for death itself. But how can my wife and daughter have died in vain? Those Buddhist monks have corrupted the very essence of their faith, and every righteous person should seek their destruction. Since you have the opportunity to avenge your family, you should seize it. Upon finishing these words, Zhao Gao closed his eyes, awaiting the legendary storm to descend. Yet after waiting an eternity, he heard the god of slaughter speak with serene indifference. Rise. Zhao Gao opened his eyes and saw the god of slaughter gazing thoughtfully toward Mount Sumru. After a long while he spoke quietly. Do you think I have never ascended Mount Sumru? The god of slaughter gave a bitter smile. The Buddhist sect, through millions of years of transmission, has long refined Mount Sumru into a heaven and earth seal, suppressing it across the western desert like a divine artifact. For outsiders entering Mount Sumru, those who harbor faith in the Buddhist sect fare somewhat better. Though they may experience slight suppression, they can still retain their combat effectiveness. But for one like me, harboring ill will and holding no faith in the Buddhist sect whatsoever, stepping onto that land would trigger the seal of that heaven and earth. Even if your cultivation is peerless and your combat prowess unmatched, once you enter the bounds of Mount Sumru, you shall be reduced to an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Zhao Gao was slightly stunned. How could this be so? Then for those of us without faith who enter Mount Sumru, are we simply at the mercy of others, eh? Precisely so. The god of slaughter Guchan gave a desolate smile at this point. Though I am hailed as the god of slaughter, what could I accomplish if my cultivation were sealed away? Mount Sumru has long been the sacred ground of the Buddhist sect. Aside from its believers, no outsider has ever left alive. To kill those Buddhist monks, one can only wait for them to step outside the sect and descend from Mount Sumru. That is the sole opportunity. If you do not wish for your Lord Li Mu to perish upon Mount Sumru, you must stop him before he steps onto that mountain. There is still time otherwise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's expression changed, and he no longer cared to conceal anything. He hurriedly fled the main hall and contacted Li Mu through the soul mark. Zhao Gao relayed the god of slaughter Guchan's exact words to Li Mu, and a reply came swiftly. Zhao Gao was slightly stunned upon hearing the reply, then returned to stand before the god of slaughter Guchan. Lord Guchan, my lord has replied. The god of slaughter blinked in surprise, but did not inquire how Zhao Gao had made contact, merely watching him silently waiting for the content. Zhao Gao offered a faint smile and said to the god of slaughter, my lord. Li Mu's reply reads, when he is strong, let him be strong. As the clear wind brushes the mountain ridge, when he is fierce, let him be fierce. As the bright moon shines upon the great river. My lord shall ascend Mount Sumru first in a quarter hour. The great emperors of the supreme city await the signal in the void to assault the mountain. We should proceed to rendezvous with the main force first. Seeing this, Jing and I hurried forward and clung to the god of slaughter's arm, pleading insistently. Master, do not hesitate. Once we pass this village, there shall be no such in ahead. Why not take a look first? If the situation truly turns dire, you can always withdraw then. Upon hearing this, the god of slaughter nodded. Very well. This emperor shall lead the assassins under the slaughter god hall to accompany you and incidentally observe what forces the supreme city commands to dare act so arrogantly. As the god of slaughter Guchan gathered his assassins, the system notification sounded once more within Li Mu's mind. Ding dong, congratulations host on the increase of fortune. Reward 1 million merit points, 1 10-star eternal guest summon card. Li Mu was slightly delighted and immediately chose to summon. Ding dong, congratulations host. Through the 10-star eternal guest summon card, you have successfully summoned a 10-star Emperor Realm guest, the Great Sage equaling Heaven's Son Wukong. Guest Great Sage equaling Heaven's Son Wukong. Divine Treasure Rui Golden Cudgel. Growth Potential 10-star Eternal since Antiquity. Combat Power Level Emperor Realm. Loyalty 100. Battle Soul Talent. Divine Might equaling Heaven. The Great Sage equaling Heaven's Son Wukong possesses a naturally spiritual physique with peerless divine might wielding combat power equal to heaven itself. Upon activating the divine might equaling Heaven, Battle Soul combat power increases dramatically. A calm voice descended from the highest heavens. I seek to become a Buddha, and no demon shall exist in this world. I seek to become a demon, and what can Buddhas do to me? Li Mu raised his head to look. A radiance interwoven with golden fire descended from the heavens, and a proud figure with golden flames rising behind him appeared. The monkey wore a purple gold crown, golden armor, and lotus silk, cloud-walking boots. Rumble, rumble. The Rui golden cudgel fell from the heavens like a pillar of the sky. The monkey's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling upon Li Mu. Li Mu's lips curved slightly upward. Are you the Great Sage equaling Heaven, or the victorious fighting Buddha? A brilliant light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he let out a proud laugh. Ha ha ha. I am Sun Wukong, the handsome monkey king, Great Sage equaling Heaven of Flower Fruit Mountain and Water Curtain Cave. Li Mu, observing a certain reflection in the monkey's eyes, asked once more. Are you certain you are merely the Great Sage equaling Heaven's Son Wukong? The monkey's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze falling upon the great sun Buddha venerable, and then fighting intent surged within him. Correct. This old sun once strayed from the righteous path, had his identity swapped by others, and was imprisoned at Spirit Mountain for 10,000 years. That damned victorious fighting Buddha is not me. This old sun has no use for it. Now summoned by you, I have regained my freedom, and shall surely battle against heaven and earth, striking down the Tathagata with my staff. As he spoke these words, golden flames erupted from the monkey's eyes, shooting straight into the clouds. Roar! His body instantly transformed into a world-destroying demon ape roaring to the heavens. Tathagata, this old sun was born free. How could you suppress me? I, the great sage, equaling heaven's son, Wukong, will never compromise. If heaven comes to suppress me, I shall cleave that heaven asunder. If earth comes to confine me, I shall crush that earth to dust. Your Buddha's lives and deaths, I alone shall bear responsibility. As these words fell from his lips, a mighty killing intent surged between heaven and earth in an instant, shaking the world. At the same moment, Li Mu's system notification sounded once more. Ding dong, your guest, the great sage, equaling heaven's son, Wukong, has broken through the constraints of heaven and earth, comprehended the chaotic law, and his strength has entered the half-step Dao realm. Li Mu was slightly stunned. What the hell? Is this the legendary heaven and earth spiritual physique? He was in Emperor realm just now, and after a burst of anger and a couple of roars, he's already at the half-step Dao realm. Ding, your retainer son, Wukong, the great sage, equal to heaven, broke through the restraints of heaven and earth, comprehended the laws of chaos, and stepped into the half-step Dao realm. Li Mu was slightly stunned. Holy crap. Is this the legendary heaven-earth spiritual body? Just a moment ago, he was still at the Emperor realm, and after a few roars of anger, he's already at the half-step Dao realm. Son Wukong charged forward, and a smile bloomed on Li Mu's face. Having inherited some of the memories from Li Mu's mind, son Wukong naturally understood the current situation. The great sun Buddha venerable scowled at son Wukong. Out of nowhere, a monkey had appeared, and inexplicably it had reached the half-step Dao realm. Thus Li Mu now had two half-step Dao realm subordinates. The great sun Buddha venerable inwardly lamented his misfortune. An instant's time later, the group successfully arrived at the foot of Shumi Mountain. Shumi Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, it was an irreplaceable sacred land of the Buddhist path in the hearts of all Buddhist sect followers. When Li Mu reached the foot of Shumi Mountain with the others, he finally saw the mountain's true form. It was utterly breathtaking, towering into the clouds, majestic and extraordinary. In terms of mountain terrain and geography, even the Guizhou mountain range where the Supreme Being resided could not compare. Standing at the foot of Shumi Mountain, Li Mu felt like an ant gazing up at the galaxy. The legendary attempt of an ant to shake a tree was nothing compared to this. What a pity. Shumi Mountain had already been completely refined by the Buddhist sect. Li Mu understood today that his goal was not only to annihilate the Buddha Venerable's entire sect. He also intended to suppress it with all his might, shatter the entire Shumi Mountain, and destroy the faith of the Buddha sect followers in the Western Desert. However, for now, he had to first deal with the sea in front of Shumi Mountain. This sea was named the Babao Gongda Sea. But in reality, the golden lake water within was not real seawater. It was the endless power of vows and faith condensed into liquid form, creating an entire sea. The great sun Buddha Venerable pressed his palms together, a sly expression on his face. Benefactors, please cross the sea. To ascend Shumi, you must first cross this sea of merits and wash away all impurities. Li Mu sneered. I'm afraid it won't wash away impurities, but rather all your cultivation. The so-called Babao Gongda Sea. It was the immense power of vows blessed by the countless Buddha sect followers of the entire Shumi Mountain. To cross this sea, one had to endure the baptism of the vows from all the Buddhist followers in the Western Desert. Thus only two outcomes awaited those who crossed the sea. Either they would be brainwashed and assimilated by the endless vows, eventually becoming a devout Buddhist follower, or they would have their cultivation stripped away and be struck down by the bald-headed donkeys of Shumi Mountain. For millions of years, no outsider had ever ascended Shumi Mountain and returned unscathed. The great sun Buddha Venerable's lips curled with a hint of smugness. Benefactor, could it be that you are afraid? To ascend my Shumi Mountain, you must cross the sea of merits. There is no third way. Seeing this, son Wukong let out a wild laugh. Old son doesn't believe that. Watch me break your sea of merits. As he spoke, the monkey made a sucking motion and inhaled deeply toward the sea of merits. Devour heaven and earth. A tremendous suction force appeared out of nowhere, forming a vortex in the sea of merits. Then the endless waters of merit seemed to surge into the sky, ready to be sucked into the monkey's mouth. Just then, a series of chanting sounds came forth. Boundless Buddha light instantly illuminated the entire sea of merits. Golden rays emerged within the sea, and countless phantom images of Buddhas appeared. It was as if this sea carried the entire Buddha sect. Under the radiance of those Buddha lights, the surface of the sea of merits gradually calmed. Son Wukong's expression shifted, and as he was about to try a different method, Li Mu casually stopped him. Monkey, no need to waste your strength. I'll handle this, see. Save your energy for killing more of those bald donkeys later. The monkey nodded and stepped back. The great Sun Buddha Venerable sneered at the sight. Benefactor, do show me your skills. Don't just talk big and make a fool of yourself. Li Mu sneered. I'm afraid I'll disappoint the Buddha Venerable. I never boast. As he spoke, Li Mu stepped forward and his Supreme Dharma image instantly materialized behind him. The Supreme Dharma image now stood 100 zhang tall, with divine rings of light swirling behind it. Li Mu mobilized the power of the divine ring belonging to the water god Gong Gong, and a sky blue energy formed in his hand. His eyes widened as he stared at the sea of merits before him. In the name of the water god, I command all waters of the world, mastering countless rivers and seas. Babeo Gong, the sea open for me. As he spoke, splash, splash, splash. The entire sea surface trembled continuously. Then cascades of seawater surged into the sky, flowing slowly to both sides. It seemed as if a path was splitting open in the middle for Li Mu to pass. The great Sun Buddha Venerable's face turned pale with shock, and he softly recited a sutra. The next moment, OM OM OM. The chanting sounds echoed once more. Countless phantom images of Buddhas gathered again on the sea surface, their powerful Buddha light suppressing the waters, trying to restore them to their original state. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, and the power of the water god exploded instantly. Which bald donkey dares to challenge the authority of the water god? Break! In an instant, endless waves under Li Mu's control surged into the sky. Layer upon layer of raging waves came crashing down, carrying immense divine power, as they slammed violently against the countless Buddha shadows. Boom! Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. One by one the Buddha shadows shattered under the coercion of the water divine power. Li Mu's eyes grew fierce as he once again unleashed divine power to control the endless waters. Water is the source of all life, it should not be bound. The bald donkeys of the Buddha sect dare to imprison a region of water. This is blasphemy against the heavenly Tao and the gods. The boundless water under Li Mu's command surged toward Shumi Mountain. Boom! A series of deafening roars echoed. The mountain gate of Shumi Mountain shattered instantly. Li Mu's lips curled slightly as he coldly uttered two words. Decompose. In a flash, the torrential waves turned into mist. Under a thick shroud of fog, the entire Babeo Gongda sea instantly vanished into nothingness. Not even a single drop of water remained. The endless power of vows, having lost its vessel, transformed into golden light dissipating between heaven and earth. The great Sun Buddha Venerable felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Stop, stop. Wu Xie snickered coldly. What's wrong, Buddha Venerable? Wasn't it you who asked me to act? I merely evaporated a few drops of your water and broke a mountain gate. Why must the Buddha be so upset? The great Sun Buddha Venerable was about to retort. Just then, layers of Buddha light surged from Shumi Mountain, instantly illuminating the entire mountaintop. The radiance was solemn and sacred, compelling one to kneel and worship. Dong! The great bell tolled. A series of chanting sounds rose from the summit, thunderous and resounding. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the mountaintop. Benefactors, this is a sacred Buddhist land. Do not desecrate it. You have gone too far. Li Mu sneered at this. What do they mean? Are they threatening me? The great Sun Buddha Venerable's gaze turned cold. Benefactor, it's never too late to repent and turn back. Li Mu turned to look at Sun Wukong beside him. Monkey, take out your big stick and show them what we've got. Otherwise these bald donkeys might think we have no temper. The great Sun Buddha's gaze turned cold. Benefactor, turned back before it's too late. Li Mu turned to look at Sun Wukong beside him. Monkey, take out your big stick and show them what we've got. Otherwise these bald donkeys will think we have no backbone. Sun Wukong grinned upon hearing this. Bald donkeys, behold your grandfather's son's power. With those words, Sun Wukong pulled a sewing needle from his ear and blew on it. Grow, 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 grow. The needle rapidly expanded, transforming into a golden iron staff. Bigger, bigger. In the blink of an eye, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a towering pillar that pierced the clouds. Sun Wukong glanced at the great Sun Buddha, then hoisted the massive Rui Jingu Bang, leaped high into the air, and with all his might brought it crashing down upon Mount Sumeru. Bald donkeys, taste your grandfather's son's staff. The colossal golden iron pillar, like the foundation of heaven itself, smashed violently onto the summit of Mount Sumeru. This strike contained the Monkey King's most powerful attack. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder, gale winds howled as the iron staff shattered the very fabric of the void with unstoppable force. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed out. Rumble! The sound shook heaven and earth as if the very world were splitting apart. Beams of Buddhist light shot into the sky, shielding Mount Sumeru. Li Mu saw numerous Buddha shadows appearing at the mountain's peak, riding the divine light to resist the Monkey King's attack. A formation, Li Mu sneered. Before absolute power, no formation, no matter how strong, and no heritage, no matter how profound, is nothing but a joke. Li Mu gave Xing Tian a look. You go too. Fight with everything you've got, don't worry about breaking a few worn-out bowls and dishes. Xing Tian, clad in crimson robes, drifted gracefully and soared into the sky. Xing Tian, wielding the Zhangxing Lihua Ganxi, the crimson fire shield and battle axe, flew directly into the heavens, transforming into a colossal crimson wheel of light. Zhangxing Falls Ganxi dances slash. Woo woo. The gigantic Xing Tian axe, wreathed in fiery radiance, slashed towards the summit of Mount Sumeru. At this moment, all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Sumeru turned pale with shock. Another one. A young monk who had just joined the Buddhist order turned pale with fear. What do we do? Are we going to die? An old monk appeared, pressing his palms together. Amitba. We cultivate the path of nirvana and reincarnation. We are immortal and indestructible. The young monk flew into a rage upon hearing this. He scrambled up from the ground, grabbed his wooden fish muyu, and slammed it directly onto the old monk's head. Amitba. FCK, you're Amitba. We're all about to die, and you're still feeding me that bullshit about being immortal. If you're so immortal, why don't you go die first? Caught completely off guard. Bang! The old monk was knocked flat on his face by the wooden fish. Amitbach. Sin. Sin. The young monk pounced on him and delivered 2 swift kicks. FCK, your sin. It's all your fault for dragging me up this mountain. I'll take you down with me. Xing Tian's attack was like a blazing fire, like a scorching sun. As endless battle intent poured down, the formation protecting Mount Sumeru began to waver and crack. The countless Buddha shadows gradually grew faint, on the verge of disappearing entirely. Just then a purple-gold alms bowl flew out from Mount Sumeru. It emanated strands of Buddhist light and Taoist resonance, hovering upside down above the mountain. An even more powerful beam of Buddhist light shot into the sky. Thud! The attacks landing upon it were all blocked. Li Mu smiled faintly and said to the great Sun Buddha, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be your sect's ultimate heritage. A Tao artifact left behind by a Tao realm powerhouse, am I right?" The great Sun Buddha laughed. "Our Buddhist sect possesses a total of 3 Tao artifacts. Unless you can summon a Tao realm powerhouse, all of you will be staying here today." Li Mu scoffed disdainfully. "Just a mere Tao artifact. Do you think I can't handle it?" A smile bloomed on the great Sun Buddha's face. "Benefactor, having just crossed the imperial tribulation and possessing such formidable strength, I am truly astonished. However, if you claim you can shatter a Tao artifact, then I can only say, please begin your performance." Li Mu walked forward calmly, then turned to look at the great emperors behind him. "Everyone the great Sun Buddha has so warmly invited me. How could I disappoint his gracious hospitality by not putting on a show?" Li Mu continued walking forward. The supreme sovereign Dharma form behind him began to materialize step by step. Just as Li Mu was about to borrow Rahu's Tao realm power to shatter the purple gold alms bowl, with a single strike, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet bestowed a divine title upon Rahu. Without a divine title, Rahu had no divine halo. Without the divine halo, Li Mu naturally couldn't borrow his power. So the first priority was to confer a divine title upon Rahu. Demon ancestor Rahu, known as the Lord of all demons, was numbered among the 3,000 chaos demon gods alongside Pangu, the primordial creator. Because he resented Pangu for destroying the chaos world, he cultivated the Tao of destruction, seeking to destroy the primordial world and return it to chaos, thereby attaining sainthood through the Tao of destruction. After much deliberation, Li Mu decided to bestow upon him one of the strongest divine lord positions below the supreme sovereign, the position of Taiying Divine Lord. Ding! You have conferred the title of Taiying Divine Lord upon Rahu in the Supreme Sovereign Temple. The Divine Halo special effect of the Supreme Sovereign Temple has been activated. As the system notification sounded, a majestic and unparalleled war god statue of Taiying Divine Lord appeared at the very front of the Supreme City's War God Square. Rahu's colossal statue stood tall upon the square. It instantly became the largest statue under Li Mu's command. Taiying Divine Lord. Rahu has activated the Divine Halo special effect. Strength increased by 50 times, defense increased by 50 times, magic power increased by 50 times. This Divine Halo effect is permanent until the divine title is changed. Simultaneously, Rahu's aura suddenly surged dramatically. Behind his head, a massive black divine halo swirling with demonic light materialized out of thin air, its demonic radiance instantly illuminating the Supreme Sovereign Temple. With the conferment complete, Rahu's information quickly appeared before Li Mu. Retainer Demon Ancestor. Rahu. Divine title Taiying Divine Lord, one of the 2 lords. Magic treasures 12 grade world-destroying Black Lotus God-slaying spear. Growth potential 10 stars. Eternally in. Combat level Tao realm. Loyalty 100. War soul talent world-destroying Black Lotus. Rahu possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth. Once the world-destroying Black Lotus appears, it can easily devour the 4 seas and annihilate the 8 wastelands. Since Rahu had been given a divine title, Li Mu decided to confer one upon Sun Wukong as well. Following suit, Sun Wukong was directly appointed to the first seat among the 4 great war gods, the position of War God of Battle. Ding! You have conferred the title of Chief War God of Battle, Sun Wukong, in the Supreme Sovereign Temple. The Divine Halo special effect of the Supreme Sovereign Temple has been activated. As the system notification sounded, Sun Wukong's War God statue also appeared simultaneously on the Supreme City's War God Square. His monkey face with a thunderous beak was unmistakable. Although his War God statue stood alongside Xiang Yu's on opposite sides, the aura emanating from his statue was far more powerful than Xiang Yu's. In terms of combat power, under Li Mu's command, Rahu was the strongest. Whether Xing Tian or the Monkey King was stronger, Li Mu didn't know. But from Li Mu's intuition, the Monkey King might not be a match for Xing Tian. War God of Battle. Sun Wukong has activated the Divine Halo special effect. Combat power increased by 10 times, skill enhancement increased by 10 times, magic artifact power increased by 10 times, immortal battle body enhancement by 10 times. This Divine Halo effect is permanent until the divine title is changed. Battle God Monarch. Sun Wukong activated the Divine Ring effect, boosting combat power by 10 times, skill enhancement by 10 times, magical artifact power by 10 times, and immortal battle body by 10 times. Until the divine position changes, this Divine Ring effect will permanently exist. With the completion of the two's deification, the aura on Sun Wukong became even more condensed than before. This monkey had been an ordinary emperor realm since being summoned. An enlightenment brought him to the half-step Dao realm. Now under Li Mu's deification boost, the monkey's aura directly crossed the threshold of the half-step Dao realm. Watch Lao Sun's next strike. Sun Wukong's body flew directly into the high sky, and from a commanding height, he swung his great staff again. Break for me. The golden great iron staff descended swiftly with a whistling sound. Boom. The entire Mount Sumeru was like an apocalypse, with thunderbolts darting through and space shattering. A deafening impact sound rushed over. Then crack. Under the gaze of all, a crack appeared on the purple gold alms bowl. The next second, the purple gold alms bowl completely shattered. At this moment, the great Sun Buddha Venerable could no longer sit still. Amitbach. All members of the Buddhist sect hear my command. Evil demons have ascended the mountain. I am forced to stop killing with killing. I invite all Buddhas to follow me in eliminating the demons. OM. Great Sun Buddha Venerable flew to the peak of Mount Sumeru, and behind him manifested countless boundless Buddha lights. I humbly request the protection of Mount Sumeru and the demon-subduing staff. With the sound of Great Sun Buddha Venerable's voice falling, the mountains shook, and the earth moved, and the entire mountain was shrouded in Buddha light. At the same time, a golden light flew from the depths of Mount Sumeru, and was grasped in the hand of Great Sun Buddha Venerable. A mysterious Tao rhyme slowly released. All the great emperors present changed color dramatically. Great Sun Buddha Venerable, the moment the staff entered his hand, broke through. He entered the Tao realm. A kind of ultimate Tao might surged into the sky. Great Sun Buddha Venerable's expression gradually relaxed, and a faint smile returned to his face. Mischievous monkey, I, Great Sun Buddha Venerable, will today suppress you under Mount Sumeru for 500 years. Only when you comprehend the Buddha body will you be released. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's monkey face instantly twisted. Bald thief Lao Sun hates nothing more than being told suppress for 500 years. Take Lao Sun's staff. Sun Wukong moved his body, bursting with 10,000 feet of golden light, and behind him condensed a chaos demon ape Dharma manifestation. Roar. Golden light surged. Ferocious auras spread. The Rui Jingu Bang swung toward Great Sun Buddha Venerable. The demon-subduing staff in Great Sun Buddha Venerable's hand danced and directly met it. Boom. The strongest strike collided thunderously at the peak of Mount Sumeru. Heaven and earth collapsed. After the collision, the entire Mount Sumeru condensed a powerful Tao rhyme that flew into the void and pressed down towards Sun Wukong. Xing Tian was about to step forward to intercept when a large fat man covered in Buddha light blocked her way. Benefactor, I am Joyful Buddha, inviting you to share in bliss. However, just as his words fell, a furious roar came from beyond the 9 heavens. Joyful Buddha Venerable, I have finally waited for you. Kill. A fierce killing intent condensed into a battle blade and slashed toward Joyful Buddha. Joyful Buddha Venerable's expression changed as the killing blade was already upon him. At this moment, the Mount Sumeru Tao rhyme in the void was intercepted by a black, demonic shadow. World-destroying Black Lotus go. A huge Black Lotus bloomed and pressed down toward the Mount Sumeru Tao rhyme. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged as he again engaged Great Sun Buddha Venerable in battle. Li Mu had a cold smile on his lips as he watched the chaotic battle in the void. Xing Tian led Qiu Zhurong and others charging toward Mount Sumeru. In an instant, war cries filled the sky. Zhao Gao appeared before Li Mu with the Luo Wang. Your subordinate Zhao Gao returns with the Luo Wang. Please accept, my lord. Li Mu squinted and glanced over, slightly surprised in his heart. Very good. In just half a year you have reached the 9th grade, and most of the Luo Wang members have reached the 8th grade level. Well done. Zhao Gao's face lit up, and he quickly said, all members of the Luo Wang request to fight. Please assign tasks, my lord. Li Mu shook his head. Your battlefield is not here. Go meet Temujin's army and become the most elite scout squad of the Tian's mansion. I'll give you 1 year. I want to see no more Buddhist followers on the land of the Western Desert. Zhao Gao hesitated slightly, and then said cautiously, My lord, I have some understanding of the Western Desert. Most of the Buddhist sect's followers are irrational fanatics completely uneducable. If we are too merciful, it will likely cause great battle losses. So, before Zhao Gao's words were finished, Li Mu nodded calmly. I understand what you want to say. A ferocious aura flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Tell Temujin to kill without restraint. Even if it means a bloodbath for 30,000 miles, make all Buddhist followers disappear completely. Having said this, Li Mu looked around at all the Luo Wang members and said calmly, This Western Desert turmoil is an opportunity for you. Since you have already embarked on this path, take this chance to prove the Tao through slaughter. You must know that the slaughter Tao is one of the 3,000 great Taos. Killing 1 person is a crime, slaughtering 10,000 makes one a hero. What about slaughtering 1,000,000, 10 million, or even the entire Western Desert domain? By then you will be a great sage revered by all under heaven. As Li Mu's words fell, the eyes of all Luo Wang members instantly lit up, especially the female assassin Jing Ni, whose eyes shimmered with divine light. The great Tao. Prove the Tao through slaughter. All Luo Wang members knelt to thank their lord. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Zhao Gao left with the Luo Wang, heading to rendezvous with Temujin, who was leading the dragon riders on an expedition of 10,000 miles. On the battlefield here, the sacred Mount Sumeru collapsed. The spiritual charm condensed by Mount Sumeru was directly scattered by the black lotus of demon ancestor Luo. The entire mountain instantly crumbled with rocks flying everywhere. Xingtian and Xiang Yu led the members of the Supreme City into the Buddhist sect's interior. They slaughtered until rivers of blood flowed. The Buddhist sect from emperor venerables to novices had a full 1,000,000 followers, but the Supreme City had only tens of thousands. Yet it was these tens of thousands that slaughtered countless Buddhist followers. In the void above, the battle between Sun Wukong and Great Sun Buddha Venerable was also reaching its end. Both had just entered the Tao realm, but the monkey's combat ability was incomparably stronger than Great Sun Buddha Venerable's. If not for the Tao artifact staff in Great Sun Buddha Venerable's hand, the battle would have ended long ago. Great Sun Buddha Venerable fought while retreating. By the time Mount Sumeru was a river of blood, he finally had thoughts of retreat and prepared to flee. However, beside him was an invincibly powerful Luoho watching the show. Great Sun Buddha Venerable feigned a move, shook off the monkey, and turned to run. But just as his body lifted off, he was slapped back by a huge palm from Luoho. Buddha says, have some shame, you can't run. The monkey caught up from behind and knocked Great Sun Buddha Venerable off the clouds with a staff strike. Great Sun Buddha Venerable looked at Luoho and shook his heart, growing cold. Just then the corner of his eye caught sight of Li Mu watching the show nearby. A brilliant escape plan instantly came to mind. Capture the leader first. A brilliant escape plan instantly came to mind. Capture the ringleader first. Li Mu, you brat, you destroyed my Buddhist sect. Prepare to die. The Great Sun Buddha Lord suddenly sprang up, lunging toward Li Mu. Rahu, thinking the Great Sun Buddha Lord was trying to flee again, stepped forward to block him. When he saw that the Great Sun Buddha Lord was actually going after Li Mu, he silently mourned for him. After the demon ancestor Rahu and Sun Wukong had attained godhood, Li Mu's power had firmly surpassed the Tao realm. Even if Rahu and the monkey joined forces, they might not be a match for Li Mu. This bald-headed monk was so foolish to go and seek a beating. As the Great Sun Buddha Lord approached, Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smirk. The Great Sun Buddha Lord, seeing Li Mu standing still, without moving, thought he was stunned with fear. Li Mu, you brat, I'll make you pay blood for blood. Before he could finish, slap. A heavy slap landed on the Great Sun Buddha Lord's face. Then slap, 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 slap. Several lightning-fast heavy slaps rained down, and the Great Sun Buddha Lord's golden glow instantly collapsed. How is this possible? You. How can you be so strong? Didn't you just undergo tribulation transcendence? Li Mu did not answer. Slap, slap, slap. A series of relentless slaps landed on the Great Sun Buddha Lord's pig-like face. This cannot be. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Li Mu sneered. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap, the Great Sun Buddha Lord was beaten without any ability to fight back. The once lofty Tao realm powerhouse was now being toyed with like a child in Li Mu's hands. Capture the ringleader first. All the sovereigns present wore strange expressions. Are you sure you can capture such a king? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps came one after another. The Great Sun Buddha Lord was completely broken. Stop hitting me. I'm getting angry. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps continued. I'm really angry. I'm going to rage. Li Mu chuckled. Come on, show me how you rage. Boom. A sky-filling Buddha light soared upward, and the Great Sun Buddha Lord instantly transformed into a giant Buddha. I, the Great Sun Buddha Lord, sacrifice my golden body as a guide, inviting the Buddha ancestors to descend and vanquish the demon. As the words fell, bam. The giant Buddha shattered into fragments, and specks of starlight attached themselves to Li Mu. Li Mu casually struck out a palm trying to stop the golden specks, but it was futile. The specks of starlight seeped into Li Mu's body, gradually coalescing into a golden Buddhist seal. What is this? Li Mu looked utterly bewildered. Rahu hurriedly flew over, his expression extremely grim. Rahu failed to protect his lord, allowing the master to be ambushed. Please punish me. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. Get up, it's not your fault. But can you first tell me what this thing is, and what it does? The moment Li Mu finished speaking, Sun Wukong flew over and answered, Master, this is the ultimate divine ability used by those Buddhist baldies to fight to the death. They can sacrifice their golden body and cultivation to condense a tracking mark attached to the enemy's body. Once the mark is planted, all Buddhist path powerhouses will sense it, and then only the strong will help them take revenge. Li Mu was slightly stunned. So it's just a tracker. He smiled disdainfully, then suddenly thought of a problem. The Buddhist sect had already been wiped out by him. Why would the great Sun Buddha Lord go to the trouble of putting a tracker on him? Could there be even stronger Buddhist powerhouses in this world? Just as Li Mu was pondering this, the others also realized the same problem. Li Mu turned a questioning gaze to the martial god emperor. Regarding the methods of these established powers, those of the same caliber should be more familiar. Before the martial god could speak, the Daoxian sovereign from the Kunlun Dao sect spoke up. This is a tracking seal, also a summoning seal. The great Sun Buddha Lord intends to summon the Buddha ancestors of the Buddhist sect who have long ascended to the upper realm. As long as the tracking mark on your body exists for one day, the Buddhas of the upper realm can follow the guidance of this mark, tear through space, and directly descend into the great wilderness. Most importantly, those great Buddhist powerhouses from other universes can also use this Buddha light to guide them to this world. At this point, Daoxian sovereign's expression turned even more grim. Everyone, the great Buddhist powers are about to return. This great wilderness will fall into chaos. Li Mu was taken aback. You mean not only the Buddhist powerhouses who ascended to the upper realm can return, but even Buddhist powerhouses from other universes might descend? Daoxian nodded solemnly. Exactly. The mark on your body is like a bright beacon. Any powerhouse above the Dao realm who practices Buddhist methods can follow this Buddha light, tear through time and space, and descend into this world. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong muttered gloomily, if only that old Tathagata could come, then I could take my revenge. Li Mu shook his head. Tathagata can't come. He's too weak. He probably can't even break through the space-time barrier of this universe. However, Li Mu exchanged a glance with Rahu, both seeing a glimmer of possibility in each other's eyes. Rahu, do you think those two will come? Rahu nodded. Based on my understanding of them, they should come. After all, those two have always been opportunistic. They would not miss a chance to check this out. Li Mu nodded. I think so too. Seeing the two constantly speaking in riddles, Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask, who exactly are you talking about? Li Mu smirked coldly. The two sages of the West, Jane and Zhuanti. Sun Wukong shook his head. Never heard of them. Are they powerful? Are they stronger than Tathagata? Li Mu gave the monkey a meaningful look. You don't know Zhuanti, but you do know Subhuti, right? Li Mu recited softly. The cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, the spirit terrace and square inch mountain. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Master, that's my master. Li Mu gave a mocking smile. What if I told you that your master Subhuti is actually an incarnation of Zhuanti, one of the great bosses of the Western religion? How would you deal with that? Monkey, what if I told you that your entire life was a tragedy arranged by the Buddhist sect? Your master, your monkey tribe on Flowerfruit Mountain. All were orchestrated by the Western powers. What would you do? Sun Wukong stood there dumbfounded. Master, you're lying to me, you're lying to old Sun. Li Mu curled his lips in a disdainful smile. While they haven't arrived yet, you'd better think carefully about how you'll face Zhuanti in the future. What if he comes? Will you kill him? Or will you kneel, eh? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened like bull's eggs, and he panted heavily through his nostrils. Old Sun was born free, and I will never be a cowardly monkey manipulated by others. I will never share the same sky with Zhuanti. Li Mu fell silent, rapidly piecing together the intelligence in his mind. Just then Qin Shi asked softly, Big brother, do you know my senior sister Li Xian? Li Mu rose to his feet and walked toward the door without looking back. When he reached the threshold, he paused slightly and murmured, Thank you for the information. My name is Li Mu. The senior sister Li Xian you mentioned is my own elder sister. Having said this, he turned his head and spoke to Su Daji, untie her. Su Daji quickly untied the bindings from Qin Shi, who had yet to fully process what Li Mu had just revealed. Li Mu returned to Qin Shi's side and asked gently, Sister Qin Shi, may I ask you for a favor? Qin Shi slowly came to her senses and nodded. Li Mu sighed, saying helplessly, I am currently in the eastern wasteland far from home, so I must ask for your help. You must have a way to contact your sect, correct? Could you ask the disciples of Penglai to help me search for my sister? Whether she lives or dies, I need some kind of closure. Qin Shi nodded upon hearing this, and answered timidly, My communication talisman from my sect was confiscated by the Ru sect. I need to have the seal lifted before I can use mental transmission to contact my master. Li Mu turned his gaze towards Su Daji, who shook her head, and said sweetly, The seal within her body is a unique technique of the Ru sect. My demonic energy conflicts with it, and forcibly breaking it may harm her. Li Mu's eyes turned cold, his voice dropping to a low timbre. Bring Crown Prince Yu here, and let him try. Su Daji vanished in a flash. In no time she reappeared in the room, and beside her stood the Crown Prince Yu, his eyes dull and vacant. Su Daji pointed at Xiang Yu and asked directly, "Can you lift the seal in her body?" Crown Prince Yu shook his head, and answered with slow, labored speech, "No, I cannot. This seal was personally laid down by my master's junior brother. Only a third-rank Ru sage can break it. A third-rank Ru sage can break it." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't Shang Wanwaner a third-rank Ru sage? With this knowledge settled in his heart, he looked towards Su Daji once more. Ask him how the Ru sect learned of Li Xian's whereabouts, and whether the attack on the Tiansu mansion is connected to this matter. Su Daji nodded, and repeated the question verbatim. Crown Prince Yu answered with a vacant stare. The Ru sect's target was the newly appointed holy maiden Xiang Shi. Li Xian merely happened to cross their path. After Li Xian was killed, I notified my father emperor through a special channel. He then arranged the assassination plan against Li Xiansu. Li Mu asked again. Who were the Ru sages that ambushed Li Xian in the South Sea, and who were the 3 saints that attacked Li Xiansu? The ones who killed Li Xian in the South Sea were my 7th master Chen Xing and my 6th master Ming Hao. As for the saints who besieged Li Xiansu, I do not know their identities. I only know that my father emperor borrowed them from the 3 great kingdoms of De, Qian Yiling, and Song Yun. Li Mu glanced at Daji, his voice low and commanding. Take Xiang Yu with you. Bring me back the martial saints and emperors of those kingdoms. Su Daji smiled, and nodded, accepting the order before departing. In the great Xia royal palace, Emperor Xia had just stumbled out from a concubine's chamber, supporting himself against the wall, when the head eunuch Chun hurried toward him. Your Majesty, disaster has struck. Emperor Xia frowned, flicking his dragon robe as he rebuked such clamor in the inner palace. Should you disturb my beloved concubine, I shall have your head. The head eunuch froze in terror, and immediately knelt to the ground, reporting, Your Majesty, word has come from the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince and the Ru sect disciples have all gone missing. Emperor Xia paused, then waved his hand dismissively. The Crown Prince has already reached the 4th rank Great Confucian level and possesses a sacred artifact bestowed by his sect. Even a 3rd rank Saint Realm expert would struggle to defeat him. How could he have disappeared without reason? After kneeling and recounting the details, the head eunuch continued, Your Majesty, according to the Eastern Palace servants, the Crown Prince entered the main hall and never left. Emperor Xia laughed without a care. My son possesses the supernatural abilities of the Ru Dao. He can ascend to the heavens and descend into the earth. He likely took his fellow disciples out for a tour of leisure. It is only natural that the servants, caught in a moment of distraction, failed to notice. Enough. Li Xiansu's corpse will be transported back to the capital tomorrow. Go and issue the public announcement. In 3 days I shall hold a martial arts tournament outside the Imperial Palace to honor the martial saint Li Xiansu. We will also select the bravest generals of Great Xia to assume the heavy responsibilities of the Tiansu mansion. Invite all the citizens of the city to come and watch the competition. The head eunuch respectfully accepted the decree and withdrew. The proclamation was quickly issued and spread throughout the city in an instant. The following day, the corpses of Li Mu's 7 elder brothers were transported to the martial saint mansion. The martial saint mansion simultaneously hung white mourning banners, and those who entered or exited wore hemp and fillets of grief. The citizens of the city had all already heard the news that the military god Li Xiansu had died in battle. Before half a day had passed, every household in the city had hung white mourning banners, spontaneously paying their respects to the fallen military god. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before long, the day of the martial arts tournament convened by Emperor Xia arrived. Li Mu arrived early at the outskirts of the imperial city with his companions, and saw that a mourning hall had already been erected before the palace gates. Inside the mourning hall stood a crystal coffin within which one could faintly make out Li Xiansu lying clad in armor. Not far in front of the mourning hall was a raised platform for the tournament. After casting a cold glance around, Li Mu entered the mourning hall and knelt alongside the Shuang'er sisters. Not long after, Emperor Xia arrived with the imperial guards, and all the citizens of the city had gathered at the palace gates. Emperor Xia led the incense offerings to Li Xiansu while Li Mu returned the gestures with an expressionless face. The morning ceremony concluded swiftly, and the tournament on the raised platform began. All the participants were commanders and talented youths from the Great Xia military. Yet the fights on the tournament platform were utterly ridiculous, as everyone merely exchanged a few perfunctory moves before stepping down. This was because Emperor Xia had already arranged everything in advance. All the matches were mere formalities to deceive the common people. The outcome was inevitably that the commander of the Imperial Guards, Lung Lingfeng, claimed first place, and as everyone had expected, assumed the position of Supreme Commander of the Tiansu Mansion. After Lung Lingfeng had reorganized the Tiansu Mansion, Emperor Xia appointed the Crown Prince to the position of Grand General of the Tiansu Mansion. As for Li Mu's claim that she would compete for military authority against Lung Lingfeng, neither the Crown Prince nor Emperor Xia took it seriously. This was because Li Mu had grown up right under Emperor Xia's watchful eye. No one understood better than the Emperor whether Li Mu had trained in martial arts over the years or how capable she truly was. She was but a young girl who could not endure a single round against Lung Lingfeng. How could Emperor Xia possibly take her seriously? Time ticked away second by second. Li Mu knelt within the morning hall, occasionally returning the bows of the officials who came to offer incense. It was not until Lung Lingfeng had finally defeated his last opponent that Li Mu picked up the sacred weapon Jinshan, and stepped onto the arena. Blessed with the empowerment of the supreme divine ring, Li Mu, though still a 5th-rank king realm martial artist, now possessed combat power that rivaled the Saint realm. When her supreme divine avatar was summoned, it was no weaker than that of Xiang Yu by even the slightest measure. Stepping beneath the tournament platform, Li Mu looked up at Emperor Xia, who sat not far away, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Emperor Xia naturally noticed the expression on Li Mu's face, though he did not take it too seriously. He casually beckoned the head eunuch beside him and said with a smile, "After today that girl will no longer be of use. You know what must be done, correct?" Chief Eunuch Chen nodded respectfully, his grating voice like a eunuch's cackle. "Your Majesty, rest assured this servant will send someone to deal with her tonight." The Xia Emperor's face darkened with displeasure. "Nonsense. That girl is my niece after all. How can we simply kill her?" The chief eunuch, terrified, quickly knelt to receive his reprimand. "Your Majesty is right, this old servant was foolish." The Xia Emperor's expression softened slightly, and he smiled. "Let her enter the palace tonight to serve me in bed. First let her taste the ultimate pleasure of the mortal world, then after 3 days lock her in the cold palace, and let her fend for herself." The old eunuch felt a chill run down his spine. "Your Majesty is wise." Beneath the arena, Li Mu wished he could rush up and stab a bloody hole through the Xia Emperor. Little did he know that the Xia Emperor was also planning to thrust into his hole tonight to claim first blood. Though Li Mu had now resumed male attire, he looked so handsome and fair. But the Crown Prince had already told the Xia Emperor that Li Mu intended to disguise herself as a man to join the military. Thus the Xia Emperor still stubbornly believed that Li Mu's male attire was merely a disguise. Seeing Li Mu in a white robe like a graceful young man, the Xia Emperor inexplicably felt a surge of wicked desire. "I didn't expect a woman dressed as a man could have such charm. I'll have the palace consorts try it too." The Xia Emperor simmered with excitement as Li Mu stepped onto the arena stage, long spear in hand. As Li Mu's footsteps drew closer, Lung Lingfeng felt a wave of oppressive pressure bearing down on him. The next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth, and a colossal golden sovereign phantom suddenly coalesced behind Li Mu. The phantom stood 10 zhang tall, its overwhelming pressure causing everyone present to change color instantly. The sovereign Dharma image stood towering chains of laws, forming a massive divine ring that slowly revolved behind the phantom's head. Faint, ethereal chanting like the murmurs of all creation echoed in everyone's ears. Li Mu's eyes shot out divine radiance as he stared at Lung Lingfeng and asked in a voice like a thunderous bell, "I heard you want to command the Tian's mansion." As his words fell, a visible pressure like 1,000,000 pounds of force crushed down on Lung Lingfeng. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't me. The Xia Emperor forced me to do this. Please spare my life. I have a 180-year-old mother at home and 99 children to support. Have mercy." Li Mu ignored Lung Lingfeng's pleas and turned his icy gaze directly on the Xia Emperor, who was half reclining on the dragon carriage. "Imperial uncle, shouldn't you give Xiao Jior an explanation?" The Xia Emperor's face darkened, anger brewing in his brow. "Damn it! What is that phantom behind Li Yang? How can it possess such power?" Just as the Xia Emperor was bewildered and unsure what to do, a clear, resonant voice rang out from the crowd watching the duels. "The Tiansley family is truly extraordinary to have left behind such a threat." Everyone quickly turned to look at the crowd. Crown Prince Yu was approaching with a dozen or so disciples of the Confucian sect, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful, alluring woman. Seeing Crown Prince Yu appear at the critical moment, the Xia Emperor hastily greeted him with a smile. "My son, you've come. Quickly come to your father's side." Crown Prince Yu led his people through the Imperial Guard's encirclement and came directly to the Xia Emperor's side. The Xia Emperor's gaze swept over Su Daji, his eyes unashamedly kindling with lust. "My son, who is this beauty?" Before Crown Prince Yu could speak, Su Daji had already bowed gracefully with a smile. "This humble maiden Su Daji pays homage to the Xia Emperor. I am a guest retainer of the Eastern Palace. I hope your Majesty will look favorably upon me." The Xia Emperor looked up only to meet Daji's enchanting eyes, which were tinged with rosy heart-shaped pupils. In an instant he felt the world spin and his mind went blank. "Your Majesty, you are tired. Please rest a while. Let His Highness the Crown Prince handle this matter." Daji's voice sounded in his ear, and the Xia Emperor's gaze gradually turned dull. "Very well, let the Crown Prince handle it. I am indeed tired." With that, the Xia Emperor sat back in the dragon carriage and began to rest with his eyes closed. At that moment, a slight smile curled at the corner of Li Mu's mouth as he asked loudly, "Your Highness, you said earlier that leaving me alive would be a threat. Do you think the Tyrant's Mansion is a cancer of Great Xia? Crown Prince Yu shot a sharp glance at Li Mu, his voice firm and resolute. Is it not? The moment the Crown Prince's words fell, the civil and military officials on the reviewing stand and the commoners below all changed color. Even the surrounding imperial guards looked at Crown Prince Yu in shock. The Tyrant's Mansion was universally recognized as the protector of Great Xia, yet the Crown Prince considered it a national cancer. Even if the royal family felt that the Tyrant's Mansion's merits overshadowed the throne, they should not slander loyal ministers so publicly. However, no one present noticed that when Crown Prince Yu spoke, his pupils had turned into a rosy color tinged with heart shapes. Li Mu slowly withdrew his sovereign Dharma image and roared with grief and indignation, "Your Highness, the Tyrant's Mansion has been loyal for generations, guarding Great Xia for centuries. Which commoner hasn't received our protection? Which city hasn't been stained with the blood of the Tyrant's dragon cavalry? And you dare?" Crown Prince Yu threw back his head and laughed. "A few commoners. So what if they die? A few dead people, a few lost cities. What impact does that have on our Great Xia dynasty? Your Tyrant's Mansion hoards troops and is guilty beyond redemption. Since your father and brothers have already been executed today, I will send you to the underworld to meet them." Tears of anger streamed down Li Mu's face as he pointed his spear at the Crown Prince and roared, "So, it was you who caused my father and brothers to die tragically and 15,000 dragon cavalry to be buried on the border." Crown Prince Yu sneered, "You guessed correctly. Your father and brothers were killed by my father, and the several martial saints who attacked the border were all borrowed by our Confucian sect from neighboring great powers. Since you know everything, you can now die in peace." At this, an old general in the audience trembled, pointed at the Crown Prince with disbelief, and asked in a quavering voice, "Your Highness, are all your words true? Did His Majesty really collude with martial saints from other nations to murder Great Xia's loyal ministers? Are you not afraid that the world will curse your names?" Hearing the old general's words, the other loyal ministers and generals chimed in, "Yes, Your Highness, the Tyrant's Mansion has been loyal for generations. How could His Majesty cut off the realm's foundation and frame his own loyal subjects? That's right. The Tyrant's Mansion has protected our Great Xia for centuries, and the martial Saint Lord is the only pillar of the nation. How could this be? Your Highness is deluded. His Majesty is deluded. Once this gets out, how will the world view our Great Xia?" Everyone spoke and turned their faces filled with disappointment. Crown Prince Yu showed no remorse, pointing at the officials and the commoners below. "Do you think, having learned such a secret, that I would let you leave alive?" As the Crown Prince's words fell, a thunderous rumble echoed. Turning back, the crowd saw dense masses of patrol troops emerging from all directions, encircling everyone. A patrol commandant leading the troops shouted, "By order of His Highness the Crown Prince, the patrol battalion has sealed off the entire imperial city. Anyone who dares to leave will be killed without mercy." As the commandant's declaration ended, every patrol soldier drew their bows and knocked arrows with runes swirling along the arrowheads. A truly terrifying sight. The assembled officials immediately erupted into turmoil. The old general who had spoken earlier pointed at Prince Yu in disbelief, trembling with rage, unable to utter a word. "Tyrant! A tyrant indeed," he cried. "These are the few remaining god-slaying arrows passed down from our ancestors, never to be used lightly except in times of imminent national crisis. And you dare to use them to slaughter your own officials and people." The uproar grew louder, and some officials were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. The eunuch was also badly shaken. Seeing Emperor Xia feigning ignorance with closed eyes, the old eunuch hurried forward to dissuade the prince. "Your Highness, do not act rashly. Every official here is a veteran minister of the court, and below are gathered most of the commoners of the capital. If you slaughter them, all the administrative system of Great Xia will be paralyzed." Some timid officials on the viewing platform also cried out, "Your Highness, spare us. We are veteran ministers of the court." But they did not know that their crown prince had long been manipulated by Daji. Seeing the officials already panicked, Daji once again controlled Prince Yu, who sneered, "A bunch of old fossils. You actually think you matter? Let me tell you plainly, the Great Xia is a vassal state of the Confucian sect. As long as I, Prince Yu, remain in the Confucian sect, Great Xia will never fall. And you people, weren't you here today to pay homage to Li Xuanzi? Then I shall let you accompany the Tyrant's Mansion and Li Xuanzi to the grave." By now, seeing the crown prince's unwavering resolve to kill some officials and commoners began to flee toward the periphery. The crowd was on the verge of a riot. Seizing the moment, Li Mu shouted to everyone present, "Just now the crown prince said that my Tyrant's Mansion protects the people of Great Xia, not the imperial clan. So today I, Li Mu, beseech the commoners and officials here, grant me the mandate. I, Li Mu, the ninth son of Li Xuanzi, Grand General of the Tyrant's Mansion, request to assume the position of Grand General of the Tyrant's Mansion to lead the Tyrant's forces in enforcing justice in the eastern wasteland, to execute the tyrant, and to protect our Great Xia. I implore you all to grant this." Silence. The entire field fell into a dead hush. Everyone was stunned on the spot. None of them noticed that Li Mu had said the ninth son rather than the ninth daughter. Nonetheless, everyone understood the meaning behind Li Mu's words. Since the Tian's mansion belonged to Great Xia, the position of its Grand General should be supported by both officials and commoners. If they did not accept Li Mu, they would all be silenced by the Crown Prince. If the officials consented and the people endorsed him, then Li Mu would take the opportunity to purge the imperial palace and replace the emperor of Great Xia. Li Mu was not anxious. He looked earnestly at the crowd. Meanwhile, Prince Yu for once remained silent, of course forced to do so under Su Daji's control. But given the urgency of the situation, no one had time to ponder these details. After a long pause, a faint voice arose from among the commoners. Mother, isn't the Tian's mansion the guardian of Great Xia? Why is everyone silent? A naive, tender voice rang out, drawing all eyes to a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Then all the commoners fell to their knees in a rustling wave. We implore the general to assume command to enforce justice and suppress all injustice. We implore the general to assume command to enforce justice and suppress all injustice. The officials on the viewing platform watched with grave expressions until an old minister also cupped his hands and echoed the same words. We implore General Li to assume the post of Grand General of the Tian's mansion to protect the people of Great Xia, to enforce justice in the eastern wasteland, and to suppress all injustice. Once one spoke, another followed, and the cries of support spread like wildfire. As the scene began to spiral out of control, the old eunuch beside the imperial carriage and the accompanying imperial guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. The Crown Prince and Emperor Xia remained silent, so they dared not act on their own. Li Mu knelt on one knee, clasped his fists to the commoners, then turned and kowtowed toward the direction of Li Xuance's memorial hall. When he rose, a black iron token had appeared in his hand. The Tian's token. It was the exclusive token of the Great Xia's military god, and also the supreme military seal representing the highest command of the Great Xia army. Though the Tian's token could not mobilize the imperial guards around the emperor, the patrol battalion of the capital fell under the jurisdiction of the highest military command. If Emperor Xia were awake, the patrol battalion would naturally prioritize his orders. After all, the patrol battalion, though structured as a military unit, was not directly under the Tian's mansion. But now, with Emperor Xia closing his eyes and sleeping soundly, and since Li Mu had spoken, Prince Yu had also slipped into idle mode. As soon as the Tian's token was revealed, the commandant of the patrol battalion immediately knelt and clasped his fists. Chun Quan, commandant of the patrol battalion, pays homage to the Grand General. The patrol battalion has received orders to execute a purge and elimination mission. Please instruct, Grand General. Li Mu put away the Tian's token, stood up, and looked at Commandant Chun Quan. Commandant Chun, the emperor is corrupt, and the Crown Prince is foolish. The purge mission you received is clearly wrong. In my capacity as Grand General of the Tian's mansion, I order the patrol battalion to correct the course. Are you willing to comply, General Chun Quan? This. Before Commandant Chun Quan could respond, Grand Eunuch Chun had already rushed to Emperor Xia's side and shouted, Your Majesty, wake up, wake up. Something terrible has happened. Imperial guards, protect the emperor at once. At his shrill cry, the imperial guards beside Emperor Xia drew their long blades, assuming a defensive stance against the patrol battalion. The soldiers of the patrol battalion turned their heads, all looking toward Commandant Chun Quan. The patrol battalion was originally a peacekeeping force responsible for maintaining order in the capital. In this situation, Commandant Chun Quan clearly did not want to get involved. He had only acknowledged Li Mu's position as Grand General to defuse the tension and smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Li Mu directly demanded that the patrol battalion engage the imperial guards, intensifying the atmosphere. Chun Quan's face darkened, and his gaze toward Li Mu turned cold. Grand General, His Majesty is the son of heaven of Great Xia, and His Highness the Crown Prince is the heir apparent. Are you preparing to rebel by showing such disrespect? Chun Quan's words carried great weight. He was not willing to trade lives with the imperial guards for the sake of Li Mu's words. To distance himself, the only option was to accuse Li Mu of treason. Li Mu smiled and shook his head. It seems Commandant Chun Quan is unwilling to comply. Then I have no choice but to send you on your way. As his words fell, Li Mu's expression turned fierce. He roared, Where is the great snow dragon cavalry of the Tian's mansion? What? A void passage suddenly opened, and the sound of horse hooves rolled like thunder from within. Following this, Xiang Yu led 500 great snow dragon riders charging forth from the passage. Upon seeing this, Chun Quan, the captain of the patrol camp, panicked and urgently pointed at the great snow dragon riders, shouting, Quick, loose your arrows. Just then, slender figures darted out from the crowd, and clouds of poison needles instantly engulfed all the soldiers of the patrol camp. Screams of agony echoed as all the patrol camp soldiers collapsed to the ground in an instant. Soldiers struck by the poison needles rolled about in torment, their unbearable itching driving them to frantically scratch at their bodies. These enchanting figures were precisely the female spies of the Hongyan organization. Having disguised their appearances, they had concealed themselves among the common folk, awaiting Li Mu's command. The operations of the Hongyan spies did not cease. Armed with daggers, they surged into the patrol camp to finish off the wounded. Against the helpless patrol camp soldiers, these women struck with swift, precise, and ruthless efficiency. each dagger slash proving fatal. As qualified female operatives disguise hidden weapons, poison and assassination constituted their most fundamental arsenal. At that moment the Xia Emperor awoke from his slumber, and with agitated expression pointed at the officials in the viewing stand, bellowing, "Rebellious traitors, all of you are rebellious traitors. Where are my imperial guards? Kill these traitors, leave none alive." Crown Prince Yu also frantically summoned the Confucian sect disciples beside him. "Junior brothers, advance upon them. Slaughter these traitors." In an instant both the imperial guards and Confucian disciples charged toward the officials. Li Mu grabbed his long spear and charged into the fray against the imperial guards, while Xiang Yu and the great snow dragon riders began escorting the civilians to safety. With the imperial guards deployed, the viewing stand where the officials gathered grew increasingly crowded. Li Mu single-handedly held back the majority of them. Meanwhile the Confucian disciples plunged into the crowd of officials, unleashing a bloody massacre. Blood flowed like rivers across the officials' seating area. While Li Mu fought fiercely against the imperial guards, he covertly monitored the situation among the officials. It was only after the officials were routed and suffering heavy casualties that Li Mu calmly shouted to Xiang Yu, "All under the Tiansu mansion protect the distinguished officials." Only then did the great snow dragon riders charge toward the viewing stand under Li Mu's command. The Confucian disciples were driven back by the great snow dragon riders, but the Xia Emperor's furious roars rang out once more. "My royal son, order the Confucian disciples to escort me back to the palace. I will have the imperial guards exterminate these traitors 9 generations." While locked in combat with the imperial guards, Li Mu exchanged a glance with the Hongyan spies nearby. Upon receiving his signal, the spies swiftly dispersed in all directions. Soon the Hongyan operatives gathered in a secluded corner. After quickly disguising themselves, they donned the uniforms of the imperial guards and scattered once more. Meanwhile, under Su Daji's manipulation, Crown Prince Yu led the Confucian disciples to escort the Xia Emperor back to the palace. Seeing this, the great snow dragon riders prepared to pursue, but Li Mu urgently shouted, "Cease the pursuit. Ensuring the safety of the distinguished officials is paramount." This location was right at the palace gates, mere steps from the imperial city. With the great snow dragon riders deliberately holding back, Su Daji swiftly escorted the Xia Emperor and Crown Prince Yu back into the palace. Li Mu then assembled all the surviving officials. After the brutal clash, over 30 civil and military officials had been slain with more than half injured. The group retreated together to the Marshal Saint Manor to deliberate their next moves. Upon entering the courtyard, the officials beheld the eldest princess clad in mourning garb weeping bitterly before 7 coffins. Witnessing the courtyard filled with coffins and Li Mu covered in blood, the officials couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Tiansu mansion. Soon after, Xiang Yu and the others returned with Li Xian's coffin. The mournful atmosphere in the courtyard deepened. Some officials who had barely escaped death lamented bitterly, cursing the foolish and tyrannical emperor. Observing the officials' indignant expressions, Li Mu drove the point home further. "Distinguished lords, once the Xia Emperor returns to the palace, he will surely dispatch the imperial guards to slaughter your families. However, I currently command only 500 cavalry. Beyond those needed to ride out for reinforcements, I must also organize defenses for our own survival. I simply cannot spare troops to protect your families." Upon hearing these words, all the officials present were instantly jolted back to reality. Indeed, if that mad emperor can murder us officials to silence us, he will surely not spare our family members in our residences. In an instant, the officials fell back into panic. "Heaven-cursed emperor, I curse you and your son to a wretched death. My poor children and my 36 concubines. Your father cannot save you." Waves of wailing and lamentation rose up. Just as despair overwhelmed them, Li Mu spoke again. "Very well, I will dispatch 100 riders to your residences with warnings urging your families to gather at the Marshal Saint Manor so you may find some peace of mind." The officials thanked him profusely, overflowing with gratitude. Li Mu casually summoned 100 dragon riders, instructing them to collect addresses from each official and deliver the family messages. The dragon riders departed with their orders. Meanwhile, the Hongyan spies, led by Shangwan had already donned imperial guard uniforms and lay in ambush near each residence. With the Xia Emperor and Crown Prince Yu under Su Daji's control, there would naturally be no troops sent to disrupt things. But Li Mu had no intention of letting these arrogantly oppressive officials escape unscathed. This purge targeted nearly all officials except for a few old generals who had consistently aligned with the Tiansu mansion. Beyond Li Xian, so the only member of the imperial family possessing martial saint combat prowess was the ancestral patriarch. Unfortunately, this patriarch's lifespan was nearly exhausted, and he had already entered seclusion seeking breakthrough. With Shangwan leading 5,000 Hongyan operatives in a surprise assault, they could easily sweep through all the noble clans of Xia capital. Whether you were a senior statesman of the court or a newly appointed top scholar, those with wealth had their fortunes confiscated, and those with crimes lost their lives. In the end, all the blame would fall upon the Xia Emperor and his son. With Li Mu's elite forces mobilized and orchestrating the chaos, the great capital of Xia plunged into turmoil. Having witnessed the scenes at the imperial city gates, the citizens dared not linger and fled the capital. Bearing deep gratitude toward Li Mu and the Tiansu mansion, they escaped the city to seek refuge with relatives. Once these commoners departed, the events within the imperial city would quickly spread to every corner of Daxia. The dragon riders arrived at each residence bearing the officials' family letters. Facing the threat to their lives, nearly all the noble families traveled light, prioritizing survival above all else. After evacuating their servants and attendants, the noble families hurriedly followed the dragon riders out of their estates. The moment they emerged, they were met with fierce attacks from Hongyan spies disguised as imperial guards. Nearly identical scenes unfolded across every household. Through the skilled performances of the Hongyan operatives and dragon riders, most of the noble family members arrived at the Marshall's Saint Manor battered and bruised. Hardly a single official's family escaped without casualties. Every household echoed with heart-wrenching sobs. What grieved the officials most was this: according to their family's accounts, the Imperial Guard commander was a female Confucian saint from the Confucian sect. This female Confucian saint had led the confiscation of all the officials' family assets. Upon hearing this news, the officials' eyes burned with rage. Some fainted outright, their eyes rolling back in their heads, simply because their beautiful female relatives had been abducted by the Imperial Guards during the evacuation. Now there was no sign of the living, nor any trace of the dead. In the distant starry sky, an ancient temple sat in the boundless void. Faintly the sound of Zen chanting and Buddhist hymns drifted out from the temple. A spatial entrance was hidden within the ancient temple. It was the gate leading to the Shumi realm. Inside the gate lay the Buddhist sacred land, the Shumi realm, which countless Buddhist disciples yearned for. Within the Shumi realm lived countless Buddhist great powers who had ascended from the Dahuang world. Suddenly a beam of Buddha light shot up into the sky as if lighting a lamp in the endless void. At this moment, the Buddhist great powers in the Shumi realm seemed to sense something and looked into the distance. In an instant, all the Zen chanting in the ancient temple stopped, and shock appeared on everyone's faces. Umitbach, our Buddhist sect's mountain gate in the lower realm has been completely annihilated. Could it be that the Dahuang world has produced an unprecedented demon? A Dao realm Buddha used his own body as fuel to light the Buddha light. There must be a world-destroying demon born. Our Buddhist sect takes demon extermination as its duty. How can we stand by? Meanwhile, in the western paradise of ultimate bliss of another universe, a monk and a Taoist sat facing each other on a golden lotus. Just as the golden Buddha light shot into the sky, both of them were slightly startled. Senior brother, I never expected that in that endless star domain there actually hides a great world. Should we break through the barrier and go explore it? Junti Daoren looked at Jane with hopeful eyes. Jane Daoren also exchanged a surprised glance with Junti. What junior brother says is reasonable. Although our Western sect has greatly increased in power after the journey to the West Calamity, our strength as brothers has not grown for a long time. Perhaps our opportunity lies hidden in that world. Since heaven has given us guidance, we should go and explore. With these words, their figures faded and instantly vanished within the pure land of ultimate bliss. At the same time, some other great domains also discovered this Buddha light. For a moment, all the Buddhist great powers were stirred with excitement, eager to try. Just as Li Mu was cleaning up the battlefield on Mount Shumi, streaks of Buddha shadows were following the light toward the Dahuang world. Meanwhile, Li Mu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally received the feedback reward from the system. Ding dong, congratulations host for annihilating the Western Desert Buddhist sect and plundering massive fortune. Rewards 100 million merit points, 1 10-star Eternal Retainer Summon card, 1 10-star Eternal Mount Summon card, and 1 10-star Eternal Beauty Summon card. Holy shit. 3 10-star cards, and 100 million merit points. This is fucking insane. Li Mu was stunned, and his malicious gaze swept over the emperors below. Can destroying a superpower make you rich overnight? In that case, should I destroy another one to practice? Li Mu's eyes swept back and forth, finally resting on Shueyu Dijuan of the Penglai Immortal Sect in the South Sea. It just so happened that there had been a conflict between them before. Using this excuse, he could have a go. But these were matters for later. The urgent task now was to draw cards and summon. Now that Li Mu feared no one in the Dahuang world, he no longer kept summoning a secret like before. Ding dong, congratulations host for using the 10-star Eternal Retainer Summon card to successfully summon the Dao Realm Retainer, Huangtian Emperor Shihao. Retainer Huangtian Emperor Shihao. Treasure Emperor Slaying Sword. Growth Talent 10-star Ancient Eternal. Combat Power Level Dao Realm Peak. Loyalty 100 Battle Soul Talent Innate Supreme Bone. Shihao is naturally supreme, possessing unparalleled extraordinary comprehension. By releasing the Supreme Bone, he can summon the Supreme Dharma appearance, invincible in all directions. With a domineering voice echoing, a dominant figure descended slowly. In this life I am destined to be invincible. This is my belief. The future me becomes a variable. I am the only one through the ages, eternal and indestructible. With these words, the awe-inspiring Huangtian Emperor Shi Hao descended from the sky and knelt on one knee before Li Mu. Huangtian Emperor Shi Hao pays homage to my lord. Li Mu's eyes swept over Shi Hao. So strong. Just from his unrivaled domineering aura, Li Mu knew that this was a true man who was invincible. This was a man of ultimate glory who had created endless legends. After gesturing for Shi Hao to rise, Li Mu began his second summoning. Ding dong, congratulations host for using the 10-star Eternal Mount Summon card to successfully summon the Dao Realm Mount Yaoshi Kunping. Mount Yaoshi Kunping. Treasure River Map and Luo Writing. Growth Talent 10-star Ancient Eternal. Combat Power Level Dao Realm Peak. Loyalty 100 Battle Soul Talent Kunping Dharma Appearance. Kunping is a great divine being of the primordial demon race with speed unmatched in the primordial world. Activating the Kunping Dharma Appearance allows traveling millions of miles in an instant. The rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. With these words, a massive Kunping beast exuding a formidable aura descended from the sky. As the saying goes, Kun is so huge that one pot can't stew it, you need two grills. As soon as Kunping descended, its heaven-shading divine might instantly shocked everyone. Kunping transformed into the rock form and gently flapped its wings. Yaoshi Kunping pays homage to my lord. Li Mu nodded slightly, his expression very satisfied. He had long heard of the great name of Yaoshi Kunping. In Chinese legends, Kunping was of the same generation as the three pure ones Niuhua and other saints, and was once one of the 3,000 guests at the Purple Cloud Palace. His true form was peculiar, with two forms. In water, he was the overlord of the sea Kun Yu. Out of water, he transformed into the fastest creature in the world, Peng. In addition, Kunping inherently mastered the laws of water and wind, possessing terrifying power, and was the true master of the North Ming Sea. Good. Li Mu nodded slightly. Restrain yourself first, and wait over there. There was still one 10-star beauty summon card left, and Li Mu's eyes shone brighter than ever. 10-star Eternal Beauty. Who could it be? Queen Mother of the West. Niuhua. Or Hoodoo. As the system prompt sound came, Li Mu's eyes became instantly infatuated. Ding dong, congratulations host for using the 10-star Eternal Beauty summon card to successfully summon the Dao Realm Beauty, Fierce Female Emperor, Huang Tianyi. Beauty Fierce Female Emperor, Huang Tianyi Treasure, Heaven Swallowing Magic Jar. Growth Talent 10-star Ancient Eternal. Combat Power Level Dao Realm Peak. Appearance 120 Charm, 135 Loyalty, 100 Battle Soul Talent, Heaven Swallowing Indestructibility. The Heaven Swallowing Demon Art can devour all physiques in the world to enhance oneself. A soft whisper sounded in Li Mu's ear. Not for immortality, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. The next second, the female emperor descended in a white dress, arriving amidst a splendid rain of light. Her face was covered with a ghost mask, her tall and perfect figure wrapped in a white flowing immortal dress. In that moment, her peerless elegance left everyone mesmerized. Of course, the most excited person was none other than Li Mu himself. The ruthless female emperor. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with infatuation. The moment he saw her, his heart skipped a beat. The instant he laid eyes on her, Li Mu finally understood a saying. Meeting feels like a reunion, yet before knowing there is longing. There is a first encounter called love at first sight. There is a feeling called inescapable fate. A fleeting glance unforgettable for a lifetime. The female emperor had not spoken, nor had she even removed the mask from her face. But Li Mu still recognized her at a single glance. In that moment, a look, a smile instantly threw him into a whirlwind of passion. This sudden infatuation had nothing to do with appearance. Perhaps it was a collision of souls, or a melding of sensations. In any case, at that moment, Li Mu made a decision instantly. The landlady of Jizuan City would be her. The female emperor smiled faintly, intoxicating time and space. Greetings, my lord. A voice as gentle as a breeze reached him, and Li Mu's face instantly darkened. Don't call me lord, call me husband. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. The female emperor was even more frozen in place. Li Mu stepped forward, removed the ghost mask from her face, revealing a perfect countenance that was ethereal and otherworldly. "I'm beautiful," Li Mu commented with affectionate eyes, then put the mask back on her. "Your face is for me alone to see. From now on, if any man sees your face, you must kill him immediately." The female emperor nodded subconsciously, but from her slightly trembling eyes, Li Mu could tell that she was still in a daze. Li Mu took the female emperor's little hand and flew directly onto the back of the Kunping. "Issue an order to Jizuan City. I will marry this afternoon and consummate tonight. The wedding need not be extravagant. Blood sacrifice 3,000 million Buddhists. Let their blood stain 10,000 miles red. That shall be my wedding's crimson hue." Then Li Mu turned his gaze to the various emperors. "You all arrive at an opportune time, just in time for my wedding. Let us return to Jizuan City for a simple meal and discuss what gifts the major powers should offer." The emperors exchanged bewildered glances. Except for the war god, who still wore a smile, the others had grim expressions. In particular, old Master Tu Ba of the Badeo sect looked even more sour than if he had swallowed a dead fly. Hadn't he been clamoring for Li Mu to marry into his family? Yet now he suddenly discovered that Li Mu had married another woman. And that woman was a peerless Dao lord infinitely close to the supreme. Tu Ba turned to look at his granddaughter Tu Jiao beside him only to find that she did not seem overly sorrowful. Jiao, Li Mu has married someone else. Why do you not appear very upset? Tu Jiao hesitated slightly, then smiled bitterly. From the morning I lost myself to him, I knew there could never be only one woman by his side. We had secretly speculated about whom he would take as his principal wife. The seductive Daji, the aloof Xiang Yu, the mischievous Ziyan, or perhaps the gentle and graceful Sheng Wanwaner. But none of us ever imagined he would marry a newcomer. After returning to Jizuan City, Li Mu gathered everyone, held a grand feast, and conducted the wedding ceremony. The entire wedding was kept simple, focusing on speed. To avoid delaying his bridal chamber, Li Mu did not even have time to invite his parents from the Tian's mansion. He merely left a word, "We'll make it up later." The wedding was held in extreme haste, but the battle in the bridal chamber was neither hurried nor slow. The foreplay alone dragged on for several hours. Nothing else. His wife was too formidable. The female emperor's Dao heart was firm, her mind pure and spotless. Li Mu caressed her for hours, yet she remained unmoved. Although he finally reached the destination, Li Mu was utterly exhausted. For the next half-month, Li Mu hardly left the room. He didn't even get out of bed. As the saying goes, a wife 3 years older brings gold, a wife 30 years older grants a kingdom. A wife 300 years older bestows immortal pills, a wife 3,000 years older ascends to the immortal ranks. The female emperor was tens of thousands of years older than Li Mu. What she gave him was a tens of thousands-year-old virgin's fervent and passionate embrace. Li Mu was addicted. When he walked out of the room, half a month later he had lost a full circle of weight. At last Li Mu had time to settle down and consider the direction of Jizuan City. Although Jizuan City was nearly invincible in Dahuang, on the whole many prodigies' talents had not been fully unearthed. Especially that inconspicuous Dongwang Tai. If not for the Emperor Realm tribulation last time, Li Mu would never have imagined that this guy possessed such immense potential. It's time to distribute some benefits and help everyone improve their cultivation. Li Mu opened the fortune mall. The items here he had previously dared not even glance at. Any random trinket cost at least hundreds of thousands of merit points. Now with over 100 million merit points, Li Mu finally had the capital to buy whatever he wanted. The mall had a dazzling array of everything. All kinds of supplies were available, vast, and varied much like Taobao or JD.com. Li Mu browsed casually. Pills, battle armor, weapons, mounts. Most displayed as purchasable. He directly opened the interface for pills and rare treasures. Pill Great Dao Yin-Yang Pill. Description: the Great Dao Yin-Yang Pill contains a trace of chaotic Yin-Yang Qi. Swallowing it greatly enhances the strength of Yin-Yang masters. Those below the Emperor Realm who practice the Yin-Yang Dao can attain the Dao in one step. Required merit points: 8000 Pill Creation Golden Pill. Description: the Creation Golden Pill contains fragments of the Great Dao's origin, suitable for those below the Emperor Realm to reshape their bones and compensate for innate deficiencies. Required merit points: 500 Pill Return to Origin Linksy Grass. Description: a miraculous herb containing transcendent spiritual rhythm. Consuming it has a chance to awaken the ancestral blood within one's veins, leading to extraordinary transformation. Required merit points: 1500000. Li Mu searched casually and found several pills and rare treasures that could enhance strength and grant new opportunities. Moreover, there was an especially good item suitable for Jizuan City's development. Treasure Time Tower. Description: a supreme treasure for secluded cultivation. 1,000 years in the tower equals 1 day outside. Required merit points: 35000. Li Mu was slightly shocked. With these items, Jizuan City could take off overnight. Every household would have an emperor, and Dao lords would be as common as dogs. Li Mu exchanged for everything without hesitation. Especially the Return to Origin Linksy Grass. He directly ordered 10 portions. This item required the least merit points, but it was useful for most people. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 88700 merit points on materials: Great Dao Yin-Yang Pill Creation Golden Pill, Return to Origin, Linksy Grass, etc. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for spending 35000 merit points on the Treasure Time Tower. Accompanied by Li Mu's actions, a colossal descended from the heavens, settling at the edge of the Supreme City. Li Mu summoned the people within the city. The first to step forward were the members of the Yin-Yang clan. With heavenly materials and treasures in short supply, Dongwang Tai, Deci Ming, Xing Hun, Xiao Si Ming each received a Great Dao Yin-Yang Pill to lay the groundwork. Moon Goddess and Don Jun were absent for now, as their people remained in Xiajing City. After distributing 4 Great Dao Yin-Yang Pills, the 4 Yin-Yang clan members achieved Dao enlightenment on the spot. Dongwang Tai attained Dao through the Yin-Yang principles, his strength leaping beyond the vast majority of Emperor Lords. Deci Ming advanced through the Fire Toxic principle to Dao, becoming the sole Emperor Lord in Supreme City who duels in illusory realms. Xing Hun attained Dao through the Corpse Goo principle, Li Mu rewarded him with the corpse of the great Sun Buddha Zun as a prize. Xiao Si Ming, ethereal and pure, ultimately attained Tao through the natural principle, becoming the strongest under Dong Wang Tai among the Yin-Yang clan. Next came the Cao Golden Pill. Li Mu prioritized giving Lan Shi to Jiao Jiao Shengwan Wan or Li Xian and others. They all suffered from deficient innate constitutions, so even with later guidance from the great emperor, they remained bottlenecked. If they could rely on the Cao Golden Pill to reshape their foundations, they could ascend and obtain extraordinary fortune. That is precisely the meaning of the Cao Golden Pill. If those three could truly complete their transformation with this pill, Li Mu planned to give one to his parents next, not aiming for them to become exceedingly strong. If their foundations grew stronger, they would live to a century at least, and live for several hundred years longer. As for the final Fanzu Lingxi grass, Li Mu prioritized arming Daji Yin and other demon clan elites, because after reverting to their ancestral bloodlines, the demon race would likely become stronger. After everyone took the pills, they entered the Time Tower to retreat. 3 days later, Dong Wang Tai emerged, crowned the Yin-Yang emperor. 5 days later, De Si Ming and Xing Hun emerged, one after another. De Si Ming's title Poison Demon Emperor, Xing Hun's title Emperor of the Six Paths. Half a month later, Xiao Si Ming emerged, title Mushi Emperor. 1 month later, Lan Shi Tu Jiao Jiao Shengwan Wan or Li Xian emerged, one after another. Lan Shi, after taking Cao Golden Pill to reshape her foundation, awakened the Yuanling body. The Yuanling body is the most harmonious constitution toward the power of the laws. This physique not only grants monstrous cultivation talent, but also allows her to freely marshal spiritual energy from heaven and earth to replenish others' divine power. She can even command the source of spiritual energy, condensing it into formidable power. The most important thing is that henceforth, when Lan Shi serves Li Mu, she can transfer the spiritual energy inside her into Li Mu's body, harmonizing yin and yang and growing stronger together. Thus for Li Mu, this Yuanling body is like a power bank. Tu Jiao Jiao's emergence was even more surprising. After taking Cao Golden Pill, she awakened the legendary Sangtian body. This physique is domineering in offense and nearly invincible at the same rank. Coupled with Tu Jiao Jiao's Ba Dao inheritance, it was like adding wings to a tiger, a surge of power. Li Xian's emergence came a little later, and Li Mu was indeed somewhat surprised when she appeared. Born with the innate Ziwei Dao body, those possessing this constitution are closer to the Dao than others. In combat, they stand at an undefeated position from the start. It is said that the legendary Zhuangmu embodies this constitution. And when this constitution weds with the innate holy body, it can bear the legendary innate holy Dao body. That is the invincible supreme physique. Thinking of it, Li Mu couldn't help wondering whether to give each of his brothers a Cao Golden Pill to try. Whoever awakens the innate holy body will marry Li Xian's sister to him, bearing an innate holy Dao body. Shengwan Wanner emerges almost simultaneously with Li Xian. However, the physique he awakened makes Li Mu envious the legendary Hundun Ti. There is none other. And it is the most advantageous among all physiques. Hundun, the origin of all things. This physique is said to collect the strengths of all others. As long as it grows, it will surely become an emperor, and there will be no bottleneck in cultivation for a lifetime. When Hundun Ti exists, all other physiques can only become supporting roles, mere green leaves to set off the blazing blossoms. That is to say, if Shangwan Wanner does not fall in the middle, her future self will be one of the strongest beings in the entire Supreme City. This is an invincible physique that would make Panga tremble with time. Seeing the several beauties harvest their gains, Li Mu couldn't help but marvel. Li Mu couldn't resist buying one for himself. After swallowing the pill, he immediately entered the Time Tower for seclusion. Time passed day by day until a system notification rang and Li Mu regained his senses. Congratulations, host, on completing bone and foundation reshaping, obtaining the universe's strongest Taichu Hongming body. Taichu Hongming body. Li Mu was slightly stunned. What is this physique? How have I never heard of it before? He opened the information panel to view the description. Li Mu was astonished. Divine body, Taichu Hongming body. Traits: cultivates Hongming purple chi, refines the power of chaos, tempers an immortal battle soul. Description: the universe's strongest physique, capable of treading the Milky Way, grasping the stars, and roaming the vast cosmos. When perfected, Li Mu was slightly startled. He closed his eyes to meditate. The internal spiritual energy had already shifted into strands of Hongming purple chi, heavy as mountains. Such primordial Hongming purple chi, a single strand, could crush the Milky Way. He then surveyed his body's bones and sinews. The immense power capable of shaking the stars surged from his fingers. With a single punch, he could shatter chaos. That is the power of chaos, capable of rivaling Pangu. He closed his eyes to sense his soul's golden soul aura filling the space, cleansing his own soul. Immortal battle soul. An immortal soul that can stand upright even as the universe collapses. Immortal and undying, ruling for ages. So strong. Li Mu, after sensing, quickly concluded that his power had surged by more than 100-fold. Even without activating the Supreme Avatar, he could slap the great Sun Buddha Zun to death with a single palm. This is a transformation from inside out. When Li Mu left his seclusion, Daji Ziyin and others had already emerged. Daji reverted directly to Taigu Tianhu. Thus the so-called Nine Tails vanished, replaced by inexhaustible demonic power and undying lifespans. Moreover, her gifts and comprehension rose by dozens of times. As for Tai Su Gulong and Ziyin, after obtaining the reversion herb Ziyin actually regained the ancestral dragon bloodline. Zulong, the ancestor dragon, the oldest dragon clan, also the progenitor of all dragons. Tai Su Gulong, Yinglong Zhulong, and other high-order divine dragons are all descendants of Zulong, and their power derives from Zulong. Ziyin emerged from seclusion utterly transformed. Her former purple hair and purple eyes had turned to a purple-gold hue. The Taishu ancient dragons, Yinglong and Zhulong, among other superior divine dragons, are all descendants of the ancestral dragon, their power originating from him. After emerging from seclusion, Ziyin had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her once purple hair and eyes had now turned a striking purple gold. Besides Ziyin and Daji, even the later additions Dragon Emperor Ao Gu and his wife Ao Lan had been arranged to consume the ancestral return grass. Though these two lacked Ziyin's fortune, they leaped directly into the ranks of the true dragon clan, reverting to their ancestral forms as an ancient demon dragon and a primordial Yinglong. After the entire population of Supreme City grew stronger, Wu Xie's system feedback soon arrived again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Supreme City's strength has greatly increased, granting you substantial fortune. Reward 30 million merit points and 1 10-star Eternal Retainer summoning card. Li Mu was slightly stunned. Is the system this generous now? 10-star summoning cards given non-stop and merit points piled up beyond counting. After a moment of surprise, Li Mu directly activated the summon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Through the 10-star Eternal Retainer summoning card, you have successfully summoned a Dao Realm Retainer, Lord Tongtian. Retainer Lord Tongtian. Magic Treasure, Zhu Xian Sword Formation. Growth Potential 10-star. Eternal since ancient times. Combat Power Level Dao Realm. Peak. Loyalty 100. Battle Soul Talent. Panzu Dharma Aspect. Lord Tongtian is incarnated from the primordial spirit of Pangu. He can use his primordial spirit power to manifest the Panzu Dharma aspect against enemies, greatly enhancing his combat strength. Li Mu was slightly surprised. Could it really be him? Lord Tongtian was one of the 6 sages of the heavens. One of the 3 pure ones, the leader of the Jie sect and the sage of Shangqing. His temperament was prone to irritation and impulsiveness, yet he held the world in his heart. The Jie sect he founded was the most powerful among the 3 teachings of the primordial world, renowned as where all gods pay respects and 10,000 immortals come in tribute. Because he advocated teaching without discrimination, opening wide the doors of opportunity, allowing all living beings to hear the Tao. Thus the Jie sect had the largest number of immortal disciples, but their quality was uneven and most had attained the Tao through the cultivation of beasts and birds, hence often referred to as a chaotic mess, a hodgepodge of fish and dragons' heterodox paths. Even the other 2 among the 3 pure ones did not hide their teasing remarks. Those with fur and horns, those born from dampness or eggs, all can dwell together in the same group. He was a tragic figure, though of Pangu's true lineage and one of the 3 pure ones. He was driven to despair by his own 2 brothers conspiring with outsiders. In the end, he was even suppressed within Xiao Palace by Patriarch Hongzhu and forbidden to leave for eternity, where all gods pay respects and 10,000 immortals come in tribute. Lord Tongtian appeared before Li Mu with a deeply dejected expression. Li Mu looked up and nearly lost his composure. Is this really Tongtian? Before him stood an elderly man with completely gray-white hair. Aside from the sage halo radiating immortal charm behind him, there was nothing to suggest his extraordinariness. His face was haggard, his eyes dim, his clothes tattered, his entire being exuding desolation. Just as Li Mu was secretly shocked, Tongtian knelt before him. Tongtian pays respects to my lord. After a brief silence, Li Mu asked, where do you come from? Tongtian was slightly stunned. I come from the divine prison space of Xiao Palace. Divine prison. Li Mu heard this term for the first time. Seeing this, Tongtian patiently explained. That is a sealed space created by my master Hongjun specifically to imprison me. Within it the great Tao has collapsed and space is shattered. Even breathing is a form of punishment. Li Mu suddenly understood, a sinister smile curling his lips. After the great defeat in the Fengshan campaign with the Jie sect's members either rebelling or dying, you are the only one left clinging to life. Are you willing to accept this? After a brief silence, Tongtian gave a bitter smile. Even if I am unwilling, what can be done? Li Mu sneered. In some days Jane and Junti may come to this world for a visit. As long as you capture either one of them and place a tracking mark on their soul, waiting for them to be reborn in the merit pool. With your sage perception of the primordial world's heavenly Tao, plus the tracking mark's assistance, finding the way back through this vast universe should not be difficult, right? Tongtian's eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed again. It is not difficult. But Master Hongjun favors my 2 senior brothers. Even if I return, what use would it be? A smile of satisfaction appeared on Li Mu's lips. That is precisely what I want you to do next. Launch a counterattack on the primordial world seeking revenge for grievances and settling scores. As for Patriarch Hongjuan, I have my own arrangements. A mere great Dao saint is not worth our fear. Hearing this, Tongtian's eyes grew increasingly bright. After a long while, this humble one Lord Tongtian accepts my lord's decree and guarantees completion of the mission. Li Mu nodded. I will find you free assistance. This matter is entirely under your command. With those words, Li Mu used his primordial spirit to summon Luo Ho Huang Tian Di and Sun Wukong. All three were experts at or above the Dao realm. With their cooperation alongside Tongtian, his plan would be almost guaranteed to succeed. After Tongtian departed, Li Mu summoned Xing Tian and asked, regarding my upcoming wedding, have all the major forces sent their congratulatory gifts? Xing Tian nodded. Reporting to my lord, after careful investigation, 3 super forces have not sent congratulatory gifts to my lord. Li Mu's eyes lit up with delight. Quickly tell me which families, lovely ones, forgot to send gifts. I'll go exterminate them. Xing Tian took out a gift register and presented it before Li Mu. Reporting to my lord, they are the Wanyao sect from the Yao domain, Penglai Xianju from Nanhai, and Changxing Xinfu, also from Nanhai. At this point, Xing Tian hesitated slightly. Besides these, there are 2 more who did not send gifts, but there are reasons for it. Li Mu was surprised. Which 2? Xing Tian smiled helplessly. The Bingxin Xianzong, hidden in the extreme North Ice Plains, and the Haotian clan, a Xian ancient clan that is already withdrawn from the world. Wu Xia was slightly stunned. What reasons? Xing Tian apologized with a smile and explained. When Quafu went to deliver the invitation, he could not find their mountain sect, so they never received our invitation in the first place. Li Mu fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he slammed the table forcefully. Is that a reason? Setting aside the facts, shouldn't they have come themselves for my wedding? With that, Li Mu smiled faintly. Send someone to demand double the congratulatory gifts. If they give them, so be it. If not, then exterminate them. After closing the gift register, Wu Xia said with a smile. Those 3 families you mentioned earlier who received the news but did not come, prepare yourselves for battle. Sects like these should not exist. Let us strike Penglai Xinju first. Kuan Peng will take you there shortly. We should aim to take control of Nanhai within 5 days. As for the Wanyao clan in the Yao domain, you need not concern yourselves. I have entrusted that matter to Ziyin and Ao Gu. With Li Mu's orders being issued one after another, the entire Supreme City erupted in excitement once more. Half an hour later, Xing Tian led the group, riding on Kuan Peng, heading straight for Penglai Xinju. An hour later, Ziyin and Ao Gu also set out with a group of Dragon Clan members toward the Wanyao sect. The Yao domain is merely a few steps away from Guishu. If they traveled at full speed, they would arrive at the Wanyao sect in approximately 1 hour. Li Mu did not accompany this expedition. After all, the Supreme City was now teeming with experts, making his presence unnecessary. Besides, Li Mu had other matters to oversee. He simply had no time to travel such a distance for battle. In the days that followed, the entire great wilderness descended into chaos. The Supreme City, like a band of foreign raiders, waged war on all fronts. Driven by the reward of 100 million merit points for wiping out clans, Li Mu had completely abandoned any pretense of decency. Provocation-style annihilation. And so the great battles began. The war between Penglai Immortal Residents and the Supreme City quickly concluded. By the time Li Mu received the system notification, Xing Tian and his forces had already moved on to the Eternal Life Immortal Sect. The Penglai Immortal Residents and the Eternal Life Immortal Sect had always been closely allied with the Buddhist sect, and both were formidable forces of the Southern Sea. Thus, Xing Tian and his companions found it all too easy to crush them. Meanwhile, Ziyin and Quafu ventured far into the Arctic glaciers, and after a thorough search, they finally discovered the entrance to the small world of the Ice Heart Immortal Sect in a hidden location. This sect was comprised entirely of women and had always remained detached from worldly affairs. Seeing the 2 outsiders, Ziyin and Quafu, the sect leader generously offered a portion of resources as a gesture of goodwill and lasting friendship. The duo then took the resources and made a visit to the Hao clan's territory, doubling their haul. Though these 2 sects appeared to be in seclusion, they had been closely monitoring the happenings of the outside world all along. They had secretly hoped to evade this wave of trouble by not having received an invitation from the Supreme City. But to their dismay, Li Mu had sent people to demand congratulatory gifts anyway. Unwilling to offend Li Mu, both sect leaders readily handed over a portion of their resources. When Ziyin delivered the resources to him, Li Mu let out a helpless sigh. Adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, he could only let them off the hook for now. Meanwhile, the battle against the myriad demon sect in the demon domain had already come to a hasty end. As soon as Ziyin unleashed the ancestral dragon's might, the Dragon Clan capitulated and unified instantly. Daji then made a trip to the Fox Clan, and they surrendered just as quickly. With the 2 mightiest races of the demon domain united, the myriad demon sect had no will to resist and immediately raised the white flag. Now the western desert had yet to be fully conquered, but the entire demon domain had already surrendered. Li Mu waved his hand, and immediately ordered the surrendered forces from the demon domain to be deployed to the western desert to hasten the conquest. Everything was progressing smoothly, just as Li Mu had envisioned. It was at that moment that over a dozen great Buddhist masters tore through the void and returned to the great wilderness. In an instant, radiance of Buddha light bloomed in the sky above the supreme city. At this time, besides Li Mu, the city was guarded by 5 Dao realm powerhouses: Tongtian, Rahu the monkey, the desolate emperor, and the empress. As the Buddha light began to rise, Li Mu and the others instinctively looked up towards the void. They're here. In the span of a single breath, over a dozen beams of Buddha light descended upon the supreme city. Amitabha, we are. Before the great Buddhist master could finish his introduction, the monkey had already leaped into the air. His golden Rui Jingu Bang came crashing down. Baldy, have a taste of Old Sun's staff. The desolate emperor followed closely behind. Desolation's sword, art, annihilate. Rahu's black lotus rose high into the sky like a dark moon. Black lotus seals the heavens seal. Lord Tongtian formed hand seals, and his 4 flying swords instantly transformed into the immortal slaying sword formation, enveloping the dozen or so Buddhist masters. Immortal slaying formation, rise. The empress casually tossed out a grand Dao vase, and waves of black demonic energy flooded the battlefield. Just as Li Mu thought it was over, Xing Han, who had been watching from behind, excitedly summoned the corpse of the Great Sun Buddha. Great Sun soars across the sky. Go. All 5 Dao realm powerhouses of the supreme city struck simultaneously, and even Xing Han, an emperor realm cultivator, joined the fray by commanding the Great Sun Buddha's corpse. All the dozen or so Buddhist masters in the void were Dao realm experts. Yet before Li Mu could even make out their faces, half of them had already been struck down. Myriad Buddhas await. An enraged roar began, but the old monk's last word never came. His body was swallowed whole by the empress's grand Dao vase. Compassion's universal salvation. Another old monk clasped his hands in prayer, and golden Buddha light began to rise. But a desolate sword intent pierced him straight through before it could fully bloom. Seeing the dire situation, another Buddhist master switched from offense to defense, bracing for the next strike. Indestructible Vajra body. The monkey's staff descended from the heavens, smashing the man's bald head into a mushy gourd. Old Sun's staff is heavy. Let's see how tough you really are. Another old monk, his body gleaming with golden light, like a Buddha reborn, shouted, Arhut, subduing demon art. But Rahu's black lotus sealed him instantly. Art to subdue demons. Come on, give it a try. The remaining Buddhist masters, their faces turning pale, rushed towards Li Mu in desperation. Amitabha, the demon is powerful. To defeat the enemy, we must capture their leader first. As the words left their mouth, streaks of immortal slaying sword light shot towards them. The immortal slaying sword is sharp. The immortal executioner brings death. The trap immortal lights up the world with red light. The absolute immortal changes endlessly, staining even the robes of mighty gods with blood. Tongtian's voice echoed as the sword light flashed in a frenzy of slaughter. Annihilate. The battle was swift, ending as quickly as it began. By the time Li Mu snapped back to reality, all the dozen or so great Buddhist masters had been completely cut down. Bloody hell. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. They're a bunch of Dao realm monks, show some respect. A somewhat twisted smile played on Rahu's lips. My lord, I extracted the path from this monk's mind using soul search. Shall we counterattack? Li Mu nodded. Then let's move. Let's make this fight worth our while. I haven't even had a turn yet. The others exchanged meaningful glances, casting a knowing look at Rahu. While everyone else was busy killing, Rahu had gone straight for a massive seal. They only understood now. He had already guessed Li Mu's intention, so he grabbed a prisoner, performed the soul search, and executed the whole plan flawlessly. Led by Rahu, the group tore through the void, ready to launch a counteroffensive. Since Kuanping had gone with Xing Tian to the southern sea to oversee the situation there, Li Mu and the others had to traverse the void themselves. They broke through the barrier and sped towards the outer realms. At that moment, not far from the void barrier, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. They were Junti and Jane, who had traveled all the way from the primordial world. Brother, I sense it. That Buddha light is ahead. Yes, I feel it too. The target seems to be moving quickly. Let's give chase. With that, the 2 transformed into streaks of light and sped off into the depths of the void. Just as the 2 were hurtling forward at incredible speed, Tongtian, who was far away in the endless void, felt a sudden tremor. These 2 auras. Tongtian looked excitedly towards the depths of the void, divine light flashing in his eyes. Haha, yes, it's them, it's really them. Jane, Junti, I Tongtian am here waiting for you to come and meet your doom. The Supreme Lord of Tongtian gazed excitedly into the depths of the void, divine light flashing in his eyes. Haha, that's right, it's them, they've truly come. Jane, Junti, I Tongtian shall await your arrival here to meet your doom. As soon as the Supreme Lord of Tongtian finished speaking, 2 streaks of light flew rapidly from the distance. Honored Taoist friends, please stay. This humble monk comes from the primordial world and would like to ask, But before they could finish half their words, their expressions instantly froze. Tongtian, Taoist Tongtianyu, how are you here? Weren't you imprisoned in the Purple Heaven Palace? Before Jane could finish speaking, Junti's face twisted in shock as he stared at Sun Wukong. You. Sun Wukong regarded him with a complicated expression, his body trembling slightly. The Lord is correct. Deputy is indeed your Tao avatar. From the moment of my birth you've plotted against me at every turn and all for nothing. I once held deep respect for your teachings. Junti's expression turned cold upon hearing this. So you discovered my secret. You were destined for the Western journey tribulation from the start. You should have followed the heavenly Tao's guidance and walked the path westward. But you were utterly unruly and nearly ruined our Western sect's grand plan for the Western journey. If we hadn't ultimately found that six-eared macaque to correct the mistake, your death 10,000 times over would barely satisfy my hatred. Junti spoke with absolute conviction. Yet he failed to notice that the Sun Wukong before him was no longer the playful monkey who once served as heavenly horsekeeper. Today Sun Wukong had already reached the realm of Tao. In the primordial world, this was an undeniable sage-level cultivation, truly a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. In other words, Sun Wukong's current power far exceeded Junti's. Though their cultivation realms were comparable, but Sun Wukong had perfected his Tao in the great desolate world entirely different from the incomplete sages of the primordial world. This was because Panga's heaven opening had failed there. The 3,000 great Taos of the primordial world were inherently flawed. When Junti and the others achieved enlightenment, there they became sages with incomplete Tao fruits. Even Hongjun had to rely on embodying the heavenly Tao itself to perfect his Tao fruit. Added to this, Sun Wukong was a being born from the primordial chaos, naturally possessing extraordinary combat prowess. With these advantages and disadvantages combined, Junti was essentially no match for him now. The moment Junti finished speaking, the monkey lunged forward without hesitation. Master, taste this staff of your disciple. When Junti heard the sound of the staff cutting through the air, it had already smashed into his forehead. Boom! Junti was sent flying without any doubt. At the same time, Tongtian and the others coordinated their efforts, instantly sealing off the entire void. Li Mu had warned them beforehand. These two could resurrect infinitely in the merit pool, so killing them was pointless. Luo Ho and the Empress sealed the void completely. Meanwhile, Tongtian took advantage of Jane's unpreparedness and directly unleashed the sword formation of execution. Jane didn't even have time to resist before being captured and brought before Li Mu. The rest was left to Luo Ho and Tongtian. One excelled at planting hidden restrictions within the true spirit. The other was at least a sage who had achieved enlightenment in the primordial world. Once Luo Ho planted a tracking restriction on Jane, Tongtian could follow its guidance, tracing the response of heavenly Tao power all the way to the entrance of the primordial world. Just as the two had finished handling Jane, Sun Wukong appeared before everyone, dragging Junti like a dead dog. After Tongtian and Luo Ho dealt with him in the same manner, Li Mu exchanged a glance with the Empress. Kill them. The Empress nodded and summoned the great Tao treasure vase to refine both of them to death. With the fall of Jane and Junti, in the western heavens of the primordial world, waves of Buddhist light spread across the land. Light rain descended from the heavens as if a sage had appeared. Tathagata and Randang exchanged glances and hurriedly extended their index fingers to calculate. Mysterious auras spread out instantly. Not long after, both opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with shock. It turned out this light rain from heaven was not a sage's descent, but the resurrection of the two sages of the West. They fell together. How is this possible? Is there someone in the primordial world who could threaten them? Could there be an unprecedented demonic monster appearing between heaven and earth? After opening their eyes, they immediately rose and headed together toward the western pure land beyond the 33 heavens. At the same time that Tathagata of the Buddhist sect was filled with shock, many powerful beings in the primordial world were equally astonished. The two sages of the West have both perished simultaneously. Could the killer be Hongjun? Supreme Elder Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan sat facing each other, both opening their eyes at once. What is happening? In our primordial world, apart from our master Hongjun, who else could silently eliminate two sages? Could it be that master has taken action? The two rose in unison, preparing to visit their master at the Purple Heaven Palace and gather information. Before Laozi and Yuanshi could take action, the voice of Saintess Nuwa came from outside the door. Nuwa of the Wahuang Palace requests an audience with both senior brothers. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, each seeing traces of exhaustion in the other's eyes. Junior sister Nuwa has also arrived. She must have come for the same reason. As for the fall of Jane and Junti, the two stepped outside. After greeting Nuwa, the three flew together toward the Purple Heaven Palace. At the same time, in the western Pure Land, the merit pool, the two old men, completely naked, had just climbed out of the merit pool. Amitbach, this time we've suffered a humiliating defeat, losing face beyond redemption. As Jane's voice faded, a faint sound reached their ears. Come to the Purple Heaven Palace. Jane's expression changed. He knew Hongjun had discovered something and was summoning them for questioning. Junior brother, the master has summoned us. Let us hasten to the Purple Heaven Palace. The two transformed into streaks of light and rushed toward the Purple Heaven Palace. As soon as they entered the palace gates, they found Laozi Yuanshi and Nuwa all seated within the main hall. Grand Ancestor Hongjun sat on a meditation mat with his eyes closed. The two approached and paid their respects to Hongjun. We greet you, master. Hongjun slowly opened his eyes and asked casually, I just sensed a surge of primordial energy in the heavens and earth seemingly coming from your western Pure Land. What exactly has happened? Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances. After looking at each other, they answered in unison, Master, we were killed by Tongtian. What? Laozi and Yuanshi both exclaimed in shock. Even Grand Ancestor Hongjun was slightly stunned. Who are you saying? Jane and the other spoke again. Reporting to Master, it was senior brother Tongtian who killed us. Hongjun shook his head. Impossible. Tongtian is suppressed by me within the divine prison beneath the Purple Heaven Palace, which you both witnessed with your own eyes. Moreover, although Tongtian's strength is somewhat greater than yours, it is impossible for him to defeat both of you simultaneously and prevent you from escaping. Tell me exactly what happened. Speak the truth. Tongtian is suppressed by me in the divine prison beneath Xiao Palace, as you have all witnessed with your own eyes. Moreover, even though Tongtian's strength is somewhat greater than yours, it's not enough for him to take on two of you and slaughter you to the point where you couldn't even escape. Tell me the truth, what exactly happened? Hongjun clearly did not believe the words of Jane and Zhuanti. What kind of characters these two were in the primordial era, who among those present did not know? Swindling, cheating, betraying one's master, and destroying one's ancestors were the least of their sins. Seeing that they could not conceal it, Jane and Zhuanti had no choice but to disclose everything they had witnessed earlier. Master, every word we speak is true. Not only has Tongtian left the divine prison and appeared in that great world, but his strength has also increased dramatically compared to before. I estimate that his power now rivals yours, master. As Jane's words fell, Hongjun's brow furrowed even deeper. Although he could see the scene inside the divine prison with a mere wave of his hand deep within his heart, he felt a faint sense of fear. Because if Tongtian had indeed left the divine prison as Jane claimed, then what level of power must the Lord who took him away possess? Hongjun, as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, could sense any disturbance under the Tao. Yet when Tongtian departed, he had not detected it at all. What level of power could achieve such a feat? Hongjun dared not think further. After a long silence, he finally flicked his sleeve and projected the scene within the divine prison onto the void. Above the void, a scene like a mirror slowly emerged. The familiar sight within was undoubtedly the divine prison. But the divine prison was empty. Hongjun searched several times, but found no trace of Tongtian. Damn it! Wretched disciple, how did he manage to leave? Hongjun, as the foremost figure of the primordial era and the strongest under the heavenly Tao. But at this moment his fingers trembled slightly beyond his control. The more invincible one's power, the more one fears accepting failure. At this moment Hongjun was like a drowning man emanating waves of despair. Inside Xiao Palace, the several primordial saints dared not even breathe heavily, afraid that if their breathing rhythm was off, Hongjun would slap them flat. Just as Hongjun was sinking into panic, Li Mu had already led his subordinate experts to find the Buddhist sect temple outside the void. An ancient temple sat deep in the void. Strands of chanting drifted out from the temple. My lord, those bald donkeys are in this temple. As Luaho's voice fell, Li Mu coldly uttered a few words. Charge in. As the words fell, Monkey's golden cudgel had already smashed onto the temple. Boom. A deafening roar echoed. Listen, you bald donkeys inside. Your grandpa's son is here to take your essence. Get out and kneel. As the voice fell, Buddha light pervaded the temple. Amitabha. An old Buddha manifested out of thin air, his majestic and solemn appearance inspiring reverence. It seems that my fellow disciples have already passed into nirvana. Under Luaho, the black lotus bloomed with demonic light, faintly suppressing the Buddha light on the old Buddha. Since one is to exorcise demons and uphold the Tao, one must be prepared to sacrifice oneself. It is only natural that one might fail to exorcise demons and instead be devoured. The old Buddha's face turned slightly grave, and his gaze at Luoho held a hint of caution. I observe that you, benefactor, are surging with demonic energy. You must have entered the Tao through slaughter. Now that your great Tao is accomplished, could it be that you have a blood feud with my Buddhist sect? Luoho shook his head. No feud. Then is there a grievance? No grievance. Since there is neither feud nor grievance, why do you come to trouble my Buddhist sect? Before Luoho could speak, Li Mu stepped forward and laughed. You old monk, your words are utterly unreasonable. Your Buddhist sect can go out to exorcise demons without any feud or grievance. Can't we destroy Buddhism just for fun? While they were speaking, a burly monk walked out from the temple. Grandmaster, why waste so many words with them? Our temple has not had fresh emperor's blood for many years. Imprisoning these people will be enough for us to use for many more years. As his words fell, the majestic solemnity on the burly monk suddenly transformed into a huge hollow Buddha demon. Immortal Buddha demon art. OM. A dark purple Buddha demon phantom arose, its evil aura even denser than Luaho's. Ha ha ha. I have nurtured with Emperor's blood for 100,000 years, finally achieving the immortal Buddha demon art. Today I will sacrifice you all to the Tao. At that moment the previously solemn old Buddha also gave a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. I had planned to deceive you into the temple before making my move, but I didn't expect to be exposed early. I like the aura on your bodies. Soon you will turn into flesh and blood, and I will absorb you into my body. Boom. Waves of blood light surged from the sky. In an instant the entire ancient temple transformed into a blood demon lair. One after another blood-colored Buddha demons rose from the temple. Ha ha ha. Sinister laughter echoed from the temple. At the same time, a Buddha realm space slowly opened, swallowing Li Mu and his party. Li Mu felt his vision darken, and he found himself in a blood-colored world. Tens of thousands of blood-colored figures were hung upside down on the altar by pipa hooks. Below the altar stood rows of flagpoles. What hung on the flagpoles were not banners or Buddha plaques, but strips of blood-colored human skin. The old monk appeared on the altar with his palms together. Welcome to the Sumeru altar. This place has gathered all the Emperor Venerables who ascended to the upper realm from the Dahuang world over the past 1,000,000 years. You will become one of them. Li Mu looked closely. The figures hanging upside down on the blood altar wore a variety of garments. Among them were many ancestors of the Overlord Blade sect and Martial God Mountain. Li Mu looked up at the old Buddha and asked in confusion, "Why are they all gathered here? Is there no such thing as an upper realm?" The old Buddha gave a sinister chuckle and shook his head. There is an upper realm. The immortal Buddha demon art that I cultivate is a supreme Buddha art from the upper realm. As he spoke, bloodlight surged from the old Buddha, seemingly forming a connection with the blood pool on the altar. However, this place is the only path to the upper realm. With my Buddhist sect guarding this place, no one from Dahuang can truly ascend to the upper realm. The so-called strongmen of Dahuang are merely blood sustenance raised by my Buddhist sect. At that moment, a huge blood ritual array formed beneath Li Mu and his party. He sacrifice your endless emperor's blood and become nourishment for my Buddhist sect. As the old Buddha's words fell, one after another Buddha demon blood shadows wrapped around Li Mu and his party. Li Mu's gaze swept over the many strongmen on the altar, and a trace of pity flickered in his eyes. Although he rarely sympathized with others easily, faced with such a scene he could not help but sigh. All the way defying heaven to cultivate for tens of thousands of years only to end up as nourishment and blood food for others subjected to such humiliation. At their level of cultivation, if these bald monks did not wish to kill them, they could not die even if they wanted to. They could only drag out a miserable existence day after day, supplying the monks with their imperial blood for cultivation. How tragic. A supreme emperor of the Overlord Blade sect, catching the pity in Li Mu's eyes, let another teardrop fall from the corner of his eye. Young friend, I am 2AO of the Overlord Blade sect. I beg you to grant me mercy and send me on my way. As his voice faded, another voice followed. Young friend, I am Shi Kongjin of the Martial God Mountain. I beg you to grant me mercy and send me on my way. Young friend, I am Liu Bai of the Sword Pavilion. I beg you to grant me mercy and send me on my way. Young friend, I am Song Yanhui of the Peerless City. I beg you to grant me mercy and send me on my way. In the end, all of them, tears streaming down aged faces, cried out loudly for death. We beg you, young friend, to grant us mercy and send us all on our way. Li Mu closed his eyes tightly, let out a helpless sigh, and then spoke in a cold voice. On my command, slaughter these bald monks, grind their bones to dust, and never allow a single one to escape. As the Lord commands. The primordial emperor drew his emperor-destroying sword for the first time, unleashing an overwhelming aura of world-annihilating might. Meanwhile, the black lotus in Rahu's hand expanded, instantly sealing the entire space. The empress, rarely showing anger, unleashed boundless demonic light from the great Tao vase in her hand. As for the Monkey King and Tongtian, their faces were already twisted with rage. These bald monks deserve to die, deserve to die. Kill, 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 kill. With 7 consecutive cries of kill, Tongtian's sword intent surged, and his killing aura shot into the heavens. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Wu Xie's mind. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your subordinate Lord Tongtian has achieved great enlightenment and comprehended the 7 kills, Sword Dao greatly increasing his power. Ding dong detected that your subordinate's fortune has strengthened. Reward, 10 million merit points, 1 10-star Eternal Guest Summoning card. Li Mu was slightly delighted and immediately chose to summon. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Through the 10-star Eternal Guest Summoning card, you have successfully summoned the Dao Realm, Guest Dao Realm. Emperor Donghua. Guest Emperor Donghua. Artifact Kang's Sword. Growth Aptitude 10-star. Eternal through the ages. Combat Power Level Dao Realm. Loyalty 100. War Soul Talent Sword Fall. Emperor Donghua bears the name of Sword Ancestor. His sword path possesses world-destroying might. Once Sword Fall is unleashed, it can easily pierce the heavens and shake the galaxy. With a thunderous boom, a faint whisper sounded in Li Mu's ear. My feet tread through warfire, my hands grip destruction. My name, Ra. Then a man in a purple robe descended from the sky. His purple garments were noble and exalted, his silver-white hair like snow on mountain peaks or the radiance of the silver moon. His expression was cold and stern, his brows and eyes as if carved from ice. Emperor Donghua. Li Mu had heard this name before. Donghua was born in the chaotic era of the ancient wilderness. Because his birthplace, the Azure Sea of Sacred Spirits, was located in the eastern wasteland, he named himself Donghua. Under his command were 72 divine generals, each a hero of the three realms, undefeated in battle and victorious in every campaign. He held the position of co-ruler of heaven and earth, established the laws of the celestial realm, and wielded authority over life and death across the three realms, styled Donghua Purple Mansion, Xiang Lord. Later, as heaven and earth had long been at peace, it was time for renewal and the establishment of a new sovereign. He thus relinquished his throne and chose to retire to the Taichin Palace, no longer concerning himself with mortal affairs. Thereafter, he was honored as the foremost of all gods, still holding the registry of immortals. Whoever wished to ascend in rank had to pay homage to Donghua. The moment Donghua appeared, before he could even pay respects to Li Mu, he was dragged into the fray. Facing the sudden great battle, Emperor Donghua held a white immortal sword, his body radiating immortal glory. I have a sword that shall strike down evil demons and extinguish the stars of the three realms. As his words fell, a colossal sword aura shot into the sky, casting a fierce sword light across the heavens. With a hum, the sword's resonance echoed. The immense sword light cascaded down like the Milky Way falling from the nine heavens. One by one, blood shadows dissolved into nothingness beneath the blade. Donghua sheathed his sword and stepped back, standing proudly before Li Mu. Donghua pays respects to the Lord. Just then, the primordial emperor's slightly teasing voice came from behind. Hey newcomer, you're not that impressive. Donghua frowned at those words and was about to retort when he heard a gust of wind rushing from behind. Turning around, he saw the countless blood shadows he had just shattered reforming together. Clearly, his sword fall, aside from looking impressive, had achieved no substantive effect. As the blood demon shadow lunged forward, the primordial emperor's emperor-destroying sword aura instantly transformed into countless golden sword phantoms. Desolate sword art. Break. With a single sword aura, all the blood shadows within the space vanished. The old monk not far away looked over in terror, and the black lotus in Rahu's hands swept directly toward him. Though I am the demon ancestor, I am not even a fraction of your worth. Why not become my avatar and teach me how to be a demon? As the old Buddha was instantly seized by Rahu, the great monks were all knocked back to their original forms. Everyone turned to look at Li Mu. Killing intent was stark on Li Mu's face. Kill. Spare none. As his words fell, the empress offered up her great Tao vase, collecting all the bald monks into it. With the end of the battle, the blood-colored formation was also broken. Once the formation was shattered, those pipa hooks could no longer restrain the peerless emperors. These people had once been the mightiest beings in the world. Having cultivated to the Tao realm, they were intercepted halfway by the Buddhist sect and nearly perished, their Tao extinguished. Now rescued, they all knelt to Li Mu and thanked him. We thank you for your great kindness, benefactor. Li Mu nodded. What are your plans now? The emperors exchanged glances, then slowly shook their heads. Li Mu smiled openly at them and said, You have all cultivated with great difficulty, and I will not make things hard for you. Serve under my supreme city for 10,000 years, and I will grant you freedom. Are you willing? After a moment's hesitation, the emperors nodded one by one. We are willing to join the supreme city and follow your commands, benefactor. Li Mu nodded. Go cultivate in the blood pool first, and recover the origins you have lost. Hearing this, they went to the blood pool and sat cross-legged as strands of blood accompanied by traces of golden imperial essence returned to their bodies. The blood in the pool was what had been extracted from them over tens of thousands of years. After regaining it, their strength did not decline, but advanced, instantly returning them to their peak states. Some even broke through on the spot, entering new realms. With the addition of these people, Li Mu once again received a system feedback. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your fortune has greatly increased, and the Supreme City's power has been greatly enhanced. Reward 500 million merit points, 1 Supreme Divine Pill, and 3 10-star Eternal Summoning cards. Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent, 3 more summoning cards. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Through the 10-star Eternal Guest Summoning card, you have successfully summoned the Tao Realm, Guest Tao Realm. Luo Foam. Guest Luo Foam. Artifact, Jianhe Luo. Growth Aptitude 10-star. Eternal through the ages. Combat Power Level Tao Realm. Loyalty, 100 War Soul Talent Bright Moon Strategy. Luo Feng's self-created pinnacle immortal masterpiece. When the blade strikes, the blade light condenses into a river of light that lingers for a long time, earning him the title Lord of the Blade River among the mighty. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a Tao Realm guest through the 10-star Eternal Guest Summoning card. Tao Realm. Yi Tiandi. Guest Yi Tiandi. Artifact, Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. Growth Talent 10-star Eternal Ancient. Combat Power Level Dao Realm. Loyalty 100 Battle Soul Talent Primordial Saint Body. Yi Tiandi is a cultivator who became an emperor through the primordial saint body. His entire skeletal structure rivals that of an immortal emperor's divine artifact, and his physical body has reached the realm of immortality. I am the heavenly emperor. I shall suppress and kill all enemies. With a low roar, Yi Tiandi gracefully descended from beyond the heavens. Long time no see. Li Mu met his gaze and they exchanged smiles. Indeed, it has been a long time. Yi Tiandi Yi Fan felt a sense of loss. I never expected that after so many years we would meet in this foreign star field. Li Mu nodded with emotion. I also never expected to reunite with you here. As his words fell, Li Mu sank into memories of long ago. At that time, he and Yi Fan were both buddies and schoolmates. Even more, Yi Fan's ex-girlfriend Li Xiaoman was Li Mu's own cousin. Until the day before Yi Fan's entire class disappeared, they were still eating barbecue and drinking beer together. Yi Tiandi looked at Li Mu, hesitant to speak. Li Xiaomanxi. Li Mu waved his hand and smiled. No need to say more, I already know. You went to the Beidou Star Domain riding the Nine-Dragon coffin, and Xiaoman died. Hearing this, Yi Tiandi's face darkened, and he bowed to Li Mu. I'm sorry I failed to protect her. Li Mu shook his head and patted Yi Tiandi on the shoulder. The path of cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. A life and death separation are commonplace. You don't need to take it to heart. Moreover, when I introduced my cousin to you back then, I never expected you to be responsible for her for life. Everyone has their own fate. Death was her destined lot. After a brief catch-up, Li Mu activated the third summon. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a Dao Realm guest through the 10-star Eternal Guest Summoning card. Flame Emperor. Xiao Yan. Guest Xiao Yan. Artifact Imperial Flame. Growth Talent 10-star Eternal Ancient. Combat Power Level Dao Realm. Loyalty 100 Battle Soul Talent Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. A destructive fire lotus formed by Xiao Yan using the power of strange flames. When fully detonated, its power is enough to destroy heaven and earth. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Don't bully me for being poor in youth, middle age, and old age. A whisper came from beneath the 9 heavens. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan valiantly descended from the sky, riding a fire lotus. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan pays homage to my lord. Li Mu nodded slightly, and took out a Supreme Divine Pill from the system space. Pill Supreme Divine Pill. Effect: a creation divine pill containing heaven-defying energy that can allow those above the Emperor realm to directly reach the Supreme realm. Description: a creation divine pill born in the primordial chaos containing immense energy sufficient to create worlds. An ordinary person consuming one pill can directly attain the Supreme realm. A cultivator above the Emperor realm consuming one pill can comprehend the 3,000 great Tao laws and become an invincible Supreme. Li Mu was startled for a moment, then directly tossed the pill into his mouth. The Supreme Divine Pill melted upon entering his mouth. The refreshing fragrance of the medicine instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. So refreshing. Li Mu felt a surge of warmth rising from his dantian, his entire body feeling as if placed in a warm furnace. Immediately beams of divine radiance burst forth from his body. His very soul seemed to be cleansed by the light, and he felt an unprecedented lightness. After a long while, boom. Mysterious and powerful runes drilled into the depths of his soul sea. The 3,000 great Tao laws exploded within his mind. Many insights that were previously vague suddenly became clear without effort. Golden lotuses bloomed across the heavens and earth. Tao law runes transformed into chains of law on the surface of Li Mu's body. The 3,000 chains of law extended into the depths of the universe, seeming to become a bridge connecting the entire cosmos. This enlightenment lasted for a full half year. Half a year later, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes from enlightenment. He raised his hand to look at his palm. Streams of heaven and earth laws condensed into origin runes on his palm. After a moment of realization, the runes on his palm began to merge and evolve. Another half year passed. The runes in Li Mu's palm had evolved into a round sphere, seemingly the embryo of a world. So the end of the Supreme Realm is creation. A smile curled at the corner of Li Mu's mouth. After returning to the great wilderness world, Li Mu once again purchased a large batch of pills from the fortune shop, especially the creation golden pill that can reshape one's bones and roots. Li Mu generously gave one each to his parents and close friends. With the operation of the Time Tower, Li Mu's father Li Xuanxia emerged from seclusion. Waves of powerful aura emanated from his body. Feather-winged king physique. With each breakthrough of a major secret realm, the feather-winged king physique opens a divine treasure within the body. It is like a divine cocoon, transforming, breaking out of the chrysalis to become a butterfly. Thus, this physique has boundless potential and is known as the king of the generation in the central region. After a long while, Li Mu's mother also emerged from seclusion. Divine physique. A terrifying physique that appeared tens of thousands of years ago. Although not rare, its level is still considerable. Legend has it that every generation of divine physique bearers has a renowned reputation. It is said that there is a race called the Divine Clan in the universe whose members all possess the divine physique and are immensely powerful. Following Li Mu's parents Li Taibai also emerged from seclusion. Divine King physique. His aura was like that of Jiang Taixi reborn. Following closely were the Shuang'er sisters Empress Xuanji and others. The Shuang'er sisters awakened the legendary twin king physique also known as the Sun Monarch and the Night Monarch. This twin physique is naturally a pair, and their combined strength is boundless. Empress Xuanji emerged from seclusion, awakening one of the most ancient physiques of humanity, the human king physique. This is also a physique that has hope of attaining the Tao rarer than the divine physique. After handling family matters, Li Mu gathered his subordinates and prepared to begin his journey beyond the realm. The first battle beyond the realm was naturally the primordial world. On one hand, Li Mu wanted to return to the primordial world to take a look. More importantly, Tongtian Monkey and others were all being bullied badly in the primordial world. As the leader, if he didn't go back to avenge them this time, it would be somewhat unjust to his brothers. In other words, Li Mu himself was also very interested in the western sect of the primordial world and the purple firmament palace beyond the 33 heavens. He heard that the three Xiao were unparalleled beauties in the primordial world. He also heard that Erling Shun had a sister named Yang Chan who was also as beautiful as a celestial. After some preparations, Li Mu ordered Luo Ho and others to organize the army and began the journey back to the primordial world. In addition to Li Mu's direct subordinates, the Supreme City also had over 1,000 Dao Realm sovereigns he had rescued from beyond the realm. Thousands of people grandly rode the Kunping and flew towards the outer star domain. With Tongtian cult leader leading the way, everyone spent the journey in carefree cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At last, a water blue planet appeared in Li Mu's sight. We're back. Li Mu licked his lips, a wild smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as Li Mu rode the Kunping through the primordial barrier far away in the Zixiao Palace, the meditating ancestor, Hongjun, instantly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Tongtian has returned. At the same time, in the Kunlun Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and in the Xian Du Bairing Palace, Laozi also changed countenance simultaneously. In the same manner, far away in the western paradise of ultimate bliss, Jian and Zhuani also reacted. In an instant, among all the saints of the primordial world except for Nuwa in the Nuwa Palace, 5 of the 6 saints all sped toward the location of the Kunping. On the other side, Li Mu stood on the Kunping's head, gazing at the beauty of the primordial world sweeping beneath him. He took a deep breath of pure oxygen. Ah, this is the scent of home. Just as Li Mu was indulging in the intoxication of his homeland's fragrance, a streak of light appeared before the Kunping. Which fellow Taoist comes to my primordial world, and for what purpose? Li Mu was slightly startled by the words. Opening his eyes, he saw a white-bearded old man with an immortal air floating before him. Before Li Mu could speak, Tongtian and Luoho had already introduced themselves, reporting to our sovereign that old villain is the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Oh, Li Mu nodded calmly. And those two dullards behind him are Yuanshi and Laozi. As Li Mu's voice fell, Tongtian looked up, but there was no one else in sight. Just as he felt bewildered, 2 more streaks of light appeared behind Hongjun. Master! The two saluted Hongjun respectfully, then raised their heads to look over. They were none other than Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taishang Laozi. Tongtian, his face dark and gloomy, looked at these 2 senior brothers and replied to Li Mu with reverence, reporting to our sovereign they are indeed Yuanshi and Laozi. Li Mu's lips curled into a smirk. Invite them over, your sovereign will help you settle scores. With that, Li Mu turned to the monkey Yang Jian and the others behind him and smiled. Go ahead. Those who need to exact revenge go, and do so. Those who wish to return home go, and see your families. After speaking, Li Mu exchanged a glance with the desolate emperor, the Yi emperor, and others. Accompany the monkey to Mount Lingshan, kill what needs to be killed, destroy what needs to be destroyed, hold nothing back. The group bowed respectfully at his words. The monkey led 500 experts from the Supreme City straight toward Mount Lingshan, with several Dao Realm masters backing them up. Little Neza and Yang Jian also led hundreds of experts directly toward the heavenly court. Even Chang'e volunteered, taking some experts to the Yaoqi. For the Queen Mother of the West of Yaoqi was the ruler of all female immortals, and back in the Guanghan Palace, Chang'e had often suffered under her petty grudges. Demon ancestor Luoho and Tongtian stood firmly behind Li Mu, waiting for him to avenge them. In the past, Luoho had been ambushed and killed by Hongjun during the Dragon Han catastrophe. Now seeing Hongjun again, how could Luoho let him off easily? The monkey and his group had just left when 2 more streaks of light flew in from the distance. They were Jian and Zhuanti, whom they had seen before. Tongtian, standing behind Li Mu, shouted loudly at Hongjun. Hey old man, come pay homage to our sovereign. Hongjun stood there scrutinizing Li Mu carefully. Tongtian's outburst of, hey old man, nearly made Hongjun's nose twist in anger. Once Tongtian had been Hongjun's most obedient and filial disciple. Now he not only refused to call him master, but even ordered Hongjun to pay homage to some sovereign. Could he tolerate that? Hongjun immediately flicked his sleeve, sending a wave of law power toward Tongtian. Seeing this, Li Mu's expression darkened. With a single glare, Hongjun's attack was dissipated into nothingness. Old man Hongjun, you dare to discipline my man the moment you appear. Who gave you the audacity? Li Mu spoke calmly. As his voice echoed, streaks of law power formed invisible chains, instantly binding Hongjun and the others in the void. Hongjun felt a weight upon him. The next second his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with terror. My laws. He grunted softly, and his body was pulled directly before Li Mu, a mere 10 meters away. The moment Li Mu spoke, all the law power on Hongjun was sealed. Now he was no different from an ordinary old mortal. Though he still possessed a Tao body, his divine might was entirely gone. Li Mu turned to Luoho and said, Hongjun is yours to handle. Kill him or bury him, it's up to you. Luoho bowed in gratitude. At the same time, Li Mu snapped his fingers. Laozi, Yuanshi, Juanti, and Jane also had their divine abilities sealed and were tossed directly to Tongtian's feet. Tongtian, these four are yours. Deal with them as you see fit. After settling these trivial matters, Li Mu took Daji and the ruthless empress to the Western Paradise Mount Lingshan. By then, the Western Paradise Mount Lingshan was in utter chaos. The monkey led a group of thugs directly into the Great Thunderclap Monastery, subduing all the gods and Buddhas. Especially the gourd-headed Relai, who was chopped into countless pieces by Luo Feng in a single stroke. Seeing Li Mu appear, the many experts bowed in unison. All hail the sovereign. Li Mu nodded, then turned and left for the Yaoqi. There Chang'e was confronting the Queen Mother of the West with hundreds of experts. When Chang'e saw Li Mu arrive, she quickly bowed. Li Mu fixed his gaze on the Queen Mother of the West, his entire being radiating boundless divine might. Submit or be annihilated. After a slight hesitation, the Queen Mother of the West knelt reverently. Yaoqi's Queen Mother of the West pays homage to the sovereign. Li Mu gave a slight nod. Count the female immortals under your command, and send one to each of the dear readers without delay. The Queen Mother of the West bowed in acknowledgement. As the sovereign commands. Li Mu turned and headed to the heavenly court. Yang Jian and Little Neza were causing a great disturbance in the palace. When Li Mu appeared, the entire heavenly court was instantly subdued by an overwhelming pressure. The Jade Emperor resisted for a moment before surrendering along with the celestial hosts. They were no match for him. Everyone bowed low before Li Mu. Li Mu seated himself on the dragon throne, looking down upon the assembled immortals. Where are the 5 ways wealth gods? 5 figures quickly appeared in the center of the hall. Bless the readers with wealth, increasing their incomes 10,000-fold within 10 years. As the sovereign commands. Li Mu then turned to the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Grant my readers the blessings of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. May each one be blessed with good luck, free from all ailments, long-lived, and able to perform 7 times a night without rest. The 3 stars swiftly performed their spells. As Li Mu's decrees were issued one after another, the 3 realms of the primordial world soon fell under the control of the Supreme City. From then on, Li Mu moved to the Tianwaishan, living a shameless life with a group of beauties. The end.